You touched your aunt all over. And instead of getting angry, she gave you 10 million pocket money. Seeing this scene, everyone suspected that your aunt had gone crazy. What they didn't know was that you had awakened a disease-transferring system. Anyone you touched would have their illnesses absorbed by you. Through this method, you not only cured your girlfriend's eyes, but also saved 18 strangers suffering from terminal illnesses. However, what you didn't expect was that these people, because you didn't have a medical license, joined forces to sue you. But what they didn't know was that you could not only absorb viruses, but also transmit them. At this moment, a male lawyer in the courtroom questioned you, treating people without a medical license. Isn't it seeking money at the expense of lives? Hearing this, you became extremely angry, then laughed sarcastically, and asked back, you say I seek money at the expense of lives. Then tell me, whom have I harmed? The male lawyer Jiang Yiping chuckled, waiting for this moment. He then looked towards the spectators and said firmly, those who have been harmed by Song Bing, please stand up and condemn this unforgivable demon together. In an instant, people in the spectators' seats began to stand up one after another. Upon seeing these witnesses, your face suddenly changed drastically, because these people were indeed patients you had treated, but almost all of them were terminally ill and on the brink of death. Without your treatment, these people would have long been gone. You couldn't understand why they would come forward to accuse themselves. As soon as the 18 so-called witnesses stepped out, they pointed at you and shouted angrily, Your Honor, I want to report that this demon sold us fake medicine and harmed us. Yes, not only did he deceive us of our money, but he also worsened our condition. You look at the ugly faces of the 18 people, and the gratitude and respect they once had for you are completely different. It's hard to imagine that a person can have such extreme dual faces. At this time, Jiang Yiping handed over a thick stack of documents and then revealed a sensational news with a smile. It is worth mentioning that these pieces of evidence were provided by a kind girl named Wu Yashue. Following Jiang Yiping's gaze, you see the woman and freeze in place with an incredulous expression on your face. Because this woman is none other than your girlfriend whom you have carefully nurtured for 3 years. Wu Yashue first pretended to look at you fearfully, then gathered courage to face everyone and spoke with righteousness. Yes, I reported Song Bing because I don't want him to continue on the wrong path, and I don't want more compatriots to be deceived. As she spoke, she looked at you again, her eyes reddened, and weakly said, Song Bing, I'm doing this for your own good. Stop it. As long as you reform yourself, I still love you. Faced with Wu Yashue's pretentious saintly appearance, you completely lost your composure, wishing to rush up and give all the diseases to this despicable woman. Wu Yashue's mouth curled up with a barely perceptible sneer, continuing to cry and plead, taking the hypocritical act to the extreme. It wasn't until the presiding judge struck the gavel that Wu Yashue pretended to faint and was helped down, and Jiang Yiping saw the opportunity ripe to indignantly bring up the lawsuit. Your Honor, practicing medicine without a license is already a crime, and on top of that, pretending to be a veterinarian while being a student, engaging in medical malpractice for money, treating the lives of the people as worthless, with no moral bottom line. If it weren't for the kind Ms. Wu Yashue and many brave victims standing up for justice, who knows how many more people would have been deceived. I earnestly request that, in order to uphold the dignity of the medical profession, the defendant Song be sentenced to more than 50 years in prison and compensate all victims for their mental and physical damages, totaling to 64 million yuan. While also being permanently banned from practicing medicine and harming others. The last request. Jiang Yiping's voice was particularly heavy, which was also the most important request for his client behind him. After the presiding judge finished reviewing the documents, he looked at you in the same unfriendly manner. Defendant, do you have anything else to say? You looked at the 18 victims, gritted your teeth and suppressed your anger. I request the last person to come forward one by one. If they still say that I am the one who harmed them, then I will admit to this crime. Soon, the 18 victims lined up and approached. You looked directly at the first elderly woman who spoke first, and have you really been harmed by me? Initially, seeing the other party in a pitiful state, you not only provided free treatment but also gave them hundreds of dollars. Yes, it was you. Do you still want to deny it? It was you who deceived me into taking fake medicine, which not only had no effect but also swindled me out of over 100,000 yuan in retirement funds. Aunt Du finished speaking and gave you a hard slap, which was very loud and completely woke you up. Without hesitation, you immediately returned the 3 diseases you had taken away before. Aunt Du shivered coldly, completely unaware, and still wanted to continue arguing. In the end, she was pulled away by the police who couldn't bear to watch, and the next 17 victims all had the same expression. All sorts of trumped-up charges are made up for the sake of the peace of mind of false accusations, and even more so to get paid more. At the same time both angrily hit Song's sickness. The mouths of one are uglier than the other. Unbeknownst to them, in the course of their wanton slander, Song disease one by one gave them all their diseases. For those who are not terminally ill, a strand is returned as terminally ill, doubled. A month's worth of accumulated merit was also reduced directly to 66. But what Song's sickness was looking forward to even more was what they would look like when they got sick. Defendant, do you now plead guilty? The presiding judge once again asked in a cold voice. Wait a minute. Just as Song's sickness was about to open his mouth, a pleasant and urgent voice came first. Looking for the sound, a tall and slender figure hurriedly arrived. This was a woman with a noble and elegant temperament, bringing with her a mature and seductive charm. Her soft black hair was slightly messy. She was wearing a professional wraparound skirt and glasses, but it was hard to hide the delicate and elegant face. It instantly became the center of attention. For a while, people also forgot to verbally attack Song's sickness. Song's sick gaze fell on the woman, instantly remembering the other. Sia, the last patient he saved 3 days ago. The other person has a rare heart defect disease and must be maintained on an expensive imported drug. He ended up touching it well. Afterwards, Sia broad-mindedly tried to give Song's sickness $1 million. It can be seen that either the rich or the powerful. But Song disease refused and only charged 100 as a rule. It was just that Song's sickness couldn't even imagine that the other party would appear here. Come to frame him too? Just as Song's sickness was thinking, Sia had come to heel and, in front of the crowd, spoke frankly. I apply for the defense of the accused. At these words, the scene was silent. Even Song's sickness himself was stunned. And Sia had already handed over the documents saying, Your Honor, this evidence of the transfers is sufficient to prove that the amount of profit made by our client was no more than 3,000 ampersand, not to mention the harm caused to the victim. However, residing in the unlicensed practice of medicine, our client is willing to bear all the amount of penalties according to the crime of fraud and make satisfactory compensation to the victims. The 18 victims were anxious to hear this, fearing that they would not get their share of the reward. Hurriedly, he said, No, who says this crook hasn't done us any harm? He is sinning when he cures us. It also cheated us out of a good $100,000, causing us to go to a big hospital to get better. This crook must be severely punished and made to pay for his imprisonment. Otherwise we will never forgive him. Sia looked at the 18 people, her beautiful eyes slightly chilled. Above the court, all statements are criminally liable. All these amounts you guys are talking about can be traced. Are you sure that all this is true? The 18 people were instantly absent, their faces showing weakness, because they really did make all of this up. Sia continued, For our client's fault, we can give you all $5 million in compensation. The 18 people froze, and then became excited to the point of coughing. Good, good. As long as he can compensate us for our losses, we will forgive him. Jiang Yiping's eyes flickered. He knew Sia's background. The other side wants to protect Song Sik, and with the current incriminating evidence alone, it's clear that Song Sik can no longer be jailed. After all, it was supposed to be a false accusation. Then only the requirements most valued by the client will be met. Jiang Yichuan then stood out and looked at Song disease aggressively, saying, Your Honor, although the defendant's crime did not cause excessive harm, the impact of his actions on society was extremely bad. Had it not been for the righteous standing up and exposing it, one can only imagine the dire consequences. So I request that the defendant, if he wants to be exempted from the penalty, must sign in court a lifetime ban on practicing medicine, promising never to practice medicine again to harm others. I object. Objection overruled. Sia's subdued features changed slightly, and he raised his hand to retort, but the judge dismissed it mercilessly. Okay, I'll sign it. Song's sickness smiled, accepting the ban openly. Without hesitation, he took over the injunction document that Jiang Yichuan had prepared long ago, signed his name heavily. He could be too rare for this ban. Defendant, once again, a warning that the signing of the injunction means that you are no longer qualified to practice medicine in the state of On in this life. If found, it will be treated as murder. I hope you walk the walk and do what your vet is supposed to do as a vet. Jiang Yiping warned from on high, slightly mocking and threatening, bearing in mind lawyer Zheng's words. In the future I will definitely only be a veterinarian, specializing in animals. Song's sickness smiled slightly and handed out the signed document. The moment the hands touch. Successful delivery of an exported eating disorder. Merit -1. Successful delivery of acromegaly. Merit -1. Successful delivery of bone cancer. Merit -1. Song's sickness gave Jiang Yichuan 3 kinds of sickness as a thank you. Jiang Yichuan didn't notice, just smiled contemptuously and took the document. Knock knock knock. The gavel banged and the judges rose to pronounce judgment. This court pronounces judgment and sentences the defendant, Song disease, to the crimes of practicing medicine without a license. Fraud, the crimes are to be combined and a total of 5.69 million Chinese dollars in damages is to be paid. At the same time, he is banned from practicing medicine in Ningguo for life. and if he is found, he will be severely sentenced according to the contents of the ban. There was another outcry on the floor and on the air. What? That's it? You won't go to jail if you lose some money? Garbage man, get out of Anguilla. Apparently, people didn't buy the punishment, a furious spewing of vitriol. Looking at the irony of it all, Sia smiled bitterly and shook his head, and gave up on the idea of continuing to fight for it. In this moment, everyone was laughing and raging, and she was the only one who knew what Anguilla would lose. One day, these stupid people will regret what they did today. Chapter 3, Please Call Me Veterinarian. Song-sik walked calmly out of the courtroom amidst the accusations and abuse. It's as if he's a different person. He did change, the moment you walk out from there. Divine Dr. Song. I've already compensated those people with the money, and they've signed a letter of understanding. Sia, who had finished processing, followed out and gave the results to Song-sikness. Looking at the signature on the letter of understanding, and the amount of compensation of more than $5 million, Song-sikness smiled to himself. He saves these people and ends up asking for their forgiveness with $5 million? How can there be such a ridiculous thing in this world? Divine Dr. Song. I'm really sorry that I can't return your innocence, but if you're willing, I'd like to hire you as our C family's personal physician, at whatever salary you want, Sia said with some guilt. She was sincerely grateful and admiring for the lifesaver in front of her. That's why she stood up to the pressure. But don't call me a miracle doctor anymore. I'll change my profession to a veterinarian from now on. Song-sikness gestured to the copy of the forbidden doctor's order that was distributed in his hand, but he was incomparably serious and said. Sia was instantly dumbfounded. Sia, but at that moment, several men in suits walked up, and at the head of them was a young man with a cold temperament. Brother, seeing the cold youth, Sia's pretty face changed slightly. You're inviting trouble for the clan, do you know that? Si-chen approached, his tone displeased. As he spoke, he glanced coldly at Song-sikness, then in a cold voice, he ordered the person beside him to say, take Miss to leave first, and wait. Song-sikness opened his mouth, not caring about Si-chen's icy oppression, fumbling for half a day, or tearing that letter of understanding into 3 parts, sincerely handing it out. Ms. Sia, thank you for your help. It is a pity that I am now all alone and have nothing to show for it. With these 3 notes, I can be allowed to strike 3 times in the future. Without the other party stepping forward to help him today, it wouldn't be as simple as losing money. It could be a lifetime in jail, even. Sia froze slightly, but took the note and entered a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Of course, what she won't know is that in the future, this ragged and random-looking 3 slips of paper will make countless rich businessmen and bigwigs in Anhwa scramble for them at any price. The backward C family, moreover, with 3 notes, rose from the dead. My sister is helping you behind the family's back this time, as a way of repaying you for your healing that day. I hope you don't get carried away and try to stick it to my family based on her kindness. After Sia left, Si-chen's face grew a few degrees colder and warned nonchalantly. When he finished speaking, he also turned around and got into the limousine, not forgetting to give a reminder as the superior. This world is not as simple as you think. Save others first. Keep a low profile if you don't have the right. Don't try to touch other people's cakes, or you won't even know how you died. Beside the hot street, Song-sikness watched the vehicle leave, his expression always calm. It was a scene that made him realize a truth. Money and power. That's what people should be fighting for. All that philosophy of life they teach in school. It's all bull ********. Dr. Song, can I talk to you? Behind Song-sikness, a tall figure appeared at some point. On closer inspection, it was a foreign man with a full white beard. He was accompanied by 2 foreign bodyguards. The 3 are extremely low-key. It seems to be waiting here early in the morning. Song-sikness turned around and looked at the other party, not half surprised. He had guessed that the other man would be coming for him. I just didn't think it would be so soon. The foreign man in front of him was named Herbert, a leaguer he had saved. The other party is terminal cancer. When the world's Western medicine has long been back to heaven, heard of the mystery of Chinese medicine, they thought to come to Anhwa to try their luck. After 3 years of seeking medical attention, I had the good fortune to come across Song disease. After being cured by Song-sikness, Herbert is constantly excited to try to heavily invite Song-sikness to the Li Kingdom, with his annual salary at one point being offered in the hundreds of millions of Li Jin, but it was rejected by Song-sikness, because at that time, Song disease, still harboring a heart of 2 strokes to help the world. Mr. Herbert, did you enjoy the show? Song-sikness asked with a smile. Herbert's eyes flickered as he took the opportunity to sincerely invite. Mr. Song-sikness, I sincerely invite you once again to go to Ligua, and I will definitely give you the highest specification treatment and do my best to satisfy all your requirements. First give me 1 billion Li Jin, and in half a year, I'll travel to Ligua as a foreign student, to practice medicine for 1 year. Song Sickness lightly stated his conditions. As for why half a year later, naturally, it was to avenge what needed to be avenged first before leaving. It was something he couldn't wait for. Deal. With hardly any hesitation, Herbert nodded excitedly. The shrewd eyes were full of business opportunities. He had conducted a detailed investigation into Song disease. In that month, Song disease cured a total of 99 people, including several terminal illnesses that are beyond the reach of today's medical community. Such powerful news was definitely an explosive existence when looking at the entire Blue Star. And such a gifted doctor who can easily cure so many terminal diseases. Let's not talk about a billion lichin, but 100 billion trillion. The commercial value of this is too clear to him as a businessman. So, in the face of Song disease's decisive refusal, he was powerless for a time and racked his brains. Well, at the critical time, God gave him a wave of divine assistance. Divine Dr. Song, if it's convenient, you can sign the contract now, and I'll transfer the money to you. Herbert was a bit impatient, fearing that Song Sickness would back out. Coming out of the World Bank to sign the contract, Song Sickness already had a purple gold World Bank card in his hand. The World Bank is a bank recognized by the Blue Star Countries Federation and is established in all countries. It is only to facilitate the flow of funds from the bigwigs of various countries to cooperate. Therefore, the presence of large sums of money in the World Bank can be called absolutely safe and convenient. Of course, the World Bank serves, basically, the upper class. This is because in order to deposit money for a card at the World Bank, the lower limit must be 100 million. That said, if you see a person using a World Bank card, then don't doubt that this person is definitely a hidden rich. Binding the World Bank card that had been set up, Song Sickness looked at the 1 billion Lijin balance in his cell phone and froze a little. How much is a billion? 10 billion. Just looking at the numbers is quite a blast to be around. And the exchange rate for Li Qin is 10 times that of the Anan. That means that now he has 10 billion, ampersand. Divine Dr. Song, you can just rest assured that when you arrive in Ligua, your amazing medical skills will definitely be recognized, and you will definitely become a titan of the medical world. Seeing Song Sickness' disorientation and thinking that Song Sickness was reluctant, Herbert smiled and comforted him. Happy cooperation. Song Sickness, however, smiled and extended his hand. Nothing else matters, right now he just wants to mess with money and power. Herbert froze as he realized. The light was gone from Song Sick's eyes, making him somewhat impervious. Separated from Herbert, Song Sick didn't take the public transportation he was used to anymore. Instead, he broadsided the car, headed to the nearest 4S store and picked up a Primera at a cost of over 1,600,000 ANG. The reason why I mention the Primera is not because I like it. Rather, it was because it was the only one that could be immediately mentioned as the most expensive on the site. Enjoy a sense of experience never before seen in a luxury car. Song Sickness smiled to himself. It's a damn poor habit. Being in possession of such a heaven-defying system, how could you only think of being a great benefactor? Dumbass plus 2 strokes. Song Sick's eyes suddenly went ice cold. Next, it's time to settle the score with that. Buzzing. With one foot on the gas, the black flare of the Primera sped under the busy city at night. Incarnated as a warrior who hates the charge. Traveled overnight. There was a flurry of screams and envy all along the way. Chapter 4, Sending the Sick Thousands of Miles Away. A gift of lightness and love. An urban city, west of the 5th ring. Inside a rental house. Schwerer, are you sure that these are the precious medicines for Song disease's cure? A young man in a designer suit looked at the several herbs in front of him with some skepticism. It was obvious through his medical knowledge that these were nothing more than tonics. Honey, I betrayed even my favorite boyfriend for you. You still can't trust me. Wu Yashue pretended to be angry and pouted. Lu Xiangfeng's eyes flashed a trace of disgust, but he smiled and put his arm around Wu Yashue. I'm not making sure it's foolproof. After all, these prescriptions are about the future of both of us. There's no mistaking it. Every time that dumbass plays God and checks those patients' pulse, he'll make them drink a bowl of soup made from these herbs. Even my eyes were cured by him in this way. It is evident that these herbs are the key to the cure. Wu Yashue lay in Lu Xiangfeng's arms like a small woman, not forgetting to taunt. That stupid bastard is still trying to lie to me that he has gained supernatural powers. It really kills me with laughter. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiangfeng dispelled the last trace of concern and squinted his eyes, signaling a few bodyguards to move these medicinal herbs away first. As for Wu Yaxin's claim of superpowers, he also thought to himself that Song Sickness had lied to cover up the prescription. A very unleveled lie. Honey, you promised me that you would marry me if I did what you said. And now that I've done it, you can't go back on your word. Wu Yashue hugged Lu Xiangfeng's waist in a petulant manner and said daintily, you're the only one they have now. You can't fail them. Don't worry. In the future you'll be the young lady of Lu's medicine group. Lu Xiangfeng had a bad smile on his face. and his hands were not honestly roaming around Wu Yashua's sexy buttocks. Wu Yashua's exquisite pretty face flushed red all of a sudden, especially those beautiful eyes that were particularly enticing, like the eyebrows of a fox. Just as the two were about to make their next move, the cell phone rang. Lu Xiangfeng took it in a sweeping manner, and Zhang Yichuan's voice came from the other end of the cell phone. Lu Xiangfeng's face sank. What's wrong? Wu Yashua raised her eyes in confusion. Song Sickness was not sentenced to jail. Lu Xiangfeng's face was ugly. How could it be? For all these crimes he committed, a death sentence would be cheap. Wu Yashua had just finished speaking when the door to the room was suddenly slammed open. Someone who shouldn't have been there appeared before their eyes. It was Song Sick, who had been looking for him in a Paramera overnight. Song Disease. Faced with the sudden Song Sickness, both of them who were stuck together were taken aback. Seeing this scene, Song Disease's gaze grew even colder, still having a hard time suppressing his anger. He and Wu Yashua met during freshman military training. At that time, he was still just a rural boy from the countryside, weak and sickly with low self-esteem. And with her excellent appearance, Wu Yashua has become one of the schoolgirls pursued by countless rich kids. Unexpectedly, Wu Yashua did not mind Song Sick's origin and took the initiative to pursue Song Sick. The two have been lovers ever since. Wu Yashua also became the irreplaceable white moonlight in Song Disease's mind. Therefore, for this relationship, Song Disease can be said to be extremely cherished. Over the past 3 years, she has taken good care of Wu Yashua, delivering breakfast and saving money on the side to buy expensive cosmetics and bags for her. And during these 3 years, Wu Yashua verbally treated Song Sickness well, especially every night. She would let Song Sickness rest early. Don't stay up late and hurt your eyes. But now, Song Sickness seemed to know why Wu Yashua had sought him out as her boyfriend. Except for a free toolman. Even more clear eyes? At this moment, Wu Yashua and Lu Xiangfeng also reacted from their surprise. Lu Xiangfeng smiled disdainfully. Divine Dr. Song, we meet again. So what if Song is sick and not in jail? Still a bottom feeder trash in his eyes. Song Sick's gaze fell on Lu Xiangfeng. This person had approached him several times before, claiming to be from the Lu's pharmaceutical group and wanting to acquire his prescriptions to benefit more people in Manhwa. Prices were raised from a few thousand to 100,000 at one point. Regarding Lu's pharmaceutical group, Song Disease naturally knew about it. The largest pharmaceutical group in Manhwa, controlling almost all the pharmaceutical industry in Manhwa. Even more so with the slogan "May everyone in Anguilla be happy and well." The amazing record of a pharmacy at 5 steps and a medical center at 10 steps was set. However, for Lu Xiangfeng's acquisition, Song Disease naturally refused. And let's not talk about having enough money. The point is that he doesn't have any prescriptions either. Now look at the scene in front of us again. Wu Yashua and Lu Xiangfeng in cahoots. Those disappearing tonic Chinese medicine. Even if Song's sickness was stupid, he already understood it all. The culprits who set him up were the dog and girl in front of him, seemingly knowing that Song's sickness had seen it. Instead of restraining himself, Lu Xiangfeng recklessly wrapped his arms around Wu Yashua and walked up to Song Sickness, humiliating him. When I gave you a chance you didn't use it, and you want to fight with my Lu's pharmaceutical group? You're a bottom trash. This young man wants to get you killed but it's just a matter of minutes, Lu Xiangfeng said, not forgetting to humiliatingly slap Song Sick's face, venting his displeasure. Yes? Song Sickness laughed. Look, it's his own fault. It's none of his business. Out of this. Ding successfully delivered impotence. Merit -1. Ding successful delivery of rabies. Merit -1. Ding successful delivery of AIDS. Merit -1. Ding sending the sick too fiercely. The merit is too low. Please stop when the host is appropriate. Hatred blinded his eyes. Taking advantage of Lu Xiangfeng's cheap hands, Song Sickness almost sent all kinds of diseases he had absorbed over the past few days to the other party in one brain. Send whatever disease is painful. Until the system prompted to stop. The merit directly from 66 big disability to 44. And these 22 diseases are enough to make this garbage. Later in life. Worse than death. Carrying 22 terminal illnesses. Whether you are the son of a pharmaceutical group or something less. See if you die or not. It's over. People do what people do. And you'll get what's coming to you. After delivering the sick, Song Sickness then opened his mouth with a cold smile. Sort of an early sentencing for the two. Retribution? Ha 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 ha, are you going to laugh me to death? However, upon hearing Song Disease's words, Lu Xiangfeng was hilarious, as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. Then pointing at Song Sickness, he was even more endlessly mocking. It seems like you're really a lowly to the core Rechna. Only you lowly fools would fantasize about good people having good rewards. It really kills me with laughter. Wu Yashua also stopped pretending. In order to evening Lu Xiangfeng, married into the rich family. She looked at Song Sickness with disgust and sneered as well. Song Sickness, If it wasn't for the fact that my eyes are diseased and I need you to donate your corneas after 3 years, do you really think that I would have chosen you? A poor, sickly man, to be my boyfriend? To tell you the truth, for the past 3 years, you've been nothing more than a dog at my beck and call. But you should be grateful that you got lucky with these remedies, cured my eyes, and made me more beautiful. Otherwise you'd probably have lost those dog eyes. Giggle. Wu Yashue spilled the beans on this diabolical plan that had been buried for 3 years. With that, she looked at Lu Xiangfeng and became gentle. Now everything in the family only belongs to Lu Xiao. Saying that, he even took the initiative to kiss up in front of Song Sickness. It can be called murderous. Of course, what Wu Yashue doesn't know is that Lu Xiangfeng already has AIDS. Song's 6 fists clicked. 3 years of heartfelt dedication, but nothing more than a licking dog raised by someone else? He couldn't wait to tear this up on the spot. But compared to killing a person so easily, he is more interested in making this life worse than death. Kneel and beg him. And then, again, to die in a life that is worse than death. This is where she belongs. Wu Yashue, you'll have a day when you kneel down and beg me. Song Disease's eyes were cold, like the god of death. Since there is evil on earth and God is blind, there is no such thing as a good deed that pays off, no such thing as heavenly rebirth. He, then, willingly fell into this earthly sick god. Take the world's disease and give it to the person who should have it. Use the world's diseases to remove the garbage of this world. Now, it's the turn of the pair of trash in front of us. So, while the two were passionately kissing, Song Sickness deliberately walked by and rubbed shoulders with Wu Yashue. Ding successfully delivered ocular membrane lesion. Merit -1. This time, Song Sickness only returned the eye disease that he had previously given to Wu Yashue to absorb. As for the rest, having Lu Xiangfeng contagious is enough. After all, letting this die too quickly can be no fun. Are you going to watch the show if you don't get out yet? Lu Xiangfeng and Wu Yashue playfully looked at Song Disease, completely unaware that they had already hung up their colors. It's okay. Song Sickness gave the same teasing smile and simply sat on the sofa, crossing his legs. Come on, you guys keep going. I'll cheer you on. He'd like to see this guy get hard. Lu Xiangfeng, Wu Yashue, the two froze, clearly not expecting Song Sickness to have such a good heart. Is this pissed off? Humph. What a waste. Lu Xiangfeng sneered coldly. He had wanted to provoke Song Sickness so he could beat the guy up. But I didn't expect Song Sickness to be so tolerant. Simply the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles of the ninja world. Honey, ignore this sick bastard. Let's go to your king-sized room at your house. It's much more comfortable there than in this Thai rental house. Wu Yashue glared at Song Disease in disgust and turned to look at Lu Xiangfeng daintily. Good. The two of them finally sneered and skimmed Song Sick and left with their arms around each other. Song Sickness watched coldly. He had come all night for no other reason than to bring the two men to the sick. He was going to make these two beg for life and death. A second later would not sit well with him. Chapter 5, The Life of a Rich Man. After delivering the sick, Song Sickness also left the rental house. It was supposed to be the one he rented for Wu Yashue, and it was full of her things and flavors. It was naturally impossible for Song Sickness to stay the night. Even touching a single thing of this woman nowadays, he only felt full of disgust. Maybe that's what you call loving and hating. Walking down the stairs was a dark alley. Song Sick didn't take a few steps before inexplicably feeling a little dizzy. The face also became pale and weak. Helplessly, he hastily leaned against the wall next to him and mentally asked, "System, what's wrong with me?" Song Sickness remembered that the system had said that he was the only disease origin physique in the world, the nemesis of the world's viruses. So the moment you get the system, you are destined to never get sick again. You can even accumulate merit by virtue of absorbing viruses and keep getting stronger. And what's this all about now? The host is a pathogenic body that can be strengthened by absorbing disease and accumulating merit. The same can be said for giving away viruses, lack of virtue and physical weakness. Even when the merit becomes negative, the host may die. This system is dedicated to virtue and goodness. Please host rat's tail juice. The system's explanation sounded, and Song Sickness sucked in a breath of cool air. At the same time it dawned on me. No wonder he felt more and more energized the more viruses he accumulated along with the days he spent healing people. So that's what it is. The loss of merit is severe. So it looks like we'll have to hurry up and open a vet store to build up some merit. Ow 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 ow. Song Sickness was calculating in his mind and didn't take a few steps. A faint bark came from the stinking gutter along the street. Looking through the light of his cell phone, a dirty, half-sized hyena was lying dying in the stinking gutter. All its limbs were bound with wire, and even its mouth for eating was covered with a rubber bucket. You can tell it's man-made. It's hard to believe that people are capable of such heartlessness. Sighing, Song Sick crouched down and picked the puppy up from the stinking ditch. The moment the puppy was touched, the familiar sound of system detection sounded. Sting, sick body detected. Species, dog. Diseases suffered, 8. Skin diseases, eye diseases, respiratory diseases, otitis externa. An information screen about these illnesses also surfaced in front of Song Sickness' eyes. Of course this is only visible to Song Sickness. Unwrapping these wire adhesive buckets, Song Sick skillfully pressed his hand against the puppy. Silently activate the disease-sucking means. Ding! Successfully absorbed skin disease. Merit +1. Ding! Successfully absorbed eye disease. Merit +1. Ding! Successfully absorbed respiratory disease. Merit +1. Soon the 8 diseases in the puppy were cured by the absorption of Song disease, and the merit was added from 43 to 51. Originally feeling weak, Song Sickness instantly refreshed and revitalized. Meanwhile, the dying puppy on the ground slowly crawled up and regained some vigor. The follow-up is just a matter of slow conditioning for a complete recovery. It seemed to know that it was Song Sickness that saved him. The puppy didn't walk away, but wagged its tail and kept licking Song Sick's shoes, expressing the only performance it could do. Seeing this scene, Song Sickness couldn't help but freeze and turn to smile. See, even an animal knows how to be grateful. But what about those people? Coming to the side of the road where he parked, Song Sick started the vehicle and just intended to drive away. Not far away the small familiar figure watched him from the darkness. Get in the car if you want to come with me. Seeing this, Song Sick still smiled and opened the passenger door, allowing the other party to choose. Want. The puppy was smart enough to get into the car in 3 hops. Song Sickness kicked the gas and headed for a 5-star hotel. Just arrived at the entrance of the luxurious hotel. Then a male attendant came up and offered to help with parking. The waitress came forward to entertain. However, see the shabby one man and dog. The smiling waitress froze. Even many of the upper-class people around them cast astonished gazes. Driving a luxury car but this shabby outfit. The contrast is just too great. Facing this unfamiliar environment of luxury and light, the little earth dog also cowered to Song's 6 feet in fear. It was as if it had adapted to the dirty gloom. Even Song Sickness was briefly uncomfortable, but soon calmed down as well. Sir, I'm really sorry, but we can't take pets in this hotel. The waitress responded with a professional fake smile, but there was more or less dislike and contempt in his eyes. In his heart, he even brainstormed the image of a thug for Song disease. Song Sickness didn't say anything more, just calmly pulled out that World Bank card. There was a silence in the room. The waitress sucked in an extraordinarily loud cold breath backwards. Rich, absolute billionaires. How many people in the world can pull out a World Bank card? And the moment Song Sickness blandly took it out, it was enough to say everything. Clean it up and get me the best room. Song Sickness looked at the waitress and faintly asked, is there a problem? No, no problem. The waitress shook her head in a rush, not yet slowing down. Song Sickness, on the other hand, blandly walked into this opulent 5-star hotel amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. See, rules are always just there to keep the poor in bondage. Money and power can solve 99% of the world's problems, and the remaining 1% is that money and power are not enough. Song Sickness was respectfully arranged to stay in an extremely luxurious presidential suite. Without the system, this would have been something he would not have been able to enjoy for the rest of his life. Let's just say he's a little bit luckier than the average person. After the shower, there was a knock on the door of the room. Song Sick opened the door wrapped in a silk bath towel. An even prettier and sexier servicewoman appeared at the door with the black clay dog in her hand. Dear Mr. Song, your puppy has been bathed. Thanks. Song Sick took the leash, as if he had walked through hell. The black earth dog hurriedly ran towards Song Sickness. This time you spent a total of $9,800. Here is your card. Please keep it. The sexy waiter respectfully returned the World Bank card to Song Sick while saying, the highest specification Michelin set meal you ordered is ready. May I ask if you want to enjoy it now? Well, send it in. Soon, a row of waiters pushed in a variety of high-class dishes in an orderly manner. Mr. Song, my name is Shui. I'm here to serve you tonight. If there's anything you need, just say it. Shui will cooperate fully with all of them to ensure your satisfaction. The sexy service took the opportunity to laugh at the innuendo. The smile was extraordinarily sexy and provocative. When she swiped her card, she already knew the balance on that World Bank card. Not 100 million, but 10 billion ampersand. Okay, Song Sickness smiled and closed the door, enjoying up a table full of lavish meals with the little hyena. This is the most expensive meal Song Sick has ever had, and the best meal the little black dog has ever had. I'll call you Wonkai from now on. Song Sickness gave the little black dog a chicken leg, also took a pretty catchy name. Wanted nibbled on a chicken leg and recognized the name. Same time, coincidentally, in a suite at this hotel, Wu Yashue and Lu Xiangfeng are playing poker. Just the bed-lying Wu Yashue bitterly waited for half a day. Lu Xiangfeng just do not play cards. Can't do anything but get spit on her. Mud. What's going on? Why don't you listen to me today? Lu Xiangfeng depressed stopped his ineffective labor. Let me give him encouragement. Wu Yashue smiled flirtatiously, and immediately bent down to act. However, half a day's encouragement still didn't have half the effect. Sleep. Lu Xiangfeng, who couldn't pass the face, turned out the light and inexplicably annoyed and wanted to bite. The horny Wu Yashue could only stop. For some reason, some of them felt like itchy eyes. Chapter 6 Delivering Sickness Veterinarian Shop opens its doors. The next day, Song Sik slept until high noon. The soft premium large waterbeds are extra comfortable to sleep on. After washing up and enjoying another high-profile luxury meal, it was Song Sickness who checked out of the room, took Wang Kai with him, and headed towards the medical center that used to be there. The sexy waitress was full of resentment, but there was nothing left to do. A bustling scenic snack street in Andu has a lot of foot traffic, both during the day and at night. At this moment, however, a medical center at the corner of the street caused many people to stop and watch. Because this medical center is being seized at the moment, there were a few officials in formal clothes scrutinizing the situation, and among them was Jiang Ichuan. Seeing so many onlookers, Jiang Ichuan also took the opportunity to give everyone the law. Everyone pay attention. This medical center just doesn't have a license to practice medicine, practicing medicine indiscriminately and victimizing our people. Now, it's being forcibly seized and the guy who practiced the scam has been legally sentenced. I hope everyone will take this as a warning and try to go to regular big hospitals when they are sick and see a doctor. Don't be greedy for small advantages and be cheated by these unscrupulous medical centers. Parking the car, Song Sik brought Wang Kai and arrived all the way to the shopping center, just in time to see this scene. However, Song Sickness did not have half a bit of anger on his face and mingled in the crowd theater, until the sign that read, Love Snow Medical Center, was cut down and smashed into pieces. Song Sickness laughed it off, no longer caring about the clapping and cheering of the crowd, and turned to look at the store across the street, eyes locked on a Lanzhou ramen restaurant. For no other reason, this noodle shop just happens to be directly across from the Aishua Medical Center, which is the treasure of choice. Otherwise he's afraid those people won't find it. What kind of ramen do you want? Handsome? The boss's wife enthusiastically came up to ask. I want to buy this store of yours. Song Sickness got straight to the point. Silence for the boss's wife. $2 million if you can. Now transfer the money. Song Sickness was even more direct. Are you serious? Seeing Song Disease also does not look like a little cute, the boss's wife asked with some skepticism. What happened? The owner also rushed over at that moment with his apron on. 10 minutes later, on the second floor of the noodle shop. Fine. We'll move out now. And good luck with your little brother's vet store. The couple who really received the money immediately signed a transfer agreement with Song Sickness and packed up immediately. Sorry everyone, the store is closed. Another 10 minutes passed. The ramen restaurant, which had been bustling with activity, went cold. The husband and wife owners even generously gave away pots and pans to those who didn't finish. Outside the noodle shop, customers served bowls of Lanzhou ramen. A dumbfounded look at the husband and wife owners who fled with their backpacks. It's more of a daze. Then a modification team arrived at this time to begin the renovation of the opposite pavilion. And across the street from the renovation, the demolition brigade is still tearing down Love Snow Medical Center. This mounting and dismounting catch up at the same time. It's still the right door, not without creating a spectacle. Even more so, it led to people clapping the doo-wop sound. Song Sik on the second floor also came down and greeted this decorating team. Naturally, he had booked in advance. It was busy until the afternoon. The renovation team that spent a lot of money can be very efficient, and the original noodle shop has been transformed into a vet's office design, and they are all done to the liking of Song Sickness. At the same time, the AI Shui Medical Center on the opposite side of the street was also completely seized. Jiang Ichuan found Song Disease, not forgetting to go up and sneer. This is right. What kind of person? Do what kind of thing? Learn veterinarian. Should do a good job as a veterinarian. Don't think about those evil ways. Barrister Jiang. You seem to be stuttering a bit. In the future, you can be careful when giving people lawsuits. A stuttering lawyer can't be hired by anyone. Song Sickness laughed back, learning from the other's stuttering tone. Jiang Ichuan's sneering face froze. He doesn't know what's wrong with him, but lately he's been stuttering all the time and his body is in inexplicable pain. Was planning on checking it out at the hospital after the seizure. Of course, he'll be more surprised after the inspection. Pay attention. As long as I find out that you dare to cure diseases and harm people again, this lawyer will make sure that you'll always eat jail for the rest of your life. Jiang Ichuan threatened. Let's see if you can survive. Song Sickness sneered. In his eyes, he had long ago pronounced a death sentence on Jiang Ichuan, who suffered from stuttering, acromegaly, and bone cancer. Want. Wang Kai also doggedly barked at Jiang Ichuan. He also smelled a hint of death in Jiang Ichuan's body. Pariahs are pariahs. Jiang Ichuan sneered and left. Being a gold medal lawyer and a graduate of a prestigious university is only considered to be an incompetent rage of song disease. Song Sickness retracted his gaze, naturally not bothering with a person who was about to die. At this time, the person in charge of the decoration came. Mr. Song, according to your requirements, are decorated detoxification well? Please test to see what is still unsatisfactory. Song Sik looked around, and in addition to the renovated exterior, there were all sorts of veterinary medical instruments and clothing that he had pre-customized, as well as expensive vase artifacts customized at a cost of $10 million. After making sure there were no problems, the final payment was made. Looking up, the former Lanzhou Ramen restaurant has been transformed into a sick delivery veterinarian store, completely refreshed. In the future, Song Disease will only be a veterinarian who specializes in the treatment of beasts. It was getting late and the whole scenic snack street was bustling with activity. Song Sickness simply took Wonky for a barbecue. To Song Sik's surprise, Wang Kai, the earth dog, was not picky at all, even beer. Back at the vet store, Song Sik was about to close the front door for the rest of the day. He didn't open this vet store to make money in the first place. Besides, he wasn't even short of money right now. Accidentally, the door didn't close halfway. A sexy young lady in sandals, shorts plus suspenders, holding a dying Shiba Inu. He rushed toward the vet store. Doctor, wait. Save my baby. Song Sickness, but open the door and let the other man in. Open for business. The customer is God. He naturally had no use for refusing to take a guest. The sexy woman placed the Shiba Inu on the table. Her hands were covered in blood, but she was on the verge of crying anxiously. My baby was hit by a car. Please, you must save it. How much money is fine? Song Sik frowned slightly, still wearing his white coat, gloves and mask. Check up skillfully according to what you have learned about veterinary medicine. Though he knew it when he touched it. It hit my stomach, causing a fracture of the inner bone and it was infected. The treatment will cost $5,000. Song Sickness calmly looked at the sexy woman and said, it's no longer like the medical centers of yesteryear, where all they think about is some bull ***** good deeds in charging no more than $100. Now he will no longer be cheap. Besides, he was charging $5,000 as a normal price, and for an injury like this, it would be absolutely tens of thousands of dollars to send it to a big vet store. And the end result is still an apology for resuscitation. Cure, whatever it takes. The sexy woman didn't half hesitate, didn't give a damn about the $5,000 and again seemed to care more about the Shiba Inu. Affirmed. Song Sickness wheeled Shiba Inu into the operating room. Then place your hand on the Shiba Inu's most injured chest. Ding. Successful absorption of bone disease. Merit +1. Ding. Successfully absorbed blood disease. Merit +1. Ding. Successfully absorbed skin disease. Merit +1. On the operating table, the magic happens. The Shiba Inu no longer bleeds, accompanied by Song Disease-assisted extrusion, bone resetting, and blood flow, completely out of life-threatening situations. Song Sickness proceeded to bandage him up. Traumatic injuries like this, with the current level of the system, it was not yet possible to do an instant absorption cure. But even so, it's still far beyond modern medical restoration techniques. 10 minutes later, Song Sickness walked out of the operating room, holding Shiba Inu, whose eyes were slightly open. Baby. Seeing this scene, the sexy woman was so shocked and happy that she hurriedly hugged over. The Shiba Inu also wagged his tail and catered weakly. Thank you, doctor. The sexy woman thanked Song Sik one by one. 5,000 no thanks. Song Sik pulled out the collection code. He'd heard that kind of thanks too many times. The sexy woman didn't say anything more and paid graciously. Before leaving, she didn't forget to give Song Sik a flirtatious smile. Doctor, your medical skills are really superior. Welcome to the next visit. Song Disease, who received the money, also warmed up and waved his hand to send off the guests. Sexy woman's long legs. Why? Chapter 7, carry them all away. Another beautiful day. Song Sik woke up early to open his store as he always did, but this time it was the door to the vet store. After taking Wonky for a quick breakfast, he put on his white coat and sat down to wait for customers. He was looking forward to what he would get after the first round of merit. However, to Song Sik's disappointment, the morning passed without any customers. Apparently last night's first Shiba Inu was just a fluke. In this heyday of one pharmacy at 5 steps and one medical center at 10, he obviously didn't have much competition for this freshly opened vet store. But in truth, what Song Sickness was more looking forward to was the arrival of those 18 horse households in Wu Yashue and the others. But those are mostly chronic diseases that require a certain period of illness. Also, Take advantage of this free time to buy a villa. Song Sickness closed the door decisively and put a phone number on it. It was only then that he took Wanted and drove to the second ring area. He pre-ordered a villa worth hundreds of millions of dollars just last night at night. Although the vet store has rooms to sleep in. But with the summer heat, it was clear that the cottage was more comfortable to fall asleep in. Who would have a problem with a villa? An urban second ring district. Under the Seaching Real Estate Group, one of the largest sales offices is almost overcrowded. As the largest real estate tycoon in Manhwa, the Seaching Real Estate Group's industries were almost all over Manhwa. Daughter, here. Mom's here. In the hot plaza, a 40 or 50 years old or so, coated with foundation, thickly made up older woman, across the distance, waved and shouted at Wu Yashue, who was wearing sunglasses in the distance. However, upon seeing Wu Yashue just alone, Wu Yanchun's smile immediately disappeared. Daughter, where's the son-in-law? He had to go to the hospital beforehand, Wu Yashue said with some loss. Ha? What happened to him? Wu Yanchun anxiously pursued. Wu Yashue's face visibly changed slightly as she stammered. No, it's fine. It's just that there's some body weakness. Naturally, she was not in a good position to tell Wu Yanchun the truth. Lu Xiangfeng is impotent and barks from time to time. Then what about the house? Before can all say good. You see I'm already not allowed to back out. Wu Yanchun more anxious, like an ant on a hot pan. He told us to look at the house first, and when it's time to buy it in installments, he'll pay us, Wu Yashue said. Upon hearing this, the anxious Wu Yanchun breathed a deep sigh of relief and laughed. That's good. Then it's all right. Let's hurry inside then. With that, he pulled Wu Yashue on and walked towards the sales hall. On the way, Wu Yanchun was full of light, not forgetting to praise Lu Xiangfeng's good. This son-in-law is good. To have money, to have money, to have family power. This just meet to buy us a big house. Quoting. Seems to think of something. Full of foundation faceplate suddenly angry. Humph. Unlike the sickly boy you talked about before. A poor man in the countryside. Every time you come to see me, just buy 1,000 or so gifts. Feed the dog? How can such a person be worthy of you? Luckily you parted early, so don't get stuck with this short-lived ghost. After cursing Song Disease, Wu Yanchun in bitter words, daughter you have to cherish Xiangfeng. Such a good man. Cannot be found in the lantern. Wu Yashue was a bit distracted, but still responded. Got it, Mom. Lu Xiangfeng was her leverage to enter high society, and she would naturally cherish it. This is only Mom's good daughter. Wu Yanchun smiled with satisfaction. Let's go. Look at the house. Since it's a good son-in-law's gift, you have to pick a big expensive villa. If you buy it cheaper, it's all a refutation of the person's face. Song Sick, who seldom comes to the second ring road, took Wang Kai shopping to buy many daily necessities. It was only then that he navigated unsteadily to the pre-arranged sales office. After parking the car, Song Sickness directly entered inside the sales hall. Then, once again, he called the salesgirl who was specifically going to receive him last night. Respected Mr. Song is really sorry. Due to the previous reception of your sales today do not have time. Will be my reception you can? Instead, another, more pleasant and soft voice came from the other end of the phone. No problem. For this aspect, Song Disease didn't care. It's nothing to pick at. It's the same for whoever receives it. Once inside the hall, there were surprisingly many people looking at the properties, and every salesgirl was busy. No one would even notice the shabbily dressed Song Sickness. Mr. Song, where are you? I'm coming to find you, Mr. Song, divine doctor. The cell phone and behind her. At the same time, came that amazingly pleasant female voice. Song Sickness looked back, but it was actually Sia, who was wearing a professional OL outfit and black-framed glasses. That kind of purely natural noble and elegant temperament gives a kind of mature imperial maiden flavor. Sia's small mouth was slightly open, likewise not expecting to encounter Song Sickness here. Wait, she suddenly noticed Song Sick call's cell phone. Tentatively, he asked, Dr. Song, is it you who wants to buy a house? No, Song Sickness shook his head. I'm buying the villa. It was ordered last night. Sia, obviously not thinking that the mysterious tycoon who was going to buy hundreds of millions of villas was actually Song Sick. That's a big list. But where did Song Sickness get so much money? Then, let me show you around? Sia quickly responded, forcing out a pleasant smile. Trouble. Song Sickness nodded politely. When the two arrived at the sand display area specializing in villas, they heard a noise. Are you guys still being reasonable? What kind of down payment pays $100 million? Excuse me, ma'am. This is the city's best Tianfu Lakeview villa. It's very rare and sought after. It's a special sale area, and the required down payment is $100 million. What bull ***** rules? You're clearly bullying us. Get your manager here. I'm going to file a complaint against you. Wu Yanchun's voice was loud, like a shrew cursing. She picked and chose and ended up looking at the $200 million Heavenly Lakeview villa. Originally, they were going to make do with what they had, but they didn't expect to be told that the down payment was going to be $100 million. So where were they going to get that kind of money from? So there was a ruckus. Looking at mother and daughter Wu Yashue, Song Sickness was equally surprised. These days he tossed and turned night after night and couldn't sleep, pondering if he was not sick enough to send more to Wu Yashue. But now that he saw the sunglasses the other man was wearing, he was relieved. Mr. Song, wait a moment, I'll take care of it. Discovering the disturbance, Sia, who was the manager, naturally could not stand by and watch. That's right, Si Chang Real Estate Group is the property of the Si family? Song Sickness looked from afar, only to see that the originally elegant Sia had an extra air of a high and cold president. But it was still apparently not enough to face the unreasonable Wu Yanchun. That's something Song Sick couldn't be clearer. It's a good thing Sia put the breakthrough on Wu Yashue. It was only then that the odd mother and daughter were successfully advised to buy another villa worth $120 million. The two mothers and daughters were a little upset, but always happy. And just as the mother and daughter were about to go to inspect the house and sign the contract, they both happened to see Song Sickness. Song Sickness? Both mother and daughter were surprised. But soon Wu Yanchun showed a fierce face and said, "What are you following us for? I'm warning you, my daughter already has a boyfriend. If you dare to harass her again and make her boyfriend misunderstand, I'll tear your face apart." Wu Yanchun stepped forward and gave a bite. This caused Song Sickness to frown slightly. As a result, Wu Yashue also stepped forward and said in a cold voice, "Song Sickness, do you know that this will only make me loathe you even more? Do you think it makes sense to do this? Do you like me that much? Do you think you're worthy of me? Hasn't the lesson of that night taught you to recognize yourself?" Apparently, she also thinks Song Sickness is stalking them. "Do you hear me? You sick bastard. Don't you take a piss and see what makes you worthy of my daughter?" Wu Yanchun was overbearing, cursing closer and closer. Song Sickness frowned, suddenly considering a serious problem. If Wu Yashue dies in the future, what will Wu Yanchun do alone? Wouldn't that make you a widow with no one to take care of you? Song Sickness will never allow such a tragedy to happen. Out of this, ding successful delivery of malignant oral cancer. Merit -1. Song Sickness unconsciously stuck his shoulder with Wu Yanchun, preferring to deduct a little merit to reunite the mother and daughter. Can't help it. Who made him a vet? Specializing in all kinds of beasts. Make this family whole. Chapter 8 Shamelessness. Unknowingly, Wu Yanchun saw Song Sickness walk past and thought he was trying to escape, and chased after one to scold. She had long since gotten used to Song Sickness's contrary good nature. Sia saw that this odd mother and daughter had changed places and made a scene again, still cursing her savior. At that moment, her eyebrows knitted slightly, and she no longer said politely, "Mr. Song is my client, so please put a cleaner mouth on the two of you. If the two of you are still this mouthy and uneducated, I don't mind having security ask the two of you to leave." Sia's voice was icy cold, coldly looking at the two mothers and daughters, revealing an unquestionable dominance. The two mothers and daughters were instantly shocked. Wu Yashue was even more perfectly crushed by Sia's temperament and beauty and didn't dare to make another sound. It was Wu Yanchun who found a breakthrough and mocked. "How can he buy a house with such a short-lived guy? He's a poor, sickly man from the countryside. How can he buy a house? Buying a coffin is more like it." "You," said Sia, exasperated by the viciously spoken woman. "Ms. Sia, why argue with a dog? Let's go see the house." Song Sickness stopped Sia and looked at the mother and daughter with a light smile. "Buying a coffin does suit you well." He couldn't bring himself to argue half as much about two clowns who were going to die. It's like when a dog bites you. You don't like to bite back, do you? How dirty that is. Seeing this, Sia couldn't say anything more, so he took Song Sickness and headed to the Tianfu Lakeview to look at properties. "Shorty, don't you dare curse me." Wu Yanchun got an inch, but when he saw the security guards surrounding him, he had to be bullied into convergence. After that, the two mothers and daughters also followed the sales lady and drove to the villa area. Tianfu Lakeview, one of the most beautiful scenic properties in Manhwa. It is a place of beautiful scenery and mountains. Those who can live here are basically landlords. Song Sickness booked exactly one set of Lakeview villa with favorable terrain. There are 5 floors in total, 3 above and 2 below. Open-air swimming pool, gym, private theater, it all comes with the package. After admiring the circle, Song Sickness only felt that he had arrived at the palace. That feeling of luxury and high-end shock is definitely not something you can experience just by watching a video. "That's fine. Go sign the contract." After a brief look, Song Sickness said decisively, "Mr. Song, this villa is 320 million ANG in full, and if you add in the various equipment configurations, the total is also 380 million ANG. That doesn't make it very cost-effective. So why don't you consider looking at something else? Sia, however, was implicitly advised. She was clear about Song Sickness's deposit and was afraid that Song Sickness would swollen face. The reason why Song Sickness was brought to see the house was not necessarily to make Song Sickness buy it. I just didn't want Song Sickness to lose face in front of that mother and daughter. Often mixing with the workplace for many years, she was naturally able to detect the conflict between Song Sickness and that mother and daughter. That's why she took this opportunity to give Song Sickness a step down. If Song Sickness agreed, at that time, even if Song Sickness didn't have the money to pay for it, she could still give her savior a suite for free. As the daughter of the C family, this kind of expensive villa can't make a decision. Sending a set of millions of rooms still has the right. No need to think about it. It's it. Song Sickness cried and laughed a little. He naturally saw through Sia's mind. Mr. Song. Seeing that Song Sickness was bent on having his way, Sia was helpless and a little angry, but still followed. Just out of Lakeview, Tennessee. Coincidentally, Song Sickness once again encountered the Wu family's mother and daughter who had finished viewing the house. They bought a villa outside of Lakeview in Heaven, which is much less expensive because of its location. Seeing Song Sickness come out from within the heavenly mansion Lakeview, the two smiling mothers and daughters suddenly stopped smiling. Isn't Song Sickness going to the Tianfu Lakeview development that they can't afford? This short-lived ghost won't really want to buy a house, right? Wu Yanchun said with some concern. What can a person who just had a lawsuit buy? Wu Yashue, who knew what happened to Song Sickness, was always dismissive. A lawsuit? What lawsuit? Wu Yanchun instantly became interested. Wu Yashue then shakes out Song's illness, all according to the courtroom routine of course. Returned to the sales office with Sia. The Wu family's mother and daughter had arrived first, and put a down payment on all his savings and signed a contract. However, upon seeing Song Sickness arrive, the two mothers and daughters didn't have the intention of leaving in a hurry, but instead looked on with cold smiles, not forgetting to show off the house book in his hand. They want to see what Song Sickness is going to sell the house with. Mr. Song, purchasing a home like this is a matter of a lifetime. Why don't you consider it for a few more days? Sia saw this and tried to save it. I'm going to be very busy for the rest of the day. I'll have to work on the beasts. I don't have time. Just now. Song Sickness laughed, not forgetting to add, just pay in full according to the specification of $380 million, and get me all those decoration equipment. There was no choice but for Sia to organize the contract. The faces of the mother and daughter on the sidelines were filled with sarcasm. Wu Yanchun even muttered in a conspiratorial manner, Agu. A labor reformer who suffers from lawsuit compensation, and still $380 million? You can't even buy a coffin for that much money. However, when Sia sorted out the contract, Song Sickness signed without hesitation. After blandly handing out that purple and gold-colored Zhang World Bank card, the mother and daughter's sneering faces stiffened with it. Even Sia was stunned. She thought about the countless images of remedies for Song Sickness. The only thing I didn't expect was this big handful of World Bank cards. With trepidation, Sia took the card and slowly swiped it through the POS. The moment the sound of a successful payment rings out, the room was all quiet. The last fluke in the hearts of the two mothers and daughters of the Wu family was also completely broken. Mr. Song, congratulations. You've become the head of the Tianfu Lakeview household. Sia quickly responded and smiled as he handed Song Sickness his card and various documents. The soft voice broke the silence, intentionally speaking to the Wu family's mother and daughter. Thank you. I have business to attend to, so I will take my leave. Song Sickness got up and thanked him, casually slipped the World Bank card into his pocket, took the house book and frankly left, rubbing shoulders with the mother and daughter of the Wu family who were still in shock. Song Sickness didn't show too much joy, much less show off and taunt anything to the mother and daughter. Never cared for the pair of clowns to begin with. Ignorance is the most effective form of contempt. Looking at Song's six-eyed face as he walked by indifferently, Wu Yashue's heart inexplicably tugged. Suddenly, he realized that it was as if he had lost something completely. She couldn't help but think back to the old days when Song Sickness had treated her with all sorts of obedience. It was so strange at the moment. She gritted her teeth and hurried after him. Daughter, wait for me. Seeing this, Wu Yanchun also followed out in a panic. The staged housebook in hand instantly doesn't smell good. She had wanted to see Song Sickness laugh, but she ended up becoming a joke herself. Ha 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 ha, laughing out of me? A staged shrew who keeps mocking billionaires with World Bank cards here? Who gave her the courage? The people around him couldn't help but burst out laughing. Wu Yanchun's face instantly turned red. Thinking back to the various calmness and disregard Song Sickness had just displayed made her feel like a jumping clown, or a little teddy who keeps barking at the male lion. Thinking of this, Wu Yanchun fled even faster. Couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. Song Sick. Stop right there. Wu Yashue chased after him and stopped in front of the car in a commanding tone. Song Sik was surprised to see this woman who still had the face to come after him. Who gave this woman her face? And seeing that Song Sickness didn't say anything, he thought that Song Sickness still couldn't forget himself. In fact, Song Sik can't get her out of his mind. Wu Yashue took off her glasses, and her already reddish eyes suddenly shed tears, questioning in an aggrieved tone. Say, where did this money come from? How much do you still have? In the past, such tactics could be used repeatedly against Song Sickness. When she cried and asked for anything, Song Sickness would satisfy her even if she starved for 9 meals in 3 days. So much so, that, mesmerized by her confidence, she seemed to have forgotten how ugly her previously exposed nature was. Oh, I'm curious. Who gave you that face? Let you still have billion to ask such words? Song Sickness finally couldn't help but sneer out. I didn't realize before that this woman could be so disgusting. You, Wu Yashue was instantly dumbfounded. That's when he thought of the scene where he taunted Song Sickness earlier. It was just that she was used to Song Sik's meekness. The eye disease is starting to come back, isn't it? Song Sickness continued to ask with a smile. How do you know? Wu Yashue's body trembled. Don't worry, it's going to hurt a lot more until you go blind. Looking at the other party's red eyes that had already developed, Song Sickness comforted with a gentle tone. Wu Yashue, however, felt a piercing chill. By the time she reacted, Song Sik had already driven away in his Primera. God's way is good. Who has God spared? Just wait, the fun has just begun. Chapter 9, Soliciting. Seeing that Song Sik drove a luxury car, Wu Yashue's heart tugged even more. Tears came out of her eyes and she yelled at the vehicle in aggravation. Song Sik, I hate you and I will never forgive you. She doesn't seem to have adjusted to the dog-licking transformation. Wu Yanchun also escaped full of flab at this time, just in time to see Song Sik's dashing back as he drove away in his luxury car. It would be worse than killing her. Invisible gave her another blow. How did the sick kid she looked down on suddenly get so rich? Daughter, don't be confused. This short-lived ghost seems to be an outbreak of wealth mentality, wanting to take revenge on us through such means. That money of his is probably dark money from unknown sources. This kind of person, even if he dresses like a man, is a lowly breed at heart, and cannot be compared to his son-in-law's family. Seeing Wu Yashue crying, Wu Yanchun hurriedly consoled, all the while consoling myself by brainstorming like this. He's not even worthy of lifting Shaolu's shoes? Wu Yashue, however, seemed like a different person at this moment. The corners of her mouth hooked into a cold smile, wiped away her tears, and put on her sunglasses again. Daughter you? Wu Yanchun was also startled by Wu Yashue's wave of lightspeed face changes. I was just testing him. It seems he still has me in his heart. Wu Yashue smiled confidently. If Song Sickness didn't like her, why did he stop to talk to her just now? Even concerned about her eye problems? These are clearly implied. It's implied that Song Sickness is still deeply in love with her and can't help himself. Song Sik, I'd like to give you a ing ingot. Daughter, you can't do anything to dishonor your son-in-law. We're still counting on him to pay off our mortgage. Wu Yanchun said anxiously. I'm just giving this lickspill a little sweetener to give him hope. Didn't you see his World Bank card? And the villa and luxury car he just bought? Wu Yashue narrowed her eyebrows slightly and said. Wu Yanchun froze, and his gaze instantly became greedy. If they could trick Song Sickness into holding the World Bank card and the Tianfu Lakeview villa that they had their eye on, and the limo, kick Song Sik again, that would be great. Daughter, go ahead. Mom supports you, but you mustn't let this short-timer get the slightest advantage. Don't even let him kiss your mouth. Dump it quickly after cheating. This kind of cheap bastard doesn't deserve these luxuries, Wu Yanchun said with 2 glowing eyes. Don't worry. I know him, since he has me in his heart. In a few days, he will definitely worry about my eyes and then obediently come to me. Wu Yashue's red lips raised confidently, already fantasizing about Song Sik coming in the middle of the night and begging her to cure her eyes. It was getting late. Song Sickness had wanted to take Wonky to a big dinner and then back to the vet store. It turned out that a customer actually called halfway through the day. Song Sik's eyes lit up and he immediately drove to the vet store. It doesn't matter if you make money or not. Doing good deeds is most important. Song Sickness arrived. I was surprised to find that the customer was still the same sexy young lady from last night. Even more coincidentally, her baby was hit by a car again. Still in the same position. Song Sickness was silenced by the for a moment. This young lady is also strange good. Came to give him credit for coming. After an operation, Song Sickness cured Shiba Inu again. Joyful mention of 3 points of merit. Shiba Inu jumped into the arms of the sexy young lady with another bandage. This time, Song Disease wanted to charge only 2,000. But it turned out that people were generous. Hardsaw gave 5,000 to Song Sik. He also gave his name and added Song Sickness on WeChat. Dr. Song, I'm troubling you again at this late hour. Wang Xiaoxiao said gratefully. The knit brows and smile are hard to hide the charming and sexy temperament. It's innate. It's no trouble. I'll have to trouble Ms. Wang to introduce more customers to me in the future. Song Sickness enthusiastically sends them off. This is the reason why it is said that once you are born again. Sending off Wang Xiaoxiao and her baby, Song Sick was in a good mood and took Wang Kai to jerk off the skewers. The next day, Song Sickness still woke up early in the morning for business. Put on your white coat. Nay, the watch was kept until high noon, and as usual, there were no customers. This made him unable to help but look forward to Wang Xiaoxiao's baby a little more. Ahem. Suddenly, Song Sickness had a flash of insight and looked down at the playing Wang Kai. Wang Kai had a jolt and hurriedly licked up Song 6 feet as if to please, but it couldn't extinguish the increasingly hot light in Song 6's eyes. You don't have the merit. You can brush it off. There's no customers. He can go hustle. Wang Kai, let's go. Hustle. Suddenly enlightened, Song Sick didn't even take off his white coat, took Wang Kai with him, and drove the Paramera. Thus began the journey of solicitation. Song Sickness aimed straight for the suburbs, and soon found a number of stray cats and dogs among some shady alleys. Yes, this is the guest he was talking about. Just as Song Sickness approached, these stray cats and dogs fled immediately as if they were born to recognize life, not giving Song Sickness a chance to approach. The helpless Song Disease could only pin his hopes on Wang Kai. Wang Kai, it's up to you. Do a good job and I'll give you bigger chicken legs tonight. Wang Kai, who had been touched and treated by Song Sickness, was like a light that had been turned on, and was born with a hint of extra resourcefulness. Want. Soon it was like a hound rushing out. Song Sickness then followed behind. One day down the line, a stray dog and a stray cat were successfully rescued. They are almost always abused by humans to the point where they can't move well enough to do anything but wait for death. Some, like the wands of yesteryear, are bound by various tools to their mouths, limbs, necks. What's worse is having limbs chopped off, eyes gouged out, half a head chopped off. A taste of the dark side of mankind. Luckily Song Sick found them and cured them. Song Sick even brought them back to the vet store and raised them. A good vet store always needs pets to complement it. That's how you look professional. Just like some new stores always like to pay actors to line up to increase their popularity for a reason. This was something that Song Sickness had overlooked before. In the following days, Song Sickness was using this method to take Wang Kai out to solicit customers. The number of stray pets rescued is also increasing. The otherwise clean and cold vet store was buzzing with activity. It attracts a lot of people to the vet store to jerk off and pet their cats and dogs. This indirectly pulled another wave of popularity for Song Sickness. So it didn't take long for customers to bring their pets in for treatment. Business is picking up. The merit accumulated by Song Sickness was suddenly restored to 88 points at one point. However, behind the bountiful harvest, trouble arose. With so many stray pets, not only do you have to bathe and feed them every day, but you also have to shovel their poop. It's too busy for Song Sickness to be busy at all. I didn't even have time to go to the large Tianfu Lakeview villa that had long been renovated. Therefore, Song Disease decisively pasted a recruitment notice on the door. Just wish I could recruit someone to come and hit the ground running. Another busy day. Song Sick finished shoveling and proceeded to bathe the pet. Wang Kai was supervising from the sidelines. Today he has taken in 11 stray pets, plus guests who stay and care for them. The whole vet store is buzzing right now. It's a little more tiring every day, but looking at these cute little guys, Song Sick suddenly became somewhat fond of the profession of veterinarian. Hello? Just as he was working hard, a light and soft young girl's voice came from behind him. The voice is a little whiny. It makes one do a j. Song Sickness turned back, only to see a luscious silhouette in a loose sweater. Not knowing when it had come behind him, she had her hands in her pockets, her hat hiding her features. The bodysuit extended to the thighs and covered the shorts, exposing a pair of snow-white, slender comic legs. Make a difference. Song Sick's gaze couldn't help but take a few more glances to make sure the other party didn't have a pet. You are? Song Sick asked curiously as he put down the one-eyed cat in his hand. The bodysuit girl glanced at her pet in the bath and took off her hat. 2 waist-length ponytails, waterfall-like, poured out first, followed by revealing that exquisitely lovely face. My name is AI Beast and I'm here to apply for a job. She happily pulled out the torn-off job list. Applying for a job. Song Sickness' eyes lit up as he once again sized up this cute girl. Wait, what's the other guy's name? Chapter 10 AI Little Beast. That, Miss AI Little Beast. How old are you? Song Sickness is a serious interview. This issue is important. It's against the law to recruit underage girls in Anguilla. Probably D. AI said with some uncertainty as the little beast looked down and couldn't see his toes. D? Song Sickness was taken aback and couldn't help but steal a look as well. Is it that big? No. I was asking about your age. Song Sickness reacted. Well, just turned 18 yesterday. You see, said AI Beast. Instead of going to get his ID card, he took off his clothes on the spot. Yes, she's undressing. Hey, what are you doing? Song Disease's face changed slightly. Have a talk. You're still young. Don't go down the path of crime. But AI's little beast had already taken off the baggy pink jumper, revealing a flattering and cool halter shorts outfit. Underneath the delicate and small figure, the plump and proud peaks were crying out to be perfectly set off. Just a quick glance told me, definitely cooked. Well, AI little beast looked at Song Disease expectantly, with more than a hint of dorkiness in his large star-like eyes. Song Sickness sweated, obviously not expecting the little girl to be so open. But first things first, it's not like he let it come off. Ahem, Ms. AI-chan Beast. Just call me Beast. Little Beast's sister. Doing this job may look easy, but it's actually not easy at all, and I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. And I'm hiring long-term workers, not students for part-time jobs. Song Sickness looked at the fine-skinned AI little beast, and despite having a stunning body and beautiful face, he still didn't intend to hire him. He's looking for the little pets, not for himself. He needs the kind of man who is strong, or the kind of older woman who can take a beating and isn't afraid to get dirty. No, I can take it. I can take any kind of pain, and I'm no longer in school. I just came to the big city to find a job. I really love small animals. Please give me a chance. AI little beast looked pitifully at Song Sickness. It was hard to make anyone say no with those innocent little eyes. Song Sickness was quite surprised that AI little beast didn't go to school at such a young age. But still serious. Are you sure? I'm very busy here and you may need to be on call every day. No problem. AI little beast confidently patted his chest. Okay. Then I'll give you a 3-day trial period. And when you can't stand it, you can always say so. The basic salary is 10,000 a month. Food is included but not housing. And rewards for good work are separate. Seeing that the other party still insisted, Song Sickness still decided to try it out first. Just change it when it doesn't fit. Can you cover it all? And I can have less for my paycheck. AI little beast blinked innocently. Song Sickness, thinking that the other party is here to work. A little girl in a big city like Andu to rent a room is also expensive. Song Sickness pointed to the stairs and said, there is only one room here that you can stay in for free, with the same pay as before, but you will need to look after the pets during the night. Thank you boss. Boss, you are so nice. AI Shao Beast smiled charmingly and bowed deeply at Song Sickness. Exposed gullies, like an abyss. Then he only saw AI little beast turn around and run out, and when he came back again, he was already carrying 2 big black bags in his hands. It looks heavy and I don't know what it's loaded with, but AI Xiaobei lifted it easily, and put it on the second floor in one round trip. The other party had just come to Andu to look for a job, and then he encountered the Song Disease. Boss, you go rest. Let me do it. As soon as AI's little beast came downstairs, he immediately went to work and gave his pet a bath. You can tell the technique is rusty with a few hints of roughness. Definitely a first. Wang Kai, who was acting as an overseer on the side, just called down to the strange girl in front of her. It was pulled down on the spot by AI's little beast. You wanna wash too? Come on. Ow. The whole time AI little beast worked cheerfully, and it was obvious that he really liked the job. Song Sickness has a rare moment of leisure, so he can finally sit down and rest and relax like an overstore manager. Because of the addition of AI's little beast, the evening's work was done quickly. Good. That's enough for today. Go eat. Song Sickness nodded with satisfaction and said, there was more than a hint of goodwill towards this hardworking and clever girl. Who says pretty is a vase? AI little beast managed to break that law. Snack Street. A man, a woman and a groundhog. Is there anything you want to eat? After scanning around the room, Song Sickness still decided to give this option to this new employee. Gotta entertain and show off your generosity. Let's have roast chicken. Chicken is my favorite. AI Shao Beast's beautiful eyes burned as she looked diagonally across the street at a authentic big roasted chicken store. The little belly he was covering had rumbled. Song Sickness, how many of you? The waiter came forward enthusiastically. 2 of you. 3 large roasted chickens please. Song Sickness laughed. Yes please wait. 10 minutes later, the waiter brought 3 large roasted chickens. Enjoy yourselves, both of you. AI's little beast can't wait to start eating. Song Sickness handed one to Wang Kai and ate it as well. I have to say, the roast chicken was really good. Oily but not greasy, with excellent flavor. However, before Song Sickness could take a few bites, he felt a pair of eager little eyes staring straight at him. Looking up, who else could it be if it wasn't AI little beast? Not full? Song Sickness asked in surprise. AI nodded her head. Waiter, another one. Okay. 3 minutes later. Still not full? AI nodded again. How many more can you eat? AI little beast stretched out her small snow white hand and spread out her 5 onion white slender fingers. It didn't feel right and withdrew another one. Sure, Song Sickness expressed skepticism. However, seeing AI Xiao Beast's innocent expression, Song Sickness was still ordering 4 chickens. Outcome. I little beastie was eating the last one in less than 10 minutes. Looking at this chick, Song Sick's face looked strange. You fled the famine, right? If he remembered correctly, this was already the 6th chicken that AI's little beast had eaten, right? One person dazzle 6 chicken. Can open eat broadcast hee, this roast chicken is so good. The extra will just come out of my paycheck. After finishing the last one, AI's little beast finally burped. The corners of Song Sick's mouth twitched, but the thought of the other man working as hard as he did balanced it out a lot. With hundreds of millions of dollars in his pocket, he doesn't care about the chickens. After settling the bill, Song Sick gave one of the keys to the veterinarian store to AI Xiaobei. Take Wang Kai and go. Don't shop for too long if you want to. So where do you sleep, boss? AI Xiaobei asked, a little embarrassed. She remembered that when she put in her traveling gift, there was just one room and one bed on the 2nd floor. I'll just be casual, Song Sickness said casually. Okay. AI Xiaobei guiltily took the key and pulled Wang Kai to leave. Wang. But Wang Kai seemed to have been wary of the strange woman, and barked and wouldn't go away. Wang Kai is good, if you are not good you will be spanked. AI little beast tenderly picked up Wang Kai. The little guy was instantly docile. Bye boss. AI's little beastie hugged Wanted and headed for the vet store. Song Sickness opened his cell phone to see that the monitoring was normal, so he was also relieved to drive to the large villa in Tianfu that he had bought. After buying it for so many days, I can finally enjoy it. Song Sickness smiled faintly and bought some small wine with the food along the way. Come to the villa and lie down on the balcony recliner, enjoying the beautiful night view of Lake Tianfu. Have a house, a car, and savings. A different kind of enjoyment. He could have enjoyed this sooner. Chapter 11, Rising Fame. The first hospital for the people of Andu. Inside a luxurious VIP ward, Lu Xiangfeng was lying on the hospital bed with a waxen color and a gloomy face. Honey, I have good news for you. You will be very happy. My mom and I have bought a house, or a villa. Do you see how beautiful it is? Wu Yashua leaned forward flirtatiously with a loan slip and a photo. Pa glad mudblood. You. However, before she could throw herself into Lu Xiangfeng's arms, the latter had already thrown a large bib. Wu Yashua was thrown off on the spot and sat on the ground in a daze. Honey, what's wrong with you? Wu Yashua's eyes were teary. What's wrong with me? The doctor diagnosed me with AIDS. What do you think happened to me? Lu Xiangfeng looked at this person in front of him with a gloomy gaze. What he doesn't want to say is that in addition to AIDS, he's also diagnosed with impotence, necrosis, and rabies, a whole quartet of horrible terminal illnesses that men are most wary of. It all miraculously happened to him alone. How did that make him take it? What he doesn't realize, of course, is that in addition to these, there are a dozen other terminal illnesses that have yet to strike. After all, these terminal illnesses were given away by Song Sickness, who spelled out the great disability of merit. Wu Yashua's delicate body trembled as if it was a bolt from the blue. Lu Xiangfeng has AIDS. What about her? Immediately, as if she had seized something, she hurriedly said, treasure medicine. Where are those treasure medicines? At first, Song Sickness also cured AIDS with that medicine. Yet. Hearing this, Lu Xiangfeng became even more angry and got up to give Wu Yashua another big bibble. Through the group analysis, those are some ordinary tonic medicine. What bull **** treasure medicine? Loss of old son. Really believe you this? Wu Yashua is like a thunderbolt. Face white, but still do not want to believe. Impossible. When Song disease is to give those patients to drink these medicines to drink well. I saw it with my own eyes. Could it be that he's hiding something else from me? No, how could this asshole hide something from me? At this time, the team of doctors for the treatment also walked in. Lu Xiangfeng impatiently waved his hand and said, get lost. Don't come to have seen lousy until you find the real prescription. And don't you presume about the house money or marrying me. Lu Xiangfeng's words were like thunderbolts from a clear sky, instantly pronouncing a death sentence on Wu Yashua. She was thrown out in disgrace. 2 extra forced pocket marks on her face in gaudy makeup, carrying her bag with a disoriented look. So much for her dream of marrying into a rich family? No, I can't lose this. Wu Yashua clenched her teeth, her face showing a grimace. Her reddened eyes then became furious. Damn Song Sick. In vain I am still your girlfriend. How dare you lie to me? You shall not die a good death. Wu Yashua instantly blamed all her grievances on Song Sickness. If Song Sickness had given her the real prescription, she wouldn't have had what happened today. But soon, she thought of something. Her pretty face changed violently, and she hurriedly ran to check it out. Early in the morning, Song Sick came to work in a primera. The days are better, but the classes still have to be taken. Always have something to look forward to, so that life has meaning. For example, every day he looks forward to the stars and the moon, expecting those beasts to come to him. Just after entering the store, Song Sickness saw Ai Shao Beast's busy snow-white long legs. She was wearing a pair of slippers bigger than those exquisite jade feet and was bending her brute back and pouting her ass. It's dripping wet, wiping down tables and chairs in the cell, blissfully unaware of the arrival of Song Sickness. Just the right angle and height. Wang Kai took the lead in welcoming him out, and it was only then that Ai Xiaobei spotted Song Sickness through the gap between his legs. Boss, Ai Little Beast looked up in a hurry. Well, take a break and do it slowly. You don't have to work so hard, Song Sickness said in relief. It should. Ai Xiaobei smiled sweetly. Don't you have slippers? Song Sic's gaze once again fell on Ai Xiao Beast's wet Giorgio. Because these slippers, they're his. Ai Xiao Beast noticed Song Sic's gaze and thought Song Sic had some kind of cleanliness fetish. The two little feet shrank, and hastily took them off, stepping barefoot on the ground and apologizing. Sorry boss, I went out in a hurry and forgot to bring them. But don't worry, I don't have smelly feet. I'll clean them up for you. No, you will wear it. Song Sickness sweated, at the same time transferring $1,000 to Ai Little Beast. Go buy a pair of feet that fit when you have time, and make up for whatever you're missing in the meantime. Although there was still one more day of assessment left, Ai Little Beast's hard work and endurance over the past 2 days had already met Song Disease's requirements. Thank you boss. Ai Little Beast smiled happily, and the two little Geo rewore Song Sic's slippers and continued to work hard. Is Veterinarian Song here? Outside the door at this time came a fat woman, and in her hand she held a pig. That's right, a pig. It's still big. About 200 pounds. Song Sickness instantly came to life and hurriedly took down the white coat on the wall and put it on. Yes, I am Veterinarian Song. Great. Veterinarian Song, please take a look at my piggy. It's giving birth, but there's just no milk and the piglets are starving to death. I've been to several big vet stores and nothing has worked, so I came to see you after hearing that you're great at treating pets here. Like she had grabbed a lifeline, the fat ant told Song Sickness about the cause of her illness. Song Sickness went up, squatted down and examined Ino Nai, and quickly knew the cause of the disease through the system. Well, is there help? Fat Auntie got nervous and several large vet stores pronounced a death sentence. If Song disease can't be cured anymore, it can be cured. Come on, help me carry it up to the table with me. Oh well. Song Sickness and the fat woman, one after the other, grabbed the piggyback that weighed about 200 pounds. Come on, 1, 2, 3, up. Hey yaho. Ow. The two of them spent 9 oxen and 2 tigers, but finally lifted the piggy up. Beastie, come help. Oh, Song Sickness and Ai Beast then pushed Piggy into the operating room. Boss, is this to kill a pig? I'm the best at it. Where's the pig killing knife? Ai Little Beast's little face was filled with excitement. Song Sickness, hold it down. Oh, with the assistance of Ai Xiao Beast, Song Sic put on gloves, smeared on some oil, sterilized and disinfected it, and began to rub it. Ow. With a set of silky breastfeeding massages, the piggy is on cloud 9 with comfort and squeals loudly. Hearing the fat older sister outside dry up and pace back and forth, the tourists coming and going outside the store were even more confused. This is? Killing a pig? It doesn't seem like it's New Year's yet, does it? Wow, the boss is so skillful. Inside the room, Ai Xiao Beast's beautiful eyes were glowing, and there was more than a hint of admiration for Song Sickness in her eyes. Want to learn? I'll teach you. Song Sickness laughed. Real doo-doo fake doo-doo? May I? Ai Little Beast's cute face was filled with anticipation. 10 minutes later, the pig's squeals came to an abrupt end, and Song Sickness managed to harvest 2 points of merit, regaining the 90 mark, still 10 points away from completing the first round of meritocracy. Well, roll it out. The two men pushed Piggy out, and Song Sickness and the fat woman wasted no time in unloading Piggy. Thank you so much, Veterinarian Song. I didn't expect you to have such highly manipulative medical skills when you look so young. Looking at Leoni's Piggy, the fat woman smiled and praised Song Sic one by one. It was supposed to be $5,000, but seeing as you're beautiful and kind, big sister, that 500 would be fine. You can come to me for any future pet illnesses. I charge cheaply here and specialize in difficult cases. Song Sickness chuckled. Ha. Young man's mouth is so sweet. Then big sister will not be polite, haha. Don't worry, if my piggy has anything in the future, I'll still come to you. The older sister was instantly happier and happily paid and left. She didn't find it expensive. I've spent thousands of dollars on treatment at a big vet store and I'm still not cured. In comparison, you can imagine how affordable Song disease charges are. It's also all about healing first, then charging for it. Over the next 2 days, several more customers came in with their pets. Veterinarian Song's reputation as a wonderful healer has gradually grown. Chapter 12, Patient Seeking Treatment. Beastie. Good job these past few days. Congratulations on your conversion. Song Sickness laughed and bought AI Shao Beast a beautiful nurse's uniform. Thanks boss. AI Little Beast was pleasantly surprised, put down the Wang Kai in his hand, took the nurse's uniform, and ran to the second floor to change. At that moment, an old man in a tang suit and a young girl in a red princess dress walked in. The old man's face was full of sorrow, but the young girl was careless, even a little helpless. Young man, may I ask, is there a medical center called Love Snow Medical Center in this neighborhood? Song Sickness froze. He didn't recognize the two men in front of him, but it was clear that the two men thought they must have come from hearing about his former reputation. Although he had opened the Aishua Medical Center for a very short period of time in the first place, a little bit of fame was still there. Yes, it's right across the street. Still smiling, Song Sickness pointed out the way and went about his business on his own. Today he has long since left the past behind. Finding Divine Dr. Song was naturally none of his veterinarian Song's business. Lee reached a clear stunned, followed the look, saw the store that has long lost the signboard was seized cold. Grandpa, I told you that what's his name Dr. Song is a liar. He was all sentenced by the live court trial in the first place. Show you and you still don't believe me. Li Menglin stepped forward and helplessly said. However, the moment she saw Song Sickness, her pretty face changed and she pointed at Song Sickness and exclaimed out in shock. It's you, the liar. She happened to have watched that live broadcast, and even took on the role of justice to blast Song Sickness and give donations to those victims. So, at a glance, she recognized Song Sickness. She despises those who make black money. In particular, how is it different from making money from patients by treating them indiscriminately? Manglin, no rudeness, Lee Dada shouted. Grandpa, he's that divine Dr. Song you're looking for. Fart, what a divine doctor. Just a crook with no morals. Li Menglin scolded nonchalantly, not having a favorable impression of Song Sickness. Seeing this, Song Disease's brows furrowed slightly as he looked towards this inexplicable woman. He hadn't offended the other side, had he? On the contrary, when Li Dada heard that Song Sickness was the Song Divine Doctor, his cloudy old eyes immediately lit up, like grabbing a life-saving straw. He went forward and excitedly said, Little friend Song, please also save Menglin. How much money is fine? Li Menglin's pretty face changed slightly, and she stubbornly said, Grandpa, why are you begging this kind of person? He's just a liar who has cheated many innocent people. I won't let this kind of person cure me even if I die. Menglin, shut up. Your eldest uncle's genetic disease was cured by Divine Dr. Song. He must be able to cure you as well. Reach Li turned around and chided. Grandpa. Li Menglin was furious and stomped her feet. Why didn't even her loving grandfather believe her anymore? She's seen it all over the internet. Can it be fake? Thinking angrily, she glared indignantly at Song Sickness again, full of dangerous threats. The haughty little eyes seemed to say, you big liar. If you dare to say yes, see if I don't beat you to death. Song Sickness bitterly smiled and shook his head, then looked at Li Dada and said, Master, I think you have misunderstood. I am not some kind of Song Divine Doctor. I am just a veterinarian who makes a living, only treating animals, and won't give medical treatment to human beings. However, if you have any pets that need to be seen, I'd be happy to oblige. No, 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 little friend you listen to me. The old man is, Li Cheng Tobacco Group, people. This girl was born pampered, but also blame me spoiled out. If there is an offense to the little friend, I hope not to take it into account. Reach Li revealed himself and remained humble, and this relationship really caused Song Sickness' face to change slightly. Everyone in Anhwa knows that Li Cheng Tobacco Group is the largest tobacco group in Anhwa. It controls almost all of the nation's tobacco interests, and more than 30% of the world's. And tobacco utilization can almost always be ranked first when you look at the world. Seeing that Song Sickness was silent, Li Dada continued to explain his purpose. Little friend Song, Li Zhongchuan is my son, and he was cured by you. To tell the truth, our Li family has always had a family genetic disease, which has a very low recurrence rate. But unfortunately since Zhongquan, Menglin the girl was also diagnosed not long ago. That's why I would like to ask my young friend to make a move. In the beginning you cured Zhongquan for $100. Now as long as you cure Menglin, I'm willing to repay you with 1,000,000 anan as a reward. Li Reached said very sincere. Like this often deal with the old fox. A word is learned. Song Disease but laughed. To be placed in the past, even if not money he cured. It's just a touch. It's just a shame that right now he's just a vet and can't cross the line. How can I heal when they're all banned? It's a head-killing offense. So he politely said, Moncler, I understand your feelings of wanting to save your granddaughter. If it were me, I would also be so anxious. I'm just sorry that I'm really just a vet now. And I've already been issued a ban on practicing medicine in Ningguo for life. And if I violate it, I'll be sentenced to life imprisonment. So I really don't dare to make fun of my life anymore. Lee Dada's old eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but look deeply at Song Disease. How could he not hear Song Disease's words? But now, for the sake of his granddaughter, he has no choice. Taking a deep breath, he seriously said, "Little friend, as long as you are willing to make a move, I'll take the honor of the entire Licheng Tobacco Group to guarantee that no one will dare to touch you, and give you 1 more million. There are good hospitals all over Manhwa, so I hope you'll look high and low and find another place." Song's sick attitude always. Polite send-off. In the past, when he was in trouble, Sia was the only one who stood up to help him. Other people will forget about it, can't afford to offend Lu's Medicine Group can understand. And Li Zhongchuan, who is Licheng Tobacco Group, chose to turn a blind eye. Don't say there's nothing fishy behind this. Of course, Song's sickness was not qualified to say anything about this. After all, everyone had their own choices. Naturally, he would not moralize. But nowadays, no one can kidnap him either. Let's just say it's all a result of their choices. Veterinarian Song, quickly show my puppy. Okay, right away. At that exact moment, someone brought a pet to see a doctor. Song Disease immediately warmly came forward and seriously diagnosed. "Humph, Grandpa, did you see that? This bastard is so aggressive in saving an animal. He's clearly flirting with you." Li Manglin on the side was angry and stomped her feet. Born with a golden key since childhood, she would only vent by her nature. Of course, when she experienced the horrors of the Li family's genetic disease, she probably wouldn't be so petulant and capricious. Li Dada's face changed as well. In fact, when something happened to Song's sickness, Li Zhongchuan had asked for help. But offending the Lu family for the sake of Song Disease was just not worth it in his opinion. So without even thinking about it, I refused. But I did not expect, like retribution, Li Manglin suddenly diagnosed. In response, he had asked Li Zhongchuan to come and invite Song sick. But the two fathers and sons had a big fight. I can't afford to lose that person. Dropping a sentence, Li Zhongchuan resolutely left. Li Dada had no choice but to personally bring Li Manglin. He felt that with his identity as the person behind the control of Licheng Tobacco Group, a personal visit was enough to make Song's sickness respectfully strike out. But he didn't expect that Song's sickness was even more determined than he thought. Little friend Song, in this society, more friends are always better than more enemies. You're still young. Don't be young and frivolous and delay a great future. This is the old immortal's business card. So little friend Song can contact me if he thinks it over. Li Reach not just can be amiable and polite, slightly threatening opening. After saying that, he left a business card on the table and left. "Humph, dead liar, do your job as a veterinarian. If you dare to cure me, this lady will never spare you. Don't think my boss has a good temper and is easy to bully. Come at me if you can." The haughty Li Manglin took the opportunity to threaten. But as a result, before she could finish, Ai Xiaobei, who had changed into her nurse's uniform, had already rushed down to straddle the room. The raging of the caller instantly killed this haughty princess of the Li family. Li Manglin's pretty face changed slightly, and she left with a cold snort of indignation. The contempt for Song's sickness deepened a few points. Chapter 13, Wu Yashua's doorstep begging to get back together. Seeing off the customer, Song Sick glanced at the business card. "Tear it off with your hand and throw it in the trash." Only then did he look over at AI Little Beast, who had stood up for him. A blush. "Boss, you have good taste, and this is a beautiful dress. It's a little short, but it's so cool to wear in the summer." AI Xiao Beast elegantly spun around in front of Song Sickness, her short nurse's uniform swaying in the wind, her absolute domain hidden from view. The proud breasts were even more perfectly set off by this uniform. Paired with that soulful and delicate little face, it simply made one's animal blood boil. Who doesn't look confused? Song Sickness, mouth. He remembers he bought it at a regular store. At the time, the sales guy asked if he wanted a summer or winter model, so he chose the summer model. It even emphasizes the formal ones. That sales boy even threw Song Sick a firm look. "Got it. No. Are all nursing sisters so open-minded these days? Boss, don't look at me like that. I'm shy." Seeing Song Sickness freeze, Xiao Beast grabbed the collar of her clothes, clamped her jade feet, her cherry lips lightly biting, her pretty face flushed. Song Sickness returned to his senses and coughed dryly to ease the embarrassment. "What would you like to eat for lunch? I also want to eat a big roast chicken." Instantly unashamed, AI's Little Beast spread her legs and raised her little hands. Song Sickness, chickens, it seems, have a fatal temptation for AI's Little Beast. The familiarity of the two also allowed AI Xiaobei to completely let go. Birdie's stomach went straight for 8 large roasted chickens. But even so, Song Sickness still inexplicably felt that this nymphette had still tightened up. This may not be her true strength. T on D. A young girl with petite and long legs, can eat 8 chickens in one meal. You believe that? Where did all the nutrition go? Sometimes, Song Sickness even wanted to carefully touch and see if this girl could be suffering from some strange disease. After the roast chicken dinner, AI Beast then took Song 6 Paramera and went off to deliver pets to customers while picking up pets in need of treatment. The main focus is a door-to-door service. It was getting late, and AI Little Beast hadn't come back yet. Song Sick was wearing a white coat, leaning leisurely against the coffee table, sipping tea and swiping the duyo. At that moment, a silhouette in a short white over-the-shoulder dress came through the door. With her feet on high heels and wearing gaudy heavy makeup with white stockings, she could be said to be extremely sultrily dressed. Why are you back so late? Thinking it was AI Little Beast, Song Sickness subconsciously looked over. The smile on his face disappeared instantly. It turned grim, because the person who came was not AI Little Beast, but Wu Yashue, who he pined for day and night. It's finally here. This day, he had waited for the flowers. Song Sick. He doesn't want me anymore. Ooh. Wu Yashue also discovered Song Sickness on the sofa and instantly pounced with tearful eyes, with a sobbing voice, full of grievances, trying to jump into Song Sick's arms for comfort. The main theme is one of probation with love. This was the first time she had taken the initiative to throw herself at Song Sickness, so she was confident that this hug was enough to dissolve the resentment in Song Sickness's heart and cover up her small faults. Unfortunately, the moment she lunged, Song Sickness had already dodged away like a matador. Wu Yashue like a pounced on the air, and in the process sat down softly on the sofa on the floor, looking miserably at Song Sickness. Disbelief and surprise were written all over Phantom's eyes. Facing your own throwdown, how could he refuse? In the past, all she had to do was hold Song Sick's hand and it was enough for the other to blush and be happy for the whole day. Song Sickness looked at this woman. Remembering the image of the other party disgusting herself with Lu Xiangfeng back then, there was nothing but disgust in his heart. He doesn't want you and you come to me? Treat me like a trash can? Sorry, I don't take trash. Song Sickness opened his mouth with a cold smile. Song Sick. I was wrong. Can we start over? I've been around the block and I realized that you're the best for me. I love you and I can't stay away from you. I swear I'll cherish you this time. Wu Yashue opened her mouth in a pitiful manner, showing her true feelings. The acting is pretty bombastic. This was the reason why she had been able to play Song Sickness for the past 3 years. Oh, love me, want to puke? You're in love with my money and prescriptions. Seeing that I have value again. Want to drain me again and then dump me like the trash before? And then into the arms of another man? Wu Yashue, I now realize that your cheeks are even thicker than the foundation you put on. That you really have the face to come to me. Are you not thinking how disgusting your behavior was before? Song Sickness coldly laughed and uncovered. Straight nausea. Just eaten roasted chicken are about to spit out. How in the world can there be such an unashamed woman? How dare you think that being betrayed in this way, being dumped, crying in both eyes makes you a victim and the betrayed man will choose to forgive? There can't really be such a pure love guy in the world. Can there? He'd only seen it in TV shows anyway. Wu Yashue's sobs stalled, and a hint of panic flashed in her tear-filled eyes. Obviously not expecting it, Song Sickness saw through her mind so instantly, and so thorough. It was nothing like the lickspittle who had been so obedient to her. But in fact, what really made her put her foot down and urgently come to find Song Sickness to get back together originally wasn't just these. Rather, it was because her tests revealed that her eye disease had returned and she was facing the possibility of blindness at any time. What's even scarier is that in addition to the eye disease, she did contract AIDS as well. The moment the test results came back then, she just felt like the sky was falling. The only thing that came to mind was the same licking dog she'd dumped like garbage. So immediately, he went out of his way to call and tweet Song Sick, trying to find Song disease to heal her. It was a pity that Song Sickness had deleted and blackened her long ago, so she searched all over the rental house and finally came here before finding Song Sick. Only Song Sickness can save her now. So, anyway, she must trick Song Sickness into curing her. You said I'd be your white moon for life. That you'd be good to me for life. Wang Wan Wan Wan. At the critical moment, Wang Kai rushed out and blocked the bewitchingly confident Wu Yashue. Song Sickness scared his tongue and sneered. The green tea accusation in court. In front of his own face Lu Xiangfeng throws himself. Now it's his white moon? The level of this woman's lowliness refreshed his tree views. Song Sickness, are you really going to abandon me so heartlessly? Blocked by Wang Kai, Wu Yashue cried more and more aggrieved. It's as if it's turning into Song Sickness to begin with. Seeing this, Song Sickness smiled. Look at her, she's being condescending? Snap, get the hell out of here. Song Sickness' two big BB pockets flung out, directly answering the other party with actions. Wu Yashue was slapped on the spot, her brain buzzing. She covered her face and looked at Song Sickness with an incredulous expression. How dare Song Sickness hit her? Boss, I'm back. At that exact moment, A pleasant and soft young girl's voice came cheerfully. Finishing her work, AI bounced in as she turned the car keys. The first thing you see is this image. Wu Yashue twisted her head to look at the sudden appearance of AI little beast. Her face changed slightly, and the emotions that were just about to erupt came to an abrupt end. Because AI little beast, both in terms of face value and body, had crushed her perfectly. It made the confidence she was so proud of vanish. Sung Sik, when did you find such a beautiful woman? Little beasts, delivering dogs, leave or be driven out with a dog whipping stick. Seeing AI little beast return, Song Sickness opened his mouth coldly and casually threw out a dog beating stick. He didn't care to take another shot at his opponent. It would only dirty his hands. Next, just leave it to the disease and time. Yes, boss. AI Shao Beast's beautiful eyes rolled around and instantly understood. Immediately holding his stick with his waist crossed, he blocked in front of Song Sickness with an imposing chest, proudly overlooking Wu Yashue. Sorry, this lady, we're going to sleep. Please go to a hospital if you are sick. We are a vet store. Please leave. Wang Wan, and Wang Kai followed suit to repel it. Want. Meow meow meow. The stray pets that were taken in by Song Sickness followed suit and barked at Wu Yashue, clearly distinguishing between loyalty and treachery. Wu Yashue's face turned pale and she backed away repeatedly, but she still looked at Song Sik in an aggrieved manner. Song Sik, is it because of this woman that you abandoned me? How can you be like this? Wanted. There's a. Get on. Extra chicken legs for you tonight. Want. Song Sickness couldn't hear anymore, and with a command, Wang Kai rushed out like a warrior charging for a. Song Sickness, how dare you treat me like that? You shall not die. You will regret it. Wu Yashue completely broke her defense and cursed with a scowl on her face, but she was soon chased by Wonky and ran away, even running off the head of her heels, wrecked like a madwoman. She deliberately dressed up in such a flamboyant manner, originally thinking that she could easily take down Song Sickness and make him obediently offer everything. But I didn't expect to be verbally abused by Song Sik, then beaten, and finally driven away with dogs. How could this be acceptable to the confident woman? Of course, what's even harder for her to accept is the fact that Song Sickness has turned her life upside down, luxury cars, mansions, and teenage girls even younger and prettier than her. On the contrary, she, after dumping Song Disease, the turn of the eye by Lu Xiangfun play enough to abandon, owed a huge mortgage, and now eye disease recurrence, but also suffered from a terminal AIDS. The stark contrast was worse than killing her. Anger, remorse, resentment, despair filled the mind. Oh, dead Song Disease, you even did this to me? You're so rich you didn't say it earlier. If you had said it earlier, where would I have broken up with you? It's all your fault. You lied to me and put me through all of it. Oof. With a complex mix of emotions, Wu Yashue cried again in aggravation. Put all the fault on Song Sickness. She's a girl. She's just looking for a better life. What's wrong with her? Chapter 14, The First Round of Merit. Andu Brighton Hospital. Who is Wang Min? A nurse asked in a cold voice as she walked into a hospital room with a stack of medical records. I am. On the left ward. Wang Min raised his hand with difficulty. Your condition has worsened and you need to be operated on quickly. So hurry up and pay your bill. Don't delay. The nurse said coldly, having long been accustomed to it. If it wasn't treated properly, how did it deteriorate? And I just paid the $200,000 the day before yesterday, and it spent so quickly? When Wang Min heard this, he was terrified and his face turned a few shades paler. You have a terminal uremic disease. How can you be cured so quickly? The operation cost is still $300,000 short. You quickly raise money. The nurse dropped the words coldly and turned away. Love to cure or not to cure. There are plenty of patients anyway. Nurse, I've spent all my money. Can you treat me first? Wang Min pleaded, but unfortunately received no further response. Wang Min looked like he had been drained of all his strength in an instant and went limp on the bed. He was still reluctant to accept the outcome. He's obviously fine. Honey, why don't we go find Dr. Song? Beside the bed, the caring girlfriend hid her sobs. Wang Min's eyes lit up, but then they dimmed again, and he opened his mouth with some uncertainty. I identified him in court in the first place, and I even took compensation. Will he still treat me? A human life is at stake, and he dares not treat it. Besides, you weren't the only one who accused in the first place, and he was the one who practiced medicine without a license in the first place, and he was the one at fault. The big deal is that this time we'll buy some fruits to go and give him an extra $100. I don't believe he'll have a problem with money. The girlfriend swore, but he has been banned from medicine. Wang Min blushed a little, thinking back to the time when Song's sickness was identified in the courtroom. For a moment there was some shame. I don't care. You spent all that money you got anyway, and if you stay in this blood-sucking place, you won't be able to live your life. The girlfriend simply shrugged it off. What? It's all gone? I only paid $200,000 for the hospitalization. And I was awarded $400,000 in compensation in the first place. So how come it's gone? Wang then looked at his girlfriend incredulously. It was with this crossroads that he managed to win back his girlfriend's heart. No money for food? No money for a necklace? No money for a bag? I don't care. If you're still bad, we'll break up. The girlfriend finished angrily, turned around with her bag and left. Tina, I was wrong. Don't leave me. Wang then panicked even more and hurriedly apologized. Unfortunately, all that responded to him was the hand of another man in the doorway. IMAG First Hospital. Dwayne is lying in a hospital bed, which is worse than death. Previously, when she falsely accused Song Sickness, she was given the most money due to her excellent performance, which amounted to more than $500,000. She went home happy with the money, ready to buy a house and a wife for her oldest grandson. The result was that before he could show off for a few days, he fainted in a fit of excitement. Sent to the hospital for a checkup, the originally cured disease unexpectedly came back. Grandma, the doctor said that after so many days of treatment, your condition has worsened and you need surgery. And the money that was paid was spent. A stocky man came running and sat on the edge of the hospital bed. Worried. He's the eldest grandson of Du Dinyang. Du Dahai. What kind of murderous hospital is this? How did you spend so much money on treatment and give it back to aggravation? Du Danyang couldn't care less about grunting and opened her mouth to curse. The doctor said that you have a terminal disease. It's hard to cure. You have to take your time, Du Dahai said sadly. Du Danyang was even more anxious when she heard this, and immediately thought of Song disease. Cursing, it must be that damned Song disease. Who didn't give me a full cure in the first place? Leaving behind this damned root of the disease, I lost my $500,000. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be in this position too. Thinking of this, Du Danyang seemed to have found the root of her illness, and hurriedly climbed up, saying furiously, Hi Dahai, let's go and find that bastard Song disease. If he doesn't give me a new cure, I'll have to lift up his heavenly aura. The two grandchildren were just about to leave when a group of doctors happened to walk up, headed by none other than Du Danyang's attending physician, an amiable Mediterranean. Duchess is going for a walk? Dr. Mediterranean smiled kindly. Ah yes. The Du damsel's eyes rolled and she nodded in a hurry. Naturally, they want to run away from the bill. Who knows what Dr. Mediterranean said next, which instantly made the savvy dame anxious. I have good news to inform Dame Du. I've booked an appointment for you with the top brain specialist in the country, for only $990. 000. There's a 40% certainty that the tumor in your head will be removed. You see. Dr. Mediterranean was pleased. Before she could finish her sentence, the anxious Du Danyang broke her defense and cursed. What? 990. 000? Why don't you guys go rob the money? No treatment. The Mediterranean doctor seemed to have long been accustomed to this kind of small scene, and explained in a pleasant manner. Ma'am, don't be angry. This $990, 000 is actually already very cheap, and we've reimbursed you most of it. Back. But the exasperated Du Danyang obviously couldn't listen to her, and directly made a big move to retreat. Stood out with his oldest grandson. A bunch of doctors were confused. Can't stop it. The same tragedy played out one by one on the 18 horsemen who reported the Song disease in the old days. They went back and within a couple of days they all became ill. Not only did they spend all the compensation they had fraudulently received, but one by one they managed to get back into bed and into a regular hospital, restored to the happy life it was in the beginning. The paralyzed should be paralyzed. The blood should be spat out. The pain should be agonizing. It confirms the saying that the heavens have spared us. Of course, after spending all my savings and suffering numerous illnesses, they also all thought of one person in unison. The young man who had once been able to cure them of a terminal illness for only $100. Delivery of sick vet store. Veterinarian Son, you are really God. Even my dog's natural paralysis are cured. Before the introduction of people said I still do not believe it. It's all as it should be. As long as it's a pet and you can come to me with any troubles. Definitely. Your medical skills are so good, and the charges are still regular. Unlike those shady hospitals, who wouldn't look for you? Song Sickness politely sends customers off. The mood was different and relaxed. For the merit he has accumulated has finally returned 99. There is only a little bit left before the first round of meritocracy. That's something to be happy about. So, at noon that day, Song Sickness took AI Little Beast to have a good chua to celebrate. AI's Little Beast was that satisfied and full of food. Back at the vet store, there was already a male customer waiting there with a cage. In the cage was an orange cat. Veterinarian Song, this is what my friend asked me to bring, saying that he is blind. Can you take a look at it so I can pick it up at night? The man seemed to recognize Song's sickness, lifting the cat up and smiling. Of course, Song's sickness smiled and nodded. Give it to me. AI little beast took the cat cage from the man. Song Sik put on his white coat and went straight to the operating room. The orange cat had been placed on the surgical table by AI's little beast. Congratulations! You will be my 100th merit point accumulator. Song Sickness laughed softly and placed his hand gently over the orange cat's eyes. If you look closely, there is a strange faint glow flowing out. Ding! Successfully absorbed the eye disease. Merit +1. Congratulations to the host. 100 points of merit accumulated, completing the first round of meritocracy. In the next second, only 100 points of light were seen flowing out of Song Sickness' hands and merging into Song Sickness' entire body. It was like an electric current that flowed through Song Sickness' entire body. A strange metamorphosis takes place. Chapter 15, the first horseman comes to the door. Song Sickness winced as everything around him was suddenly empty and silent. You can clearly see a mosquito flying slowly past your eyes. It was as if time and space had slowed down. Just as Song Sickness was shocked, the system sound rang out again. Ding! The sick delivery system is upgraded to version 2.0. Congratulations to the host for gaining a comprehensive boost to his pathogenic physique, speed, strength, reaction, thinking, self-healing, etc., surpassing normal people by a factor of 10. Awakening exclusive disease delivery skill, flower picking ghost hand. Gain permanent access to the 100 diseases absorbed. Song Sickness came back to his senses. It's as if a talent engraved in the DNA is activated. 2 fingers probed out, only to see an extremely fast residual shadow swept past. In the next second, the mosquito that flew by was easily caught by Song Sickness. The process of Song Sickness striking was completely missing. Even Song Sick himself was stunned by the speed of his hands. Even a 10-year-old wet machine definitely doesn't have that hand speed. Song Sickness was confident that with this hand speed, it would be absolutely easy to slip something off someone or steal a handful. Wouldn't this be built just for him? When the time comes, picking flowers, no, delivering illnesses is a breeze. Song Sickness looked at his ghostly hands and liked the skill. Of course, being a decent man, he would definitely use it for the right purpose. And what the hell is perpetual access to that disease? Song Sickness quickly thought of the last point the system had made. Permanent right to use diseases, i.e., the host has truly mastered those 100 diseases, and can infinitely divide sub-diseases to give to others in the future. Note, diseases possessing genetic isolation may not be sent across species. Upon hearing this, Song Disease couldn't help but rejoice. Then is it possible that we don't have to deduct merit? If that's the case, then he's going to be a city light in disguise, haha. Merits are deducted as usual, and the second round of merit rounds is 1000 points. Once again, this system is dedicated to the accumulation of good deeds. The current host's merit points have been zeroed out, and anything below -100 points will damage the host's constitution. Attention, host. At those words, Song Sickness had no choice but to collect the thoughts in his mind for now. Boss, someone is looking for you. At that moment, the shouts of AI Little Beast came from outside the door. Coming, thinking it was a customer, Song Sickness walked out carrying the cured orange cat. At this moment, a young man wearing a mask and hat, covered tightly for fear of not being able to see the light, was sitting on the sofa in a fidgety manner. Seeing Song Sickness come out, the youth stood up with his eyes a bit dodgy. He hurriedly pressed his hat down further, fearing that Song Sickness would recognize him. Only then did he walk forward and stutter. Song, Divine Dr. Song. How are you? Song Disease's eyes narrowed slightly as he sneered in his heart. Think he won't recognize you with a mask? When he was in the courtroom, that ugly face, he would recognize it even if it turned into ashes. Beastie, go clean up this orange cat. The customers will come and get it later. Okay, boss. AI's Little Beast took the cat carrier and went about his business. Song Sick obediently sat down on the sofa, crossed his legs, and made himself a cup of tea before he lazily looked at Wang Min, pretending not to recognize him, and asked, I wonder what this masked warrior is looking for me for. I want to ask Divine Dr. Song to take a look at my illness. Cough cough. Wang Min lowered his head and said in a weak voice, showing you a disease? Song Sick feigned surprise and sneered coldly. The masked warrior is afraid that he is mistaken. Right? This store is a veterinarian store, and I'm only a veterinarian who only treats animals, not people. To see a doctor, please move to a regular major hospital. Wang Min gritted his teeth, only feeling his face burning hot. However, in the face of death, he still hardened his disguise and said, But I heard from others that Dr. Song can also cure people, and that $100 can cure all sorts of terminal illnesses. I give willing to pay you 200, no, $300 if you heal me. Wang Min felt that listening to his girlfriend's $200 was still a little bit less, so he hurriedly put up an extra finger. Wow, $300 is a lot? I guess I won't be able to spend it all in a couple lifetimes then, right? Song Sickness laughed. Why did he only charge $100 in the first place? Is it because the cure for these terminal diseases is only worth $100? Apparently not. But these people took his kindness for granted and cheapened it. Even the unabashed countersuit against him at the end. Then I'm sorry, I'll be too expensive for you. 500 would be fine. Thinking that Song Sickness was thinking it was less, Wang Min raised 5 more fingers and said, Veterinarian Song is really thankful. This is $1,000 for the consultation fee. Don't mind if it's too little. At that exact moment, the man from before came to get the orange cat and enthusiastically presented him with $1,000 in cash before he left. The screen was inexplicably quiet. Wang Min's 5 raised fingers stiffened in midair, only to feel a slap in the face. People treat a cat for a random $1,000, and he wants to treat a UTI, but he rightfully wants to spend only $500? Of course, all of this was also due to the illusion that Song Sickness had created for him by only charging $100 in the first place. Song Sickness playfully sipped a mouthful of tea and didn't say anything. Divine Dr. Song, please be kind-hearted and save me. I have uremia and my days are numbered. And I know you have a good heart and will not see me die. After a few moments of dead silence, Wang Min once again prayed stiffly, even shedding pitiful tears. He couldn't care less now. The money is spent, the girlfriend has run away, and the man is dying. I save you, and then you sue me for money and pray for your understanding of me. Is that the rationale? Seeing the other party's deadpan face, Song Sickness simply did not pretend anymore and directly showed his cards and asked back. Wang Min's body trembled and his face turned pale. Obviously not expecting that Song Sickness had seen through it from the very beginning. He's obviously disguised himself so well. Put. Dead silence for a moment. Wang Min dropped the mask hat, plopped down on his knees, put down his dignity and prayed, Dr. Song. I was wrong. I deserve to die. I am not a human being. Please be a big man and save me again. I swear, this time, I'll never report you. Song Sickness teasingly watched, his eyes always cold. How similar was this gesture of pitiful gratitude to the first time he had sought medical attention? But in the end, if he's really soft, then he really deserves to get killed. Hey, honestly, I'd love to help you, but I'm banned from medicine now. You see, the no medicine certificate hangs there, a constant spur and reminder. I'm going to treat you, and it's a capital offense to be found out. Song Sickness put on a look of love and pointed to the ban on doctors hanging on the wall. He hung onto it from the day he opened the store. For this day, Wang Min's face was even more hot and painful when he saw that medical ban. For this order, he has a share in it. Song Sickness continued to smile and comforted. I see that your disease is not serious. Do dialysis a few times a week on time? Once only spend 500 or 600. Live for 5 or 6 years or no problem. Boom. Song Disease's consolation was like 5 thunderbolts, blowing Wang Min's body straight into a shiver. Not to mention a couple of dialysis sessions. Where is he going to get that kind of money? No. Wang Min shook his head straight in despair, trying to crawl towards Song Sickness to continue pleading. But Song Sickness held up his cell phone, which already had Demon Spirit dialed up on it. If you dare to touch it, just call the police. Wang Min's movements came to an abrupt halt. Now I'm just a veterinarian. I only treat animals. Animals that are worse than animals. No amount of money. Get lost. Song Sickness contained a smile and got up to see off the guests. Wang Min winced, as if he had been sentenced by the god of death, and his whole body was only wrapped in despair. Looking at Song Disease's eyes that were filled with absolute coldness, it was already decidedly different from that pair of eyes that were filled with love in the beginning, and the one who personally buried it all had his share. At this moment, an uncontrollable wave of remorse surged through his heart. If he hadn't accused Song of being sick in the first place, will Song Sickness treat him? Wouldn't it be possible that we wouldn't be here today? Countless what-if thoughts flashed through Wang Min's mind. Too bad there's no if. Chapter 16, Du Danyan's doorstep. Desperate Wang Min staggered out of the veterinarian's store like a walking corpse. He knew that it was impossible for Song Sickness to cure him anymore. At the same time, in addition to despair, there was also a sense of humiliation at being humiliated by Song Sickness. Where is Song Sick? Song Sick, you thousand-dagger bastard, get your ass out here. And just as Wang Min was about to leave, a spirited figure was rushing from the opposite side in a rage, full of obscenities. Wang Min's eyes lit up and he recognized Du Danyang at once. Asterisk off. And Du Danyang, who was in a rage, didn't recognize Wang Min and bumped him right out of the way. Supported by his eldest grandson, Du Dahai, he stormed into the Song Disease veterinarian shop, with his head covered and wearing a hospital gown in such a dignified manner. The commotion immediately attracted passers-by to gather around. Wang Min's heart was happy and he didn't walk, looking along in anticipation of something. Well, you motherless thing turned out to be hiding here, causing me to look for you. As soon as she entered the store and saw Song Sickness, Du Daniang cursed under her breath. Also relieved, Song Sickness' eyes narrowed slightly, showing all the coldness, but it was to pull out his cell phone and silently call the police. Only then did she look at this old woman and ask curiously in return, "Where did you get that old psycho from? I'm a veterinarian store here. I don't take in old dogs like this with their mouths full of." "Ha, you little dare to call me a psychopath? Let's see if my old lady doesn't tear your mouth." Du Danyang's blood pressure instantly spiked and she was about to rush up, only to have his high blood pressure kick in the next second and nearly smash it. "Grandma," or Du Dahai's quick hands and eyes assisted. At the same time ice-cold look at Song Disease, threatened, "Kid, you better put your mouth clean point." "Yo, you still know about this? Well, you'll have to talk to this old guy. Her mouth is much dirtier than mine, and it stinks like she's eaten." Song Sickness looked at this eldest grandson in amazement. "It's true that it's not a family. It's not a family." "You," said Du Dahai, his face sinking. "I didn't realize that someone would dare to curse his grandmother." Song Sickness, however, waved his hand impatiently. "Hurry up and say what's going on. Don't affect my business." "What is it? You have the nerve to say it?" At this time, half a day's breathing Du Daniang also recovered, pointing at Song Disease on a spittle-flecked condemnation. "At first you gave me treatment is not cured all? I'm now sick again. Enough to spend more than $500,000 of hard-earned money for nothing. Do you think you deserve to die?" Song Sickness laughed. He was not expecting this old woman to be able to be shameless to this extent. "You can blame him for that? It's even more outrageous than falling down on the road and blaming the road for being uneven. Then what do you want?" Suppressing his anger, Song Sickness asked with a cold smile. These words instantly asked to the heart of Du Daniang. Her curses came to an abrupt end. Her eyes continued to roll, and finally she coldly grunted. "What to do? Of course it's to compensate for the money. Not only to compensate for the more than $1 million I spent in the hospital, but also to cure me completely. Or else I'll rip your mouth off and take you to court. So don't even think about it." "Very well, then go ahead and sue." Song Sickness clapped his hands together, not bothering to argue. Reasoning with such an unreasonable ama is more outrageous than a showman. Straight up waste of breath. "You." Seeing Song Disease's casual face, Dane Du was furious, but her gaze quickly went to the door of the surrounding implements. In the next second, she directly transformed into a husky and frantically smashed everything around her, while smashing and threatening, "Little, do you accompany it? Do you compensate? If you don't pay up I'll smash your store." Seeing this, the corners of Song Six's mouth rose slightly as he blandly leaned back on the sofa. "It's just what the doctor ordered." "Ah boss, what's wrong?" At this time, a Xiao Beast came down from the second floor, and saw a crazy old woman madly smashing everything around, and was at a loss for words. Even Wang Kai was frightened by Du Daniang. "Stop, these are expensive." Reacting, a Xiao Beast tried to stop it but was scolded by Du Daniang. "Get lost, you are Song Disease's mistress, right? You're not a good thing at first glance. Dare to block me, beware of my old lady tearing your face apart. Little beast, back away with your pet and let her smash." Song Sickness frowned. "Okay boss." Song Sickness opened his mouth, and only then did AI Little Beast retreat with his pet. Thinking that Song Disease was afraid, Du Daniang suddenly smashed even more vigorously, cursing as she did so. Song Sickness, however, was all smiles, and even helped out by saying, "There are still some vases there. Smash them all. Those are artifacts he spent millions on." Du Daniang was not spoiling for a fight, and really smashed a few vase decorations at the highest place. The onlookers are getting more and more people. Du Daniang immediately changed her face again, and immediately lay on the ground and rolled around. "Egu, killing people. This unethical store charges for treating people indiscriminately. It's a big liar. Come and take a look." The corners of the onlookers' mouths jerked. "Do you really think they're blind? Dripu dripu." Dane Du had just been spilling her guts for a few minutes when sirens sounded outside. Who called the police? Soon, 2 police officers walked in. Du Danyang's face changed slightly and immediately got into the scene for a second, getting up from the ground and rushing towards the police, crying, "I called the police. I called the police. Comrade policeman. This bastard of 1,000 knives treated me indiscriminately, gave me a terminal illness, and cheated me out of all my money. I came to ask for an explanation, and he beat me. Look, my hand is swollen. You have to do something for me. Ouch. I've got a headache, a heartache. Not living. After saying that, Du Daniang laid down on the ground and pretended to be dead in the first place. The 2 policemen's faces changed slightly, rushed to the hospital. Grandma, Du Dahai's face likewise changed drastically as he hurried to help carry the person, not forgetting to glare angrily at Song Disease before getting into the car. Kid, if anything happens to my grandmother, I'll kill you. One of the police officers left behind took pictures for evidence and then looked at Song Sik, coldly saying, please come with me to the police station. Okay, I'll grab some stuff first. Song Sickness smiled and frankly rummaged through a pile of papers from the cabinet ruins. Boss, at the second floor, AI Little Beast was holding Wang Kai, her pretty face filled with worry. It's okay, when I get back, I'll take you to a big dinner to celebrate. Song Sickness cast a reassuring look and left with the cop. The police dispersed the onlookers and drove to the police station with Song Sickness. Here's the surveillance. Check it out. Inside the interrogation room, Song Sik took out his cell phone and opened the entire process recorded by the surveillance. The policeman took it, and his face changed as he watched the odd process clearly recorded on the monitor. When he looked at Song Sickness again, he even showed a sympathetic look. Song Sickness then continued to take out a stack of documents and spoke blandly. These are the certificates of those smashed vase artworks, the total value of which has exceeded $10 million, plus the value of the other items, cleanup costs, lost wages, emotional distress, false accusations, totaling $12 million. I would like to be compensated within 3 days. If not, according to the law of anguish, willful damage to another person's property exceeding $5 million or more can be applied for a mandatory sentence of execution. Looking at a sufficient proof, coupled with a clear claim of Song Disease conditioning, the policeman's face changed slightly, and when he looked at Song Sickness again, he was no longer contemptuous. That's all there is to account for. I'm a victim. Can I go now? Song Sickness spread his hands and roused the several police officers who were lost in thought. But, it's okay. Song Sik just got out of the police station safely. Back at the vet store, AE Beast had already cleaned up the store. Just a lot of broken glassware. This includes those fine art vases. These were clearly the ones that Song Sickness had spent a lot of money on when they were first renovated. Not for decoration, but for today. And it's specifically for Dame Du. This leaning old woman deserves to die. Boss, seeing Song Sickness, the worried AI Little Beast was filled with joy. Wang Kai also greeted them. Go, celebrate. Song Sickness laughed. Meanwhile, inside a hospital. Ouch, ouch, my head. Help, I won't live. Dwayne is lying on the hospital bed, still pretending to be sick. On the side, Du Dahai was full of worry. Until the police went out, Du Daniang immediately stopped humming and squinted at the door, revealing a conspiratorial bad smile. Grandma, you're okay? Du Dahai uttered in surprise. Shh, keep it down. Du Daniang hurriedly blindfolded Du Dahai's mouth and smiled smugly. Humph, this time there is no need to worry about the medical expenses. If that little man does not cure my illness and compensate me for $1 million, I will lie here and blackmail him for the rest of his life. And he can't think of any good things. Grandma, you are too powerful. Du Dahai, who reacted, was filled with adoration. Du Danyang has been his idol since he was a child. Chapter 17, The Desperate and Sudden Death of Du Danyang. At that exact moment, several police officers walked in. Du Danyang gave Du Dahai a wink and immediately lay down again to sell her misery. Ouch, my back, my head, goo, I feel like I'm going to die. Someone have mercy on this old woman. Grandma, don't leave me behind. If anything happens to you, I won't live. Du Dahai also got into the scene for a second and sang along. Well, don't pretend that the case has been established. A few police officers couldn't take it and interrupted in a cold voice. For this kind of old people who relied on the elderly, it was the existence that caused them the most headaches. It's just a shame that this time the old woman played it big. As soon as she heard the result came out, Du Danyang immediately came to the spirit, but still deflated her mouth, determinedly said, Comrade Police, this time, if that little man does not compensate me for $2 million, and then cure all the illnesses on my body, I will not forgive him. Right, with me here. You guys don't want to bully my grandmother for not knowing the law. Du Dahai was also energized at the sound of $2 million. A few of the police officers' faces darkened. They had seen a lot of old people who relied on the elderly, but this was the first time they had seen an old oddball like this one. Key also has a simple-minded, four-legged grandson, blackmailed someone, trashed their store, and asked them to pay you back? To cure you? Auntie, do you think the law is run by your family? Or are you lawless grandmother? The officer in charge couldn't hold back and asked rhetorically. Said even took out the video and played it directly. Little, if you don't pay me back, I'll smash your store, rumble. Egu, killing people, not living. The video is loud and clear, and fully documents the entire process of DU's spilling and rolling. The moment she saw the video, Du Danyang's face changed drastically, and she stopped screaming. She didn't expect that little bastard Song Sickness to have installed surveillance, to do such a shameful thing in broad daylight, and to bite back, to lean on the old and to be disrespectful to the old, is to flout the law. The officer sneered as the video played out. No, comrade policeman, you listen to me. Things are not like this. It is that little. He gave me a cure, did not cure all. Harmed me. Dwayne panicked and rushed to explain, but was interrupted by the police. Well, stop it. The evidence in this case is all here. If you have anything to say, show me the evidence. Don't just open your mouth and talk nonsense here. The law is about evidence. Du Daniang was stunned. Evidence? Where is she going to get proof? Then I won't sue him. I'll forgive him, all right. The helpless Du Daniang could only say unwillingly, mentally cursing Song Sickness. The crowd of policemen looked at the strange old woman with a snicker. I'm sorry you forgive people, but unfortunately they don't forgive you. The officer laughed coldly, took out the approval, and read out. Ms. Du, you are suspected of destroying another person's property, plus the moral damages, false accusations, and lost wages, a total of 12.5 million ANG. You are restricted to settle it within 3 days, or we will seize all the property in your name and arrest you according to the law. Ha! The police's pronouncement was like a bolt from the blue, leaving Du Daniang, who was still thinking of going out to find another way to force Song to be sick, stiff in bed. Taking less? Why so much? You guys are making false accusations. Du Dahai, who was on the side, also had his jaw dropped in shock. The ones your grandmother smashed up were expensive handicrafts, and here are the proofs. See for yourself. A police officer on the sidelines handed over the papers. Du Dahai, who finished reading it, directly paralyzed on the ground, his lips purple and trembling as he looked towards Du Daniang. Milk, grandmother. Getting a look from Du Dahai, Du Daniang also instantly knew that it was all true. At that moment, she only saw a heartbeat, and suddenly grabbed the pile of papers and tore them up and ate them. Seeing this, Du Hai followed suit. An odd scene plays out. The two grandchildren performed a paper-eating act together. Several police officers couldn't even pull them. Simply don't pull it. Handed over all the paper in his hand. But there was too much paper and no water. After eating 100 or so sheets, the two grandchildren couldn't eat anymore and dry heaved. The officer had a black face and said, "Eat slowly. Don't choke. These are just copies. You can have as many as you want." The movements of the two grandchildren came to an abrupt halt. Egu, I'm not living. I'm a poor old woman who's going to the ground. So arrest me if you want. Anyway, if you want money, you want life. Du Daniang once again used her spilling and rogue skills. Ms. Du, you are old and terminally ill. It is not good for us to do anything to you. The officer frowned and spoke. Du Daniang was just about to be happy when the officer's next words directly caused her to completely collapse. But your grandson, Du Hai, is your only heir apparent, and even more of an accomplice in this incident. He will take full responsibility for this incident for you for the rest of his life. Du Danyang's face instantly changed greatly, and she quickly became afraid, panicking like never before. No, you can't arrest my precious eldest grandson. It's all my doing. If there's anything come at me. That's right, Du Dahai is the only weakness of Du Daniang. It's also her oldest grandchild that she cares about the most. Take it away. The officer, however, ordered in a cold voice. Two policemen instantly put a silver bracelet on Du Hai and arrested him. Grandma, Du Dahai's face instantly changed, obviously not expecting the spearhead to point at himself all of a sudden. No, don't move my eldest grandson. I was wrong. I'm willing to apologize to Son. I want to see Son. He's a good boy with a good heart. He'll forgive me. Dwayne panicked and climbed up before he could stop it, suffering a simultaneous high blood pressure and heart attack due to an excessive heart rate. Breathing heavily on the spot, he covered his chest and collapsed. Her eyes were wide. She was in tears, and she sputtered and convulsed for a while, but she still reached out with one hand and grabbed for her oldest grandson. It was all she had, and everything he did was for him. Call a doctor. The officer frowned. A short while later, a group of doctors arrived and rushed to do first aid. Until half an hour later, the heartbeat detector returned to a straight line. Duchess lay completely at peace in her hospital bed, her eyes bloodshot and wide with despair and panic as she died. Finally, no more disguises. Grandma, Du Hai crumbled and went limp. Unfortunately, what awaits him will also be the confiscation of all his possessions to cover his debts and spending the rest of his life peddling a sewing machine to pay back Song Sickness. Inside a 7-star hotel, Song Sickness and AI Little Beast are enjoying a big meal to celebrate. At this time the cell phone rang. Song Sickness picked it up and answered it. Mr. Song, your case has been accepted, but unfortunately Du Daniang died of a violent illness just a short time ago, so it will be her eldest grandson who will pay all the debts to you. We valued all the current properties under their names, and will only be able to compensate you $2 million for the time being, and the subsequent compensation will also be completed under our supervision and control, so please rest assured. Okay, thanks. Song Sickness revealed a bright smile and looked towards the huffing and puffing AI little beast. Beast, what do you want to play? I'll pay for it tonight. I want to play jerk off. Song Sickness, okay, I'll take you flying tonight. Song Sickness still revealed a confident smile. The two drove at once, straight to the battlefield. Chapter 18, the horse households come to the door one after another. A battle through the night. Coming out of the internet cafe, AI little beast was long sleepy after his excitement had passed. Song Sickness, however, was always in good spirits, and seemed to be the reason why his body had gotten stronger. As it is also close to Villa Tianfu and the vet store is now being renovated. Song Sickness simply took AI little beast and headed to the Tianfu villa. Where is this? Just as soon as he got off the bus, AI little beast was not sleepy anymore and was stunned by the luxurious villa in front of him. My home, Song Sickness said indifferently. Already walking into the villa, AI little beast's small mouth was slightly open as she looked at Song Sick's slender back. Inexplicably handsome. So, she's got a hidden rich boss on her hands? What are you thinking about? Not sleepy? Come to bed quickly. Inside the villa, the breathless voice of Song Sickness was heard. Oh, here it comes. AI little beast pecked at his little chickens and hurriedly followed. A pair of big black eyes full of amazement. Take your pick of the bedrooms. Food is in the fridge. Call me if you need anything. Leaving behind a sentence, Song Sick went up to his own master bedroom on the second floor, straight into the bathroom for a shower. After taking a shower and looking at his naked self in the mirror, Song Sick was surprised. His own body was even stronger and more perfect, with well-muscled muscles, not at all inferior to that of a top male model. The skin also became colder and whiter. Even there it seemed stronger? It was a complete departure from his former frail, wiry self. Obviously, these are the benefits of this meritocracy. Song Sickness immediately took the elevator and came to the gym inspection on the negative floor. Push-ups and pull-ups are effortless. Hit the sandbags quickly and deftly and make your own moves. Even lifting a 300-kilogram barbell with ease. A combined physique that exceeds that of normal people by a factor of 10. Song Sickness felt like he could really fight 10 of them. Then if one keeps on meriting like this, will one be invincible? Song Sickness suddenly thought of this. All of a sudden, I was more interested in Jade. Early the next morning, it was AI Xiaobei who yelled at Song Sick to get up, and sweetly made breakfast. After breakfast, the two went to work together. Unsurprisingly, Song Sickness had a beginning with Wang Min and Du Daniang. The next few days, the rest of the horse households couldn't help themselves one after another and came to seek medical treatment for Song's illness. Staged all sorts of human clown shows. Some, like Wang Min, purposely cover up their appearance and try to use it to fool Song disease into curing them. Some sell out and moralize. He said that he had a 70-year-old mother on top of him, and his son and daughter, who had just turned 1 month old, were the pillars of the family and could not die. Some want to throw money at it, and the confident ones want to get Song Sickness to give in for 30,000 bucks. Some of them are even like that Du Daniang, directly splashing around and even brutally threatening Song disease. He said that his relative is XX chief. If he does not give the treatment, he will smash Song Sick's store and make Song Sick eat jail. Begging, threatening, abusing. For all of this, Song Sickness naturally laughed coldly and watched the show. He, for one, wanted to see how thick the skin of these people could be. He gave these people a chance when they were in court, but nonetheless, they did not get back even a tiny bit of their conscience. Instead, they were rewarded with even more intensified false accusations, name-calling, and slaps in the face. He was verbally criticized for his Song disease as a fraud who practiced medicine and harmed people. Even more so, he was only willing to sign a letter of understanding after being offered $5 million in compensation. Completely disqualified him from practicing medicine. And now, yet he can lick his face and come back to ask for his medical treatment? For him to go against the law and risk killing his head? They were the ones who sued him, and they were the ones who let him practice medicine. It's all in the mouth. What in the world is such a ridiculous joke? Divine Dr. Song. We are all compatriots. Do you really have to be so desperate? Surname Song, who cares if you can practice medicine or not? If you don't cure me today, it's your fault, and I won't let you go even if I die and turn into a severe ghost. Every horse household, after hitting the wall in the face of Song Sickness' determined attitude, and could only leave in disgrace. Of course, there are also those who, after praying in vain, tear their faces off on the spot and expose their nature. And this scene was just witnessed by Wang Min, who was hiding in the alley. Having long ago run out of money for medical treatment, he had no choice but to wait for death. In desperation, he stood guard every day, longing to be saved from Song disease. In the end he was surprised to discover a shocking secret. Those who came to beg for song sickness turned out to be those who had identified song sickness in court in the past, so he immediately panicked and flipped out a chat group. At first, Jang Ichwan had pulled all 18 of them into this group. It's convenient to unify everyone accusing of falsely accusing song sickness. And now, except for the long-dead Du Dinyang, everyone else is still around. Wang Nin's fingers trembled as he rushed at everyone. Did everyone have a relapse? Right. That's right. +1. How do you know? Wang Nin's inquiry was quickly answered by all. His face flushed with excitement as he continued to type and ask. You've all gone to beg Song for a cure, right? Yes, but he's dying to be cured. For crying out loud. Even though we accused him before and it was wrong of us. Facts aside, is he not at fault? That's right. If he had a license, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Everything is his own fault. How can we be blamed? Besides, we finally signed to understand him. We've already done our best. What else do we need? Martyr. Today I begged him on my knees, but he still looks superior. He just won't treat me. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This damn bastard. I think he deliberately did not give us a full cure in the first place, just waiting for this day to make us beg him. No, we have to unite and crusade against this guy together, and force this asshole to cure us of our illnesses even if we can think of a way to do so. Good idea for everyone to meet offline to discuss the response. What are you talking about? There's strength in numbers. Let's all go to his store and block him. Let's see if this asshole still dares to refuse to be cured. +1, +1, +1. Inside an aristocratic hospital, Jang Ichwan's body spasmed and his features twisted as he sat in a wheelchair. Suffering from bone cancer plus stuttering plus acromegaly, he has spent tens of millions on treatment. It almost cost him all the black money he had earned in his life from lawsuits, but it still turned out to be a ghost. A glimmer of hope surfaced in his obscure eyes as he looked at the group's records. ABA 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 ABA. Jang Ichwan hurriedly shouted and called his Abba, also ready to travel together to go to Song sickness. The liar he had suppressed and tried, delivering sick vets to the store. Song disease is cleaning and medicating several pet dogs with skin diseases. Of course, this process is just a cover. The disease has long since been collected by Song disease, and it is only a matter of subsequent recovery. Boss, why are people always coming to you for treatment these days when you're obviously just a veterinarian? AI little beast, who was playing and studying on the side, muttered in disbelief with a small mouth. Probably, they think of themselves as animals, Song sickness said rightfully. Oh. AI little beast seemed to understand and asked another question. Boss, you're so rich, you're living in a big villa, why do you still have to work so hard as a veterinarian? Because veterinarians specialize in treating beasts. It's my hobby. The corners of Song 6's mouth rose slightly. AI little beast's beautiful eyes brightened slightly, and she also stated expectantly, I actually want to be a veterinarian as well. No problem. I'll teach you and make sure to train you to be a good veterinarian. Song sickness smiled at AI little beast. In the past few days together, AI's little beast's diligence and willingness to work had fulfilled his requirements. Since the other man liked the job so much, he also planned to teach AI Xiaobei some veterinary knowledge. After all, in a few months, he would be traveling to Li to study abroad, and sending a sick vet store needs someone to look after it. Chapter 19, All the Horse Houses Together. Door-to-door coercion. Thank you, boss. The little beast will do a good job and never let the boss down. AI little beast's beautiful eyes glowed, and she hastily raised her small hand to swear. It could be changed. Song sickness laughed. Master is above. Please accept the little beast's worship. Saying that, AI little beast was about to kneel down for Song sickness. Luckily, Song sickness was quick on his feet and hastily stopped it. These mundane rituals are waived. At this exact moment, Song 6's cell phone rang. Picking it up and connecting it, a female voice came from the other end. Hello veterinarian Song? I'm one of the customers who brought their pets to your store for a visit before. My name is Zhang Xiling. It's like this. We're a stray pet shelter here, and many of our pets have been inexplicably going on hunger strike lately, so we'd like to ask you to come and take a look at them. Would that be convenient for you? Yes. You send me the address and phone number. I'll come over today. Song sickness laughed. Pet shelters? So much meritocracy. That's handy. Little beast, go get ready. We're going out for a clinic. Yes, master. AI little beast hurriedly went to pack his things. After all these days of being in her ear, she knew what was needed with a light touch. Just then, a group of people suddenly clattered in. It instantly clogged the room. The smile on Song's sickness face disappeared, and his eyes narrowed slightly, sweeping over every familiar face. How similar is this scene to that of yesteryear in the courtroom? It was just a pity that the men's ferocity and hideousness was no longer there, and in their place was a sickly man with a yellow face. In addition, The keen Song Sickness glanced through the window and spotted two men wearing masks across the road. One man was sitting in a wheelchair and the other pushing it, and was watching the situation here with a deadpan. Noticing Song Sickness's seeming gaze, the two immediately lowered their heads again in a state of weakness. So many people. Is this a robbery? Song Sickness withdrew his gaze with a cold smile and sat down obediently, continuing to treat several pet dogs carefully. If he really wants to fight, he's not afraid. Song Disease, we are not here to beg you this time. So many lives are here today. You have to cure or not. With so many people backing him up, the weak Wang Min was suddenly bursting with self-confidence, and he was directly the first to step forward and shouted, to get back the humiliation he suffered in front of Song Sickness before. Right. Today I don't believe that you can still watch so many fresh human lives die in front of you. Surname Song, if you still have some conscience medical ethics, just hurry up and cure us. We one person VU 200. It's also enough for you to earn a large sum. If we hadn't signed the letter of understanding in the first place, you'd be in jail right now. Don't you have any gratitude? Several fierce horsemen followed suit. The crowd raised their hands in agreement and gradually surrounded Song Sickness. It seemed as if Song Sickness would be beaten mercilessly if he dared to refuse. In response, Song Sickness remained breezy and concentrated on treating a few pet dogs. A few horse households couldn't take it anymore and angrily denounced, Song Disease, you'd rather treat a few animals than us? Are our lives better than a few beasts? Yo! Song Sickness raised his head in surprise, looked at these horse households, and said with heartfelt praise, I thought you guys were stupid, but I didn't realize you guys were quite self-aware. The crowd was immediately infuriated. How dare Song compare them to animals? Is this comparable? It's totally insulting to them. I saved these beasts, and they at least know to wag their tails at me in gratitude. I saved your asses and what did you do to me? Healing the last puppy. Song Sickness suddenly raised his eyes icy cold, looking straight at these horse households and asking rhetorically. The few puppies that had been cured also cooperated by wagging their tails and continuously licking Song's 6 feet to show their gratitude. It seemed to corroborate Song Disease's words. The dozen or so horse households were frightened by Song's 6 eyes, their backs inexplicably chilling as they backed away. AI little beast, who had packed up her things, happened to come down and saw the scene. Finally unable to bear it, he blocked in front of Song Sickness and chided, Are you still being reasonable? My master is a veterinarian, not a human doctor. You're all human beings, not animals. Go see a doctor for medical treatment. Why do you keep coming to my master? Naively, AI's little beast tries to wake these people up. The faces of the people were suddenly embarrassed, but they still gritted their teeth and stared at Song Sickness, trying to continue their threats. Get lost. If you don't, I'll call the police. Song Sick took out his cell phone and said in a cold voice. The faces of the crowd of horse owners changed slightly, and they were scared to exit the veterinarian store in a row. Surname Song, you wolfish thing. Just wait, we'll make you regret it. Leaving their threatening words behind, the dozen or so horsemen withdrew in disgrace. They obviously didn't expect that Song Sickness would remain unafraid in the face of so many people's oppression, and the crowd of horse households to just go the opposite side of the road. That has been observing the situation of the two people, immediately rushed to this side. Song Sickness clutched his chest and looked on playfully. He already knew who it was. Soon the two men sneaked in, one pushing the other. When the crowd of horse households saw this, they seemed to see a new hope and also stayed away. Yo, isn't this Barrister Jiang? So elegant that you're riding in a four-wheeler? Song Sickness smiled broadly, unceremoniously revealing the other party's identity. He always remembered that Zhang Yichuan's face. Been telling him to be a good vet for a while now. Zhang Yichuan in the wheelchair shuddered, and his tumescent body contracted a few points more. At the same time, the middle-aged man pushing the wheelchair removed the masks of the two men. Song Sickness instantly had a strange look on his face, because the middle-aged man was no one else, but was actually the same presiding judge who had tried him in the first place. That's even more interesting. The Lord Judge is personally coming to inspect me? Song Sick feigned surprise, then pointed to the ban on the wall and laughed. You can rest assured on this point, Your Honor the Judge. I have always been mindful of the ban and abided by the law, and have never practiced medicine on anyone. Jiang Hao felt fiercely slapped by Song Sickness, and his face was hot and painful. As the presiding judge, he naturally knew that he could not practice medicine without a license to practice medicine. But Zhang Yichuan was his son, and now only Song Disease could cure him. What could he do? You have to practice medicine without a license to do so. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Hao approached Song Sick's ear and whispered, Song Sick, now I'm giving you a chance to reform. As long as you cure Chuaner's illness, this judge can consider revoking the ban on your practicing medicine. Ah, what? Did the grasshopper hear correctly? You can revoke the ban on practicing medicine by letting me treat Justice Jiang? You said it was so strict in the beginning. How come it's so hasty for you? Song Sickness pretended to be surprised and his voice was raised to the highest level. Continuing, he said, No, Judge Jiang is not an animal. So how can I, a veterinarian, cure it? We won't break the law. How can you, as a judge, take the lead in making mistakes? You should set an example. It's not right to abuse your power. Jiang Hao was infuriated, clearly not expecting Song Sickness to be so rigid. But after a moment of gloominess, he still continued to come up to Song Six's ear and said in a grim threatening manner, Kid, you have to think clearly. If I can make you unable to practice medicine, I can make it so that you can't even open this store, and even deprive you of your identity as an Ngwa man. Song Disease's gaze suddenly chilled. Ding. Successful delivery of psychosis. Merit -1. The current host's merit is -1. After delivering the disease, Song Sickness deliberately looked embarrassed and said, Actually, it's not impossible to let me, a veterinarian, treat you guys. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao and the group of horse households' gazes all lit up, only thinking that Song Sickness was afraid. After all, Jiang's father and son are big judges with power and influence. Really? Good. As long as you can cure us, I can fulfill any conditions you want. Jiang Hao immediately stated with slight condescension, thinking to yourself that a pariah like Song Sickness is engaging in this. It's just a matter of wanting more money. Yes. As long as you cure us, as long as the conditions aren't excessive, we'll agree with you. The other horse households also nodded excitedly, seeing hope for life. It's simple. I'm a veterinarian now. I can only treat animals, not people. So you guys go for the whole look, remodeling, and make the whole thing into a real animal. And by the way, another animal certificate, to be legally recognized. Haha. This way, won't I be able to cure you beasts? And not break the rules. 2 birds with 1 stone. How good is that? The corners of Song Disease's mouth lifted slightly as his head analyzed. His gaze then fell on Jiang Hao as he laughed. With Grand Inquisitor Zhang's ability to easily award me a medical ban, I'm sure it would be easy to get everyone an animal license, right? The originally expectant smiling faces of the crowd of horse households stiffened a little. If they heard correctly, Song Sickness wasn't trying to make concessions, but was trying to get them to make concessions? Even Jiang Hao, who had sworn his assurances, gradually turned incredibly gloomy when he heard Song Six's suggestion. Are you deliberately humiliating us? Do you want a prize for getting the answer right? Song Sickness asked with a smile. Jiang Hao was instantly furious as his blood pressure rose. Jiang Yichuan in the wheelchair was even more furious. Song Sickness, you've bullied us too much. We begged you nicely and gave you a chance. Yet you humiliate us again and again? Make us plastic surgery into animals? Thanks for thinking of it. And we have to get animal licenses. We're human beings. What animal licenses? I don't want you to humiliate people. Aren't you afraid of the wrath of God? A group of horse households were even more furious. Their faces turned green, and their condition worsened by a few points. That's true. Letting you guys make a whole animal out of it insults the animal. Give you animal licenses and I guess the animals won't want to take you in. Song Sickness also nodded with deep approval. Want. A couple of puppies chimed in. It was determined not to admit this group of horse households. LOL. You guys saw it. The dogs can't even look at you anymore. So it's time for you to recognize yourselves, right? Song Disease kills and mends. Song Sickness, you. Jiang Hao and the group of horse households were trembling with anger. Half breathless, Song Sickness came directly to Jiang Hao's ear and gave him another sick before saying, Your Honor, take your time. Jiang Hao's blood pressure spiked with anger. His fists clenched, and only after half a day did he grit his teeth and said, You wait for me. I will make you regret coming to beg me. He left a sentence behind in a sinister manner before pushing Jiang Yichuan, whose eyes were full of unwillingness, to leave. The group of horse households gritted their teeth, but under the warning of Song Sickness' demonic spirit, they could only leave unwillingly, taking more heat for nothing. Beastie, come on, go to the clinic. The little pets need us. Seeing off this group of beastly horse households, Song Sickness smiled, closed the store door, drove the limousine, and set off to treat the critters. Chapter 20, The Sea Family Crisis. First ring of Andu, prime location, Sekanei Real Estate Group building. Inside the high-level conference hall on the topmost floor, nearly 100 core members of the Sea family's clan had gathered here. An emergency family meeting was called. At the moment, look at the plummeting real estate stocks on the big screen. The entire conference hall was dead silent and depressing. No one expected that this real estate storm in Manhwa would come so swiftly. Even the Sea family was caught off guard. The only option is to break your arm to survive. After so many days of hard work by everyone, we managed to sell off a lot of properties and stocks in a short period of time. But there is also an urgent need for at least $400 billion in working capital to get through this crisis. Otherwise, our C family group will still be on the verge of bankruptcy. Above the head of the table, the current helmsman of the C family, who was also Sia's grandfather, C Haiwa said gruffly, with so much money to raise in a short period of time, we can only pull investments from a few other big family groups. A family member sighed. Now that everyone is too late to hide, which family group is still willing to get involved in this fiasco? Si Chen mercilessly broke everyone's fantasies. Have you tried them all? Elder Si Haiwa asked calmly. The Lu family, the Wang family, the Bai family, all visited, but they all found various reasons to shrug it off. One of them, the Lu family, even didn't forget to fall on our C family, saying that wasn't our C family the favorite to help others, and how come we still need help from others? The woman in charge of this aspect said, her gaze not forgetting to look at Sia with a meaningful meaning. She was Sia's cousin, Rue Si. Upon hearing this, many of the family members at the scene looked towards Sia and whispered. Anyone with eyes could see the reason why the Lu family was mocking the Si family. Apparently it was the last time Sia showed up and helped Song Sickness. Facing the cynicism of her loved ones, the glasses-wearing Sia's pretty face blanched and she bit her cherry lips tightly. Though without that incident, the Lu family would just as soon not help the Si family. But the stigma in people's minds is such that when faced with difficulties, they will only find ways to shift all the blame onto you. What about the Li family? Why is there no Li family? Si Haiwa gave Sia the same look and broke the silence. Li Cheng Tobacco Group is the most profitable industry in the country. If the Li family is willing to help, it's bound to help the Si family escape this crisis. It seems that Li Manglin, the daughter of the Li family, has a family genetic disease that has worsened. And this Li Manglin was still elder Li Dada's favorite granddaughter. Therefore, Li Dada put off all his work and personally accompanied Li Manglin to Li Gui for medical treatment. Supposedly returned home a while ago because of unsatisfactory treatment. But considering the circumstances, we dare not venture to intrude. Si Rue sneered and retracted her gaze and said. Upon hearing this, Si Haiwa sighed helplessly and gave up on this path as well. But even so, a glimmer of hope remained. Who is willing to take charge of the Li family's investment? The room was instantly silent, and Siren hurriedly sat down. Now when you go to the big family groups to pull an investment, you just hit a wall. Not to mention the fact that this happened to the Li family. Cutie pie. Just take this job. I'll do it. Sia's soft voice resounded throughout the chamber. Well, Sia, then you'll specialize in the Li family. Si Haiwan nodded his head. Then he looked at the crowd and said solemnly, the next moment is the moment that jeopardizes the survival of the family. I hereby announce that whoever pulls in the most funds will be the next chairman of the Si-Chen group. After saying that, Lu Haiwa left directly. The desire in the hearts of the crowd of family members, however, was instantly ignited and a commotion ensued. Good sister, this daunting task can be left to you, so cheer up, LOL. Siren tossed the tricky document to Sia, looking encouraging but full of sneers. Sia didn't say anything, took the papers and left silently. It was busy until late at night. Song Sickness and AI Little Beast finally complete their mission and return from the pet shelter clinic. This time Song Sickness earns 98 merit points. It made him instantly smell a business opportunity. How are we there yet, master? On the co-pilot, AI's Little Beast had long been trapped like a small beast, with some cute messy bangs. Here we are. Get off. Sung Sik pulled up in front of the delivery vet shop. As a result, I just got out of the car and a foul odor hit my nose. Fixing my eyes, I saw poop piled up in front of the vet store. And wreaths. Death to Song. I wish your whole family would be full of. If you don't cure us again, we'll expose you, tear down your store. And QJ, that teenage girl. All sorts of slurs, curses and threats were scrawled on the walls. Ha, how could they? AI Little Beast was stunned by the scene in front of her and covered her small mouth in fear. Song Sik's gaze instantly iced over as well. Needless to say, those are the work of those horse households. Originally, I wanted to let you guys fend for yourselves, but since you're looking for death, I'll reluctantly give you a ride. Song Disease's voice was icy cold, like a death sentence from hell, clearing a path. Song Sickness opened the door to the room. Along with AI Beast, he fed a couple of pets that were huddled and shivering in the corner. Song Sick didn't choose to call the police. These people are obviously taking advantage of the darkness of the night and wind to come masked to sabotage. Not to mention whether the police can catch them or not. Even if caught, how long can you get for such a crime? And let's not forget that there are the Jiang family, father and son, who are lawyers and judges. You're going through the formal process of defending your rights? Instead, it will only fuel their anger. Like these terminally ill, half-dead people whose time is running out. Like uncontrollable murderers. The more a group of people get together, the further they get, the more they do anything under the threat of death. So the best thing to do is, let them die in a hurry. Master, you go back. Just leave this place to me, AI little beast said. Come with me to the cottage and sleep. Those mad dogs will do anything, Song Sickness said without question. After this mess, he naturally wouldn't leave AI little beast alone. It's okay, they shouldn't be back tonight, and I'm sleepy now, so I'm going to bed. Bye, AI Xiaobei said, fleeing as if trying to sneak up to the second floor to go to bed. But how can you escape the flower-picking ghost hand of song disease? A precise hand grabbed the girl's two long ponytails. Ha! Before AI little beast could react, she had already been pulled by Song Sickness and shut into the car. A foot of gas sped away. Sleep if you're sleepy. I'll call you when I get there. Song Sickness swept his eyes obliquely at the beeping and depressed AI little beast. Oh! AI little beast stole a glance at Song Sickness. Fall asleep in a second and even snore rhythmically, can you believe it? Listening to this chick purr. The vehicle pulls out of the snack bar and passes through a tree-lined area with no streetlights. The road was almost hidden by the dense tree branches on both sides. Song Sick turned on the high beams. His face suddenly changed in the next second, and he hurriedly braked and slowed down, because under the light of the headlights, in the center of the road ahead, a slender figure was standing there strangely. He was dressed in a nocturnal outfit that covered even his head so tightly that he couldn't be seen, but the only thing that could be seen was that between his exposed white fingers, he held a dagger that glowed with a cold light. Chapter 21, Kidney Void Palm, Capturing a Female Killer Alive. Song Sick's eyes narrowed slightly, his mind calculating whether he should hit the gas and crash through. But in the next second, the other parties seemed to have read his mind. The only thing that could be seen was the dagger in his hand flinging itself around, cutting through a harsh arc and easily puncturing a car tire. Boom! Song Sick's heart trembled hard. Flinging a flying dagger with your bare hands to puncture a car tire? It's definitely not for ordinary people. Definitely professionally trained. The thought that he possessed a physical quality that surpassed normal people tenfold, as well as the unorthodox means of delivering diseases. It was only then that Song Sickness forced down the fear in his heart. After glancing at AI Xiaobei, who was still snoring on the passenger side, Song Sick still opened the car door and walked out. Confronting the man in black in the darkness, he said, "Who are you? My boss would like to invite you for a cup of tea and a small favor. So please also come with me." An icy and confident voice came out from the black-clothed man's mouth. In the next second, the man in black was already running towards Song Sickness at breakneck speed. That speed, like a stump, was frighteningly fast. Slayer? A thought was born in Song Sickness' mind. But who went to such lengths to hire a hitman to get him? The horseman? Jiang Yichuan and his son? Wu Yaxue and Lu Xiangfeng? Or is it the same Raiden who came to seek treatment in the past? While Song Sickness was thinking, the black-clothed assassin was already approaching. He leaped up as light as a swallow and raised his hand to slash at Song Disease's neck. The sound of the harsh wind whistling, trying to use this to knock out Song Sickness and take him away. Obviously trying to catch Song Sick to cure. At such a close distance, Song Sickness also finally got a good look at the other party's eyes. Those were cold, unfeeling eyes. With his gaze slightly condensed, Song Sickness also struck out. He was surprised to find that the other party was fast, but still couldn't escape his eyes. Under close quarters, it was even more impossible to be faster than his flower-picking ghost hands, only to see Song Disease's hands as fast as a stump. Grabbing out first, accurately grasping at the other party's two waists, Ding successfully delivered acute kidney weakness. Merit -2. The moment he quickly finished delivering the disease, Song Sickness immediately sidestepped again, dodging the opponent's hand knife. Those cold and emotionless eyes clearly flashed with surprise, but only for an instant before they returned to their absolute feelings. Once again, he adjusted his stance and grabbed at Song Sickness. However, before the black-clothed man could strike, the two waists looked like they had been drained instantly, and the two legs went limp, directly paralyzing helplessly on the ground. Song Sick's gaze was cold, and he seized the opportunity to pounce, riding on the man in black and clasping his hands, which was a relief. The short exchange of hands allowed him to feel that this person was extremely uncomplicated, and both his force and speed were astonishingly large. Plus the other guy is an experienced killer. Even if he possessed a tenfold physique, he didn't dare to take a risk. After all, just how strong was his limit? He still wasn't sure until now, and he didn't have much experience. That's why, in order to play it safe, he surprised his opponent the moment he got close. What kind of move is this? The black-clothed man who was soft on the ground obviously panicked. Why do you suddenly feel weak in the kidneys and weak in the legs? Kidney void palm. A unique technique. Song Sickness laughed. A hint of panic surfaced in the cold eyes of the man in black. Tell me who hired you to capture me and I can let you go. Song Sickness said icily. Dream on. The black-robed man glared at Song Sickness, his eyes written with reluctance but still filled with determination. I thought it would be a light job, but I ran into a tough one. Looks like that's the only way. Seeing his opponent's masked mouth squirming, Song Sickness was quick on his feet. Picking Flower's ghost hand instantly came out and precisely pinched the opponent's mouth. The other hand slapped at its neck, sending another mental wasting disease on the spot. The black-clothed man's eyes widened as he supported himself for a few moments, and then he slept helplessly. Song Sickness went along with the search to see if he could find anything useful. When I searched my chest, I felt 2 soft masses. Song disease subconsciously pinched twice. QQ flick. Face strange. Female? Song Sickness didn't believe me and continued to search down the list. After searching all the murder weapons on the other side, also thoroughly convinced of the other's gender. It's really female, because it's impossible for a guy to wear black silk. Pulling off the mask, a head of black hair cascaded out while revealing a stunning face of high and low misanthropy. Song Sickness was surprised and even more lost in thought for a moment. Obviously didn't expect to send such a beautiful female assassin to capture himself. Is this a benefit for yourself? Not to mention, that guy was pretty good. Retracting his thoughts, Song Sickness pinched open this female assassin's small mouth. Stick your fingers in. After half a day of indulging in silky smoothness, a cool capsule of pills finally came out of this cherry mouth. Is this poison? Take it if you fail a mission? They actually exist these days? Song Sickness only felt his scalp go numb, glancing at AI Little Beast, who was still huffing and puffing inside the car. Song Sickness snuck the misanthropic lady killer into the trunk, changed to the spare tire and sped away from this place of wrongdoing. Finally, thank nature for its gifts. Back to the Sky House Villa. Song Sickness shook half a day before waking up AI Little Beast, who was sleeping like a pig. After fooling this niece to go to sleep, Song Sick couldn't wait to get the car to the garage, carry the misogynistic female assassin from the trunk, and head straight for the negative floor. A hidden storage room went away. Song Sick then found thick and tough nylon ropes and tied up the misanthropic female killer with an extremely comfortable and safe binding method. Of course, for the sake of absolute completeness, Song Sickness once again searched this misanthropic female assassin's entire body, carefully and meticulously. Leave no hidden place untouched where a murder weapon might be hidden. Sure enough, out of the torn lettered black silk fell a number of light, sharp blades that clung to the snowy white, tender thighs. Take off your shoes and socks. The pink soles and delicate feet are even full of hidden weapons. Can you believe it? Looking at the pair of jade feet that hid the ferocious weapon, Song Sickness sucked in his breath and opened his mouth wide in disbelief. This is so outrageous. After hitting a J spirit, Song Sickness increased his efforts and searched and inserted more carefully. In the end, he even once again touched 2 large and ferocious weapons from this woman's body. Song Sickness had gone numb, sweating with a pang of fear. It also had to be his ghostly hands. If it were ordinary people, they wouldn't be able to touch it. Only after finally making sure that the female assassin was completely safe did Song Sickness take back the mentally draining disease. The misogynistic hitwoman opened her eyes in a daze. Panicked, she scanned her surroundings and realized that she was bound in a humiliating way. Unable to move, the female assassin looked fearlessly at Song Sickness and said icily, "Let go of me, you pervert." Looking at this rare and absolutely beautiful misanthropic face, Song Disease squatted down, picked up the other party's chin and laughed. "It's you who took the initiative to send yourself to the door. So how did it become that I'm a pervert again? And what the hell do you say about puncturing my tire?" "You," the female assassin was momentarily speechless, then rigidly twisted away her neck, coldly and decisively said, "If you want to kill or die, at your disposal. Don't want me to reveal a little bit of news?" "Yo, that's what you said. Then I'm not going to be polite, ha." Song Sickness laughed and took off his clothes directly. He had never heard such a request in his life. Satisfaction. It has to be ruthless. "If you dare to touch me, the boss of the organization behind me won't let you go." The misanthropic female assassin who had been looking at death the last second instantly panicked and threatened in a cold voice. At those words, Song Sick's eyes narrowed slightly, but he still didn't stop moving. Came up behind the other side. "Start pumping the belt." The Lee family. The misogynistic female killer's cold voice came out. "You're not too cold for a killer. As a slayer, you're supposed to hold on. How can you say that?" Song Disease's eyes flashed with a wisp of coldness. Then he resumed his smile and pretended to feel sorry for himself, said the man as he repositioned himself in front of the misogynistic female assassin. Harsh criticism. "You," the misanthropic female assassin was instantly speechless with anger. Also there was the exasperation at the information given by the Lee family. "You call this a little doctor with no power background? This is clearly a big, scary, sick vet." The organization had sent her to Manhwa this time, originally for other important missions. It's because of the information given by the Lee family that said to arrest someone without hurting their life, thinking that no lives would be harmed, and that it would not attract the attention of the police. It would have no effect on her mission. Plus the Lee family did give a bit too much and took it as a side trip to make extra money. Outcome. Song Sickness continued to crouch down and took out a bunch of various flying knives and concealed weapons. And a gun. Lastly, there was the black lace-trimmed murder bra and inner lingerie. And the moment he saw these things, especially the last two personal items that Song Sickness took out, the misogynistic female killer's cold features visibly stiffened. That's when I felt my body empty. The wind blew cool. Chapter 22. This killer is not too cold. You. What did you do to me while I was unconscious? Lang Sie's brain went blank, looking incredulously at Song Sickness. Look at you. If I really wanted to do something to you point blank, I wouldn't do it while you were unconscious. How pointless would that be? Song Sickness laughed and helplessly spread his hands. I can't help it if you're hiding so many murderous weapons on your body. You. Lang Sie clenched her silver teeth and stared viciously at Song Sickness. At the same time, he felt his body and realized that all the hidden concealed weapons had all been taken away by the other party. Not a single piece. I didn't think my first mission would be like this. Say, in your world of assassins, do you all have to carry so many murder weapons? For those who don't know, you think you're going to war? Song Sickness toyed with these flying knives and concealed weapons with a milky scent, and finally picked up the two most secretive and close to the body big fierce weapons. Turn inside out and look at it. It's hidden with 1,000 small hidden weapons. Can you believe it? Kill me if you want. You don't have to humiliate me like this. Looking at Song Sickness playing with her own intimate apparel in front of her face, Lang Sie's cool pretty face couldn't help but blush. But she still hardened her heart. Hiding like you do. What if you bump into something? For the purpose of learning, Song Sickness continued to ask like a curious baby. Black silk hiding daggers he could understand. Feet clip razor blades he can live with. But he really can't imagine the murder weapon hidden inside this murder hood. It's atrocious. Of course, asking this he wasn't perverted. Rather, he wants to learn too. Maybe you can hide it yourself and deal with the enemy later. Lang Sie. She was so messed up by Song Sickness that she was on the verge of breaking down. Okay, back to business. Song Sickness collected his smile and asked, did Lee Dada hire you to come here? Right. Just you? Exactly. You have an organization behind you? That's why you don't dare to kill me. How many people are in your organization? Death to you. I will not reveal anything about my organization. Then you and I will die. But you only need to know one thing. The organization behind me is far more powerful than you can imagine. And how much does it cost to hire you once? Lang Sie. That's all I know. If you don't want to let me go, please give me a hard time. Lang Sie stared at Song Sickness and said coldly, are you sure you want a pain in the ass? Song Sickness smiled meaningfully. Lang Sie's stubborn pretty face stiffened. Releasing you is out of the question. At least not until this is over. And you can still have the organization behind you. So you're kind of my life preserver. Song Sickness laughed. If you let me go, I promise the organization won't come after you. Inciting Song Sickness worry, Lang Sie hurriedly said, empty words, you believe? Song Sickness said and had gotten up to leave. Yes, that's why he didn't kill the other guy. For one thing, the other party had only come to arrest him, and hadn't laid a hand on him when he struck. The second is the fear of retaliation by the organization behind the other party. Once you kill it, it could be immortal. That's fine with him, but he has a family. Lang Sie coldly looked at Song Six departing back, her beautiful eyes constantly flickering. As a result, not long after, Song Sickness came back. In his hands were two more thick chains, as thick as his wrists. Under Lang Sie's horrified gaze, Song Disease used these two thick chains to lock up both her hands and feet. Double reinforcement. It's not that Song is sick and ruthless. Rather, it's a matter of being careful. What if he didn't touch everything? What if there are other places on Lang Sie's body where the murder weapon is hidden? As for these murder weapons, I'll hold them for you for now. Song Sick put his jacket over Lang Sie's black silk thighs that he had torn full of holes. Bending over with two large ferocious weapons to pocket a bunch of smaller ferocious weapons, he walked away. Naturally, I didn't forget to close the burglar code safe door. Back in the room, Song Sick put all these murder weapons into the box. Only the pistol was left. It was the first time he had ever touched a gun. Learning from the movie and toying with it, Song Sick's eyes gradually went cold. No more of the debauchery of just now. The Lee family, the one who hired the assassin to get him, turned out to be Ray Dan. This was what surprised him the most. After capturing Lang Sie, he was the first to rule out those horse households. Those people can be used by the Lau family for tens of thousands of dollars without hesitation and accuse him in court. And how could one possibly have that kind of money to hire such a female assassin? Therefore, Song Sickness' attention fell directly on Lu Shangfeng, as well as Jiang Hao's father and son who had just threatened him. But I didn't expect that it would end up being Reach Lee. In that case, it should be that the situation of that $1,000 Lady Lee Manglin is not optimistic. But what business is it of his? It was conceivable that if he was really captured by Lang Siye to the Li family, does he have the right to refuse then? Is this the style of a big family? Song Sickness sneered. For the first time, he experienced an unknown side of the community. Early the next morning, AI's little beast was gone. Make breakfast for Song Sik, said he went ahead and cleaned the store. This ninny, Song Sickness shook his head and carried a breakfast to the negative floor. Unsurprisingly, Lang Siye doesn't eat. Song Sickness wasn't spoiling for a fight and ate in front of her and left. In cases like this, a few days of starvation will do the trick. She'll eat whatever you give her when the time comes. Eat all you want. Driving up to the vet store, Beastie M had already cleaned the feces off the door and was open for business. But you can still smell the stench. Master, you're here. It just so happens that a few guests have left a few pets behind. So give them a look. Seeing Song Sickness, AI Xiao Beast, who was wearing a nurse's uniform, walked out. Good. A couple of books bought for you on veterinary knowledge. Nothing to read. Theoretical knowledge is important too. Song Sik handed AI Xiaobei a few books he had just picked out at the bookstore. Thank you, master. AI Little Beast smiled like a flower and happily took it. Noon. Song Sickness and AI Xiao Beast ordered takeout and were eating at the store. Those horse households did come. As with the last time, the group swarmed in and scared away all the customers who wanted to bring their pets to the clinic. Song Sickness got up, his eyes narrowing slightly. Not unexpected. In the same position, Song Sickness spotted Jiang Yichuan's father and son across the road. Apparently, the father and son were also mixed up with this group of horse households. Even the manure throwing and wreath sending may have been the father and son's tricks. That's good. It's just as well to have it all in one pot. Save yourself the trouble. Surname Song, did you get the gift? This is just a warning. If you don't cure us again, we'll continue to give you big gifts, guaranteed to get better and better. Ha ha ha, humph. And don't even think about calling the police. We've counseled. It's not a serious charge like that. The crowd of horse households looked at Song Sickness with arrogance. It seems to be the reason that there is Jiang Yichuan father and son behind the back. One shakes the pole straight. Very bottomless. Only after letting the little beast go back to the second floor did Song Sickness look at these people inside. Alright, you guys win. I'll heal you. When these words came out, a group of horse households were first stunned, and then their faces showed excitement. That's right. You did that earlier and saved everyone the trouble. Wang Min spoke out as a victor, venting the shame he had suffered earlier. Immediately, he beckoned to the crowd. Don't be in a hurry. Everyone, line up and come one by one. If he dares to mistreating one, we'll get him together again, said the man, who was first in line. Seeing this, Jiang Hao in the distance also hurriedly and excitedly came over to Jiang Yichuan to line up. Hurry up. So many people. Wang Min sat down very consciously, crossed his legs, stretched his hand out in front of Song Sickness, and arrogantly warned, Surname Song, let's say it first. This time, you can cure each and every one of us completely. If you play any tricks and leave any disease behind, we'll never forgive you. Don't you think so, big guy? Right, the crowd chanted, glaring at Song Sickness with threatening faces. Song Sik didn't touch Wang Min's outstretched donkey hoof. Calmly, he said, I can heal you, but not here. Not here? Then where? The crowd of horse households froze, and immediately someone glared. Surname Song, you don't want to escape. Don't cure us. As ghosts we won't let you go. Song Sickness sneered, pointing at the injunction on that wall. I'm no longer qualified to practice medicine, and if I'm sued again for treating you all in such public, I'll be sentenced to life imprisonment. Don't worry, we won't report you this time. The crowd of horse households swore, by virtue of this honor after curing us, I can revoke the ban for you. Behind the crowd, the masked Jiang Hao also assured, once bitten by a snake, 10 years in fear of a well. It's better to change to a secluded place, preferably one without surveillance, so I can heal you guys in peace. Song Sickness laughed. Chapter 23, All the Horsemen Fight Over. Greatly. 6 p.m. then. West Sky Forest Garden. Royal Spring Pavilion. There's no surveillance there and it's absolutely safe. That will always put your mind at ease. Jiang Hao pulled down his voice and suggested. Yes, that's a good place. You'll all gather there tonight, and I'll come and heal you after I've developed my ancestral precious medicine. Song Sickness satisfaction guaranteed. First things first, if you dare not come, you know the consequences. Wang Min pointed at Song Sickness in warning. A group of horsemen returned from their great victory and traveled to the Western Sky Forest Garden to wait. They didn't suspect. With so many people, can Song Sickness still kill them all? Perhaps the only thing that worried them was the fear that Song Sickness would stand them up. Witnessing the departure of these arrogant horse households, Song Sickness continued to eat. Thoughtfully, he gave Wang Kai a lot of delicious food. This wagged its tail in delight. At 5 p.m., it pooped. Song Sik acted as a pooper scooper, carefully shoveling the 3 piles of dog poop that Wang Kai had pulled into a plastic bag. Beast, keep an eye on the store. I'm going to throw some, Song Sickness shouted. AI little beast poked out a small head full of question marks from the second floor, only to see that Song Sik had already carried those 3 piles about the door. Western Sky Forest Garden. Forest paths, vaguely seen elderly people walking their dogs for a stroll after dinner. A gazebo amongst a manicured forest is particularly lively. A group of horse households were waiting here early. It's 5 o'clock. That hasn't tea come yet. Will it deliberately trick us? Wang Min said impatiently. How dare he? If he's going to go back on his word and be a villain, he'll be sure to let him have it this time. Yeah, had to shove in his mouth. The crowd has been viciously expressed. Judge Jiang. I mean that surname song, if he violates the injunction to practice medicine on us again this time, he's really going to be imprisoned for life like he said. A long sick, bone-thin horseman asked on a whim. The crowds were instantly attracted by this sensitive issue, and their gazes fell on Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao was a bit dazed. He didn't know what was going on lately. His mind was always floating with some chaotic thoughts, but facing the gaze of the crowd, he still returned to his senses and coughed dryly. According to the content of the injunction, not only will he be imprisoned for life, but he will also be deprived of all his property. What about the people who report it? How much reward will there be? Someone with a greedy face asked. It depends on the situation. If he is sued in the role of a victim, he can get up to all of his property. Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes and smiled, intentionally leading. At these words, the gazes of all the horse households flickered. The serious illness cost them all their savings, including the compensation for Song's previous illness. And in the last 2 days of traveling to the sick delivery veterinarian store, they've seen the limo that Song Sik drives. This caused evil thoughts to resurface in their minds. No one spoke again, but everyone's eyes changed. When Jiang Hao saw this scene, he looked down and smiled with Jiang Ichuan. Just waiting for a good show. Sorry to keep you all waiting. At that exact moment, Song Sickness arrived at some point, carrying a plastic bag in his hand. Hurry up! How much time do we have to waste by being so slow and so many people, when everyone's still in a hurry to get home? Wang Min was the first to get upset and came to the first place like a grandpa. In the face of the impatience of the crowd of horse households, Song Sickness was sighing. I may have to tell you guys some bad news. Due to the fact that my previous medical center was seized, everything was destroyed as filth, and even the ancestral prescription was gone. As he spoke, he did not forget to look at Jiang Ichuan's father and son. It was Jiang Ichuan who seized the medical center in the first place. What? Are you ing with us? Don't you want to live? When the crowd heard this, they went berserk and opened their mouths. And for whatever reason, don't panic everyone, there's still good news. I searched for half a day and found the 3 treasured ancestral treasure pills in my collection. These 3 ancestral original treasure pills were refined according to the prescription, and their medicinal effects are tens of thousands of times better than the medicinal soup given to you before. As long as you take one, no matter what kind of terminal disease you have, it can be completely eradicated. It even strengthens your bodies and prolongs your lives. Song Sickness hastily raised the plastic bag in his hand in deep apology for the comfort. The outline of the precious medicine was vaguely visible. The frenzied crowd of horse households suddenly quieted down, staring with burning eyes at the plastic bag in Song Sik's hands and swallowing their saliva. Seems to have grabbed a lifeline. But soon, someone realized something was wrong. Angrily, he said, "What do you mean? Just 3 pills. How do you want us to divide them? Is it enough to eat? It can't be helped. The prescription is gone. It's the last of the medicine, and I can only fumble a little bit with the rest." Song Sickness spread his hands helplessly. Then he brightened up and proposed. How about this? Let the 3 of you eat it today, and when I figure it out someday, then I'll dispense it to you. Song Sickness' words instantly caused the eyes of the angry crowd to flicker. Who will take it first? Any of them would like to serve it. As for Song Disease's comment about figuring out the prescription in the back, let's not talk about whether or not it can be figured out. Even if you feel it out, can it be as effective as these 3 original treasure pills? And even then maybe they're all hung up. Don't believe him, everyone. He's stirring up trouble and trying to get us to kill each other. Jiang Hao, who was the chancellor, saw through Song Disease's trick at a glance and warned angrily. The corners of Song Sik's mouth rose slightly as he cast an approving look at Jiang Hao. Worthy of a justice. He does have the intellect. But does it work? He was also the only one on the scene who was a chancellor. These insatiable horsemen don't have his brains. Song Sickness cleared his throat and rushed Jiang Hao and said loudly, Justice Jiang, you have the most power here. So let's have you distribute the ownership of these 3 original concrete treasure pills. I trust you will be fair and impartial. With that, Song Sickness directly flung the plastic bag containing the Wankai in his hand and threw it at Jiang Hao. Coincidentally, It just happened to be hanging from a tree. Of course, this was done on purpose by Song Sickness. In an instant, the plastic bag hanging above the heads of the many horse households became a big fire that ignited the desire in their hearts. Boom! I'm very sick. Let me eat first. Why should you eat first? I'm sick as hell. I'll eat first. I have family. Let me eat first. I really can't. As far as you're concerned, so was I. In an instant, the originally united crowd of horse households instantly fell apart under the temptation of the three piles of greed. Ran to the tree and coaxed it up, but as soon as one man climbed up, he was pulled down by the crowd and stepped on the soles of his feet. Soon, a human drama of looting kicked off. Don't grab it. It's Song Disease's treacherous plan. Jiang Hao shouted anxiously, trying to reverse it. But the group of horse households that had already been taken over by greed had long since been transformed into beasts without humanity. Jiang Hao's face was grim as he looked across the crowd of coaxers at Song Sickness. At this moment, Song Sickness similarly looked at him, the corner of his mouth hooked up in an evil arc. Jiang Hao's body trembled, and he only felt a chill at his back. He finally realized that he had underestimated this youth. This harmless-looking guy had easily destroyed this alliance with just one move. Martyr! Who dares to snatch it from me? I'll fight him. Come on, we're all going to die anyway. Who the hell is afraid of anyone? Aha! Soon, a looting turned into a group fight. To get the life-saving medicine that hangs overhead, the crowd of horse households were cornered and attacked each other in a desperate manner, even frantic enough to pick up rocks on the ground. An ugly drama of human nature is played out. ABA. On the wheelchair, Zhang Yichuan was also anxious, frantically rocking the wheelchair, his eyes dead set on the bag in the tree. The same longing was revealed. He's had enough of being sick. Looking at these fools, Jiang Hao gritted his teeth, but for the sake of his son, he still quietly climbed up the cool pillar, taking advantage of the crowd's fight, a little closer to the plastic bag hanging on the branch. I'm about to get it. Hi, put the Chancellor on gas. It'll be enough in a minute. From a distance, Song Sickness yelled out, just trying to help cheer Jiang Hao. The crowd of horsemen who had killed the madman looked over in an instant and spotted Jiang Hao, who was about to steal the house. The precious medicine is mine. The crowd of horse households instantly had scarlet eyes and lunged at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao's face showed panic. Still gritting his teeth, his eyes touched the plastic bag. In the crowd, Wang Min violently threw out a stone. Bang! The stone accurately hit Jiang Hao's head, and Jiang Hao fell on the spot, reduced to a tool for the crowd of horse households to trample on. Chapter 24, Internecine Fighting Among Horse Households. ABA. Seeing his father being stepped on by the crowd, Zhang Yichuan was so anxious that he directly rolled out of his wheelchair. The result was that both fathers and sons were trampled together. However, the crowd of horse households have long been competing for the red, and the scramble did not stop. Instead, it's getting worse. Several people had already been killed in just a few minutes, and the commotion on this side soon drew the attention of a number of strolling old men. Boy! What's wrong with them? An old couple panicked at the bloody scene and asked Song Sick about it. I don't know. They seemed to be grabbing the bag from the tree. Song Sickness pointed to the plastic bag hanging from the tree with an innocent face. He doesn't know that either. He just came in and dropped a bag of and these people somehow got into a fight. Oh, my god. What's in that plastic bag? Is it gold? How come they're all robbed like this? A few more old people came, full of confusion. What kind of baby bump is it that makes a bunch of people grab it like this? A few of the older men were instantly impressed. You guys stop fighting. Have a talk. Goo. An older man tried to step forward to stop it, but before he could get close, he was ed over by a flying smothering mixer. Old man. Call the police. Call the police. Dead man. Dead man. A bunch of old people were terrified. Song Sickness shook his head and smiled, silently turning away. Successful retirement. It's as if it never came. He just came and dropped a bag of and did nothing. After Song Sickness left, the great battle continued, with people constantly falling. In the end, it was actually Wang Min who fought to the end. Like a madman, he swung the plasma-covered stone and smashed the last competitor to death. Who else? Who else? Who the else? Wang Min was drenched in blood, like a homicidal maniac, completely insane. His scarlet gaze was dead set on the fallen horse households all over the place. Seeing who else dared to move a little, immediately rushed up. Riding on the body is a smash. Until it's smashed until no one moves. It was only then that he took a big breath and realized the old people gathered around him. Wang, if you guys dare to steal from me, I'll bite you to death. Out of strength, he rolled and crawled, pretending to be mean and snarling at the people around him. Crazy, it's crazy. Run, run. The crowd of elderly onlookers were frightened and backed away. Seeing that no one was finally grabbing with him anymore, Wang Min then greedily looked at the top of his head, the plastic bag containing the original treasure medicine, then couldn't wait to climb the tree and grab the plastic bag and slam it down hard, yet he seemed unable to feel the pain, with only the precious medicine in his eyes. Mine! Mine! It's all mine! Whoever dares to snatch it from me, I'll kill him! Kill, kill, kill! Wang Min shouted out of his mind as he reached into the plastic bag and grabbed the 3 piles of out with one hand. Looking at the 3 piles of blackened, foul-smelling in his hands, the frantic Wang Min froze, quickly recovering again. Original treasure medicine. Good medicine. Yes, that must be it. Take it and I'll be fine. Without the slightest doubt, the greedy Wang Min stuffed 3 piles of dog into his mouth as soon as he could. Just want to cure my UTI. But since I ate it so quickly, I swallowed it without chewing much, and it clogged my throat all of a sudden. He had his hands over his throat, his eyes red, still trying to swallow. It ended up crashing and popping a few times and then not moving at all. From afar, the crowd looked at this scene, all of them not daring to go forward. Drew. At that exact moment, the police arrived on time. The sight of this bloody scene was equally startling. The latter is known through eyewitness accounts. These people don't want to fight for their lives, but they are just fighting for 3 piles of. And those 3 piles of were grabbed by the final victor, Wang Min, who took a bite and choked himself to death. After surveying the site, it does conform to the thesis. The cops were confused. A bunch of people, killing each other over 3 pieces of? It's more outrageous than outrageous opening the door to outrageous. Outrageous to the point of being outrageous. At that exact moment, a bloody figure in the pile of corpses suddenly stood up straight. Ah, a fraud. It's haunted. Run. A bunch of old people were instantly scared into grandchildren, leggy and scattered in all directions. Runs like a sprinter. Even the crowd of police officers were taken aback. Pull out your gun in a hurry. Don't move. Put your hands up. The police officers bellowed and surrounded Jian Hao, who had risen from the pile of corpses. At the moment, Jian Hao was covered in blood from being stepped on, but his eyes were filled with wisdom. That's right. Under this riot, the neurosis that Song Sik gave to Jian Hao finally kicked in. He instigated his fingers and looked at the cops with a silly grin on his face. Whirling around, he suddenly cried out, "Mommy, I want to eat nai. Wah 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 wah." Crowd of cops look at each other, confused. Don't give me any pretense. Just get down on the ground. The officer in charge spoke in a cold voice. Ghosts? Jiang Hao blinked his big eyes and whirled around as if he had found more fun, running towards the officer with his teeth and claws open, wiggling his butt. I'm a ghost. The evil dragon roars. Ow. This look, with the hideous wounds all over his body, was particularly creepy. Don't you come any closer, or I'll shoot you. The officer was taken aback. Hey, gun. I don't care. I'm going to eat gun. I'm going to eat gun. Jiang Hao ran faster. Bang. The officer pulls the trigger straight away with a precise headshot. Jiang Hao's body stiffened in place, regaining a brief moment of clarity the moment he collapsed. The bloody and gruesome scene around him was all he could see, filling him with despair. But still, with wide eyes, he died unwillingly. On the other hand, Song Sik had returned to the vet store. Master, why are you taking so long to go throw AI little beast had a puzzled look on his face. Doesn't she always do things like this? Throw it far away, lest you smell the stench. Song Sik smiled and changed the topic. Go, take you to jerk off. Meanwhile, the incident at the Western Sky Forest Garden quickly rushed to the top of the hit list. Shocked, 19 men and women in West Sky Forest Park killed each other over 3 piles of dog. And experts still can't come up with a reasonable explanation. Is this a loss of morality or a distortion of human nature? Follow-up police arrived on time and found the last survivor, suicidal, whom the police decisively shot dead, successfully preventing him from committing suicide. Shocked, among the 19 people who robbed we found our famous Justice Jiang Hao, as well as his son Jiang Ichuan. For a time, the 2 fathers and sons had a philosophy of serving the people and punishing evil, but when the police investigated the estate, they found a large amount of property under the name of corruption and bribery, as well as countless wrongful convictions. Jerking off with AI Beast late into the night, Song Sickness had planned to take AI Little Beast back to the villa with him to rest. It was big enough there anyway, but AI Little Beast refused. In this regard, Song Sickness did not force the issue, and those horse households were settled anyway. Song Sickness then packs a few bunches of cashews and drives off. Returning to the villa, Song Sick went straight to the room on the negative floor. Vigilance unlocked the code and opened the door to the room, and the silhouette that was as delicate as an iceberg was still there. Lang Xie was still locked in place like a fox demon, but she looked at Song Sickness with cold eyes. Cool brothers give attention. Something to find me. The author Douyin number, Snowwind Heartling. Chapter 25 Li Menglin is seriously ill. Sia pays a visit to Li Dada. What exactly did you do to me that night? Lang Sia gritted her teeth, her cherry lips turning white. Because ever since that night, after being slapped those 2 times by Song's sickness, both of her kidneys felt like they had been emptied out. So far there is no sign of half recovery. It left her with little means of escape. How can I run when my legs are weak? Kidney void palm. A unique technique. Didn't I tell you? Song's sickness laughed. What? Want to learn? Come jerk your waist and I'll teach you. Naturally, he wouldn't tell the other side the truth. Despicable move. Lang Sia coldly and proudly twisted her head, not saying another word. Swear not to eat food handed out in contempt. Looking at Lang Sia, whose pretty face was already visibly pale from hunger, Song's sickness threw the waist in his hand in front of him. As he turned to leave, he didn't forget to remind, the kidney deficiency palm will make both of your kidneys weaker and weaker, and in the end, you will even become incontinent, and you can only make up for it by eating. Eat or not, whatever you want. The security door closed. Lang Xia's cool face flashed with fear as she looked at the plate of cashews in front of her and then felt the empty belly. Gritting his teeth, he crawled through anyway, jerked off. Outside the door, Song Sik looked at the video projected on the door and smiled before leaving. He's imprisoning this woman just for two-handed security. One of them is to warn the Li family. The second is to guard against the organizations that come out of their mouths. These organizations can be classified, in Blue Star, as terrorist organizations that ignore the laws of the land. Lang Xia had failed to capture him, and the organization behind it. Would there be another assassin to trouble him? Such dramas are commonplace in fiction. He was also unsure of Lang Xia's weight in this organization, not to mention how powerful it was. But on the whole, it was undoubtedly best to keep it that way for now. It's better than just killing and not dying. And do one ring. Inside a luxurious vintage manor, in an immaculately clean room, Li Menglin was dressed in a hospital gown, lying on an imported medical bed with various instruments attached to her body. Her pretty face was pale and pained, her hands gripping the bedsheet in death, her thin and delicate body constantly shaking and trembling. It seemed to be suffering from some kind of extreme pain. Where's the old spiffy, bratty behavior at the vet store? Disease successfully cured this arrogant little princess. Put. In the next second, Li Menglin's delicate body looked like it couldn't take it, and blood suddenly gushed out of her nose and mouth. The team of doctors on the scene changed their faces slightly and hurriedly and skillfully started the work of stopping the bleeding and transfusion. Li Dada on the side looked anxious, full of heartache, but there is nothing he can do. The probability of the Li family suffering from a genetic disease is less than 1 in 10,000. And not coincidentally, Li Monroe is not only one in that 10,000. She's one of the worst ever. Oh, Grandpa, it hurts. I'm dying of pain. Help me. Li Menglin broke down and cried, looking at her grandfather who loved her the most. Since the onset of the genetic disease, her body has been like a flood of water, uncontrollable daily spurts of blood and the need for another transfusion. But it didn't take long for the blood that had just been transfused to squirt out again, and so on and so forth, as if the blood were drained and transfused back in. Make her suffer. Just want to die. This was also the moment she really saw the horror of this genetic disease in her family. Monrin, don't be afraid. Grandpa's here. Grandpa has gone to get a doctor and will soon be able to cure you. Li Dada burst into old tears and heartily held Li Menglin's cold and miserable little hand. Only when faced with Li Menglin, the man behind the scenes who controls 70% of Anhua's tobacco revenue, would he shed a rare tear? After calming down Li Menglin's blood transfusion, Li Da reached a quiet exit from the smart medical room. The old eyes that had been in tears suddenly returned to indifference, turning his head to look at a bodyguard behind him. Didn't the Lu family just train a medical team that specializes in genetic diseases? Go and invite them to take a look. Yes, master. After that bodyguard retreated, Li Dada then looked at the other bodyguard and frowned. How's what I asked you to do? The remaining bodyguard's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly bowed and said, everything was in accordance with the old master's instructions to contact the assassin, but so far no news has been received from that assassin. My subordinate suspects that the other party will take the money and run? Impossible. Li Da reached a decisive denial. He still had faith in the credibility of this assassin organization. After all, the two sides have always worked together in. It wasn't so bad as to lose him as a big customer for a mere million ampersand. But my subordinate can't reach her anymore, the bodyguard said in disbelief. Li Dada's eyebrows just frowned, suddenly thought of something, and his face couldn't help but change. Grandfather, the daughter of the C family, Xia, seeks an audience. At that exact moment, a well-mannered young man came and said, he was Li Menglin's brother, Li Jiaming. C family? Li Dada's old eyes narrowed slightly, instantly realizing the purpose of the C family's visitor. Today's real estate industry skyrocketed, and has long since sensationalized the entire country of Anguilla. So Lee Dada waved his hand without hesitation and said, "Just say that I'm not well and I'm sorry that I can't receive you." Lee Jiaming did not leave, but continued. The other party said that there is a cure for his sister. Lee Dada's pupils were visibly dilated, and after a moment of contemplation, he still said in a cold voice, "Go and call for it." The old man would like to see what her C family has to offer. Inside a lavish hospitality hall, Lee Dada was already sitting at the first place, sipping tea with an antique teacup of celadon porcelain. Sia was also led to the hall by Jiaming Lee, late generation Sia. "Greetings to Grandpa Lee." Sia politely saluted in greeting. "I hear you have a cure for my granddaughter?" Lee Dada opened the door directly, not giving Sia a chance to talk about investment. "I didn't." Sia shook her head honestly. Lee Dada frowned slightly. Displeasure immediately surfaced on his majestic old face, and said nonchalantly, "Then you're having fun with my granddaughter's life? If that's the case, then please return. Don't mention anything about investment." Jamin sends his guests away. Lee Jiaming looked at the dignified and atmospheric Sia, a little reluctant, but still had no choice but to go forward. Grandpa Lee repressed his anger. "I have no way, but I can recommend you a divine doctor. His medical skills are mysterious and unpredictable. He should be able to cure Sister Menglin." Sia's pretty face was serene as she looked at Lee Dada, who was about to leave in anger, and opened her mouth. The reason why she deliberately delayed was to see Lee Dada's attitude towards Lee Menglin, so that you can judge the next negotiating leverage. "Another divine doctor? Then tell me, what method is this divine doctor going to use to cure Menglin?" Hearing the word divine doctor, Lee Dada has long been senseless, because these days, he'd gotten tired of hearing about it. In order to seek a cure for Lee Menglin, he had already tried all the famous doctors at home and abroad, as well as Western and Chinese medicine practitioners from all walks of life. No less than tens of billions of dollars were spent, but in the end it's all a waste. This man's medical skills are extremely esoteric, and his treatment is very special, and I don't know what he will use. However, I also suffered from a serious heart condition that was cured by his special hands, Sia said sincerely, and as she said this, a hint of redness flashed across her pretty face. The scene from the past when Song's sickness treated her heart attack couldn't help but float in his mind. His treatment is really special. "Grandpa, my sister's current situation is not optimistic, so let that person try. Sort of give sister one more hope." Lee Jiaming also opened his mouth to advise, intending to speak for Sia. "What's his name?" Thinking about Lee Menglin's situation today, Lee Dada still frowned and asked. "Song's sickness," Sia answered truthfully. Chapter 26, Enjoying Life? Sia's Visit. Lee Dada's face changed slightly. The teacup he was serving tea and even spilled the tea, and once again gazed at him and asked, "What did you say his name was?" Catching Lee Dada's sudden loss of composure, Sia's beautiful eyes flashed slightly as she returned. "His name is Song Disease, the disease of diseases. You can ask him to make a move?" Lee asked with a frown, still unable to hide the fluctuations despite calming down. "Could be," Sia nodded. "Good, then go and invite him quickly." Lee Dada's tone was obviously urgent. Sia gritted her teeth and still made a request. "Elder Lee, I can ask Divine Dr. Song to take action, but the latecomer has an unkind request. The investment, right?" Lee tightened his smile. "Aha." Sia looked straight at Rita. After this series of trial and error, she already knew deep down the position of Lee Menglin in Lee Dada's heart. "How much do you want?" Lee asked. Frowning, Sia held up 2 fingers and said, 200 billion. Lee Dada laughed, but it was a cold laugh. "Girl, I can't imagine that you're young, but you've learned to ask for a lion's share of money. $200 billion? Do you think it's possible?" $200 billion into today's real estate industry is, to put it mildly, a big bet that is bound to lose. Sia beautiful eyes without ripples, looking directly at Lee seriously said, "This is our family borrowed from the Lee family. Lee Lao, if you can help our family through this difficult time, our family will return to the day. Besides, in Elder Lee's heart, isn't Sister Menglin's life worth these $200 billion? You," said Lee Dada, instantly gagged by Sia's eloquent words. But soon, Lee Dada laughed coldly. "Do you think that the old man can invite that Song Disease with $100 million? Truth be told, for some reason, the current Divine Dr. Song has self-appointed himself and promised to stop practicing medicine for the rest of his life. So don't say 100 million. Even if it's 200 billion, you can't invite it. If you don't believe me, you can go and try," Sia said calmly. Of course, with that statement, she was more or less betting. After all, she couldn't represent Song's sickness. "In that case, what makes you hire him?" Lee Dada sneered coldly, his heart already bursting with embarrassment, because he had already gone to ask for it. And indeed he hadn't. And the fact that Song is sick and self-appointed has an element of him in it. Because of this, Sia took out a note. I had the honor of helping Divine Dr. Song once when he was in trouble. He gave me 3 notes afterward, and promised me that with the 3 notes he could be made to strike 3 times in the future. Lee Dada looked at the plainly shredded note in Sia's hand and the latter's determined gaze. After a moment of silence, he finally managed to say, fine, then I'll give you a chance. But if that surname Song can't cure Meng Lin, everything is exempt from negotiation. Thank you Grandpa Lee, my family will not forget your great favor. Sia spread a smile, her taut heartstrings finally loosening. It was a game that she finally won. All of this, however, ultimately came down to Song's sickness. Quickly go and invite that Song guy. Meng Lin is dying. Reach Lee waved his hand eagerly. At the same time, he also marveled at the mind of this female child of the C family. When did the C family produce such a good piece of material? I'm on my way. Sia retreated in a hurry. Miss C, I'll see you off. Li Jiaming's face changed and he hurriedly chased after her. Villa Heavenly Palace. Song's sickness had spent the past 2 days being extraordinarily free, almost always enjoying life. After settling those horse households, he wouldn't have to go to the vet store every day on time. Let customers leave their sick pets at the vet store. All he had to do each day was drive over in his limo in the afternoon and unify his treatment. To put it nicely, it's going to collect a wave of merit. Simple and convenient. As for some ordinary diseases, the current AI little beast was already able to handle them. I have to say, this ninny is smart and clever. Many of the poses, Song's sickness only taught once, and AI little beast learned them. Simply a once-in-a-century genius. Negative floor. Gym. Song Sik was working out wearing only a pair of black gym shorts. Sweat drenched his entire body, filling the well-proportioned and handsome figure of Tak Sung Sik with testosterone. Since his body had become stronger, Song's sickness enjoyed the thrill of the exercise. After 2 hours of exercise, Song's sickness draped a sweat-absorbing towel over his head, intending to take a shower at the rooftop pool first, then go to the private theater on the negative floor and watch a little movie. When it gets dark, go find a proper massage parlor and learn how to learn. Don't get me wrong, he's really there to learn. Just to learn more massage techniques. Make yourself look more like a doctor. After obtaining the sending sickness system, Song's sickness did possess the heaven-defying means of being cured by touching it. But that became his only shortcoming. That's just too easy. Try to cure a person by touching them without doing anything. Do you think that person will thank you? The answer is no. It's like a skilled locksmith giving a fairy a minute to unlock the door. Instead of thankful compliments from fairies, that master ended up with questionable abuse. It even ended up turning the originally agreed upon $50 payoff into $10. The reason is that it's too fast. That's human nature. Sometimes you're awesome can be, but being too good is a mistake. That's why Song's sickness is used as a cover for touching by learning some massage techniques. For this reason, in the days when he first acquired the system, he ran to the massage parlor as soon as he could. I've been studying hard to find the kind of girl who is good at her job and has a lot of skills. When healing, it is clear that touching a little bit will be good. Song disease also preferred to deliberately touch a little longer, just to dispel the concerns of the beautiful female patients. Simply heartfelt. Come to the 3rd floor deck. Song's sickness was just about to do a high diving maneuver. The doorbell suddenly rang. Song's sickness looked down just enough to see out the front door. It was also not very clear to see due to the distance. Just only Sia wearing a black OL skirt professional dress, slender legs with 136 letters of the Paris family black silk, wearing elegant black frame eyes of the delicate silhouette, is standing there gracefully, seems to have a feeling. Sia raised his eyes, also happened to see standing in the highest place, is ready to jump into the water Song disease. Looking at the robust, cold white figure, Sia thought at first glance that he had been mistaken and did not recognize Song's sickness. Her beautiful eyes were turbulent, her pretty face flushed, and she hurriedly averted her gaze. Ka-ching! The main door opened at that moment, while Song's Sik's voice came, Miss Sia, please come in. Hearing the voice, Sia once again raised her eyes to look at the figure on the 2nd floor, which made sure that there was no mistake, but it was still hard to hide the surprise between her beautiful eyes, because the Song disease of today has changed so much. It's like going through some kind of metamorphosis. Okay. Sia took a step into the villa, and faced with this scene. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Mind if I take a shower first? Song's sickness smiled somewhat apologetically. He also didn't expect the other party to come so coincidentally. Now that he was covered in stinky sweat, he was clearly unfit to receive guests. Besides, it's a woman. No, don't mind. I'm the one interrupting. Sia shook her head and waved her hand in a hurry, then went to the living room and sat down to wait. For some reason, it's inexplicably nerve-wracking to be faced with today's Song disease. Not long after, Song-sik came downstairs wearing a set of casual and loose clothes. He then simply jumped into the pool and washed. Looking up close at the approaching Song-sikness, Sia was once again touched. Straight posture, handsome features, deep eyes, and the confidence and calmness that was vaguely exuded. It made Sia wonder for a moment what Song-sikness had been going through in the past few days. How can a person, in such a short time, change so much? Chapter 27, Going to the door to heal, and being driven away instead? What did Ms. Sia want to see me about? Song-sik poured Sia and himself an iced drink from the refrigerator. Thank you. If Divine Dr. Song doesn't mind, just call me Sia. Sia took the drink and Wanya smiled. Two cute little dimples spilling out of the corners of her mouth. And don't call me Dr. Song. I'm just an ordinary veterinarian now. Song-sikness smiled and sat down. You really went to become a veterinarian? Surprise flashed between Sia's beautiful eyes. Across the street from the former medical clinic, the delivery vet shop. So you can come to me when your pet is sick in the future. Get a membership card and get 20% off. Song-sikness said seriously. Sia, to tell you the truth, I've come to see Mr. Song, this time because I want to ask for your help to save someone. Sia struggled for a moment, but opened her mouth. Then he took out a few documents. This is the contract for the 5 buildings, as well as $10 million in cash, as a consultation fee for your outing. Now my family is having a little problem with funds and I can't come up with more money, so I hope you don't mind. Save who? You tell me straight. This was not a surprise to Song-sikness. There is nothing to do. A rich family's daughter like Sia suddenly came to herself alone. He wasn't going to narcissistically assume that the other guy was into him and looking for a conversation, but is very surprised that the other party out of the generous 5 buildings plus $10 million. It is evident that the identity of the person to be saved is not ordinary. The Lee family's daughter, Lee Menglin, Sia said gruffly. Of course, she didn't know about the Lee family's beef with Song disease. At those words, Song-sik's smile tightened and his eyes narrowed slightly. This allowed Sia, who was adept at observing words and colors, to instantly gain insight, and asked tentatively, the Lee family has come to find Mr. Song? Well, but I didn't say yes. Song-sikness nodded simply. It didn't say anything about Raydan hiring a hitman to kidnap him. Sia was relieved and instantly tensed up again, explaining apprehensively, to be honest, this cure concerns the future of my family. That's why I've come to ask for your hand. And I don't mean to make you break the rules. If Song-sikness doesn't make a move, then all the efforts she had made before would be in vain. Ms. Sia is being overly concerned. Even though I'm not practicing medicine now, the promise I said before still counts. As long as I have those 3 slips of paper, I can go out and never go back on my word. Song-sikness laughed. In the past, without the other party's hand, he would probably still be in jail now. So this favor still needs to be returned. Here, I brought it. Sia was overjoyed in his heart and hurriedly pulled out the 3 slips of paper. Song-sikness smiled, pulled one out of it and accepted it, and got up. In that case, let's get going. Finish early, I have important business at night. Just go? You're not going to prepare? Sia was surprised. Thought Song-sikness would ask Lee Menglin about her condition first, or at least bring some herbs, right? Almost forgot. Song-sikness slapped his head and hurried to his room to get a white coat. Veterinarians are doctors too, and they should be worn. Sia, however, seeing Song-sikness' breezy appearance, he didn't say anything more after all. Driving with Song-sikness, he headed towards the Lee family manor. Meanwhile, the Lee family manor, Lu's top medical team for genetic disorders has arrived. The chief doctor's name is Lu Haishue, specializing in genetic diseases. Traveled to several developed countries to study and explore. Within 2.5 years of returning to China, the sea turtle was honored with the title of expert in many fields, including brain, neurology, and genetic disciplines. As if these expert titles don't cost money. It took even more than 2.5 years to create this top medical team specializing in genetic disorders. At this moment, under the leadership of Lu Haishue, 12 medical members surrounded the hospital bed, utilizing a variety of self-developed, highly sophisticated instruments. He made a pass at Lee Menglin in the hospital bed. The whole process went on for hours. In the end, Lu Haishue confidently injected Lee Menglin with a homemade potion. Lee Menglin fainted on the spot. Lu Haishue, on the other hand, continued to change Lee Menglin's medical instruments that he had brought with him. Outside the medical room, Raydan clasped his hands nervously, his face a little paler in the past few days. Grandpa, Sia has brought Song-sikness here. At that exact moment, Li Jiaming came and whispered. Li Dada's old eyes stared, and he quickly spoke. Go and bring them here. Yes, Li Jiaming carefully retreated. Within moments, it had arrived with Sia and Song-sikness. Song disease saw Li Dada at the first glance, and his eyes were slightly cold. Wasn't impressed with the old man who had hired a killer to get him. One could even say it's poor. But now that we're here, it's time to settle that score. Or in other words, he agreed to come so readily just to settle the score. He was promising Sia that he would make a move to cure Lee Manglin. This point naturally would not go back on his word, but at the same time it would give the proud old man a free cure. To be a man, you have to keep your grudges separate. Ha ha ha. See, girl is really capable. She has more face than my old bones. She actually invited little friend Song here. When he saw Song's sickness, Lee Dada immediately came forward with a smile on his face. And not only did he not reveal anything about sending killers, but he also had something to say, vaguely revealing displeasure. He himself, the head of the Lee group, took the initiative to put down his stature to invite the other party, but 8 closed doors, difficult to invite. And now, Song's sickness had followed Sia. What is this if not a slap in his face? He is the head of the Lee family, the head of Lee's tobacco group, and his face is still no match for a girl? You're mistaken. It was Miss Sia who invited. That's why I came. Otherwise, not to mention you, even if the state lord came, it would be the same. Song's sickness corrected with a smile. Lee Dada's old mouth slightly twitched, but still smiled skinlessly and stretched out his hand. Oh, then Song Xiao Yu, this favor can be really noble. This one time out to take my Lee family's $200 billion of contracts. I do not know how much payment the division girl has given you. It can't be helped. It's so cheap that people really think that's all you're worth. I've learned that the hard way. So, for the benefactor, I may not take a penny, but for the one who still tries to force himself on me again, I may treat him in the name of a veterinarian. Song Sik said, shaking the other's old hand. Ding, successful delivery of migraine. Merit -1. Ding, successfully delivered dog ringworm, originating from Wang Kai. Merit -1. Good. Very good. Really young with a personality. Lee Dada's heart trembled slightly and his old eyes clouded over, but he still forced a smile. After delivering the sick, Song's sickness withdrew his hand without saying anything more, recognizing the other party's last words. The atmosphere was slightly strange. The face of Li Jiaming on the side also grimaced. The Song sickness in front of him looked like nothing more than a brat in his early 20s. How dare you contradict his grandfather like this? Sia detected the words and took the initiative to break the atmosphere. Grandpa Li, Divine Dr. Song can heal Sister Meng Lin right now. Oh, I'm sorry, right now. Meng Lin is being treated by a professional medical team, so we might have to ask Divine Dr. Song to wait a bit, Lee Dada said with a leathery smile, saying the word professional very heavily. In the face of Song's sickness's mockery just now, he was still so composed today, naturally because Song's sickness was the last guarantee to cure his granddaughter. But if Lu Shuahai's research could really cure his granddaughter and solve the hereditary disease that his Li family had suffered from for years, he would not hesitate to tell this unseemly brat to get lost. On the one hand, it was resentment that Song's sickness dared to belittle him. On the other hand, it was because he didn't want to cooperate with the C family and waste $200 billion for nothing. That's $200 billion. Upon hearing this, Sia's pretty face changed slightly, having guessed what Lee Dada had in mind, but she still smiled and nodded. Okay, he said, casting an apologetic look at Song Sik. Song Sickness smiled and shook his head, naturally not caring. What should be cured was already being cured anyway. He also had to thank Sia for giving him this opportunity to deliver the disease in name only. Door to door. The crowd didn't have to wait long. During this time, Lee Dada, who was a member of a worldly family, didn't have the basic etiquette of arranging seats for Song Sickness and Sia, or pouring tea to entertain them or anything. About half an hour passed. Lu Shuehai, who was wearing a professional doctor's uniform, walked out. Divine Dr. Lu, how is it? Lee Dada immediately got up and went forward to ask expectantly. Congratulations to elderly. Congratulations to elderly. Your Qian gene has been successfully cured, and will recover after a few more courses of treatment. In addition, I hereby solemnly announce that we have successfully conquered the Li family's genetic disease. Lu Shuehai took off his mask and said confidently. Chapter 28, Ousting a man is a momentary pleasure. Chasing a man to the crematorium. Really? Upon hearing this, Lee Dada's old body trembled with excitement and hurriedly walked into the room. At this time, on the hospital bed, Li Manglin had awakened. Her face was rosy, and she seemed to have really been cured. Manglin, how are you feeling? Lee Dada anxiously inquired. Grandpa, I feel better already. It finally doesn't hurt anymore. Oof. Li Manglin cried out in aggravation, and even directly got out of bed and jumped into Lee Dada's embrace, energetic as if he had never been sick. Elder Li, just put your heart in your stomach. Your Qin gene really hasn't passed away. My team and I have been researching the Li family's genetic disease and have now developed a pharmaceutical regimen that is specifically designed to address this disease. I would not dare to lie to your old man with this. Lu Shuehai, who followed up, said confidently, the reason he researched genetics diseases was all a family request, and a big part of that was for the Li. Good. Old man, I'm here to thank Divine Dr. Lu in advance for everything your Lu family has done for my Li family. Regarding your Lu family's joint venture to expand the hospital, on behalf of the Li Group, I have decided to take a stake of $500 billion, so that the two families can make peace and expand for the benefit of the people. Li reached a big smile, looking at the color intact Li Manglin, completely convinced, but also on the spot to promise the Lu family cooperation in the first place. Li Shuehai was overjoyed and hurriedly said excitedly, then I'll thank Elder Li for the family. In advance. Xia, who was outside the door, heard the conversation between the two and her pretty face changed slightly. Already have a bad feeling about this. As expected, Li Dada turned his head and swept his eyes at Song Disease with a cold smile before looking at Xia, full of apologies, and smiled. Girl, as you can see, now that Meng Lin has been professionally rescued by the team of Divine Physician Lu, there is no longer a need for the noble Divine Doctor anymore. So, the contract that was negotiated before, the old man may have to reconsider it carefully. That's a desperate move to unload. Grandpa Li, you. Xia's pretty face blanched and she wanted to say something, but she was mercilessly waved her hand by Li Dada and said, Jiaming, see off the guests. Now that Li Manglin is well, he still wants him to spend $200 billion on water. Is it possible? Li Jiaming's eyes flickered, but he still stepped forward and said, both of you, please follow me. Xia's beautiful eyes were turbulent, knowing that Li Dada was unlikely to give them another chance. Of course, what chilled her even more was the prejudice and attitude of the other side. Song Sik frowned slightly and looked through the doorway at Li Manglin, who was happily eating. Since the system had been upgraded, he could roughly see the patient's condition without having to go through touch. Li Manglin looked lively at the moment, but her body was like a fixed death bomb. It's like an artifact caused by the body's massive production of adrenaline after a car accident. It could explode at any time. Li family master, don't do everything so absolutely. Your daughter's condition may recur at any time. If you don't want to spend more money, I suggest that you still let me treat her. Considering Xia's investment, Song Sickness still smiled and kindly reminded. Of course, he didn't mind if the other person wanted to spend more money. What a big joke. Are you questioning my Lu's professionalism? Lu Shuehai laughed, looking disdainfully at Song Disease. Dare I ask which prestigious school did little brother graduate from? And what professional certificates do you have? And an expert in which field? You came here empty-handed, without even a decent piece of clothing. Do you want to heal with just these hands? If you didn't know better, you'd think you were here to ask for food. If I'm guessing correctly, you don't even have a license to practice medicine. After a meal of steak mockery, Lu Shuehai solemnly looked to Li Reach to ensure that, Li Old assured, I Lu Shuehai for my more than 30 experts' reputation as a guarantee. If your 1,000 gold is not cured, I am willing to cut off the head, to you as a toilet. Upon hearing this, Li Dada similarly looked at Song Disease and revealed with a sneer. Night and day, no one in sight. You don't really think that your medical skills are the best in the world? Without you, there's no one to cure my Li family, right? I've given you countless chances to flatter my Li family, but unfortunately you're useless. Now that you found someone who can cure my Li family, you want to come back to flatter me again? Do you think you still deserve it? At this moment, Li Dada vented all the turtle he had eaten in front of Song Disease before. Very good. Worthy of being a powerful noble. I hope that the Li family master can continue to be so powerful. Remember, I gave you a chance too. Next time it won't be at that price. Song Sickness laughed, clapping his hands and giving a thumbs up, but a hint of conspiratorial cunning flashed in the depths of his eyes. Since this was the case, and Raidan was too expensive, then he let the other party know just how expensive he was. Li Dada turned around, towering over Song Sickness without bothering to look at him again. Coldly repelling, he said, German, is it your intention to disturb your sister's rest by having these idlers barking wildly here? Li Jiaming's face changed slightly, and he hastily beckoned. The surrounding bodyguards gathered around and were about to drive away. Xia stood out, her pretty face icy cold. There's no need for you to rush us, we'll go on our own. Song Sik is my friend, is also my Xia's benefactor. I invited him to see the doctor, not to be your Li family this show-off mockery. Grandpa Li, I respect you as an elder, but your behavior today is really unworthy of an elder. This disgrace today, Xia, remember it. After Xia finished speaking in a domineering manner, he grabbed Song Sickness's hand and left straight away. No more half-stays. She didn't expect that the head of the hallowed Li family would be so disrespectful. Lu Shuehai looked at Xia and Song Disease who were driven away. His eyes narrowed slightly and the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. He had long been clear about the situation of the Xi family. Likewise, He couldn't know more about Song disease, and now that the two had arrived, he had guessed why. So in a way, he's done the Lu family a favor? Thinking of this, the laughter in Lu Shuehai's heart increased. Smiling coldly, he shooed away Song's sickness and Sia before Li Dide re-entered the hospital room with his crutches. At the moment, Li Menglin is still happily eating in her hospital bed. Oh, eat slowly. Look at the hunger for my precious granddaughter. Li Dada held Li Menglin's cold little hand and revealed a kind smile. Grandpa, I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten in a long time. Ooh. Li Menglin also cried in aggravation. Family Master Li, don't worry and boldly let Miss Menglin eat. All of Miss Menglin's signs are active now, which further proves the correctness of this surgery. Lu Shuehai, who had followed him in, explained with professional knowledge. Li Dada was overjoyed to hear this, so he also ordered, go and make a few more portions of Mrs. favorite pastries for her. Thank you Grandpa, Grandpa is so nice. Li Menglin revealed a happy smile and ate more freely, while wondering, Grandpa, just now I seem to have seen that crook you brought me to. It can't be that you invited him here, right? It's Grandpa's fault. You're right. That guy is indeed a liar and tried to come to high up our family, so he was ordered to be thrown out by Grandpa's underlings. Li reached a meaningful mockery. Humph. I told you. There was a legal pronouncement. How could the law possibly wrong a good man? With a cold grunt of pride, Li Menglin buried her head and took another large bite, feeling a full wrap. But in the next second, her face suddenly changed, and a strong feeling of nausea and dizziness suddenly swept through her body. Monique, what's wrong with you? Li Dada was the first to notice the abnormality, and just as he came forward, a column of blood mixed with food spewed out of Li Menglin's mouth, directly spraying on Li Dada's face. It was like a pot of cold water that doused Li Dada's excited heart. Trembling hands, Lu Shuehai first froze, his face suddenly changed, reacted, and hurriedly opened his mouth. Quickly, stop the bleeding. A group of medics rushed forward. Li, Elder Li, please back off first. Don't worry, this is probably a normal reaction. Lu Shuehai opened his mouth trembling, not forgetting to explain. Li shuddered and stepped back until a crowd of medical personnel surrounded the hospital bed. Looking at Li Menglin who spurted blood like a column, is that a ing normal reaction? Oh, it hurts so much. My head is spinning. I want to throw up. Soon. The sound of Li Menglin's heartbreaking agony came from the hospital bed. Fresh blood is like a spring, a steady stream of blood gushing out from its mouth and nose. There were even eyes, ears, underneath, as if there were holes where blood could spurt out, and the picture was extremely bloody and gruesome. Deep breaths, dizziness is normal. Lu Shuehai kept comforting. Ah Grandpa, kill me, I don't want to live anymore. Ooh. However, Lu Shuehai's consolation didn't seem to be of any bird's eye use as Li Menglin cried even louder. Li Dada was struck by lightning. How excited he had just been, how cold he was at the moment. Meanwhile, Lu Shuehai and his team were all gradually in disarray, sweating coldly. Everyone's professional medical uniforms were stained with blood sprayed by Li Menglin. They suddenly realized that they couldn't even stop the bleeding now? It shouldn't be. Quickly, restore the blood transfusion first. Lu Shuehai's panicked voice came. The scene instantly sat in disarray. Seeing this scene, Li Dada was like a thunderbolt, and his pale body retreated back and forth, nearly falling over. Still, he was assisted by Li Jiaming who happened to arrive. Grandpa, are you alright? Seeing Li Jiaming, Li Dada finally came back to his senses, like he had grabbed some kind of life-saving straw, and asked in a panic, where is Divine Dr. Song? Where is Divine Dr. Song? I just shoot away. Li Jiaming hesitated. Pa. As a result, just after finishing his sentence, he was slapped by the six-headed Li Dada, who reprimanded. Who told you to throw out? That asshole let you chuck? Li Jiaming was dumbfounded. It's you, Grandpa. Chapter 29, just enough for 10. Li Dada froze before reacting, and then he deliriously grabbed Li Jiaming's sleeve and trembled. No, don't chuck, quick, run forward, go invite them back, go. At this moment, he wanted to slap himself twice. Oh, okay, I'm on my way. Having never seen his grandfather so out of sorts, Li Jiaming did not ask too many questions and hurriedly chased after him with a group of bodyguards. Losing the pillar, Li Dada was also like a withered wood, sitting paralyzed on the ground. His eyes were listless. Listening to his granddaughter's agonizing cries coming from the room made his heart ache. Thinking about what Song Sickness had just said, Li Menglin's illness could come back at any time. In this moment, he was convinced. I can't wait to rip Lu Shuehai's head off on the spot and use it as a toilet. Meanwhile, Song Sickness and Sia had already walked out of the Li family manor. Sia let go of Song Sickness' hand and looked at Song Sickness with apologies. Song sickness. I'm sorry. I didn't expect things to be like this. It's fine. The good show has just begun. Song sickness, however, laughed with a relaxed face. Good show? Sia froze. Song sick didn't say much and took the initiative to drive. And just as the two were about to drive off, a group of people hurried out after them. At the head of the group was none other than Jiemingli. Quickly come to the car. Both of you wait. Divine Dr. Song. My grandfather has changed his mind and would like to ask you to go and show my sister again. Li German panted, simultaneously relieved to have caught up. Sia froze, thought of something, and turned her head, looking incredulously at Song sickness. Song sickness, however, had a teasing expression on his face as he looked at Li Jieming. You just threw us out, and now you're shouting for us to go back? Don't you think this is a bit ridiculous? Li Jieming's face was embarrassed, but he still gritted his teeth and said, it was a momentary confusion on our part just now. I hope Divine Dr. Song doesn't care. Human life is at stake. Please get off the bus. Song sickness laughed and told him not to care. It's really open-mouthed. Go back and tell Raydan to get one thing straight. He invited me to heal, not me licking my chops to come. You want to shoo and yell? I, Song, am not that cheap. Now, let alone a $200 billion contract. Even $500 billion won't invite me to take half a step into your Li family. Song sickness said in a cold voice. Think of him as cheap? Then he'll show the Li family. Divine Dr. Song. It was indeed our fault just now. Please also focus on the big picture. Don't bury a good future just to show off your feelings. Li Jieming's face also went cold, and he threatened in a low voice. How dare a little doctor talk about his grandfather like that? Buzzing. However, what answered Li Jieming was the gas pedal that Song 6 foot stepped on. With a kick, the vehicle rushed out, scaring away the crowd, and took off. Li Jieming was shocked and fell down in a state of disarray, eating dust. Looking at the decisively distant vehicle, Jieming Li's face changed in a cloudy manner. Angrily, he scolded. What the hell are you standing around for? Give me the old man to follow. You could tell early on that Li Menglan's disease would return. Inside the car, Sia looked back at Song sickness in shock. How much working capital does your C family need? Song sickness was the one who asked. At least 400 billion? Sia spoke hesitantly. Then he'll need his 500 billion. And it's a consultation fee, not a contract. Song sickness said gently. Sia, at that exact moment, Sia's cell phone vibrated with countless message calls and opened it. It's all Jamie Lee's. Sia hesitated for a moment, but connected. Ms. Sia. Thank goodness. Great. You finally got through. My sister's condition is very serious now, and I'd like you to help persuade Dr. Song. My grandfather said that the cooperation can still be discussed. On the other end of the cell phone, Li Jieming's urgent voice soon rang. Thank elderly for me. I've already pulled in the investment. I don't need it. Looking at Song's sickness again, Sia still calmly returned. It is similar to what Raydan said in the beginning. Li family manner. Li Jieming froze, and Li Dada, who was on the side, was equally pale. However, without giving them a chance to react, Sia had already hung up the phone decisively. The two called back again, but found that they had been blacked out. There was a moment of gloom and doom for both of them. They had expected Sia to choose to give in again because of the investment, continue to help them convince Song sickness, and this is what you get. However, when he thought of Li Menglan's life was in danger, Li Dada's old eyes were gloomy, but he still took out his own cell phone and dialed. In the car, I noticed that my cell phone was ringing again, and it was still an unfamiliar number. Sia was puzzled to connect, and soon came the voice of Li Dada. Sia girl, I'm Li Dada. Just now it was my poor hospitality. Grandpa Li is here to apologize to you. I hope you don't mind. Menglan's condition is very bad right now. Can you bring Dr. Song back for another trip? As long as he can cure my granddaughter, we'll sign the contract right away. Reach Li assured with a smile. As for what Sia had just said about having signed the contract, naturally he couldn't be fooled. Who in Anhwa can sign such a large contract with the C family in such a short period of time? Elder Li, I'm also deeply sorry about Menglan's sister's situation. I believe that her good fortune will come through, and with Divine Dr. Lu's professional team of healers, she will definitely be fine. As for Divine Dr. Song, I already spent a huge amount of money to ask him to come out before, but you whisked him away without even looking at him. Now they want me to invite him back. I just don't have that kind of face, and there is no face to ask for it. You will ask another. Goodbye. Sia finished and hung up decisively, continuing to pull the plug. Inside, he breathed out hard. At that exact moment, Song Sik, who was driving the car, saw through the rearview mirror the several cars that had been following closely behind, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Li family manner. Li reached the hands of the cell phone fell, like instantly aged dozens of years. Seeing this, Li Jiaming angrily said, "Grandpa, this kid is a toast. Gao Chang and the others have been following, or we should just do it and tie it up." Upon hearing this, gloom flashed in Li Dada's eyes and he whispered, "Do it again where no one is." Understood. Li Jiaming then sent a message to those bodyguards who were following Song Sickness. On the other side, the group of Li family bodyguards who got the news instantly pressed closer. "A car is following us." Sia's pretty face changed slightly, and it instantly dawned on her. It's someone from the Li family. She didn't expect that the Li family would be so crazy, shaming them unjustifiably in the first place. Now that they can't be invited, they want to take them back by force? "I'll call the police." Sia pulled out her cell phone in a panic. "It's too late." Song Sickness spoke blandly. As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, on a remote section of the road, 3 cars took the opportunity to pack in and force Song Sickness to a stop on the side of the road. Nearly flipped the car. On the 3 SUVs, several pugnacious men in suits had come down. No more, no less, exactly 10. Sia was flabbergasted, having never encountered such a situation before. "Stay in the car." Just when she didn't know what to do, Song Six's indifferent and calm voice rang in her ears. Twisting his head to look, Song Sickness had already opened the car door and stepped out. "Don't, there's too many of them." Sia wanted to say something, but Song Sickness had already closed the car door and walked towards the 10 bodyguards that had surrounded him. Very blandly, "Mr. Song, please come with us," the tall bodyguard in the lead said coldly. "It's a civilized society now. It's not good to use force." Song Sickness contained a smile and kindly advised, "Counted it. These bodyguards, just enough to make 10. Then we'll just have to be offended." "On." The bodyguard in the lead waved his hand in a cold voice, and a group of bodyguards instantly rushed towards Song Sickness, making a decisive move. They were fast and their movements were blazing. Every one of them is a practitioner. However, in the eyes of Song Sickness, it was pitifully slow. "Hey, I've told you to be civilized, but you guys don't listen." Song Sickness shook his head helplessly. "Aha!" In the next second, the road echoed with the screams of 10 bodyguards. Song Sickness struck out viciously, and with 10 times the strength of a normal person, he easily made these bodyguards fall down and go to sleep. Of course, it's still restrained. Inside the car, the originally nervous Sia looked at the scene. The beautiful eyes gradually widened, covering her small mouth in disbelief. Looking at Song Six's handsome and dashing movements, it was like a leading man in a movie fighting scene. It's simply not too handsome. How did this happen? In just one day, Song Sickness had shaken her to her core countless times. Soon, 10 bodyguards were easily solved by Song Sickness. "Go back and tell Rita that it's okay to want a cure. Prepare $500 billion for the clinic first. Then bring someone and beg me in person. In that woman's condition, if she's not cured by 4 p.m. tomorrow, it won't help if the greatest immortal comes down to earth. Of course, he can also hire another assassin to catch me. And I, Song Sickness, am always waiting." Leaving a cold sentence behind, Song Sickness turned around and got into the car, and left. Since the other side resents the $200 billion contract as expensive, so $500 billion for the clinic is feasible? Note that this is a consultation fee, which is fundamentally different from signing a contract. The crowd of bodyguards, eyes full of fear, gritted their teeth and climbed up, fleeing like lost dogs. Love a beating for nothing. In the car, Song Sick drove, and Sia on the co-pilot looked at Song Sick dumbfounded, her beautiful eyes blinking, still in shock, until it was noticed that there was blood coming out of Song Sick's sleeve. "You're injured?" Sia's pretty face changed slightly. Chapter 30, Passing the Word. Raiden is shocked. Song Sickness glanced sideways at the bloodstained arm. It should be left over from just beating those 10 pugilists. After all, how can so many people not be bloodied? I'll bandage it for you." Sia quickly snatched Song Sick's hand and removed the neckerchief from his snow-white neck, trying to bandage Song Sick. "I'm not hurt. It's their blood," Song Sickness said faintly, only able to hold the steering wheel with one hand. "Then I'll wipe it off for you?" Sia's movements stalled, a little embarrassed. "Plug, thanks." Song Sickness swept his blood-covered hand and accepted the other party's kindness. Sia's movements were gentle, even with a hint of nervousness. "It seems to be the first time I've ever done this kind of thing." Seeing this, Song Sickness also slowed the car down a bit and headed towards the veterinarian store. Li Family Manor. Inside the medical room, looking at the bloodless Li Manglin on the hospital bed, Li reached in addition to heartache, but also full of self-blame, regretting that he had just listened to Lu Shuahai's bull ***** and kicked out Song Disease. "Li, Elder Li, don't worry, Miss Manglin's condition has stabilized. Give us a few more days and we'll definitely be able to find out what the problem is." Lu Shuahai, who was on the side, had a sweaty face and assured him. However, The tone of his voice was clearly a little less confident than it had been initially. Give you guys a few more days? You guys think this is an experiment? How many days do you think my granddaughter has left to live in this condition? Li Dada turned his head to Lu Shuehai and said angrily, again without the initial respect. Lu Shuehai's face turned blue and he was dumbfounded by the blockage. He didn't expect things to turn out this way either. Grandpa, Gao Chang and the others are back. At this time, Li Jiaming came to report. Li Dada's old eyes snapped and he hurriedly walked out. Only 10 bodyguards were seen, holding each other up as they came face to face, covered in a mess. Li Dat's original expectant gaze suddenly turned into surprise. Where's Sung Sik? Master, I'm sorry, we failed. The leader, Gao Chang, knelt down with his bodyguards and gritted his teeth. What the hell happened? Where's Song's sickness? Li Dada's face was grim. He's a master. None of us are his match. Gao Chang and the 9 bodyguards all lowered their heads with palpitations. Li Dada and Li Jiaming, on the other hand, were as if they had been struck by thunder. Song's sickness defeated 10 of his Li family's bodyguards? How is this possible? Idiots. A bunch of idiots. One person beating 10 of you? Do you think this is a movie? What's the use of raising you in my Li family? Li Jiaming angrily stepped forward and punched and kicked the bodyguards, venting anger. Still, Raida raised his hand to stop him while asking, did he say anything? He said that if you want him to strike again, you should prepare $500 billion in consultation fees. Master. And bring the young lady herself to the door to seek medical attention. Just after Gao Chang finished speaking, the scene instantly quieted down. A pin drop. Li Jiaming was infuriated and laughed. $500 billion? What a big joke. Does this hillbilly know what the concept of $500 billion is? Does he think it's plutonium? And we have to beg him in person. Who gave him the courage? Does he deserve it? On the contrary, Li Dada was much calmer and continued to ask, is there more? He still says that the young lady's condition has worsened, and that if she is not cured by 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, even if the great golden immortal comes, it will be of no avail. When these words came out, the enraged Li Jiaming instantly quieted down as well. Li Dada's hand on his cane couldn't stop trembling even more. Just now, Song's sickness had said that Li Menglan's illness would come back. He didn't believe it, and it resulted in the current situation. And now that Song's sickness has come back with such words, should he believe them? Or dare he not believe it? Strongly suppressing the trembling of his old body, Li Dada's shrewd old eyes had already surfaced with murderous intent, but still continued to ask in a low voice, is that all? He also said, gulped Gao Chang and lowered his head even deeper, somewhat afraid to open his mouth. If your lordship still wants to hire killers to catch him, he's always at your disposal. The walking stick in Li Dada's hand fell steeply, and the killing intent in his eyes was even more covered by shock. A large amount of information instantly surfaced in his brain. The killer who inexplicably disappeared. Sia successfully signed the contract. The 10 bodyguards who were completely abused. Song's sickness was confident and calm from the beginning. This chain of information linked together caused this towering family head to instantly become deeply skeptical about Song's sickness's identity. Is he really just a regular bottom feeder? But why would a bottom feeder have these counterintuitive tactics? Grandpa, why don't you have Uncle 2 from the bureau go out and get this asshole? If he dares not cure, let him rot in jail forever. Li Jiaming whispered grimly, prepare the car. In the face of Li Jiaming's proposal, Li Dada spoke calmly. Maybe using this relationship can catch Song's sickness, but how dare he gamble with Li Menglan's life again? Grandpa, you're not really going to personally beg that hillbilly, are you? Li Jiaming was filled with shock. Elder Li, that guy is a charlatan. He was just reported and exposed to the court not long ago, and he was even banned from practicing medicine. You should not be fooled by his tripe. In that case, you can give me 5 more days, and I will definitely develop a cure. Inside the room, Lu Shuehai, who was eavesdropping, hurriedly stood out, because in his eyes, he always looked down on Song disease. He has countless academic credentials all over him. And Song's sickness? Nothing. Coldly sweeping Lu Shuehai, Li Dada continued to say without question, prepare the car. How could he not know the inside story about Song's sickness going to court? The Lu family, as the largest pharmaceutical group in Manhwa, almost single-handedly covered the sky. And how would you let someone with the ability to do so spoil your fortune? The suppressed Chinese medicine is the best testimony. Yes, facing the majestic Li Dada, Li Jiaming gritted his teeth and could only go and prepare as instructed. Seeing this, Lu Shuehai knew that he couldn't stop it, and his gaze shifted in a cloudy manner for a moment, but he still said, Elder Li, since you insist on going, then I'll follow along. On the one hand, guard Ms. Li's safety on the road. On the other hand, it prevents the boy from playing tricks. He wanted to see what mean Song's sickness had. It was able to cure a disease that they had been unable to conquer after 2.5 years of delving into it. Well, then I would like to thank Dr. Lu, Li Dada said indifferently and did not refuse. Right now his granddaughter's safety was still in Lu Shuahai's hands, that's why he hasn't been freaking out. Soon a large, expensive medical vehicle arrived, accompanied by a couple of limousines that escorted it. The crowd carefully transferred Monique Lee to the medical cart and headed for the delivery veterinarian store, delivering sick vets to the store. As soon as Song Sickness arrives, he puts on his white lab coat and works without a hitch. There were a few more small pets brought in for healing today. Song Sickness was carefully using the veterinary knowledge he had learned to heal while collecting merit. It's not fun. On the side, Sia elegantly sat on the sofa, her wraparound skirt with black silk, outlining that delicate and lithe figure. She held a cup of water and looked at Song Sik, who was seriously working. Her beautiful eyes wearing black-framed glasses were a bit out of focus. Of course, more than anything else, she was out of her mind with the cute little loli helping out in a nurse's outfit on the sidelines. Okay, off duty, dinner time. After petting the last little puppy, the merit accumulation came to 146, and Song Sickness smiled and clapped his hands. Master, let's eat chicken tonight. I haven't had it in so long I'm going to cry from craving it. AI Little Beast rushed forward and helped Song Sik undress as if she was courteous. Song Sickness' face darkened. What do you mean you haven't eaten in a long time? Didn't you just eat it the day before yesterday? Oops, it hasn't been 3 days. And Sister Sia should like it too. AI Little Beast deflated her little cherry lips and pouted, not forgetting to look at Sia, blinking her big black eyes as if pleading and asking, Sister Sia, do you like eating chicken? The very flavorful kind. Big and fat, with a bite full of oil. AI Xiaobei didn't forget to describe it colorfully, trying to tempt Sia's appetite with it. Sia, ahem, I'm fine with both, Sia said with some embarrassment, her ears inexplicably burning. Yay! Sister Sia go. Let's go to the private room first and wait for my master. AI Little Beast excitedly pulled Sia and couldn't wait to get going, deeply afraid that Song Sickness will backtrack. Seeing this, Song Sickness had no choice but to follow. He really didn't understand what was so good about chicken. This ninny just couldn't get enough of it. He was tired of it anyway. Chapter 31, Li Dada's visit to the door to seek medical treatment. The snack bar is particularly lively at night. The delivery vet store on the corner, however, had long since been surrounded by several luxury cars. There were even several tall men in suits and sunglasses standing on the periphery. The bully takes up most of the street. The three of them, Song Sik, came out of the roasted chicken restaurant after eating and drinking their fill. AI's Little Beast is extraordinarily full. The unearthly Sia was also content. It was the first time she'd ever eaten at a street-side restaurant like this. And there was something else about it. Song Sickness was sandwiched between two beautiful women. On one side, there is a cute and agile little loli, and on the other side, there is a mature and delicate imperial sister. It drew a wave of envy from the people around them. Too even. It's also all the best of the best. Too damn shrimp and pig heart. However, at this moment, Song Sickness' gaze fell ahead. Looking at the veterinarian store, which was surrounded by luxury cars, a cold smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. It's finally here. He's been waiting a long time. Is it his turn this time? Sia's beautiful eyes twinkled, which was why Song Sickness had brought her here. Little Beast, you go back to the Heavenly Mansion Villa to sleep first. Tonight, your sister Sia and I have important things to do. Song Sik threw the key to the villa to AI Xiaobei. Ah, what else are you guys going to do? Why don't you take me with you? I'll help you. AI Little Beast said with a face full of longing. I'll take you to eat chicken again tomorrow. Song Sickness directly threw out temptation. Have fun doing it. In the next second, AI Little Beast disappeared into the crowd in a puff of smoke. Let's go. The good show has begun. Song Sik spoke with a faint smile, hands in his pockets as he carelessly walked towards the veterinarian store. There was coldness underneath the deep eyes. Looking at Song Sik's back, Sia hesitated for a moment, but still followed. Asterisk 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 off. No approaching here. Just as Song Sickness and Sia approached, one of the bodyguards reached out to block them, overbearingly stopping them. This is my store, and you're the ones who should get out. Ah, Song Sickness' eyes suddenly cold. Decisive shot. Grabbed the bodyguard's hand with a hard grip, only to hear a click. The bodyguard did not react. On the spot wailed and fell to the ground. The rest of the bodyguards saw this. Their eyes were fierce, and they were about to come around to take action, or a majestic old voice interrupted. Stop. Only to see Reach Li step out of that medical van. There was also Li Jiaming and Lu Shuai following behind. Divine Dr. Song. Girl Sia. Old me apologizes for the poor hospitality I just showed you at the Li family. Li Dada finally lowered his condescending stance and bowed to the two. Of course, sincerity is unknown. Grandpa, what are you doing? They're worthy. Li Jiaming's face changed drastically and he wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Li Dada raising his hand. Sia's pretty face also changed slightly, obviously not expecting that the person in charge behind the least tobacco group would personally bow and apologize. This was a complete contrast to the arrogant stance he had just taken in the Li family. I'm sorry, I won't take it. However, in the face of the crowd's astonished disorientation, Song Sickness chose to ignore it and faintly left a sentence behind. Rubbing shoulders with Rita, he opened the door straight into the store. Sia was startled by Song's 6 words, clenched her small hands and hurriedly followed her in, leaving Li Dada and the others standing awkwardly in place. There was a dead silence. This asshole really thinks he's something. Li Jiaming gritted his teeth, but was calmly interrupted by Li Dada. Cure Meng Lin's illness first. After saying that, Li Dada led the way into the veterinarian store with the support of a bodyguard. Behind them, Li Jiaming and the others pushed Li Menglin to follow. Inside the veterinarian store, Song Sickness sat with his feet crossed on the couch, looking on indifferently. Sia stood beside her with some concern. Like a secretary. It wasn't until Li Jiaming and the others laboriously carried Li Menglin in with the hospital bed. As a result of the bumps, Li Menglin showed a pained look on her face from time to time. On the side, Li Dada's eyes were full of heartache. The risk of such transfers is inherently high. Master Li, don't blame me for being unkind. It's really because the threshold of nobility is too high. I just can't afford it. Song Sickness was full of apologies. Li Dada's face turned blue, and he only felt a fiery pain in his face. How could he not hear that Song Sickness was mocking what he had said during the day? However, for the sake of his granddaughter, he still waved his hand with a gloomy face, and the bodyguard at the side immediately presented a World Bank card. Li Dada then said, "This is the $5 billion inside. As long as Divine Dr. Song can cure my granddaughter, this card will be yours. In addition, my Li family can invest another $200 billion into the C family." Looking at this World Bank card, Li Jiaming was filled with flesh pain and even stared resentfully at Song Sickness. Lu Shuahai on the side was even slightly twitching at the corners of his mouth and was filled with envy. 1 billion coins for one treatment. How generous is that? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Song Sickness picked up the bank card that everyone had been dreaming of. Shoo! But in the next second, the bank card was flung out by Song Sickness like garbage, accurately cutting off Li Dada's crutch and embedding it in the wall. The hearts of the crowd trembled, dumping cards into the wall. Is this human power? Song Disease spoke coldly. Is Family Master Li too old to remember wrongly? This is not the consultation fee I want. He asked for $500 billion. When did he lose 2 zeros? Kid, don't be greedy. $500 billion? Can you swallow it if I give it to you? Li Jiaming was furious, his eyes staring at Song Sickness. The crowd of bodyguards were even more full of mischief, and could strike at any time. Li Dada clutched the severed diamond-encrusted walking stick, his old eyes deep in thought. No one knew what was on his mind. There was a moment of silence before he coldly said, "Little friend Song, being a man is a good thing. 5 billion plus an investment of 200 billion is already quite a lot. It's better not to go too far in everything, or else." Song Disease laughed and looked at this old man, asking rhetorically, "Li Family Master, you really are old and forgetful. If I remember correctly, it seems like I advised you like this during the day, right? It also gives you a chance. But not only are you useless, you threw us out?" Li Dada's old torso trembled, suddenly thinking of what Song Disease had said during the day, and his face suddenly turned an iron blue. But he only felt that Song Sickness was deliberately picking a fight. After all, what is he? And what is the status of Song Sickness? I see you've remembered. I left enough of this thread in the first place, but I couldn't help it if you were so hard and determined to rip it off. Song Sickness spread his hands, lethargically leaning on the sofa with a cold smile on his face. 500 billion. 1 point less. Get lost. You want to shoo and yell? Think he's not worth a $200 billion contract? Then today, he was going to let these people mansion nobles how expensive he really was. Are you satisfied with the $500 billion consultation fee? Li Dada was trembling with anger. How dare a nobody, a bottom feeder with no background, humiliate him like this? Kid, $500 billion? Even if my Li family can take it, do you have the guts to ask for it? 501 billion. You seek death? 520 billion. Li Jiaming opened his mouth gloomily. However, what answered him was Song Six's indifferent voice. Okay, I'll give it. Finally, Li Dada opened his mouth, looking at the dying Li Menglin on the hospital bed. The back of his pale hand has long been veins bulging. The low, hoarse voice, however, caused Li Jiaming and the others to feel suppressed anger. Grandpa, are you really going to give him such money? This is like breaking my Li's tobacco group's arm. Yeah, Elder Li, This man is a crook practicing medicine without a license. Li Jiaming was filled with shock, and Lu Shuihai echoed, Li Dada. However, looked at Song Disease and said in a low voice, however, 300 billion of them can only be offset by the stocks of some of the companies under the Li family. Yes, Song Sickness nodded lightly. $500 billion was an astronomical sum, even for a worldly group like the Li family, which had almost monopolized tobacco and Manhwa. It was impossible to take out cash at once. An hour later, a contract was delivered under Reach Li's operation. Sia nodded to Song Sickness after checking that there were no problems, but she herself was already wet, and her heart was beating even harder. She didn't expect that Song Sickness really dared to ask Li Dada for $500 billion. This is crazy. The contract is here. So please ask Divine Dr. Song to make a move. As long as my granddaughter is cured, I'll sign it immediately. Li Dada's old eyes narrowed vainly. Chapter 32 Li Menglin from Resistance to Obedience. For safety's sake, it's better to ask Family Master Li to sign first. Song Sickness didn't move and smiled. Let him heal first? What if the guy's back out then? After a hard lesson, he wouldn't be so stupid again. Joke. There is no such thing as charging money before treating a patient. Do you know the rules of the medical profession? Lu Shuihai seemed to have seized the opportunity and stepped forward to sneer. Song Sickness looked at the other party indifferently and said in an extremely calm tone, my rules are the rules. If you have an opinion you come and rule law. You, Lu Shuihai was instantly gagged and speechless. Collecting money before curing. Then what if you can't cure it? Li Dada also asked back grimly. That's a lot of murals. You can off. It's not like I want to heal. Song Sickness fell straight back to sleep. Starting to prioritize? Make it look like he's begging to cure the other guy. Love to cure or not to cure. How dare you make a deal? You. In the face of Song Sickness's sudden swing, Li Dada's face turned blue. But after holding his tongue for half a day he finally only managed to stifle a few words. Okay, old man signed. Li Dada gritted his teeth and only felt an itchy headache, but still took out the pen he had with him and signed his name on the contract. With that, he handed it to Song Sick. Divine Dr. Song, please. However, Song Sickness didn't pick it up, but instead looked at Sia. Sister Sia, the funds you wanted are here. Sia froze. Song Sickness is asking her to sign? Everyone at the scene's heart trembled as well. With a broken note and a favor. You ended up with $500 billion? What kind of concept is that? No, it's not for me to sign. What I want is a cooperative contract. You sign and accept this clinic fee and I'll just work with you again. Reacting. Sia lost her color and hurriedly waved her hand to explain. How dare she sign it? Her initial ideal was also only to win a $200 billion contract from the Li family through Song Sickness' favor. This is already the biggest win for her. As a result, Song Disease has really turned this $200 billion contract into $500 billion? If the contract is okay. But this is a real $500 billion of diagnosis, which also includes countless shares of the Li's tobacco group. This is too much. Even if Song Sickness is because she invited her hand with that note, she wouldn't dare take it. This favor is too valuable. Selling her is probably not worth as much as this contract. It's okay. Seeing that Sia was all wet with fear, Song Sickness didn't say anything more and decisively signed his name. What's the point of actually getting the other guy to sign it? From the moment he chose to be a vet, he was destined to never run out of money again. Divine Dr. Song. Now, can you make your move? Seeing Song Sickness sign the words, Li Dada lowered his voice and said. The body inexplicably itched more. Today, this old face of his was sort of slapped by Song Sickness. That'll do. Song Sickness smiled. Before getting up from the couch. Wouldn't it be better to be so smart earlier? How dare you think a $200 billion contract is too expensive? That's good. The price has gone up, right? It's a good thing you're here. Shaking his head helplessly, Song Sick put on his white coat and came to Li Menglin. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, only Song Sickness reached out and made a point on Li Menglin's brow. Spinning around nonchalantly, he ripped off a bunch of tubes and pipes attached to Li Menglin's body. What are you doing? These are life-renewing instruments. Without them, Ms. Menglin's life will soon be in danger. Lu Shuihai was shocked and hurriedly wanted to go forward, but was glared at in place by Song Sickness. You heal or I heal? Good, very good. I'd like to see how you're going to end this. Lu Shuihai's face was gloomy, and he no longer made a move, waiting to watch the show. However, under the nervous gaze of the crowd, the originally weak and unconscious Li Menglin miraculously opened her eyes. There was no acute vomiting of blood. Everything was instead extraordinarily smooth. This miraculous scene made everyone's heart flutter. Lu Shuihai, who was waiting to watch the show, stiffened in place. Menglin, how are you doing? Li Dada excitedly went forward and asked. Grandpa, I hurt. I'm dizzy. Li Menglin spoke with difficulty, her pretty face still pale. Ha ha, see, you quack. Ms. Manglin isn't well at all. Lu Shuehai's beating heart was calmed, and he immediately raised his voice. Hate to hit Song Sickness in the face on the spot. What are you barking at? Did I start healing? Song Sickness swept his eyes at Lu Shuehai and scolded nonchalantly. You dared to scold me? Lu Shuehai blushed. He was an expert in various fields, but he was scolded by a milquetoast kid for barking at a dog? Then please hurry up. Divine Dr. Song. I don't want my granddaughter to suffer anymore. Li Dada was also upset. No, Grandpa. I don't want this charlatan to treat me. He's ripped off so many innocent civilians. He's a vet. Don't let him touch me. As soon as she heard that she was going to let Song Disease cure herself, the weakly Manglin immediately showed great resistance. The first impression is still the poor people that Song Sickness has deceived at the live trial. Song Sickness is unconcerned. Take the money to do the job. Directly push the other party toward the animal surgery room. Do not forget to leave a warning. First things first, I don't allow any disturbances during my healing process, especially barking dogs, or you'll be responsible for any accidents. Lu Shuehai, however, followed very consciously. Song Sickness turned back and watched with cold eyes. I'm also a doctor and have the right to supervise and guide you from the sidelines, Lu Shuehai said with vigor. Great. Come on over and I'll stop by and get you sterilized. Song Sickness gave a harmless smile and closed the door. Lu Shuehai stood by the door, his face blue, but he didn't dare to take another step forward. Inside the animal surgery, dressed in a white coat, Song Sick began to sterilize his hands, the same as in the past when you operated on animals. Everything follows the process. No, don't. On the hospital bed, Li Menglin's face is bloodless, but still weak to guard against Song Disease. The corners of the eyes are out of tears. She always believed that Song Sickness was a sinful demon. Pa! Putting on the mask, Song Sick directly backhanded a forced pocket, slapped Li Menglin's face askew to the side, and said in disgust, Go tie on one side. Monique Li. She, who was already weak, was confused on the spot by Song Sickness slapping her in the face with such a forced pocket. Reacting, her brain buzzed. There was only one thought in his head. Song Sick, how dare you hit her? But soon, she suddenly felt Song Sickness undressing her. No, don't, what are you doing? Please, don't do anything. I was wrong. Li Menglin was so shocked that she was actually breathless and begged for mercy. Pa! Song Sickness again disliked a forced pocket and slapped the other party's face askew, while explaining in a salty manner. Relax. I'm a veterinarian. Any animal's body is the same in my eyes. With the current level of the sending disease system, for common ailments, such as colds and fevers, it can be absorbed and cured with just a casual touch, and for some serious diseases, such as cancer AIDS, it is necessary to touch the lesion precisely, just like a vacuum cleaner that does precise vacuuming. Suck it up little by little. On the contrary, as opposed to delivering the disease, that's so much easier. Just by touching it, any disease can be delivered without God's knowledge. It depends on whether these diseases are acute or chronic as to when they develop. It may also be related to the severity of the disease delivered by Song. Monique Li, weak and confused, she was slapped by Song Sickness again, and while she froze, Song Sickness had already gotten up and touched it. Li Menglin is now a full-body lesion, so that can't be helped. Must be fully cleaned. Her hands had just been placed on her opponent's cold and small jade feet. Ding, testing. Disease body, human. Diseases affected, rare terminal heterozygous genetic disorders. Disease level, grade 2. Disease, rarely. There is an extra genetic factor within the bloodstream that the ordinary body cannot tolerate, causing blood spurting, nausea, dizziness and other symptoms. Congratulations to the host, as this disease is a rare secondary disease. Absorbing the cure increases 100 points of merit. A series of never-before-seen information quickly appeared in Song Sickness' brain. Diseases can also be rated? Song Sickness froze. Sort of a pocket knife barrel ass, opens eyes. Wait, what about all those terminal illnesses he's absorbed before? Like what cancer AIDS, that doesn't even reach level 2? Also, he had treated Li Menglin's eldest uncle like this before. It was just that at the time, Li Monroe's eldest only wanted the infection at the heart. It's so much less severe than the symptoms of Li Menglin. Could it be that the degree of disease onset also affects the rating scale? A series of questions surfaced in Song Sick's mind until, let go of my Geo. You can't do this. Oof. Li Menglin's voice was like a wandering cry, pulling Song Sickness back to reality. Looking at the princess of the Li family in front of him again, Song Disease's eyes glowed as if he had seen the god of wealth. Instantly less annoying. Just made 500 billion. Another 100 points of merit. It's like whoring for nothing. This unexpected surprise comes when it's said and done. Song Sickness immediately stopped hesitating and went straight to work. Ah no. No touching. You liar. You let go of me. Ah! Li Manglin twisted her delicate body feebly, very resistant. But soon, her cries became more and more soulful, and her beautiful eyes gradually became mesmerized. Gradual intoxication. The originally pale and colorless delicate little face slowly became flushed. Under Song Disease's professional disease-sucking massage techniques, Li Manglin's resistance became weaker and weaker, gradually losing herself. Song's 6 hands were like some kind of magic had been applied. Wherever it is pressed, the pain of disease is swept away. In its place was a flaccid sensation like no other. This great contrast between heaven and hell instantly caused Li Manglin to drift away. There's a thrill that goes straight to the top. Li Manglin no longer resisted, and even took the initiative to roll over and cater to Song's sickness. Song sick? Why are you enjoying yourself? The point is, what's the point of screaming like that when you're just enjoying yourself? If you didn't know, you'd think he was up to no good? Pa! The unhappy Song sick, on the spot, rewarded this arrogant little princess with another forced pocket. Chapter 33. As a result of a forced pocket down, Li Manglin even bit her lips and moaned. The corners of Song sick's mouth twitched. No! Why are you enjoying it? Where's your arrogance? Where's your backbone? Where's the princess temper? Song's sickness took the opportunity to give a few more forced pockets. The result remains the same. This girl really enjoys it. The screams were getting more and more soulful. It even volunteered to crook its face, then thought of taking the opportunity to give his opponent a bit of a hard time. Looking at this situation, Song's sickness gave up, quickly took out the techniques that he had learned the hard way at the professional massage parlor, with many beautiful massage ladies. Step up and suck it up. Hurry up and finish early. At this moment, Song's sickness really looked like a professional masseuse. Peace of mind and calmness. The technique is superb and wonderful. Gently. Under Song sick's professional maneuvers, Li Manglin's screams gradually changed flavor, completely letting herself go. Outside the operating room, the crowd listened to the strange sounds coming out. Each one stared in disbelief, and they all gabbled to a halt. What is this? Listen, what is this beast doing? Lu Xuehai was the first to react, and for a while he didn't even know what to say. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. What kind of cure makes that kind of noise? This is a disgrace to the medical profession. Li Dada and Li Jiaming's faces were equally ironic, but when they thought about Song's sickness warning just now, they hesitated. What if it's really healing? Elder Li, what are you still hesitating for? Didn't you hear Miss Li's screams? That kid must be beating up your daughter. We should hurry and stop him, or it will be too late. Lu Xuehai said eagerly. A great deal of righteousness. The crowd looked at Lu Xuehai strangely. You call that a ing scream? Have you ever heard such a ing scream? You call one and see? Quiet. Let's see it first. If he messes up, he won't get out of this house. Reach Li spoke calmly. The majestic and old tone carried an unrivaled dominance. On the side, Sia's ears burned a little, thinking about how Song's sickness used to treat him. She can't seem to help making similar noises. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing a second-level disease. Merit plus 100. After finally giving Li Manglin 2 forced pockets, Song's sickness finally managed to gain 100 merits. Li Manglin, who was originally intoxicated and pinned, was also slapped awake by Song's sickness. She opened her fluttering, beautiful eyes in confusion. It seemed to still be reminiscing about the sensation it had just had. It's wonderful. What are you fuming about? Hurry up and get up. You're already fine. Of course, if you still want to press it, you'll have to pay extra. Song's sickness said in a salty manner. You, as if waking up from a dream. Li Manglin sat up in a panic and checked herself, fearing that Song's sickness had done something untoward to her. But soon, she suddenly realized that she seemed really okay. Well, after feeling it carefully, I did find that my body was no longer in pain, but rather a sense of lightness that I had never felt before. It was as if the disease that was pressing down on his body had been grabbed off by Song's sickness with his bare hands. It was completely different from the short-lived awakening illusion brought about by Lu Xuehai's treatment of her at the beginning. You really cured me? Li Manglin looked at Song's sickness again and her eyes changed. In addition to surprised skepticism, there was disbelief and, finally, complexity. She was actually certain that it was Song's sickness that cured her, because she felt it so deeply. It was a process that she will never forget. But, didn't the live trial on that day declare Song's sickness to be a liar? The law represents justice. How can justice be misjudged? And those 18 poor people. What do you think? Song's sickness sneered, not bothering to say anything more. Turn around and pack your things. Thank you. No need for thanks. Your grandfather has already paid his dues. It's only right to get paid for what you do. None of us owe anyone anything. Li Manglin looked ashamed and tried to say something, but Song's sickness mercilessly interrupted her. When he looked again, Song Sickness was already heading towards the door. Li Menglin wanted to stomp her feet anxiously and hurriedly followed. She was so determined to apologize and the other party didn't give her a chance? Crunch! The door just opened. Lu Shuehai aggressively came up and questioned. Where is the person? You liar, what about Ms. Li? Pa! Good dogs don't get in the way. Ding! Successful delivery of cerebral palsy. Merit -1. Sung Sik slapped out a straight force pocket. At the same time endured the pain of giving away the cerebral palsy disease. He's been putting up with this douchebag for a long time. He was thinking of peace of mind and saving Merit. But why did this stupid bastard push him? Why? Lu Shuehai was slapped. His teeth were lost too on the spot, and his head buzzed. You can see how much of a personal vendetta this forced pocket carries. By the time he reacted to the fact that he was about to lash out, Li Menglin, who was behind Song Sickness, stepped out. That's right, it just walked out. The furious Lu Shuehai stiffened in place, his pupils glaring, obviously having trouble imagining the scene in front of him. Song Sickness really cured Li Menglin? How is that possible? The Li family has a genetic disease that so many of their experts have been working on together for so long but have been unable to overcome. What makes this kid a cure? What qualifications does he have? Dreamliner. Seeing Li Menglin who walked out, Li Dada's hanging heart finally dropped. Grandpa. Li Menglin jumped into Li Dada's arms and immediately let out a loud and painful cry. I thought I would never see you again. Oh, good boy, it's okay. There's Grandpa. Li Da reached the same old tears. Li Menglin is his weakness. No. Fake. It must be fake. Just like the fake back before. Let me check and check. Lu Shuehai rushed over unwilling to believe, and could not care less about Song Sickness slapping his dobby pocket. Greeting the members with a questioning face, they moved the instruments and carefully and repeatedly examined Li Menglin on the spot. He really didn't believe that Li Menglin's disease was cured just like that. The whole time Song Sickness was empty-handed. That so-called operating room is also full of infrastructure for pets. Is it true that with a pair of hands, the disease is cured? Then he, the expert doctor honored with various specialties, can quit. To this, Rita did not refuse. He naturally wanted to make sure that Li Menglin was really well, but don't do what you did before. Soon, the checking Lu Shuehai went from being full of disbelief to being horrified. How is it possible? How is it possible? Looking at the instrument displaying the indicators of health, Lu Shuehai's face turned white, as ugly as eating. And such a performance proves one thing. Song Sickness really cured Li Menglin. Her illness has been eradicated by me, but she still needs to take medication to regulate it afterwards. Song Sickness interrupted the stunned Lu Shuehai. What medicine is needed? Divine Dr. Song, please speak, Li Dada asked in a hurry. Give her the bitter gall of an animal every day for 9,981 days before she is cured. Remember, you can't add things to dilute it. It has to be bitter and then sweet. Song Sickness smiled faintly. Reach Li froze. Grandpa. No, I don't want any bitter bile. Li Menglin's little face paled as she hastily shook her head in protest. All her life, she had lived in the care of the Li family, enjoying all kinds of glory and wealth. Where has there been any suffering, let alone any hard bitter bile? The corners of Song Disease's mouth rose slightly as he looked at this pampered little princess. It's fine if you don't eat, but by the time the disease recurs, it'll be 7 orifices spewing blood. Li Menglin's delicate body trembled as she met Song's 6 indifferent words and instantly didn't dare to speak. Family Master Li, the transaction is complete. It's getting late now. The humble house is simple, so I won't stay much longer. Song Sickness looked to Li Dada and the others and sent them off with a smile. Li Dada took a deep look at Song Disease. A hint of complexity added to his cloudy old eyes. A thought couldn't help but flash through his mind. If, in the beginning, he had allowed Li Zhongping to come to the aid of Song Sickness, what would have been the end? It's just a shame that in his eyes, there are no ifs and buts, only gains and losses. Jamin, go home. Without saying anything more, Li Dada took Li Menglin and left. Li Jiaming coldly glared at Song Disease before he reluctantly followed with a group of bodyguards. Seeing this, Song Sick frowned slightly, and his ghostly hand shot out, silently pointing at Li Jiaming's body. Ding! Successful delivery of migraine. Merit -1. I told you to stare? Lu Shuehai covered half of his swollen face, and before he left, he similarly cast a resentful and angry gaze at Song Disease. Today, he had lost face here at Song Sickness, but it also made him completely believe Lu Xiangfeng's words. Song Sickness does have weird medical skills, and the Lu family would never let such a person exist. Chapter 34, The Second Female Assassin. Sister Sia. It was only after Li Dada and the others left that Song Sickness handed that contract to Sia. Let's go for the contract. I'll be satisfied with just $200 billion of investment, Sia said with some trepidation and gratitude. Think of it all as my investment into you. I believe in you as a person, and there are still many Lee's Group's joint stock companies inside. It's not good for me to keep it and cash out. Even after a long time, it's not inevitable for that old fox Lee Dada to do something about it. Song Sickness laughed. Sia was silent for a moment. Then she nodded in agreement as well, while solemnly guaranteeing, "Okay, don't worry. I definitely won't let you lose money." An agreement was reached, and the two men left for the process that night. Stayed busy until most of the night. The last stop was at the World Bank in Andu. It wasn't until after everything was dry that a stretch Rolls-Royce pulled up. The very same one that had come to pick up Sia. Song Sick. "Thank you. I'll contact you when everything materializes." Before leaving, Sia didn't forget to make another solemn promise. Everything today is like a dream to her. Without Song Sickness this time, it would have been impossible for her to raise the dreaded funds. Who would have thought that in the old days a downtrodden doctor whom she had sent a kind message to help? Today, it was such a generous gift to repay her. It flattered her. Late at night in Andu, a row of luxury cars sped along the busy highway. "Grandpa, I'll call someone and arrest that kid." Inside a luxury car, Lee Jiaming's face was gloomy. "No, don't do anything rash until you find out who he is in the background." Reach Lee spoke calmly. "Should I just let my Lee family lose this huge amount of money for nothing?" Lee Jiaming was still unwilling. "Don't worry. Just because my Lee family doesn't make a move doesn't mean that others will stand by and watch." Lee Dada smiled mysteriously. "You mean, the Lu family?" Lee Jiaming thought of this. When Lu Shuihai goes back to report, the Lu family will only be more anxious than us. In that case, let him, the Lu family, try that kid's bottom first." Reach Lee coughed deviously twice. Being awakened, Lee Jiaming's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly sent a tissue. "Grandpa, what should I do then?" Lee Dada wiped his mouth, looked at Lee Jiaming, and laughed. "That girl from the C family is not bad. I see that you seem to be interested in her as well, so go and propose tomorrow." Grandpa made the decision to invest $50 billion as a betrothal gift. Boom! Lee Dada's words caused Lee Jiaming's body to tremble and react. His face flushed with excitement. "Thank you, Grandpa. Grandson will go tomorrow." That's right. Ever since the moment he met Sia, he had completely fallen in love with this woman with an elegant temperament. At the same time, he always at last understood the profound wisdom of Lee Dada. Let the Lu family try to offend Song Sickness first, and he married Sia on behalf of the Lee family. Don't forget, that $500 billion contract Song Sickness is definitely going to invest in Sia. Therefore, if he could marry Sia, in which he would use more means, he might be able to recapture that lost $500 billion again. And even another heavenly favor to the downtrodden C family. With this operation, his Lee family was directly making a steady profit. Thinking about all of this, Lee Jiaming instantly stopped being angry. Instead, he could hardly hide his excitement. There was even a bit of a desire to thank Song Sickness, invisibly giving him the opportunity to marry Sia. Separating from Sia, Song Sick drove back to the Tianfu villa, outside of the Tiffin Lakes area. Song Sick runs into two old acquaintances, Wu Yashue and her mom, Wu Yanchun. The two mothers and daughters appeared to have just returned from the hospital. Wu Yanchun opened his mouth, his throat wrapped in gauze. The former love of broken mouth? She is now suddenly quiet. There's no need to suspect that oral cancer has struck. As for Wu Yashue, she was still wearing sunglasses. Her face was haggard, and she kept coughing. Although the two mothers and daughters live in the big villa they have been longing for, they don't seem to be having a very good time. Song Sickness smiled and didn't do anything as he drove directly into the Tianfu Lake area. Back at the villa, the lights were on. At a glance, Song Sickness saw a petite and delicate body lying on the sofa in the living room on the first floor. Her entire body was covered with a blanket, revealing only a pair of small, delicate jade feet. Why is this girl sleeping here? Song Sickness was speechless and went forward to pat. Little beast, wake up. The luscious body wrapped in the blanket rolled over obediently, and what greeted Song Sick was a cold, piercing butterfly dagger, precisely and swiftly against Song Sick's chin. And underneath the blanket, it wasn't a little beast, but a black-clad man with the upper half of his body tightly covered. Everything happened unexpectedly, leaving the unprepared Song Sickness unable to react in time. Don't move. We might be able to talk. Under the black mask, a calm and icy female voice came out. What about the girl? Song Disease's gaze condensed slightly, hesitating for a moment, but still didn't choose to make a move. Having already guessed what was going on, if the other party really wanted to kill him, they would have done it a long time ago just now. But even so, he was still startled by this sudden scene. She's asleep on the second floor. As long as you cooperate, I promise you'll both be fine. The woman in black spoke faintly. You're here to save the lady killer? Song Sickness said equally calmly. The man in black in front of him was most likely the person he had been waiting for. Instead of answering, the woman in black, with her other hand, lifted the blanket that had ridden up on the couch to her left. A delicate and cold delicate body was lying on the sofa, staring resentfully at Song Sickness, and seeing the cold as ice woman. Song Sik's face changed slightly, because this misanthropic, frosty woman was no one else but Ling Xie, who had been imprisoned by him. The other party had been rescued by the woman in black long ago, here early in the morning waiting for him to deliver. But how did this woman in black do it? How to decipher the insurance code door, and how were the chains undone? Just as Song Sickness was surprised, the woman in black suddenly threw out a World Bank card with a password, then calmly promised, "In here is $100 million as an apology gift for her outburst against you, as long as you let her recover. This matter will be cleared up, and we, and the organization behind it, will not come after you or your family again." "Are you sure?" Song Sickness said, not forgetting to look at Ling Xie. The latter still stared at him viciously. He had no doubt that if the woman didn't have weak kidneys, she would probably have jumped up and ripped him apart. "Long Yu, this is an order from the organization. Do you want to disobey?" The woman in black coldly looked at Ling Xie. Ling Xie's beautiful eyes fluctuated. Still gritting her teeth, she said irritably, "Let me recover and this matter will be written off." To show her sincerity, the woman in black even frankly put away her dagger. Song Sik's eyes twinkled, and this was the result he wanted to see the most. This is supposed to be a blood feud in terms of life and death. Otherwise it wouldn't have been a bitter imprisonment of this woman. Otherwise, being targeted by a killer organization really isn't an option. Mainly, he still had his parents and family, and it would be too easy for the other side to really make a move on his family. Song Sickness came to Ling Xie's front and raised his hand to slap his savage waist. Ling Xie's delicate body trembled, and the strength that had originally been drained gradually recovered as if it had been filled up by Song Sickness. Throughout the entire process, Ling Xie coldly looked at Song Sickness. Song Sickness looked calm, but he was actually ready to pick 2 out of 1. Cold Moon. Well, at the critical moment, the woman in black shouted, "Mr. Song, don't worry. This matter was originally our fault in the first place. In the future we won't come back to trouble you again. This matter will be over." The woman in black got up and smiled at Song Sik, then pulling Ling Xie, he was about to leave. Chapter 35, The Miserable Wu Mother and Daughter. Wait. Seeing that the 2 female killers were really going to leave, Song Sickness only spoke out. The woman in black and Ling Xie turned back in confusion. Song Sickness raised his hand and flung it away, throwing the concealed weapons and items he had just scavenged in his hand back to the 2 men. 2 compact pistols were left behind. The black-clothed woman and Ling Xie's pretty face suddenly changed, and they hurriedly touched their bodies. Only then did they realize that the concealed weapon items that were originally hidden on their bodies had disappeared. All of them? How did the other guy do it? Being able to steal things from them unknowingly while being held hostage. What kind of hand speed does that require? The 2 women were inwardly shocked. Mr. Song is really good at maneuvering. I admire that. Reacting, the woman in black forced her heart to say. Ling Xie's pretty face was icy cold. Song Sik's bizarre hands once again refreshed her knowledge. It wasn't even a pair of hands that a human being should have. It's outrageous. I expect you to do what you say you're going to do. And again, this is the last chance I'm going to give you. If it happens again, even if it's more annoying and troublesome, I don't mind touching your organization. Song Sickness spoke coldly. As he spoke, Song Sik held it in one hand, and the 2 compact pistols, like mud on the spot, were easily pinched into a ball by Song Sik. Boom! The 2 women were finally shocked at this moment. Suddenly, he realized that if they had really struck out at Song Sickness just now, the ones who die, then, must be them. Don't worry, Mr. Song, our organization won't mindlessly mess with a strong person like you. Suppressing the fluttering in her heart, the woman in black stepped forward of her own accord and took the gun that had been crushed into a ball. And as he received the item, Song Sickness once again performed his ghost hand, taking back the disease that he had just accidentally given to the other man. Silently, it's like everything never happened. There's no way around it. It's called double insurance. The 2 women thus transformed into 2 silhouettes, and thus disappeared under the dark night. What they don't realize is that they have just walked through a ghostly door. Had they chosen to do it, there might have been 2 more female assassins in the basement, or even 2 bodies. Seeing the 2 female assassins leave, Song Sickness also breathed a long sigh of relief. Such a solution is undoubtedly the best. Of course, if Song Sickness knew where that organization was, he might have chosen another, more secure way. Little beast. Suddenly thinking of something, Song Sik's face slightly condensed and he hurried to the 2nd floor. It was only at last that the sleeping AI beast was found in one of the rooms. She was currently lying on all 4s in a sensational sleeping position. Rhythmic snoring, pouting cherry lips and drooling. Seeing this scene, The corners of Song 6's mouth twitched slightly before he closed the door to the room, went back to his room, and shortly after Song's sickness left, the originally sleeping AI little beast suddenly opened her beautiful eyes. A sweet smile spilled from the corner of her mouth. Outside the lakeview of Heavenly Palace, inside a roadhouse. Daughter, Mom is dying. Can you talk to your good son-in-law and transfer me to a better and more expensive hospital? Get me another set of massagers by the way. And also, after this villa is bought, it's time to add new furniture. It's best to let our good son-in-law buy us more antique gold or something, so that we can still preserve the value in the future. Cough cough. At the dinner table, Wu Yanchun could not bear the torment caused by oral cancer and said to Wu Yashue with difficulty, but when she opens her mouth, she has a torrent of words to say. Or is it oral cancer that stops her? No way. Wu Yashue's face changed slightly, and she decisively refused. Why? Could it be that you don't want Mom anymore because you married into a rich family? How can you be so heartless? Ahem. Wu Yanchun instantly became anxious and pulled Wu Yashue to cry out. Faced with Wu Yanchun's aggressive questioning, Wu Yashue couldn't stand it anymore. Angrily, he removed his sunglasses, revealing the eyes that had become diseased, paired with that pale skin. Like a vampire? He growled at Wu Yanchun. Because he doesn't want me anymore. He dumped me. Okay? Are you satisfied? Ah, daughter. How did you become like this? Wu Yanchun was scared by this Wu Yashue's appearance and backed away, instantly losing her temper. My eyes have come back and I have AIDS. Passed on to me by your wonderful son-in-law. Wu Yashue simply stopped pretending and all showed her cards. And these powerful news were like 5 thunderbolts hitting Wu Yanchun. She panicked for a moment and hurriedly said, then, quickly have your son-in-law take us into the noble hospital to treat us. Doesn't the Lu family specialize in hospitals? How could he let you become like this? Hearing this, Wu Yashue smiled to herself. That is an animal. I am a plaything in his eyes. He never wanted to marry me. Since that time when she was driven away by Song's sickness, she had gone to Lu Xiangfeng a few more times. Hopefully I can get my eyes and AIDS fixed before I try to deal with Song disease. After all, neither disease can be put off. As a result, the first few times I went there, I was severely beaten by Lu Xiangfeng. She couldn't even see Lu Xiangfeng's people in the back, which made her completely dead, and also see the reality. She was only a pawn used by Lu Xiangfeng to frame Song's sickness in the beginning. What a posh broad's wife. What sweet talk about buying a house and a car. But it was Lu Xiangfeng who fooled her, and she's still enjoying it and keeping the fantasy alive, willing to fall into Lu Xiangfeng's various tools, doing nothing to please each other. In the end, you get nothing out of it, and personally buried a man who loved her. Are you saying that son-in-law he doesn't want you anymore? Wu Yanchun's face turned pale and was also awakened by Wu Yashue's words. Wu Yashue didn't say another word and sat down on the ground equally helplessly. The two mothers and daughters were like this, sitting paralyzed in the living room of the large villa that they had spent their life savings on alone to buy. One suffers from eye disease AIDS. One has oral cancer, completely gripped by despair. What about the next mortgage? What about their mother and daughter's illnesses? Without Lu Xiangfeng, who else can they rely on? Little Song, yes, and Little Song. Suddenly, the desperate Wu Yanchun looked like she had caught something. She immediately looked at Wu Yashue with hope. Daughter, there's still Little Song. We still have Little Song. That's right. In desperation, she suddenly thought of the Song disease she encountered when she bought her house in the past. Song disease is like a beam of light, illuminating the darkness in Wu Yanchun's heart. Oh, I've gotten him into that mess. You think he'd still look at me? Wu Yashue smiled to herself. Of course, the fact that she would be so self-aware was entirely because she had tested it herself. It will. How could it not? Song's sickness is your boyfriend. Used to be so good to us. Now that we're in trouble, he's not going to stand by and do nothing. In Wu Yanchun's mind, the kind and pure appearance of Song's sickness in the past immediately surfaced. When Song was sick, he visited her almost every week, buying her nutrients and cleaning her room, almost taking care of her like she was her own mother. Hearing Wu Yanchun's words, Wu Yashue fell silent. The same careful care that Song's sickness had given her during these 3 years surfaced in her mind. Almost think of her as Snow White. Every holiday comes with a surprise. Thinking about this, Wu Yashue cried, her eyes turning even redder, even shed tears of blood. She was suddenly so sorry, so desperate to have Song's sickness love again. Daughter, why are you crying? Don't worry. Song's sickness, this boy has a good heart and is honest. I believe he will forgive you. After all, we were a family once. As a family, there's nothing we can't get through. Wu Yanchun rushed forward to comfort. But I'm pregnant. Who knows? Wu Yashue reported another shocking news. Wu Yanchun froze, reacted, and hurriedly asked, whose is it? Is it Little Song's? Wu Yashue shook her head. That's young Lu's? Wu Yanchun was overjoyed. If it's really Lu Xiangfeng's, then they can totally get on top with this. What more do you want? However, to her disappointment, Wu Yashue shook her head once again. Whose is that? Wu Yanchun froze. I don't know. Wu Yashue sobbed in aggravation and told the truth. In order to raise money for treatment, I can only do this. Wu Yanchun's eyes flickered as she shrewdly said, no, daughter, this child is Xiao Song's. I'm sure he'll love it. Wu Yashue froze, and then said with some remorse, I didn't even let him touch me. How could he believe it? Then hurry up and make up with him. The baby won't be long in the womb anyway, so it won't matter whose it is then. Wu Yanchun's heart crossed, and she came up with a plan. Wu Yashue was silent. It was true that she hadn't been carrying this child for long, but she still has AIDS. Daughter, what are you still hesitating for? We can't afford to offend the Lu family, and now our mother and daughter's lives can only be pinned on Xiao Song. The big deal is that you'll make up for him later by living well. Wu Yanchun analyzed. I was afraid that he wouldn't accept me? Wu Yashue was still torn. Having been rejected by Song sickness before, coupled with the frequent bus life during this time, she wasn't so confident anymore. At the same time, she thought of the young girl who had been with Song sickness at the vet store in the old days. Could it be Song Sick's new girlfriend? The other guy was even prettier than her. Wu Yanchun also fell into silence for a while. After all, their previous attitude towards Song sickness was indeed a bit bad. Suddenly, Wu Yanchun thought of something and said with bright eyes, right, isn't school starting in a few days? At that time, you dress up a little more innocent. Propose to him in public at school. Since the beginning of time, it's always the guy who proposes to the girl, and he's going to be touched to the core when you put your foot down like that. Wu Yashue froze, then remembered that school would indeed start in a few days. Wouldn't she be able to meet Song Sick at school again then? Well nah, Mom, I'm listening to you. I'm going to get Song Sick back and I'll never fail him this time. I'm going to spend the rest of my life making it up to him. Wu Yashue's gaze suddenly became firm. Has made up his mind to get back the boy who used to love him. No matter what. Hey, just live a good life with Xiao Song this time. Don't think about anything else. Little Song is a good, honest boy, worthy of your love. Wu Yanchun sighed helplessly. Chapter 36, Lu family out to take control of Song disease? The next day, as promised, Song Sick treated Ai Xiaobei to a finished chicken. That's before heading to the vet store together. As a result, just as we arrived at the snack street, we saw from a distance in front of the veterinarian store, several law enforcement officers standing in control clothing, and a law enforcement vehicle. You're Song Sick? Several law enforcement officers surrounded Song Sick. At the head of the group was a sharp-looking middle-aged woman. I am. Song Sick frowned slightly, looking at these people with obvious ill will. You are suspected of operating illegally. Please come with us. Inspector Lu said in a cold voice. Breaking the law to run a business? What law have I violated? Song Sickness sneered, already guessing what was going on. Cut the crap. You'll know when we get there. Lu said impatiently. He had even drawn the electric baton at his waist, as if he would not hesitate to strike if Song Sickness dared to resist. Song Sickness frowned deeply, but still said to the worried and scared AI little beast beside him. Little beast, you watched the store first. Master, be careful. AI little beast's pretty face couldn't hide her worry. Without giving Song Sick a chance to speak more, several law enforcement officers overbearingly stepped forward and handcuffed Song Sick, escorted to law enforcement vehicle. On the way, Lu's gaze snapped, and she suddenly struck out at Song Sickness in secret. She specifically avoided the vitals, which would only leave internal injuries. Song Sickness twisted her head to look at this poisonous woman. The latter met Song Sick's gaze and revealed a sardonic smile as he gave Song Sick another smack. Song Sickness smiled, completely open and no longer stingy with merit. Anyone who takes a shot at him, terminal illnesses are given away. Ding successful delivery of cervical cancer. Merit -1. Ding successfully delivered stomach cancer. Merit -1. Ding successfully delivered trigeminal neuralgia. Merit -1. A dark, fishy interrogation room. Song Sickness is being held here. Without saying a word, Lu took out a copy of the incriminating evidence and flung it in front of Song Sickness. Song Sickness, after investigation, your veterinary store is suspected of sanitation, indiscriminate charging, indiscriminate practice of medicine, and other illegal acts. You yourself are suspected in a rape and murder case and can now sign a confession. Song Sickness looked at the vicious female detective. Where's the evidence? When it comes down to it, when this inspector says you've committed a crime, you've committed a crime. Lu's gaze was like a hawk, like a female devil who had killed many people. Immediately, she revealed an evil smile. But since you want proof, then I'll give you proof. Only to see her bashfully turn around and skillfully turn the camera off. At the same time, The door to the interrogation room opened and 5 law enforcement officers armed with various sticks walked in. Each of them looked at Song Sickness with fierce, playful eyes. The sticks in their hands are the evidence. As much as you want. Song Sickness, this detective asks you once again justly. Do you admit your guilt or not? Lu questioned. Song Six eyes were icy cold. This was forcing him to send these people to their deaths in advance? He didn't think that these people could be lawless to this extent. Is this going to bend him over backwards? And by the looks of it, it's obviously not the first time this has been done. Hi Fong, young friend Song is a guest of my Lu family. How can you treat our guest like this? At that exact moment, behind another door, a short, fat, middle-aged man wearing glasses walked out with a smile, and beside the middle-aged man followed a Mediterranean. Song's 6 eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't recognize the middle-aged man, but he did recognize the Mediterranean Sea next to him. It was Lu Shuehai. Apparently, it was the Lu family that had taken a second shot at him, and it doesn't hesitate to use connections. At this moment, Lu Shuehai similarly looked at Song Sickness, his eyes shadowy with a cold smile. Doesn't realize he's already cerebral palsy. After he went back to add to the truth. Hearing that Song disease had easily cured the Li family's genetic disease, the entire Lu clan hierarchy shook and held a high-level meeting that night. Finally, they came to a unanimous conclusion: take control of Song disease and let him be used by the Lu family. If you can't control it, then destroy it. Manhwa can only have Lu's pharmaceutical group and will never allow any other threats to exist. That's why he was able to meet Song Sickness here. Little friend Song, nice to meet you. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My humble self, Lu Tianzhao, chairman of Lu's medical group. The middle-aged man stepped forward and enthusiastically extended his hand into the interrogation room with a smiling face. Seeing this, the corners of Song Disease's mouth rose slightly, and he also extended his hand, shaking it warmly with the other party. Ding successfully delivered insanity. Merit -1. With that, he warmly shook Lu Shuehai. Expert Lu, long time no see. Ding successfully delivered insanity. Merit -1. Sung Sik suddenly felt that one cerebral palsy wasn't enough, so he sent another neurological derangement. Lu Shuehai first froze, then shook off Song Sik's hand in disgust. The mind sneered. Now you realize you're afraid? Late. Seeing that Song's sickness was so up to the task, Lu Tianzhao smiled even more and directly opened the door. I heard that little friend Song has excellent medical skills and is kind-hearted, and I, Lu's group, have always taken treating the sick and saving lives as the initial philosophy. Therefore, this time, I have invited you, little friend Song, for no other reason than to sincerely invite you to join my Lu group, together for the good of the people. Song Sickness laughed coldly in his heart and spoke. Mr. Lu's way of inviting is quite special. Little friend Song has empty medical skills, but now he's not even qualified to practice medicine. As long as you're willing to join me, Lu's group, not only can I immediately restore your qualifications to practice medicine, but I can also make you a godly doctor that Nguyen admires. When the time comes, you'll have your pick of fame, fortune, and beautiful stars. Lu Tianzhao throws out temptation. What if I don't agree? Song Sickness laughed. Lu Tianzhao's eyes narrowed slightly as he took out a contract. Together with the copy of Lu Haifeng's confession just now, it was placed in front of Song Sickness. It was only then that he smiled and said, I, Lu's group, can make little friend Song famous, and likewise bury you forever, even, including your family. Song Xiaoyu is a smart man. Even if he doesn't think for himself, he should think for his family. The choice is up to you. A flash of stirring coldness flashed through Song Disease's eyes as he stared at the old fox dead in the face and laughed. Since Lu's group welcomes me so well, then I'll respectfully follow your orders. Don't worry, I will carry your family forward. Saying that, Song Sickness signed his name on the overbearing contract without even looking at it. Since the Lu family wanted him so badly, he would fulfill the Lu family. I'm sure that Lu's family will be arranged in a clear way. Ha ha ha. Little friend Song is indeed a smart person. Hi Fong, don't let go yet, we're all on our own now. Getting satisfied with the result, Lu Tianzhao laughed heartily, fought for Lu's medical group to control a god doctor. Unbeknownst to him, he was inviting a disease-delivering plague for Lu's hundreds of mouths up and down the line. Walking out of the bureau with Lu Tianzhao, he was followed by several weaponized bodyguards. Beware of Song Sickness getting into the car. Apparently, he was afraid that Song Sickness would escape. But in fact, if Song Sickness really wanted to run, these people really couldn't stop him. Mr. Lu, where are we going? Song Sickness asked with a smile. Naturally, I'm heading to the Lu family to hold a welcoming ceremony for you. Everyone is expecting a lot from your medical skills. Lu Tianzhao laughed meaningfully. That dares to be good. I'm looking forward to each and every one of Lu's group as well. Song Sickness smiled back with an innocent look. This reception. You need to cure my son in front of everyone. This is your chance to perform. And it's more about your future. I trust you won't let me down? Lu Tianzhou said with a dark threat. Don't worry, Mr. Li. Since I'm determined to serve Lu's group, I'll definitely do my best to contribute myself without expecting anything in return. Song Sickness patted his chest and couldn't wait. Ha ha ha, good. I'll watch you. Lu Tianzhou couldn't help but laugh. Lu Shuehai on the side was a bit surprised. What's wrong? This guy wasn't like this before. Not even giving face to Rita. Why are you so submissive now? Is he afraid of his Lu family's power? Yeah, that must be it. Thinking of this, hostile colors flashed in Lu Shuehai's gaze. In the future, Song Sickness will be a dog of his Lu family, and he can use it as he pleases. I will make sure that Song Sickness returns the humiliation he has inflicted on him tenfold and 100-fold. Explain in detail. Song Disease promised to cure the Lu family, not really to cure the disease, but to take the opportunity to send the disease. Behind the Lu family are going to be miserable. Chapter 37, Song Sickness enters Lu's house. Lu's mansion. Nearly 100 core personnel from the Lu family's top echelons had gathered here. Almost every one of them is a director in charge of a hospital on one side, or an expert in a particular field in the medical community in Anguilla. It can be described as a position of great power and honor. But at the moment, they were all waiting for Song Sickness to arrive. They wanted to see just what Song Sickness was capable of, to be able to make their Lu family go through all the trouble. Soon, outside the mansion's main door, several black luxury cars drove up one after another. Song Sickness and Lu Tianzhou, along with Lu Shuehai, got down from that Rolls-Royce Phantom. A group of Lu's executives raised their highball glasses and immediately sized up Song Sickness with interest. Seeing that Song Sickness was so young, many of the higher-ups were immediately surprised and murmured. Next, hello everyone, my name is Song Sick. I've joined our Lu's group. In the future we'll all be family. More guidance, haha. As soon as Song Sickness got off the bus, he was instantly self-conscious and rushed forward, going to shake hands with each of Lu's executives one by one. That's called enthusiasm. Everyone was also instantly confused by Song Sickness' enthusiasm. If they remembered correctly, Song Sickness was forced to be captured by them using means, right? And this guy is so happy? Did this guy want to join Lu's group from the beginning? Thinking of this, the original anticipation of the executives turned into disdain. Such a big deal to waste so much of their energy. And that's the only guy we've got? Much obliged. Much obliged. Thank you all for honoring me and coming to my welcome on your busy schedules. Seeing as I don't have anything to give away here. Just a handshake, haha. Everyone, don't be polite. Song Sickness did not care about the changing expressions of a group of Lu's executives, and continued to sell his handshake to Song Sickness. Not a single one. The 200 or so points of merit that had been accumulated were flowing away at breakneck speed, but Song Sickness didn't hurt at all. Look at how enthusiastic the Lu family is, going out of their way to use their connections to get him. It wouldn't be enough for him not to send something here. Looking at Song Sick's cheerful smile, the crowd of Lu clan executives were no longer simply disdainful, but instead looked skeptically at Lu Shuehai. Lu Shuehai and Lu Tianzhou glanced at each other, the corners of their mouths twitching slightly. They likewise didn't expect Song Sickness to be able to be so enthusiastic. It's like it's his house. Big brother, if this bastard can't cure Xiang Feng, just hand it over to me for slicing and studying. Lu Shuehai's face showed disgust as he whispered in a spiteful voice. Xiang Feng also asked to be allowed to heal. So let's take a look first. If he really can't cure it, do whatever you want. Lu Tianzhou always wore a smile, but there was more very hotness in his eyes than Lu Shuehai. When he finished speaking, he laughed loudly at Song Sickness and said, "Little friend Song, everyone here is a core member of my Lu clan. So go and heal my son now. People can't wait to meet your superior medical skills." Song Sickness insisted on shaking everyone before he came to Lu Tianzhou's side and smiled. "It's fine. It's perfectly fine." Saying this, he once again reached out to shake Lu Tianzhou's as well as Lu Shuehai's hands. He didn't think the insanity he'd just delivered in the interrogation room was enough. So, some more of the more potent weirdness was delivered to the two. Lu Tianzhou and the two of them didn't know why Song Disease always liked to shake hands with them, but out of the cultivation and habit of a superior man, it was shaken. After shaking hands, he directly led Song Sickness to a room on the second floor. A group of executives followed suit. A watchful attitude. The door to the room opened, quickly revealing the scene inside. Only Lu Xiangfeng was lying on the hospital bed, but it was tied up with ropes and had various expensive instruments attached to it. His face was waxy and pudgy, and all his limbs had been amputated to save his life. Teeth were also pulled out by biting his tongue to avoid a rabies attack. The skin was bandaged from ulcers. It was hard to imagine that the former elegant Lu family's great young man had turned into this ghostly appearance at this moment, but for Song Sickness, it was no surprise at all. It was even much better than he had expected. It seems to be that the disease was sent less in the first place. The crowd of Lu Clan executives were a bit intolerant when they saw Lu Xiangfeng's appearance. But still, he cooperated and wiped up his tears. Whether or not he was really crying, I don't know. Song sickness, this is Inuyasha. I know you know each other, but now since you've joined my Lu group, those little grudges you had with Xiangfeng before are over. What do you think? Lu Tianzhao broke the silence and looked at Song Disease and laughed, slightly threateningly smiling. Song Sickness sneered in his heart. A little grudge? Colluding with Wu Yashuai to frame him. He was subjected to lawsuits, banned from medical treatment, fined, and had his store closed down, and became the scorn of all. You call that a petty grudge? What are you saying, Mr. Lu? Let bygones be bygones. Now we only look at the present day. Song Sickness laughed likewise. The past was long gone and he didn't care. Only care about now. Ha ha ha. Young friend Song is really generous. Then please start diagnosing and treating Xiangfeng. Lu Tianzhao smiled in satisfaction. He felt he had control of Song Sickness. There's no need for a diagnosis. I can already see the disease that young Lu is suffering from. Song Sickness smiled confidently. Many people had already revealed snickers when these words came out. Lu Tianzhao's eyes narrowed as well, but he still smiled and asked, then I wonder how Xiangfeng's illness is? If I'm not mistaken, young Lu suffers from not just one disease, but a rare 22, with no shortage of terminal illnesses. The 22 are rabies, impotence, necrosis, AIDS. Song Sick looked at Lu Xiangfeng on the hospital bed and began to open his mouth in a torrent. Quiet, deadly silence. Everyone looked at Song Sickness, from initial snickering to shock. One by one, their eyes widened, no longer able to describe their surprise, because Song Disease not only accurately and unambiguously named Lu Xiangfeng suffered from 22 kinds of diseases, but also detailed the impact of these diseases. It was important to realize that during the time they had been treating Lu Xiangfeng, they had relied on high-end instruments to check out these conditions. That's why they just snickered. Song Sick, however, only looked at it and said it accurately. How does that not surprise them? Of course, what they don't know is that these are the same diseases that Song Disease gave to Lu Xiangfeng. Compared to the surprise of the crowd, Lu Tianzhao on the side was undoubtedly the most shocked, because he knows Lu Xiangfeng's disease best. Little friend Song, then please treat Xiangfeng quickly. Just say what medicinal instrument is needed. The way Lu Tianzhao looked at Song Disease had changed and was filled with hope. Cough cough cough. Divine Dr. Song save me. Divine Dr. Song save me. Please, save me. I was wrong, and I apologize for my earlier behavior. At this exact moment, the unconscious Lu Xiangfeng also woke up, and the moment he saw Song's sickness, the hope of life surfaced in his obscure death-seeking eyes, and he was suddenly excited. During this time, it was as if he had suffered all the cruel tortures in the world. 22 terminal diseases, all miraculously born to him. Wouldn't you say it's amazing? Don't worry, young Lu, I will do my best to cure you. Song Sickness threw Lu Xiangfeng a comforting little look. With that, he put his hands behind his back and spoke indifferently. Prepare 300 oversized silver needles, a ginseng over 500 years old, medical uniforms, gloves, masks, and alcohol. Song Sickness is instantly full of mastery. The crowd was stunned for a moment by Song Sickness' sudden change in temperament. It was Lu Tianzhao who reacted and said, "What are you still standing there for? Didn't you hear what Divine Dr. Song said? I'll go." Lu Xuehai hurriedly went down to prepare. As the most accomplished medical practitioner in the Lu family's direct line, he was the one who looked after all kinds of instruments and expensive medicinal herbs. Chapter 38, Song Sickness showed great might, stunned Lu family members. Not long after, Lu Xuehai rushed in, carrying a plate in his hand. Inside were all the things Song Sickness had just needed. Song Sickness blandly opened the box of 600-year-old wild mountain ginseng first, then under the expectant gaze of all, "Eat up." Lu Xuehai, Lu Tianzhao? A group of Lu family executives, hashtag, what the hell? What's with the eating? Shouldn't it be for Lu Xiangfeng? Is it to be chewed and fed? Even Lu Xiangfeng himself opened his dry, cracked lips, a look of confusion. However, seeing Song's Sick's inscrutable and steady demeanor, the crowd still didn't say anything, until Song Sick finished the whole ginseng and burped. 10 times the physicality kept him from getting a nosebleed. Not bad, just a little monotonous in flavor. Get something else next time. Song Sickness smiled heartily in his heart and swept his eyes over the crowd before he calmly put on his medical robe and came to Lu Xiangfeng. Lu Xuehai's eyes flickered as he followed closely beside Song Sickness. He couldn't witness the healing of Song Sickness that day, so he wouldn't let it go this time on his home turf. The crowd of executives also stared intently. Seeing this, Song Sickness directly started the lulling mode, only to see Song Sickness' bright eyes slightly closed. both hands slightly lifted and pressed down, and began to have luck. Put. Under the expectant gazes of a crowd of Lu family members, he let out a fart. Young Lu, bear with me, it'll be over soon. Ignoring the strange faces of the crowd, Song Disease grabbed the 300 oversized silver needles and smiled faintly at Lu Xiangfeng. Looking at these oversized silver needles that were longer than life, Lu Xiangfeng's waxen face changed slightly and his body inexplicably shivered. Ha! However, Song's sickness didn't give him another chance to regret, and with a loud shout, he directly opened the zap. Start zapping from the mouth. Song's 6-hand speed was fast, and when the ghost hand opened, it was as fast as a stump. Off he goes. The main fight is a fast, hard, accurate. Aha! Just after stabbing a couple of times, Lu Xiangfeng instantly let out a miserable scream, and the crowd's bodies trembled. Watching that one long and thick large silver needle inserted into Lu Xiangfeng's body was painful to watch. However, when they saw Song's 6 ghostly hand that was as fast as a stump, the crowd's hearts trembled. There wasn't the slightest doubt, only a sense of profoundness. Who, in their right mind, has that kind of hand speed? Could it be that this is a long-lost Chinese medicine needle technique? Well, most likely. What a subtle needle technique. It really opened my eyes. The crowd of Lu Clan executives ignored Lu Xiangfeng's miserable screams and began to talk. The disdain and skepticism of Song Disease began to turn into shock. Lu Shuihai, who was observing from a close distance on the sidelines, had his bright eyes rolling straight up and only felt dizzy. Come on, it's too fast. He couldn't see at all, let alone learn. At this moment, his doubts about Song's sickness disappeared. Sensing the surprise cast by the crowd, Song's 6 self-confidence exploded, and he immediately zapped even harder. Full hand speed, avoiding the vitals. Whatever your stitches are, handsome is the end of the line. In this moment, he is young Ma. Ah, Song's sickness zapped up. The crowd of Lu family executives watched with vigor. However, Lu Xiangfeng did not give it a go, and Song Disease only rooted to 299 roots and let out one last scream before he spat white bubbles and began to convulse. Seeing this, Song Disease hurriedly finished tying the last one, before stepping forward to comfort. Young Lu, take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Dizziness is normal. Song, divine doctor, don't zap it. I can't. Lu Xiangfeng begged as he convulsed, already rolling his eyes. Ding, the sick body is about to hiccup from rabies, asthma, and epilepsy. Please save it quickly. Host. Song Disease's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly took in the 3 diseases. Don't end up dead. He hadn't abused enough. Sure enough, after collecting the 3 diseases, Lu Xiangfeng's convulsions stopped, gradually coming back to life. On the EKG and other instruments, beating faster. It's as if it's all the work of just sticking the needle in. When the nervous Lu Tianzhao and the others saw the scene, they were completely convinced of the subtlety of this set of needles. Oh, how does young Lu feel? Song's sickness asked smilingly. I feel much better. Really much better. Thank you, Divine Dr. Song. Thank you, Divine Dr. Song. Lu Xiangfeng felt it carefully and realized that his body was suddenly much lighter and faster, and was thrilled, even talking sharply. You're welcome, as it should be. Song's sickness smiled. Ha ha ha, Divine Dr. Song really lives up to his name. Lu Tianzhao also excitedly stepped forward. The eyes of the crowd of Lu family executives looking at Song's sickness changed. A miracle doctor. An absolute miracle doctor. Mr. Lu is too kind. Song Disease smiled modestly, then said with a grave face, now that I have helped young Lu cure 3 diseases, the remaining 19 can only be treated in stages. Otherwise I'm afraid that Xiao Lu's body won't be able to handle it. Then take your time. Now we've been completely convinced by Divine Dr. Song's medical skills. Lu Tianzhao nodded his head repeatedly in praise. No one doubts it. After all, just now, Lu Xiangfeng clearly couldn't afford it. If I stick it in any longer, I'm guessing I'm really going to hiccup. Mr. Lu can check it out. If my guess is right, young Lu's rabies, epilepsy, and asthma should be better. Song's sickness said confidently. Where else can we not trust Divine Dr. Song? The banquet has been prepared. Divine Dr. Song, please. Lu Tianzhao smiled and raised his hand in a gesture. The crowd of executives also seemed to get out of the way. At this moment, Song's sickness became the protagonist. Being embraced by a crowd of Lu family members, he was invited in as the guest of honor. Lu Tianzhao signaled a glance at Lu Shuihai to check before he followed. At the party, the picture changed. Instead, a group of Lu family executives seemed to come forward and took the initiative to toast with Song's sickness. Lu Tianzhao, who was the head of the family, was even more courteous. The eyes that looked at Song's sickness were filled with scorching heat. Already, Song's sickness was treated as Lu's group's future cash cow. In response, Song's sickness came and looked at this large family with the same smile. The party went on until late at night. Lu Tianzhao personally sent a special car to send Song Disease back. Of course, as a contract with Lu's group, Song Sickness must also be on call. It was equivalent to becoming a servant at the beck and call of Lu's group. For this, Song Sickness was still happy. Every time I come to Lu's house, I can abuse Lu's group. Why not? Cutie pie. It's not happy. After Song Sickness left, the Lu family hall was quiet at this time. The smiles on the faces of the crowd of Lu family members all disappeared. Lu Shuihai came downstairs at this time and said excitedly, "Not a hair out of place. After examination, the rabies, asthma, and epilepsy in Xiangfeng's body are indeed all cured." Boom! The moment these words came out, a group of Lu family executives all had sharp eyes and were breathing heavily. "I'm afraid that this son is the son of some fallen Chinese medicine ancient family," someone guessed. The executives nodded their heads. Terminal illnesses like rabies cannot be cured by modern Western medicine, and only certain Chinese medical remedies are possible. Then why not imprison him and serve my Lu group for eternity? Immediately, someone said in disbelief. The eyes of the senior members of the crowd showed greed as they all looked at the family head Lu Tianzhao on the first seat. Being able to cure so many terminal diseases, you can imagine how valuable Song disease is. One can imagine how much money can be earned for Lu's group in the future. It is even possible to develop Lu's group into the world's #1 pharmaceutical group. Don't worry, the moment the contract was signed, he will be destined to be my Lu family's dog for the rest of his life. To raise a good dog to be loyal, you have to feed and brainwash it slowly, and if you press too hard all at once, it's easy to bite. Lu Tianzhao swept his eyes over the crowd. The corners of his mouth hooked slightly, and he said with a cruel smile, "What we want is not only for this son to serve my Lu group, but also for him to willingly pass on this medical skill to my Lu family." When the crowd heard this, their bodies trembled and the greed in their eyes increased. Housemaster is wise. Chapter 39, Sia's engagement. After the fall, the bustling Andu night has a little more chill. The Si family mansion. Inside the gilded dining room, a dozen or so members of the Si family's immediate family were seated at the largest jade table. Behind each family member, there were maids in charge of service. On the dining table, there were all kinds of luxurious and expensive delicacies, and each dish could almost be worth a month's salary of an ordinary person. Si Haihua sat in the first place, and no one dared to move their chopsticks first. The family seems to be waiting for something. "Grandpa, it's past dinner time, and Sia isn't coming yet. It looks like she's doing it on purpose." At the end seat on the right, a skirt-clad siren seized the moment to mutter, "I'll go make a call to hurry." Si Ming, Sia's father, said with a slight change in his face, "No need. This family dinner was originally prepared for Xiaoya, so what's wrong with waiting?" Si Haihua said unhappily. Resentment flashed in Si Rui's pretty eyes, but she didn't dare to speak again. "Sorry I'm late. I was stuck in traffic." At that exact moment, Sia, dressed in professional attire, hurriedly arrived, and beads of crystalline sweat were vaguely visible on her soft face. She had been busy investing with Song Sickness for the past 2 days, and it wasn't easy trying to help Song Sickness get that huge sum of $500 billion out of the Li family's mouth. Nor did he expect Zelhua to suddenly hold a family dinner. That's why he came in such a hurry. He didn't even have time to change his clothes. "Humph, you're really getting more and more facetious, making the family wait for you for so long." Si Rui sneered, jealousy written in her mean eyes. Sia, who had long been accustomed to this, did not respond and was just about to sit back in her seat when Si Haihua called out with a smile, "Xiaoya, sit next to Grandpa." At this moment, Si Haihua's old face looking at Sia was filled with kindness. "Ha?" Sia was unsure. She had never seen Si Haihua smile at her like this before. However, when he saw his father making a wink, he obediently sat down in the seat closest to Si Haihua. "Oh, when everyone is here, let's move the chopsticks." It was then that Si Haihua smiled and spoke, and along with him picking up his chopsticks, only then did the crowd move their chopsticks in an orderly manner one after another. An unpretentious meal of the world's greatest families began. Luxury, house rules, etiquette, on display. "I called you here today to make a happy announcement." It wasn't long into the meal before Si Haihua spoke up. The members of the group immediately stopped their dishes to listen. The eyes of the crowd fell on Sia. This caused a bad feeling to arise in Sia's heart. Si Haihua also looked at Sia and smiled amiably. He, Xiaoya, Grandpa wants to tell you good news. Just yesterday, Li Jiaming of the Li family came to the door to propose marriage, wanting to take you as his wife. Jiaming, this child, has both good character and morals, just recently returned from studying at Cambridge University in Ligua, and is similar in age to you. A good match, so Grandpa took the liberty of agreeing to the marriage for you. Boom! Si Haihua's words were like 5 thunderbolts, causing the always steady and gentle Sia's pretty face to change drastically. It was only after reacting that he panicked and shook his head. "No, Grandpa, I haven't thought about that aspect yet." As a result, before the words were finished, they were interrupted by Si Ming, who stood up and slapped the table. You're 26 years old this year, and should be at the age of marriage. That Li Jiaming is the direct young master of the Li group, destined to take over the entire group in the future, and you are considered to be a door-to-door match. The rest of the relatives also looked at Sia in confusion. They had expected Sia to be happy to hear the good news. After all, who didn't know about Jiaming Li's talent in the luxury circle? Facing the gaze of the crowd, Sia's pretty face paled, but she still gritted her silver teeth and explained, "It's not a matter of whether it's a match or not. I haven't even seen a couple of faces with that Li Jiaming, and I don't have any feelings at all, let alone an engagement." Si Ming wanted to get angry, but was suppressed by Si Haiwa. Looking at Sia, he continued to say amiably, "Little ya, Grandpa won't hide anything from you. This time you are engaged to Jiaming. It's extremely important to the family. If you guys make it, the Si family and the Li family will be in-laws." At that time, the Li family would not only invest a huge sum of $50 billion in the Si family, the family is more than capable of being at the Mansion House banquet on the 31st. Leverage the Li family to get more investment. This is something that is crucial to this family crisis. So, let's say Grandpa begs you about this, okay? Sia looked at the never-before-seen Si Haiwa's kind smile and finally understood the reason. So she hurriedly explained, "No, Grandpa, no need for the Li family. I've already pulled in $500 billion of investment for the family." The table fell silent at these words. In total, the Zell Group needs $400 billion to deal with the crisis. And this investment is the need to seize group up and down nearly 100 companies, nearly 1,000 management executives, to pull together. As a result, a person Sia directly came to say $500 billion, and $100 billion more in excess? So the crowd's first thoughts were skeptical. Reacting, Si Haiwa asked in disbelief, $500 billion? Who is willing to invest so much money in my Si family? And where is the contract? It's a friend I know. I'm still sorting out this money, and I can't sign the contract until it's sorted. Sia explained that she hadn't been running around for this for the past 2 days. However, seeing this, the crowd was even more certain that Sia was just lying. Sia, you don't find a better reason to lie. $500 billion? It's almost worth a tenth of the group's glory days. You really dare to blow it. Si Roe was more than willing to let go of this opportunity to taunt. Enough, even if you pull in $500 billion, you must agree to this marriage. It's a marriage between families. It's about the future development of the family. It's the blood of the Si family that flows in your body. You have to agree to it even if you don't. Si Ming also slapped the table and drank at this moment, completely extinguishing Sia's last hope. Xiao Ya, the family let you grow up in fine clothes, and now that we're in a crisis, what's wrong with doing your part? Yeah, are you going to watch the family estate go down like this? That Li Young for people modest, is really good. As for feelings, can slowly cultivate it. At the dinner table, Sia's eldest uncle, Uncle Sam, and other relatives, also advised. Sia looked at these relatives, suddenly feeling so strange at the moment. This was the moment she sort of realized. As a woman, her ultimate fate can only be to fall victim to a family marriage. Even if she took out that $500 billion contract, Si Haiwa would not give her the right to be the head of the Si family. Thinking of this, Sia's red and beautiful eyes gradually hardened, rising coldly and breaking the crowd's voices. "Give me some time to think about it." After saying that, she no longer gave them a chance to speak and left early. Unlike the haste with which she had come, Sia's pace was crisp, and her back had more than a hint of determined aloofness. Since the family wants to sell her, she'll take control of the family. Humph, what a blessing to be in a blessed place. If it was me that young Li was engaged to, for the sake of the family, I would be willing 100 times over. Sia had just left when Siren taunted over her caviar. The sound was extraordinarily harsh. Of course, there was jealousy behind the sting. Ever since that day when Li Jiaming came to propose marriage, she was deeply attracted by Li Jiaming's tall and handsome appearance and temperament. It was a pity that the other party had come to propose marriage to Sia. It made her even more jealous and resentful. She didn't understand why men like Sia this, born with a soft and bone, only seducing men. Isn't she beautiful? Only a billion points fatter than Sia. The snack bar is particularly lively at night. Song Sik returned to the vet store in a happy mood. All the way there, thinking about how to mess with that big family next time. What ancient tortures. Until he saw AI's little beast waiting at the front of the store from a distance. That delicate and lovely face was filled with worry. Master. Seeing Song's sickness, AI little beast instantly smiled like a flower, excitedly pounced and gave Song Sickness a bear hug. Song Sickness only felt that his chest had been hit hard by 2 soft balls, and he almost couldn't support himself. It was only with a unique scent of a young girl's body entering his nose that Song Sickness came to his senses. Realizing that she had lost her temper, AI Shao Beast hurriedly let go of Song Sickness. Shyly, "It's over. I was in such a hurry, I forgot my identity. Ahem. How many pets came today?" Song Sickness dryly coughed twice to change the topic. "I have to say, AI's little beast has a really good body. 15, 8 pet dogs, 5 pet cats, and 2 little hedgehogs. By the way, there was a sexy young lady who came by," AI little beast elaborated. The two walked into the store together. Seeing the group of small pets in the cage that needed to be rescued, Song Sickness' eyes brightened slightly. "The loss of merit is too great today and needs to be replenished urgently. I've eaten, so go eat by yourself. Leave this place to me." Song Sickness handed AI Shao Beast a few tickets. "Thank you, master." Seeing money, AI Shao Bei was like seeing a big roasted golden chicken. Straight to the roast chicken place. Song Sickness, on the other hand, puts on his veterinary white coat and begins to collect the sick and build up his reputation. Today was too lackluster to keep adding. "Veterinarian Song, you're finally here." Song Sick had just finished collecting all the animals when a flirtatious and provocative female voice came from behind. Song Sickness twisted his head to look, and his eyes couldn't help but light up. Chapter 40, The Schoolgirl Who Loves to Play with Snakes. Ms. Wang. Song Disease's eyes were glowing as he enthusiastically went forward to greet them. Eyes scrutinized up and down the sexy hottie in front of him. She was seen wearing a black sheath dress and on her feet were a pair of transparent high-heeled sandals. On the exposed snow-white leg was a phantom tattoo. It's a perfect display of sexy hotness. However, Song Sick's brow was furrowed, but he still asked expectantly, "Ms. Wang, where is your baby?" That's right. The sexy big beauty in front of her was the first customer of Song Sickness' store in the past, Wang Xiaoxiao. What Song Sickness will always miss is her little Shiba Inu baby. "My baby is at home, and I came to see Veterinarian Song this time to ask you to come out." Wang Xiaoxia smiled and walked into the store, explaining the reason for her visit. She had just been here once, but there was only one cute nurse. Lori, there. A clinic visit? The originally disappointed Song Sickness instantly became interested. "Are there a lot of pet babies that need treatment?" Sort of. Wang Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment, but still smiled charmingly. "Well then, you leave me an address and I'll come in the morning." Song Disease glanced at the very late hour, then swept his eyes at the sexily dressed Wang Xiaoxiao, or suppressed the impulse in his heart to want to accumulate virtue. Who knew that Wang Xiaoxiao was casting pleading eyes, a pair of sexy and charming eyes, just like the swirling of autumn water. "That, Veterinarian Song, can you go tonight? Please. Song Sickness froze. "Are those pet babies dying? Count on it." Wang Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, and she even threw out temptation. "As long as Veterinarian Song comes with me tonight, no matter if the cure is good or not, I'll give you $10,000 for the consultation fee. If it's cured, then you'll get $100,000. Song Sick's eyes narrowed slightly, still smiling. "Since the situation is critical, I'll make a trip overnight." Song Sickness then sent a message to AI Little Beast and followed Wang Xiaoxiao. The other man's expansiveness gave him a few moments of skepticism, but he was as far as being afraid that the woman would eat him up. Of course, the main reason was that Wang Xiaoxiao was his repeat customer. Walking out of the snack street, not far away, a purple Ferrari Laffa instantly attracted Song Sick's attention, until Wang Xiaoxiao took out the car key and opened the car door. The lights of the entire sports car suddenly brightened, instantly attracting the attention of everyone around. Song Disease was even more surprised as he looked at Wang Xiaoxiao. "This woman is absolutely extraordinary." Wang Xiaoxiao seemed to be afraid of being seen by the people around her. Taking advantage of the night, he hastily pulled Song Sick and sped off in his sports car. "Oi, another nice story of a handsome guy who falls for a rich woman. That rich woman looks like she's still pretty. Envious. When will such a rich woman come to me?" People looked complicated and could not hide their envy as they watched the supercar disappear at the end. What surprised Song Disease was that Wang Xiaoxiao had brought him all the way to the Tianfu Lake area. Finally drove into a villa decorated in cool colors. What made Song Sick even more surprised was that this place was only a few hundred meters from his villa. "You call that a coincidence? You can go home when you're done. It's so convenient." Enter the villa. Opening lightning strike. On the sofa in the beautifully decorated living room, a young girl wearing a white nightgown, her face all absolutely innocent, was lifting a pair of white and exquisite jade feet, was able to get a great view under the nightgown, only to have safety pants, white with a dog head print. Song Sickness stared wide-eyed, instantly intrigued, because she was playing with snakes. It was a small, pure white snake, a little smaller than the slender wrist of the innocent girl. The white snake twined around the young girl's delicate pink jade feet, spitting out snake letters. The young girl teased the white snake, letting out a silver bell-like laughter. Of course, it wasn't just the safety pants under the innocent girl's nightgown that surprised Song-sik, there was the dog's head. It's also not just that such an innocent and stunningly beautiful young girl is actually playing with snakes. Rather, it was the identity of the innocent girl he knew. Ruoi, sophomore at the School of Management, Andover University, the first school flower of Andu University. The reason why Song-sikness knew Ruoi was entirely because Ruoi was so hot. He was already a sophomore at the time, and Ruoi had just moved up to freshman year. With just one photo of a military training salute, it quickly swept campus forums, directly killed Wu Yashue and a number of other veteran schoolgirls, dominating the first list on the forum. When Song-sik first saw the photo at first glance, he was equally stunned. That pure and flawless temperament, that absolutely beautiful and charming face, absolutely countless batch of pictures of beautiful women, batch of rotten keyboards cannot be reproduced. But who dares to imagine? Who dares to believe? Just such an innocent schoolgirl who kills madness with just one photo. At the moment, it's playing with snakes. Still in my nightgown with my legs up. What's even more hateful is wearing safety pants. Ah! Seeing this scene, Wang Xiaoxiao cried out in fear. And Ruoi, who was mesmerized by playing with the snake, was finally awakened by the scream, looked to the door, especially to see Song-sikness. Ah! And Ruoi exclaimed, her sweet and happy smile disappearing instantly. Frightened, immediately put down the beautiful legs, and hurriedly sat down to cover the white snake, but also covered with the hem of the skirt. Attempts to cover up incriminating evidence. Song-sikness looked numb. The screen is inexplicably still. Veterinarian Song, please come in. Wang Xiaoxiao's brain spun rapidly and hurriedly pulled Song-sik in. Then he poured Song-sik a glass of water to settle his nerves. The two women began to make eyes. Song-sikness read it roughly. Wang Xiaoxia, Missy, I told you that. And Ruoi looked innocent. I forgot. Between the two women's eye contact, Song-sikness noticed that Ruoi's skirt swayed a few times. Unsurprisingly, in the next second, Ruoi's pretty face suddenly turned red with shame, and couldn't help but let out a pouty grunt. But after looking at Song-sikness, he was too embarrassed to move. Ahem, why don't I use the restroom first? Song-sikness felt the need to evade the situation. Otherwise this big innocent schoolgirl is going to have a meltdown. Great, I'll take you there. Wang Xiaoxia was overjoyed and hurriedly pulled Song-sikness to the restroom. And Ruoi took the opportunity to get up, covering the hem of her skirt and her shoes, bare little feet, rushed downstairs as if he were running away. The innocent pretty face was already dripping with shame. 3 minutes later, the three sat together on the living room couch, and Ruoi lowered her small head, not daring to look at Song-sikness. She didn't recognize Song-sikness. After all, at Andu University, Song-sikness was an ordinary college student in the beginning. Naturally, he was not qualified to be remembered by a schoolgirl. That, Dr. Song, can you cure any animal? It was Wang Xiaoxia who awkwardly broke the silence. At those words, and Ruoi, who had originally lowered her small head, also immediately raised her head in anticipation. You guys, you don't want me to cure the snake, do you? Song-sikness asked tentatively, and Ruoi's little head that had just been raised stiffened and immediately buried itself again. Huh, is that okay? Wang Xiaoxiao was likewise a bit embarrassed. After all, she had tricked Song-sikness into coming here. Really? The corners of Song-sik's mouth twitched slightly, but he still asked, how many? And Ruoi's little head was buried even lower. Wang Xiaoxia froze, smiled awkwardly, and secretly patted Ruoi. Missy, asking you, how many of them are there? You say it instead. That's right, and she didn't know how many, because she's afraid of that stuff too. Those were raised by Ruoi, and Ruoi wanted to find a hole to turn into, but raised her small snow-white hand and gave a yay. 2 strips, okay. Song-sikness is barely acceptable, because he's going to be a little afraid of snakes too, but it's only 2, still barely touchable. So he said, so are you going to take it out, or are you going to show me? I'll take you. And Ruoi lowered her little head and led the way in front, headed down to the villa. Chapter 41, and Ruoi's hobby. Song-sikness followed Ruoi all the way to the -3rd floor. There was a sense of gloom and doom, and Ruoi turned on the lights, and the surrounding scene was then clearly presented to her eyes. Just all along one wall were rows of beautifully ventilated cages, and in each of these cages, a snake of varying colors and sizes is kept. At a glance, where are the 2 strips? It is clearly 20. Song-sikness only felt his scalp go numb. Wang Xiaoxiao was even more frightened and retreated in a hurry. Although these snakes are beautifully shaped, but it can't resist the fact that they're snakes. They don't know what's wrong with them. They've always been limp and spiritless in the last few days, and they eat very little, as if their souls have been drained. And Ruoi looked towards Song-sikness, her clear and soulful beautiful eyes full of worry. It seems these snakes are important to her. Floppy and uninspired? Song Sickness tried not to think too much. Well, I've double-checked it many times and I can't figure out the cause. And Ruoi was a little lost. And then she said as if pleading, as long as you can cure them, any amount of money will do. I'll try. Song Sickness let out a dry laugh. And with that, he came to the first cage. Inside is a white snake. It should be the one Ruoi just played with. While looking at this white snake, Song Sickness was somewhat unable to lay his hands on it. Don't be afraid. It's well behaved and won't bite. And Ruoi said. And without the slightest bit of fear, she reached her small, slender, white hand in. Then only to see the white snake spitting out its snake letters, wrapping around Ruoi's snow-white wrist and crawling out. It's really tame. And being entangled by the white snake, and Ruoi's beautiful eyes swirled, a touch of pleasurable cheerfulness surfacing on her pure face. Look out. She really likes snakes. It's a unique hobby. The corners of Song Six's mouth twitched slightly, thinking that if the students of an university knew this unique side of Ruoi, I wonder what the look will be. How many others dare to chase after them? But in the spirit of his duty as a veterinarian, Song Sickness reached out and picked up a section of the white body, symbolically inspecting it. Ding check for sick bodies. Disease information for snake. Disease, yuck syndrome. Symptoms, depressed mood, anorexia, excessive cravings, estrogen accumulation. Looking at the images of the disease that appeared in his mind, Song Sickness stared wide-eyed. What the hell? Snakes have yuck syndrome? It seems he was the one who was alone. Veterinarian Song, how's it going? And Ruoi looked at Song Sickness with a face full of anticipation. Let me ask you, how many males and how many females do you keep of these snakes? Instead of answering positively, Song Sickness asked, because this issue is important. As expected, when this question was asked, and Ruoi's little eyes dodged a little and she stammered, Does it matter? Very relevant. Song Sickness had a serious face. Upon hearing this, and Ruoi could only bite her jade lips and reply stiffly, All mother. Song Sickness, why don't you have some male snakes? Song Sick looked confused. I don't like males. And Ruoi shook her head decisively, and a trace of disgust even flashed in her beautiful eyes. Song Sick? Well, to tell you the truth, those snakes of yours are getting jade disease. Song Sickness sighed helplessly. Ha? Jade syndrome. How can snakes also have jade syndrome? And Ruoi smiled in disbelief at the words, also taken aback. It's all female. The desire is not released. It's weird if it's not you. Song Sickness said breathlessly, and Ruoi's face instantly blushed, but she was still resolute in her inquiry. Then is there any other way besides raising male snakes? I can tell she really doesn't like males. I give them a set of massages to release their desires, but it only lasts a year and a half. To truly eradicate it, you need to harmonize yin and yang. Song Sickness intentionally advised. He would have been able to collect all of these snakes' jade symptoms, but over time, these snakes had not been able to be released, and they would have continued to give birth to jade symptoms. So the fundamental solution is still to keep male snakes. Enough is enough. Who knew that? And Ruoi was full of joy, completely not listening to Song's 6-second sentence. Song Sickness has no choice but to be cured and start collecting. With Ruoi's help, one by one, he opened and touched it up. In order to be more realistic, Song Sickness naturally had to helplessly massage for a while longer, and Ruoi's big, brilliant eyes kept staring and seemed to want to learn as well. But she was not destined to learn. Most of the day passed, and Song disease was finally touched. Soft and icy, he was inexplicably not so afraid of snakes. And the 20 snakes that had been touched were all obviously in much better spirits, even started eating. It's really better. Thank you so much, Veterinarian Song. Your technique is really amazing. And Ruoi was happy like a child, staring at Song Six's hand with curiosity. Seemingly thinking of something, she hurriedly pulled out her cell phone. Veterinarian Song, can I add you a WeChat? She thought that since Song Sickness could cure her, it would be good to ask Song Sickness to cure her again if she had another Yuju syndrome in the future. Keeping a male is out of the question anyway, not in this lifetime. Song Sickness naturally saw what this woman was thinking, but it still swept the other side. Soon, the friend had just passed, and Song Sickness received a transfer from the other party. 100,000. Can't use that much. Song Sickness obviously didn't expect the other party to be so generous. It's okay, it should be. And Ruoi doesn't care about this amount of money. Song Sickness didn't say anything more about this. The two returned to the first floor lobby together. Wang Xiaoxiao was sitting barefoot and cross-legged on the sofa, playing with her baby corgi waiting. Seeing the two come out, he hurriedly went forward and asked expectantly, Missy, how is it? Is it cured? Well, it's all good already. And Ruoi nodded in a happy mood. I told you that Veterinarian Song is great. Wang Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes brightened slightly as she said, I'll leave first if there's nothing else. Song's sickness interrupted the two women. It's almost 1 in the morning. I'll walk you. No, I don't live far from here. Wang Xiaoxiao got up and wanted to see him off, but Song's sickness refused. It's just a few hundred meters. Just a walk. Eyes on the back of the Song's sickness departing. Wang Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes flashed, and Ruoi, however, couldn't wait to return to the negative second floor again. On the other hand, Song's sickness returned to the villa. Thinking about Ruoi today, I can't help but think about it. It seems like school starts in 2 days, but with this courtroom encounter, will Andover University still want him? Ankaku is a country that is very much about innocence. With a criminal record, it's basically hard to move an inch. All of that, though, didn't seem to matter so much to him today. Unsurprisingly, early the next morning, Song's sickness received a message from the school. Tell him to go to the principal's office alone. That says it all. Song's sickness would have liked to go that day and find some men to find some good, but who knows, Lu Shuihai called. Order him to treat Lu Xiangfeng now. Having no choice but to head to the Lu family first, Song Disease had no choice but to head to the Lu family first. As for school, it's just in time for the start of the school year. Chapter 42, Song's sickness beats Lu Xiangfeng. One wishes to beat, the other wishes to be beaten. Received a mission from the Lu family. Early in the morning, Song's sickness didn't even bother to forge a workout. Breakfast was lazy too. The work is most important. Song Sik put on his veterinary uniform and drove straight to the Lu family. Just as he arrived at the door, Lu Shuihai with a dozen or so core members of the Lu family were already waiting for Song's sickness. Young and old. One was wearing a white coat, or holding a laptop, or getting a camera. Looking at this stance, it's clear that the rhythm is to steal and learn. Why are you so late? Didn't you say 7:30? No sense of time at all, causing so many of us to wait for you? As soon as they met, Lu Shuihai pulled down his face and said irritably, a boss-like behavior. Already, Song's sickness was treated as an employee of the Lu family to make use of. Traffic jam. Next time for sure. Song's sickness smiled slightly, looking at the other party's haggard face and not getting angry. I'm warning you, Song Sik. Since you've become an employee of my Lu group, you have to abide by the rules of the group. And the next time, don't blame me for being impolite to you. Lu Shuihai gave an inch and threatened in a cold voice. Don't worry, it won't happen again. Song's sickness estimated the time and said with certainty, don't get all playful with me. Hurry up. Seeing that his majesty had been established, Lu Shuihai turned around with satisfaction and led the way in front. The rest of the core members of the Lu clan snickered when they saw Song's sickness as weak as this, and they also treated Song's sickness as a subordinate of the Lu clan. Came to the ward. Lost 3 terminal illnesses. Lu Xiangfeng mental state is obviously much better. Was being fed breakfast by a beautiful maid, and Lu Xiangfeng's mouth was hanging with an evil smile. His body was not honestly rubbing against the other party, already fantasizing about the good life after recovery. It wasn't until the arrival of Song's sickness and the others that Lu Xiangfeng was able to collect himself. The maid hijacked and hurriedly retreated. Song sick. Remember to zap lightly this time. Seeing Song's sickness, Lu Xiangfeng was excited but had a shadow of being zapped yesterday, so he frowned. His whole body was now covered in blood holes. Don't worry, Lu Xiao. I won't tie it this time. A different kind of treatment. Song's sickness smiled gently. Really? Lu Xiangfeng was instantly happy. Hurry up. Don't dawdle. Lu Shuihai, who felt that his status had been provoked, said irritably, today Lu Tianzhao is not here. He is the king. Song Disease swept his eyes at this oddball, but still smiled. Trouble expert Lu to go and cook a bowl of ginseng and bird's nest porridge to come. The ginseng should likewise be wild ginseng over 500 years old, and the bird's nest should be free of a trace of impurities. And by the way, add a little bit of wild Ganoderma lucidum that is over 100 years old, for you to eat. With the experience from last time, Lu Shuihai immediately understood. That's right, and remember, it has to be the best, or it will interfere with this luck healing. Song Sickness said seriously. He hasn't had breakfast yet. Luck? Lu Shuihai and the others caught the key message. If they remembered correctly, the last time, Song Sickness had also eaten a wild ginseng and then farted with luck. Could this be the key to that acupuncture? You know, a normal person eating one ginseng would probably spurt blood. At that time, Song Disease ate the family treasure for many years, worth millions of hundreds of years of wild ginseng, but just farted. I'm afraid that the energy of the wild ginseng was transformed on top of running the needle. That's why you have such fast hands. For a while, Lu Shuihai and the others became even more fascinated with this miraculous medical technique, so immediately ordered it down to be done. Don't dare to be sloppy. Soon, a ginseng bird's nest and Ganoderma lucidum porridge with high nutrition and value was presented. Song Sick, who hadn't eaten breakfast, enjoyed it slowly in front of everyone. The flavor is really good. Lu Shuehai, who was dryly watching from the side, couldn't help but swallow his saliva, his face turning blue. This bowl of kanji is estimated to be worth tens of millions, plus the wild ginseng that was worth $10 million before. His Lu family's treasured 100-year portion of wild ginseng was thus made too by this guy. How could he not be angry? After finishing breakfast, Song Disease swept his eyes at Lu Shuehai and the others who were full of anticipation. Reluctantly, he got up for luck and farted. Sure enough, when this fart came out, the crowd immediately got excited. Holding a video camera, he took a clicking and snapping pictures of Song's sickness. It's imperative that you record every detail and go back so you can study and observe. Alright, stand the bed up and tie young Lu to it again. Next, I'm going to utilize a set of my Song family's ancestral techniques to cure young Lu. Song's sickness whispered with his eyes closed. Boom! Ancestral maneuvers. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuehai was instantly energized and hurriedly ordered. It quickly tied Lu Xiangfeng up like a sandbag. Song's sickness moves up and adjusts his position. Haven't worked out yet today. Song's sickness, this maneuver doesn't hurt, does it? Lu Xiangfeng asked with some apprehension. Don't worry Xiao Lu, this really doesn't hurt. Song's sickness smiled and comforted. Lu Xiangfeng sighed in relief. Meanwhile, Song's sickness made his move, moved his arms and legs to open the fight. Boom boom boom. Ho 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 ho. Song's 6 hands bombarded Lu Xiangfeng like a rainstorm of pear blossoms, either with fists or slaps. Even punches and kicks were alternated. When the ghost hand opens, as always, it's fast, very accurate, steady. The main attraction is a look that makes you look fluffy. Aha! Lu Xiangfeng immediately issued a miserable scream. What a speakin' was Song Disease flying a sinus fan shut up. What an amazing healing technique. On the side, Lu Shuehai's eyes burned, realizing that he still couldn't read it. So he hurriedly stepped back and asked someone to take pictures and videotape it. Quick, record it. Don't miss a single detail. You shoot this angle. And that angle, crouch down for the shot. Dumbass. As a result, a group of core members of the Lu family who had come to learn had been transformed into cameramen. Surrounding the Song Disease and Lu Xiangfeng is a click and shoot. Flash is particularly dazzling. Lu Shuehai commanded, changing various poses to shoot. Shooting that called a vigor. He even called out to Song Sick when he saw him hit a beautiful move. Cheer up Song's sickness. Song's sickness instantly had the feeling of a boxing champion in the limelight. So it also matched the beating with all kinds of dapper poses. Ho 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 ho. Song Sick gets more and more energized by the fight. Using his hands and feet, what with hooks and straight punches, spinning big bibs, and cradling top knees, already fantasizing himself as a martial arts master. On the contrary, Lu Xiangfeng, probably too young, had fallen asleep long ago. His face was swollen into a pig's head, and his ribs were broken several times by Song Sick's failure to control his strength. Even accidentally, Song Disease also gave Lu Xiangfeng little brother several feet. In this way, Song Sickness hid Lu Xiangfeng, one willing to fight, the other willing to suffer. There was also a crowd of little fans watching and learning around them, taking crazy pictures. Been fighting for an hour. Song Sickness is sweating from the fight. Seeing that Lu Xiangfeng was about to be beaten to death by himself, this was the only way to beat the closing. Jumping backward, he raised his hand and pressed down, exhaling deeply in a masterly manner. Well, draw conclusions. Human sandbags do work better than sandbag workouts. Lu Shuehai, who had recorded the whole thing perfectly, also often breathed a sigh of relief, already sweating profusely. It was only then that they also looked at Lu Xiangfeng, and their faces suddenly changed drastically, because at this moment, Lu Xiangfeng was too miserable, beaten beyond recognition. Xiaofeng? Xiangfeng? Lu Shuehai's face changed drastically, and he rushed forward to check. There's no need to worry. It's unavoidable. Under this ancestral technique of mine, I've already cured 5 terminal diseases for young Lu. Song Sickness put his hands behind his back and spoke blandly. But in fact, the heart is a false batch. Mud accidentally hit my head. Almost gave away Lu Xiangfeng. Lu Shuehai sniffed and immediately bandaged and checked Lu Xiangfeng with a group of core personnel. In the end, it was found that there were really 5 less diseases in Lu Xiangfeng's body. As Song Disease had said, a rare technique. Definitely a rare technique. Lu Shuehai was so excited that he hurriedly led a group of members to analyze it frame by frame. It's imperative to learn this maneuver, carrying the Lu family forward. As for Song's sickness, after eating a breakfast worth $10 million and working out, he left the Lu family in a happy mood. Look at this little life. Getting up every day to up the haters cool. Chapter 43, Expelled from School. The morning sunshine carries a few refreshing hints. It seems that because of the opening of the school season, Andu has a little more lively and energetic. Andu University. As the top-ranked top academic institution in Indu and even the entire country of An, it is undoubtedly most lively on this day. The streets, the school gates, the crowds, scantily clad college students are everywhere. Song Sickness blended in with the crowd, just a simple white shirt and casual pants. However, the slender figure and unique temperament still attracted the attention of many girls. Raising his eyes to look at the magnificent school gate above his head, a trace of emotion arose in Song Disease's heart. It's amazing how much he went through in just 2 months of summer vacation. Shaking his head and smiling, Song Sickness still stepped through the school gates and went straight to the principal's office. Knocking on the door and entering, a middle-aged man with thinning hair and a learned-looking appearance was sitting at his desk sipping tea. This is the president of ANU, Yukido Ma. You are? Seeing that Song Sickness was just a student, Mayu tightened his smile. Song Sickness spoke with a faint smile. The other guy didn't know him, but he must have known the name. Sure enough, upon hearing that name, Mayuzumi put down his teacup. His face was also angry. Student Song Sickness, I heard that you practiced medicine and cheated people during the summer vacation. Do you know how much of an impact this matter will have on the school? Without giving Song Sickness a chance to speak, Ma Yutsai said indisputably, I, and university, have always taken it as my duty to teach and train the pillars of the country. For the sake of the reputation of ANU, the university has decided to deal with your expulsion. From now on, an university no longer has your name. You are restricted to pack up everything within today, and you will never be allowed to take half a step into an university in the future and tarnish the reputation of my university. For this result, Song Sickness was not surprised, only surprised at the other party's determined attitude. Not even a chance to hear his explanation. Since this was the case, Song Sickness didn't want to say anything more. After all, he was about to study abroad as well. Okay, but I hope the school doesn't tell my family about this. Song Sickness opened his mouth, sort of the only thing he begged the other man for. You go away. From now on, everything you do will have nothing to do with Inde anymore. Ma Yutsai waved his hand impatiently. Seeing this, Song Sickness had no choice but to leave. He could see that there was a disease in Mayuzai. After Song Sickness left, Ma Yutsai immediately picked up the phone and made a call. Meanwhile, inside a small remote rural bungalow, Sunan is fixing a fan. A 50 or 60-year-old woman brought up a few eggs and smiled warmly. Had, old brother Song is really troubling you. Your Song family is the envy of the world. You know how to fix electrical appliances, and you've become the first university student in our village. He will definitely have a great future and become a big official. No way. Auntie Zhang, you flatter me. This is your fan. Fixed it for you. Song An humbly laughed, but was still happy to hear someone praise his son. Song Sickness has always been his pride. Well, this is an egg that was just laid by our own chickens. Don't mind if you don't mind it. Auntie Zhang smiled and accepted it, while handing over the egg in her hand. That can't be allowed. Song An's face changed slightly and hurriedly tried to refuse, but Auntie Zhang forcefully shoved it into her hands and deliberately criticized with a stern face. We're all family. What's the point of being polite? Then he laughed and said, this child, Xiao Sickness, is a child that I have watched grow up, and I have known since I was a child that this child will definitely have great success in the future. I'll need him to take care of me in the future. He. As soon as the words fell, Song An's cell phone rang. Picking it up and connecting it, Ma Yutsai's voice came. You are the parent of Song Sickness, right? I am the president of Andu University, and I have a serious matter to inform you of now. After our school's rigorous investigation and ascertained that your son, during the vacation period, has been cheating and harming people indiscriminately, and is morally corrupt, our school has decided to give expulsion from the school. Ma Yutsai's words were like thunderbolts from a clear sky, blasting on Song An. No, headmaster, you must be mistaken. My son is kind by nature. I know him best. It's impossible for him to do such a thing. Please, you must investigate and clear his name. Reacting, Song An panicked. His future is in his own hands, and I just hope that he is rehabilitated when he returns to the countryside. Ma Yutsai hung up the phone decisively. Testing cadres with begging? Which cadre cannot afford such a test? On the other side, the conversation between Song An and Ma Yutsai was clearly heard by Auntie Zhang on the side. Her eyes twinkled, and taking advantage of Song An's desperation, she snatched up the eggs, picked up the fan, and quietly ran away. For some reason, instead of being disappointed and saddened after hearing the news again, she was happy, and it was such a big deal, she had to hurry up and talk about it. On the way to the dormitory, Song Sickness was still unavoidably despondent. After all, it was the result of 12 years of hard work and study. Get into the best college in Andu, despite being transferred to the worst cell postpartum care in the veterinary program. but he still became the pride of the village then. Once again insert a message. This school veterinary medicine major junior student Song disease. Summer vacation violation of school rules. Indiscriminate treatment of disease harm. The circumstances are bad. This school decided. This person for expulsion from school processing. The sound of the campus radio rang out, and Song Sickness smiled, not caring, and continued on, until the cell phone rang and the word father was displayed on it. Song Sick stopped and picked up the phone. The smile was gone from his face. Sicky, are you okay? A manly voice full of worry came from the other end of the line. Dad, I'm fine. Song Sickness laughed, but, just now, the school called to say that you, Song's voice was full of panic, no longer daring to say anything further. That's a scam call. Don't believe it. And next time there's one that says that, just pull the plug and hang up. Song Sickness said. Oh, I see. I told you. My son is so kind. How could he do such a thing? The caller breathed a long sigh of relief. Dad, I might have to study abroad. Song Sickness took the opportunity to say. Ha? Studying abroad? Why do you want to go out? Our country isn't very good. You went to the best university in our country. What are you doing out there? It's so dangerous out there. The news says there are always shootings abroad. Song and showed froze, and then panicked, dead set on not letting Song Sick out. Song Sickness finally made up a reason for an exchange student to study abroad for a year and got a $200,000 study abroad bonus, which made Song and reluctantly agree. Song Sickness then called Song and another $100,000 over. It wasn't that he wasn't willing to fight more. If he could, it wouldn't be a problem to fight hundreds of millions of dollars to get home. And if that happens, Sungon will most likely call the police. This $100,000 alone. Song disease still made up half a day's worth of excuses to get this old father to accept it. $100,000 is nothing more than the cost of a meal and a luxury item for the rich. But for rural people, it's a huge amount of money. Men's dormitory, Building 21. Wu Yashue followed Wu Yanchun's advice and came to school early to get ready. At the moment, a love wreath has been placed on the ground, and she was holding a bouquet of roses in her hand, wearing a set of white flawless princess dress, wearing glasses, dressed extraordinarily pure, like a high school period of the first love of the girl. Wu Yashue, full of anticipation, memorized the small essay on Nyan Ai in her mind silently again. That is, until she also hears the voice announcing the expulsion of Song Sickness over the campus radio. It made her expectant petite body instantly stiffen in place, because she's the only one in the whole school who knows for sure the truth of the matter. What she just didn't expect was that the school knew about it too, and it will be handled that way. Just when she didn't know what to do, the crowd of students had grown. Everyone is attracted to Wu Yashue's romantic. Gosh, isn't this our university goddess schoolgirl? Wu Yashue? What is she doing? Proposing? I see guys proposing to girls all the time, but a girl proposing to a guy is a rarity. Or flowers, for God's sake. Aren't men supposed to die before they get flowers? Which guys is so lucky to have the goddess schoolgirl personally propose? The boys were talking and gathering, having long been convinced by Wu Yashue's rotten behavior. They were all looking forward to what kind of boy Wu Yashue was going to confess to. At that exact moment, Song Sickness also came, and at the first glance, he saw, holding flowers, Wu Yashue, who became the center of attention. Song Sickness couldn't help but look strange. This is, going blind and trying to hang a kaiju? Of course. What made Song Sick underestimated? The kaiju Wu Yashue is trying to catch is still him. At this time, Wu Yashue also discovered Song Sickness. However, listening to the radio broadcasting the incident of Song Sick's dismissal over and over again, she was in a tangle, not daring to go forward for a while. Song Sickness snorted, bypassing the bustling, uproarious crowd and entering the dormitory building. Back at the dorm, the three housemates had already arrived. The beds are being made, and they're all talking about Song Sickness. Seeing the arrival of Song Sickness, the three of them showed strange faces, and they all tacitly buried their heads to continue organizing. It was instantly quiet, and no one greeted Song Sickness. In response, Song Sickness didn't say much. The four used to be pretty close. After packing up his things, Song Sickness had just left with his front foot when voices rang out again in the quiet dormitory. Back downstairs, there were more onlookers. Wu Yashue looked at Song Sickness, who was going downstairs, biting her lip, still torn. She wished that Song Sickness had taken the initiative to step forward. In that case, she wouldn't care about Song Sickness' current charge. However, to her dismay, even if she was dressed to the nines, Song Sickness, however, did not look at her again, throwing the packed traveling gifts into the garbage can and saying goodbye to the past once and for all. It was time to leave. Song Sick. Wait. Seeing this, Wu Yashue was anxious, and for the sake of her condition, she still gritted her teeth and shouted out. Chapter 44, Wu Yashue confesses. Song's sickness was directly ignored. Anxious, Wu Yashue gritted her teeth and chased after her with flowers, blocking in front of Song's sickness. This scene instantly caused an uproar among the onlooker students. Song's sickness also instantly became the center of everyone's attention. Grass, this is the man that the goddess schoolgirl is going to confess to? He's quite handsome. You call this handsome? It's clearly very handsome. The body is also good. Simply long in my aesthetic point. No wonder the goddess school flower will personally chase. Asterisk 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 asterisk. When did we have this guy in our school? He's not a freshman, is he? People were talking at once, and more people were attracted to it. Ruoi. Look, that person looks like veterinarian Song. Behind the crowd, the curious melon eater Wang Xiaoxiao ate a cucumber and patted in Ruoi, who was wearing a mask. And Ruoi is wearing a knee-length blue dress with little white shoes today. Even with the mask on, it's still hard to hide the innocence. Following Wang Xiaoxiao's gaze, and Ruoi's beautiful eyes swirled. Over here, Wu Yashua blocked in front of Song's sickness, and at close range, her delicate body trembled. It was only then that he realized that Song's sickness was indeed like a different person, with a handsome and upright posture, no longer the frail and thin look of before. This moment, again firming up her faltering heart, she handed the flowers to Song's sickness and said with affection, Song's sickness, let's get back together. Before I didn't know any better. I did a lot of things to hurt you. In the end, I realized how important you are to me. There's no way I can leave you in this life. I want to get married and have children with you. I'm willing to spend the rest of my life to make it up to you. Wu Yashue said her confession words with deep emotion, and the people around her had already been touched to the core. Men, in particular, have long been trolled into warbling, and can no longer express their envy. He thought that if he could be confessed by a girl like this once in his life, it would be worth dying for. Song's sickness, who was a party to the incident, had also long since dropped his jaw in shock, because he used the system to check and found that Wu Yashue was pregnant. He had only wanted to see when its eyes went blind, and yet it gave him such a great surprise. Suffering from AIDS, eye disease, and pregnant with someone else's child. And yet, he licked his face and came to ask for his hand in marriage. Saying you're going to marry him and have kids? And spend the rest of your life repaying him? How did this woman's 3 views come about? Is there really a woman in the world who can be this powerful? Reacting, Song's sickness face snickered and teased. Since you love me so much, I'll give you a chance to publish the truth about framing me in court, and I'll forgive you. Wu Yashue's delicate body trembled, and she was speechless. Let her publicize the truth of this matter. Then how can she live in university in the future? Her goddess schoolgirl image? The point is, the nature of the incident was already egregious, and if she had publicized it, she would have been the one fired, and her hookup with Lu Xiangfeng. Thinking of these, Wu Yashue hastily shook her head. Both eyes reddened, aggrieved, shedding tears, and said, Song's sickness, let bygones be bygones. Let's not mention it, shall we? Pa. As a result, before Wu Yashue could finish her sentence, Song's sickness threw out a big bikini pocket directly and slapped this green tea whore to the ground. White powder flew, and Song's 6 palm turned even whiter. Wu Yashue was slapped all over the place, and when she reacted, she was even more incredulous as she looked at Song's sickness, and the loud one forced the pocket, more like a punch in the face of the crowd, gave everyone a dumb asterisk 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 asterisk. Egu, hold the grass. Why is this guy hitting people? That's right, if you don't like it you can refuse, but hitting is wrong? Really down. This is the scum of the earth. The scum of the earth. On the basis of his good looks, he can wantonly play with kind and innocent women. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I can't take it anymore. Apologize. The reacting crowd was in a state of shock and fury. Many men even transformed into boiling goats, angrily cursing Song disease and feeling unworthy for Wu Yashue, because from the moment Wu Yashue stood here with flowers, she had already become the white moonlight in their hearts. Behind the crowd, Wang Xiaoxiao and Ruai were even more filled with astonishment. Song's sickness ignored the anger of the people around him, squatted down, looked at this woman, and said in disgust, 10,000 people riding around and coming to me pregnant? Wu Yashue, you really keep setting new records for this woman. Boom. Song's 6 words were like a shock of thunder, crushing the anger in Wu Yashue's heart, leaving only incredulity. Obviously couldn't figure out how Song's sickness knew. She's only been pregnant a few days and has a normal stomach. Impossible. Song's sickness must have lied to her. Yes, it must be a lie. She must never admit it. Thinking of this, Wu Yashue immediately forced herself to calm down and laughed. Song's sickness, what are you joking about? I'm not pregnant. I've been so guarded. How could I be pregnant? She proceeded to hug Song's 6 feet and laughed seductively. But if you want a child, I can prepare for pregnancy with you right now. And we're sure to get pregnant soon. Awesome. Song Sickness gave Wu Yashua a thumbs up and kicked the woman away in disgust. Let her fend for herself. The crowd was Song Disease. This kick completely enraged. Address fashionable youth. Justice stood out. Also do not ask the original reason. Pointing at Song Disease on the cursing. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hit a woman. You still is not a man? The crowd immediately chimed in to support the youth. Being kicked away from Wu Yashua saw the situation. Her beautiful eyes flashed. Once again embraced Song's 6 thighs. And cried pitifully, honey, don't leave me, okay? You want to beat or scold can be good. I really love you. Oh. With a woman who loves you so much and is willing to send you flowers. Are you worthy of a goddess schoolgirl? Catch the Song Disease and be a good humanist. Of course, the reason why he stood up for justice was because, originally, he was one of Wu Yashua's lickspittles. You like it, give it to you. Song Sickness laughed strangely, shook off the 2 men, and left frankly. Despite the crowd's anger, no one dared to stop them. Sister Xiao, hurry home. Seeing that Song Sickness happened to be coming this way, and Ruoi's pretty face changed slightly and hurriedly pulled Wang Xiaoxia to slip away. If it's really veterinarian Song, it's a real shame. AI, my cucumber. Wang Xiaoxia didn't react, and the cucumber fell off. When Song Sickness left, the crowd did not disperse, and they looked at Wu Yashua lying on the ground with a snarl. So many people want to turn into warmongers and go up to comfort. At this moment, Wu Yashua was undoubtedly the most desperate. And of course, in addition to despair, there was also resentment towards Song Sickness. Yashua, that scumbag doesn't deserve you at all. If you don't mind, please be my girlfriend. And just when Wu Yashua was desperate and helpless, the voice of warm-hearted Zhang Shuai confessing his love suddenly came. Raising his eyes, he saw Zhang Shuai kneeling down on one knee, handing over a Porsche 718 car key with both hands, confessing with deep love. Yashua, in fact, you have always been my goddess of the white moonlight. The reason why I didn't dare to confess before was because my family was poor and I was afraid that you would suffer. But now, with my family demolished, I can afford to give you a good life. So please be my girlfriend. I will spend my whole life pampering you and loving you. Together. The people around them were up in arms, bound to create a faithful love story. Wu Yashua's beautiful eyes flooded with light. She heard the word demolition. Her beautiful eyes suddenly flooded with tears. Moved to accept the car keys. Nah, I'm willing. Good. The crowd erupted in cheers. Zhang Shuai also happily picked up Wu Yashua in a princess hug and couldn't wait to run towards the Holy Land of Love. Chapter 45, Is it not against the law to abuse small animals? Getting rid of Wu Yashua's pestering, Song Sickness left the school directly. With one last look at the grand school gates, he took out his cell phone as he walked. Oh, dear Mr. Song Sick, is this another thing you need help with? Herbert's voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Herbert, I'm almost done with my business, and I should be able to travel with you to Lee in a few days. So get ready. Song Sickness smiled faintly. Oh, that's really great. I wonder which top school you want to study at. I'm sure any of the top institutions in Lee would be more than happy to welcome you. Herbert's tone was visibly agitated. Both. Song Sickness casually said. The state of Lee is the most developed country in the blue planet. Almost all of the world's top academic institutions are located in Lee. Even Andu University, the best university in Manhwa, is ranked outside the 50th percentile in the world. That's why the children of rich people in Manhwa are traveling to Rikoku to study for further education. Alright, Mr. Song Sickness, please don't worry. My arrangement will definitely satisfy you. Herbert stated confidently. I had just hung up the phone when a convertible Porsche 718 sped past. A beautiful dumping, blocking in front of Song Sickness. In the car were none other than Wu Yashua and Zhang Shuai, who had just tied the knot. The two had been planning to head to the Holy Land of Love when Wu Yashua just happened to spot Song Sickness on the side of the road. It instantly reminded her of the humiliating feeling of just praying humbly, only to be slapped in the face by Song Sickness. She had already put herself down so much to pray, but Song Sickness still didn't forgive her. What else do you want her to do? So resentful. She deliberately told Zhang Shuai about Song Sickness and pointed to Song Sickness on the side of the road. Zhang Shuai's gaze was fierce. Decisively, don't stop. Naturally, he wanted to find a way back for his goddess. Oh, I thought, what kind of character is it that dares to beat up even my goddess? But it turns out that you are the social scum that the school expelled. What's the use of being handsome? Can't even afford a car? Poor people are really poor people. They only do this kind of unseemly deeds. Zhang Shuai leaned against the luxury car and sized up Song Sickness with a face that exploded with wealth. Unbeknownst to him, He was also a poor man not long ago, only to lose $2 million because of demolition. At this moment, Wu Yashue was wearing sunglasses. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised, and she obediently lay into Zhang Shuai's arms, coldly smiling. He looked at Song Sickness, that smug look, as if saying again, see? With my Wu Yashue's posture, casually chasing after my rich second generation. Who are you to dare reject me? Of course, she wanted to see the image of Song Sickness regretting it and crawling on her knees to beg her to come back to her. However, to her disappointment, Song Sickness had his hands in his pockets and had a calm face throughout. Looking at the two men was like watching a clown entertain himself. Zhang Shuai felt the embrace thrown by Wu Yashue, and was instantly enraged, and immediately declared to Song Sickness in a domineering manner, "Kid, open your doggy eyes and look well. Yashue will be my Zhang Shuai's woman in the future, and I will love her for the rest of my life, so you'd better stay away from her." After saying that, with the arrogance of a victor, he drove the limousine, pulled Wu Yashue, and couldn't wait to go away. Talent. Song Sickness had a strange look on his face, and after half a day's thought, he only felt that these three words were the most appropriate for the two. He was even a bit thankful to Zhang Shuai for helping him take this woman away. With Wu Yashue's current condition, her eyes would be completely blind within a few days. It's a rare and severe form of sensitive eye disease that can last up to 6 months at a time. Even if you get the right cornea replaced, after 6 months, the eye will recur with another infection. Unless, of course, it has always been possible to replace the cornea with a suitable one to maintain it. Plus AIDS. The rest of Wu Yashue's life was undoubtedly spent in despair and pain. From the high and mighty goddess of the schoolgirls, she fell to become blind and crippled. It's a lot more fun than death. So, her only hope was to come and beg for Song Sickness. Song Sickness had a bit of a headache over this, so it was good that a talent popped up at a crucial time to help him draw fire. Looking at Zhang Shuai's riveting strength to charge for love, Song Sickness couldn't help but cast a pitying look, already anticipating this guy's next fate. Let's just say that's what happens to receivers. On the other hand, Ruoi and Wang Xiaoxiao, who had finished enrolling, didn't linger and likewise went straight home. As a result, not far ahead, a group of people blocked the way. You people lack of morality. This is a stray dog in the campus of the University of An, and does not bite people. Docile, have pops. It's a good thing you just shot yourself alive. The crowd gathered around a young man wearing glasses, looking soft and svelte, and denounced it vehemently. And on the ground, a white hyena, dying, lay in a pool of blood. It was tangled in webs and had an arrow stuck in its chest. No, you guys misunderstood. I'm just playing around. The eye man's eyes dodged as he hurriedly explained. That look of weakness said it all. Seeing this scene, Ruoi's beautiful eyes changed slightly, and she hurriedly rushed into the crowd, squatted down, and bandaged up the stray dog. This is mine. Hostility flashed in the eyes of the eye man, subconsciously wanting to block, but he was deterred by Wang Xiaoxiao's icy gaze. Misunderstanding? I've seen you shoot arrows with my own eyes, and I've seen you abuse so many stray cats and dogs on campus in the past few days. These dogs and cats are allowed to exist by the school and are fed by many students. A student in the crowd angrily stepped forward. Look at you. You're also a student of an university, aren't you? Why did you do such a harmful thing? Marred. These stray cats and dogs can be considered your seniors. You, a college student, still abuse them, in vain of the motherland's cultivation? The crowd became more and more aggressive, frightening the young man with glasses and paralyzing him, his face white. But soon, he thought of something, staggered and climbed up. His eyes arrogantly said, I killed them and so on. They are just some animals. Killing them is not a crime. I want to kill them how I want to kill them. What right do you have to accuse me? Call the police on me if you can? As a matter of fact, he's been into abusing small animals, from ants and insects to dogs and cats, since he was 5 years old. He loves the thrill of sadistic kills and sits on them as specimens to treasure. No, the puppy's vitals are too weak. We need to get it to the vet store quickly. Over here. And Ruoi, who had finished bandaging, realized that the white dog's signs were getting weaker and weaker, and hurriedly wanted to pick it up and go to the doctor. This action instantly enraged the glasses man, who angrily rushed forward and kicked the dying white dog off. Instantly, all 3 doggies were kicked out. Immediately afterward, the man with glasses pulled out a dagger and growled, This is my trophy. Don't you dare touch it. Wang Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes flashed with a cold aura, and she hurriedly pulled Ruoi away and avoided behind her. And Ruoi's face also paled in shock at this scene. Seeing this, the man with the glasses seemed to get a great deal of satisfaction and continued his giant sword growling, Get out of my way, all of you. The crowd was instantly dispersed, and even a few people were mistakenly injured by the glasses man's dagger. This included Song Sickness, who was passing by and witnessing the scene. Lowering his eyebrows and sweeping his bleeding wrist, Song-sik looked calm and ignored the frenzied I-man as he walked towards the white dog that had been kicked away, picked up 3 premature puppies and started rescuing them. Just let him be a city light for once. It's him. Seeing Song's sickness, the anxious and Ruoi's beautiful eyes instantly flashed with joy. Wang Xiaoxiao's flirtatious beauty eyes also narrowed slightly. Asterisk 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 off. That's my stuff. Seeing Song's sickness who ignored him, the I-man became even more frantic, and with his thin body holding a dagger, he lurched hideously towards Song's sickness. Be careful. Seeing this scene, the crowd immediately became worried for Song's sickness. Sister Xiao Xiao, and Ruoi's pretty face changed slightly, and she hurriedly cast a pleading look at Wang Xiaoxiao. Wang Xiaoxiao's charming and sexy face remained unchanged as she held in Ruoi with one hand, and a tiny cold needle had already been added between her other jade hand. 3, 2, on the contrary, Song's sickness, without turning back, lowered his head to resuscitate while counting silently in a low voice. Chapter 46 City Lights. 3, 2, 1. Song's sickness counted bashfully and silently. The moment one fell, the man with the glasses who came charging in anger instantly looked pained. Spinning around as if he couldn't catch his breath, he covered his chest and collapsed to the ground. Help! Help me! Help me! The glasses man's pupils contracted as if he was having a heart attack, and in desperation, he looked at the people around him, trying to ask for help. However, the crowd who had seen the perversion of the spectacled man were dare to go forward, much less call the police. Bah! Serves you right. Man does what man does. Heaven watches. This is retribution. Many people cursed under their breath and cried out for comfort. The face of the man with glasses became more and more red, and it was evident that the pain endured was so great that even the svelte glasses he wore were dislodged. Still, his strong willpower kept him asking for help from those around him. Help me! I don't want to die. Call 120 for me. However, still no one came forward to help. His gaze, then, landed on Song's sickness, who was rescuing the dog, and he forced himself to endure the excruciating pain in his heart as he kept crawling towards Song's sickness. Save me! Wang Xiaoxiao looked at this scene and silently put away the cold needles, her beautiful eyes flickering as she looked towards Song's sickness. At this moment, Song's sickness was still crouching there, closest to the man with glasses, but Song's sickness didn't seem to hear the spectacled man's cries for help and concentrated on saving the dog, had stabilized the vitals of the 3 premature doggies and had stopped the bleeding and pulled out the cold arrow feather from the big white dog. Song-sik then took off the white shirt he was wearing and picked up the 3 doggies along with the white dog. When the man with the glasses was about to touch Song's sickness back with his last effort, Song's sickness happened to get up and blandly left. There was no turning back from the beginning to the end. Him, just a vet. And for this act of kindness, reap 6-1 is equal to 5 points of merit. And Ruoi and Wang Xiaoxiao saw Song's sickness leave and hurriedly chased after him. Looking at Song's six departing back, the man with the glasses was instantly enveloped in despair. Hands over his neck, face bloodied, he looked up at the sky. The tirades of the people around him were clearly heard in his ears. There was also a gradual belief in the fact that this was retribution. In the end, under the weight of despair, fear, pain, unwillingness, countless negative emotions, the glasses guy bounced a few times and fell completely asleep. The crowd dispersed. This incident has convinced many people of the existence of retribution. In the end, the investigation would only conclude that the man with the glasses had suffered a heart attack and died after failing to seek medical attention. Wait a minute. On the other side, Song-sik came to the parking spot at the intersection and was just about to get into the car when a sharp and pleasant female voice came from behind him. Looking back, it was none other than Ruoi and Wang Xiaoxiao who had caught up. And anxious and Ruoi didn't care if Song's sickness knew her or not. Her beautiful eyes fell on Song's sickness's arms as she asked worriedly, "Are it and its child all right? It's out of life-threatening condition, but the injuries are too severe. And with chronic malnutrition, it's just as dangerous in the later stages without care." Song-sik's gaze fell on this schoolgirl who loved to play with snakes. I didn't expect the other side to be so kind. Just walking through the crowd, he saw the other man bandaging the dog. Phew at those words, and Ruoi then breathed a regular sigh of relief. Spinning around, he said seriously, "Can I have them? I'll raise them." Of course, Song's sickness smiled faintly, naturally not without refusal. And Ruoi happily stepped forward and took the poor mother and son dogs from Song-sik. Schoolgirl and is really beautiful and kind. Looking at the masked and university's #1 schoolgirl close at hand, Song-sik smiled approvingly, and Ruoi stiffened in place. And Song's sickness had already gotten into the car and headed towards the Liu family. "Ah, shame on you. So he knew me from early on." And Ruoi's pretty face instantly blushed, wanting to find a hole to burrow into. This person is not simple, and he seems to be the one who was just notified of the expulsion by the campus broadcast. Wang Xiaoxiao came to Enruoi's side and looked at the direction Song Sickness had left and said, "Ah." And Ruoi reacted. Her pretty face changed slightly and said, "How could that be? He's so kind. How could he do such a thing? My missy, a lot of things don't just happen to good people." Wang Xiaoxiao smiled meaningfully. Song Sickness came to Lu's house. As usual, after cheating and eating the expensive and great tonic herbs from the Lu family's collection, under a crowd of Lu family members gathered to take pictures and learn, Lu Shangfeng was given a set of torture. He learned all these tortures on the internet, how to hurt, so to speak, with the best of intentions. Of course, this time, in addition to manual torture, for the sake of realism, Song Sickness also dispensed drugs to Lu Shangfeng, messed up a bunch of nasty stuff, including some animal lollies to give. After Lu Shangfeng ate it, the whole person was bad. The prescription was finally treasured by Lu Shuihai, and naturally treated as the Lu family's ancestral prescription. However, after torturing Lu Shangfeng this time, Lu Tianzhao stopped Song disease and smiled. "Little friend Song, lately I've been in an irritable mood for some reason, so why don't you stop by and give me a look?" A smile flashed in Song's 6 eyes, pretending to take the other party's pulse, and snubbed, "Don't worry, Mr. Lu, this should be caused by too much stress at work. I'll give you a set of massages and you should be better. Then I'll trouble young friend Song." Lu Tianzhao's eyes brightened slightly. He had actually examined it before this and concluded that it was Jade syndrome as well as a psychiatric disorder. These diseases are almost hard to cure, and it would be great to have Song's disease cured for him. So, again, with a crowd of Lu family members watching, Song Sickness squarely flattened Lu Tianzhao. That hand speed, so fast that the Lu family called out to shake the grass. It can be said that after hitting the sun, you hit the old man. After Lu Tianzhao was beaten by Song Sickness, he clearly felt a lot better about his depressing mood, although covered in bruises. Instead, the fact is that the Song Sickness beating did take in all of Lu Tianzhao's sickness, but the hit was returned to the other side. Give a buffer time to relapse. Lu Tianzhao, who was unaware of the situation, was excitedly holding Song Disease's hand and thanking him one after another. "Little friend Song's medical skills are truly amazing. It's my honor to serve General Lu." The Lu family. Song Sickness laughed. "That, Song Sickness, I've been quite fatigued lately as well, so why don't you press it for me as well?" Lu Shuihai also said at this time. His illness is the same as Lu Tianzhao, and we. A few sickly Lu family members also rushed to say, "There's no rush. Those who want to be cured line up and come one by one." Song Sickness soothed. As a result, a room in the Lu family mansion was directly turned into a makeshift clinic. A dozen or so Lu family executives lined up and went in one by one to be violently beaten by Song Sickness. The fight was endless, and Song Sickness called it simply endless. Lu Shuihai, being the first, wanted to feel Song Sickness's techniques for himself. Soon, Lu Shuihai's heartbreaking screams were heard in the room. Song Sickness admits that he does bring 1,000,000,000 personal points. Ding! Successfully absorbed mental illness. Merit +1. Ding! Successful delivery of mental illness. Merit -1. Ding! Successfully absorbed mental illness. Merit +1. Ding! Successful delivery of mental illness. Merit -1. Song disease are following Lu Tianzhao's method. Collect the disease first and return it after the fight. The system's breathless voice kept ringing in his head. Eventually it just silenced the system dry. Song Sick was sweating and panting from the fight. The beaten Lu family members are moved to urge Song Sick to rest and fight again when they see his labored appearance. But Song Disease showed a generous and righteous attitude. This moved the Lu family to tears. Lu Tianzhao even felt that he had completely controlled Song Disease in his thoughts. In this way, under the training of these Lu family human sandbags, Song Sickness' hands became more and more skillful. They were likewise given a prescription with a very high gold content. This will probably be the last time he tortures the group. The service should naturally be complete. In the end, a group of bruised and swollen Lu family members were still happy to send Song Sick away. Then I couldn't wait to follow the prescription to get the medicine and boil it. Chapter 47, Delivering a Baby with Song Sickness. Inside a wide, luxurious room, only to see a huge screen repeatedly playing different videos of each treatment of Song Sickness. Here's the picture slowed down tenfold, and at the bottom of the screen, there is a human body acupuncture point model. It was through this that a group of core members of the Lu family continued to learn the ancestral medical skills of Song Disease. One by one, the division of labor was clearly defined. Carefully looking at the screen, Song Sickness performed a move, and then learned it again by following the cat's footsteps. After a few days of learning, they gradually played with style. But something always felt wrong, because when you look at it, it kind of looks like you're practicing boxing at a martial arts gym. Why does it feel weird? I think so. It feels like I'm practicing martial arts. Whatever. Learn it first. We'll know when the time comes to test it on a real person. Perhaps this is what makes ancestral healing unique. Many of the Lu family members were also skeptical, but having seen Song disease cure terminal illnesses like this with their own eyes, they suppressed their suspicions. More frantic selling of mechanics went up, and one of them smiled wryly. It's imperative that you learn every single move of Song's sickness. Lu Shuehai and Lu Tianzhou looked at this scene, and despite their bruised noses and swollen faces, their eyes were scorching hot. Lu Shuehai smiled confidently. Now I've learned his set of needles, as well as those ancestral techniques. It's a little short on hand speed, but it should be enough. Lu Tianzhou's eyes narrowed vainly. In the future, these ancestral medical skills will be my Lu family's. As for that guy, cut off his limbs for Xiang Feng when the time comes. Lu Shuehai suddenly had a flash of insight. Good idea. Lu Tianzhou smiled sarcastically, the corners of his mouth involuntarily twitching. On the other hand, Song Sik finished his workout from the Lu family and traveled to the vet store to finish accumulating merit. Took the beast for another rubdown before heading home at his leisure. As a result, on the way, he received a WeChat from playing Snake Schoolgirl and Ruoi. Said he had a dog situation today and asked him to take a look at it. Unable to do anything about it, Song Sik returned to Tianfu Lakeview, so he had to stop by the villa of the two beauties first. And Ruoi, wearing white silk plus slippers, was already anxiously waiting at the door. The tiny crystalline feet under the white silk kept pinching. Song's sickness, great, you're finally here. Great White keeps barking and I don't know why. Seeing Song disease, and Ruoi was like seeing a savior. Her clenched feet loosened, and she anxiously went forward to pull Song disease, and went straight to the villa. Inside a cozy room, the mom dog rescued during the day is lying in a furry kennel. Instead, they kept letting out low barks of pain. In the other kennel were the three sleeping doggies. Wang Xiaoxiao on the side was equally anxious and stomped her feet, pacing back and forth with a pair of long straight legs in black silk. Having experience with dogs, she had no idea what was going on with Great White. When he saw Song's sickness, he similarly showed a joyful face and hurriedly made way. Song disease frowned slightly and stepped forward to inspect. His face couldn't help but change slightly. The last doggy in its belly is about to give birth, but it's injured now and can't use its strength. Song's sickness immediately discovered the reason. Ah, what then? The two women were instantly more anxious. Delivering a baby. What else can I do? Go prepare hot water towels, said Song's sickness decisively, but there was some panic in the mind all the same. After all, fertility is not a disease. The system can't help him either. Good thing, though, that he studied postpartum care of sows in the veterinary program. There is still knowledge about this aspect of midwifery. It can only be taken as practice. So, in the luxurious and large villa, a man and two women were panting and busy. Song's sickness was in charge of delivering the baby, while Ruoi and Wang Xiaoxiao assisted and helped. Two pairs of black and white stockinged legs kept going in and out. Well, half an hour later, the last doggy was successfully born. Mother and child are safe. The two women breathed a long sigh of relief, having long since sweated so profusely that they had lost their slippers. Song's sickness was equally sweaty. Instead, all three looked at each other and smiled. They're already fine, so I'll take my leave. Song's sickness smiled and got up to leave. Song's sickness, can we talk? And Ruoi's pure and pretty face moved slightly, and she hurriedly shouted, don't worry, I won't tell your secret. Song's sickness thought that Ruoi was afraid that he would reveal the secret that he liked to play with snakes, so he joked without looking back, and Ruoi's delicate body stiffened in place, and her pretty face instantly blushed to the roots of her ears. But seeing that Song's sickness had already left the gate, she hurriedly chased after him. I don't mean this. It's about you being expelled from an university. If I can help you fight to get that penalty dropped. Song Sik froze and looked back at this pure big schoolgirl, still smiling gratefully. Thank you, big schoolgirl, but no need. Why? This is about your future. And Ruoi was puzzled. In Anguilla, certification is the gateway. Otherwise it's hard to get ahead even if you're good at what you do. I've looked into your affairs. You were sentenced for practicing medicine without a license, but you've cured many people. So you're not just a veterinarian. You heal people. Wang Xiaoxiao also walked out at this time, looking straight at Song's sickness. Song Sik's gaze fell on this big sexy beauty. At the moment, the latter had more of a sternness in addition to her natural sexy charm. You misunderstand me. I, for one, am a veterinarian. Song Sickness smiled and turned to leave without further stopping, and Ruoi still wanted to chase her out, but realized that she wasn't even wearing shoes, just a pair of white stockings. It's still soaked with fragrant sweat. My missy, you're so high on him. You're not looking at him, are you? Wang Xiaoxiao laughed meaningfully, which is not true. Don't talk nonsense. A blush flashed across Ruoi's delicate face. Then she said seriously, I just don't want such a talent to be buried. Ai Wang Xiaoxiao sighed and said helplessly, The nature of this society is like this. It's too normal to have wrongful convictions. No, if what you've investigated is true, I'm going to tell my grandfather about this. I can't let such a talent be wrongly buried in Manhwa. And Ruoi suddenly stared. Wang Xiaoxiao smiled and didn't say anything more. Over here, Song Sickness had returned to his villa and soaked into the bathtub. Instead, his eyes were looking at the ceiling. In fact, from the name Ruoi, he had already vaguely guessed the background of this university schoolgirl. Settle down. Settle down. Plus Wang Xiaoxiao showed a unique temperament. Enough to say it all. On the following day, Sia, who had not been seen for many days, suddenly paid a visit. Unlike her previous professional attire, today's Sia wore a long blue dress. It was a great way to give a glimpse of the world. Warm and virtuous, soft and elegant, mature and seductive, perhaps describing the Sia at this moment. Sister Sia, you can actually get that money slowly. There's no need to be in such a hurry. Song Sik poured a glass of water for the other party, thinking that the other party had finished organizing the contract and came to find him to sign, so he did not care to laugh. I've already sorted out that 500 billion for you, but this time, besides coming to find you to sign the investment contract, I also want to ask you for a favor. Sia took the water, her tone a bit torn. Another rescue? Song Sickness directly said, looking at the very girlish and mature woman in front of him. Sia lightly bit her fragrant lips, her beautiful eyes obviously dodging, but tangled for a moment. Directly took out both notes, looked at Song Sik's eyes, and said with incomparable seriousness, no, both notes are for you. I want you to be my boyfriend. Chapter 48, The Sea Family Banquet. Si Rue hits on her. Aha! Song Sickness nearly went off the deep end, the glass of water in his hand unsteady. Looking again at this gentle and seductive daughter of the family, he only thought that he had misheard. After all, the news was truly too unexpected. Being surveyed by Song Sickness with astonished eyes, Sia's soft and pretty face also flashed a touch of redness. She knew that anyone who suddenly suggested such a thing would feel like a random woman. Still, she wanted to fight for her destiny. She didn't want to spend her life being a victim of her family, being controlled by the family, marrying someone you don't like. Thinking of this, Sia's eyes became even more determined, and pushed both slips of paper along with the contract, in front of Song Sickness. Seriously, he said, Song Sickness, tonight is the day that my family will host a banquet to raise funds. Besides this investment contract, I would like to invite you to bet with me on a bigger one. I wonder if you are interested. How? Seeing the other party's seriousness, Song Sickness also tightened his smile. My grandfather once said that whoever pulls in the most investment will be the next person in charge of the group. And the $500 billion I pulled from you certainly fulfills that condition. But yet, not long ago, he personally broke the joke. And not only that, he also agreed to the Li family's request for a marriage, intending to marry me off to Li Jiaming for the good of both families. Sia opened her mouth and told the truth about all that had happened in these days. The Li family. At those words, a ray of coldness flashed through Song Disease's eyes, obviously not expecting that old Foxley Dada to be so cunning. Is this an opportunity to make the 500 billion back? I don't want to be set up for life like this. Plus, you're my only investor and I don't want to lose my commitment to you. So I'd like to ask you to take a gamble with me. As my investor, pretending to be my boyfriend, breaking the Li family's tricks and even taking control of the C family. If I win, if I take control of the C family, half of what I own in the future will be yours. And you will be the one in charge of the C group. Sia looked at Song Sickness and assured him with incomparable seriousness. It's a big gamble. Win and she will be able to control her life. The price is an equal share of the group's benefits with Song Disease. If she loses, she will have to obey her family's arrangement and marry Jiaming Li. Hearing this, Song Sickness didn't say anything, looking at Sia at the moment, seeing many things from the other party's body, like ambition, or call it a presidential air of wanting to be in control. C's group, as occupying most of the real estate industry in Manhwa, was worth several $1 trillion at its peak. If Sia was in control, according to what it said, Song Sickness would be one of the two people in charge of the C group. That investment, no doubt, was instantly multiplied several times, directly jumped to become the high-powered head of the world's family industry. Even the future is unlimited. Of course, the risks involved can be imagined. For example, can Sia really save the day and bring the whole group back to life when he takes control? The risks involved are indeed great, and if you are unwilling to gamble, I will not force you. This contract is for your investment in the C group. Seeing that Song Sickness was still silent, Sia gritted his teeth. Song Sickness was given two choices. Song Sickness smiled and picked up the contract that invested in the C family. Sia's beautiful eyes flashed dimly, but the dull, beautiful eyes soon surfaced again in surprise, because Song Sickness tore up that contract to invest in the C family. At the same time, he collected the 2 notes and asked with a smile, "When does the banquet begin?" It's Sia he wants to invest in, not some Sia family. And it's also clear that this Union Yangmu is headed for his $500 billion. As an investor, he should naturally step in. Secondly, if he succeeded, he would be the head of C's group. Why not go for such a favor? Looking at Song 6's spring-like smile, Sia also smiled sweetly. "Tonight, happy cooperation." Song Sickness extended his hand. "Happy cooperation." Sia fought back tears. The two agreed to work together on this. Leaving the invitation, Sia left first. Tonight's banquet, she is the main character. There are still many things to prepare. As for Song's Sickness, it was still business as usual. Continue to head to Lu's house first and think of some weird ancient tortures to torment Lu Xiangfeng. He even took the initiative to teach Lu Shuihai and the others medical skills. After a few days in a row, the trust of the Lu family had been thoroughly gained. This is what Song Sickness has always wanted. He played until the afternoon. When Song Sickness returned to the vet store to treat his pet and accumulate merit, seeing that it was getting late, it was about time to drive to the C family banquet. Before going, Song Sickness naturally went to a high-end clothing store and chose himself a suit worth more than $100,000. The moment he put on the suit, Song 6's posture was more upright and slender, and his temperament was more handsome and high-cool. The C family estate. At the moment there are countless stops for luxury cars and a constant flow of people. Almost all of the top businessmen and businesswomen from all walks of life were present, making it particularly lively. Of course, the reason they came to support the soon-to-be declining C family, it was also entirely due to the rumor that the C and Lee families were going to be joined in marriage. Song Sickness arrives and takes out the invitation given by Sia. Smooth entry. There was no mocking block by the doorman as in the novel. Inside the estate, everywhere you look, there is a well-dressed upper-class person, chatting and interacting with each other, always with a smile on their face. Should have brought the little beast. Looking at the high-end delicacies placed everywhere, Song Sickness felt a bit sorry for them, so he ate them without any politeness. No food for nothing. And Song 6's handsome appearance naturally attracted the attention of many women. This includes Strui, who entertains the guests. She's wearing a $1 million gold gown today, although she knew that the protagonist of the banquet was Sia, but unwillingly she still dressed up in a flamboyant manner, wandering around amongst all these celebrities and showing off. Naturally, he hoped to flatter a wealthy young man whose worth was not inferior to Li Jiaming's. However, in a row, a lot of people couldn't get into her head. If it wasn't for the fact that he's not worth as much as Jim Lee. Either that or they're just not good looking. Until, that is, she met Song Sik, who was dining alone. That upright stance, that handsome look, that natural unique aura, instantly captured her heart. Seeing that many of the celebrities around her were all excited, Si Rue, who was the host, would not let the opportunity pass. Immediately, he lifted his gown, picked up his wine glass, and walked briskly toward Song Sickness. Greeting enthusiastically, he said, "Hello, my lord, hello." Seeing that someone took the initiative to greet him, Song Sickness naturally wouldn't refute his face and politely raised his cup to clink it as well. "I bet there are often girls complimenting you on your good looks." Si Rue's heart blossomed, but she continued to keep her elegance to tease. "Thanks." Song Sickness laughed dryly. "It's not bad to be rich and talk in such a level-headed way. Introduce yourself." "My name is Siren, a member of the Siren family." Siren smiled and held out her hand. "Song Sik, Song family." Song Sickness politely shook the other's hand. "The Song family?" Si Rue's eyebrows knitted slightly, her brain thinking rapidly. But how could he not think that there was a big family? The Song family, in the Andu family. I'm afraid it's just a small, unknown family. Thinking of this, the color of disappointment could not help but flash between Si Rue's beautiful eyes that were full of expectations. But seeing Song Sik looking so handsome, she still tried with anticipation. Brother Song Sik is so imposing. He must be very accomplished, right? Fortunately, I'm just a doctor. Song Sickness smiled slightly. Si Rue's eyes lit up. Doctors are good, saving lives and helping the injured. With a good and upright heart, I personally respect the profession of doctor the most. I wonder where Brother Song Sickness works. Delivery sick vet store. Song Sik laughed. Send a sick vet store? Si Rue's eyebrows furrowed again. Spinning around in reaction, she blossomed and said, You're a veterinarian? Yes, the sick delivery veterinarian shop is run by me. Miss Si Rue can come to me if any of her pets are sick. Song Patient gave a harmless smile. How did you, a veterinarian, get in here? Si Rue's powder-coated face was suddenly embarrassed, and she backed up, questioning. At the same time, he kept wiping the hand he had just shaken with Song Sickness with a paper towel, and dislike was already written all over his originally elegant face. Song-sik was a bit surprised by the other party's behavior, but still smiled flatly. I came with my friend. Why didn't you say earlier that you're a veterinarian? Si-rue was filled with disgust. I thought I'd met my true love, but it turned out to be a veterinarian? It made her instantly ashamed and even more filled with anger. Song's sickness. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. What happened to the vet? What if you're a veterinarian, covered in a filthy virus, and you infect someone else? Get out of here and get the hell out of here. However, the aggrieved Si-rue didn't seem to intend to let Song's sickness go, pointing towards the gate in disgust to repel it, all the while yelling, "Where's security? Where's the security guard? Miss Stray?" 2 security guards also came running at the sound. The commotion over here quickly attracted the attention of many people. This included Herbert, who had been invited to the banquet by Sia. Herbert's arrival was received directly by signing himself as a guest of honor. Chapter 49, The Damage of a Bigby Pocket. This is your C family's banquet, and I was invited. Have you ever thought of disgracing the family by kicking people out like this? Song's sickness looked at Si-rue and underestimated the woman's quality and intelligence. The same last name as Si, but the difference is really not that big? It's the presence of people like you that is a disgrace to my C family. Get out quickly and don't force me to have security kick you out. Siren covered her mouth and nose with a silk scarf, her words sharp and mean. The crowd's eyes were successfully drawn to the scene, watching it with interest. Don't misunderstand everyone. This person is a mongrel who mixed in and disturbed your elegance. Si-rue is here to apologize to everyone. Si-rue faced the crowd and resumed the posture of an elegant princess, compensating with a smile. At her gesture, 2 security guards also stealthily approached Song's sickness. Seeing this, many people praised it, which made Si-rue very flattered. I didn't think that this downtime would be enough for her to get the eyeballs. At that exact moment, Song's sickness spotted Herbert walking by. Beside him, there were also Si-hwa and Si-chun who accompanied the hospitality. With a slight smile, Song's sickness walked towards Herbert and the others. Si-rue's face instantly turned sardonic. Thinking that Song's sickness was going to escape, she hurriedly scolded the 2 security guards loudly. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and beat this hooligan out. The 2 security guards saw this and rushed after them. By this time, Sung-sik had come to Herbert's side. Oh, Mr. Song, it's so good to see you. Herbert warmly shook hands with Song's sickness. Si-hwa's old eyes flickered as he curiously sized up this youth with an unassuming temperament. It was the first time he had seen Song's sickness, so he didn't realize that the person that Sia had helped in the past was the Song's sickness in front of him. On the side, Si-chen was the one who changed his face, because he knows, and there was a warning about Song's sickness. But what he never expected was that the former down and out and thin Song's sickness today is this kind of dusty temperament. It was like a different person. However, without giving a few people a chance to react, 2 arriving security guards, without saying a word, they followed Si-rue's orders and rudely grabbed Song's sickness, baton in hand. In response, Song's sickness did not resist, and quietly watched the show. Oh, no, 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 you guys can't do that. Mr. Song is my friend. You guys are being rude. The sudden scene caused Herbert to be filled with incredulity and look at Si-hwa in disbelief. Si-hwa's face changed drastically and he couldn't react for a moment. Assholes, blind your dogs. Still, Si-chen was quick-witted. His face sank, and he stepped forward with 2 forced pockets, slapping away 2 second-pan security guards. What are you waiting for? Get this ing trash out of here. Si-rue also cursed and rushed in at this time. Seeing Si-hwa and the others not clear about the situation, she immediately pointed at Song's sickness and complained. Grandpa, this person is a mongrel who got mixed up in here. Luckily I found him. Shut up. Feeling the gloating gazes cast around him, Si-hwa also finally understood, and was so angry that his walking stick was trembling. Up came a forced pocket and flung it in Suri's face. Grandpa, you hit me? Si-rue was struck dumb, both eyes flooded with tears, but still filled with aggression and incomprehension. She didn't understand why Si-hwa wanted the face to hit her. Shouldn't it be fighting Song disease? Is it conceivable how psychologically damaging a big BB bib is to a 30-something-year-old girl? Or in front of so many rich and famous people, how can she marry in the future? But soon Herbert gave her the answer, only to see Herbert's face full of exasperation. He looked at Si-hwa and said, "Oh, it's too unbelievable. Dead old man, my friends and I, who were invited to attend your family's banquet, but we have to be driven away by such a roughness. Your dead family is really too impolite." When these words came out, all the celebrities at the scene were shocked, and then they all looked at Si-rue with strange faces. People are friends of Herbert, the famous tycoon of Lee. This Si family's eldest miss even drove others away as if they were hooligans? Who wouldn't be angry about that? The tiger body of Si-rue, who was a party to the incident, was even more fiercely trembling, and her little brain finally realized it. Looking at Song Sickness once again, he panicked. "Ha? You're Mr. Herbert's friend? I thought you said you were a veterinarian?" "It's true that I'm a veterinarian, but that doesn't stop me from being friends with Mr. Herbert." Song Sickness spread his hands helplessly, still like each other to be untamed. Siren froze, not knowing how to answer for a moment, and feeling the gazes of the surrounding teasing comments. Si Haiwa had long since turned his old face red with shame, glaring at Si Rue with hatred and chiding. Still not quick to apologize to Mr. Song, Si Rue reacted, and hastily bowed to Song Sickness in a panic. "Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Song, it was just a misunderstanding just now. Mr. Herbert, let's find a place to talk." Song Sickness smiled faintly and stopped looking at the woman. "Okay." Seeing that Song Sickness didn't care, Herbert also put away his anger and changed places with Song Sickness. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Herbert treated Song Sick with extra respect. This inevitably caused many celebrities to become intensely curious about the identity of Song Sickness. To be treated so well by the third richest man in the world's rich list, one can only imagine what an honor it would be. "It's a done deal, so get off." Seeing Herbert and Song Sickness leave directly, Si Haiwa glared at Si Rue again in anger. He would have been pleasantly surprised in the face of Herbert's arrival. The idea was that he could pull a big contract out of this great tycoon of Lee, but it was stirred up by Siren in this way. Knowing that she was in trouble, Si Rue lowered her head and retreated in disgrace. "Thought I was going to be out of my element today. I didn't expect to be really out of this world. The Lee family is here." At that exact moment, a murmuring voice came from outside the manor. Just outside the main gate, a row of luxury cars drove in one after another with full rows. It instantly attracted everyone's attention. Led by Lee Dada, a group of Lee family members quickly got down from the limousine, and beside Lee Dada was Lee Jiaming, who was dressed in an imposing white suit. On the other side, there was Lee Manglin, beautifully dressed in a white evening gown. There's no trepidation in the face of a big occasion like this. This is the Lee family's little princess. Her looks are really beautiful. No wonder she can be loved by Elder Lee. I heard that Elder Lee has already transferred 10% of the shares of the Lee Group's headquarters to this little princess name. Hiss, that's almost worth $1 trillion, isn't it? Then whoever marries this little princess, won't they not have to worry for the rest of their lives? The moment these words came out, many young masters from prestigious families looked at Lee Manglin with eyes that suddenly sizzled. What's wrong with being a princess? That's the one they like. Today's protagonist is not this little princess, but this young master of the Lee family beside Elder Lee, Lee Jiaming, and Miss Sia of the Si family. This young master Lee Jiaming is also of great renown, but he graduated from the world's #1 ranked SJO International University with a double doctorate in finance and computer science. That's right, young Lee is not one of those rich young men who only eat, drink and have fun. Not only is his IQ superb, his management skills are even better. Just returned to China to take over a share of the Lee family's industry, and it's done a good job, and the interest has more than doubled tenfold. Miss Sia of the Si family is a famous business talent. In that case, the two of them are quite compatible. The crowd's eyes fell on Jamin Lee. Many rich girls were instantly enamored by this multi-talented, multi-billionaire, powerful young master. Even Si Rue, who was hiding in the corner in a state of sadness, after seeing Lee Jiaming, it was even harder to hide the deer in the headlights in her heart, but it quickly became dull and resentful again. Fists clenched. On what grounds? Such a wonderful man as that and I get nothing? Chapter 50, Sia's Plan. Seeing the Lee family's visitors, Si Haiwa and a group of other Si family members immediately went forward to warmly greet them. The people of the surrounding celebrities and nobles also came forward to flatter. The entire banquet immediately came alive. Lee Jiaming has undoubtedly become the subject of much fanfare. The lively Lee Manglin came to the food area alone. It immediately attracted many young masters of worldly families to come forward to curry favor. But this arrogant little princess who is worth billions of dollars can't even look at it. As she was eating her dessert, her beautiful eyes suddenly noticed Song Sickness, who was chatting with Herbert not far away. The Song Sick, who was wearing a suit and had a cold temperament, instantly brightened up Lee Manglin's eyes. The shameful image of Song Sickness giving her a massage to cure her illness in the past then clearly surfaced in her mind. It sent ripples through the heart of this haughty little princess. Inexplicably, I miss that feeling. Ha! What was I thinking? Lee Manglin's delicate face blushed with shame and hurriedly shook her little head, trying to shake off the chaotic images in her head. Ms. Lee, may I have a dance? A young master of the Si family stepped forward and demanded as a gentleman. Sorry, I don't like dancing. Lee Manglin came back to her senses and nonchalantly rejected the other party's good intentions. Spinning around, he walked towards Song Sickness and smiled. Song Sickness, can I ask you to dance? Sort of apologize for wronging you earlier. That young master of the sea family? The young masters of a group of worldly families were even more filled with solidity. They went up and accosted them for half a day. And the haughty little princess didn't give a damn, only to turn around and offer to ask someone to dance? Faced with Li Menglin's sudden intrusion, Song Sickness was equally puzzled. If he remembered correctly, he had ruthlessly humiliated this arrogant little princess when he was touching the sick treatment, even rewarded a lot of Dobby bibs. Why is this girl still coming to him to dance and thank him? Is that all this haughty little princess is eating? Then I'm sorry, it's no use trying to eat it. He is very expensive. Sorry, I can't dance. Song Sickness decisively refused. Humph, if you don't jump, you don't jump. This lady doesn't care. Li Menglin first stiffened, then pouted and left in anger. Once again, Song Sickness rejected her. Pissed off Jen, she said she's sorry. What more does she need? Blame it on the fake live trial. Any bull ******* justice is a lie to Jen. At this moment, that young master of the sea family seemed to have seen hope and hurriedly went forward to invite again. Miss Li, we, ****** off. As a result, before he could finish, he was interrupted by the angry Li Menglin. The latter stiffened in place. On the other hand, Li Dada and the others, who had been commercially blowing each other for half a day, had also found out about song disease. His old eyes narrowed slightly, and then he smiled again, bringing along Li German and the others. Divine Dr. Song, it's been a long time. I haven't properly thanked you for saving Meng Lin's life in the past. Reach Li greeted kindly. It seemed to be really genuinely thankful for Song Sickness in general. Elderly is polite. It's all due. Song Sickness smiled graciously. A few points of merit in the district. Sprinkle water. I've heard that Divine Dr. Song is already working under Lu's pharmaceutical group. That's really something to be congratulated. Now, it'll be easy to ask Divine Dr. Song to make a move. Reach Li laughed again, but the smile was more or less mocking. Naturally, he knew what happened to Song Sickness when he was threatened by the Lu family to take control. That's natural. Come find me anytime you're sick. Song Sickness smiled brightly. On the side, Li Jiaming looked at Song Sickness with the same cold smile at the corner of his mouth. But for some reason, seeing Song Sickness inexplicably gave rise to a bad feeling in his heart. This must be Mr. Herbert. Pleased to meet you. Reach Li then ignored Song Sickness and politely extended his hand to Herbert, who was beside him. For the third largest person on the world's rich list, even for a family like theirs, they still had to be courteous. The group of bigwigs then proceeded to chat with Herbert. Take this opportunity to get to know each other and exchange business cards. Ha. See family head. It's getting late. It's time to invite this child Sia out to meet us. Seeing that the time was almost right, Li Dada looked at Si Haiwa and smiled. When he said this, he didn't forget to look at Song Sickness. Ouch. Look at this brain of mine. Si Haiwa dawned on him and hurriedly asked Si Chen, who was beside him, to go upstairs to call Sia. The crowd who knew the original reason could not help but look forward to it. Not long after, only the second floor of the hall was seen. At the second floor of the hall, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a tall and beautiful silhouette wearing a white evening gown slowly walked out. At that moment, all the bright lights around them seemed to dim. Sia was like an incomparably beautiful white swan, with black hair to her waist, icy skin, gentle and high-cool, beautiful to the core. Everyone was amazed by Sia's beauty. The entire hall of the venue went silent. All this time, Sia was almost always a strong woman in professional attire, and the moment she changed into her skirt, her beauty was unreservedly on display. Snap! Ha. It seems that Ms. Sia is not only a talented businesswoman, but she's still a beautiful woman at today's sight. I don't know who led the applause, but the crowd praised from the bottom of their hearts. The venue immediately came alive again. Instead, the beautifully dressed Sia looked around, her nervous heart relaxing at the sight of Song Sickness. With all eyes on her, she lifted the hem of her skirt and stepped down on her heels. Li Jiaming swallowed his saliva and looked at the absolutely beautiful Sia at this moment. His hands could not stop trembling. It's hard to hide the excitement in your heart. After tonight, Sia will be his woman. Si Rue in the corner, looking at the all-seeing Sia, her resentful gaze could almost kill. To her, the better Sia was, the worse she looked. Ha. Tonight, taking advantage of this good opportunity, I would like to announce a great joyous event. Grandpa, let me make the announcement. Seeing that the time was ripe, Si Haiwa stepped out and laughed, and was just about to open his mouth when he was interrupted by Sia with a smile. Si Haiwa froze slightly, then nodded in delight. Ha. Good. Then let my good granddaughter make a solemn announcement to everyone. Sito didn't have any doubts. After really getting to know Sia, he suddenly realized that this granddaughter of his was truly outstanding. To be honest, if it wasn't for the funds, He was even a little reluctant to marry off this outstanding granddaughter. Facing the gazes cast by the crowd, Sia's absolute face was clear and cold as she looked in the direction of Song Disease and nodded with a smile. Coincidentally, Li Jiaming and Song Sickness happened to be in the same direction. Li Jiaming consciously thought that Sia was just looking at him. This made him instantly excited and he began to straighten up his clothes. Smile in response. He didn't even forget to mockingly skim Song Sickness. So what if he cheated his Li family of $500 billion? The money would eventually return to his Li family. Today, I'm going to proudly introduce you to my boyfriend. He invested $500 billion for my C family in a time of crisis and became the biggest investor in my C family. This amount of money is enough to help my family tide over the difficult times. More than anything else, I have seen the happiness that comes from being in trouble. Sia opened her mouth imploringly. Boom. These words, however, caused the entire venue to fall into dead silence. Everyone stared at the Li family with wide eyes, incredulously. 500 billion? The Li family is actually going to invest $500 billion in the C family? How generous is this? It's true. Big families are different. In the next second, thunderous applause erupted from the scene. Elder Li is really generous. Today's joyous feast is truly a feast for the eyes. Admirable. The crowd seized the opportunity and gave a slip of the tongue. Amidst the clamor of congratulatory applause, Si Haiwa was equally shocked and looked at Li Dahua. If he remembered correctly, wasn't it $50 billion that the Li family had invested? And the contracts are signed. When did you add a zero? Could it be a big surprise hidden from him? But you can't just add up the zeros like that. There is still a fundamental difference between $50 billion and $500 billion. It would more than help the Zhaz family sustain the onslaught. Straight from the dead. Okay. Facing the crowd's incredulous gazes, Li Jiaming's face turned pale and he looked at Li Dada with the same incomprehension. Fada was an agreement between Raidan and the C family. But $500 billion? What an international joke. Just mowed down $500 billion a while back. Now that the Li family is experiencing a shortage of funds, where will they find another $500 billion? Unless bankruptcy is declared. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Only Li Dada's face turned blue as he looked at Song Disease, already guessing what was going on, and his old torso suddenly trembled. With the crowd applauding in shock, Sia took a graceful and dignified step. Directly ignoring Jiaming Li, he walked towards Song Sickness, then took Song Sick's hand and together they walked to the center of the crowd. Graciously and openly announced, "This is my boyfriend and investor, Song Sick." Boom. The applause ended abruptly. Everyone was hit hard again. The smiles on their faces disappeared, and their brains were confused. And as far as Jermaine Li was concerned, it was certainly a blitzkrieg. In the food area, the exasperated eating Li Menglin's petite body trembled and also opened her small mouth wide. Chapter 51, Sia in Power. Who else is not convinced? The entire venue was quiet once again. All the worldly celebrities looked at Sia and Song Sickness, who were holding their wrists, in surprise. It had to be said that the two of them stood together, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, and they really matched dazzlingly. But the problem is, shouldn't the real hero be Jermaine Li? Could it be a temporary change of heart by the C family? A surprise for them? Then this is too much of a surprise. People's eyes unconsciously moved to the Li family. There was an attitude of watching the show. The melon, which was sweeter and more flavorful than they had expected. At this moment, Li Jiaming had long since lost all poise. His fists clenched and his eyes glazed over. At this moment, the Li family had undoubtedly become the most ridiculous clowns. The face is lost. Li Dada's pale face was covered in gloom as he looked at Si Haiwa and sneered. The Si family master is really good at this. He had thought that after the two families had signed the contract and Si Haiwa had personally agreed to host a banquet to announce the marriage would be secure. After all, how could one dare to joke about this among the big families? But as it turns out, really open. Si Haiwa's face changed drastically. Not only him, the faces of all the people in the Si family changed. Being caught off guard by this wave of Sia's burn operation. The whole thing. Family masterly, let me explain. Reacting, Si Haiwa hurriedly tried to save the day, but was interrupted by Li Dada. Now that it's come to this, there's nothing more to say. I, the Li family, am here to congratulate the Si family on their joyous acquisition of a good son-in-law. Farewell. After saying that, no longer giving Si Haiwa a chance, Li Dada sneered and left a sentence, leading a group of Li family members to leave angrily. Sort of a last shred of face for the Li family. Li Jiaming's clenched fists were already overflowing with blood, and despite his heart being full of resentment, he walked away. Li Menglin grunted in exasperation, glared at Song Sickness in dissatisfaction, and followed. Ha ha ha, I wish the Si family a happy marriage. We have business to attend to, so we'll take our leave as well. When the crowd of worldly celebrities who saw the wind at their backs saw the Lee family leaving, they followed suit. The reason they came to this banquet was purely for the face of the Lee family. Now that the two families had clearly broken up, there was naturally no need to stay any longer. The investment is, naturally, out of the question. Soon, the originally bustling hall was empty. Only a group of zellers remained, as well as Herbert. The atmosphere is slightly depressing. Asshole, do you realize that this will lead the family to ruin? See Haiwa angrily mortared his walking stick on the ground and ignored the outsiders, pointing at Sia and angrily questioning him. The angry old body trembled. What the big families value most is face. This time, the marriage between the C family and the Lee family is no longer possible. Sia, you can bring it up if you don't like it. Why do you have to do it? Yeah, you're letting us down too much. Humph, I think she did it on purpose. This kind of person doesn't deserve to be a member of the C family. Get out of the C family. A group of Sifu's family members also pointed their fingers in anger, especially Si Rue, who stepped forward and once again resumed that condescending attitude. In fact, she could be overjoyed inside. However, once again facing these questioning eyes, Sia's expression was high and cold, no longer having half a ripple. She bashfully took out 2 documents and handed them to Si Haiwa. Grandpa, this is the $500 billion contract that I said in the beginning, from my boyfriend's investment. The moment these words came out, Si Haiwa and a group of Si family members all changed their faces in unison. Regarding the $500 billion that Sia had just said, they only thought that it was a lie that Sia had told in order to escape. This is a huge amount of money, can't you just say it? However, glancing at the smiling Herbert beside him, Si Haiwa was still skeptical and took the document to check it out. But the more he looked the more alarmed he became inside. The old body trembled straight. The crutches are falling off. Under the skeptical gazes of the crowd of Si family members, Si Haiwa reared his old eyes and trembled as he looked towards Sia. The old face was no longer as shaken as it had just been. There was just shock and trembling, because the contract turned out to be real and had the highest seal of record from the World Bank. It can't be faked. Such a significant matter. Why didn't you say so earlier? Si Haiwa was still puzzled. If he had this huge amount of money, why would he be like this? I said that, but did you guys believe me? Sia asked back with a cold smile. Si Haiwa was dumbfounded. Sia did say at the time, and even still gave a few more days to come up with a contract. It's just a shame that no one believed it at the dinner table at the time. Only after carefully flipping through it once more did Si Haiwa look at Song Sickness. Just now, Si Chen had already told him the identity of Song Sickness. Song Sickness was the youth that Sia had helped by offending the Liu family by going behind the family's back in the first place. This was the reason why he had always despised Song disease. However, at the moment it was this youth he looked down on. One person has invested $500 billion in his family? With thousands of thoughts and emotions flashing through his mind, Si Haiwa finally calmed down and squeezed out a smile. I'm here to thank you, little friend Song, for the great kindness you've shown to my Si family. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the crowd of angry Si family members couldn't help but thump. It can't be true, can it? Si Rue, who was still taking advantage of the opportunity to be sarcastic, also felt a bad premonition all of a sudden. I think you've misunderstood. I didn't invest this money in the Si family, but in Sia. But now, since you're kicking my girlfriend out of the Si family, the money naturally no longer belongs to the Si family. Song Sickness smiled faintly and reached out to wrap his hand around Sia's slender waist, just to be more realistic. Of course, definitely not trying to mooch. Si Haiwa's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly looked at Sia. Xiao Ye, Grandpa was wrong. Grandpa is here to make amends to you. Grandpa, all I want to know now is, does the promise you made earlier still stand? Sia's beautiful eyes were clear and cold as she continued to ask. Si Haiwa's old eyes fluctuated, and he finally smiled bitterly. Oh, it's Grandpa who's old. Surprisingly old and dim-witted to such an extent. It's time to step aside. That's good. I'll leave the Si family in your hands from now on. I hope you can get the Si family truly back on their feet. Si Haiwa sighed and said, trembling as he handed over the contract in his hand, along with the jade pendant that represented the head of the family to Sia. After this ups and downs, Si Haiwa also finally saw clearly. The granddaughter in front of him, whom he had always despised, was the one who was most suitable to be his next successor. It was only then that he could most likely lead the Si family back to the top. Otherwise, even with this $500 billion, facing today's market, the Si family will still have to fall. Boom! In the face of the sudden scene, the faces of the group of Si family members all changed drastically, include Sia's parents and brother. At this moment, they finally realized Sia's true purpose. It's not just about stirring up the party. It's not just that you don't want to marry. It's more about taking power. No, Grandpa, How can you pass the family headship to this person? The one who had the hardest time accepting it was Si Rue, who immediately stood out and vociferously tried to stop it. Originally, she had just gloated when Sia rejected Li Jiaming. As a result, it has now evolved into this. It would be worse than killing her. Might as well let her marry then. Father, men have always been in charge of our family, and Sia is a girl, so I'm afraid this isn't quite right. Yeah, besides, Xiaoya is still young now. It's hard to take on a big job. With Suri at the start, opposition ensued. In the face of all this, Sia's cool and pretty face was calm from the beginning to the end. Accepting the contract and family head jade pendant handed over by Si Haiwa, he walked towards Si Rue. Pa! Under Si Rue's resentful and unconvinced gaze, Sia threw a slap in her face. You dare to hit me? Si Rue covered her face in disbelief. Now that I am the head of the family, insulting the head of the family deserves a beating. If you ever dare to commit the following offense again, I have the right to strip you of all your positions in the group and expel you from the Si family forever. Sia looked straight at Si Rue, her voice icy cold, domineering and dictatorial. Si Rue's petite body trembled. Having never seen this kind of look in Sia's eyes, she was instantly shocked and unable to speak. Sia continued to raise the jade pendant and looked around at the group of Si family members. Since Sia, pulled in a $500 billion investment, I am qualified to take power. Who else is not convinced? Consider it a breach of the family peace and expel them all from the Si family. The hall was suddenly quiet, and in the face of Sia's seemingly ice-cold eyes, all of them actually did not dare to look directly at them. No one expected this party tonight. It turned out to be an opportunity for a woman to seize power and rise to the top. The Li family, as well as them, were nothing more than a pawn. Chapter 52, Eat My Old Son Stick. Leaving the Si family manor, only then did Sia let go of Song Sik's hand, and the absolute face that had always been high and cold and unfeeling finally appeared to fluctuate. Sia looked at Song Sickness and gave a heartfelt thankful smile. Thank you, Song Sickness. This gamble, we won. I didn't do anything either. It was all a result of you fighting for yourself. Song Sickness spread his hands and laughed, unable to help but admire the woman's heart in front of him. It was as if he was about to witness the rise of a business queen. Sia's pretty face remained serious as she solemnly stated, "Don't worry, I won't let you down. As per the contract, I will put everything in place as soon as possible and divide half of all the shares I have acquired in the Si family's estate into your name, for a total of about 25% of the shares, with all future proceeds being transferred to your name. I trust you." Song Sickness nodded and didn't refuse. It's Sia's people he's looking at. This is a woman who is ambitious, powerful, and still grateful. That's a lot more valuable than money. By the way, in a few days I'll be traveling to Ligua to study abroad, so call and let me know if there's anything in the future. Thinking of something, Song Sickness added. Ha! Sia was stunned at first, but quickly nodded with a smile. Good, I wish you all the best, and if you need any help in the future, you can also look for me. From the moment Herbert had appeared, she had guessed that this day would come. It's a pity. Such a genius should have blossomed in the land where he was born, but stained with dust as a sinner. She was sure, however, that one day the youth in front of her would return, and she, for one, was looking forward to that day. You too. Song Sickness smiled and the two of them bid farewell. Instead of returning to the manor, Sia headed straight to the group. There was so much she had to do next. This woman is not simple. Her bones are unyielding. Herbert, who had been silent beside him, lamented. It's all just being forced. Looking at Sia's lonely and cold silhouette, Song Sickness empathized with a smile. Right, Mr. Song, I've arranged everything. When do you want to leave? Herbert asked with a smile. The day after tomorrow. Song Sickness thought for a moment and gave the exact time. Well, I'm looking forward to the surprises you'll bring to Riku. Herbert smiled and said goodbye to Song Sickness and got into the car escorted by his bodyguards. That horse household does not know that he is an ass, and that again bird does not know that he is a chicken. The cell phone suddenly rang. Song Sickness picked it up and saw that it was actually Ruoi's again. Song Sick, do you have a moment now? And Ruoi's melodious voice came from the other end of the phone. Song Sick frowned slightly and laughed. Your snake is yuck yuck again? There was a long silence on the other end of the cell phone before a shy, unshrinkable voice came out. You'll know when you come. Despite the inexplicable, Song Sickness set off. It's on the way anyway. However, arriving at the two women's villa, it wasn't just Ruoi and Wang Xiaoxiao who were waiting for Song Sickness. Also sitting on the couch was a young man in a suit wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Just after entering the living room, the other party's eyes scrutinized Song Sickness, and Ruoi stepped forward at this time and introduced herself. Song Sickness, let me introduce you. This is my cousin, called in Xian. who just happens to be working in the judicial department. I've told him about you, so you can say whatever you want to say, and my cousin will help you. Song-sik frowned slightly and looked at the eyed youth. The latter remained seated on the sofa, sizing up Song-sikness, and coldly said, I've already understood your case, and now I'm giving you a chance. I can get your criminal record expunged if you can prove that you really have a real talent for healing people, and reinstate your eligibility to attend school. Upon hearing this, Song-sikness asked, and then what? And Xian raised his eyebrows slightly, somewhat displeased. What else do you want? It's nothing, but don't bother. I'm really just a veterinarian here in Anguilla, and don't really heal people. Song-sikness then looked at Ruoyi and smiled. Thank you for your kindness. With that, he turned and left, and Ruoyi's pretty face changed slightly, obviously not expecting Song-sikness to suddenly leave. She's pretty much been working on this for the past few days, just to clear Song-sikness' name. Humph. Not much skill, but not much temper. If it wasn't for Ruoyi begging me, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to see me. And Xian stood up unhappily, his voice undisguised. Song-sikness didn't turn around and straight away got into the car and left. One day, he would make Manhwa clear his name, but not in this way. This is nothing more than a higher power, granting mercy to the lower class. He, on the other hand, didn't need this mercy. What he wanted was to be on equal footing with the other man, to be seen as equals. Even let those who are high and mighty come and beg him. Let this corrupt medical society bend to him. The Lu family. It's not good. Young Master Xiangfeng's condition has relapsed. The nurse lady ran out of the medical room, yelling in panic. The assembled Lu Tianzhao and the others were finally found in a wide experimental room of the mansion. At this moment, a group of core members of the Lu family were 2 by 2, beating each other up. All are practicing the ancestral healing art of Song disease in a tangible way. However, one eye looked menacing. It's been completely bewitched. Who told you to come in with your clothes on? Lu Tianzhao chided, his gaze scarlet. The nurse was startled, still trembling. Old master, the young master's condition has relapsed again. This rebellious son, too, not letting me worry. Children, go with my old grandson to subdue the demons and get rid of the devils. Yes, my lord. The crowd of Lu family members then lined up and rushed towards Lu Xiangfeng's hospital room under the leadership of Lu Tianzhao in a delirious state. The picture is inexplicably weird. Nurse? Father, I'm in pain. I'm in so much pain. Quickly go and ask Dr. Song to save me. Seeing Lu Tianzhao and the others who rushed in a swarm, Lu Xiangfeng on the hospital bed weakly wailed. That's right. After that day, Song's sickness gave it all back again. No need. I've already learned Dr. Song's medical skills. Let me do it. Lu Shuihai rushed forward with a face of cerebral palsy, grasping a large steel nail in his hand. I've learned to do the same. Let me. I'll do it. I'm the best. Immediately after that, a group of crazy Lu family members had flashed their big treasures and surrounded Lu Xiangfeng. Ah, what are you guys doing? Don't you guys come over here. Only then did Lu Xiangfeng realize the insanity in the eyes of the crowd, and his face instantly turned white. Sinful animal. Eat my old son's stick. Lu Tianzhao held an iron rod and took the brunt of it to jump up towards Lu Xiangfeng's crotch and smashed it without any hesitation. Ah, I don't have any K, someone lend me a hand. At that moment, a group of Lu family members were like zombies beating Lu Xiangfeng. The screams resounded throughout the villa. Ah, help. It's crazy. It's all crazy. Many of the servants rushed in at the sound of the noise and turned white with fear when they saw the scene, fleeing in fear. These days they always feel that Lu Tianzhao and other people are not normal. Either daze or say some inexplicable words. Even saw Lu Shuihai stealing food to die, like a psychopath. Now that I look at it, it's not normal. The Li family. Grandpa, I must kill this bastard, or else I won't be able to hold my head up for the rest of my life. Li Jiaming said with a scarlet gaze. Let your second uncle strike. Like the Lu family, don't let him have a chance to breathe. The old eyes of Li Dada, who was applying medicine, said gloomily. Somehow, all of a sudden, a skin condition started to appear on him recently, and inexplicably with a headache. Just now at the party, he all but snuck into the restroom and scratched for a long time. Understood. I'm going to find second uncle. I'll make sure to let this bastard die without a burial place. Li Jiaming retreated in a hideous manner. At that moment, a bodyguard arrived in a hurry. What's the panic? Li Dada frowned, being angry. Master, news has just been revealed that several hundred members of the Lu family, overnight, suddenly all went crazy. That bodyguard's voice trembled. This news had now swept through the entire Andu like a gale. The various lineages trembled tremendously. Li Dada, who was applying medicine with his eyes closed, violently opened his old eyes, and his body couldn't stop trembling as if he had been electrocuted. Looking dead at the bouncer. What did you say? The The Liu family has gone crazy with hundreds of mouths to feed, the bodyguard said apprehensively. The words, however, were like a sharp sword, mercilessly piercing Li Dada's heart, shocking him to stand up instantly, sweating all over. In the old eyes was a fear that was hard to hide. With his crutches in his pestle, he rushed after them, shouting in horror, "Quick, go get Jamin back, quick, ah, master, what's wrong with you?" The private doctor who was applying the medicine came forward with a huge blush. "I've got a splitting headache. Ah, help me." The sudden onset of the migraine caused Rita to instantly widen his old eyes in an intolerable way. "It's not good, master." The young master had a sudden headache on the road and had a car accident. At that moment, another bodyguard ran in panic to report. Upon hearing this, Li Dada's scarlet old eyes widened even more, unable to hide his fear. Song disease, it must be him, it must be him. Chapter 53, Departure from Rikoku. The morning sunrise, watery and hazy, is as autumnal as it gets. Song sick, after exercising, took a dip in the open-air pool and swiped his cell phone. Looking at the headlines on the news didn't surprise me in the slightest. How can I put it? Liu Tianzhao shouldn't have threatened his family. And not surprisingly, the Li family's grandchildren should be here as well, right? Noon. Song's sickness drove to the delivery vet store. He told AI Beast about the fact that he was going to study abroad in Riku, and transferred $100,000 to the other side. AI's little beast was in a visibly low mood. In this regard, Song disease had long been familiar with how to hold it. Immediately, he brought AI little beast to the first ring of Andu, the most luxurious imperial-level hotel, ordered various categories of set chicken dinner, fried chicken, roast chicken, barking chicken, marinated chicken. It made AI's little beast eat a great deal, and he was suddenly cheerful again. On this day, the master and disciple drank a lot of parting wine and played jerk-off. "Master, don't worry about going. The little beast will keep an eye on the store for you." At the time of parting, AI little beast's delicate little face flushed red and gave Song sickness a reluctant hug. "Song sickness, good boy, do a good job. And in the coming year master will give you a foreign maiden master." Song sickness patted AI little beast's back and smiled encouragingly. "Well, what foo, I'll do a good job." AI little beast nodded. Early the next morning, Song sick had already packed his bags and came to wait outside the villa, because Herbert had come to get him. Coincidentally, two stunningly beautiful silhouettes in sportswear just happened to be running this way. It was in Ruoi and Wang Xiaoxiao who were practicing in the morning. "Song sick, you live here?" Seeing Song sickness who walked out from the villa, and Ruoi's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. Panting, the two women stopped. Song sick was equally surprised as he surveyed the two with hot bodies. No makeup, but still beautiful. It seems that beauty isn't all technology and hard work. You shouldn't have been impulsive that day. You, and Ruoi's moon brows slightly frowned, somewhat puzzled by Song sick's behavior that day. However, without waiting for her to finish her sentence, two black glowing limousines were already approaching. "Mr. Song, I'm really sorry, we're late and have kept you waiting." Herbert got out of the car with the bodyguard's door open and smiled with an apologetic smile. The other foreign bodyguard also immediately took Song sick's luggage and put it back in the car. "I've just arrived too, Mr. Herbert, let's go." Song sick laughed and got into the car with Herbert. And Ruoi and Wang Xiaoxiao's pretty faces changed slightly. Both were obviously stunned by the scene before them, especially in Ruoi. Being from an official family, would she not recognize Herbert? Song sickness, where are you going?" Seeing the vehicle start, and Ruoi then reacted and hurriedly asked after it. There was already a bad feeling in his heart. Song sickness isn't going to leave Anhwa and head to Ligua, is he? The car window slid down and Song sickness poked his head out, his smile like a spring breeze, waving goodbye. "I'm going to Ligua to stay for a while. In the future, when your snake Jade is gone, come see me in Ligua. I should be able to cure you there." When these words came out, and Ruoi's pretty face changed slightly. Is Song sickness really traveling to the land of profit? This is too sudden. Song sickness, wait, don't be impulsive. I can still fight for you. And Ruoi opened her mouth in a bit of a panic, but the vehicle had already left before she could finish. Song sickness also stopped turning around. For some reason, looking at the decidedly departing vehicle, her heart was inexplicably empty, always feeling that Yasukuni was losing something important. Why is that? Herbert is rumored to have cancer and his days are numbered, and now he shows up and looks great. It seems that it was really Song disease that cured him, and he's supposed to have discovered Song sickness's medical talents and wanted to poach him for the Rikoku. Wang Xiaoxiao's grave voice rang from his ears. She had investigated that case of Song sickness and knew that Song sickness had treated a mysterious rich foreign businessman, and Ruoi's petite body trembled as she looked at Wang Xiaoxiao in shock. Since he can cure cancer, Why did he hide it that day? There are so many terminally ill people in Anguilla who need to be saved. Is it possible that talents such as theirs are also fond of the air of the land of Li? Perhaps. He won't send Huazi. Wang Xiaoxia smiled helplessly. Huazi? And Ruoyi froze slightly, not really understanding the meaning of the words. Wang Xiaoxia continued to look at Ruoyi and said seriously, according to the authenticity of the investigation, Song's sickness not only cured Herbert's cancer, but also cured AIDS, rabies, and many other terminal illnesses, which means that his medical skills are far more than that. These words were like a thunderbolt, causing Ruoyi's petite body to tremble fiercely, disbelief written all over her face. For once, she didn't bother to chastise, because her mind had long struggled to calm down. Curing cancer, AIDS, rabies, she knew the shock level even if she wasn't a doctor. The slightest breakthrough regarding a terminal disease can rock the world, let alone cure it. Manhwa has always been inherently less skilled at healing than families such as Rikoku, and now such a genius doctor capable of overcoming all kinds of terminal illnesses is in Manhwa. Yet he is not even qualified to practice medicine? How ironic is that? No, I'm going to the medical association. We mustn't let such talent go. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, and Ruoyi didn't dare to delay and hurriedly took the car towards the medical association. Coming to the association's headquarters, it was the president, Lu Tao, who personally received him. So it was evident that Ruoyi's status was not ordinary. Without too many pleasantries, Ruoyi rushed to tell the story of Song's illness. It cures cancer and AIDS? Ha ha ha. However, upon hearing this, Lu Tao laughed and rushed to Ruoyi with certainty. Princess, you must have been deceived. Even a developed country like Ligua wouldn't dare to say that. How could anyone be able to cure cancer? It's a fake at first glance. Ruoyi still wanted to explain, but Lu Tao was completely unconvinced. In the end, it was just a perfunctory dismissal that it would be investigated. Wang Xiaoxiao on the side seemed to have expected this without much surprise. Wu Yaxue, Wu Yanchun, as you can no longer make the subsequent mortgage payments, we are repossessing this villa in accordance with the law. The down payment is as liquidated damages and you are restricted to move out immediately. A few minutes later, Wu Yaxue and Wu Yanchun pulled their pitifully small luggage and were driven out of the villa holding each other. The down payment, which took a lifetime of savings to put together, has also become a waste. Daughter, if you don't let go of that condescending facade, our mother and I will really have to drink the northwest wind. Wu Yanchun's voice was hoarse with old tears. Oh, Mom, I was wrong. I'll go apologize to Song's sickness. I'll do whatever he asks me to do this time. Wu Yaxue's delicate body trembled as she flung herself into Wu Yanchun's arms and cried bitterly. She's already blind in one eye, and it's only a matter of time before the other one does. AIDS is a constant torment to her body and destroys her proud appearance. As for the Zhang Shui she found not long ago, she had long since been drained. It's only a few $100,000, not to mention the cure for the corneas, or the loan for the villa is not enough. It made her think again about how good Song's sickness was, because this time, there was truly no way back for her. Only Song's sickness can save her. Don't worry, with Mom here this time, little Song will definitely forgive you for my sake. Wu Yanchun couldn't bear to comfort. Just in case, it was decided to go along this time. Mother and daughter were holding each other on the side of the road to get a cab. Two luxury versions of the Rolls-Royce Phantom drove by, much to the envy of the two men. Especially the handsome silhouette that appeared faintly under the car window made Wu Yaxue hard to hide her heart. It was a pity that the two luxury cars did not stop as the two expected. So, down and out. They had to take a cab and head to the Song Sick veterinarian shop. AI Beast is open for business early. Knowing that Song's sickness was leaving today, he took a special selfie of himself working hard and sent it over. The mood would have been gorgeous. It was not until they saw Wu Yaxue and Wu Yanchun arriving with their arms around each other. It's you? What are you doing here? AI Xiao Beast recognized Wu Yaxue. In the past, it was this woman who came to her door as a shrew and tried to seduce her master. When they fail, they are even more furious and cursing. Thinking of this, AI Xiao Bei was instantly on guard, picking up the dog fighting stick next to him, ready to beat the dog. Wu Yaxue had likewise seen AI Little Beast, and then compared to her current downtrodden and blinded self, she buried her head in self-abasement. Wu Yanchun saw the signs and said with a twinkle in her eyes, "We've come to look for Song's sickness. I'm Song Sickness's mother-in-law, and this is my daughter and Song Sickness's wife, who is already pregnant with Song Sickness's child." Nonsense, my master is so handsome, how could he possibly touch such a dried-up ugly woman? AI's Little Beast was so furious that he naturally wouldn't believe it. You little, what are you talking about, who dried up? Cough cough. Wu Yanchun instantly came to be angry, just wanting to swear. The sharp pain in her mouth suddenly made her cough straight, no longer able to exert the good diction of yesteryear. Get lost, My master has already gone to study in the land of profit. Don't you two old turtle doves want to come and pester my master? Ai Xiao Beast held a dog beating stick, and behind him, Wang Kai also ran out. What did you say? Song's sickness he went to Ligua? Ai Xiao Beast's words made Wu Yishue's petite body trembled straight, like being struck by lightning, shaking her head in despair. No, how could he just leave? How could he leave me behind? He hasn't cured me yet? Ai Little Beast beamed angrily. You caused my master to be unable to move an inch in Ngua. Where else could he go if not to Ligua? And cure you? Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? How dare you ask others to treat you when you victimize them like this? Then when will he be back? Little Song? Realizing the seriousness of the matter, Wu Yanchun instantly lowered his stance. Song's sickness move to study abroad really caught them off guard. At least heal them before you leave. Ai Xiao Beast's beautiful eyes flashed with cunning. Coldly grunted, not coming back. My master has already found me a beautiful foreign girl teacher's wife in the country of Li, and will settle in the country of Li in the future. You guys just die. Upon hearing this, the two mothers and daughters were struck by lightning and sat on the ground like two beggars. Song's sickness, which they've always viewed as a backup hope, is just gone? What are they going to do? Penniless and with a terminal illness. All that awaits them is a life worse than death. It's worse than death. Endless remorse filled Wu Yashue's entire body, and she instantly ran wildly away like she was mad. No, Song's sickness, I love you. I'm willing to go live with you in Ligua. Don't you leave Shuer behind. Ooh, daughter, wait for me. I'm willing too, said Wu Yanchun, her face slightly changing as she hurriedly chased after her. On the other hand, Song Sick had boarded Herbert's private jet, the official start of a legendary journey in the land of Lu. Chapter 54, First Arrival in the Land of Li. Herbert's daughter. The interior of the private jet resembles a beautifully decorated luxury smart room. All kinds of expensive furniture, all over the place. It can only be described as extravagant. What's more extravagant is that this private jet comes with 3 private flight attendants and a top chef. The 3 stewardesses were all white, blonde, tall and with delicate features. Coupled with the seductive flight attendant uniforms, it is absolutely impossible to take your eyes off them. Let's just say that the rich are very good at enjoying life. At that moment, 3 stewardesses in black silk, each carrying 2 plates of grilled Wellington steak, and a bottle of 82-year-old Lafite, walked rhythmically on their high heels. It was placed in front of the Song Sickness and Herbert table. An unpretentious breakfast was made. Mr. Song, although it's very presumptuous, I'd like to ask for advice on which terminal diseases you can cure, or what terminal illnesses you are better at treating. Enjoying his breakfast, Herbert asked with a smile. As long as it's a terminal disease, it's going to be 1,000,000,000 points. Song Sickness looked into the other party's shrewd gaze and laughed. You are too modest. Herbert's eyes twinkled as he proposed. Why don't I organize a noble banquet for you? As long as you can heal those nobles, it will surely make your reputation resonate through the land of profit in a short time. Then I'll trouble Mr. Herbert. Song Sickness raised his glass in thanks, then reminded, as per the contract signed between us, I will treat you and your family members free of charge in the future. But upon arriving in the land of Li, I shall need absolute freedom all the same. A point I trust Mr. Herbert will not forget? The reason why Herbert had been waiting for Song Sickness in Anhwa and had gone out of his way to help Song Sickness. Naturally, it's not because of any kindness, just because Song disease has value. But this exchange of value must be mutually beneficial, not unilaterally controlling and demanding. If Herbert tries to control him, the result will definitely be the same as the Lu family. This is why Song Sickness intentionally reminded Herbert. Herbert's eyes narrowed slightly, then he smiled and clinked glasses with Song Sickness, assuring, don't worry, Mr. Song, I've already arranged a school and a house for you, and I will never interfere with your life. I naturally trust Mr. Herbert's character. Song Sickness smiled faintly. After enjoying a few hours of private jet life, it finally descended on the most prosperous city in the country of Li, N City. Through the windows overlooking the world's most prosperous cosmopolitan city, Song Sickness could hardly hide his touch. After all, it was his first time out of the country. Daddy, I missed you. Just after getting off the plane, a young white girl with blonde hair and a short black silk dress rushed into Herbert's arms with a bouquet of flowers. The white girl was very pretty. Her features were agile and three-dimensional, and her figure was tall. I'm afraid it reached 175 centimeters, especially that bold and spirited character that many domestic women do not possess. Oh, good girl. Gently. Daddy's bones are about to fall apart from you crushing them. Herbert gave a doting smile. Both communicated in English. As a student of the best university in Anhwa, Song Sickness naturally listened, especially after a tenfold increase in physical fitness. The ability to learn is naturally not bad. It just surprised Song Sickness that Herbert was so old. I'm afraid he was already in his 60s or 70s. How can you have such a young and beautiful daughter? Oh, I forgot to introduce. This is Mr. Song's sickness. You'll be going to school together in the future. Herbert then introduced Song Sik. Mr. Song, this is my youngest and most beautiful daughter, Lucy. She will be taking care of you instead of me in the future. Lucy curiously surveyed the young East Asian man in front of her, disappointment flashing between her beautiful eyes. Truth be told, growing up with the influence of her environment, she was not a fan of the yellow race, even nasty, especially since Song Sik looked so skinny. This made her, who liked muscle-bound men, even less interested. But thinking of Herbert's earlier explanation, he politely extended his manicure-covered hand. Hello, Lucy Steve. Song Sik. Song Sik responded with a smile. He naturally felt the contempt in the other party's eyes. The state of Liberia is the most developed country in the world. It is also the country with the highest level of racial discrimination. In the land of Lee, whites outweigh blacks outweigh yellows. After that, Herbert took Song Sik and Lucy, together, to the residence. It soon came to a wide and luxurious villa. This villa was even larger than Song Disease's Tianfu Villa, and was extremely European in style. The surrounding garden lawn is even bigger. In the living room, a couple of pretty Negro maids had prepared dinner. Mr. Song, I'm enrolling you in the world's top-ranked, Sicho International University. Almost all of those who can attend this university are the children of wealthy merchants of nobles from various countries, and there are many Manhwa people among them, so I'm sure you'll be able to get used to it soon. Also, my daughter attends this university and knows everything about it, so if there's anything you don't understand in the future, you can ask her. At the table, Herbert smiled and gave his account. Then after a few hurried bites, he got up and said, well, I have an emergency to get out of here, so I hope you have a good time together. Before leaving, Herbert did not forget to kiss Lucy's face goodbye to each other, and left a World Bank card. Instructed, Mr. Song is the first time to come to the country of profit. Nothing more to take Mr. Song out to stroll around, see what needs can buy. Thanks Daddy. Don't worry, I'll take care of him. Lucy's beautiful eyes glowed as she happily took it. She had waited so long for this card, and as soon as Herbert was gone, Lucy put the card away and looked at Song's sickness with a sly smile. Mr. Song's sickness, why don't I show you your room? Song's sickness didn't refuse, led by Lucy to the second floor, a room that had been prepared long ago. I'll be at school at 10 tomorrow, so I hope you don't oversleep. I'm not in the habit of waking people up. Also, how you're skinny. It's best not to go out in the dark. Lil Nation is very unfriendly to Asians, especially the tall black ones. After explaining everything as if on a mission, Lucy went out the door. Outside the villa came several open-topped limousines with several scantily clad white teenage girls. Soon Lucy was also driving a Lamborghini out of the garage. A group of teenage girls just cheered and walked away. Song's sickness, laying in bed for a while checking out information about the city. With a general understanding, Song's sickness put on his headphones and made his way to the garage. There were a lot of luxury cars inside the garage, and Song's sickness picked the cheapest one and navigated out the door. For some reason, coming to the land of Lee gave him an inexplicable sense of uneasiness in a foreign land, so he wanted to go to the vet store. Accumulate merit as quickly as possible to reach the next round of meritocracy. In a country where there are no quiet guns, strength, that's his biggest guarantee. Song's sickness slowed down to drive through the streets of traffic. It is no longer the familiar dark hair and yellow skin that you see. Instead, it's white and black. Chapter 55, The Mysterious Woman. N City, Times Square. As one of the world's most thriving international neighborhoods, it brought together all races of people and was extremely prosperous for its time. Song Sik parked his car on a fairly clear street. Eyes fell on an independent Chinese medical center. An electronic plaque on the door reads Shop for Sale. Entering the Chinese Medicine Center. Inside a room filled with Japanese style. A cherry blossom girl with clogs and a kimono is crossing his legs, blowing gum and playing a game. Buttoned up chicken wow. Excuse me, are you buying this Chinese medicine center? Seeing a guest, Harukawa Nayer's beautiful eyes brightened slightly and she hurriedly went forward to greet him. Song Sik? Because the other guy was speaking Japanese and he couldn't understand. I got it. What the? Noticing that the youth in front of her was not from her own country, Harukawa Nell naturally switched to English. May I ask if you are buying this Chinese medicine center? How are you going to sell it? Song Sik nodded. What he didn't expect was that this Chinese medicine center was actually run by the Sakura people. To tell you the truth, this Chinese medicine center was passed down by my grandfather, but he passed away not long ago. My family also moved the property back home, and I need money to study in Rikoku, so that's why I'm planning to sell it. If you like it, you can give 10 million lichin, and everything in the medical center can be used as a bonus, but it needs to be settled in one lump sum. Haruka Nell said sincerely, and it was hard to hide a hint of expectation between her beautiful eyes. It seems to want Song Sickness to buy it, because she's been selling here for almost a month now and she just can't sell it. Yes, but I need to test it first. Song Sickness' gaze fell on the other party. To be honest, buying this kind of a standalone medical building in this kind of prosperous 10 million lichin is not expensive. No problem, please follow me. Your satisfaction is guaranteed. Clearly unable to hide her excitement, Haruka Nell hurriedly stepped on her clogs and led Song Sik inside. A few minutes later, after a quick inspection, there really wasn't anything broken, and almost all of the decorating materials were still brand new. Song Sik then took the various identity documents that Herbert had long ago gotten for him, finished the deal with Nell Harukawa. Since then, this quaint Chinese medicine building has been owned by Song Disease. It was also the first property of Song Sickness to come to the land of Li. Certainly won't be the last entry. Song Sickness modified the electronic plaque on the spot. Name of the store, Sending Sickness Medical Center. Note, all humans and animals can be cured. That's right. This time, he will not lay low. Without the restrictions of the medical ban and with Herbert's patronage. Naturally, you don't have to worry about getting caught anymore. He wanted more than just a foreign student status for this trip to the land of the rising sun. You also have to utilize the system and keep touching the disease to make it stronger. Let the name, Master of Sending Sickness, truly resonate around the world. Make his presence known to the anguish hierarchy. Of course, there was another reason why he chose to start saving people. He needs to absorb more different kinds of, and rare, diseases, especially when it's a secondary disease like the one suffered by Monique Lee in the old days. Not only would it allow him to skyrocket 100 merits at once, it's more about how much stronger he'll become in the future when his merits are fulfilled. After all, every disease absorbed was a weapon in his favor. And currently he had accumulated 281 points of merit, almost all of which came from pets, and most of them are the same pet diseases. If we continue to absorb only pets, the 1,000 diseases that will be available for unlimited use in the second round of meritocracy will all be pets. How sad it is. So, he needs more rare diseases to create more disease delivery moves. For example, his original kidney void palm, and reach the second round of meritocracy as soon as possible. To attract customers for the first time, Song Sickness wrote a few more words on the electronic plaque. Note, to honor the big reward, specializing in the treatment of difficult and complicated diseases, cannot be cured without charging, limited to 20 people per day. After doing this, Song Sik put on the white coat he brought with him and returned inside the medical center to start organizing. The first night, he didn't report much hope of having a patient, and surprises are often just a moment away. Song Sickness had just entered the store with his front foot, when a tightly wrapped silhouette, holding a white cat, walked up. Song Sickness was taken aback, because the other side is so tightly wrapped. Put it this way, from head to toe, you wouldn't be able to spot a bit of bare skin on the other side. As for why Song Sickness knew that the other party was a woman, it wasn't just because of the other party's vaguely exposed perfect body, even more so, the unique body odor that emanated from its body. It's an intoxicating girly body odor, natural, cozy and unique. By no means are those marinated in flavor with perfume comparable. Underneath the sterile cloth, a pair of violet-colored beautiful eyes surveyed Song Sik with the same curiosity. No, rather, her innocent and flawless violet-colored eyes were filled with curiosity about everything around her. A hint of caution flashed in Song Sik's eyes, because behind the young girl, there were two white men who were nearly 1 meter 9 in height and wearing masks. The two men had sharp eyes with a few hints of murder. Even bulging at the waist was the outline of a pistol. In the land of Li, guns are not banned. Can you take a look at my cappuccino for me? The mysterious girl finally spoke, her voice as light as a lark. It was as if it had never been tainted with a speck of earthly dust. From the voice alone, one couldn't help but fantasize about the astonishingly stunning face of the young girl under the mask. Give it to me. Song Sik took the white cat from the young girl's arms while alerting every move of the two white men. During this short process, both men's muscles visibly tightened slightly. Ding level 2 disease detected. Disease information, cat. Disease, secondary mutant virus infection. Song Disease's face changed slightly. He couldn't imagine how his first guest had given him a big surprise. One moment, please. Song Sickness immediately took the white cat into the solo clinic. Wait 10 minutes or so, then walk out holding the decontaminated white cat. Thank you. Seeing that the white cat's state had clearly changed for the better, the young girl's voice was a bit more melodious. He then paid the money and left with two white men interacting with him. Song Sik's taut spirit then loosened up, because the two white men gave him a strong sense of oppression. Only after seeing the three of them get into the car and leave did Song Sickness withdraw his gaze to continue organizing. A few minutes later, another patient was drawn closer to the store by the tagline. These are two Asian-faced ladies, tall and sexy in their dresses. Like two traveling webmasters, it's highly seductive. One of the big bear women stepped forward and asked with anticipation, "Oppa, is that true on your logo? Can you really cure anything?" I hear the accent is Korean. Song Sickness looked over at the Oba woman who had spoken and was somewhat shocked. Because this woman has a great evil omen. 3D is so big. Are you trying to cure something? Song Sickness didn't expect that the first day he opened his doors for business would be so good. I've heard Chinese medicine is amazing. Can you make my bear smaller without cutting and scarring it? The Oba woman asked cautiously, her pretty face slightly blushing. Two women covered their mouths in giggles. Song Sickness, is there any woman these days who doesn't like a big bad omen? The woman does seem a bit bigger though. It looks like it's practically weighted down. But is it a disease? Let me take your pulse. With a kind heart for charity, Song Sickness still planned to give it a try. If he could help ease the other party's burden, this merit was still something he was happy to accept. The Oba woman held out her snow-white wrists expectantly. Ding, disease detected. Disease body, human. Disease information, Great Bear Disease. Symptoms, bears. Chapter 56, brush up on merit. Asterisk 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 asterisk, is this really a disease? The corners of Song Disease's mouth twitched, a little shocked. But soon, a business opportunity was sniffed out. If he collects this disease, will you be able to give unlimited painless bear augmentation to others in the future when your meritocracy is complete? Well, it's treatable. Come in with me. Retracting his thoughts, Song Sick looked at the Oba woman seriously. This disease must be cured. The Oba woman looked to her best friend, and when she got an affirmation, she apprehensively followed Song Sick into the solo clinic. Relax. Lay back. It'll be over soon. Song Sickness gently soothed. Combined with that handsome and dapper appearance, it instantly settles the Oba woman down. Lay down on the bed obediently. Song Sickness started wearing masks, gloves, sterilized. In this moment, he was just a massage therapist. In his eyes, there is only the patient, nothing else. So, he's pretty egghead. Half an hour later, Song Sick and the woman came out together. The woman's bear became much smaller in the flesh. Also changing is the Oba woman. She was flushed and her beautiful eyes were mesmerized. It seemed like he had just finished enjoying a heavenly feast. Oba, that was amazing. May I ask if you can get a monthly subscription for this kind of massage? I'll order you next time. The way the Oba woman looked at Song Sick had changed. Song Sickness, is that a massage he's getting? He calls it professional medicine. It's so insulting. It's a Chinese medicine technique. You can't be greedy. You'll flatten out if you're greedy. Song Sickness verbally refused while staring. Do you really think he's a mechanic? The Oba woman's pretty face changed slightly, and she hurriedly paid the money and left with her girlfriends, protecting her breasts. Hold me up. Ah, Hyojin. Why are you covered in sweat? Listening to the two women's distant chatter, Song Sickness' face darkened. But the good thing is that tonight was quite rewarding. Seeing that it was already late in the day, Song Sick finished packing up his things, locked the door, and planned to go back. When he came to the parking place, Song Sick's footsteps stopped, his eyes narrowing slightly. For on the hood of the car sat two topless Negroes looking at him with teasing faces. The dagger in his hand kept scratching the hood of the car, making a piercing sound. When they saw Song Sick arrive, the two black men smiled at each other and jumped out of the car. Walking towards Song Sick, the two blacks looked contemptuous, and their eyes were full of discrimination against Song Sickness. They've been squatting here for Song Sickness for a long time. Hey, yellow pig, leave your money in your car and crawl out from under our pants. Ow. A black man came up and was about to grab Song Sick's head, but unfortunately, he flew off before he could finish his sentence and his hand was broken. F***K. The other black man's face changed slightly, then his gaze hardened and he hastily pulled out a pistol from his waist. The gun had already appeared in Song Sick's hand before it was aimed at him. The cold muzzle of the gun was pressed against the black man's head. No. Friend, have a conversation. We were wrong. The black man was instantly scared to piss. His arrogance was instantly gone, and he turned into a small black man paralyzed and kneeling on the ground, constantly begging. Song Sick's eyes were cold as he kicked out. Ka-ching. The sound of breaking bones rang out as the black man flew out and smashed into his partner. 10 times the strength of a normal human being. Even this 200 or 300 pound strong black man could not carry it. That's why he dared to come out. Because he's strong. The corners of Song Sick's mouth lifted slightly as he spun his pistol and stepped forward. He found that, in the two Negroes, there was quite a bit of disease. With so much merit, he would not waste it. But wanting him to suck the disease out of these two guys for free was naturally impossible. No. We're friends. Long live the yellow man. Let us go. We're from the Black Skin Gang. Don't you dare. The two blacks looked at the approaching Song Sickness. Their pupils contracted as if they had seen the devil. and they begged for mercy in a frantic and incoherent manner. Relax. I'm a veterinarian. I'll treat you guys. Song Sickness smiled brightly. Ding. Successfully absorbed AIDS. Merit +1. Ding. Successfully absorbed mania. Merit +1. No. Song Sickness did help collect the 2 black men, just in a somewhat rude manner. Clip STH. The process of fighting triggers new diseases, such as some kind of neurological deficit, concussion, urinary incontinence. Song Sickness naturally and thoughtfully both gave the 2 another collection. After collecting and continuing to play, this started a wave of merit brushing, until the 2 blacks fall asleep paralyzed for life. Song Sickness is happy to receive 50 points of merit. Merit accumulation comes to 432 points. He was about to leave when a convertible limousine came this way. Oh, my God, I finally found you. Why did you come out alone? If you were in any danger, my daddy would have killed me. Lucy grumbled a bit as she was relieved to see Song sick, but soon, she noticed the 2 black men in the corner, alive and dead, and was taken aback. Ow, what's wrong with them? I don't know. Probably too sleepy to fall asleep. Song Sickness spread his hands and got into his car to leave. Lucy blushed slightly, and not daring to look deeper, she hurriedly followed. The next day, Song Sick got up early. Habitually go to the fitness room for your morning workout. On the contrary, Lucy, who was supposed to remind Song Sickness to get up early, didn't get up until 9:30 a.m. After breakfast, the 2 of them then set off for school. On the way, Lucy had been explaining the rules of SJO University to Song Sick, but more than anything, they told Song Sick to lay low and stay out of trouble. Soon, the 2 arrived at SJO International University. The school gate is grand and imposing. The whole school is like an open and bustling mini-society in a beautiful setting. Students of all colors can be seen everywhere. As for the enrollment of these matters, Herbert has long been in advance for the Song disease. Song Sickness is studying Chinese medicine this time. No more postpartum care for sows. He wanted to learn more about Chinese medicine so that his future practice would not be so rude. Just as I parked the car, a group of white people, both men and women, were already coming this way. At the head of the group was a tall, handsome white man holding a bouquet of flowers. Lucy flung herself into the other man's arms and took the flowers with a smile. Lucy, who is this? No introduction? The man's gaze, however, landed on Song Sickness with a hint of hostility. The eyes of the rest of the group were also curious as they surveyed the yellow man who had been with Lucy the next time. Although SJU has people from all races, many white people don't like to come together with yellow people, especially those princesses and princes from the nobility. His name is Song Sick, a friend of my dad's who's going to study here and asked me to help take care of him, Lucy explained as she took the man's hand. And hearing the word care, the hostility in the man's eyes increased, and he even took the initiative to walk towards Song Sickness, smiling and extending his hand. Carl, Lucy's boyfriend, Song Sick, a doctor. The moment Song Sick held the other's hand, a huge force came through, and the muscles in Carl's toned arms bulged visibly. He wanted to give Song Sickness a little bit of pain by doing so. After all, in his opinion, the yellow race had always been weak. However, when he confidently tried to see Song Sickness face pain, yet, he realized that Song Sick's face was flat to the end. Why bother? Song Sickness shook his head helplessly. This amount of power was like a baby scratching an itch in front of him. Weakness is not an option. Carl's face changed as he clearly saw the contempt in Song Sick's eyes, and he instantly and unwillingly exerted all of his power again. However, in the next second, Song Sick's hand was like transforming into an iron vise and gripping him back. Carl's face instantly turned red and his body began to tremble. Just a few points shy of ballet. But a man's pride wouldn't allow him to cry out, much less allow him to lose to a yellow man. It will be the laughingstock of all. Chapter 57, Haruka wa Nel. Carl's gaze was scarlet, and his other fist was clenched, about to slam angrily at Song Sick's face. He would not allow his position to be provoked by an inferior yellow man. Song Sick's gaze was slightly chilled. It seemed that forbearance would not get the respect it deserved in the land of profit, and he immediately stopped withdrawing his strength. Ka-ching! Ah! In the next second, the sound of bone cracking resounded, and Carl instantly screamed in agony, falling to his knees. This sudden scene frightened Lucy and a host of other white people. Oh, Carl, what happened to you? Lucy and the others rushed forward. No one knows what was sent. He's got a bit of a kidney deficiency. I suggest you take him to the hospital. Song Sickness smiled faintly and turned to leave. He's telling the truth. Definitely not from him. Of course, the other side is a real kidney deficiency. Or the heavy kind. It's okay, I broke my foot. Carl grimaced and hid his broken bone hand, naturally embarrassed to tell the truth. But looking at Song Sick's departing back, it had been filled with resentment. Just now Song Sickness said that you have weak kidneys. Do you want to go and take a look? Lucy asked worriedly. Several of my white friends couldn't help but laugh at this comment. Carl's gloomy face stiffened, and horror flashed in his eyes, but he still pretended to be angry and said, "What are you listening to his nonsense? Do you believe his nonsense? What kind of a thing is he? No, 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 no. He was hired at great expense by my father from Manhwa, and my father says he's a miracle healer." Seeing that her boyfriend was angry, Lucy quickly explained. The air was quiet. Carl's face stiffened again. The crowd's look at him turned skeptical as well. "No, you're really weak, aren't you?" On the other hand, Song Sickness had arrived at the College of Traditional Chinese Medicine. It's a tall building in Chinese style. As it turned out, just down the hall, in front of the classroom door, a tall, lanky black man is holding a bouquet of flowers, down on one knee, and deep in love. He rounds up an Asian girl in a corner to confess her love. "Oh, dear Haru, you're the most beautiful Asian girl I've ever seen. Please promise to be my girlfriend. You're the only one I've ever loved in my life." "No, Jess, you're not my type. Please stop pestering me." The Asian girl who was blocked in the corner sternly refused and was not mesmerized by the black man's flowery words. When the passing Song Sickness saw this scene, a few waves flashed in his eyes, because the Asian girl in front of him turned out to be Nell Harukawa, the one who had sold him the Chinese medicine center last night. But Song Sickness wasn't going to care and continued on. What's he got to do with it? He and the other guy were just trading last night. Money and goods. Harukawa Nell similarly saw Song Sickness, and immediately looked like she had seen a savior, hurriedly crashing through the blacks to run towards Song Sickness. "Honey, what took you so long to get here now? I missed you." Without saying a word, Haruka Nell wrapped her arms around Song Sickness and pampered herself. Then without giving Song Sick a chance to speak, he pulled Song Sick into the classroom. Jace's face darkened and he crumpled the flowers in his hands, anger in his eyes. How dare someone steal a woman from him, or a yellow bastard? In the classroom, it was already full of students. At a glance, there were almost 100 people, talking, mostly Asians, a few whites and blacks. Harukawa Nell pulled Song Sick into the backseat corner. Song Sickness was a bit displeased and waved away the other party's hand. "Ms. Haruka, I don't like being used as a shield, especially by people I don't know well. I'm really sorry, Song Sick. I really had no choice just now. He's been harassing me and I came up with this desperate measure. But don't worry, I'll make it up to you." Haruka Nell bowed deeply to Song Sickness, full of apologies. "Compensation. What do you take?" Song Sickness sized up the familiar-looking Sakura girl. "You're from Manhwa, aren't you?" A flash of acuity flashed between Haruka Nell's beautiful eyes. "Does it matter?" Song Sickness didn't hide it. After all, the accent was there. Everyone speaks English, but the accents are different from country to country. For example, he also knew that Haruka Nell was from the Sakura country as soon as he heard it. "You've just transferred here to study Chinese medicine." "I've been studying TCM here for 3 years. We can talk to each other and go deeper together in the future. I can teach you a lot of poses you don't understand." "Harukawa Nell, please teach me more." Haruka Nell extended her small hand with a bright smile, also speaking surprisingly Chinese. Song Sick couldn't hide his surprise. This woman even knew Chinese? Just why does it sound a bit awkward? At that exact moment, the class bell rang. An old man with gray hair walks into the classroom. It's an Asian face that gives off a few fairy tale vibes. "Hello class." "Hello, Mr. Washiku." After the greeting, the white-haired old man on the podium began to teach, all in Chinese, simply because Chinese medicine originated in Angkor. Everyone speaks Chinese as well. It's just lame, or at least Song Sick can't hear an authentic voice. In addition to the stage, Washiku, Professor Hua Sigua is also a native of Urangwa, an ancestral Chinese medicine family, and his Chinese medicine is superb, the most powerful in the entire Chinese medicine department. At the same time, he was my instructor. Haruka Nell looked adoringly at the white-haired old man lecturing on the stage and turned her head towards Song Sickness and smiled proudly. Song Disease's heart was touched, and he couldn't help but ask curiously, "How many Anhwa people are there in the entire department of traditional Chinese medicine?" Haruka Nell pondered for a long time and shook her head. "There seems to be only a few, at least not in my class, but there are a lot of Western medical specialties, almost as far as the Ankaku people are concerned." Needless to say, Harukawa Nell did solve a lot of problems for Song Sickness. Not only in the class attentively help Song Disease explanation, swimming in the answer to a variety of Chinese medicine questions. The next class also introduced Song Sickness to the huge campus, and Song Disease by virtue of beyond the normal human brain, the understanding of these Chinese medicine knowledge memory at hand. At this moment, he also finally believed that sometimes, talent could really easily crush effort, and all the while, there was a pair of spiteful eyes staring at him dead in the face. "Everywhere I go, These eyes follow me like a dog's paw. No need to wonder. It's that black guy Jace. At the end of the day's lesson, Song Sik received a message from Herbert. He wanted to ask him to treat a general of the Kingdom of Li. Herbert's tone was grave, and it was clear that this General Li was of high standing. To this, Song Sickness did not refuse. After all, Herbert had helped him a lot in Anguilla. Besides, he needed to use Herbert to get in touch with the upper class of Li as soon as possible. Walking out of the Chinese medicine teaching building, Lucy had already received a message from Herbert to pick up Song Sik. With her was her boyfriend, Carl, and several white friends. Aside from Carl, several people continued to look at Song Sik with curious, contemptuous eyes. After all, to be able to play with Lucy, it was natural that none of their families were simple. Almost all of them are second-generation rich or second-generation government officials. Carl, in particular, was from the second nobility of the Li Kingdom, the Hordiva family. Chapter 58, They're Just Sick. Hi, Yellow, I heard from Lucy that you're an anguish doctor, so can you tell what's wrong with me? In the car, a freshly dressed blonde girl deliberately teased Song Sik Road. The rest of the people also looked curious, with smiles at the corners of their mouths, treating Song Sickness as fun. Song Sickness swept the blonde girl with slanted eyes and smiled faintly. Overindulgence, 7 abortions, already infertile. At these words, the carriage instantly fell silent. However, instead of anger, the blonde who started the conversation was shocked, because Song Sickness was right. Even the number of times she had abortions was accurate. For the thrill of it, she doesn't like to make her boyfriend wear a helmet. That's what led to the current downfall. The blonde girl's eyes toward Song Sickness were no longer teasing, and her voice trembled as she asked, how did you know? The rest of the people's faces changed. It's not really a guess, is it? Without giving them time to speak, the vehicle had just pulled out of the school when it was overtaken by a black car that suddenly rushed out from the side, forced directly into an alley. 2 Negroes soon got out of the car. The black man at the head of the group was strong and covered in clearly visible scars and tattoos. The other person is Jace, who has been following Song Sik all day today. Condor Butcher. Lucy and the others blanched at the sight of the tattooed black man, because the tattooed black man in front of him is none other than a UFC light heavyweight boxing figure, currently ranked 10th in the UFC light heavyweight division. Definitely a scary guy. Kant, we didn't mess with you, did we? Carl's voice was visibly shaking. On the side, Jace arrogantly stood out, pointing at Song Sickness, and said in a cold voice, we only want this yellow pig, you guys can go. He naturally knew the identity of Carl and the others, so he didn't want to offend. But today, he had to teach the yellow man in front of him a lesson. Let him know who is the master in the land of Li. At that, Carl's heart leapt with joy. Fine, as long as you don't move us. No way. Jace, Song Sickness is a friend of my Steve family. If you dare to touch him, my dad won't let you go. Lucy, however, said angrily, holding Song Sickness back. We're backed by the Black Skin Gang. Jace smiled fearlessly. Condor came moving his joints, his eyes fierce. If you don't get out of here, you'll all stay together and be buried with him. Lucy, come on. This guy has killed people at tournaments. We're no match for him. Carl fearfully reminded, while signaling with a few of his mates, pulling Lucy into a run. That's how Song Sickness was left alone. Of course, if Song Sickness wanted to run, Bolt would have to watch him dust. There's just no need for that. Respect is played out. Trouble, now that it has been contracted, can only be resolved. Avoidance only breeds more trouble. Okay. He admitted that he did have a bit of a selfish desire to brush up on his merits. Yellow pig, who are you to steal a woman from me? With a fierce look on his face, Jace said to Kant beside him, Big brother, 100,000 lichin. I want him in bed for the rest of his life. No problem. Kant grinned a cruel grin and lit himself a cigarette and offered one to Jace. That's when he swung his fist at Song Sickness. The punches are fast, hard, and accurate. That's the difference between an average person and a professional boxer. It was a pity that this speed was pitifully slow in front of Song Sickness. Hula! Song Sickness similarly blasted out a punch that contrasted with Kant's iron fist. Bang click. However, the moment the two fists collided, Jace's fist directly cracked, and his lanky figure flew backwards. It hit the car hard. Kant's grinning face was filled with pain. When he looked at Song Sik again, he was already appalled. He couldn't figure out how a yellow man could be so strong. Jace, who was waiting to watch the show from the sidelines, also froze, and the cigarette in his mouth stopped smelling good. No, slamming the ground in anger, Kant stood up unwillingly and once again blasted at Song Sik with his other hand. Like a brute, already filled with murderous intent, it was bound to beat Song Sik to death. However, the heavy fist he blasted out was easily held in one hand by Song Sickness. It was like smashing into a wall, and it was difficult to advance any further. even more impossible to draw. Kant's lanky body shuddered as a chill filled his entire body. You're a drag? Song Sickness finally spoke, his expression flat. Let me go. I don't care about this. Kant's voice trembled with unconcealed fear. Meanwhile the mind had long since cursed Jace. What the is this? After your fight, it's my turn. Song Sickness smiled broadly, his veins flaring. Ka-ching. Ah. Kant's hand-ton was crushed like a watermelon by Song Sickness. An abusive swiping merits opens up, until the opponent is completely wasted. In the distance, Jace, who witnessed this cruel scene, had pissed himself in fear, his thick lips constantly trembling. The lit cigarette never took a puff, because the yellow man in front of me was so brutal. He tried to escape, but found that his legs wouldn't work. Song Sickness wiped the blood off his body and walked toward Jay. Taking the cigarette from his fat mouth, he took a few puffs and asked with a light smile, "Can you fight? Do you want me to teach you?" Plop. Jace's legs went limp, and he kneeled down in front of Song Sickness without listening to his command. 10 minutes later, Song Sick drove out of the alley in the limousine that Carl and the others had discarded. As for Jace and the what's-her-name-sees boxer, Song Sickness fulfilled their dreams of laying flat. This time merit plus 66. No, my gosh, how could you leave Mr. Song alone? Oh no. Villa Garden came to wait for Herbert to hear the news brought by his own good daughter, only to feel 5 thunderbolts. No, Mr. Herbert, you can't blame us. It was that guy who provoked the other guy and we were helpless. Carl stepped forward and said, shielding Lucy in his arms. Yes, we've bought him time to escape, but he's just too weak to run more than a few steps before he's caught. The others chimed in, having conspired to say so beforehand. Lucy gritted her teeth in the face of Herbert's questioning, but nodded her head and agreed with the crowd's statement. No, I still have to check it out. Herbert still had trouble accepting it. After all, Song Sickness was something he had spent a huge amount of money on, and he had yet to collect a return. And just as Herbert was about to set off in his car, Song Sick just happened to be driving back. Seeing Song Sickness come back unharmed, and even more so in their car, Lucy and the others blushed. How is that possible? How can this guy walk away from the world champion? Geez, Mr. Song, it's great that you're okay. In contrast to the mute and horrified crowd, Herbert was overjoyed and rushed up, gave Song Sick a big hug. Continuing, he asked, they said you were stopped by 2 black men. What happened? No, those 2 black brothers were just sick and knew I was a veterinarian and came to see me. I cured them and they let me go, and paid for the clinic. Song Sickness laughed. Lucy et al. Seriously doubt if I just blinked. I see. That scared me to death. So hurry up and follow me. Don't keep General Mac waiting. Herbert seemed to believe Song Sick's words and hurriedly set off with Song Sick, leaving Lucy and the others in the wind. Chapter 59, Cherry Blossom Chinese Medicine vs. Manhwa Chinese Medicine, 3 shifts. The city of N at night is still bright and shining. Inside a stretch Maybach, Herbert took out a lot of information about General Mike and handed it to Song Sick. At the same time, he explained, General Mike is one of only 5 5-star colonels in Lee. He was also the oldest general, had commanded countless wars, and was highly regarded and loved by the people, almost second only to the president in the likely country. Unfortunately, in his last battle, he failed and came back with his legs paralyzed as a result. For several years, under the best medical equipment in the country of Lee, and the best doctor's full medical treatment, there is still no half improvement. Song Sick looked at the old white man on the chart and his eyes moved slightly. It's certainly not a fear of not being cured, but any half-questioning is disrespectful to the sending sickness system. He was expecting it, hearing Herbert talk about it so seriously. This would be a big deal if it was a secondary disease. 100 merits nah. However, seeing Song Sickness silence, Herbert couldn't help but worry. After all, General Mike's paralysis was something that countless top Western doctors in the LIC had been unable to do. If this failed, then everything he had prepared would go down the drain. So in order to encourage Song Sickness, Herbert then laughed. Mr. Song, this time we are going to General Mike's castle. He has a birthday party every year on this day. Almost all of the rich and powerful nobles in the country of Lee would appreciate the opportunity to go there. As long as you can cure General Mac at this banquet, your position in Lee will be unassailable in the future. What's more, it can instantly become a celebrity in the eyes of the rich and powerful of the various nobles in the country of Lee. It might even be a global sensation. This is your big chance for quick fame. Song Sickness looked at Herbert, and the shrewdness in the other man's eyes spoke for itself. This time it looks like Herbert helped make Song Sickness famous. But doesn't Herbert himself have a personal agenda? Of course not. As an introducer, if Song disease cured General Mike, then Herbert would naturally be considered General Mike's savior. This favor was enough for the mega-rich businessman to magnify it infinitely and utilize it in the oil business. So, again, it's a trade-off. Song disease gets its name. Herbert gained the benefit of the doubt. No one loses out on either one, but only if Song disease can be cured. Don't worry, Mr. Herbert. I'll do my best. Song Sickness smiled modestly. I naturally believe in Mr. Song's medical skills. Herbert was slightly relieved. However, facing Song disease's modesty still made him a little apprehensive. The vehicle drove out of the busy city center and soon came to a wide grassy field. A brightly lit castle is seen in the distance. Outside the castle's plaza, countless shiny luxury cars were parked. The gates are even guarded by loaded SWAT teams. It's a good indication of who and what this General Mike is. Song Sickness and Herbert stepped into the castle, which was bright as day. A banquet full of food. It's almost always aristocratic white men in suits, or white women in dresses. There are very few blacks. As for yellow people, there are almost none. Upon his arrival, Herbert, who was the third nobility in the country of Lee, attracted many wealthy people to come forward to toast and greet him. As for the yellow-skinned Song disease, naturally they were all swept away for a few moments. Think of it only as Herbert's bodyguard. Song Sickness really doesn't like these mutual blowing rituals, but I was quite interested in the Western food that was everywhere. Then he ate to himself. Since his physical fitness has improved, his food intake has also increased. There is an extra love for high-calorie, high-nutrient treats. This was also the reason why he had pitted the Liu family ginseng and Ganoderma to eat in the first place. Herbert walked into the castle alone after everyone had been blowing each other half a dozen times. When he came out again, he changed his face and came to Song Disease's heel, saying gruffly, Mr. Song, there may be some bad news. This time, in addition to you, there's also a cherry blossom Chinese medicine practitioner who took the initiative to come to the door to heal General Mike. Song Sick frowned slightly. Sakura Chinese medicine? Yes. This Sakura Chinese medicine practitioner is called Harukawa Takejun. The Harukawa family is a Chinese medicine family in the Sakura country, and is extremely popular in the Sakura country. Rumor has it that this Harukawa Bamboo Toshi is even the best herbalist in Sakura country. He has cured countless paralyzed patients with his handful of Chinese acupuncture. So, faced with Harukawa Takahoshi's request, General Mac decisively agreed. Song Sickness understood and laughed. So, this is not needing me to heal? No. It's just that Haruka Takeshun has a much bigger reputation. So General Mac wants to have him treated first, and if he can't be cured, then we'll have you, Herbert said helplessly. Naturally, he could see that Haruka Takeshun also wanted to use this opportunity to make a name for himself in the land of profit. It's fine. Then so be it. Song Sickness nodded. Doesn't really feel that way. After all, they were famous, and they were just a nobody now. Any normal person would definitely choose Harukawa Taketsujun first. While the two were talking, inside the castle, a white-haired old man in a wheelchair was slowly pushed out. Despite the old man's advanced age, those old eyes were as stern as eagles. The scene instantly quieted down, and everyone looked at this five-star general with respect. Thank you all for the honor of coming, but for this feast today, there will be a Chinese medicine practitioner from the Sakura country who will be treating me. I've been receiving Western medical treatment for these legs for nearly a decade, so I'm going to try Chinese medicine this time. Let's give a round of applause to Mr. Harukawa Take Ashi from the Harukawa family of the Sakura country. Mike's voice was resonant, giving the other man face. Amidst the applause of the crowd, a middle-aged man, no taller than 160 and dressed in a man's kimono, walked out. It was instantly recognizable as being from the Sakura country. In front of the countless rich and powerful nobles of Ligua, Harukawa Takejun straightened his back and smiled confidently. This time, I'm treating General Mike, not for fame or fortune, but only to let the world know the profundity of my cherry blossoms Chinese medicine. The nobles and tycoons applauded despite their disdainful faces. Harukawa Takejun, on the other hand, squatted down in front of Mike under the gaze of the crowd and took out a pack of silver needles from his arms. Mr. Takeyoshi, please. Mike's pale face was equally expectant. Under the quiet gaze of the crowd, Haruka Takeshun began to apply the needles. He is amazingly skillful and consistent in his movements. Even Song Sickness was attracted to such a maneuver and couldn't help but learn it carefully. After Haruka Takeshun dropped the 19th silver needle, a miraculous scene occurred. Mike's paralyzed legs, surprisingly, visibly trembled. Boom! This amazing scene not only shocked so noble tycoons at the scene, even the few Western doctors who were taking care of Mike on the side were shocked. As for Mike himself, his old eyes fluctuated even more. Catch the light of hope. Song Sickness was touched in his heart, and he had to admit that the Harukawa Takejun in front of him was an expert in Chinese medicine. Herbert, however, was worried. Harukawa Takejun concentrated and continued to apply the needles without being subjected to the slightest. Mike's legs, which had been paralyzed for years, also trembled more and more. Chapter 60, after the song, get up and take a walk. General Mac. The next 3 final stitches will be crucial in helping your brain nerves to penetrate the nerves in your legs, and they may be painful. When he landed on the 21st stitch, Haruka Takeshon stopped and said with a grave expression on his face, "Ha ha ha, don't worry, Divine Dr. Bamboo June. A little pain is nothing?" Mike smiled confidently and boldly. Think of the days when Jingo. Before Mike could finish his thought, Haruka Takeshon dropped the needle. In an instant, a sharp pain that tore through his legs surged up to his brain. To Mike's surprise and even more pain, his old face turned white, tightened his grip on the wheelchair armrests. Because, really, it hurts too much. It's like someone keeps taking a knife to his legs. The private Western doctor on the sidelines saw this and rushed to take out his instruments to monitor Mike's signs, just in case something goes wrong. Song 6 eyes twitched. Maybe these 3 stitches dropped will really cure. Haruka Takeshon then landed the 2nd stitch. This time, the old general couldn't stand it any longer, trembling and rolling his eyes, because the 2nd stitch directly magnifies the pain to 100 times. It was like 100,000 volts of high-voltage electricity that rocketed up from the legs and straight to the brain. No! Stop it! General Mikes can't take it anymore. The private Western doctor monitoring from the sidelines rushed to speak in alarm. Haruka Takeshon's face was pale, but seeing this scene, despite his heart's reluctance, he was forced to withdraw the needle immediately. And with the removal of the silver needle, Mike's pain was like turning off a high-voltage switch, instantly disappeared altogether. Everyone was taken aback by the sudden scene that had just occurred. I'm sorry, General Mike. You've been paralyzed for so long that many of your neuromuscles have atrophied. Plus you're too old for this kind of pain. Haruka Takejun reluctantly told the truth. No, Divine Dr. Zhu Jun. I don't blame you. It's because I'm too old to bear it. Also, I'd like to say that the Chinese medicine in your Sakura country is really amazing. Mike sighed and opened his mouth. Being a party to it, he felt it the most. If he could withstand the 3rd stitch, he might actually be able to stand up. When these words came out, many high officials and nobles were moved, witnessing the magic of Chinese medicine for the first time. General Mac, let the miracle doctor I've brought in take a look for you. I'm sure he'll surprise you with something unexpected. Just then, Herbert stepped forward at the right time. General Mike is not fit to heal anymore. The private Western doctor frowned and opened his mouth, but before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Mike raising his hand and looking at Herbert and smiling. I wonder where the miracle doctor Mr. Herbert hired for me is. Under everyone's curious gazes, Song Sickness walked out. By the way, I put on the white coat I brought with me. The scene fell silent, because Song Sickness is just too young. It doesn't look like a highly skilled healer in any way. Hello everyone, my name is Song Sick, from Manhwa. Facing the gazes of many rich and high officials, Song Sickness looked frank, smiled amicably, and gave out his business card. Ankako vs Sakura? Interesting. The crowd couldn't help but look at Haruka Takeshon with amused faces. As for the business card given by Song Sickness, they just scanned it and quietly threw it into the trash can next to them. Haruka Takeshon's eyes narrowed as well, giving Song Sick a deep look. The way you plan to treat General Mike, if it's the same zapping that Mr. Takeshon just did, that won't be necessary. General Mac can't afford it. The private Western doctor stared at Song Sickness with a stern gaze, somewhat trying to make Song Sickness know what to do. I use a set of ancestral Anhwa Chinese medicine techniques. Song Sickness made up nonsense. Get started. Finish early, the feast will continue, so as not to spoil everyone's fun. Mike's eyes narrowed slightly as he opened his mouth, no longer reporting any hope after Takejun's failure. It was only for Herbert's sake that he was going to let Song Sickness casually try. With permission, Song Sick then stepped forward. Upon touching Mike's crippled leg, the system's voice sounded as promised. Ding, disease body detected. Disease body, human. Disease, neurological paralysis. Disease information, muscle atrophy, broken nerves. Disease level, grade 1. Song disease cannot help but be disappointed. I thought it was a secondary disease, but ultimately paid by mistake. But still, the show began. Only Song Sickness had the private Western doctor next to him lift Mike's legs up. Then it started to press up. The original expectant crowd could not help but be dumbfounded. This technique? That move? Isn't this a regular masseuse? Giggle, giggle. Mr. Herbert, you've hired a masseuse, haven't you? Some of his nemesis whispered and laughed in Herbert's ear. Some of the business cards that hadn't lost their Song disease cards were also lost. But soon, their smiles froze on their faces. Because, Song Sickness is starting to accelerate. The accelerated massage movements are like a qualitative change. Snap, snap, tick. Only Song Sick's hands had transformed into residual shadows and slapped rhythmically on Mike's legs. Like playing the piano. The voices are transformed into piano music. And indeed, Song Sickness does follow the beat of a brainwashing magic song, but the speed was blindingly fast and mind-blowing. There was no way to see Song 6 movements, and not being able to read it is often what shocks and intrigues the mind. The private Western doctor who had lifted his leg at close range had his mouth open and his hands were shaking with it. With that hand speed, a world-class piano virtuoso would have to bow down. On the side, Haruka Takeshun's smile also turned into shock. Everyone's hearts raced with the sound of Song Sickness tapping, and the corners of their mouths jerked. I don't know if I consciously want to do it live. At this moment, the same question arose in everyone's mind. What kind of medicine is this? And the most shocking, naturally, was Mike. He was going to close his eyes and wait to hurry up and finish. As a result, under Song 6's superb hand massage, he actually gradually felt his legs regaining their senses. It was like a necrotic nerve that had been tapped out of the leg by Song Sickness and connected to the brain. It was also accompanied by a wave of pleasure like no other. This 5-star admiral's eyes were wide open, and his body couldn't stop trembling. Ding successfully absorbed neurological paralysis. Merit +1. A few minutes later, a song was tapped. Song Sickness finally stopped. Dang! Someone's glass slipped unconsciously from their hand. The scene was quiet. Long ago, he was too stunned to speak. General Mac, get up and take a couple steps. Song Sickness got up and smiled in a gesture. The crowd looked back and couldn't help but look strange. It's good? Even Mike himself was in a bit of disbelief. Okay? But in the face of the peculiarities that Song Sickness had just displayed. Still, he slowly propped up his wheelchair and tried to stand. A private Western doctor tried to assist, but he was stopped by the old general, who was halfway through his support, raising his hand as if he sensed something. In the next second, under everyone's horrified gazes, Mike actually stood up at once. It's a little rusty, but it's that smooth. One and done. It was as if it had never been paralyzed. Boom! Everyone's eyes were wide and their mouths were open. If what Haruka Takemi had just brought them was magic, at this moment, then, what Song Sickness had brought them was a miracle. Oh, my God, this is amazing. Mike's wife burst into tears and instantly jumped into her husband's arms. The scene also instantly boiled over. What is this? Some kind of ancestral technique? Take a man who has been paralyzed for years, causing all the doctors to pronounce a death sentence. One shot? It was horrible as hell. The eyes of all the nobles and high officials looking at Song Sickness changed. Curious, admiration, shudder. They suddenly thought of something and hurriedly looked down into the trash can to rummage for the business card they had just discarded. At the sight, Herbert smiled, more than a little pleased in his shrewd gaze. He hadn't been wrong about the bet. This young man from Anguilla is a medical marvel. He believed that since then, this miracle would take off throughout the land of Lee. Unstoppable. Mr. Song Sickness, I want to be your teacher. Right at that moment, Haruka Takejun suddenly came to Song Sickness. Without saying a word, he fell to his knees. Chapter 61, Candy, Divine Dr. Song, please accept me. I want to learn Angua's Chinese medicine from you. Any amount of tuition will do. Faced with Haruka Taketsujun who suddenly knelt in front of him, Song Sickness was indeed taken aback. Decisively, he politely declined. I'm sorry, but I don't spread my healing skills. Are you kidding me? The guy in front of him also looked to be in his 40s or 50s. Worshipping himself as a teacher? The point is, he doesn't know any medical skills either. No. Chinese medicine is profound. It needs to be passed down and learned, regardless of age. I will come back to you again to learn from you. Haruka Takeshun had a firm look in his eyes, but in front of a large crowd, he walked away in moderation. Many people looked at Haruka Takakimi's departing back. No scoffing, there's just admiration. After all, Haruka Takejun nearly cured Mike's legs with a handful of amazing acupuncture. At that moment, Mike approached Song Sick. Everyone's gazes, too, had once again converged on this marvelous Eastern divine doctor. Dr. Song, I really don't know how to thank you properly, but Herbert has already told me about you. Don't worry, I will apply to the diet, and in the future, you will enjoy the noblest treatment in the land of Lee. You will not be hindered in any way from practicing medicine in Lee. If you have any trouble, please call this number directly. Mike assured Song Sick majestically, while handing Song Sick a military card, like a set of umbrellas for Song Sickness. The eyes of all the nobles and high officials moved, knowing full well what this card means. Thank you, General Mike. Song Sick took it with a smile. Naturally, I won't say no. Mr. Song Sick, my Russell family sincerely invites you to be our guest. Divine Dr. Song, please leave a contact information. Dr. Song, can you treat bone cancer? For the rest of the banquet, Song Sickness almost became the main character. Countless nobles and high-ranking officials came forward to ask Song Sickness for a business card or to get a piece of eye candy. As far as they are concerned, they are already at the top of human society. Got the money power that the world seeks. Therefore, the thing that scares them the most is getting sick and dying, especially terminal illnesses that cannot be solved by modern medicine. The man died and the money wasn't spent. It's the most painful thing. So, even if they are high nobles or high officials, in this moment, all gave Song Sickness the highest respect and invitation. However, for the many invitations from the rich and powerful of the nobility, it was naturally impossible for Song Sickness to run from house to house. I just left the address of the medical center for sending diseases. The party is over. Various nobles and high officials left one after another to witness a miraculous healing. Instead, Song Sickness was invited to stay by Mike. Said he was going to see a special patient. The tone was extremely grave, even more than treating yourself. With that, he invited Song Sickness and went to the living room of the castle. A middle-aged man in a blue suit had already been waiting here. The man was tall, with a pair of blue pupils, as if he was born an aristocrat, and his temperament was extraordinary. Divine Dr. Song, please take a seat. However, as soon as he saw Song Sickness, the man enthusiastically got up and smiled. To introduce myself, my name is Van Vinci Campbell. It has just been an honor to witness the miracle you have created. Song Six Eyes moved slightly. Just now at the banquet, Herbert had emphatically introduced him to the middle-aged man in front of him. Number 1 on the world's rich list, with personal assets already amounting to trillions of Lee Keen, the de facto head of the Campbell family, and the Campbells are the first aristocracy in Lee today, controls almost every aspect of business in Lee. The assets are far beyond the Steves and the Holwars. However, shaking hands with the other party, Song Sickness realized that the other party was not actually very sick, except for a bit of kidney weakness, so he laughed. Mr. Van Vinci is in good health and doesn't seem to need any treatment, does he? Amazement flashed in Van Wency's eyes, and he believed in Song Disease's medical skills a few points more. Divine Dr. Song is indeed a skilled healer, but this time, it's not me that I want to ask you to heal. It's the princess of my Campbell family. Brahmancy got straight to the point. No, more accurately, it's our princess of the land of Lee that's correct, as she is also of my royal family. At this point Mike was correcting, his old eyes full of competing jealousy. Fine, then you'll be the one to tell Divine Dr. Song. Brahman West spread his hands helplessly. Mike looked at Song Sick and said gruffly, Divine Dr. Song. Her name is Candy, a child born of a marriage between the Campbells and the current royal family. It is extremely important for both families. As long as you can cure her damn strange disease, you will be the biggest benefactor of Rikuo in the future. Anything you want. Song Six Eyes couldn't help but stare. A child born of a marriage between the first noble and the royal family? What kind of concept is that? How many gold keys does that contain? Then where is she? Suppressing the touch in his heart, Song Sickness asked curiously. Candy is too sick to come in person. Only we can take you to her. Mike sighed. Now, Song Sickness asked, please ask Divine Dr. Song to come with us. The two men rose in unison and invited the word, giving it all the respect it deserved. The two men led the way to a small tarmac at the rear of the castle. Up there is a military helicopter. A pilot is already waiting. The three boarded the plane and flew all the way to the ocean east of N City. It finally stopped at an island. Under Song Sickness's far superior vision, in the center of the island was a huge fully enclosed silver building. As far as the eye could see, it looked like an upside-down cauldron. With the two men leading the way, it was enough to get through 30% of the barrier, and each level is guarded by soldiers with guns. Finally, it even went through a series of sterilizations before stepping into this fully enclosed world. This is not known to be a prison for felons. And the moment he stepped in, it was instantly bright as day before his eyes. Lawn gardens everywhere around. There's even a sun-blue sky overhead. The air is fresh and dust-free and foggy. At the forefront was a blue castle. It's like being in fairyland. Song Sickness took a deep breath, unable to hide his surprise. This is clearly a high-tech ecosystem that is completely isolated from the outside world. As you can see, Candy's strange disease is that she can't get a speck of stray germs or she will instantly contract and die. We have no choice but to utilize technology and build this closed world that is purified all the time. That's what has renewed her life so far. It was only then that Brahmancy finally revealed Kanthi's true condition. Upon hearing this, Song Sickness was also surprised. What kind of strange disease was this? Immune system deficiencies? The trio walked along the lawn toward the castle in the center. The most beautiful scene in the world was eventually seen under a bright green tree. The young girl was dressed in a light nightgown and her blue hair fell like a waterfall around her waist. Was sprawled out on the soft lawn reading a book with a luscious figure, a pair of delicate, flawless little feet, swinging casually. It is like the most beautiful work of art in the world. The breeze ruffled her blue hair, and the stunning face was so agile and bewitching that it dimmed the light, especially those beautiful violet-colored eyes. as if they were the only ones in the world. From a distance, the young girl was like a pure and innocent elf, more like an angel who wasn't meant to be in the world. Chapter 62 Must Touch. Late at night, Herbert returned to the villa in a good mood, even a little drunk. "Daddy, you look happy? Is there something joyful going on?" Lucy asked curiously as she came to Herbert's side. "Of course, my good girl, I have good news for you. General Mac has given me permission to mine the forested areas in the west, which are a treasure trove. This time our Steve family is rich." Herbert couldn't hide his excitement as he shared the joy. "Oh, this news is so shocking." Lucy, who had heard the words, covered her small mouth in even more shock, because she is also well aware of the wealth of the western woods. Not surprisingly, the minimum is hundreds of billions of dollars in profits. All of this is also thanks to Mr. Song-sik. If it wasn't for him curing General Mike's leg, I wouldn't have been able to get this important approval. Herbert exclaimed. "He's actually that skilled a healer?" Lucy shuddered inwardly, shocked once again. He also finally understood why his own father had gone to such great lengths to invite Song-sickness to Ligwa. That's for sure. Mr. Song-sickness is definitely a man of God who will perform miracles. In the future his light will be unmistakable. Herbert didn't mince words of praise. Long ago, he had been convinced by Song-sik's medical skills. Spinning around and thinking of something, Herbert smiled and looked at his daughter and said, "By the way, Lucy, what do you think of Mr. Song-sik in these few days together?" Lucy thought for a moment and said nonchalantly, "I think he's like a piece of wood, boring as hell." "No, I was going to say that Song-sickness is about your age, so maybe you could try to have a relationship with him or something." Herbert laughed expectantly. Yes, he kind of wanted to tie Song-sickness to the Steve family after seeing how much of a rallying cry Song-sickness had, and the best way to do that is undoubtedly to get your own daughter out there. "Oh my God, Daddy, I can't believe you're thinking like this. He's only a doctor no matter how good he is. How could he possibly be good enough for me? There's no way I'd look at someone this weak, let alone a yellow man. I'd rather die than marry him." Whoever got Herbert's idea? Lucy instantly showed a face full of dislike and a determined attitude. In her opinion, Song-sickness, despite his medical skills, was ultimately just a doctor her father had paid to hire. How could she, one of the heirs of the third noble family, marry a doctor? No way. Absolutely not. Song-sickness was a bit disoriented. The Yukai girl in the shade of the tree was unrealistically beautiful, every inch of her skin snow-white and delicate, radiating a tantalizing glow. It's like stepping out of an anime. At that moment, the young girl glanced back and also spotted the trio, blossoming into a charming smile as she walked barefoot. "Uncle, great uncle." Candy walked in and the stunning face was even more stunning. It gives a sense of distance that can be seen from afar. Little Princess Candy. Mike and Van Vinci gave a rare soft smile, seemingly because they couldn't touch Candy. The two men gave Candy a gentleman's salute. It was then that Candy's brilliant star-like violet-colored pupils looked towards Song-sickness, and a few different colors flashed between her beautiful eyes. Song-sickness' heart likewise stirred slightly as a familiar and intoxicating fragrance hit his nose since Candy walked in, and this familiar body odor that he had smelled in the beginning. The first customer of a first-time medical center. She was holding the cat, wrapped in a dense, "Is he? Is she?" Almost instantly, both recognized each other. Candy smiled a few points brighter and raised that small white and slender hand to initiate Song-sickness greeting. "Konnichiwa? Hello?" The first thing that came out of his mouth was a three-language tryst. "Princess Candy." Song-sickness was secretly shocked in his heart and greeted him in the same way. I sized up the other man at the same time, trying to see what the other man was suffering from. It turned out to be surprisingly impossible to discern the cause of the disease. That is, the other person is most likely to have a secondary disease. Just as Song-sickness was secretly rejoicing in his heart, his afterglow couldn't help but catch a glimpse of the book held in the young girl's jade hand. "Well, it's quite a learning curve. No wonder you can spit out 3 languages at the drop of a hat." With a quick glance, Song-sickness couldn't help but praise it, only to accidentally see the title of the book, Cadaver Anatomy. Song-sickness was silent. Seemingly sensing Song-sik's gaze, Candy's beautiful eyes moved slightly and silently hid the book in her hands behind her back. "Candy, to introduce to you, this is Mr. Song-sik, a miracle healer, who has come this time to heal you." Brahmansi smiled and opened his mouth. "Candy, Dr. Son's medical skills are amazing. He cured both of my great-uncle's legs, and this time, he might be able to work another miracle and get you out of in a cage." Mike also laughed. "Then I'll take care of Mr. Song-sik." Candy smiled sweetly at Song-sik, but Song-sickness felt that the smile was less charming. "Ahem, let me take Princess Candy's pulse first." Song-sickness squeezed out a smile and extended his hand. With the system's current level, secondary diseases could not see the cause of the disease, so they could only be touched. Seeing Song-sickness about to get his hands on him, Mike and Van Wenzy but changed their faces and hurriedly took out a pair of white isolation gloves and said, "Mr. Song Sickness, can you put on the gloves? Even though we've all been decontaminated, Candy's hypothermia can be contracted by skin-to-skin contact. Song Sickness, so delicate? No, to know the condition, you have to have skin-to-skin contact, and wearing gloves interferes with the touch." Song Sickness decisively refused. It's the nature of his touch sickness, and it can't be changed. Maybe someday the system with a certain level of physical enhancement will really be able to realize the ability to deliver or suck up illnesses through the air, but at least now he couldn't. Seeing Song Sickness so determined, the two men were also in trouble, because every infection can be fatal for Candy. On the contrary, Candy was blinking her big violet-colored eyes and kept curiously surveying Song Sickness. The young Asian man in front of her was going to touch her. "Don't worry, both of you. I won't let Princess Candy get infected. Even if it gets infected on the spot, I can make Princess Candy recover on the spot." Song Sickness smiled. With the system in place, Song Disease's body was like adding a natural layer of protective touch. What virus could have escaped from him? Let's give it a try then. Maybe Mr. Song Sickness can really work a miracle? Candy actually spoke up for Song Sickness at this time as well. At the same time, he took the initiative to extend a white and delicate hand. Mike and Van Vinci looked at each other and could only nod helplessly. Apologizing to Song Sickness, "Mr. Song Sickness, forgive us for our recklessness just now. We believe in you." Song Sick nodded, and like a Chinese Dr. Ho taking a pulse, he put 2 fingers on Candy's snow-white wrist. A cool and delicate touch hits the heart. Ding, disease detection in progress. Candy's delicate body trembled as her beautiful eyes continued to ripple, because no one had been skin to skin with her since she could remember. All the contact people had with her was in protective clothing. Mike and Van Vinci, with their eyes fixed at all times on the place where the two had made contact, had called for a medical team. However, what shocked the two was that Candy's wrists, once again, did not have the horrible symptom of turning red immediately upon contact as before. Fantastic. Amazing. The two of them were relieved and even more amazed at how Song Sickness had managed to do it. At this moment, however, Song Sick's frown deepened, because like in the past, when he touched it, the disease immediately appeared in his brain. And at the moment, after half a dozen touches, the system was loading, like it was stuck. System Big Daddy, don't scare me. A sense of unease couldn't help but rise in Song Sickness' heart. Chapter 63 Tertiary Diseases. Ding, the current disease body is detected as a tertiary disease. Disease body, unknown. Disease, rare genetic variants. Disease information, gene sequence alteration. Immune system alteration. Note, successful healing will result in 1,000 merit points. Just as Song Sickness was worrying if the system was broken, the system's voice finally sounded in his head, but it shocked Song Sickness. 3 levels. Surprisingly, it's level 3? Since acquiring the system here, he had touched not 1,000 but 800 diseases. It also just about managed to absorb 2 rare secondary diseases. Now the disease that Candy is suffering from right in front of her is actually tertiary? Absorption is even more directly rewarded with 1,000 merit points. How does this not shock him? And what the hell is a sick body unknown? Shouldn't it be human? Then hurry up and absorb it. Where do I need to touch? Song Sickness simply didn't care and somewhat impatiently said, 1,000 merit points. It could just let him complete the second round of meritocracy. It also reaps the benefits of such rare tertiary disease skills. The current system level is only level 2, so in order to touch across the levels at once, you can only activate omnidirectional absorption. But omnidirectional absorption? Song Sickness froze. This was the first time he had ever heard the system say this word, and he couldn't help but ask curiously, "What do you mean by omnidirectional absorption? Touch them all?" That is, the host mates with the diseased body in front of him, every inch of which is pressed together so that all-round absorption is achieved. The system is a simple and concise statement. Song Sickness, there's such a thing as absorption? Song Sickness froze for a long time before coming back to his senses. Looking at the yukai in front of him, he seriously asked, "System, are you sure this is absorption, not release?" The system was silent. It also seems to be giving serious thought to the century-old dilemma posed by Song disease. Only after a long time did he say, "Then it can only be absorbed in batches. Otherwise neither the current system nor the host's physique will be able to withstand a tertiary disease." Okay, that's it. Song Sickness did not hesitate to choose the second option. Who is the woman in front of you? Princess of the first noble and royal family of the land of Lee. He's going to present the first treatment plan to Mike and Van Vinci. No doubt it would be the two who would shoot him down on the spot. Dr. Song, how is it? Seeing that Song Sickness had taken so long to open his eyes after touching them, Mike and Vanessa inquired apprehensively. Song Sickness looked grave and said, "This disease of Princess Candy's is very serious and rare. The two men's hearts skipped a beat, and they became even more worried. So do you have any treatment? Yes, but it needs to be treated in several sessions, Song Sickness said indifferently. These words came out, but they brought a big surprise to the two people who originally did not have any hope. Even Candy's beautiful eyes flashed a strange color between them, obviously not expecting that the young Asian man in front of him would dare to say that he had a way to treat himself. After all, she had been seen by no less than 1,000 top divine doctors for this disease, but they all ended up shaking their heads helplessly. Really? Then how does Divine Dr. Song need to treat you? Or if you need any medicinal instruments, we can get them for you. Mike and Van Vinci's voices trembled. I will purchase and configure the medicinal instruments and bring them later. Let's start with the first treatment today. Song Sickness remained mysterious and looked at the princess in front of her with a light smile. Princess Candy, I wonder if there is a bed in the castle where we need to be treated. I need absolute silence. Batch absorption means that the absorption is divided into several touching diseases. Therefore, to avoid the two people in front of him not being able to accept it, Song Sickness could only make this request. Yes, please follow me. Candy's beautiful eyes twitched slightly, still smiling and nodding. Soon after, he brought Song Sickness to his boudoir. Then I'd like to thank Divine Dr. Song. Mike and Van Vinci thoughtfully closed the door for Song Sickness. With the experience they had just had, the two were much more at ease. Inside the room, the furnishings were simple, except for a large blue waterbed, which was a lot of books on all sides, and, of course, filled with Candy's distinctive body odor. Just lay back, spread your limbs out, close your eyes, and it'll pass quickly. Song Sickness tried to be as gentle as possible. Candy nodded, not playing any princess tantrums, and lay down barefoot on the watering bed. The luscious, delicate body fluctuated with the waterbed. Makes it hard not to get restless. It was good that Song Sickness, who had had a lot of experience, quickly calmed down. Candy always blinked her violet-colored eyes and looked at Song Sick, her face serene. There's no nervousness or fear. Some are just expectantly curious. She wanted to see how the young Asian man in front of her was going to treat her. Song Sickness stroked his chin as he looked down and surveyed the perfect petite body. It was finally decided to treat these pink and flawless jade feet first. So, Song Sickness was transformed into a professional masseur. Start with 10 crystal clear feet. It's a tertiary disease. There was no room for sloppiness. It has to be touched all over. Can't spare an inch. Song Sickness was serious. His eyes focused as he slowly worked his way up from his feet. With the addition of the system, it is more professional than a professional masseuse. The skin is smooth, delicate and supple, and with Song disease constantly absorbing disease, the body couldn't help but get hot and dry as well, only to feel like it was suffering from a backlash, constantly sweating and getting weaker and weaker. Is this a side effect of crossing the line to touch the sick? It was really scary as hell. Under Song Sick's maneuver, Candy's delicate body trembled straight, lightly biting her cherry lips, her beautiful eyes gradually becoming disoriented. Inside it was like a new world had opened up. Is this what it feels like to be touched? It's really cozy, so warm. This is the moment. The princess who was abandoned by the world. There was a deep greed for this touch. However, this greed only lasted as far as the thighs before it stopped, because Song Sickness really can't take it anymore. If you keep touching it, your body is really going to get screwed up. There was nothing to do but stop. Ding successfully absorbed, 1/4, genetic alteration disease. Merit to be added. In response, Song Sickness let out a bitter smile and wasn't surprised. It was like doing a mission. He hadn't completed it yet, so naturally he couldn't get a reward. Well, Princess Candy, that's enough healing for today. Song Sick's weak voice made the intoxicated Candy open her beautiful eyes. Raising his eyes, he saw that Song Sick's forehead was sweating and his face was slightly pale. At the same time, she felt that her legs were no longer that cold, and were even smoking hot. Really? Cured? Candy's silent little heart finally skipped a beat. Song Sickness opened the door to his room and was greeted by the expectant gazes of Mike and Van Vinci. I have initially healed Princess Candy's legs, which should be sufficiently exposed to air down without incident. Song Sickness explained. Really? The two rushed to allow the medical members in protective suits to enter and shine a beam of simulated sunlight on Candy's slender ankles. Under simulated sunlight, the ankles were snow white and glistening, and there was no further reddening of the lesions. Mike and Van Vinci's bodies trembled with uncontrollable surprise. The paramedics who had been specializing in Candy's care also looked as if they had seen the most incredible miracle, and their mouths dropped open. Just like that, Song Sickness gained the complete trust of Mike and Brahman West. Under the gaze of Candy's beautiful eyes, she left this fully enclosed intelligent ecosystem pod. Wait for the next treatment. Mr. Song Sickness, this is 1 billion lichin for you to go buy herbs. Of course, this is only part of the consultation fee, and we'll give you another 10 billion lichin in return when you've actually cured Candy. On the helicopter ride back, Van Wenzi handed Song Sik a World Bank card with immense respect. Sung's sickness now is the hope of curing Candy, and even more so, of keeping them alive later. The money may have been a huge sum for others, but it didn't matter to him. Besides, with such a sum of money, it was too cost-effective for them to curry favor with a divine doctor who could easily cure all kinds of terminal diseases. After all, they would need a lot of Song's sickness later on. Who can guarantee that they will not suffer from terminal illnesses in the future? Then thank you, Mr. Van Vinci. Song's sickness smiled and took the bank card, naturally not being polite. It's what he deserves. I've been touching all the legs today and I'm getting weak. Is it easy for him? Chapter 64 Harukawa Takeshimada's Worship. Late at night on the streets of N City, a black flare-dazzling sports car sped past. It ended up stopping at a certain street in Times Square. Respected Mr. Song, this military sports car is a gift from General Mike. The soldier from Ligwa who was driving the car said respectfully. In his eyes was a love for the vehicle in front of him. This is built using the world's newest type of technological materials, equipped with the top satellite intelligence system of the country of Lee. It's limited to just 10 units worldwide and is almost exclusively in the hands of the military. Not only does it drive itself, but it's bulletproof, P-proof, and vibration-inducing. The total value is not less than 800 million lichin. There is a price for it. Thank General Mike for me. Song Sik, who had just experienced a pushback feeling, could naturally feel the extraordinary nature of this car. The soldier left on that note, and Song's sickness continued to drive back to the Sending Sickness Medical Center. He wasn't going to Lucy's cottage, won't even go there in the future. The first is that you don't like the feeling of being a parasite. The second is not liking Lucy's attitude. As a result, Song disease had just driven his car to the medical center, but he saw a group of people standing in front of the door from afar. Song Sik's eyes narrowed slightly as he drove the car into the parking garage next to him. The group was coming toward him, too. The person in charge had just arrived in front of Song's sickness and immediately knelt down. Song's sickness couldn't help but look strange, because the one kneeling down to him was none other than Haruka Takahito, who had just been at the banquet and wanted to worship him as his master. Divine Dr. Song, just now at the banquet. I was not in a good position to bother you much. Please forgive me for my presumption, but I really like Chinese medicine, especially with the amazing TCM techniques you just performed. I really want to learn from you, so please take me as your disciple. Here's 1,000,000,000 leagues of gold as my gift of worship. Haruka Take-shun, holding up a World Bank card with both hands, said with sincere excitement. Haruka Shuri, who was standing to the side, and several of Sakura's bodyguards changed their faces. How respected their Haruka family was in the Sakura country. Almost the #1 family in the Sakura country. Harukawa Take-shun is even with an amazing hand of Chinese medicine. He was honored as Sakura's national physician and was received by the Prime Minister himself as a brother. And now, you're kneeling down to an Manhwa kid who doesn't even have the slightest inkling? Song Sik's eyes moved slightly. He likewise did not expect that this cherry blossom middle-aged man in front of him would have such great determination to learn Chinese medicine. Not only did he specifically follow the address to wait for him until now, but he also went out of his way to spend 1,000,000,000 lire to pay homage to him. That attitude. There's no one else. Mr. Juk Jun, go away. Your Chinese medicine is already amazing. As for my medical skills, you won't be able to learn them. Song's sickness said helplessly. What kind of medicine does he know? Just give away touchy-feely. And boy kid, my father is my cherry blossom country's greatest Chinese medicine god doctor. Moreover, he had once hanged your and countless Chinese medicine practitioners. You don't want to know what's good for you. Haruka Shuri, who was on the side, saw that Song's sickness had actually refused, and her gaze was fierce and angry. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was backhanded by the rising Harukawa Take-shun, who gave him a big BB pocket. Bugger, what did I tell you when I came here? No matter what I do, no interruptions are allowed, and you must maintain absolute respect for Divine Dr. Song. Haruka Shuri covered her face and grimaced. Because Harukawa Take-kimi was the father he respected the most, he just couldn't accept that his great father was kneeling down to an Manhwa kid. However, facing the majesty of Harukawa Take-shun, Harukawa Juri gritted his teeth and bowed. Hey! Harukawa Take-jun once again knelt down to Song's sickness and sincerely said, Mr. Song's sickness, medicine knows no boundaries. Chinese medicine is the greatest crystallization of human wisdom. It should be carried forward and not buried. I just want to worship you as my teacher and follow you around to observe and learn. As to whether I can learn or not, that is my own business. Of course, if you think it's less money, I can add more. Song's sickness frowned slightly as he saw endless longing in Haruka Takakimi's eyes, even a little crazy. If he refused today, there was no guarantee that the other party would continue to stalk him. even resorting to extreme measures. That's what you said. Song Sickness smiled slightly. In order to avoid trouble, one could only reluctantly accept the billion-Li gold bank card handed over by the other party. Besides, with the little beast no longer there, he really needed a helper next. Whether he learns or not is none of his business. If they learn it well, the Haruka family might be able to open a chain of massage parlors in the future. Hi, Master is here. Please accept 3 obeisances from my disciple. Haruka Taekjun couldn't hide his excitement, and according to the Manhwa etiquette, he bowed 3 times in a row to Song Sickness. Father, are you really going to worship him? Haruka Shuri said with difficulty. Shuri, Chinese medicine originally originated in Manhwa, and cherry blossom Chinese medicine can only continue to learn from Manhwa if it is to progress. You go back and tell the family about me. Haruka Taekjun finished speaking and followed Song Sickness into the medical center. Master, truth be told, this Chinese medicine center used to belong to my father, and I can't imagine that it was bought by you. Inside the store, Haruka Taekjun was familiar with helping Song Sickness clean up. Who is Haruka Wanel to you? Song Sickness asked curiously. In fact, when he first heard the other party's Haruka's surname, he already had a guess. He is my daughter. You know her? Haruka Taekjun's eyes brightened slightly. It's like discovering a new world. Sort of. Song Sickness nodded. And what do you think of her? My daughter is beautiful. Still unmarried and still a chick. She likes handsome ones like you. Haruka Bamboo Jun's heart moved slightly, and he hurriedly said incoherently. At the same time there was some remorse. This division, worshipped early. Song Sickness, are these the words of a father? I'm your master now, Song Sickness reminded with a smile, naturally seeing this guy's bad thoughts. However, Haruka Bamboo Jun was mistakenly thinking that Song Sickness was interesting, and hurriedly said excitedly, it's fine. Our Sakura Kingdom doesn't care about that. If you really have your eyes on my daughter, in the future we'll both of us call each other. I'll call you master and you call me father-in-law. If we could get Song Sickness to join the Haruka family, then everything would become much easier. Haruka Taekjun couldn't wait to go and pull Haruka Wanel to Song Sickness right now. Who wouldn't like such a young and talented son-in-law? Song Sickness, I take you as my disciple and you want to be my father-in-law? Get some early rest. We'll start picking up customers tomorrow. Song Sickness blankly glanced at this guy and breathlessly went upstairs to leave. However, the fire in Haruka Taekjun's eyes did not go out. Quickly taking out his cell phone, he called Haruka Wanel. Early the next morning, Song Sickness and Haruka Taekjun woke up early to open the door. Many of the odd jobs Haruka Taekjun grabbed. He even paid for many herbs alone to fill the medicine cabinet. Song Sickness, on the other hand, changed the electronic plaque. Note, all humans and animals can be healed. Only 20 people are healed in a day. He believes in having the publicity at Mike's banquet. The next people who come to see him should be high officials and nobles. As to why there is a limit on the number of people, it's natural to make a name for yourself and put a price on it. Make a good profit while you can. After all, things are more expensive than they are rare. This is a truth he has learned from personal experience. You being cheap only makes people think you're really cheap. Of course, there is another reason for Song Sickness. It is to screen for the upcoming second round of meritocracy. He needs to screen for rare and uncommon disease uptake. Like a psychopath capable of making people go nuts, or letting people die inexplicably is best. Or maybe it's like the Big Bear syndrome of the Oba girl of yesteryear. These diseases are skills that can be used permanently in the future after the completion of the meritocracy. It's more about the strength of his physique. It's best to suck up that genetic sexual mutation of Candy's before consummating it. People are red. People are right and wrong. His reputation will only grow in the future, and the trouble he encounters will surely grow as well. There is even no shortage of people who want to take control of his. That's why getting stronger on your own is really strong. It is natural to need to prepare well for these troubles that may come with illness. Just like cultivation, naturally you need to use the best resources. Otherwise, he could have just gone to a pet shelter and absorbed pet diseases. But what you get is almost always transgenic diseases that can't be delivered. The strength of the body after consummation is also greatly affected. This was what the system had reminded him of in the first place, but at that time, he didn't care much about that because he was seeking revenge. Chapter 65, A Gathering of Rich People. At 7 o'clock in the morning, a limousine pulled up right on time in front of the Sending Disease Medical Center, simply because the opening hours on Song 6 business card are 7 to 12. Immediately afterward, a rich white man in a trench coat gets out of the limo, and he's the only one. Mr. Sung Sik, we met just last night at General Mike's party. Seeing Song Sickness, the rich white man shook hands warmly. Of course, I naturally won't forget. Song Sickness also laughed. In fact, he forgot. How could he remember so much from last night with so many high-ranking and rich people? At the same time, The system voice went off the moment they touched each other. Ding, disease body detected. Disease body, human. Diseases, overindulgence, kidney deficiency, deathly terrors, early Thanksgiving, erectile dysfunction. Diseases, infertility, incompetence, song sickness, half numb, or laughing. You're treating that aspect, aren't you? The rich white man's body trembled with more excitement. You saw it right here? Your medical skills are truly magical. Come with me. But this is a serious case you have. And the price might be a bit high to cure it all. Song sickness turned to lead the way. As long as you cure me, any amount of money is fine. The rich white man hurriedly stated excitedly. His brother, in Western medicine, has been sentenced to death. What's money if song sickness can bring him back? Lie down and take your pants off. Song sick put on his mask and gloves. Haruka Takeshun followed suit. He is equally knowledgeable about this aspect. But for now, he just wanted to learn and observe. And so, in anticipation of Harukawa Takemi, song sickness shows him a wave of spaced-out needles. The light and soft silver needle became extraordinarily powerful in Song Sick's hands, shooting out with ease. Point and shoot. Song Sick then took out his cell phone and played the treasured video for the rich white man. The results were quick and immediate. Harukawa Takejun is greatly shocked and has even more respect for song sickness. Oh baiga, oh baiga. Of course, the happiest of all was naturally Rich, who looked between his legs in disbelief. Shook all those silver needles away with ease. Song sickness asked Harukawa Takejun to prescribe a few pairs of kidney-nourishing herbs for each other. The tycoon also willingly paid $20 million in profit. A big thank you hug to Song sickness. Then he ran out of the medical center as if he had been given a new lease of life, and drove off in his limousine to get tested. Coincidentally, at that moment, a wealthy couple arrives pushing their own son who is completely paralyzed. Divine Dr. Song. My son William was paralyzed after extreme sports 5 years ago. I sincerely hope that you will perform another miracle, or else I will really have to send him to God. The old rich man pleaded with song sickness. Then let me talk to God. If he doesn't agree, I'll beat him into agreeing. Song sickness jokingly placated. With that, he signaled Harukawa Takejun to push William into the solo consultation room. This time, song sickness massaged a little longer, mainly because he wanted to help the other party to soothe the stiff muscles and blood vessels. And with the passage of time, more and more rich people came to see the doctor. Luxury cars gradually blocked the entire street. This amazing scene naturally attracted many people to gather around. An hour later, the fully paralyzed William was slowly walked out supported by Song Sickness and Haruka Takeshun. Oh by karma! Dr. Song, you beat God. You're God's father. Mr. and Mrs. Rich almost jumped out of their skin, rushed up with tears in their eyes and hugged their son. If not for that party last night, today would have been the day they euthanized William. The old tycoon transferred $100 million to Song Sickness on the spot. The family walked out of the medical center happy. This instantly gave the rich and powerful who were still a little apprehensive and worried a little more hope. Next, Song Sickness cured a blind noblewoman, diplopia, a pair of infants, hairy and prematurely aged, of a high-ranking official of the land of Li, a rich man's father, suffering from cerebral thrombosis. The counting function doesn't work for the rich. Ding successfully absorbed heavy pupil syndrome, merit +1. Ding successfully absorbed progeria, merit +1. Ding successfully absorbed man-wolf syndrome, merit +1. Ding successfully absorbed Big Bird syndrome, merit +1. Ding the World Bank has arrived. 40 million lichin. Ding the World Bank has arrived. 80 million lichin. Ding the World Bank has arrived with 100 million lichin. After a busy morning, a total of 18 rich people came to the door to seek medical treatment. Song disease directly when numb. The diseases absorbed are almost always rare and terminal. Like what kind of progeria? Cerebral palsy. Whoever dares to mess with him in the future will directly transform into a progeria palm and a cerebral palsy palm. If he wasn't terminally ill, these rich people wouldn't have come to him. Of course, what made Song Sick the most speechless was that almost 1/3 of the 18 tycoons were there because of that problem, and almost all of them are cleanly overindulged. As for the money aspect, there is basically no bargaining. There's even more to give, only to be acquainted with Song Sickness. Juk Jun, I won't be opening in the afternoon. So if anyone comes to see me again, tell them the time I'll be practicing medicine. Song Sick said as he sterilized his hands with alcohol. I've touched so many carvings today that I'm getting pinholes in my hands. Okay, master. Don't worry about it. I'll take care of it, Haruka Takanoshi respectfully assured. Each of Song Sick's medical practices today was like a nuclear bomb that kept blowing open the door to his new world. The exquisite techniques, the unique and personalized ancestral medical skills, the calm and composed demeanor, hardly let him read at all. This made him truly realize the gap between himself and song disease. The admiration for song disease has long been as continuous as a mighty river. It is also like the flooding of the Yellow River, which is out of control. Aha! Song Sickness nodded, satisfied with this newly acquired disciple. With that, he got into the black shine limousine that Mike had given him. When the cell phone rang again, Song Sickness didn't even look at it and just turned it off. Drove straight to SJO International University. Needless to say, these calls were from certain high-ranking and wealthy people. There have been no less than 100. The purpose was also simple, to invite Song Sickness to go and see them in person. In this regard, it was natural for Song Sickness to be preceded by those rich men who came to the door in person first. Returning to the school, Song Sik parked his car and walked in the direction of the academy. I have to say that foreigners seem to be much more enthusiastic about sports than at home. Everywhere you look between the playing fields, there are students playing sports and running around. Couples can even be seen playing poker in the trees. A variety of explosive athletic performances. Inside a basketball court, Carl and the others, who were the varsity basketball captains, were playing basketball. Tall body, with a variety of cool moves, fascinated a crowd of girls. Lucy, who was her girlfriend, naturally acts as a cheerleader with her best friend, wearing a short skirt and constantly cheering Carl on. Carl a handsome dunk, instantly letting the enthusiastic chants ring through the stadium. Carl, who was enjoying the stars, saw Song Sik, who was passing by not far away. His eyes were slightly sardonic as he thought of a chance to get back at Song Sickness. Spinning around, he darted for the ball, flung it with all his might, and just smacked it towards Song Sickness. The basketball sliced through the air, whistling with precision and great force. The improvement in his physique allowed Song Sickness to naturally improve his perception of danger. In the face of a flying smack of a basketball, react instantly and squeeze it with one hand. Song Sickness looked toward the basketball court in confusion. Hi, Song Sik, come for a game? Carl came to the side of the court and smiled an invitation. Come on, Yellow, let's see your balls. A few of the remaining men who knew Song Sik whistled, equally interested in abusing the little Yellow. Oh, Lucy, isn't that your family's personal physician? Invite him to come along. He wouldn't just be a doctor, would he? A few of the blondes beside Lucy were up in arms as well. Lucy's beautiful eyes flashed as she wondered if it could have been the guy in front of her looking at her last night that made her father say those things to her even more. Damn you guys. I'll make sure you suffer today. Thinking of this, wearing a short skirt, Lucy crossed her arms, also with a wry look on her eyes rushed to Song Sickness and seduced. Mr. Song Sickness, come and play a game. Hit one of the pitches. I may be able to promise to go on a date with you. Oh ho. When these words came out, the entire room instantly boiled over, constantly looking towards Song Sickness to rise up. Of course, there's no way they're going to let Song Sickness pitch in. Even the frame won't let Song Sickness touch it. And in the face of these people's uproarious mockery, Song Sickness didn't pay any attention to it and turned around to leave. Somehow, in the present, it seemed to him, this group is like a bunch of kids. Boring as hell. Chapter 66, Tang Street Clinic, 3 shifts. Che, Yellow Pussy, go home to bed. The basketball court booed and jeered. They didn't notice that the basketball was still being cupped in one hand by Song Sickness. Just seeing Song Sik's fingers slightly hard, the basketball should break. Then without looking back, he flung himself backhanded toward the basketball court. Carl sneered and tried to catch the ball, only to find the flattened basketball tracing a long parabola high in the air, straight across him and toward the far side of the rim. No. Carl's heart stuttered as he chased after the basketball. However, looking at the perfect parabola, a hint of bad feeling could not help but rise in his heart. Bang! The basketball vacuumed into the net. And even more so, it was a precise cap on Carl's head. All mocking voices came to a screeching halt. The scene fell silent, only the back of Song Sickness leaving alone. Oh by God, how did he do that? A blonde girl exclaimed. Everyone looked at me and I looked at you with disbelief, because Song Sickness shot the ball from a position that was almost 80 meters or more away from the basket. Or a backhanded pitch? How did this happen? The people who came back to their senses hurriedly looked in the direction Song Sickness had left, but Song Sickness was long gone. Lucy's little mouth dropped open slightly as she looked back at her capped boyfriend. Song Sickness arrived at the Chinese medicine teaching building, and just as he entered the classroom, Haruka Wanel, who was wearing a JK uniform, couldn't wait to come up. Excitedly, he said, Song Sickness, I have good news for you. Professor Hua Sigua has agreed to be your instructor. He's happy to know that you're from Manhwa and wants to invite you to join us for a clinic on Chinatown. At those words, Song Sickness was quite surprised, but having taken a class from this old man in Gua, Song Disease was still sincerely impressed. The other party's medical skills were definitely not below those of Haruka Watakimi. So after class, Song Sickness followed Haruka Nell to the meeting place and met the waiting Washiku. Good day, sensei. Haruka Wanel respectfully bowed to Washiku, Hua Sigua nodded. His old eyes then fell kindly on Song Sickness. Ha ha ha. You are Song Sickness? Yes, Professor Hua. Song Sickness smiled politely. Just call me teacher like Nair from now on. It's rare to meet a student from the motherland. Hua Sigua smiled in relief. With that, the three of them got in the car and headed for Chinatown, Tang Street, where the people of Angkor live in groups. It is inhabited almost exclusively by Manhwa people. Professor Hua is here. Washiku's car had just pulled into Chinatown when he heard someone yelling. Many of the Angwilians came out of their doors to greet them. Hua Sigua then took Song Sickness and Harukawa Nair and began to familiarize themselves with going into different people's homes for medical consultations. Almost all of these people are elderly, or from poor families. Everyone has the same extraordinarily high respect for the Huasi state. And Washiku was carefully explaining to Song Sickness and Harukawa Nell all through the healing process. This is a hands-on class. The teacher comes to Chinatown almost once a month to give his compatriots a free clinic, and he doesn't charge for each clinic. Haruka Nell whispered in Song Six's ear, her beautiful eyes filled with respect for this old man. Song Disease's heart was slightly complicated, but soon it was quiet again. When the world is broken, there is always someone to mend it. These people are certainly worthy of the phrase Mr. Righteousness. As he traveled all the way to the corner, he saw a long, fat Anhwa man punching and kicking a beggar. Ba die far away. You filthy dog. No, brother Cohen. You have a good heart. You are the one who let me come to work for you. And now that I am paralyzed from the waist down, even if you don't pay for the damages, give me back my wages. You're a ing invalid. What more do you want in wages? Hurry up and spread your hands, or I'll kill you, said Ma Cohen. Lifted his foot and stepped on the beggar ferociously, without any care. Stop. What are you doing? We're all compatriots. How can you be so cruel? Faced with this scene, how could Hua Sigua endure it and rushed forward to stop it? Professor Hua, you're mistaken. It's this dog that soiled my shoes. Seeing that it was Hua Sigua, Ma Cohen immediately explained with a smile. No, you compensate me for my hard-earned money. You compensate me for my hard-earned money. The beggar broke down and cried. How much do you owe him? Hurry up and make it up to him. We are all compatriots. We should help each other out there. How can you do that? Professor Washiku said kindly. The surrounding onlookers also condemned Ma Cohen. Asterisk 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 you. Give you some sunshine and you want to shine? I'll have money, but I won't give it to a dog. Not to a cripple like you. If you don't let go, I'll beat you until you do. Stinking cripple. Who knows? Ma Cohen was instantly enraged. Once again on the beggar beat up. What are you doing? Asterisk 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 off. Hua Sigua rushed forward to try to stop it, but he was kicked away by the strong Ma Cohen, his old body backing up. Teacher, Haruka Nell rushed forward to assist, which prevented the tragedy. Song Sickness' eyes flashed with coldness as he stepped forward. Kid, I'm warning you, you better mind your own business or I'll make you walk out of this street lying down. Seeing that Song Sickness was tall, Ma Cohen immediately threatened. However, Song Sickness didn't say anything more, squatted down and patted the beggar, advising, let go, otherwise he will beat you to death. Ding successfully absorbed lower body paralysis. Merit +1. Oh, God has no eyes. Why do you let such evil people live how they live in style? I've done all this good work and I'm reduced to this? The beggar let out a loud cry and complained about the injustice of the heavens. But under Song Sickness' touch, he also loosened his hold on Ma Cohen in despair. Asterisk 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 you. Dare to curse me? Go to hell. Seeing the foot liberated, Ma Cohen's gaze was malicious, and the foot took the opportunity to kick at the beggar's face. The force of this kick was tremendous, obviously towards taking the beggar's life. However, Song Sickness grabbed him and made it difficult to advance any further. Song Disease's gaze suddenly chilled as he looked at Ma Cohen. Ding successfully delivered lower body paralysis. Merit -1. Song Disease's cold and calm eyes were like the pupils of the god of death, causing Ma Cohen to stifle a cold shiver. However, seeing that his sneak attack did not work, he still gave a cold snort of displeasure, patted the dust on his body, and left indignantly. What is your name? Song Sickness asked, looking at the beggar. The beggar, who was crying in pain, obviously froze, but still said, Zhang Hua. Dry your eyes and behave in the future. Song Sickness got up and didn't say anything more. To be honest, he didn't really like meddling in these matters, purely because he didn't like looking at that Ma Cohen. No delivery is fast. Hey Zhang Hua, I'll give you some traveling expenses. Go home. Hua Sigua came along at this time and handed Zhang Hua a wad of money with a sigh. He had treated Zhang Hua many times, but Zhang Hua's injuries were so severe that there was really nothing he could do. No, Professor Hua, I can't ask for your money anymore. Ma Cohen is right. A cripple like me really shouldn't live in this world. Zhang Hua didn't take the money from Hua Sigua and climbed towards the far side opposite to Ma Cohen. There was no more longing for the world in his eyes. I'm incompetent now. Hua Sigwa burst into old tears. Teacher, maybe he'll get a new life. Song Sickness smiled reassuringly. Hey, go back. Hua Sigwa seemed to have aged a few dozen years, took the two back the way they came. The onlookers also left unhappily, and shortly after Zhang Hua climbed out, he inexplicably felt his lower body. He froze for a moment and tried to stand. I'm better? Zhang Hua looked at himself incredulously as he stood up. Meanwhile, the other direction. Ma Koan had wanted to go and give vent to his animalistic desires. Already spent $3,000 and ordered a big white girl. The result was just whistling, full of fantasies, and legs starting to go weak. A stagger and a dog dash asterisk smash on the ground. His incisors flying off. Ega, why am I weak in the legs? What's wrong with me? Why did I get weak in the knees just thinking about a girl? Reacting. Ma Koan was filled with fear and wanted to struggle to stand up, but was unable to do so. 3 shifts. Thanks for the gifts brothers /o /. Chapter 67 Hua Sigwa presents medical books. On the way back, Hua Sigwa's mood remained depressed. Already anticipating the tragic scene of Zhang Hua starving to death on the streets, Harukawa Nell assisted, her small face distressed. Only Song Sickness had a cozy face. The 3 came to the street parking place and were about to get into their car. A familiar but miserable figure suddenly came from a nearby alleyway and was pleading for help. Help! Who will help me? Who's a good person to help me? A good person's life is safe now. Cough cough. Ma Koan miserably climbed out of the alley. He screamed all the way to half a day. Just no one to rescue. Hardly passing a few of his compatriots. He tried to hold on for help, only to be rewarded with kicks and curses from these brutes. Someone even took the opportunity to rob him of his cell phone money. He really didn't think that this society could be so cold and desperate. In Ma Koan's most desperate and helpless time, he saw Song's sick 3 people, cold heart instantly filled with hope, hurriedly crawling this way. Oh, Professor Hua, save me, my legs are suddenly senseless, heal me. Aside from Song's sickness, Hua Sigwa and Harukawa Nair were taken aback when they saw Ma Koan, who had suddenly become such a mess, because the latter, compared to the human-like dog just now, was at this moment already bruised and swollen, and his clothes were tattered. It was simply no better than Zhang Hua just now. Out of a healer's instinct, Hua Sigwa subconsciously lifted up the medicine box and went to help. However, Song Sickness raised his hand to stop him and said, Teacher, this kind of evil person does not deserve sympathy. They will only pollute this society. By saving him, you are not doing good, but harming others. Harukawa Nell also grabbed one of Hua Sigwa's arms and glared at Ma Koan in exasperation. That's it. Hua Sigwa froze, thinking of Ma Koan's ferocious and violent appearance just now, and his forward steps stopped. Go! With a clench of his teeth, Hua Sigwa backhandedly pulled on Song Sickness and Haruka Nell and got into the car. And originally, when he saw Hua Sigwa walking towards him, Ma Koan was originally relieved and even stopped, changed to a comfortable position, waiting for Washiku himself to come up and heal himself. As it turned out, before they could blink, the 3 were already in the car. Ma Koan's face changed greatly, and his hands climbed up sharply at once, crawling and crying, Don't go, Professor Hua, we're compatriots. We should help each other. You can't leave me behind. Whoa whoa. However, Ma Koan's cries had long been muffled by the sound of the car starting. As he managed to climb to the rear of the car, he was greeted by a plume of black smoke from the exhaust. The car was gone in a puff of smoke. What a ing animal. Bastard. Washiku. You 3 beasts. You even discarded your compatriots. You shall not die. When I get better, I'm going to make you all look good. Behind the car, the sound of Ma Koan's furious curses rang out. Back to school. Huashikuni drove all the way to his place. Stick around and leave Song Sick and Harukawa Nell for dinner. Take the stop elevator to the 6th floor. The door was opened by an equally gray-haired but hardly bookish grandmother. She must have been a well-read beauty in her youth. Back. Seeing Huashigua, the grandmother immediately showed a happy smile. The 2 old men hugged each other respectfully. Nell, you know, this is my newest student, called Song Sick. We are the children of Manhwa. After Hua Sigwa introduced himself to the grandmother, he then looked at Song Sickness and smiled. This is my old partner, Wang Fonghua. Good day, senior mother. Song Sickness politely saluted. Hey, come in, the food is ready. Wang Fonghua smiled as she held the hands of Song Sickness and Harukawa Nell and warmly welcomed them closer to the house. Hearing that Song Sickness was from Manhwa was more than a little surprising. The room was very cozy and clean. A table of Chinese food, but also let Song Disease, who had eaten Western food for several days, eat out the flavor of home. After eating, Harukawa Nell skillfully cleaned up in the kitchen with Wang Fonghua. On the sofa, Song Sickness contemplated for a moment, but still asked, Teacher, Shenyang's body doesn't look very good, does it? From the first moment he met Wang Fanghua, Song's sickness could see the disease in the other party, terminal brain cancer. Such a terminal illness should have been lying in a hospital bed waiting to die at this moment, but Wang Fanghua acted as if nothing had happened. Hua Sigua froze, then nodded with a sigh. It's terminal brain cancer. So, when you came to teach in Ligua, it was also for the sake of Shenyang? Song's sickness's heart moved slightly. Well, it was already mid-stage when I found out about her condition. It was beyond my medical skills and could only be renewed through an acupuncture method with an extremely expensive herbal formula. At that time I was working in a people-friendly hospital because I was unwilling to overprescribe medication to patients in good conscience. So the paycheck bonuses that come in are just a few thousand, which won't support the money for her medication. At this point, Hua Sigua's voice had choked, and it was difficult to say the words that followed. At this time, Wang Fanghua just happened to walk out from the kitchen and said for him, in order to renew my life, your teacher was willing to carry the world's scorn and brought me away from my hometown to Ligua, and had no choice but to choose this job as a professor with $1 million a year. I'm the one who did him in. He should have used that skill to save more of his fellow man. Old woman, what are you talking about? For your sake, what's this bit of cursing? Hua Sigua stepped forward and held Wang Fenghua's hand with care, saying with a smile, old man, you have renewed my life for 34 years, and now my life is coming to an end. After I die, it's time for you to go back. Wang Fanghua said with reddened eyes, a husband and wife for one day. She knew that during all these years in a foreign land, Hua Shigua had always been nostalgic for her roots. Therefore, he renamed himself Sakoku. Hua Sigua didn't say anything more and assisted Wang Fenghua's bedroom to rest. When he came out again, he had 2 more books in his hands. Teacher, if the medicine money isn't enough, I can give you more. Haruka Nell came out of the kitchen at that moment as well. Sadly, the money she sold to Song 6 Chinese Medicine Center in the first place was to buy medicine for Hua Sigua. Wang Fenghua's condition worsened, and the number of medications she needed to take increased. No need. You've already done a lot for your teacher. Hua Sigua smiled gratefully and, handing the 2 books in his hands to Haruka Nell and Song Sickness respectively. Then he said, this is my Hua family's ancestral knowledge of Chinese medicine, and I have written in it all that I can remember. And there are also many defects. As for how much you can comprehend, it's up to you too. Song 6's face changed slightly and he quickly refused. This is too expensive. I can't accept it. Even though he was now a student of Washiku, the two had only met twice. I gave you this book because you are a child of Manhwa. I hope that you will return home after your studies and fulfill this long-cherished wish for me. Washiku paused and lowered his voice. Also, I have an unfavorable request. You tell me. Song's sickness had guessed. When she's gone, I'll go with her. And I'd like you to take our ashes with you when you return home so we can return to our roots. Hua Sigua looked at Song's sickness and said with incomparable determination. Good, but I'm sure you'll grow old together. Song's sickness laughed. As he left with Haruka Nell, Song's sickness went to say goodbye to Wang Fanghua. Ding! Successfully absorbed terminal brain tumor. Merit +1. Chapter 68, Being a Veterinarian Tonight. Master, daughter, here. Just as Song's sickness and Harukawa Nair arrived downstairs, the long-awaited Harukawa Takanoshi immediately ran out of the car and hurriedly called out to the 2 of them. Father, Harukawa Nell's features blossomed as she trotted over with her inner 8. I'm fine. You didn't have to make a special trip to see me. No, I'm here to pick up Master and stop by to see you. Haruka Takeshan laughed. When he saw that Song's sickness was actually with his daughter, he couldn't be happier. There's drama, definitely in play. Song's sickness? I don't think he asked the other guy to pick him up, did he? Harukawa Nair's beautiful eyes widened in incredulity. Father, the master you worship is Song sick? She suddenly thought of that night when Harukawa Takeshan had kept on latching onto her about Song's illness. Today, they even kept asking her about the whereabouts of Song's sickness. Of course, why don't you call Master Gong? Haruka Takeshan immediately threatened as his father. Song's sickness? Harukawa Nell, #. She felt like going crazy. Her father was the most famous herbalist in the Sakura country. How come you're worshipping Song sick? And you want her to call Song sick master? Was she drunk? Or was Harukawa Takahito drunk? Oh, that's right. You young people are different. So from now on we'll call each other father and daughter. Haruka take ******* Ashi also suddenly felt out of place. To add this name to the list, there will be no opportunity in the future. Okay, let's go back. The corners of Song 6's mouth twitched slightly, interrupting the two's increasingly outrageous conversation. Master, let Nell come with us tonight. With your great display of power today, there will surely be a lot of rich patients coming here tomorrow. I'm sure I won't be able to keep myself busy by myself by then, and it just so happens that Nell studied Chinese medicine as well. Let us father and daughter assist you together. Harukawa Takemi pleaded in a clear and organized manner. Naturally, he wanted Harukawa Nell to follow suit and steal the lessons. His daughter's talent in Chinese medicine is no less than his. He couldn't learn, but he believed that Harukawa Nell should be able to learn a little. Song Sickness took one listen. It's the tycoons coming in tomorrow are sure to be closer together and really need help. So they agreed to Harukawa Takemi's very good suggestion. The three of them drove together to the Sentinel Hospital. Early the next morning, not surprisingly, there were already luxury cars parked outside the store before it even opened. Several tycoons were already waiting in line. They clearly see that the electronic sign is limited to 20 people. The morning was certainly a busy one. Luckily, Qingxuan's father and daughter were from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners and had practiced medicine for generations, so they were very experienced in this area. After distributing the 20 numbered bamboo tags to the rich and high officials in order, they were invited into the medical center to sip tea and wait. Nell Harukawa is in charge of calling the numbers. Those whose numbers were called were admitted one by one to the solo clinic, accepting all sorts of fancy advanced snubs from Song Sickness. Touché. Harukawa Takejun, who had seen it all before, was fairly calm in the face of Song Six's various astonishing medical skills, but Harukawa Nell wasn't fazed. From the initial puzzlement to the shock, facing Song disease easily cured a terminally ill tycoon. Her little mouth opened wider and wider as she ate Song Six's surprise over and over again. At this moment, she finally understood her father's behavior. This morning, Song Sickness touched all of the required 20 slots. Not only did you reap the rewards of several rare and terminal diseases, but you made $1.54 billion in profit. And Song disease magical medical skills, but also one of the rich and powerful senior officials of the Li State Straight Call, hold grass. The name of Dr. Song had even resounded throughout the upper class of the entire country of Li within these 2 short days. From Manhwa came a miracle doctor. Not only did it cure General Mike's leg, which had been paralyzed for years, it is more than capable of treating countless difficult cases. There's only a disease you can't have. There's no disease that Dr. Song can't cure. God, he must have been sent by Jesus to save the kingdom of Li. Sick or not, his techniques are just so evocative. The rich and high-ranking officials who had enjoyed Song Sickness' touch had already blown Song Sickness out of the water. After returning from school in the evening, between Haruka's father and daughter's help today, Song Sickness naturally and generously treats the two to a Japanese food rub. Inside the medical center, at the Japanese-style dinner table, Harukawa Nair blinked her big black eyes and kept curiously surveying Song Sickness. There was a lot more adoration in the beautiful eyes. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, Song Sickness, why do you still go to school when you have such great medical skills? Naturally, I need diplomas. This is the entrance ticket, laughed Song Sickness. Oh, Harukawa Nell nodded her head as if she understood. But today, like her father, she had long ago been bowled over by Song Sickness. Also like the Yellow River flooding. Such a genius doctor. How nice it would be if he was from the Sakura country. Too bad it's Angua's. Nair, my master's ancestral Chinese medicine techniques are not something that ordinary people can understand. And it's normal that you can't understand them. Even for my father up to now, I only know a little bit about it. You will be classmates with my master in the future, so the two of you will have more in-depth conversations. Haruka Takeshun, who was on the side, reminded with a smile. Song Sickness looked at Haruka Takeshun with a strange expression on his face. Every time he heals he doesn't know what he's doing. This guy can actually understand a little bit of what's going on. All I can say is, awesome. It's father. Harukawa Nell instantly came to be passionate as well. Turning to Song Sickness and bowing, Master Gong, please teach me more. Ahem, choked Song Sickness and coughed. Suddenly it feels like there's an overlay. A quick glance at the time. It should be getting there soon too, because tonight was the promised day to give Candy a touch. Both Mike and Brahmansi sent messages saying that they would send troops to pick him up in person. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, countless stones and bricks came crashing through the window. It came in with a couple of strong bright lights shining through. Careful. Sung Six's face changed slightly, and he hastily pounced on Haruka Nell whose back was against the window. The sudden and violent sneak attack caught all three off guard. Oh-hoo! Meanwhile, outside on the street, a dozen black men on motorcycles suddenly drove up, surrounding the sending medical center with lights. Without saying a word, they went on a frenzy of throwing heavy weapons to destroy them. One black man even kept on cheering. The people around him were scared and fled. Hey, yellow bastard, get your ass out here. Yellow monkey, if you don't come out, I'll fireproof and burn your doghouse. Inside the medical center, Song Six's eyes were cold. You guys stay and don't come out. Master, don't be impulsive. These people are from the Black Skin Gang in the Black District. Savage and violent. Usually like to discriminate and bully Asians the most. I've called the police and they'll be here soon. Haruka take asterisk 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 Ashi hurriedly advised. However, Song-sik had already walked out long ago, as the yes were aiming for more than just bullying. Accompanied by Song-sickness walking out, Jace and Kant, who were lying on the stretcher, immediately agitated. His eyes were filled with murderous intent towards Song-sickness. Ned, the leader's deputy gang leader, also stared at Song-sickness with a ferocious glint in his eyes and said with a cruel smile, "Kid, did you beat up the two of them?" "Sort of," Song-sickness replied indifferently, while taking out his white coat and putting it on unhurriedly. Seeing that Song-sickness had the audacity to admit it openly, Ned froze first, then toyed with the knife in his hand and asked, "What are you going to do then?" "Do it together. A table for 10 is just right." The corners of Song-sik's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a deathly smile. To this day in Lai Li Gua, the world only knows him as a divine doctor. Without realizing it, he also has a veterinarian's identity. The Shriners have been doing this for too long. It's time to be a vet tonight. Chapter 69 Veterinarian Song practiced medicine and made great merits. What? People from the Black Skin Gang are vandalizing Dr. Song's medical center? Oh, man, are these guys crazy? Immediately mobilize all troops, tanks, and fighter planes in N City, go there fully armed. Tonight, if Divine Dr. Song suffers even the slightest harm, I'll make the entire Black Skin Gang vanish into thin air. Mike, who was enjoying his dinner, heard the shocking news and instantly jumped up in shock and anger, giving military orders. "Yes, General Mike," the caller ordered. At night, in front of the hospital for sending the sick, Song put on his mask and gloves and moved his wrists, calmly walking towards a group of big old black men. The evening breeze came and blew the white coat on Song-sik. It's really like starting surgery. Playing God. Is this guy scared out of his mind? I really don't get it. How did he beat Kant? The dozen or so Black Skin Gang members were amused by Song-sik's behavior. More than anything, he looked at Kant and Jace in disbelief. They're used to flirting with skinny Asians, completely unaware of the seriousness of the situation. Hey, come over here and be my little yellow dog. One of them, a big black man over 2 meters, walked out with a cruel smile on his face. The lanky, burly figure was like a brute. The moment he stood out he covered Song-sickness. He is a heavyweight boxer with only one loss so far. Intrigued by the fact that such a skinny Asian in front of him was able to cripple Kant, Dae-jang, hurry up and fix it, bring it back to the gang and play again. Don't wait for the police to come. Ned, the deputy gang leader, reminded with a smile. Okay. The big black man turned around and smiled, then gave an okay. And at that moment, Song-sickness had already shot explosively. The figure was like the wind, incredibly fast. Bang! Ka-ching! The big black man, who was a boxer, smelled a hint of danger before he could turn around. However, a wind-breaking fist had already blasted him in the head. It made his head spin back completely. Ka-ching! Just at the moment when he was in a state of confusion, heart-rending sharp pains came from his limbs. Song-sik's technique was as fast as a stump, twisting the black man's limbs into twists and knots. Then a flying kick. The black big man's sternum dented. Several 100 pounds of lanky figure flew out on the spot. The entire healing process took no more than 10 seconds. Before the crowd of dark-skinned people could react, the big black man had already smashed into them. Oh by God! Their faces changed and they couldn't laugh anymore. Boom! Like a bowling ball, the big black man smashed several of the dark-skinned gangsters away, spilling blinding light all over the place. Fark! Go on! Waste him! Ned's face went black and he yelled. Several people rushed to pick up the light and shine it. Song-sickness had long since disappeared like a ghost. The crowd's hearts stuttered. Ah! In the next second, a miserable scream, accompanied by the sound of flesh and bone separating, rang in his ears, hurriedly irradiating away. A member of the Black Skin Gang had already collapsed on the ground. Ah! Followed by a second. Third. One is worse than the other. A chill instantly surged from the soles of their feet to everyone's hearts. No. The devil. It's the devil. Before the battle, a dozen or so Black Skin Gang members had already been scared to death and were in disarray. Just want to run away, only to be greeted with free treatment from Veterinarian Song. Under the flashing neon lights, only a figure in a white coat was constantly busy. A violent medicine is in full swing. Fark! Get the hell out of here! Vice Gang leader Ned's eyes were scarlet as he drew the pistol at his waist and fired wildly, directly killing several of his men by mistake. The next second, his pistol inexplicably disappeared from his hand. When he looked again, only the muzzle of the gun was left against his head. It's your turn. Let me perform an operation on you. Song-sickness smiled with nuclear goodness on his face. Under the light, Ned saw Song-sik's face, and his face instantly paled, as if he had seen the smile of death. He fell to his knees and raised his hands to beg for mercy. No, little no. This is a society of law and order. You can't kill me. The police are coming. At this moment, how he wished the police would hurry up and come. Aha! Kill me. Kill me. The last of the lights were smashed out by Ned's body, and the darkness echoed with the sound of his desperate pleas for mercy. In just a few minutes, all of the dozen or so that came arrogantly received treatment from veterinarian Song. And in the midst of this healing, Song sickness's merits are rising in a miserly fashion, so to speak. Rumble, buzzing, drip drip drip. Meanwhile, over Times Square, surrounded by streets, a large number of armed police FBLs arrived like a swarm of peaks, heavily armed, helicopters, tanks, thousands of soldiers, instantly blocking the entire street. Go, protect Divine Dr. Song, and shoot down anyone from the Black Skin Gang. Mayor John, who was leading the group, ordered grimly. The blinding light instantly illuminated the entire street, and when they looked at the bloody and tragic scene on the street, all the soldiers' faces changed drastically, like seeing a ghost, because as far as their eyes could see, they didn't see any images of Song's sickness being bullied. All there was one Blackskin gang member lying down screaming in agony. Some were skinned and twisted into twists, one is worse than the other, almost all crippled, hanging on by their last breaths, literally as good as dead. On top of that, there was a set of blood-stained white coats in the gutter. Carry them all away. Suppressing the shock in his heart, John ordered grimly and rushed into the medical center with several soldiers in a hurry. At this time, Song's sickness also happened to wash his hands and come out like it was nothing. Mr. Song, it's great that you're okay. It was my failure to protect you. John breathed a long sigh of relief when he saw that Song's sickness was okay. When he came here, General Mack called and warned him personally if anything happened to Song's sickness. He's done as mayor. No, you guys came just in time. Otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Song's sickness laughed. Thank you Mr. Song for your understanding. I promise this will never happen a second time. Thinking that Song's sickness was looking out for himself, John couldn't help but feel grateful. Just then, a white man in a colonel's uniform walked in. Seeing that Song's sickness was fine, he breathed an equally long sigh of relief. Divine Dr. Song, my name is Jerome, and I'm in charge of coming to escort you to Princess Candy this time. The uniformed man stated his identity. Wait for me to get something. Song's sickness went up to the second floor. The father and daughter of Haruka alone looked at the scene in front of them, still in shock. They still don't understand not knowing what happened. Just know that after Song's sickness went out, there were countless heart-rending screams. Once the screaming stopped, Song's sick returned to the medical center unharmed. Then, countless war police surrounded the place. At this time, Song's sick happened to come downstairs, already wearing a brand new set of white coat. Handsome and handsome. Juk Jun, clean up the medical center. I'm going out for a consultation. Before leaving, Song's sickness smiled at the fuming Haruka Takejun. Yes, master, Haruka Bamboo Jun hurriedly said, and his eyes changed as he looked at Song's sickness. Father, those people just now, was he? Shhhhhhh. Harukawa Nair looked at Song's sick's back and tried to say something, but Harukawa Takeshun covered her small mouth. That's not a good thing to say. The master is innocent. They are victims. Chapter 70, Can I touch you for a longer time? Liberia Medical Association. Inside the high-class, wide-open council chambers, those who arrive here are almost all top Western medical specialists in their fields. More than that, it almost represents the top level of Western medicine in the world. However, at this moment, every Western medical expert in the field was looking ugly. Only because of the emergence of Song disease. I heard that Song's sickness is from Manhwa, but he's just a brat in his 20s, and he's practicing Manhwa's Chinese medicine. Chinese medicine? It's nothing but a foolish deception. Too unscientific. That's right, letting a brat of a Chinese medicine practitioner join our medical association in Ligwa, and to offer him a top-shelf deal of $100 million a year in Likin is ridiculous. Western medical experts in various fields are bickering. There is jealousy, discrimination, envy. Okay, all stop arguing. It's an official request. President Chris gagged the crowd with one sentence. Then majestically, of course, I will personally test it on behalf of the association. And if that Song disease is not worthy of the name, I have the right to reduce his annual salary. For Song's sickness to have the same treatment as himself, he was equally upset. President, I apply to go with you to invite Song's sickness. A white youth stood up and said, his name is Ali and he is the youngest and most talented member of the society. Less than a year after joining the organization, his annual salary once reached $10 million. It would have been his greatest pride. However, Song disease appeared, inside a royal hotel. Lucy, who couldn't eat enough, was a little upset. Carl blushed, but hugged her from behind and apologized. I'm sorry, Lucy, So, Song-sik was right in the first place? Lucy looked at the man who had lied so hard to forgive. That's exactly what I was going to tell you. That Song disease, he was able to cure me, Carl said with some excitement. Why do you say that? Lucy looked puzzled. Don't you know yet? That guy's reputation is now spreading in all the rich and powerful circles, capable of treating a wide range of difficult conditions. Carl shuddered and said, pulling out a World Bank card. Inside is 200 million leagues of gold. My grandfather sent me to hire that guy's clinic. At those words, Lucy's petite body trembled in disbelief. Does it take so much money to have him cured once? At first I didn't believe it either. What could that kid do to take so much money? But it's true, Carl said with unconcealed jealousy. 200 million leagues of gold. He was stunned when the family was going to take the money to hire Song's sickness. So in a hurry, he grabbed the task, and was confident that he could bring Song's sickness. And Lucy, the source of his confidence, as expected. Lucy grabbed the bank card and said forcefully, then just let Song-sik treat you and your grandfather. Why should we give him money? That's not good, is it? Carl's face was torn, but in his heart he was already happy. That was his plan. What's so bad about it? The guy is paid by my dad to be my family's personal doctor, and I'm his mistress. What happened to ordering him to heal you and your grandfather? Lucy took it for granted. If that's the case, then that's great. And when the time comes for this money, we'll split it in half, Carl immediately stated. The mind was already looking forward to the scene where Lucy ordered Song-sik to cure herself. We'll go to him tomorrow and let him treat you first, then we'll go to your house together to treat your grandfather, Lucy said proudly, while shoving the 200 million Leaking World Bank card into the black silk. Darling, you've been so good to me. Let me give you pleasure in another way first tonight. Carl badgered and propped up Lucy and fell back with a dumbfounded look on his face. On the other hand, Song-sik had followed Jerome onto the island. Through the chat, it is revealed that Jerome, who is a colonel, is Candy's brother. Meanwhile, such a brother, Candy had 9. 4 of them are high-ranking members of the royal family, and 5 of them are mega-wealthy men with huge fortunes in their hands. It was still the familiar sterilization process, and only after doing so did the two successfully enter the intelligent ecopod. Under the familiar tree in the distance, Candy was reading a book on the swing. Blue hair poured out like a waterfall. She wore a knee-length white dress, and a small geo hung with crystallized dew, like a princess in a fairy tale. Beautiful. But seeing the 10 deadly sins between her 2 hands instantly puts her in another mood. When Candy saw Song's sickness, she instantly smiled like a flower and immediately closed the book and ran. It seems to specialize in this and other Song diseases. Divine Dr. Song, you're finally here. Are we treating now? Candy came up, expectantly. Yes, let's go. Song's sickness laughed. I didn't realize how this woman couldn't wait. No, shouldn't we take a pulse first? Candy, however, cautioned with a frown. Song's sickness, ahem. Look at my memory. I should have looked at Princess Candy's recovery first. Song's sickness could only remedy the situation with a forced smile. Candy had already put her small, snow-white, delicate hand in front of Song's sickness. Or are they both stretched together? The corners of Song-sik's mouth twitched slightly, so he could only choose a random one to touch. Song's sickness had only wanted to pretend to touch it. As a result, Candy actually took advantage of Song-sik's touching process and carefully counter-touched Song-sik. It seemed to want to take advantage of the opportunity to absorb the warmth from Song's sickness. Song's sickness, is this a seduction? No, it should be that the other person has been alone for too long and needs warmth. Song's sickness quickly found the cause. Jerome on the sidelines had long been shocked. Of course, he didn't notice Candy's little gesture. He was shocked just that Song's sickness could touch her sister. At first, when he heard General Mike say it, he thought it was a fake. Today, when he saw it, he immediately honored Song's sickness a few points deeper. A miracle doctor. An absolute miracle doctor. Well, Princess Candy is recovering well. Let's proceed to the next session. Song's sickness drew back his itching hand. Okay, follow me. Candy's violet-colored eyes suddenly became more expectant, and she hurriedly led the way in front. Arriving in the familiar, cozy smelling room, Candy went barefoot and lay down on the bed in a very well-behaved manner. Spreading out his limbs, he looked at Song-sik with anticipation and curiously said, Divine Dr. Song, where do you want to touch today? The corners of Song-sik's mouth twitched slightly, and he corrected himself with a very necessary. Princess Candy, this is an ancestral Chinese healing technique, not touching. It's all the same, only this time can you touch it for longer? I love that feeling. Candy looked at Song-sik seriously, her violet-colored eyes full of pleading. Chutzpah is so pathetic that one can't help but feel a sense of guilt upon rejection. Song's sickness, then heal both hands tonight. I'll try to take as long as I can. Song's sickness smiled strongly. A simple little request like that from a healer. he was still able to meet it. Of course, it was mainly the 2 days that had been spent groping those rich and high-ranking officials with thick skin. He was really tired of touching it. It's still okay to touch this fine skin to ease the relief. So, Song Sickness touched it. The movement is gentle and the feel is superior. The moment she was touched by Song Sickness, Candy also closed her eyes to enjoy this long-coveted tenderness. She even deliberately bit her cherry lips and licked her own blood. Chapter 71 Treasure Pill Passed Down from Ancestry. Halfway through the massage, Song Sick took out a small special medicine bottle from the medicine box, poured out some milky white liquid and smeared it on his hands, rubbing it on Candy's small white hand. She flubbed it as she plugged it in. This is my ancestral essential oil that will moisturize your body and make you recover faster. What a marvelous feeling. Can I put more on? Candy's beautiful eyes swirled without skepticism. No, it's hard to refine this essential oil, and your body can't handle it if you rub too much on it. Song Sickness sternly refused. In fact, it's a massage lotion he made up haphazardly. Okay, Candy flashed her loss, but still closed her eyes and enjoyed the pleasure of the did. It wasn't until a few hours later that Song Sickness got up somewhat deflated. It makes your back hurt and your head spin. Unable to feel Song Sick's touch, Candy's eyebrows knitted slightly, opened her beautiful eyes, and smiled sweetly. You could have treated me for a little longer. I can take it. You can take it. I can't. The corners of Song Sick's mouth twitched slightly, and he was speechless in his heart. Despise this insatiable woman, you've pressed her for so long and you're still not satisfied? Of course, these words could only be said in one's heart. Song Disease still pretended to smile. Let's call it a day. Save the parts underneath your body for the next session. Come take some medicine. Song Sickness then took out a spherical sugar pill from the medicine chest. Candy was surely instantly attracted. She lived here all her life and ate special food. Occasionally going out in an isolation suit and seeing the food outside is only a luxury. So when she saw that Song Sickness could give her something else to eat, Candy didn't hesitate to open her cherry mouth. Song Sickness flexed his fingers and accurately shot into the other party's small mouth. Candy couldn't wait to chew on it. An unprecedented sweetness that instantly dispersed in the mouth and went straight to the taste buds. Any more? Candy sat up, her beautiful violet eyes glowing. This is my ancestral treasure medicine, and it takes 91 days to refine one, as well as thousands of expensive herbs. There's one left, so I'll just have to wait until the next time I come to touch you, and heal you before I give you one. Song Sickness flubbed it in a serious manner. The main thing is to let the other person know that healing is not easy. Let Van Vinci and Mike and others know that it was money well spent. Another time? Candy's little mouth puckered up, more than a hint of pity in her cuteness. Princess Candy, I'll leave first. Song Sickness didn't care about that and took the opportunity to bolt. When are you coming next? Candy pursued in a huff. 3 days later. After thinking for a moment, Song Sickness turned around and smiled, left the room, taking the door with him in the process. Candy plopped down in front of the window, swinging her little feet and propping up her chin, looking in the direction Song Sickness and Jerome were leaving. The corner of her mouth hooked up in a smile. Song Sickness, you're mine. On the way back to the car, Song Sick looked at Jerome and asked with a smile, Colonel Jerome, are there many gangs like the Black Skin Gang in N-City? There's a lot of them. N-City is a cosmopolitan city that houses people from all countries, and over time a number of regional gangs have formed. For example, the Black Skin Gang in the Black District, the Westgate in the Downtown District, among them. The Black Skin Gang is the most powerful, but with the officials around, these gangs would only dare to jump around in the dark. Jerome explains to Song Sick. Thinking that Song Sick is worried about retaliation from the Black Skin Gang, Jerome continued to reassure. Mr. Song, please don't worry. You are now the VIP of our Ligua. We'll never let this happen a second time. I naturally trust you guys. Song Sickness laughed. Then it went on to ask Jerome many questions about the Black Skin Gang in a chatty manner. But the truth is that Song Sickness believes only in himself. Presidents can be assassinated, let alone him. So, to avoid unknown trouble finding its way to your door, he decided to nip this trouble in the bud. Jerome dropped Song Sickness off at the place, but Song Sickness didn't return to the Sen Sickness Medical Center. Instead, he took advantage of the night and drove the Black Flare chariot toward the Black neighborhood. It was destined to be a busy night. His merit may also reach 999 on this night. Black neighborhoods. Inside a fishbowl bar, dazzling colored lights are everywhere, and all sorts of promiscuous behavior. Someone was gulping down a cloud of enjoyment. There were men and women playing poker. Women of all colors. Others are enjoying the sadistic thrill of the gory images. The darkness of the night is their playground. Inside a room on the topmost floor of the bar. Farking Squid, what did you say? Otto, the leader of the Black Skin Gang, rose up in shock and anger. His lanky figure covered in scars was hideous and terrifying. Especially the scar on his face was chilling. The two white girls beside him were scared and rolled aside. Otto, what happened to Ned and your dozen or so men is a warning to you that you are forbidden from setting foot in Times Square again in the future with your black skin gang. In particular, Mr. Sung Sik shall not be touched half again. Otherwise, the military will make the black skin gang cease to exist. The white police officer who came to warn him was unafraid, but he said in a cold voice, waste a dozen of my brothers for a ing yellow bastard? The scar on Otto's face trembled. Humph, that's General Mike's order. So be nice. The white cop finished with a sneer and turned to leave. He was confident that Otto wouldn't have the guts to make a move on him. However, in the next second, a dagger had been thrust into the back of his head. Go to hell! Otto came jumping in like a tiger, and pounced on the white policeman, slamming his fists down in a mess of blood and brains. What should I do, boss? Just say the word. Instead of being afraid, the few big blacks in the room shouted, since these damn FBLs are going to push us so hard, let the wave of blackness, once again, sweep through N City. Yeah, get those damn Asians out of N-Town once and for all. First catch that Manhwa man called Song Sik. I'll make him pay in blood, Otto said with bloodlust. Boss, the Queen of Westgate wants someone to come. At that moment, a junior brother broke into the room and reported, Jia, just in time. Then we'll start cleaning up from the west gate of Tang Street. Brothers, follow me to receive the guests. Otto laughed harshly, blood randomly wiping on the cop beneath him. Hee. I heard that this Queen of the Western Gate is a stunning woman, so I'm in for a treat tonight. Quite a few big black eyes showed the wildness of the beast and kept pace with Otto. Soon came the bar lobby. At the moment, hundreds of dark-skinned gangsters were surrounding several Asians. At the head of the group was an Asian woman in a trench coat and black boots. The woman was around 30 years old, with a cold temperament and a stunningly beautiful appearance. She was the head of the west gate of Down Street, Queen Siri. Facing the many wolf-like members of the black skin gang, the few men behind Siri showed fear. Only Siri looked calm and looked at the ferocious Otto. Otto, I've brought the money. Can I release those women of mine? It would have been possible, but unfortunately, you came at a bad time. Tonight, you will be the first shot fired by my black skin gang. Otto pervertedly caromed. You want to break faith? Siri's pretty face chilled slightly as she silently pressed the button on her button wrist. Are you expecting help? Unfortunately, they won't be coming. Otto caught a glimpse of Siri's little gesture, but wasn't surprised. His eyes swept wantonly over Siri's sexy figure. I heard that you're only interested in women. I wonder if so many of our brothers can break you straight. I'll roar. At that moment, countless large blacks pounced towards the 5 people of Siri as if they were wild beasts. Kill out. Siri's beautiful eyes were icy cold as she pulled out the dagger in her boots, and her body style was so powerful that she broke out to the outside. However, it was destined to be an unfair fight. Chapter 72 One Man Destroys a Gang. 999 merits. Late night, a young man in a white lab coat came alone to the base camp of the black skin gang. Stop. Who are you? Immediately 2 black men on guard came forward with guns and questioned them. See, Song disease is more yellow-faced surprised. Go and inform your boss, and tell him that a doctor named Song Sickness has come to treat him. Song Sickness raised his hands and smiled. A doctor's visit? The 2 black men frowned slightly. They do call doctors for their injuries, but I don't think they got the notice. Did they? The 2 men immediately went forward to search Song Sickness and made sure that there was no murder weapon before they lowered their guns. You bring him in. I'll inform the boss, a little black man said and ran off to report. Come in. The other black entered with one hand on Song Sickness, a bad smile on his face. The group of sheemen waiting not far away frowned slightly. The queen hasn't come out after all this time? Could something have happened? Why don't we just kill our way in? A middle-aged man said uneasily. The fact that the queen hasn't pressed the alarm yet proves that it's okay. Don't do anything clever. None of you can afford to disrupt the queen's plans. A dainty woman interrupted in a hurry, a wisp of panic flashing in her eyes. Inside the black skin gang, Song Sickness's arrival instantly attracted a number of large and small black spectators. Each of them held a gun in their hands and teasingly looked at Song Sickness, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth. This black brother, if I guessed correctly, have you been coughing and stuffy nose a lot lately? And always sweating in a weak body? Song Sickness looked toward Xiao He who had been eating his tofu and laughed. How did you know? Blackie's eyes widened in disbelief. Because Song Sickness was right about everything. Because I'm a doctor. Come on, it's idle. I'll treat you and show you. Song Sickness laughed and slapped Blackie on the chest a few times, performing amazing hand speed. Ding successfully absorbed cold and fever. Merit +1. Ding. Successful delivery of susceptibility to heart disease. Merit -1. OMG. Why do I feel so refreshed all of a sudden? Blackie was thrilled to be cured of his cold. Oh, that's amazing. Show me that too. And me. Don't be in a hurry. Everyone, line up, one at a time. All part of it, all part of it. So, Song's sickness begins a journey to heal the sick for the sick, healing all the way in. As for those little blacks who were cured of Song's disease, they fell asleep with convulsions as they walked. Inside the extremely wicked bar, the 4 men around Siri were soon brutally murdered. However, the only remaining Siri is brave and courageous, and alone he actually kills his way out of the bar, still desperately pressing the alarm, but still no support. Otto, with a sardonic grin on his face, took matters into his own hands. Siri was athletic and dodged several strikes, but was outnumbered by absolute numbers and quantity. Still, a kick to the stomach by Otto flew out and instantly coughed up blood. Ow, roar! A crowd of big blacks cheered and greedily gathered around. Otto picked up Siri with one hand and threw him onto the stage, tied it to a steel pipe. That tantalizingly sexy body instantly aroused the group's animalistic nature, but they all knew that this first shot had to be fired by Otto. Long live Black! Otto chanted. Long live Black! Countless big blacks echoed. And just as Otto was about to draw his gun, Blackie from before barged in. Boss, there's a doctor named Sung Sick who says he's here to treat you. Cure what? The old man is not sick. Otto was offended. But soon, he realized something and his eyes glazed over. What did you say his name was? His name is Song Sick. When these words came out, not only Otto, a few big blacks were the ones with fierce glints in their eyes. Where is he? Take me there. Otto jumped off the stage. No, I'm coming. At this time, Song's sickness also changed his sickness all the way to the bar. Boom! Everyone's eyes were glued to the young Asian man in a white lab coat with his hands in his pockets. Those brothers of mine are the ones you put in jail? Otto stepped towards Song's sickness, already fantasizing about 10,000 ways to torture Song's sickness. No, they won't be in hell much longer though. I'm here just to send you guys to your reunion. Sung Sick gave a kind smile. The healer couldn't sleep until he sent these guys away. In the next second, Song's sickness disappeared into thin air. The terrifying speed, for a time, made everyone feel blurry-eyed. Boom! Ah! Until a ripping sound rang out and Otto's lanky form flew high out of the sky. Blood spilled all over the bar. Not knowing what to do, Otto's misery was certainly impactful. All the big blacks were instantly shocked, and Song's sickness had already embarked on a surgery to brush up on his merits. In this crowded and narrow hall, Song's sick superhuman physique paired with a variety of disease-delivering stunts. Send out the disease first, put these big blacks down, and start the surgery of brushing up the merits one by one. After several practices, Song disease had long been familiar with, and clear about, the human body's structure. Aha! No. You can't do that. I still have my mother. Let me go. Let me go. Miserable screams that instantly resounded throughout the bar. It was a stark contrast to the cheering that had just taken place. Countless large blacks tried to escape, but found their bodies had long been paralyzed. Many of the surviving hacks outside sniffed and rushed into the bar to find out what was going on. Naturally, he became a guinea pig for Song disease to brush up on his merits. The entire extremely evil bar, with blood splattered and screams, had become a hell on earth. Ding! Successfully absorbed AIDS. Merit +1. Ding! Successfully absorbed heavy drug addiction. Merit +1. Ding! Successfully absorbed xenophilia. Merit +1. Outside the black skin gang. What is this sound? The middle-aged man leading the West Gate frowned once again. Whatever the sound, we'd better not move without the Queen's orders. The dainty woman continued. No more waiting. It's been so long. Brothers, kill in with me. This time, the middle-aged man ignored the compulsion of the dainty woman and led the way, barret in hand, charging straight ahead. The dainty woman's eyes blinked and she followed suit. After all this time, she was sure her dark master had taken care of it. It's a dead end for this group to break in. The other side. Ah! Ding successfully absorbed lost heart madness. Merit +1. Current merit accumulation of 999. It was only when he heard this voice that Song's sickness stopped moving. He had thought it would be monotonous this time around with all the feats needing to be swiped hard, but the fact that there were a variety of diseases in these people was an unexpected surprise. After resolving the last person, Song's Sick's white coat had long been stained with blood. The whole bar was sprawled out in a mess. Song's Sick's gaze, however, landed sharply on Siri, who was strapped to the stage pole, walking away with scalpel in hand. Siri's pupils contracted and her body trembled. To be honest, she wasn't scared in the face of life and death, but she witnessed this terrible purgatory. The handsome-looking youth in front of her had long since become a demon in her eyes. It's definitely not humanly possible, but at this moment, she knew that she had to hurry up and save herself. Otherwise the youth in front of her might torture her just like she tortured these people. I'm the head of the Westgate, and if you kill Otto, members from other parts of the Black Skin Gang will come after you again. I can take this sin for you in Simon's name and handle all the subsequent trouble for you, as long as you keep me alive. Instead of begging for mercy, Siri rushed to tell his worth. Chapter 73, Successful Retirement. Lucy takes the initiative. Song Disease's eyes moved slightly, and he was indeed moved by the other party's words. What was he doing coming in the middle of the night to tackle the black skin gang? To get ahead of the trouble. Of course, after all, it's easy to hide from open fire, but it's hard to guard against hidden arrows. But these in front of us are obviously not all of the black skin gang. There must be other branch relationships. And all of this, slowly cleaned up by him alone, was clearly impossible. What is professional must also be left to the professionals. Gangs annexing gangs is clearly the best. Open your mouth. The corners of Song 6's mouth lifted slightly, hooking Siri's chin. Siri's petite body trembled. In Shiman, she was the absolute queen. There is only death for those who do not submit to her feet, especially men. However, at this moment, in the face of the demonic and terrifying youth in front of her, her lofty soul couldn't rise up in half resistance. Dutifully, he lifted his head and opened his mouth. Song Sickness took out a sugar pill and shot it into his opponent's mouth. Swallow. Siri's pretty face changed slightly, instinctively wanting to resist, but she was shocked by Song 6's cold words. Dutifully, he swallowed. Ding successfully delivered stomach cancer. Merit -1. It's a poison that will end up killing you body and stomach through your intestines. Within a month, bring your promise to the Sending Disease Medical Center to find me to cure the poison. Song Sickness calmly said, decisively sending a terminal control to his opponent. Based on a promise alone, he naturally wouldn't believe it. And after hearing Song Disease's words, Siri's face was even instantly pale and colorless. She didn't doubt Song 6's words, because there was absolutely no need for the other person to lie to her. Song Sickness then untied Siri and took off his blood-stained white coat and draped it over the other man. It covered a large portion of the other's exposed springtime. Of course, from the moment he donned this white coat, it was all Siri's doing. Remember, I gave you your life, and I hate people who are gracious. Before leaving, Song Sickness didn't forget to give Siri a memorable smile. Shortly after Song Sickness left through the back door, hundreds of Westgate's anguish finally killed their way in. Along the way, they were arguably too relaxed. I was determined to fight to the death, but then I rushed in and took a look at the good guys. All around there were little black men who were down and rolling their eyes. This gave them all a fright and they rushed to fill their guns. At one point, I thought it was a case of chicken fever, until they rushed into the bar and looked at the big blacks dying horribly all over the place. They were stunned. The gun in his hand dropped at some point. Of course, the dorkiest of all was the dainty woman. When she saw the horribly dead Otto, her body trembled and tears flowed down her face along with her urine. Queen? Rongxian and a group of other Shiman discovered the bodies of the 4 dead brothers and were struck by lightning, frantically searching for Siri. Just when they all thought that Siri had also met an untimely end, a cold and beautiful silhouette clad in a bloodstained white coat stood up with support. Queen. The moment they saw Siri, everyone couldn't hide their excitement. However, Siri's cold and mercilessly beautiful eyes always fell on the delicate woman. One step toward her. Seeing that Siri was not dead, the dainty woman was even more frightened and paralyzed to the ground. Why did you betray me? Siri's voice was cold and overbearing. When these words came out, all the Shiman people even turned pale and looked at the delicate woman. Because, she's their queen's woman. I was wrong. Will you forgive me? The dainty woman, her eye makeup all blown out, hugged Siri's thighs and tried to redeem herself with love. Answer me. Siri's voice remained cold, but the dainty woman hesitated to speak. And Siri had gotten what he wanted. Slowly closing his eyes, his voice icy cold, drag him down. And according to the rules of the sect, punish him with capital punishment. Yes, Queen. The 2 men immediately stepped forward to control the delicate woman who was begging for mercy. They were absolutely obedient to Siri's orders, because it was Siri who got Simon to where he is now. Ha ha ha. Siri, you're a pervert. It is Otto who is my master, and I have been with you for 3 years, and I have not had the pleasure of one day with him. Knowing that there was no hope for forgiveness, the delicate woman simply showed her cards and explained everything. May black damn it. The 2 men's faces showed evil chills, and on the spot, they let the dainty woman and the black skin gang be buried with them. Queen, what exactly has been sent what? At this time, Rongxian stepped forward and asked carefully. It was still hard to suppress the trembling as I looked at the shocking scene before me. I did it all. Siri looked at Rongxian and said without hiding it. She had already felt the discomfort in her stomach, so she didn't dare to do anything wrong. Boom. The faces of the crowd of Shiman people changed drastically, and their eyes changed as they looked at Siri. Long live the queen. At once, all of them knelt down, becoming even more submissive to Siri. Go back first and prepare to clear out the rest of the black skin gang's remaining members. Siri, clad in the bloody coat of song disease, blandly walked out of this extremely evil bar. On the other hand, it was almost dawn when Song Sickness drove back to the medical center. Haruka's father and daughter had stayed up all night and had already repaired all that had been destroyed. Seeing Song Sickness return, this was a relief. Master, why don't you come back to the Sakura Kingdom with me? I promise to make our Sakura Kingdom treat you with a national gift. The Black Skin Gang is the biggest gang in N City. They have a brutal character and will definitely not let you go. Haruka Takemi stepped forward and pleaded. And, of course, mostly worried about his own little life. Don't worry, with General Mike's protection, I'm sure we'll be safe. Song Sick smiled and patted the other party's shoulder. But, Harukawa Bamboo Jun was about to say something else before he was interrupted by Song Sickness. I won't be opening my store for the next 2 days. If anyone comes to seek medical attention, just tell them that I'm sick and need to rest. After saying that, Song Sickness walked towards the second floor party. After sucking up so many diseases at once tonight, he was feeling tired and needed a break. And now he's merited 998. The last disease. He's going to suck Candy's genetic disease. AI seeing this, Haruka Takanoshi couldn't say anything more. But still, he called and contacted the forces of the Sakura Gang in Ligwa and applied for some protection. When Song Sickness returned to his room, Haruka Nell had actually prepared a barrel bath for him in advance. The water was just the right temperature and a little note was left. Song Sickness visibly froze, but accepted the kindness, took a shower and slept through the night. Song Disease's keen hearing then heard the sound of many people coming to the door to seek medical attention, but they were all convinced by Harukawa Takejun's superb business skills. Song Sickness simply took out the medical book that Hua Sigua had given him and read it. Soon one is drawn to the various Chinese medical techniques in it. One has to wonder about the esoteric and obscure nature of Chinese medicine. After lunch, Song Sickness and Haruka Nell planned to head to school. But first, a group of uninvited guests intruded. It was Lucy with her difficult Carl, and a couple of foxy friends. Song Sick, why aren't you answering my calls? Once inside the medical center, Lucy questioned in displeasure. Song Sick frowned slightly before remembering that an unfamiliar number had called him several times early this morning. Thinking it was another arrogant rich caller, Song Sickness decisively pulled the plug. Who knew it was this woman? But what was this woman doing here to see herself? Someone in the Steve family is sick? If that was the case, with Herbert's character, he would have come to invite himself in person. Chapter 74, another way to ask you to leave. Something? Out of giving Herbert face, Song Sickness still asked. It's nothing much, just want you to cure a disease. Lucy thought of business and still suppressed her displeasure. Carl, along with a couple of rich kids, made themselves at home, finding seats and crossing their legs. Song Sickness frowned. Is someone from your family sick? No, it's my boyfriend. Didn't you check out the cause of his illness earlier? You should have treated him in the first place. Lucy sounded a little reproachful. Hey Lucy, what about us? A few of the remaining friends reminded with a smile. What's the rush? Heal my boyfriend first. Lucy blankly glanced at the big-boobed girl and continued to look at Song Sickness and commanded. Yes, and these friends of mine. You hurry up and heal them. There'll be another trip with me and Carl. Later, to make an outing for old man Howard. Please, Dr. Song. Carl, with a smile, took the initiative as the first to walk up, more or less towering in his eyes. Really think of Song Sickness as a doctor for hire. However, Song Sickness turned around blandly and said only one word. Get lost. Carl's footsteps stopped and the smile on his face froze. Seems to have been given a big BD pocket by Song Sickness invisible. Oh, Song Sickness, what are you talking about? I didn't hear you? This is my boyfriend. Lucy, who had just sat down to play with her phone, stood up incredulously. You roll too. Song Sick didn't look back and gave Lucy 2 more words. Lucy instantly stiffened in place as if she too had been slapped with a big bikini pocket. The smiles on the faces of the few remaining friends stiffened. What's going on here? How come it's not the same as what you said when you came here? Hi, dude, come on. It's just money. We can give it to you as long as you cure us. A small white handsome man stood up, feeling humiliated, and was about to pay up, only to be stopped by Lucy's exasperation. No, why should I pay him? He's just a personal doctor hired by my dad. Lucy then stepped forward and pointed at Song Sickness and said condescendingly, Song Sickness, I order you now, immediately, to treat them or I'll have my father fire you. Are you sure? Song Sickness looked strangely at the woman who wasn't very good with her head. That's right, my father can bring you all this and leave you with nothing just the same. Thinking that Song Sickness was afraid, Lucy's tone was a little stronger. Then with a smart-ass taunt. I know you're doing this now because I rejected your advances. You like me, but you're too inferior to show it, and instead you're mean enough to get my dad to tell me. You Asian men are so small-minded. You know I have a boyfriend and you still do this. The revelation of Lucy's relentless brainstorming made Carl and the others burst out laughing, looking at Song-sik with instant contempt. A little yellow, also presuming to get the favor of their noble white rich girl? On the other hand, the father and daughter of Harukawa were surprised, because they couldn't see any liking in Song-sikness's eyes, and all they had was a look of boredom. Song-sik himself was equally speechless. He didn't realize it was all out of the country and there were still such brainy women. As it turns out, brainy women know no boundaries. Tell your father to come to me. You're in no position to talk to me. As for those words, you'd better go and tell your father about them. He'll be glad to reward you with something. Song-sikness spoke calmly, pointing towards the door. Now, you can get out. Don't make me ask you out in another way. Oh, inferiority complex. There are so many of us. May I ask how you want to invite us out? We'd like to see it? The group of people rich kids were amused by Song-sik's words. Surrounding towards Song-sikness, he intended to teach this unwise fellow a lesson. What are you doing? Mr. Song-sikness is subject to Mike General. Haruka Takanoshi's face changed slightly and he wanted to warn the group, but Song-sikness raised his hand to stop him. Then I'll show you. Watch. I'll only demonstrate once. Song-sikness walked towards the group, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Go, teach this arrogant guy a lesson. Carl had a sardonic look on his face and had been upset for a long time. A group of people lunged at Song-sikness. Boom boom boom. Ding successfully delivered the psychopath. Merit -1. Ding successfully delivered the psychopath. Merit -1. Ding successfully delivered the psychopath. Merit -1. In the next second, outside the medical center, only Carl and the others were seen flying out one by one like leather balls. Aha! One by one, arms and legs were broken and smashed on the ground. Screaming, they flew out before they could see it, also happy with the neuropathy bundle. Inside the medical center, Lucy blossomed in frozen place. You? Lucy's voice trembled in disbelief as she looked at what she had always felt was a weak, yellow youth in front of her. Ding successfully delivered obesity. Merit -1. ***** off. This is your last chance. Don't bother me again. For Herbert's sake, Song-sikness didn't lay a hand on the woman. But still, send an obesity as a punishment. Lucy, frightened by Song-sik's powerful aura, didn't dare to speak and staggered out of the medical center. Ah, Song-sik, you bastard. My Hordiva family won't let you go. Carl, stuck in the gutter, growled resentfully. Do you dare to beep half a word again? Believe it or not, I'll let you experience the feeling of flying again? Song-sikness looked at this man with a heart of gold and said irritably. Facing Song-sik's icy gaze, Carl instantly dared not speak. Lucy rushed forward to assist her, and drove off after a couple of people in a lurch. Song-sikness, just wait. You'll regret today's foolish behavior. Before leaving, a few people dared to put down harsh words in anger. At that moment, several patrolmen also hurried over on the scent of the commotion. Mr. Song, did something happen? The two patrolmen asked in panic. They were ordered to keep Song-sik safe in this zone. It's fine. Just a few beggars came to ask for food. I casually gave them something and sent them away. Song-sikness laughed. At that, the two patrolmen left with a sigh of relief. It's the teacher's class today and it's going to be late. Song-sikness turned back to the fuming Haruka Nell. And at this moment, Haruka's father and daughter had long since been shocked by the thunderous manner in which Song-sikness had just acted. All they saw was Song-sikness approaching and then the group went shoo and flew out? Ah yes, it seems like that's what's going on. They hadn't even seen Song-sikness make a move. Oh, okay, Master G. Haruka Nell reacted and hurriedly came trotting with her outer 8 steps. Today she was wearing the same JK, a lowly outfit. Seems like that's how women like to dress in the Sakura country. Looking at the two of them driving away, Harukawa Takeshi Toshi swallowed. In other words, the fate of the group of black skin gang members last night was all the work of this Eastern youth. How is this possible? Rumor has it that Angua Kung Fu has always been mysterious. Is this the legendary Angua Kung Fu? Thinking of that, Harukawa Takemi sucked in a breath of cold air. It also finally made sense why Song-sikness had been emboldened. The awe of Song-sikness in his heart instantly rose to another level. This son not only knows Angua Chinese medicine, he also knows Angua Kung Fu. Song-sik, you know martial arts? On the car ride to the school, Haruka Nell couldn't help but ask curiously. No, I'm just stronger. Song-sikness laughed truthfully. How strong is it? Harukawa Nell asked. Seeking knowledge. It should be as strong as Ultraman. Song-sikness thought for a moment before saying. At first he thought that he should be able to fight 10, but with the added bonus of the sickness delivery gift, he felt there should be more than 10. As for how many you can hit, you won't know until you hit them. Haruka Nell was left speechless by Song-sik's entire reply. but still worriedly reminded. Those people just now are all the rich kids of Ligua. That Lucy is also the famous school flower of Sicho University. There are many admirers. You have to be careful. Fear not. It should be a joke soon. Song Sickness smiled carelessly. He came to Ligua just to be a good doctor, sucking up diseases to make money and make a name for himself. In the future, I will go home and not let my parents and family down. If some ungrateful noble or power really wanted to mess with him, he wouldn't mind being a vet. Send these guys sick. Just pity his merit. Chapter 75, Herbert's Reward. Damn. I must use the family power. Even went so far as to pay for the black skin gang to come out and make this damn guy kneel in front of me. Inside the hospital, a bandaged Carl growled angrily. With his only good hand, he slammed the bed frantically. The few remaining friends who had been beaten and bruised looked disgruntled at Lucy, the only one who was okay. Lucy, didn't you say he was your family's hired personal physician? How did it get like this? Also, that guy knows kung fu, why didn't you say so ahead of time, causing us to get beaten up like this? Yeah, it's so unfair that you're the only one who's okay when my arms and legs are broken. You have to give a statement or this is not over. Facing a few people's questioning, Lucy only felt her face burning with pain, and there was no face left at all. Before she went there she was bragging about it with a promise. A group of people entered happily, but they were beaten out by Song Sickness? It's turned into this miserable state. That's enough. I'll give you an explanation. Lucy cut off the men's accusations with a loud chortle, her gaze grimly assuring, since he wants my father to go to him personally, I'll make it happen. I've called my dad. He'll be here soon. When the time comes I'll make that ING guy kneel and apologize to you. Okay, that's what you said. And when the time comes, I'm going to give that ING guy a couple of big bibbies hard. A few people stopped complaining at this point. Already, they were fantasizing about Song Sickness kneeling down and admitting his fault to them. However, Carl's gaze remained resentful, and he already had murderous intent towards Song Sickness. He wouldn't let Song Sickness go like that. Sure enough, not long afterward, Herbert came rushing in. He heard Lucy say she was being bullied and dropped what he was doing to get here, followed by several strong bodyguards. Oh, daughter, are you all right? A nervous Herbert breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Lucy was all right. Daddy, it's Song Sick. It's Song Sick. Lucy instantly threw herself aggressively into Herbert's arms and let out a sob. Mr. Song? What happened to him? Herbert visibly froze. All I did was take Carl with a couple friends to see him about a medical condition, and instead of seeing him, the damn guy beat us all out. Lucy tearfully told all that had happened. Basically, of course, they make themselves out to be the victims and Song Sickness the brute. Yeah, Mr. Herbert, that guy is a private doctor employed by your family, and you have to give us an explanation for this. Do you see what that savage fellow has done to us while we were not looking? Carl and others chimed in, adding fuel to the fire and showing their injuries. In the face of all this, however, Herbert's shrewd face immediately clouded. How could he not understand his daughter with these guys? Immediately peeling away Lucy, her face grimaced as she questioned, You went to Mr. Song in private? Thinking that Herbert's scowl was thrown at Song Sickness, Lucy nodded and played up her temper. Yes, Daddy, this time I don't just want him to heal him. I want him to get down on his knees and apologize to us. Otherwise, you fire him and make him regret it for the rest of his life. Pa! As a result, before Lucy could finish, Herbert, who had never hit her before, rewarded her with a resounding smack. The voice was loud and the entire room was instantly quiet. Carl and the others, who had wanted to continue adding more fuel to the fire, stopped talking. Daddy, you? Lucy covered her pretty face in disbelief. Asshole, who told you to bother Mr. Song in private? Herbert questioned angrily. The geniality he started with no longer there. He's one of my family's doctors. Why shouldn't I order him around? Lucy wept uncomprehendingly. Pa! As a result there was rewarded by Herbert with a big BD. Let me reiterate. Mr. Song was never my family's personal doctor. He was paid for by me after months of hard work in Ingwa. He was a friend and now a benefactor to my Steve family. You're ruining everything I've just built by bringing a bunch of foxes and friends to order people around. More than that, it's ruining your airship. Oh, gosh. I can't believe you're capable of such stupid behavior. Herbert was already getting pissed off at Lucy. If this wasn't his daughter, she'd already be dragged down to the house. In just a few days, Song Disease's status in the upper class of Ligua had plummeted to an unprecedented level. The future status is even more immeasurable, and it was conceivable how much value he could innovate in the future through Song Sickness's position as an introducer. He had initially arranged Lucy to be close to Song Sickness, originally hoping to make Song Sickness look at Lucy, so that he could be firmly bound to the Steve family in the future. But Song Sickness was the one who never looked Lucy in the eye. and Lucy was strongly against it. So forget it. It was enough to have his relationship with Song Sickness. However, this stupid daughter of his has made things this way. How does that not make him angry? Boom. And Lucy was finally shocked after hearing Herbert's last words, pale and incredulous. She'll be disinherited because of an Asian kid? Herbert twisted his head in anger and looked at Carl and the others, saying in a cold voice, Divine Dr. Song only treats 20 people a day. And even those executives and tycoons have to line up early in the morning to receive a number, not hesitating to spend hundreds of millions of dollars on diagnosis and treatment. Who are you to ask Dr. Song to give you free treatment? If I had been there, not only would I have broken your arms and legs, but I would have opened your skulls to see if there was a pile of poop stuffed inside. Carl and the others grimaced, cursed more than if they had eaten, but there was no temper at all against the world's third richest man. No one expected the reversal to come so suddenly. They silently looked at Lucy, with eyes that seemed to be inquiring. Aren't you going to make Song Sick apologize to us on your knees? How come we're being reprimanded now? Come with me to apologize to Mr. Song. If this matter is not handled properly, I will stop all your cards. Herbert's gaze fell on Lucy with unprecedented seriousness. Lucy shuddered, her sensitive nerves touched, and growled, No, let me go apologize to that guy. I can't do it. When he finished, he ran out of the room without a second thought. Herbert's face was unsightly as he once again landed his gaze on Carl and the others, and said in a cold voice, You'd better pray that Mr. Song is alright, or else I don't recommend making you pay the price you deserve. After saying this, he left in anger. On the scene, all but Carl were white as a sheet. For, with the exception of the Holdwars, their families were wealthy though, but not even a brother in front of Steve's family. Chapter 76, Ali's Challenge. Sung Sik and Haruka Nair had just arrived at the school's entrance. What caught my eye was a huge, eye-catching banner. Welcome Ali back to his alma mater. Welcome to the leading experts and professors in the medical field. About to witness a miracle of Western medicine. Meanwhile, inside the school, a sea of students had gathered. Everyone was swarming around a young white man in a medical uniform and glasses. Extraordinarily frantic. It's like a domestic stargazer. That's Ali, who just graduated from SJU a year ago and is the most talented surgical Western medical genius at SJU. Haruka Nell's shocked voice rang out in the same way, and she hurriedly explained to Song's sickness in detail. Rumor has it that he has hands that would terrify the Grim Reaper. Back then, before he graduated, he had performed several difficult surgical operations under his main knife, and his strength was not at all inferior to those top surgical experts. As soon as he graduated, he was signed by the best hospital in the country of Li for a high salary of 80 million leagues per year. More than that, he became the youngest member of the medical association in Li, almost the idolized star in the hearts of countless young Western doctors in the country of Li. Hearing Haruka Nell say that, Song's sickness couldn't help but look twice more. At this moment, Ali was like a hero, being fervently pursued by countless students and enjoying the honor he deserved. Heading towards the Western medical teaching area, with Ali back on campus and those banners just now, could it be that there's some more Western medical breakthrough that needs to be shown to the world? Haruka Nell guessed. Skokie University is ranked number 1 in medicine and has some of the best medical equipment instruments in the world. That's why many top medical professors do their research here. If there are results, they will even be experimented with publicly here. Drawing on the reputation of Skokie University, which is quickly becoming famous around the world. Let's go. The teacher is calling us. Just as Haruka Nell was speculating, Song's sickness glanced at the message sent by Huasher Kuni and said. The two of them parked the car and turned their backs on the bustling Western medicine teaching direction and headed for the Chinese medicine teaching area. When he came to Washiku's office, in addition to Washiku, there was another elderly Anhwa man in a suit. The two were of similar age, like old friends who hadn't seen each other in years, talking and laughing. Ha ha ha, let me introduce. These are my two students, Haruka Nell and Song Sik. Huasigwa got up and introduced the old man in the suit, then introduced the old man in the suit to the two Song diseases. This is my dear friend, Lin Jiaxing, a Western doctor and a famous national doctor in Ingwa. This time, I came to Ligwa mainly for the purpose of exchanging ideas and learning. Lin Jiaxing sized up Song disease and the two of them, and didn't mince words of praise. Old Hua, you have a really good eye. The two little guys seem to be good material for learning Chinese medicine. Song's sickness and Haruka Nell responded politely as well. Today's class will not be held. I heard that the Western medicine side is going to start a surgical experiment on vegetative people. We will go together to observe and learn to learn. Only then did Huasigwa explain the reason for summoning the two Song sicknesses. I've heard that this surgical breakthrough, which is disruptive, will rewrite the fate of vegetative people if it's successful. The lead surgeon is still Ali, that famous surgical genius from the land of Li. It was a privilege to witness this surgical experiment. Lin Jiaxing also lamented. His old eyes filled with scorching heat. Indeed, Haruka Nell's eyes moved slightly. Surprisingly, she had guessed it. Then let's leave now. Hua Sigua laughed, looking good and in good spirits. At that exact moment, Song 6's cell phone rang with a string of messages. After reading the message, Song 6's eyes moved slightly and he turned his head to Hua Sigua and the others. Teacher, you guys go ahead. I need to take care of something, and I'll be right back. Okay, hurry up then. The three of them headed in the direction of the Western medicine teaching area. Song Sickness, on the other hand, went alone to the highest office building of SJO University. A working lady is waiting here specifically for Song disease. Along the way, he brought Song Sickness to a room on the 10th floor. Inside sat several white men in discussion. Among them was the genius Western doctor that Song Sick had just met, Wally. When they saw Song Sickness, several people's gazes converged. President Chris stepped forward and smiled as he shook hands and inquired. You are Mr. Song Sickness, right? It's me. You're the president of the Ligua Medical Association? Song Sickness asked. The string of official messages just now was an invitation from the president of the Li National Medical Association, and a note from General Mike. That's when he came. Exactly. Introduce yourself. My name is Chris. Chris laughed. During this time, he had always sized up Song Sickness, but he had never been able to sense much of the aura that a healer should have from Song Sickness. It was not a disappointment to him. The remaining few members of the association did likewise. Stunned by Song Sickness youth, Ali's eyes narrowed slightly. This is the Oriental miracle doctor that General Mack himself named and made the entire upper class vibrate? This is ridiculous? He now seriously suspected that Song Sickness' reputation was all brushed aside. President Chris, what is it you want from me? Just say it. Song Sickness frowned slightly and directly opened the door. He didn't like being scrutinized like a monkey. We have been officially asked to invite you to join our medical association in the land of Li. But before that, you need to show us your medical skills. Let's assess whether it's up to par or not. If we reach the mark, we will offer you the highest specification terms, a contract of 100 million leaking a year. Chris laughed. That won't be necessary. I'm not interested in joining any associations. Goodbye. Song Sickness turned away decisively. Thought it was something important. More evaluations? He wouldn't have joined even if he hadn't been evaluated. As for that 100 million leaking contract, he was now making a dozen small goals a day. No, a morning. There will be more in the future. What's the point of having an allowance? Hey, Chris froze. Obviously not expecting Song Sickness to be so bold and turn around? Not with half-assed hesitation. This is the Ligua Medical Association. Only the top specialists and professors are qualified to join. How many healers dream of it? Song Sickness, this evaluation of you is for you to use Chinese medicine to compete with our Western medicine to treat a pair of twin vegetarians. This was to be a surgical experiment that would go down in history. Top experts from various countries will be there to witness the event, and it will even be broadcast live in the medical community. If you win, not only will you be able to join the medical association, it will make you instantly famous. Of course, if you're just a wannabe and are afraid of being outed, you can leave now. Ali suddenly stepped forward and spoke with a sharp gaze. Song's 6 footsteps stopped and he turned back to look at a few people. So, this prestigious surgical experiment was specially prepared for me? That's right. I don't know how you fooled General Mike and the others, but I think it's our Western medicine that should really be looked up to, not your Chinese medicine that has no scientific basis and is just a bunch of nonsense. So, if you're really good, accept my challenge. I will let you witness for yourself what true healing is. Ali looked straight at Song's sickness and dominated. Okay, I accept. I'll see you at the place. The corners of Song's 6 mouth rose slightly as he agreed to the other party's request. He wasn't interested in joining any associations, but he was interested in being famous. Very interested. Chapter 77. Are you sure you want me to make the first move? Looking at Song's 6 departing back, Chris frowned slightly and looked at Ali. Actually, it's entirely possible to open another specialized evaluation experiment for him. This groundbreaking Western surgery is about your future, and more importantly, the honor of our association and Western medicine. He shouldn't have been allowed to get involved. Still with the Chinese medicine. For some reason, Song's 6 final smile inexplicably gave him, the president, a twinge of uneasiness. I don't believe that he can really cure those terminal cancer diseases. He must have used some harmful evil magic. Now those rich and high-ranking officials are almost all rushing to have him treat them. And his reputation has gradually overshadowed our experts in the field in the state of Li. This is a shame not only for us, but for Western medicine. Therefore, I must use this opportunity to show those high-ranking tycoons that Western medicine is the most dangling. Ali stared. Yeah, President. Besides, this time, with the assistance of the newly developed intelligent medical equipment, coupled with Ali's perfect hands, it will surely amaze the world. The others stepped forward to chime in. Since the song disease had spread through the upper classes, the number of surgical appointments received by specialists in their fields was decreasing. The benefits gained are likewise drastically reduced. With conflicting interests, they naturally wanted song sickness to be brought down. Hey, alright, then I hope you can do Western medicine justice, and if you succeed this time, you'll get this contract with the highest specification treatment. Meanwhile, your portrait will hang above the highest halls of medicine. Chris eventually nodded back, cheering Ali on. Don't worry, President. I won't let you guys down. Ali's gaze was hot and full of confidence. On the other hand, Song Sickness had arrived at the Western medicine teaching area, the designated laboratory building. It was a cool, solemn laboratory building that looked like a fortress. Inside is a cool stadium-like ring structure. In the center is an operating table containing a variety of high-end medical equipment. Song Sickness entered it only by virtue of an invitation. At this moment, the surrounding seats had long been filled with professors who were experts in various fields of medicine. Everyone was dressed in medical uniforms and were talking to each other. There were even professional photographers who had already set up their cameras, ready to record this surgical experiment that represented a medical miracle. Song Sickness looked around the room and found the three Huasigua who were seated further back. Huasigua and Lin Jiaxing were still talking and laughing. The two haven't seen each other in years, and it's a mystery whether they'll see each other again next time. Hey, look how much Western medicine is valued. When will we Chinese medicine be like this? Haruka Nell beamed her little mouth, looking at all this with unconcealed envy. I don't know how much longer I waited, but Ali and the others finally arrived, already changed into medical gowns for the surgery. The entire room fell silent, and all eyes converged on this youngest genius Western doctor, especially his hands that made death afraid. To the envy of countless surgical specialists, it was simply born for surgery. Ali even ensured these hands of his, worth 300 million leagues of gold. Hey, what an excellent talent. I'm afraid it's hard to get a second pair of these hands in this world. It would have been good if such a genius had been born in my country oven. Lin Jiaxing looked at Ali from afar, and likewise could not hide his touch of envy. The gap is deeply felt. He came to Ligua this time, on the one hand, to exchange and learn from Ligua's high-end Western medicine. On the other hand, it is to spend a lot of money to bring in a group of medical professionals who will benefit the country. Actually, I don't think Song's 6 hands are any worse than his. Haruka Wanel suddenly came to the rescue. She had witnessed Song Sickness practicing medicine before she dared to say this. That hand speed alone made her drool with envy. Indeed, little Song's medical talent is the highest of any student I've ever taken. Washiku smiled and nodded. Although he hadn't taught Song Sickness for long, after living and teaching for most of his life, he could naturally see Song Sickness' talent at a glance. Western medicine is different from Chinese medicine in that it requires a high level of physical fitness from a healer. A good surgeon, in particular, needs not only a dexterous hand, but also a flexible and calm brain. Lin Jiaxing only thought it was something Haruka Neo had said in a fit of gambling, and without looking at it, he explained with a smile. Both he and Wasik Kwok came from a family of Chinese medicine practitioners. Only later, Wasik Kwok continued to take the path of sticking to Chinese medicine, and he chose Western medicine. In the face of several people's discussion, Song Sickness smiled and didn't say anything more. As far as he is concerned, Chinese medicine or Western medicine, each has its own merits and demerits, and should not be compared, but should complement each other's strengths and weaknesses. On the operating table, Ali and the others had installed state-of-the-art medical equipment. Then, to everyone's curiosity, the patient requiring surgery was wheeled out from the special access point. These are twins, but conjoined twins. They slept peacefully. The reason for becoming a vegetable was because of a car accident. Everything was ready before Ali looked up and around at all the experts and professors in the room. Thank you all for coming to witness this medical procedure, and I am deeply honored to be the lead surgeon. Ali gave a confident and humble salute. Then his eyes fell on Song Sickness. But before the surgery begins, we will have a Chinese medicine practitioner from Manhwa to show us his medical skills first. Confident that he could cure any terminal disease, he ran away to develop my country of profit, and preached that they have already cured many people and want to join our medical association in Lehigh. So, we decided to give him a chance to prove himself. Ali smiled and held Song Sickness in high regard. This way you can pedal lower. Sure enough, when this was said, so the experts and professors were all abuzz. What? Chinese medicine? This is ridiculous. How can there be a Chinese doctor on the operating table of a Western doctor? Yeah, and curing all the terminal diseases. Who gave him the courage? Jesus? Lin Jiaxing also froze, unconsciously looking at Hua Sigua, because he felt that it said something that could only be said about the country of Worth. However, Washiku himself was equally dumbfounded. Did he say anything like that? How come he doesn't remember? And let him heal first? But the college didn't notify him in advance? Quite a few of the medical professors at Skidmore University looked at him as well. Only Haruka Nell looked at Song Sickness. At this moment, Song Sick's eyes narrowed slightly as he locked eyes with Ali. Is this the other side's way of letting him heal first? And then if he can't cure himself, he'll cure him again so he can punch him in the face? It seems to be the case. As expected, after elevating Song Sickness, Ali raised his hand and pointed at Song Sickness, smiling meaningfully. Divine Dr. Song, please. At once, everyone's eyes followed Ali's hand and landed on Song Sickness. Surprise, staggering, unbelievable. Various emotions flooded the faces of these experts and professors, including Lin Jiaxing and Washiku. Teacher, can I borrow your silver needle? Song Sickness got up and looked at Hua Sigua and smiled. It's you. Hua Sigua no longer knew what to say, but still gave Song Sick the silver needle he had with him. And so, in full view of everyone, Song Sickness blandly walked onto the operating table. Smiling at Ali, he asked, are you sure you want me to go first? You only need to cure one and you'll be considered to have passed. Of course, it's fine if Divine Dr. Song doesn't dare. Ali's voice was unmistakable. That's not true. I was just asking. Song Sickness shook his head. Then let Divine Dr. Song show off your proud Chinese medicine to his heart's content. I hope you won't let General Mike and those rich people down. Ali sneered. The conjoined vegetative twins, who have been in a coma for 20 years now, have almost symbiotic bodies, and the neuromuscles in their bodies have almost stiffened. The cavities are even more incomplete. He would like to see how Song disease could be treated with that so-called Chinese medicine without the aid of medical equipment in this situation. If Song disease can be cured by this, then he is upside down and deluded. Don't worry, you definitely won't be disappointed. Song Sickness smiled faintly and brushed past Ali. Coming to the twin plants in the hospital bed with Chapter 78. Remember, my name is Song Sick. The entire surgical venue was in an uproar. Many of the experts from the likely states who knew Ali's intentions had sharp eyes and were looking forward to watching the show. The rest of the foreign experts who came to visit and study were confused. Lin Jiaxing, in particular, was still in a daze from the time Song Sickness rose to the stage until now. He would have been ready to study and record carefully. As a result, Song Sickness went up. But wasn't Song Sick a student of old China? Don't look at me like that. I don't know. Facing the gaze cast by Lin Jiaxing, Hua Sigua spread his hands. He'd like to find someone to ask. 2. Teacher, Song Sickness is actually quite powerful. At that moment, Haruka Nell whispered. The two old men lapsed into silence. On the operating table, Song Sickness didn't bother to touch the advanced medical equipment. Instead, he spread out the silver needles that Washiku had given him. Guys, dedication. Song Sick smiled slightly and swept his eyes over the twins' body structure in order to play the pussy to the hilt. Directly closed his eyes. Medical talent? He could have it if he wanted to. Then, under the astonished gazes of a group of experts and professors in the field, he began to apply the needles. Song disease's technique was subtle, no longer pursuing speed alone, and there was a certain regularity to it. Boom! The crowd of Western medical experts were confused and said they couldn't understand. However, Hua Sigua and Lin Jiaxing had long since stood up in shock. This is my Hua family's ancestral needle technique for treating paralysis. Hua Sigua's old eyes stared extremely wide and his voice trembled. Lin Jiaxing, who was born into a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, could hardly hide his shock, his old eyes staring dead on. Applying the needle with his eyes closed, he memorized and identified the body structure of this conjoined twin with just one glance. These hands, for the first time, he tried to get a better look at Song Sick's hand, but realized that he couldn't even capture it. What kind of hands, with what kind of brain, could have done this? It didn't take long for the two to be shocked. Under Song Sick's rapidly moving silver needles, this twin body was already moving. Boom! A group of Western medical experts also stood up, their hearts pounding. The corners of Ali's mouth twitched under close scrutiny, but remained calm. It's just a knee-jerk reaction stimulated by the silver needle. Song Sickness had no distractions and absorbed the disease while applying the needles. This time, instead of fooling around, he used the medical techniques from the book he had been given in the country of Huasi. This morning, he just happened to see this part and just happened to memorize the stitches. Ding successfully absorbed unresponsive awakening syndrome, merit +1. After the last stitch fell, the disease was also smoothly absorbed by Song Sickness. Only then did Song Sickness open his eyes and begin to clean up. However, the conjoined twins on the operating table remained unresponsive. Seeing this scene, the crowd couldn't help but look strange. It's over? Divine Dr. Song, are you giving up? Ali laughed, smiling extraordinarily brightly. As expected, this guy was a liar. Now that it's in plain sight, it can't be acted out anymore. Soon, the scene also grew noisy, and many experts were pointing at Song disease. Song sickness, however, looked at the camera with a bland expression and spoke with a smile. Remember, my name is Song sickness, the sickness of sending sickness. You can come to me for any future illnesses. Then, to the dismay of the crowd, Song sickness left in style. Everyone froze at once. You can't cure it and you're still so arrogant? It's too lawless. Kill me, kill me, kill me. Just as the crowd was talking, on the operating table, together with the twins as if they were naturally asleep, suddenly awoke, or two people waking up together. However, the first thing they did when they awoke was to yell frantically. Boom, everyone froze, or a few doctors reacted and rushed forward to calm them down. Finalized, conjoined twins, all signs normal, the noisy surgical field quieted. Ali froze in place, the smile at the corners of his mouth unable to drop. 1 second he was happy to be here, just about to make his mark and step on Song's sickness to reach the top of medical glory. However, the smack in the face came as a surprise, not even a little cushion for him. Impossible, impossible, how did he do it? There must be something wrong. Reacting, Ali gave wide eyes and shook his head frantically, having trouble accepting the scene in front of him. Hurriedly, he stepped forward to check it out for himself. Prideful, he was confident that Song's sickness was a jungle asshole, so confident to let Song's sickness strike first. As a result, he doesn't even have a chance to make a move now? Quick, go find a similar plant. I want to operate on it myself, cried a frantic and resigned Ali. He hadn't struck yet, and he wasn't happy about it. At this moment, however, everyone's eyes had long since moved away from this genius Western doctor and coincidentally looked toward the exit where Song's sickness had left. Chris suppressed the shock and hurriedly chased after them with a few members of the association. Hua Sigwa's old eyes fluctuated violently and his old body trembled. Why is he in a good mood today? It was because last night he had administered acupuncture to Wang Fanghua and found that Wang Fenghua's terminal brain cancer had inexplicably gotten better. He had thought it was their love that had touched the heavens. And now, the terrifying medical skills displayed by Song's sickness made him think of a possibility. He may have been touched not by the divine. Old Hua, you actually took in such an extraordinary student. Which country is he from? Such a talent must be fought for to be brought back to An Kingdom, no matter how much it costs. The one who was most surprised was still Lin Jiaxing, who hurriedly asked after him. His purpose this time was to bring in talent, and for a genius like Xiang Song's sickness, he would not let go. Anbua, Hua Sigwa looked to his old friend and answered seriously. Lin Jiaxing, walking out of the experimental building, Song's sickness then planned to go back to the medical center first. However, before they could get far, Chris caught up with a group of people. Divine Dr. Song, please wait. Chris was out of breath from running, but he couldn't care less about resting. Please forgive me for my recklessness just now. Oh my god, the Chinese medicine you just showed is really too amazing. Ligua is in great need of a miracle doctor like you. You are now fully qualified to join our association. However, before he could finish his words, countless people had already chased after him from behind. Numerous expert deans rushed to say, Divine Dr. Song, we sincerely invite you to join our hospital, and you can open the annual salary conditions as you please. Some of the foreign experts who came to visit also said urgently, Mr. Song, on behalf of our country, we invite you to be our national doctor, and we'll give you national-level treatment. A group of people surrounded Song's sickness and offered all sorts of generous deals. Little Song, listen to me. You are from Manhwa. You should come back to Manhwa with me. Lin Jiaxing, who was pulling Hua Sigwa from afar, couldn't wait to open his mouth, but there were too many people to squeeze in. Song's sickness didn't notice either. I'm sorry, I just like being free and won't be joining any hospital associations, but all of you can come to me if you need a cure, as long as the money is there to cure everything. Song's sickness smiled and politely refused the crowd. Drive off in a hurry. Within just 1 day, Song disease's exploits spread throughout the medical community. Countless experts and professors have vibrated after realizing that Song disease has cured all kinds of difficult diseases. The news also began to slowly spread around the globe like a plague. The first to get the news were naturally those in the upper class. Old Hua, quickly take me to this kid. Such a talent must be brought back to the country. The country needs him. Lin Jiaxing hurriedly urged Hua Sigui to set off. Since learning about the miracles performed by Song disease in Le, he was greatly shocked. How did such a medical genius end up in Li? Chapter 79, The Name of Song Disease. In the past 2 days, the threshold of the medical center for sending diseases was almost broken. A video of Song disease easily curing a vegetative person with just a set of Chinese medicine needles has been circulating in the medical community. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. Incidents of Song disease curing several terminally ill tycoons have also broken out. The medical community is in an uproar. The name Song disease began to trickle down to other countries. Chris went to the door several times on behalf of the Lee Medical Association, pleading for Song Sickness to join, and at one point his annual salary exceeded the SSS level, the world's leading hospitals in the United States, door to door to invite Song Disease to join. The annual salary alone soared more than $1 billion Lee Jean. Many representatives of developed countries also came to invite, directly offering fiefdoms and knighthoods. What's more, they want to use the royal princess as a condition to recruit Song Sik to be the royal emperor's son-in-law. But in the face of these fatal temptations, Song Sickness refused them all. He knew that these people were only looking at his talent, not his person, doing so just to have him too. It's like the all-pervasive capitalists are in control of the wage earners, but the value he has created has far exceeded these conditions. In that case, why doesn't he become his own boss and go to work for these people? Until this day, Hua Sigua and Lin Jiaxing came. Compared to the others, Song Sickness treated the two old men with courtesy. Harukawa Take Kimi, who was aware of the situation, also hurriedly went to make tea. In the past 2 days, Song Disease's reputation for prowess had once again opened his eyes, especially those experts in the field who wanted to worship Song Sickness as a teacher, or ask for advice and study. All of them were ruthlessly rejected by Song Sickness. This made him breathe a long sigh of relief and secretly rejoice that he had the foresight to pay his respects early. Otherwise you wouldn't even get your turn in line now. Teacher, Elder Lin, please have some tea. Song Sickness laughed. You need to stop calling me teacher. In the future it's more like I'll call you teacher instead. Washiku laughed with emotion. After learning of Song Sik's splendor these days in Ligua, he went numb. Invisible. He had taken in such a powerful student? How can he dare to be a Song Sik teacher with this? He even really wanted to worship Song Sickness. Song Sickness smiled awkwardly and couldn't say much. After all, he had a hang up on him. Otherwise he's a veterinarian in terms of medical skills alone. Little Song, ah no, Divine Dr. Song. The purpose of our visit this time is to specifically invite you back to your country. With your current accomplishments, there's not much left to learn in Ligua, and Anhwa has thousands of terminally ill people who need people like you to save them. Lin Jiaxing, who was on the side, also spoke up, eagerly looking at Song Sickness. He felt that with Song Sik Anhwa's identity, and the relationship of Washiku's teacher, the odds are good that he can invite Song Sickness to Anhwa. And if we can bring Song Sickness back to Anhwa, where is the need to spend huge sums of money to bring in high-end Western medical professionals from Lehigh? Song Disease one person can lower half of the medical world. I'm sorry, Elder Lin. I can't go back yet. Song Sickness smiled and politely declined, already knowing the purpose of the other party's visit. Why? Could it be that you are looking at the favorable conditions in the land of Li? Thinking that Song Sickness was doing it for the sake of profit, Lin Jiaxing had some disappointment in his eyes, but still assured. You can rest assured on this point. With your qualifications, Ngui can likewise give you the same conditions. It's not so much the conditions as it is the fact that all I want to do right now is get money and just get better. One must always love oneself first, or if one cannot even save oneself, how can one talk about saving others? Song Sickness asked rhetorically with a smile. Lin Jiaxing was instantly stumped by the question, not knowing how to answer for a moment, and Hua Sigua, who was a person from the past, had already seen through it. Patting Lin Jiaxing's shoulder and looking at Song Sickness, he smiled and said, Song Sickness, it's an honor to be your teacher for this period of time. I followed this old man here this time to say goodbye. I'm going back to Anhwa. After all, that's where home is, and fallen leaves always return to their roots. You can't choose to hate the earth just because you have a few pests. Thank you for qualifying me to go back, Hua Sigua said, getting up to express his sincere gratitude to Song Sickness. Then you and Master Mother take your time. Song Sickness smiled and sent his blessing. He wasn't surprised by the other man's decision. I'm sure you'll go back when the time is right too, and I look forward to that day. With a meaningful smile, Hua Sigua pulled Lin Jiaxing, who was still trying to persuade him further, away. Old Hua, as his teacher, if you don't help me persuade him, why are you dragging me along? Do you realize how important it is for Anhwa to lose such talent overseas? On the way back to the car, Lin Jiaxing said unhappily, he is not going to go back with you. Washiku said faintly. Why? Because of the favorable conditions in the land of Li? But he is an Anhwa man, with Anhwa's blood flowing in his bones. If every young man in Anhwa learns his skills and thinks of going abroad to enjoy life, how can we build our country? Lin Jiaxing said in exasperation. That's a question that you might know if you go back and check low. Washiku sighed. Lin Jiaxing froze, instantly awakened by Hua Sigua, and said incredulously, are you saying that Song Sickness was framed? I don't know. It's better for you to find out the reason for this. Hua Sigua pretended to be confused and shook his head. Lin Jiaxing's face turned blue, and he instantly slammed his fist angrily. Damn it! I want to see who's so lawless that they forced even such a talent overseas. He decided to go back to his country immediately to find out what Song Sickness had experienced. That's the key to undoing Song disease. As for bringing in Western medical talents such as Song disease can't even be retained. What's the point of introducing a? The two old men had just left when Herbert arrived. Oh, Song Sickness, my stupid daughter hurt you, and I really don't know how I'm going to express my apologies to you. As soon as he arrived, Herbert was full of apologies. It's okay, I've already forgiven her. Song Sickness gave a generous smile. He's the nicest person. Oh, goodness, Song Sickness, you are so generous, and I thank you for her forgiveness. Herbert sighed with emotion and relief. Then he said, in order to express my apologies, I have already booked a banquet, so please be sure to honor me with your presence. Some other day. Today is the day I'm going to treat Princess Candy. Song Sickness laughed. At these words, Herbert's face did change slightly. As a top-tier figure, it was natural to know something about that Princess Candy, who was involved in the first noble and the royal family. It was just that what he didn't expect was that Song Sickness would involve the first noble and the royal family so soon. Then you are busy first. I will host a banquet to make amends to you some other day. Herbert hastily changed his words. There was a little more respect for Song Sickness. At night, it was still Jerome who came to pick up Song Sick. There were also several military vehicles to send each other off. The lineup was even more solemn than the previous two. Guess that's what the last treatment was for. After tonight, the noblest princess in the land of Li will also truly step out of the cage that has held her captive for 18 years. To embrace the world, climb the island. Song Sickness was escorted to a room first. At this moment, several figures were already waiting here. There are men and women. There are in uniform. There are also those who wear suits. One has an upright posture and a remarkable demeanor. And they're all Campbells with the royal family. Almost everyone present was a big shot in the business and political world. Song Sick meets the familiar General Mac in Van Wessy, as well as an old white-bearded man who was often in the news, the president of the Royal House of Li. Muslim. Chapter 80 Carl and Lucy's Plan. End City. Inside a certain luxurious castle, the present-day head of the Hordiva family, Dyson is connected to many vital instruments and lies weakly in a hospital bed. A couple of personal physicians at his side are always on guard. He is 120 years old, suffering from cancer and has multiple organ failure. He was supposed to be in the ground at the age he should have been, but with various overpriced drugs and new organs, he has been able to continue his life to this day. Grandpa, I'm sorry. I've personally gone to invite that Song Sickness and explained all your situation to him in detail. But he just doesn't come, even if he knows your identity. He looks disdainful and dislikes the consultation fee too little. Carl arrived, kneeled painfully before Dyson, and babbled directly. Just a doctor from Manhwa. Do you really take yourself seriously? Father, why don't we just send someone to secretly kidnap him to the family? Kenny, the middle-aged man on the sidelines, said grimly. He's Carl's father, Dyson's oldest son. No. It's up to you to hire him again. Pay him $1 billion for the consultation first, and tell him he can have as much money as he wants as long as he can come and cure me. Dyson spoke, his voice husky. It's as if money is worthless in his eyes and he just wants to live. Father, Grandpa, how can this be? Both Kenny and Carl's faces changed. Obviously didn't think Dyson was going to go so far as to curry favor with Song Sickness. Do it. Dyson's eyes snapped open, his scarlet old eyes glaring at Kenny. Yes, yes. Father. Kenny was so intimidated that he could only retreat obediently. Carl followed suit, but his face was cloudy. Song Sickness was worth far more than he expected. He then rushed to find Lucy and told her all about it. He's just a doctor. What makes him make so much money? Lucy's eyes reddened. The better Song Sickness became, the less she felt in her heart. Especially this time when Herbert hit her for the first time. She blamed Song Sickness for all this fault. No, it's my dad who gave this asshole everything. How else could he make so much money? He deserves to die. He deserves to die. Lucy scratched her head frantically, her tone full of resigned resentment. Calm down, Lucy. Carl grabbed Lucy's shoulder and said with a smirk on his face, there's actually another better way to torture him than killing him. What way? Quickly. Lucy was instantly energized. Doesn't he like you? Then you fulfill him, accept him on purpose, and then take control of him. By then, all that money he earns will be ours. And even in the future, you'll be able to control him to create more wealth for us, Carl said with a frantic face. Nerve strips are pulsing like crazy. At that, Lucy froze as well, thinking to herself, yeah, wasn't her conflict with Song Sickness because she rejected this guy's advances, and this guy purposely used this way to get back at her? If she faked obedience, wouldn't this guy just listen to her? Thinking of this, Lucy also nodded with a ferocious look on her face. Fine, since he likes me how he likes me, then I'll fulfill him. I'm going to drain him of everything he's got and turn this ing guy into one of my dogs. I'm sure with your beauty, you'll be able to charm this guy. Carl put his arm around Lucy and complimented her. Go get me something to eat first, Lucy said, suddenly a little hungry. Didn't we just finish eating? Carl froze. I'm hungry again. Hurry up, Lucy said impatiently, her stomach already growling. For some reason, she was always underfed these days. Okay, I'm on my way. Thinking about the next plan, Carl obediently retreated. Get more or there won't be enough, Lucy added as she lay on her bed, gulping. Inside the room, the gazes of the crowd similarly fell on Song Sickness. Some of them are Candy's brothers. Some of them are Candy's uncles. All of them greeted Song Sick with a kind smile. After all, although their status was higher than Song Sickness, no one could guarantee that they wouldn't get sick in the future. Oh, Divine Dr. Song. It's an honor to meet you. President Mashim, who was Kanti's grandfather, took the initiative to come forward and shake hands with Song Sickness. He was equally curious about this young man from Manhwa, who had just been in Doli for only a month, and whose reputation had resounded through the upper class. Preferred to stay in Lee. Hello, Song Sickness contained a smile that was not condescending. What about the president? It's time to get sick. I heard that this is the last session. After the treatment, will Princess Candy really be cured? Mashim asked gruffly. The rest of the group fell silent. A lot of attention is paid to this issue. Of course, after this treatment of mine, Princess Candy will be able to act as normal, Song Sickness assured. Ha ha ha, good. Then we'll witness the birth of a miracle together. Mashim's old eyes sizzled. Thus, Song Sickness stepped into the intelligent ecopod together sterilized and escorted by the respectful clusters of the personnel of the two great families. Candy had been waiting here for a long time under the big, familiar and beautiful tree. She wore a set of black knee-length swan dress this time, a waterfall of blue hair tied out and a few pigtails to trim it, and a pair of small white feet with only a pair of white socks over them. Beautifully dreamy. The good thing was that this time, she wasn't holding any strange books. The gazes of the people of the two families all fell on this noble princess who was the only one containing the bloodline of both families. The female was suddenly bleak. Many of the males of the same age were even harder to hide their trembling. Awed by Candy's beauty, Song Sickness. In the face of the sudden arrival of a large group of people, Candy's violet-colored beauty only locked onto Song Sickness. He came trotting in excitement. Then, in full view of everyone, he gave Song Sick a hug. Candy greedily absorbed the warmth and smell of her heartfelt body, her lonely, empty heart slowly filling. The unique body fragrance pressed into her nose, and her soft peaks pressed hard against Song Disease's chest. But Song Sickness was confused. Being greeted by Candy's warm welcome won't. It wasn't just him. Mashim and the others were also confused. The smile on his face stiffened. The screen is inexplicably still. Candy also finally realized that she had gone overboard, and hurriedly let go of Song Sickness as if she was pretending to be a meet and greet, and smiled brightly. Thank you, Divine Dr. Song. I'm feeling much better now, and I really don't know how to thank you properly. Ha ha, it's fine. This is all what I should do. Song Sickness forced out a smile. Candy, you can actually make contact with people? Mashim also shuddered and spoke, touched by the magical scene. He didn't believe Mike when he told him at first. The rest of the people who hadn't seen it before reacted then. This is all due to Divine Dr. Song. Candy smiled sweetly, then looked at Song Sickness. Divine Dr. Song, there's no time to lose. Shall we start the treatment? Okay. With that, Song Sick followed Candy into the castle. The mood was like a roller coaster. For some reason he somehow felt that the woman had the illusion that she wanted to eat him. Why does it feel like this Candy kid is a little too intimate with Song Sickness? Brahmansi came to Mashim's side and frowned. Hey, she's been alone all her life, and it's normal for her to act new when faced with the first person who can touch her, Mashim said with a slight narrowing of his old eyes. Brahmansi, on the other hand, was a bit worried. Then will Kanti be able to do that because of this? Chapter 81, Third Treatment, Forbidden Pupil. Inside the castle room, just coming in, Candy couldn't wait to come up, blinking her bright purple pupils and asking, Dr. Song, where's the medicine? You lie down, and when it's time to eat, I'll feed you myself, Song Sickness said helplessly. Naturally, there's no way he's going to hand over the sugar pills, and it would be a disaster if he's seen to be doing so. Song Sick had just finished speaking, and Candy was already lying back with anticipation. The hem of her skirt lifted slightly, and every bit of it exuded a tantalizing and seductive aura. Her beautiful eyes were slightly closed, and a happy smile spread across her stunningly beautiful pretty face, expecting what Song Sickness did to her. Looking at the yukai in front of him, Song Sick took a deep breath and tried to egg himself on. After the hands and feet are touched, all that's left is the head and body. Tonight was destined to be a difficult and important session. because it's about his second round of meritocracy. After gathering his emotions, Song-sik came to Candy's head. Intend to start by touching your face. Princess Candy, everything I do next is needed for healing. You don't have to be surprised and nervous, haha, Song-sickness declared beforehand. Well, come on. Candy nodded. She wasn't nervous at all, rather she was looking forward to it. Thus, Song-sickness began the third round of treatment. Candy's skin is soft, delicate and gentle, and carries with it a kind of magic that makes you want to be in love with her. But the good thing was, Song-sickness was determined. There was not too much rambling, only anticipation of the benefits of a second round of meritocracy. This final treatment is destined to be a long one. After all, the area is more than a little larger compared to the previous two. Candy bit her cherry lip slightly, her beautiful eyes mesmerized. Enjoying it, coveting it, she realized she was thoroughly enjoying it. More than anything, I liked the smell of Song-sickness. Song-sickness also fed the sugar pills, as promised, to Candy as a reward during the touching process, while not forgetting to dab on some essential oils. Gradually the feeling of weakness and dryness returned, and the brain was inexplicably dizzy and congested. However, Song-sickness continued to grit his teeth and kept going deeper and deeper. Almost. It was close. It must be adhered to. This genetic mutation disease. He'll take it. After having been painstakingly holding on to the treatment for 4 or 5 hours, Song disease's body's tolerance had also finally reached its limit. The body seemed to be drained instantly, and the nosebleed took the lead. For the first time, Song-sickness felt an unprecedented sense of weakness, and his brain was dizzy. This is the load that high-grade diseases put on the body. But it was good that the system sounded. Ding, successful level 3 absorption of genetic disease. Merit plus 1000. Congratulations to the host, who has accumulated 986 points of merit, completing the second round of meritocracy. Song-sik nearly went limp on Candy, but luckily held on in the end and stumbled into the bathroom. Song-sik, are you okay? Candy opened her eyes from enjoyment to see the last pale face of Song-sickness, as well as a runny nosebleed. Her pretty face changed slightly, and she hurriedly sat up in worry. It's fine. I'm treating you for consuming too much essence. Just rest for a while. Inside the bathroom, Song-sik replied through gritted teeth, casually grabbing a pink towel to wipe away the nosebleed. At the same time, just like the first round of meritocracy, 1,000 points of light flowed out of Song-sickness' hands. It merged into Song disease's body like an electric current. The molding baptizes the body of the Song disease. But this time, Song-sik's eyes underwent a mutation. The pupils were turning a different color visible to the naked eye, glowing with a strange light, demonic and evil. At the same time, the system voice in Song-sickness' head continued to sound. Ding, the disease delivery system is upgraded to level 3.0. Congratulations to the host for gaining a combined boost in his pathogenic constitution, speed, strength, reflexes, thinking, self-healing, etc., to a superhuman 20x constitution. Awakening exclusive disease delivery skill, forbidden alien pupil. Notes. Function 1, can easily see through all physical ailments that are one level below the system. Function 2, forbidden alien pupil enlightenment, can send out diseases one level below the system through the air, use with caution. Note, gain permanent access to the 1,000 diseases absorbed. Current merit 986. Merit accumulation of 10,000 will reach the third round of merit. Merits below -1000 will damage the host's physique. Along with the gradual completion of the body's mutation, Song-sickness also recovered instantly from his initial weakness. It just feels like the body is full of power. Getting up and looking into the mirror, Song-sickness felt something in his heart and triggered the forbidden alien pupil. In the next second, Song disease's eyes were flooded with 2 different colors that were extremely demonic. Song-sik's aura also instantly became demonic and terrifying. It was as if one glance could lock up a person's life. Song disease's heart touched and was greatly shaken, and he hastily closed and reopened his eyes, hiding the forbidden foreign pupil down. Staring blankly at himself in the mirror, Song-sickness felt as if he was going against the grain. That is to say, in the future, if you want to deliver a sick person, you don't need to utilize your ghostly hands to touch them anymore, and you can just send them to their deaths with a single glance? It's like scanning a code on a cell phone. The merit must be falling down? After all, it's addictive to give it away. Looks like we'll be cherishing our merits in the future. Assholes in place. Knock, knock, knock. Song-sik, are you really okay? Do you want me to help you? Outside the bathroom, Candy was worried sick, even kicking herself for not being greedy for so long. It's causing people to get nosebleeds. Just as she was blaming herself for her constant rambling, the door to her room suddenly opened. Seeing Song-sickness again, Candy's beautiful eyes brightened slightly and she froze. Unlike the weakness before he went in, Song's sickness was not only full of energy, but also looked even more handsome and handsome. The features are deep and three-dimensional, with an additional unique and charming temperament. Candy's heart poofed and her stunning face flushed. She realized that she liked this man too much, unable to resist the urge to rush up and stick with him, never to be separated. Princess Candy, you're all right now. Let's get out. Being looked at a bit furiously by Candy, Song's sickness hurriedly interrupted. Ha, it's healed so quickly, so should we review and recheck? Candy said with some reluctance. Song's sickness? No, trust me, you're better. Let's go. Song's sickness tried not to think that way. Outside the castle, Mosem and the others, who had been waiting for 4 or 5 hours straight, had long been anxious and kept pacing back and forth. Could something have happened? Someone worried. Also, I don't remember the first 2 treatments taking this long. Mike frowned back. Let's hope that Divine Dr. Song can perform a miracle. There's nothing that can be done if it can't be cured. After all, Candy's disease is really too rare. Van Vinci sighed. And just as the crowd continued to speculate, Song sick and Candy walked out. Dr. Song, how is it? Is it cured? Mashim and the others immediately surrounded them in anticipation. Well, living up to expectations? Princess Candy is now the same as a normal person. Song's sickness laughed. Mashim and the others were overjoyed and wanted to go up and give Candy a hug. However, Candy's eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, and it was hard to hide the flash of disgust between her beautiful eyes, actually hiding behind Song's sickness. Said, I'm still a little sick. For some reason, a strong revulsion immediately rose in her heart when she had to face the embrace of Mashim and the others. Just want Song's sickness to touch. Moxim and the others stiffened in place, their gazes looking towards Song's sickness. The corners of Song's sick's mouth twitched, and he also looked at Candy incredulously. Suddenly he realized that this woman seemed to be a bit psychologically unhinged, but in the face of the crowd's puzzled looks, he still smiled forcefully and explained, this is a normal reaction, and it should be fine after a few days of rest. 3 shifts are up. Thanks for the gifts, brothers. Carrot carrot. Chapter 82 Candy's Favoritism. Accepting a professorship. The morning sunrise gradually rose from the sky, welcoming the mist and spilling over the ecopod in the center of the island. Ka-ching. At that exact moment, this giant intelligent ecopod slowly raised a door. The sunrise spilled in, and the world inside the pod officially bordered the outside world. Immediately afterward, a stunningly beautiful silhouette wearing a black swan dress was seen walking out from it, bathed in the rising sun. She looked up slightly and took a deep breath, engaging with the world for the first time. Under the sunrise, every inch of her skin was that snow white and flawless, and her blue hair was at her waist, so beautiful that it was dreamy, like an angel, like a witch, demonic and pure. The crowd followed suit, looking at the aesthetic scene and being awed. Jesus, that's just angelic. I can't imagine that Princess Candy is so beautiful. They complimented it from the bottom of their hearts. There is admiration, envy, and even more love. Even Song Disease, who had practiced medicine for countless years, was touched by this scene. This woman, beautiful beyond words. And just then, Candy looked back, a smile on her lips. But then, in full view of everyone, he lunged up and hugged Song Sick again. Song's sickness, people from both families? Thank you, Song Sick, for giving me the chance to embrace the world. Candy said, hugging tighter, her cherry lips almost on Song Sick's neck as if she wanted to lick it. The soft and delicate touch and the unique body odor of a young girl are to die for. Only Song's sickness knew how tightly the woman was hugging. However, feeling several unkind gazes, Song Sick still reluctantly pushed her away and smiled farcically. You're welcome, Princess Candy. This is what I should do. Song Sickness then looked to Moxim and the others to take his leave. Princess Kanthi is well now, so I won't stay much longer. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid that this woman wouldn't be able to hold back and do something illegal. Good. I'll have time to talk to Divine Dr. Song later. Mashim laughed. Then Mike and another Mediterranean man were told to send Song Sick away. Candy looked at Song Sick's departing back, her beautiful eyes filled with reluctance. Candy, congratulations on finally recovering. At that moment, Mashim and Brahmansi approached Kanthi kindly. The rest of the family gathered around happily to celebrate. I'm a little tired, so I'm going to go rest first. As a result, in the next second, Candy's smile disappeared and she simply ignored the crowd and re-entered the ecopod. She couldn't be half as interested in these so-called relatives that she hadn't seen a few times or even met. The scene that was originally bustling with activity suddenly quieted down, and people's smiles stiffened on their faces. They suddenly realized a problem. How come their Princess Candy wasn't tired of facing that doctor and was enthusiastic? Tired once you get to them? You guys go back first. Don't disturb Candy's rest, Mashim ordered. With that, he walked in with Brahmansi. Under the big tree, Candy swung in boredom as if she knew the two would come. Hey, Hey, little Candy. I came here to ask you for some political advice. With a kind smile on his face, Mashim finally revealed the purpose of the trip. And me, those business models you came up with earlier have made the family a fortune. But a few things went wrong in them. Brahmansi also continued. It was hard to believe that the two true greats of Ligwa were at this moment asking a little girl for advice on what they specialized in. And for all of this, Candy's stunningly beautiful face was unusually calm. It seems to have been taken for granted for a long time. Because this was the reason why after her parents' death, these two big families still spent huge amounts of money to help her continue her life to this day. Candy didn't say anything, just looked down and pulled out a cell phone and sent 2 documents to each of the 2 men. The 2 hurriedly opened it, and the more they looked at it, the hotter their eyes became. In exchange, I need all the information on Song's sickness. Candy laughed at this point. The 2 men's smiles stiffened, and Van Wenzi asked tentatively, what do you want Dr. Song's information for? To thank him, of course, or to get a review from him. Candy thought hard about it. Mashim, equals smiley face. Brahman West, Sigma, degree winky face. And no one of you is allowed to bully him, or else I'll get mad. A smile curled the corners of Candy's mouth before she walked into the castle with her hands behind her back. However, this smile caused the 2 men's faces to change slightly, their backs inexplicably chilling. On the other hand, Song Sik left the island with Mike and the Mediterranean man escorting him. Divine Dr. Song, this is the payment you deserve. Mike took out a World Bank card. As agreed, inside was a $10 billion consultation fee for Song's sickness. In addition, in order to express our gratitude to you, we have also given you a manor, and the 3,000 acres of land in the manor's circumference are all yours. Here is the deed. Mike continued to follow Mashim's and Brahmansi's instructions and took out a deed to the land and gave it to Song's sickness. This was done naturally in the hope of keeping Song's sickness in the land of profit. Thank your president and Mr. Van Vinci for me. Sung Siko took it with a smile. I didn't realize the other side came with an estate. That's how rich people are so bold. In addition, abiding by the president's wishes, we would like to cordially invite you to join us as a citizen of the land of Li. It was then that Mike spoke the ultimate truth. A man of any country is a man of any country. And I am an Ankaku. And that is something that a nationality cannot change. Song's sickness refused with a smile without even thinking about it. Divine Dr. Song, let me introduce myself. My name is Malish. I'm a member of the Campbell family, as well as the president of SJO International University. As if knowing that Song's sickness would refuse, the Mediterranean man on the side duly picked up the conversation. I am really deeply impressed by the amazing medical skills you have shown. With a miracle doctor like you, I'm afraid no doctor in the world can compare with you anymore. So, since you don't want to join Lee, I will invite you to become a professor in our school only on behalf of SJO University. This will make your medical skills world famous as well as better benefit mankind. At those words, Song's 6 eyes narrowed slightly. The 2 of them sang and drank together, still changing their ways to try to leave him behind. The purpose, naturally, was also to keep his medical skills in the land of Li. Don't worry, there is no limit to the amount of time you can teach, and I will give you the best terms. Malish continued to laugh. Okay, I'll take it. Song Sik thought about it or smiled and nodded. Today he has shown medical skills that have taken the medical world by storm. It's a country that wants access to these healing arts that can cure terminal illnesses. Mashim and the others seem to have respect for him but want him to keep his medical skills in the land of Li all the same. If he continued to refuse, he could not guarantee that he would still be controlled by house arrest. Though he is not afraid, it will bring a lot of trouble in the end. So it wasn't out of the question to use this professorship to teach these people the healing arts they wanted, as desired, and save them more trouble. Besides, it would be nice to go home later with such a foreign professor. After all, before that, he just wanted to be an international student. Brother's head hurts too much. Only one more shift. Allow me to cushion it. Winky face. Chapter 83, Kenny's Real Purpose. When Song's sickness returned to the medical center, Harukawa Take-jun came up with a business card and said, Master, just now the head of the Hodwa family personally came to look for you. This is the business card he left behind. Wanted to invite you to visit. Song Sik tossed the card without even looking at it. For that Carl's family, he wasn't half as nice. Master, the Hodwar family is the second largest noble family in the country of Li, with great wealth and ties to many of the underworld. Or else, Haruka Take-kimi reminded with some concern. Wait until he comes next time. Song's sickness changed the subject and said, prepare for the start of business tomorrow. There are no longer any limits on the number of places this time, but the hours of healing are all uniformly limited to 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. Nowadays, he was already considered famous, so naturally, he didn't need to attract people in such a way anymore. But there's always a time limit. or else you probably won't need to rest for most of the night afterward. And he can't handle it mentally or physically if he sucks too many diseases a day. As soon as you close your eyes, your mind is probably filled with rippling peaks and statues. Even sleeping at night, it always feels like I'm touching something, and I may have unique dreams. That's terrible. Okay, Haruka Takanoshi nodded and hurriedly went to maneuver. Song Sickness returned to his room and continued to delve into the medical book that Hua Sigua had given him. With his brain today, it was too easy for him to memorize and understand the profound Chinese medicine knowledge inside. Even if it was some tattered knowledge, Song Sickness was able to fumble and deduce it. Moreover, Song Sickness realized that inside the medical books, there were also a few sheets of ancient books interspersed. This is something that the Harukawa Nair one doesn't have. Perhaps this is the last vestige of Washiku's selfishness towards Anhwa. Over the next few days, word spread of the opening of the Sick Delivery Medical Center. The number of people who came to seek treatment really increased. But the good news is always in the hands of those rich and high officials. Therefore, those who come to register for medical treatment are also almost all those rich and high-ranking officials. There are even wealthy people from other countries who come from far and wide. Among them was the rich Manhwa. In this regard, Song disease naturally treats all people equally, as long as they have money. The fees are charged according to the wealth of these people. Because, with just one glance, Song disease can be seen to judge the good and bad of what each person has been eating for a long time. The good and bad of the living environment. The amount of technology and ruthless living contained in the body. So, the poor and the rich are still well distinguished under the alien pupil of Song disease. And touching the process of disease treatment, Song disease also quietly added some learned from the medical books and practical Chinese medicine. Let Harukawa take June, who has been studying hard and sweating profusely. Study, counteract the guilt he feels inside. At the same time, Song disease does not forget to use the afternoon to study. Not only did he continue to study that medical book, but he ran to the library of the University of Skokie to study some Western anatomy, veterinary medicine. After all, learning makes you better. And it was done so that there would be something to teach that wasn't to be a professor at Skokie University in a few days. But life doesn't often go smoothly. With the rise of Song disease, there's a lot more going on. There were eye rolls from peers. A capitalist wants to buy out the patent on the medical formula for Song disease. There's even the threat of gangs. After all, in their eyes, Song Sickness was just a doctor even if his medical skills were superior. Fortunately, the official protection and deterrence of the favorable country in secret has suppressed these stupid people. But on this day, what was to come, came. This was at the peak of treatment. The store was filled with wealthy and high-ranking officials waiting to register for treatment. A treated white man walks out of the solo clinic. In the next second, he suddenly choked himself and jerked out backwards, spitting white bubbles. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Help me. Help me. This scene instantly scared everyone. Immediately afterward, as if by appointment, a number of people in the crowd were secretly taking photos and videos. The commotion outside drew the Song Sick trio out. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Haruka Takejun rushes forward to rescue him. If this matter were to break out, the blow to the just established reputation of the Sending Disease Medical Center would undoubtedly be huge. However, Song Sickness' eyes narrowed slightly, but he silently pulled out his cell phone and made a call. This is clearly a false accusation, and it's futile for him to go and resuscitate it. All the diseases in the other person were taken away from him. Everything shown now is an act. As expected, under the resuscitation of Harukawa's father and daughter, the white man pretended to regain consciousness, gasping for breath while pointing at Song Sickness with a face full of anger. You devil! You didn't cure me at all. You tried to kill me. You're just a quack. I'm really sorry, sir. We'll examine you again and the consultation fee can be waived for you. Not wanting to make a big deal out of it, Harukawa Takeshan rushes to appease and try to save the day. You guys still want to kill me? This isn't over. I'll get a medical evaluation. You guys are done. The white man was furious. Yes? Then as you wish. A cold aura flashed in Song Sickness' eyes. Ding successfully delivered meningitis. Merit -1. This scene was so similar to the ungrateful behavior of those 18-horse households in the past. Therefore, the other party had managed to provoke Song Sickness into killing him. The animal in the plaques all humans and animals can be cured refers to more than just small animals. At that point, the police called by Song Sickness arrived and immediately shook up the scene and took the white man away. He's nothing but a pawn. The men who had been taking pictures also left in a panic when they saw this. At the same time, Song Sick's cell phone rang. This time, Song Sickness connected. And on the other end of the line, came the voice of Kenny Howard. Divine Dr. Song. You finally answered the phone. You're really a busy man. Kenny's voice was slightly mocking. Is this who you invited? Song Sickness asked. If you don't want this scandalous affair to come to light, You'd better be a good boy and come with me. You have 3 days to think about it. Kenny didn't hold back. No need. I'll come tonight. Send me the address. Song Sickness calmly said. Kenny froze, then swirled around and praised. You're smart. I like that. Song Sickness glanced at the address on his cell phone and continued to heal. Most of the tycoons at the scene were brainy, and in the face of what had just happened, they could naturally guess a thing or two. This is the kind of thing that is used to expose on the internet and fool the brainless keyboard warriors. But you don't have to say. The internet environment is so amazing. If this matter is exposed, no matter whether you are right or wrong, countless keyboard warriors will be willing to fall into the power maker's dog. Let them bite how they want, and they'll bite back obediently. Meanwhile, in a high-rise hotel across the street from the sending hospital, Kenny and Carl smiled at each other. But Carl's smile was more than a little silly. Alright, stop laughing. You go back to the clan and get ready. Tonight is the night that old man dies. After living for so long, he doesn't want to die. So let's see him off. Kenny said grimly. Tonight, he was going to borrow the knife of Song Sickness to kill the damned old thing and succeed in inheriting the Howard family, and take the opportunity to take control of the cash cow that is Song Disease. He was a godly doctor, but he killed his father, and he imprisoned Song Sickness for it, so no one will say anything else, right? Oh, well, okay. A somewhat unresponsive Carl nodded his head in a hurry, his gaze hot and goofy. Chapter 84, Evil can never triumph over good. Times Square at night is lively and bustling. Song Sick put on his white coat and set off at the address. It's a pain in the ass when people are popular, so to solve these troubles, he needed to show the dignitaries that he was more than just a doctor, and possibly a veterinarian. This calls for an example to be made, but have been struggling to have a good chicken. That's when the holdwares popped up. This chicken is good. He hadn't even been active since getting stronger again. This time it just happened to be a test. Walked under the agreed upon hotel. Several black limousines were already parked there. 2 bodyguards wearing sunglasses took Song Sickness into a car and just sped away. Inside the lengthened limousine, opposite Song Sick, Kenny crossed his legs, shook his red wine glass, and surveyed Song Sick with a smile. Beside him were 2 bodyguards with guns. Dr. Song, come on, have a drink and good luck with making the right choice. Kenny raised his glass in praise. You're welcome, it's all I should do. Song Sickness smiled and raised his glass as well. Ha ha ha. I wouldn't have had to resort to that if you'd been so sensible earlier. Kenny laughed. He was very upset about Song Sickness dismissing him twice before, but at this moment, when he saw Song Sickness admit defeat, he was instantly happy again. You were asked to go this time to cure my father. But, Kenny said this and looked at Song Sickness with a cruel smile on his face. But I want you to cure him in a very natural way. Oh, at this request from the other party, Song Sickness visibly froze and asked with a smile. Why? Going to all this trouble to hire him to put the screws to his own father? That's a good big boy. That's not for you to ask. Kenny shook his head and threw out the temptation. As long as you can do as I say and cure that old man to death without God's knowledge, I'll give you 100 million legion as payment. And later, you'll have the honor of being a friend of my family. The Hold Wars. It was indeed a temptation too hard to resist. And congratulations on your choice of an excellent doctor. Song Sickness laughed, but in his heart, he sneered. Asking him to cure the present-day ruler of the House of Holdfast is clearly backing him into the fire. A proper trap. He didn't care. However, it had absolutely no bearing on the purpose of his trip. Kenny froze, obviously not expecting Song Sickness to be so open about it. But it's good to try to make him use force to deter. The vehicle soon pulled into a luxurious wooded estate. The defenses were tight all the way around, and almost all of them were gun-toting escorts. Enter the villa. A group of men in suits are already waiting here, among them an acquaintance, Carl, but the latter was there drooling and fuming, not knowing what to think again. It wasn't until he saw Song Sickness that Carl was instantly activated by hatred and came away resentful. Song Disease's eyes flashed with a strange aura as he hurriedly increased the dose. Ding successfully delivered schizophrenia. Merit -1. The next second, under double insanity, Carl wandered off again. Kenny made eye contact with a few people, and called out to the fuming Carl, and a few representatives of the Hordiva family. Took Song Sickness to the medical room at Dyson Renewal. It's a smart medical room with all sorts of expensive life-renewing equipment. Dyson was lying in a hospital bed and needed an assistive device to even breathe. Divine Dr. Song is here. You guys should step back first. Kenny dismissed the personal doctors. You're Dr. Song? Seeing Song's sickness, although Dyson's pale face flashed with surprise, he still begged as if he was grasping a life-saving straw. As long as you can save my life, I'll give you half of my private property. In the face of life, he treats a fortune like dirt. However, these words caused Kenny and the remaining few Hordelwald family heirs to change their faces slightly, Because Dyson's private fortune is hundreds of billions of leagues of gold. Resentment flashed in Kenny's eyes, but he smiled and patted Song Disease. Dr. Song, I hope you won't let me down. Don't worry, you'll be pleasantly surprised. Song Sick gave Kenny an affirmative smile and made his way to Dyson. Looking at the human body, it was hard to hide his surprise, because the body is clearly over 120 years old and has organs of different ages inside. That's the beauty of money. After all, with all that money, anyone would want to live longer. Song Sickness immediately launched a save on Dyson. This old body at the limit of humanity is almost always suffering from various diseases caused by organ failure. This made Song Sick think of two questions. If he'd been giving it to an old man absorbing a disease caused by organ failure, does it keep the old man from dying? Also, he's a disease source physique. He doesn't get sick. Has he been immortalized? While his head was pondering, the movements of Song Sick's hands did not stop. Soon, with Song Sickness saving the day, Dyson closed his eyes peacefully. Kenny stared dead at the scene, his gaze gradually becoming livid, until the ECG slowly returns to a straight line. Well, as you wish. Song Sick stopped what he was doing and looked at Kenny. Father? What happened to my father? Kenny, however, had a look of shocked grief and rushed to Dyson to confirm it. Dead? Isn't that what you asked for? Song Sickness laughed. No, what are you babbling about? You quack. You killed my dear father and I'm going to make you pay for it. Kenny's acting skills skyrocketed. His eyes bared, and he got right up and drew his gun and pointed it at Song Sick. At that moment, the door of the room was broken down, and a group of people also rushed in with guns, pointing at Song Sickness. Bean Carl did the same thing and picked up a gun. Divine Dr. Song, my Hua family kindly spent a lot of money on you to heal my father, but you took the opportunity to take his life. If you don't give an explanation today, you don't want to leave. Kenny doffed his cap to Song Sickness in a big way. Give my father back his life. Kill him and avenge my father. The rest of the group was incited and growled angrily. Ow ow, I'm Iron Man. I'm justice personified. Carl, also incited, suddenly shouted. Kenny and the others looked at Carl in confusion. Song Sick's eyes twitched slightly as he similarly shouted. Iron Man. He's the exterminator. He's going to destroy the universe. Stop him. Carl's bloodline was instantly activated and his eyes filled with determination as he pointed his gun at Kenny. Carl, what's gotten into you? Kenny grimaced. The rest of the group was equally puzzled. I'm Iron Man. Carl took a deep breath and solemnly announced to the world. Next. Bang. 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 Carl decisively pulls the trigger and kills the exterminator. Kenny was shot in the chest and a bullet in the head, but it was an incredulous face. He engineered the killing of his own old man. In the twinkling of an eye, he was killed by his own son? Is this retribution? The crowd at the scene turned pale. Two bodyguards stepped forward to control Carl while the bullets ran out. Let me go. You accomplices of the exterminators. I'm going to save the world. Carl yelled and growled, snapping his fingers in an effort. Iron Man, you've done a great job. Leave it to me next. Song Sickness got up and placated. Carl went nuts calling himself Iron Man, so he gave it a shot with a test. I didn't think that this guy would let him down. Fighting the exterminator doesn't come with a half-assed twist. See, this guy has a superhero dream in his psyche. No Superman, you run. You are no match for them. You are now the last hope of the universe. Carl growled as if he was dying. You big bad guys, come at me if you can. My mech will be here soon. The faces of the people at the scene were gloomy. A middle-aged man stood out and pointed at Song Sickness. Catch him. It must be this guy who has given Carl some kind of evil spell. Yes, several bodyguards immediately pressed towards Song Sickness with their guns. Evil can never triumph over good. Song Sickness smiled and wagged his finger, the strange light in his eyes blooming a little. Carl looked stunned. Chapter 85, One Eye for a Little Friend. Song Disease's pupils transformed into a different color, glowing with an eerie light. At this moment, Song Sick's aura also changed, demonic and evil. Boom! Several bodyguards came pressing in with guns and clubs, their faces showing sardonic colors. However, the moment the gaze made contact with Song Sickness' alien pupil, it was struck straight to the heart by a forbidden force. The kind and handsome smile that faced Song Sickness was more like the beckoning of death. Ding, successful delivery of heavy drug addiction. Merit -1. Ding, successful delivery of heavy drug addiction. Merit -1. Ding, successful delivery of heavy drug addiction. Merit -1. As long as it was a glance with Song Disease's alien pupils, Song Disease had already given them the disease. Aha! It's so hard. Give me medicine. Give me medicine. In the next second, their whole body suddenly itched unbearably, and they instantly fell to the ground, convulsing and struggling, letting out miserable cries. The sudden scene caused the rest of the people's faces to change drastically and their bodies to tremble violently. They don't know what to post. I don't understand how these people suddenly fell to the ground as soon as they got close to Song Sickness, like being possessed. Kill him, he's the devil, he's not human. Someone hissed hideously, rousing the disoriented crowd. They raised their guns, aimed at Song Sickness, and were about to shoot, but they were greeted with Song Sickness's demonic, soul-stirring eyes. With a sweeping glance, as far as his eyes went, anyone who touched Song Sick's eyes was instantly sent to the poison and immediately fell to the ground at the sight of the effect. The people outside heard the screams, and the bodyguards kept breaking in, but they all ended up the same way. One look at a little friend, like Medusa's petrified eyes. Only the difference is that the eyes of Song disease are the source of a rapidly spreading plague of poison. In the end, Song Sickness even simply walked out and cleaned up manually when he could. Saving merit. Kill me. Soon, the entire estate was filled with screams. Under the attack of heavy drug addiction, they are like evil spirits who have gone mad. With insanity, shortness of breath, nausea and vomiting, all sorts of horrible symptoms occurring frequently. They couldn't even hold their guns steady, so they hurriedly scattered and crawled to find drugs or begged for death. Where did they care about Song Sickness? They probably couldn't figure out until they died that they had only wanted to ask Song Sickness to be a scapegoat, settle Dyson, inherit the property, and thus control Song disease. Instead, a veterinarian was brought in to give them a serious illness. Determining that there was no more threat, the strange light in Song disease's eyes dispersed and he put away his forbidden foreign pupils. All I felt was a bit of swelling and blood congestion in my eyes and a bit of dizziness in my brain, which should be a side effect of overuse. However, this side effect was far less than the shock Song Sickness felt inside. This skill, it's so dope. There was absolutely no need for him to do anything. A single glance could bring a person's soul back. It's just that the credits are spent so quickly. It's only been a quick look around, and the merit has already cost a couple dozen points. Superman, I can't believe you used laser eyes. You're practically my idol. In the midst of the screaming crowd, Carl excitedly climbed up and looked at Song Sick like a little fanboy worshipping his big brother. It was a fluke. Nothing compared to you killing the exterminator. Song Sickness humbly laughed. Ha. Thank you, it's all I should do. Carl laughed nervously, kicked Kenny, who had long since glared and hiccuped twice, and scolded nonchalantly. Humph, that kind of birth. Everyone gets it. Song Sickness, what a great justice for a great son. Iron Man, now that this place has been laid out, the exterminator is dead, but his son Carl is still plaguing the earth and needs your help. Song Sick patted Carl's shoulder encouragingly. What? There's even a little sinner. I must kill him and return world peace. Carl, who looked upon death as a matter of course, instantly tore off the curtains and draped himself over them, and set off with a great deal of energy, not forgetting to turn around and give Song Sick a flying kiss. Way to go, Junior. The corners of Song Sick's mouth twitched slightly, and he gave Carl an encouraging look as well. After Carl left, Song Sick swept a glance at Dyson in the hospital bed. Then he lowered his head and picked out the man who had just tried to order his own death, fanning out with a forced pocket while temporarily taking away his addiction. The screaming man was as if he had been pardoned, only to feel that his body, which had been uncomfortable, was lighter and no longer felt uncomfortable. You have 1 minute to explain. Now start the clock, Song Sickness reminded with a smile. The man trembled, directly scared urine, and then look at Song disease, such as to see the devil. The heart has long been unknown to Kenny's mother cursed how many times. What the hell kind of demon or devil did that asshole invite? But in the face of the threat to his life, the man still hastily knelt up and constantly kowtowed and begged for forgiveness to explain. Spare your life. Master Song, spare your life. It's Kenny. It's him who asked us to join in the design to frame you, to coerce you into killing this old undead and then inheriting the family's fortune, and then controlling you in this way. This is all his scheme. It has nothing to do with me. I was all coerced by him. Spare me. Spare me. Men keep skimming the surface. But he forgot that when he pointed his gun at Song Sickness just now, he didn't have any ambiguity. From the moment of joining this conspiracy, there was not an innocent among those present. Good explanation. Rewarded. A minute passed quickly, and Song Sick nodded approvingly, recognizing the man's eloquence. And just when the man was as amnestied as he was, thinking that Song Sickness would let him go, Song Sickness gives him another big biker pocket, slapping him back into the crowd while sending out the addiction he just had again. The man's eyes widened as the familiar sensation returned, and once again he shouted with passion. Song Sickness then turned his head, looked at Dyson on the bed, and laughed. If you keep pretending to be dead, I'm really going to let you die. Dyson's old body on the hospital bed trembled, and he hurriedly climbed up sharply, kneeling in front of Song Sickness. Thank you to Divine Dr. Song for saving his life. You heard everything just now, didn't you? Song's sickness asked with a smile. Yes, yes. Thank you Divine Dr. Song for making me see this clearly. Dyson's old face is iron blue. I cannot imagine that these good big children that he raised with great pains, but so anxious to die. Thanks are not necessary. You know the reason I left you alive? Song disease is appropriately reminded. Dyson's old body trembled, and he hastened to speak in fear. I am willing to give you all the property of the Hadwar family, and will willingly be your servant, manage the property for you, and will handle this matter properly. He's old, but he's not stupid to have survived this long. Song's sickness kept him, naturally because he had value to use. Very well, by the way, as a reminder, although all the diseases on your body have been cured by me, you are already very old to live. Come to me once a month to renew your life. Song Sick nodded approvingly. Why did he save Dyson? Naturally, he was looking at the wealth of the Hadwal family. Consider it a loss of merit fee for him, but such a big family, so many people suddenly overnight all inexplicably poisoned to death. One can only imagine the uproar it would cause, and it was clearly impossible for him to try to swallow this crossroads all by himself. At this point, Dyson, who is in control, is undoubtedly the best person to handle it all. Don't worry, Divine Dr. Song, I won't let you down. Knowing that Song's sickness could renew his life, Dyson burst into old tears and was even more grateful to Song's sickness. I hope so. Song's sickness contained a smile, carried the medicine box on his back, and left leisurely. Father, I was wrong. Save me. After Song's sick left, the man lying on the ground in desperate agony cried and pleaded with Dyson. But in return, Dyson's indifferent killing intent. Chapter 86, Series Visit. Late at night, Song Disease finished his clinic and casually drove a limousine from the Hadwar family back to the medical center. Several black vehicles were seen parked in front of the medical center from a distance. Outside the car stood several other black men who looked like gangsters, smoking cigarettes. By definition, it is closed at night. Could it be that some ungrateful tycoon is going to treat himself again? That's a good feeling. With doubt, Song Sick parked the car and walked up. When they saw Song's sickness coming this way, the group of black-clothed men all looked over. Upon seeing Song Sick's appearance, the eyes of the leader, Rong Xian, shook. This person, wasn't he the same doctor who had entered the Black Skin Gang in the past to treat patients? Thinking of something, Rong Xian stepped forward to block Song Disease's path and asked, Are you Mr. Song? It's closed at night. Come back tomorrow if you want to see a doctor. Song's sickness said, and was about to stagger the other party into the store. Wait, our queen wants you. Rongshuan reached out and blocked Song's sickness. A few of the minions saw this and gathered around as well. The behavioral style is undoubtedly Yakuza. What for? All of you, stand down. Luckily, a cold and domineering female voice sounded, and Siri Jiayan walked out of the car with a slightly pale face. She squinted twice in the car because of her abdominal pain. Hearing the commotion, this is to get out of the car to check. The moment they saw the handsome face of Song Disease in the bar, the bloody and gruesome scene came flooding back, instantly making the face of this Queen of Simeon a few shades paler. I couldn't care less about the pain in my stomach to rush forward. Rong Xian and the others' faces changed slightly, never having seen their queen lose her temper like this. They hurriedly bowed their heads and retreated. Song Disease's gaze also fell on this cold and domineering mob woman. I didn't expect the other side to come so soon. Mr. Song, I'm sorry, it's my fault for failing to discipline. Please don't blame me. Siri arrives and immediately makes amends to Song's sickness. Deeply afraid that Simon would follow in the footsteps of the Black Skin Gang, and Siri's lowered stance was once again impacting Rongshuan and the others' three views. Anyone who has been at Westgate has experienced how ruthless and scary Siri can be. Both men and women willingly submit to Siri's feet. No one dares to disobey the will of this queen, for the disobedient ones have died a horrible death at the feet of Siri. However, at this moment, the queen they had submitted to follow had willingly bowed her high and proud head to a seemingly ordinary doctor. The shock to them was undoubtedly huge. It was as if something that had been regarded as pure as faith had suffered desecration. Therefore, in an instant, there were quite a few people who revealed their hatred for Song's sickness. Are things all taken care of? Song's sickness asked calmly, not caring about the others. This is all the information on the eradication of the Black Skin Gang, as well as the wealth harvested. Please take a look. Siri respectfully presented a bag. Inside is a detailed assortment of information and photographs of the eradication of the remaining members of the Black Skin Gang. Song's sickness roughly flipped through a few glances, then nodded and said, Come in with me. I'll wait here, and don't anyone make a move without my orders. Also, in the future, when you see Mr. Song, be polite, and anyone who dares to be a jerk and piss off Mr. Song will be thrown into the sea and fed to the fish, along with their family members. Siri coldly and gruffly instructed, before following Song's sickness into the medical center. Rong Xian and the others were grimacing, but in the face of Siri's orders, they all could only grit their teeth and obey, watching their queen, humbly following this young doctor away. Inside the medical center, when he saw Song's sickness return, Harukawa Takejun was relieved. Song's sickness took Siri all the way to a solitary consulting room on the 3rd floor. Along the way, the mob queen's heart was filled with apprehension and fear. "Take off your clothes and lie down. I'll detoxify you," Song's sickness said indifferently. "Who cares what kind of queen you are? In my case, it's time to take it off." Siri's petite body trembled slightly, a little confused. Shouldn't she have been given an antidote pill? However, in the face of Song's sickness majesty, although she was extremely resistant inwardly, she still obediently took off her clothes, revealing her bumpy and perfect body, and lay down on it. "Open your mouth." Song's sickness stood at Siri's head, his voice as flat as ever. Siri's pretty face changed, having decided that Song's sickness was trying to do just that. Being naturally averse to men, she only found this behavior to be extremely disgusting. Every cell of her body resisted. Looking up at Song's 6 angular jaw, the always domineering and ruthless her couldn't raise half a point of resistance. After all, he closed his beautiful eyes and opened his small mouth as if he had resigned himself to his fate. For Simon's sake, she had to endure, even if it's done by Song's sickness. Put. Just as Siri was rambling, a pill had already been shot into her small mouth like a marble by Song's sickness, reaching the depths of her throat with precision. Ahem. This is the antidote. Only one. Spit it out and it's gone. The sudden foreign object made the closed-eyed Siri unable to breathe and subconsciously tried to cough it out. But Song's 6 words instantly made her swallow hurriedly. Siri's taut, petite body breathed a simultaneous sigh of relief. Just when she thought she had escaped, at the small of her back, a pair of hands had been placed. Her original newly loosened petite body instantly tightened, and the cells in her body were even more boiling in revolt. Song's sickness, on the other hand, began to feel absorption. The so-called antidote just now was just a front. To heal, you still have to touch. It's easy to send a sick person, but hard to collect them. It can't be helped. Delivering a sick person only requires a touch. Touch anywhere. Nowadays it is even delivered with just an eye contact. But the collection of diseases is different. Always the original recipe. The same material. Touch wherever you are sick. That won't change. Or even a more serious disease. It also has to be slowly and meticulously palpated, so as not to leave a single corner of the lesion untouched. Otherwise it may also recur. It's that much trouble. In this regard, Song's sickness also expressed helplessness. He didn't want to, but the system it wouldn't allow it. I must say, this woman's skin is so delicate. Siri was resistant at first, and even got so overwhelmed by the humiliation on several occasions that he tried to fish out of water and get up to fight back. But soon, under Song's 6 extremely comfortable pressure, her abdominal pain sensation was disappearing little by little. Years of taut nerves were also relaxed like never before. Her inner resistance waned, and she even enjoyed it. Ding successfully absorbed stomach cancer. Merit +1. Soon, the stomach cancer was absorbed by Sung's sickness, but Sung's sickness didn't stop there. Continue to touch deeper. He realized that there were other diseases in this woman. Then let's give it away. Consider this woman a bargain. Under Song's sickness's continued absorption, Siri had completely given up resisting. The cold face began to flush, grew to love the feeling. Ding successfully absorbed genetic lily disease. Merit +1. At the same time, seemingly due to being broken straight by Song's sickness, Siri couldn't help but let out a soulful moan. In this moment, one desire, deep in her genes, replaced another. Song's sickness, who had successfully touched sickness, also withdrew his hand, and when he saw that the other party was still lying down, he opened his mouth and reminded him, "Get up, you've gotten better." Siri reacted by getting up and covering her perfect petite body with her clothes. "You may go, and from now on, we owe each other nothing." Song 6 spoke with his back to Siri as he organized his things. Siri's beautiful eyes changed, looking at Song 6 back, lightly biting her red lips, and after a few moments of entanglement, she still made some sort of determination. Chapter 87, Just a Minor Surgery. "Mr. Song, I'd like to invite you to join us at Westgate." Siri looked at Song 6 back and carefully tried. Before that, she had secretly investigated the identity of Song's sickness, knowing that Song's sickness is a native of Manhwa. At the same time, it was also known that Song's sickness had created a sensation in the land of profit. However, the only thing she knew was the terrifying strength of the young doctor in front of her. Song 6 movements in his hands stopped and he looked back at the woman, smiling. "Reason? You have come to Ligwa for development as well. We have the same purpose. It's just that you're in the light and we're in the dark. If you join our Western sect and help us stabilize and grow, we, in turn, will be able to do a lot of things you don't want to do for you in secret. Siri gruffly said. You are the Westgate master. Yet you invite someone who is stronger than you to join. Do you think that this reason alone is enough? Song Sickness sneered. Meeting Song 6 gaze. Siri gritted his teeth and still told the truth. Actually, there's another reason why I want to invite you to join Shiman. Every year, gangs of all sizes in Lee get together to redistribute their communal turf. And the division is all based on the fact that the gangs fight life and death blackboxing among themselves. And whoever has the hardest fist has the right to speak. We at Westgate are pretty much all Asians. Very few of us are good at boxing. And not as big as those black whites. And we pretty much only get the leftovers picked by those black and white gangs every year. Now after the eradication of the black skin gang, it will be even more tolerated by those local gangs. Might even take a shot at us. That's why I wanted to ask you to join. Seemingly afraid that Song Sickness would refuse, Siri continued. As long as you're willing to help Shiman grow, I'll willingly give up the Shiman sect leader position to you. Song Sickness was silent, and to be honest, his heart was moved. It's nice to have such a gangster helping him out in the shadows while giving him intel. After all, it's hard to be alone in a foreign country. Besides, he'd just taken in the whole wars. With such a large list of wealth and resources given to Dyson to manage and operate, who's to say he won't get smart? Therefore, if he could take control of the Western sect and have the Western sect intervene, and the two sides would hold each other back, it would undoubtedly be very favorable to him. As for those so-called black boxing to take up territory, it was too easy for him. At best, a couple of merits. Song Sickness stepped forward, sizing up the cold and colorful mob queen from close range, and laughed coldly. Do you think this can put my mind at ease? What if a woman with ambition like you suddenly gives me a stab in the back? It's nice to imagine, but all of this was predicated on him actually taking control of Westgate. The underworld is unpredictable. 1 second you're on top, the next you're backstabbed are commonplace. Besides, he didn't have that kind of free time to go to Shiman and slowly build up his authority. Don't look at the woman in front of you who was beautiful and seductive on the outside, but on the inside she was definitely a cold and ruthless master. I don't know how many people I stepped on. How else could you have gotten to this position and made those men subservient just by being a woman? And now you're even giving up your position as the head of the Western sect without hesitation to achieve your goal? How many people can achieve such a mind and vigor? So to really take control of Westgate, not to be some kind of Westgate master. Instead, take control of this Queen Simon. Facing Song 6 clear eyes, Siri's delicate body trembled. It only felt like everything that was going through his mind was clearly seen by the other party. It's like having no clothes on, in plain sight. But the thought of the crisis of extermination that might follow, and the ambition not to be satisfied with the status quo, Siri bit her cherry lips tightly and made up her mind. I can be your woman, so that you won't have any scruples. That was the only way she could assuage Song Sickness' concerns. Song Sickness smiled. He just loved smart women, and with that he pulled out a sugar pill. You got it. Without needing to say anything more, the light-hearted Siri opened her cherry mouth and swallowed. Then the jade hand lightly plucked. The clothes slipped down from between the snow-white delicate skin, and the snow-white perfect petite body was so perfectly presented in front of Song Sickness' eyes. Siri lightly stepped forward with her jade feet and undressed Song Sickness. In response, Song Sickness was inwardly choppy though. After all, this was his first time, but he didn't refuse. In order to achieve great things, you must not be afraid of small things. A great man can shrink and stretch. Taking off Song 6's top for him, revealing those toned and perfect muscles, Siri closed her eyes and wrapped her arms around Song 6's neck, initiating a kiss. Song Sickness was no longer polite. Picking up this yukai and entering his room, Siri's pretty face was flushed, and her heart was like a deer in headlights. For some reason, she, who originally loathed men, didn't have that mentality at the moment. Instead, there was more than a hint of anticipation. What she had wanted to endure through gritted teeth, to actively catering to, and finally even greedily demanding. Song Sickness opened the door to a new world for her. It was a joy she had never known. It was destined to be a memorable and long night. Inside the medical center, Harukawa Take-shun, who had just entered dreamland, was awakened by the sound of pinning screams, not without a strange look on his face. Outside the medical center, Rong Xian and the others were bored and smoking cigarettes in the cold wind, swept away by boredom and sleepiness. Why isn't the queen out yet? It's been 3 hours. Something can't be wrong, can it? Should we break in and see? A couple of acute concerns. You want to feed the fish with your families, go ahead. One cautioned. The impulse came to an abrupt end momentarily. Stop arguing and wait quietly. Our queen can even take care of the entire black skin gang. Would she still be afraid of a doctor? Rongshuan said impatiently. Everyone then quieted down and fell back into a boring wait, waiting for the flowers. It's almost dawn, too. Ding, successful delivery of cancer. Merit -1. In the room of passion. At the last moment, Song Sickness delivers to the other side a terminal illness that does not affect the body in the short term, but is enough to kill. In the future, if the woman behaved herself and didn't have second thoughts, he would receive one every so often. Take this as a limitation. Siri lay helplessly in Song's 6 arms, looking out the window at the lightning sky, still gritting her teeth. She got up and dressed, staggering to leave. Let's wait until dawn. Song Sickness was calm on the outside, but in his heart, he was a little embarrassed. Being inexperienced the first time, he had no moderation. No, the gang has business to attend to. Siri refused through lightly gritted silver teeth. From now on, call me at this number if the gang needs anything. Also, when you're better you can go to the Hold Wars and ask for Dyson. Simon can grow on his strength. The assets of the Hordiva family are all mine. Song Sickness said indifferently. Siri's movement to dress stalled, and he looked at the man with unconcealed shock. She wouldn't have believed it if she hadn't experienced the power of Song Sickness. Good. Nodding slightly, Siri touched inwardly. It seems that this time, she made the right bet. Come on, I'll help you down. No, I can do it myself. Siri still wanted to refuse, but his body was already being assisted by Song Sickness. The two of them went downstairs together and out of the medical center. Queen, what's wrong with you? Seeing Siri, whose hair was messy and whose pretty face was slightly pale, Rong Xian and the others changed their faces slightly and rushed forward. It's okay, just a little surgery. In front of these henchmen, Siri was back to being the high and mighty queen she was. Before leaving, he didn't forget to express his gratitude to Sick Song. Dr. Song, thank you. You're welcome, as it should be. Song Sickness laughed. As far as the two were concerned, all of this tonight was just a deal that serves the interests of both parties. Chapter 88, The Trial of Justice. Manhwa, a solemn medical research conference, is in full swing. The venue was neat and clean. The seats were straight, and even the mineral water that was put there was placed with a ruler to measure it. There is no room for error. Those who were present were also almost all professors, or deans, of medical specialists who had the prestige, background, and seniority in Manhwa. But at this moment, the entire conference hall was extraordinarily quiet. A group of experts and professors looked at the medical records on the screen, frowned deeply, sighed and shook their heads. There's no halfway way. Marshall N's situation is no longer optimistic. Whoever gives a treatment plan, I'll promote him to vice president. On the first seat, the white-haired President Lu Tao said with a deep frown, directly throwing out temptation. As expected, when these words came out, everyone's eyes reddened. This vice president's honor could be too high, and the treatment he could enjoy was even better. President Lu, please don't worry. Give us another month and we will definitely give a treatment plan. Yes, we will definitely keep Marshall N alive. According to the relevant data, our medical level has already surpassed that of Li as a whole, and it will definitely succeed. Immediately, people stood up one after another to speak positively, encouraging each other and shouting slogans. Ridiculous, wait another month and Marshall N will already be gone. Until an ill-timed tap on the table broke the inspiring atmosphere. All the experts' gazes went to Lin Jiaxing. There was dismay and admiration. State Dr. Lin, what do you mean by this? Saying such words that are not conducive to unity at this extraordinary time? Are you cursing Marshall N again? Chao Bao, who was also a national doctor, stood up and unhappily gave Lin Jiaxing his hat. He was the one who shouted the slogan just now, and for Lin Jiaxing to say something like that out of place, what was it if not a slap in his face? Joke, I curse Marshall N? Who is fully responsible for Marshall N's condition now? Is it your mom? Lin Jiaxing stood up and sneered back. I've been looking at this 3-generation guy for a long time. You, said Chao Bao, dumbfounded. Lin Jiaxing continued to look around the circle, disdainfully sweeping his eyes at a number of so-called experts who were occupying the latrine. He criticized nonchalantly. Marshall N is critically ill and the matter is of great importance. But at this time, you guys still can't forget to sing praises and praise each other. Self-performing and self-indulgent. What else is this but an ego boost? How many of you have studied Marshall N's condition, not being able to do it yourself? Have you tried to give that opportunity to someone who can? Another month? When Marshall N is gone, you guys can continue to hold a commendation meeting to comfort each other and award prizes, right? Lin Jiaxing's mouth could be considered venomous, cursing out all the displeasure in his heart. But there are still too many words to curse. When he returned home, he went to learn about the case of Song disease. Not checking it almost pissed him off on the spot. It's so wrong. Too angry Jen. It's so hateful. So he was too angry. Lin Jiaxing, watch your words. Chao Bao and a few of his counterparts, the expert deans, grimaced. Can't figure out what's gotten into this guy today. Yet there were many people who silently gave Lin Jiaxing a thumbs up. What's wrong with me not paying attention? Did I poke you in the butt? What qualifications do you have to sit in this position? It's not because of your Chow family's connections, eating royal food and not doing real work. You're just stealing the show. Lin Jiaxing went out on a limb. Reverse, reverse, reverse. Chow Bao was trembling with anger. Deep again and I'll cut you, Lin Jiaxing said directly. The scene is also buzzing. Everyone wondered what kind of madness Lin Jiaxing was having today. Snap. Still President Lu Tao slapped the table and looked at Lin Jiaxing in displeasure. Dr. Lin, there is something to talk about. Martial Lan's matter is of great importance. This is not the time to play with one's temper. President, I am saying this today for the sake of Martial Lan, and even more so for the sake of those unjust talents in people. Lin Jiaxing looked straight at Lu Tao and said, it's time to fix these corrupt medical association vermin. Oh, after all that, you have a way to cure Martial Lan? Chow Bao took the opportunity to gloom and doom. I don't have it, but there's a genius doctor who does. Lin Jiaxing threw his voice. The genius doctor? Where is it? We'd like to see it. Chow Bao continued to sneer. How can he sit here with a straw man like you? Lin Jiaxing asked back with a cold smile. Lin Jiaxing, you've gone too far, haha. Chow Bao was exasperated again and sat up, his gaze already resentful. Dr. Lin, where is that genius divine doctor you mentioned? Which country is it from? If he is really able to cure Martial Lan, as you say, we will be sure to honor him justly. Lu Tao pursued. The rest of the group tensed up, curious about the so-called divine doctor that Lin Jiaxing was talking about. Taking a deep breath, Lin Jiaxing Chang stepped forward, in front of the crowd, drops an incriminating profile on Song Sickness onto the screen. The photo on the screen was Song Six headshot at Andy University. At that time, Song Sickness was green and pure and kind, with a harmless and very deceiving look. The rest are all criminal evidence and expulsion certificates of Song's illnesses compiled by ANU. His name is Song Sickness, originally a student at Andu University. Orang was genius. However, because of his good intention to cure the sick and save people, he was sued by those who rescued him, and was finally sentenced to a lifetime ban on medical practice because of his medical qualifications, and compensated the White Wolves. Lin Jiaxing explained in a cold voice. The result was interrupted by Chow Bao's sneer before he could finish his sentence. Ridiculous, a brat majoring in veterinary medicine with no qualifications, yet he goes to practice medicine to people without a license. What is this not a crime? It's a good thing that vermin like this who are a danger to the society of the country are not shot. Many others nodded in agreement. How can you practice medicine without qualifications, certificates, and without going through their exams? But I've investigated other people he's treated, and almost all of them have been cured, and that's with terminal illnesses like cancer and AIDS. Lin Jiaxing pressed his anger and said. When these words came out, the faces of the crowd finally changed. However, Chow Bao scoffed disdainfully. Joke, do you believe such nonsense? Maybe those people are deliberately making a fuss? Do you have evidence and proof? Besides, even if it's true that he cured them, so what? He's studying to be a veterinarian. He's just a veterinarian. What qualifications does he have to be able to cure people? The scene fell silent, and this time, Lin Jiaxing didn't get angry and looked at this straw man with a smile. That's what he was waiting for. Ha ha ha, qualifications? Very well, since you want it, then I will give it to you. Lin Jiaxing laughed and pressed the mouse, quickly switching to the next video. And this video is the video of Song Sickness curing the twin vegetarians in front of all the famous doctors in the world at the SJO University in the country of Li. The video had been a sensation at the time. The subsequent raking up of the miracles performed by Dr. Song in the country of Li was even more shocking to the entire medical community. This naturally includes experts from Anguilla. So the crowd at the site was not unfamiliar with the video when confronted with it, because they've seen it all. More than anything, he admired Dr. Song in the video, lamenting why such a genius was not born in Manhwa. Why not let them meet? However, they only look up to the high end of foreign countries, but never lowered his head to look at his country's talent. So, they only know Dr. Song in the video, without realizing that Dr. Song, the divine doctor, is Song disease, much less. Such a sensational medical genius is one of their own countrymen. Dr. Song? Song disease? Boom. In a flash, the crowd reacted, their bodies trembling as if they were struck by lightning. Looking to Lin Jiaxing, he guessed a possibility that they had never thought of. And the strawman who stood up to taunt reacted half-heartedly, and his face instantly changed drastically and turned pale. Could it be that? Chapter 89. Is there any qualification? All of you don't need to guess. Song Sickness is the Song divine doctor who is now spreading the word in the medical world. It's this genius who has caused a sensation in the medical world in Li country. Lin Jiaxing looked at the faces of these people at the moment and opened his mouth word by word, completely crushing the flukes in many people's hearts. Boom! When these words came out, the entire room roared, and the hearts of all the expert deans trembled tremendously. Even President Lu Tao stood up, his old eyes fluctuating as he stared dead at Song Sickness in the picture. The genius doctor who shocked the medical world was one of theirs. The news, it's so sensational. Before that, he had once fantasized that it would be nice if he could produce such a talent for his country in his lifetime. But after everyone's shock, there was a deathly silence. Lin Jiaxing then looked at the standing Qiao Bao and questioned with a big smile. Qiao Bao, now again you say, is he qualified enough? Everyone's eyes suddenly converged on Qiao Bao as well. Rumor has it that Dr. Song not only cures vegetarians, but has also cured countless terminally ill tycoons. He has been recognized as the most outstanding and dazzling genius miracle doctor in the contemporary medical field by the Li National Medical Association. Bar none. If such a person is not qualified, then this Qiao Bao's standard for selecting talents is indeed a bit high. Qiao Bao's face flushed red and he just felt groundless, wanting to find a hole to burrow into. How dare he say he's not qualified? If Dr. Song, who shocked the medical world, wasn't qualified, then what was he? His little certificate of honor wasn't even worthy of mentioning his shoes in front of the name Divine Dr. Song. By now, he also finally understood that Lin Jiaxing was deliberately taking him to task to lure him into saying these words, putting a face to the Song disease, and he's still stupidly confused. Lin Jiaxing gives a hole and he just keeps going into it. After holding his tongue, he sat down, not daring to speak again. Talking now is like slapping yourself in the face. However, Lin Jiaxing had no intention of letting Qiao Bao go, and continued to press him aggressively. Straw bag, answer me. Ha, didn't you just say it righteously? Or is it that in your eyes, even Divine Dr. Song is inferior to you? Your medical skills are already unrivaled? Lin Jiaxing, don't bully people too much. Qiao Bao covered his chest and nearly spat out blood from anger. Still dare to retort? Well, it seems that it's not your medical skills that are invincible. It's this billion of yours that's invincible. Lin Jiaxing applauded in appreciation. Many people's faces changed and they secretly sighed in relief, thankful that they weren't the ones who ran into the gun today. That's just unrelenting Barrett. Alright, State Dr. Lin, tell us about Divine Dr. Song. Lu Tao still spoke out to save the day, or else Qiao Bao would really have to possibly be disliked to death. Lin Jiaxing looked at Lu Tao and asked rhetorically in a self-deprecating manner. Oh, President, what else can I say? Such a genius, who should have shone in our country and saved the lives of thousands of people, was framed by people with an agenda. You've got all these great medical skills, but you're forced to become a veterinarian? How ridiculous! How ridiculous! The scene was dumbfounded by these words. Many people lowered their heads in shame. The president was also left with a sigh. Lin Jiaxing swept his eyes over the crowd at the scene, and his soul snapped. If Divine Dr. Song isn't qualified to practice medicine, then who else do we have? If even such a talented divine doctor is only worthy of becoming a veterinarian, then everyone in the room, including me, is only worthy of becoming a horse farmer and raising horses. Upon hearing this, many people's faces turned blue, as if they had been humiliated, and they looked at Lin Jiaxing sorrowfully, but no one dared to stand up and retort again. Lin Jiaxing was equally unafraid. From the moment he set foot here, he was ready for anything and decided to shed everything. Even if I have to fight for my life, I will return justice to Song Sickness. He wants Song Sickness to know that Manhwa is still the country's word. These black sheep will only end up eating their own. State Dr. Lin, after all you've said, that Song Sickness is ultimately a person who has made mistakes and is still underqualified. Now it is even more settled in the country of Lehigh to serve the people of Lehigh. How is such a person qualified to treat Marshallin? The dead silence of the venue lasted for a long time until Zhao Ming stood up. He is a director and manages several Amity hospitals. Many people also seem to have found a breakthrough, and their eyes brightened slightly. Ha ha ha, it's not up to you, Dean Zhao, to decide whether or not you're qualified. It's official is official. I'm just giving you a wake-up call after all the crap I've said to you here today. I have already reported this matter to the officials, and Marshallin has personally approved for me to lead a team to go to the land of profit to welcome back Song Sickness. Do any of you have a problem with that? Lin Jiaxing asked rhetorically with a big smile. The faces of the crowd changed slightly, and Zhao Ming, who had stood up, sat down in a hurry to be sharp, nearly falling. By the way, Marshallin asked me to tell some of you that when he recovers, the first thing he will do is to apply to the officials to fix certain bad customs in medical care today. I hope you all do well. Ha ha ha. Lin Jiaxing walked away, laughing. The scene, however, was dead silent. Many expert deans were turning blue and their bodies couldn't stop trembling. Qiao Bao and Zhao Ming, who had just stiffened Lin Jiaxing, and the others looked at each other and retreated in a hurry. Inside a 5-star deluxe hotel, Qiao Bao, Zhao Ming, and Wang Ben had coincidentally gathered together. On the table were all kinds of mountains of food, but the three of them, who had always had great appetites, were in no mood to eat at the moment. Since then those at the top of the Liu family have inexplicably gotten psychotic and been locked up in a mental hospital. Liu's group also fell one after another. This huge piece of cake is like a whalefall. Many of the family shareholders associated with it have risen to the occasion by snapping up shares. Among them, Chao, Zhao and Wang were the ones who profited the most. What to do? According to what Wang Jialanat said, if that Song disease comes back, will our group be affected? Chao Bao said with an ugly face. That goes without saying. That guy is now in the LIC and has left many of the LIC's high-end specialists and professors without a cure. Not to mention us, Zhao Ming said grimly. That's not the point. Didn't you guys hear that Lin Jiaxing say that the officials are going to make a move? That's what should concern us more at the moment. Then Wang, who hadn't said anything, reminded. He was the wisest of all, knowing that the situation was not right, so he did not argue with Lin Jiaxing half-heartedly at the meeting. What then? Chao Bao and Zhao Ming's faces instantly turned pale, and they were all at sea. They're not afraid of anything else, just the officials. The best thing to do is to wait for that Song sickness to return and pull him into our group. Wang Ben said with a glint in his eye. What if he doesn't want to? Unwilling? Wang Ben's face showed a cruel smile. Then we'll just have to let him die without a word. Chao Bao and Zhao Ming's gazes suddenly became resentful as well. Raise your glasses and take 3 penalties each for today's transgressions. Early the next morning, Lin Jiaxing had already arrived at a military airport by car. 4 figures were already waiting, followed by a number of plainclothes soldiers. And if Song's sickness were here, he would definitely recognize 3 of them. And Ruoi in a white dress and Wang Xiaoxiao in a black casual dress, as well as in Xian who had questioned Song's sickness in the past, and Ruoi's cousin. Sorry I'm late, little princess. Seeing in Ruoi, Lin Jiaxing let out a long sigh of relief. The reason why he understood Song's sickness passed so smoothly and dared to angrily dislike those people at the conference. A large part of the reason was the help and support of this little princess of Ngui in front of him. It can be said that both of them met on the matter of investigating Song disease. Chapter 90, Professor Song's class is in session. Where do I come from? It's just that I have to trouble Elder Lin again for you to make a trip, and Ruoi stepped forward to assist. Full of guilt, she investigated the case of Song's sickness and knew that Song's sickness was wrongly accused. That's why he invited in Xian that night, wanting Song disease to prove his medical skills and return justice to him. But this stubborn young man didn't prove anything that night. For this reason, she was still a bit angry at Song's sickness intentionality, not thinking about their future. Until, just under a month, the guy finally proved his medical skills, but it was a run to a foreign land millions of miles away. Prove it in such a sensational way for the world. By so proving, he not only proved their ignorance, more proof of many things, and as the princess of Manhwa, she should have had the ability to keep such a talent. And yet, through his own inaction, he lost him himself. So, she's going to personally invite back Song's sickness. Pay for your own faults. All are here, so let's go. A middle-aged man wearing glasses on the side, who looked like he had an extraordinary temperament, came out and said, his name is Yi Tian, Marshal N's adjutant. This time, he was sent by Marshal N himself to personally witness this medical genius. Ruoi, why don't I just go with Lieutenant Yi, so you don't run away? That guy is not just a doctor. Wouldn't he deserve to be invited by you personally? The crowd stood at attention, but an untimely voice came out of Xian's mouth, and Ruoi's pretty face turned cold and looked straight at Xian. This time, I'm taking you there to apologize to Song's sickness for your faults that night. Don't forget, you represent the Yin family. And Xian's face turned blue as he said in displeasure. If he was sincere in showing me his medical skills that night, I would naturally return the favor. But he left with a haughty look on his face. He brought this on himself. How can I be blamed? I think he's doing this on purpose because he's in love with Rikuo's favorable conditions. That's enough. You can go now if you don't want to go apologize. And Ruoi interrupted in a cold voice. Some of them were afraid that this mouthy fellow would anger Song's sickness again. Go, I'll go naturally. And Xian's eyes flickered and changed as he was the first to board the plane. And Ruoi had never spoken to him like this before. And he wanted to see how Song's sickness dared to withstand his apology. The Libyan Arab Jamahiriya. A hidden and shocking news has finally spread in the upper class. Dr. Song, pressured by the second nobility of the Hadwar family, cured Dyson, the 120-year-old controller of the Hadwar family. In his first outing, shocked, hundreds of mouths of the Howard family, all died almost violently in one night due to drug addiction, and the only few left were completely reduced to half paralyzed. Paralyzed cuties. Terror. As the controller of today's Hadwar family, Dyson, in order to repay Dr. Song for saving his life, he willingly gave all of the Hadwar family's possessions to be inherited with Dr. Song. The beauty of it is, the consultation fee. 3 messages, one more shocking than the other. It made the entire upper class of the Lee country shake with a tiger. And after learning this news, the rich and powerful high officials of the LIC, who could see and not see, were collectively silent. Their attitude towards divine Dr. Song had changed. Song Sickness opened its store early in the morning to welcome customers as promised. But there are inexplicably fewer rich and high-ranking officials today. At the same time, everyone's attitude towards him changed. It's become more amiable. Even the consultation fee was willing to give quite a bit more. On top of that, Song 6 missed calls and texts on his cell phone were gone. Not a single one. And no one came to his door to ask him to come out anymore. Each one of them came to treat the patient in person in a peaceful manner. And one of them praised Song for his illness. That attitude, that politeness, that gesture. There is no longer any semblance of discrimination or condescension. In this regard, Song Sickness was pleased. It seems to be his medical skills that are recognized. Haruka Takejun, who was Song 6's disciple, was also confused. He remembered that many of these rich and high-ranking officials were still very unruly. Only see them as doctors. Why are you being so polite all of a sudden? It's not scientific. The morning was busy, thanks to a number of personal invitations from Marish, the president of Skokie University. Sunsik decided to go to Skidmore University to teach a class. After all, now that you've chosen to be this professor, it's time to be perfunctory. Otherwise it won't just be Skidmore University that's in a hurry. It'll be all of Lehigh. They all wanted Song Sickness to leave his true skill in the land of profit. It's just a shame that it's destined to be impossible. Because Song 6's true skill is the system. And himself. Meanwhile, Skidmore University. It wasn't just the whole school that was sensationalized after hearing that Professor Song was going to start a class. Even the countless experts and professors in the country of Lee were abuzz. Song Sickness has taken their jobs and they can't do anything about it. That only leaves the path of learning the true skill of Song disease. And so the magic happens. Appointments for Song disease classes flew right off the shelves. Not only for students of Chinese medicine and students of Western medicine. Even a number of famous medical experts and professors came. Even those who couldn't get an appointment came. Get ready to lay down on the window and listen. The school had no choice but to replace the largest classroom in the school for Song Sickness. But there are still a lot of people who can't get a seat. Inside a campus flower hall, Lucy was eating the deluxe version of the Family Bucket mega set. Fried chicken burgers, eaten with a mouthful of grease. This arrogant daughter of nobility, but tirelessly stuffed into her mouth. Lucy, inquire about Song Sickness. At that moment, a big wave came running happily. Really? Where's his class today? Lucy asked as she hurriedly finished a burger in 3 bites and wiped her mouth. Chinese medicine teaching area. Largest classroom 101. But it seems he's not here to teach, but to lecture. Big Wave said with some hesitation. Lecture? Lucy froze. She was studying finance so she didn't really know about medical students. Well, I've heard from medical students that the guy's medical skills are amazing. And he seems to have created a medical sensation. And now it's even been busted out of SJU to become a top honorary professor. Today is the first class he's given. Big Wave said with some shock. SJU being the best university in the world. The graduation requirements, master's degree requirements, all aspects are equally the most difficult. It takes even more than a myriad of hard and fast requirements to become a top professor emeritus at Skidmore University. Like winning a Nobel Prize. What an outstanding contribution. Invents something amazing. These are certainly 1 in a million. But Song Sickness, however, was promoted directly from student to top honorary professor. She didn't know what to say for a moment. He became a teaching professor? Lucy froze as well, becoming more and more convinced of the awesomeness of Song 6's medical skills. It's the highest honor, Big Wave reminded. Go to his class. I'm going to get him. Lucy's face was frantic, and she was even more determined to take control of Song Sickness. Immediately, she hastily took out her makeup bag, wiped off the oil on her mouth, and hurriedly applied precise makeup. It was only then that he confidently headed towards the classroom where Song Sickness was in session. And yet, he completely failed to realize that he, himself, had gained a huge amount of weight. Lucy, wait for me. Big Wave hurried to follow. She had met Song Sickness back in the day. Song Sickness also showed her a doctor. Now that Song Sickness had suddenly become so good, it likewise made her spring into action. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the University of Skokie, a dazzling white sports car sped in. The cool exterior design and sound effects instantly attracting everyone's attention. The white sports car drifted and stopped in a parking space with cool precision. The doors rise automatically. A pair of slender legs wearing small white shoes crossed out, followed by a stunningly beautiful silhouette stepping out from it. Boom! Time seemed to stand still the moment the sultry girl was seen. Everyone's gazes were fixed on this angelic-like silhouette. Chapter 91, blocked outside the door. Song Sik had just arrived at the school and was invited to have some tea by the principal, Malish, who was waiting at the school entrance. It wasn't until the time for the class to start was approaching that Song Sickness changed into a white coat and symbolically grabbed a few books. Come to the classroom where the class is in session. As a result, just as he reached the door, noisy voices filled the room. Fixed my eyes and, well, it was full of people. Professors and experts, students and teachers, doorways and windows. Almost all of them were occupied. Classmate, please move over. Looking towards the two blonde sisters blocking the doorway, dressed in colorful dresses, Song Sickness politely smiled. Let you? Who the hell are you? It was hard for us to grab the spot, a blonde girl said dismissively, sidestepping the door and blocking it even further. Pay some money, little handsome, and we'll consider letting you sandwich us for the lecture. The other choppy blonde girl saw Song Sik's handsome looks and puffed out her proud breasts, winking and flirting. And I don't know if it's true. Song Sickness, I'm a teacher, and if you don't let me in, this class won't work. Helpless, Song Sickness could only spread his hands and laugh bitterly. Teacher? The blonde girl who had just sidestepped glanced back at Song Sickness and laughed mockingly. We're still misses. The president has to line up when he comes. Song Sickness, dare I say that these two women are just two assholes, following the trend, without understanding the medical news? The commotion over here was inadvertently seen by the medical teacher who had snagged a window seat. The moment he saw Song Sickness, his face changed slightly and he hurriedly stepped forward in anger. What are you two doing? Why are you blocking Professor Song outside? If Professor Song doesn't go in, you guys can't listen to. He's Professor Song? As soon as the two women heard this, their eyes widened slightly, and their faces, which had been disdainful the previous second, immediately changed into shock. They were either medical students or they had heard of Song Sickness's reputation and wanted to come and meet this genius miracle doctor. It was rumored that Dr. Song specialized in treating difficult cases, so he wanted to try to see if he could take the opportunity to get close to such a genius. Out come, and they're blocking people out. Of course, the main thing is that Song Sickness is too young. It's hard for anyone to associate that with a professor. I'm sorry, Song, Professor, we didn't know it was you. Please come in. The two blonde girls reacted, their beautiful eyes flashing continuously, and they hurriedly respectfully made way. However, those two pairs of boobies still turned into a barrier, squeezing Song Sik with some effort. And the moment Song Sickness stepped onto the podium, the room instantly quieted down. Everyone's eyes fell on the youngest professor ever at Skidmore University. Geez, he's Professor Song? That's too young, isn't it? And so handsome. I just realized that Asian men can be so handsome, much more handsome than us white guys. No, I'm going after him. I'm sick and need to have him give me a shot. Is this really our Asian man? Our Asian men can be this good? Everyone was amazed by Song Sik's handsome young appearance. Many girls are even more vertiginous as a result. There are black and white girls with undisguised adoration. There is the surprised out of Asian girls. They find it hard to believe that one day disliked Asian men could make such a splash in the land of Lee, admired and adored by countless white women. So for a moment, their eyes changed and they began to follow in adoration. Song Sickness stood on the podium and looked at the sea of people in front of him. Students and teachers from different countries. It always feels like a siege, but Song Sickness, who was used to seeing big scenes, naturally wouldn't show any stage fright. Instead, he took advantage of the lack of time to look around and survey the area. But inadvertently, he spotted a familiar face in the back row, Lucy. It's only been a few days since I've seen her, and the haughty white noblewoman has put on a ton of weight, gradually lost the old sexy beauty. There is a kind of running to middle-aged older women. Sure enough, it's not just the ravages of age that any handsome man or woman can't resist. It's the obesity that covers. Lucy, look, he's looking at us. And seeing Song Sik's gaze resting on them, the big-boobed girl beside Lucy couldn't hide her excitement. I saw that. Lucy smiled back. She knew Song Sickness just liked her, so he raised his small, slightly blonde hand in greeting, casting Song Sik a smile that he thought was sexy and charming. Song Sickness, what is this woman smoking? If he remembered correctly, this woman hadn't always hated him, so how could she come to his class and greet him specifically now? Had it been Herbert's lesson that had brought her to confess her mistake? The corners of Song Sik's mouth twitched slightly, only thinking of this possibility, but he still winced and hurriedly averted his gaze, because Lucy's smile was a little stoned. Oh, and shy on it. Asian men are really shy enough to ask people to take the initiative. Lucy hid her mouth and smiled, thinking she had taken the pinch. On the side of the big wave but face strange. Always feel that Song Sik is not shy, but afraid? But after glancing at Lucy, who was engrossed and unable to stop herself, Big Wave wrestled with the idea for a moment, but didn't say anything more. Over here, Song Sickness retracted his gaze. but unintentionally landed on the 3 positions directly facing the first row of the podium. Because they are empty. The good seats in the first few rows were almost always taken by professors and experts. But these are the only 3 best positions closest to him that no one is moving? Mind you, there are quite a few that are standing without seats at the moment. Just as Song Sickness was puzzled, outside the door, a delicate silhouette walked in. She was wearing a black pleated skirt and a pair of small white shoes on her exposed pair of long, white, beautiful feet. On his head, he wore a ducktail hat that hid most of his stunning face, and his soft blue hair cascaded like a waterfall. The vaguely exposed perfect body and out-of-this-world temperament gave a mysterious and playful seductive beauty. For a moment, the classroom was quiet once again. Everyone's eyes were attracted to the mysterious young girl. Hiss, who is this beauty? When did such a beauty appear in our school? The female could not hide her envy. The open black and white man even did not hide the scorching heat in his eyes, and his gaze greedily fell on the mysterious young girl's pair of white and delicate jade feet. However, the mysterious girl entered the classroom, and her violet-colored eyes under her hat only landed on Song Sickness, even smiled at Song Sickness. However, in the face of Candy's seductive and charming smile, Song Sickness had a strange look on his face. It's very confusing. What is she doing here? To learn? But that look, why did it feel like it was coming at him? The experts and professors in the first row seemed to be informed in advance. When he saw Candy arrive, he got up carefully and let Candy sit in. Many people who secretly knew Candy's identity even had a slight movement in their eyes. They are here for Candy. Song Sickness noticed a number of people outside the door who were secretly protecting Candy, as well as several hot gazes in the classroom that landed on Candy. This class. It's getting interesting. Chapter 92 Candy Jealous? The class bell rang before the crowd's eyes regrouped on Song Sickness. In the center seat of the first row, Candy was instead crossing her legs and holding her cheeks with both of her small hands, just looking at Song Sickness obsessively, full of song disease. At such a close distance, the corners of Song Sick's mouth twitched slightly. He wondered what the woman's real purpose was. Got a crush on him? To return the favor of saving your life by giving your life? Come on. Having been so hurt and disgusted by Wu Yashue, Song Sickness had already had a psychological shadow. It has been cemented to seal the heart. Want a girlfriend? No way. Not in this lifetime. Anyway, but it's okay to want a woman. But the identity background of the woman in front of her was too terrifying. And now she had so many secret suitors and protectors as soon as she appeared. A redhead is nothing more than that. Therefore, Song Sickness didn't want to be tainted, and directly chose to ignore it and take the lesson. Thank you all for taking my class on your busy schedules, but learning my healing arts is often not a quick fix, and you need to start with the basics. So, today, we'll start by talking about Chinese and Western medicine separately. Song Sickness opened the prepared lesson and spoke eloquently. It did not fool around, but started with the human acupoints of Chinese medicine and the human anatomy of Western medicine respectively. These were all from his independent study these days, plus his own understanding, and they were definitely of a master level, playing it for real. Upon hearing Song Sickness' explanation of anatomy, Candy's beautiful eyes glowed with unusual interest. Seemingly finding common ground with Song Sickness, he listened extraordinarily attentively, his eyes full of admiration for Song Sickness' medical skills. However, except for Candy, who transformed into a fangirl, the crowd of Chinese and Western medical students and professors were frowning slightly, not buying into this. Song Sickness makes a good and unique point though, but this is all knowledge they are more than familiar with, and the purpose of their coming here was to learn the true healing art of song disease. Not listening to all of this, they have cognitive song disease. These are all perfectly ordinary medical basics that everyone understands, and even more so can look up on the internet. We didn't come here to listen to your bull ********. We came here to learn how to cure terminal diseases like cancer, AIDS. So stop wasting everyone's time and start teaching us the medical techniques that cure terminal illnesses. Outside the window, a man in a medical uniform standing and listening to the lesson spoke up, interrupting nonchalantly. Song Sickness looked at the other party and couldn't help but look surprised because the other party was no one else. The very same talented Western doctor who generously sacrificed himself to make his name in the medical world, Ali. Right now, Ali was standing right outside the window, his eyes looking straight at Song Sickness with fire in his eyes. Ali hates the young Asian man who stepped on him to make a name for himself. That day, which should have been his honor, was unceremoniously snatched away by Song Sickness. People's eyes also fell on Ali, filled with sighs. Like I said, medicine is vast and profound, not a quick fix. Those things you consider terminal illnesses are not touch and go. They take work and build up. Otherwise, if I speak, you won't understand. Song Sickness laughed. You haven't even tried it. How can you be sure we can't learn it? Which of the experts and professors at the scene are not the best in the medical field? I think you're just purposely hiding and not willing to teach. Instead, Ali continued to press, not giving Song Sickness a leg up. Yeah, Professor Song, why don't you give it a try and let us all open our eyes? We all don't have a lot of time. And it's not your fault if you can't learn. A group of experts and professors saw this and also agreed confidently. This scene made Candy, who was originally enjoying it, frown slightly, and her swinging little feet stopped, looking at Ali in displeasure. Fine, then I will fulfill you, but I need an assistant. Song Sickness smiled and loosened his lips, and as soon as the words left his mouth, Ali took the initiative to walk up to the stage and furtively said, I'll do it. Truth be told, in order to learn to cure a terminal illness, you actually have to have hands suitable for administering needles. How are these hands going to fit? The most important thing is to be flexible and fast. Just how fast and flexible does it have to be? I'll show the slowest standard. Song Sickness smiled in a mysterious manner. He was trying to teach some real talent, but he wasn't being bought. Then it's not his fault. Directly open the lull groping. And so it was. As soon as they heard this they had never known before, everyone's seriousness was instantly mobilized. Song Sickness then picked up a book and handed it to Ali, and picked up the ruler himself. Next, I will use a ruler instead of a silver needle, and you will use a book as a shield, so that you can see how to apply the needle. Song Sickness looked over at Ali and smiled. Please begin, Professor Song. Hearing such a display, Ali came to feel confident. It was well known that he had these hands, which were claimed to be the hands of a genius that was rare to come across in 100 years. Reaction speed is naturally not a concern. Thus, under the gaze of the crowd, Song Sickness closed his eyes and struck out. The ruler was in Song Disease's hand, poking toward Ali like a silver needle. At first, Ali did react and respond well, easily blocking with the book. That's it? It instantly gave him confidence. But soon, the ruler turned into a stump in Song Sick's hand. Ali's face paled and he instantly broke his defense, being poked back and forth. It can't be blocked at all. Dozens of shots a second. How can I dodge? Looking at the hand speed that was as precise as a stump, the crowd also exclaimed in shock, because they can't read it and they can't get to that point. So amazing. Candy's beautiful eyes flashed, and her little feet once again wiggled merrily as her original displeasure was swept away. So fast. Ali finally couldn't hold it together and retreated from the podium in stabbing pain, with several holes in his clothes, revealing the bruises inside. But it was solid that his reaction speed, which he was so proud of, was mercilessly rubbed on the ground by Song Sickness. At this moment, he finally recognized reality and fled this place of wrongdoing in a sorry state. That's the slowest hand speed for administering needles. Fast and hard. Once you achieve this hand speed and accuracy, you can learn the stitches I teach. So work hard, everyone. Song Sickness put down the ruler and smiled. At those words, the scene was dead silent after the excitement. The experts and professors who were previously confident were silent. That hand speed. They couldn't reach it even if they broke the statue. Could they? Ahem, Professor Song. Why don't you teach us from the basics? It was reproposed. This time, finally, no one interrupted. Everyone took careful notes and listened extraordinarily well. Until the end of class, Candy would have been happy to come forward. However, there were several figures that had gotten there first. Pretty much all girls. Professor Song, there are some poses that I don't understand. Can we go deeper together tonight? Professor Song, I'm sick. My chest hurts a little. Can you give me a look? Many of the girls used cryptic words, hinting at Song Sick Road. Song Sick, I know you like me. Let's go out. Until Lucy arrives and confesses with direct confidence. There was silence. Look to the slightly chubby female fatso. Under the ducktail hat, Candy's eyebrows furrowed slightly once again. Chapter 93, the whereabouts of Lucy Nose are still unknown. Song Sick, I'd like to be your girlfriend. Let's be together. Lucy's confident and loud voice silenced the scene. The crowd looked at this big pie-faced chubby little sister with strange looks. Who is this woman? Pretty confident. Ha! Song Sickness, who was the victim, was also dry silenced by this sudden scene. He didn't remember sending the other guy a psycho. Did he? Did you give it away? It shouldn't. No. This little fat girl. Don't jump the queue even if you are courageous. Without waiting for Song Sickness to speak, the two off big boobs who had just been there were very upset and said, because Lucy interrupted them as soon as she arrived, not to mention cutting in on them. Lucy, however, continued to step forward and swept her eyes at the crowd of women surrounding Song Sickness to explore, and proudly said, you guys are just wasting your efforts. The person Song Sickness likes is me. Lucy baby, you guys don't stand a chance. After saying that, he didn't forget to smile at Song Sickness again. Lucy baby is what she calls her school name at Skidmore University. However, when Lucy identified herself, the scene was dry silenced again. No, what did you say? You're Lucy Baby, the famous schoolgirl? The two booby girls were dismayed. They naturally knew Lucy Baby, who was the famous school goddess of SJO University. Countless suitors. But the little chubby girl in front of me clearly wasn't. So I say you can all get lost. Thinking that it was her beauty and fame that shocked the scene, Lucy proudly lifted her chest and proclaimed her sovereignty. Until the murmurs of people rose up. Wait, look at those features. They really do resemble the famous schoolgirl Lucy Baby. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't you scare me. My Lucy Baby is beautiful. This one has a barrel waist and a big pie face. Surely not No. You guys look closely. It really looks like it. Just a billion points fatter. Like it's not like you can take the name of someone's schoolgirl. Or my goddess. The pride on Lucy's chubby face instantly stiffened and she glared at the murmuring crowd. I am Lucy Baby. And you guys are just jealous. As a result, before the words were out of his mouth, one of Lucy's admirers in the crowd mustered up the courage to rush forward and slapped Lucy in the face with a big bikini pocket, yelling, "Don't you dare insult my baby." Someone took the lead, and many of Lucy's admirers were also indignant. Bold demon, don't tarnish our goddess's reputation. Lucy was dumbfounded by the beating, or by her admirer. The reason for hitting her or because she was impersonating herself? Looking at the inexplicably aroused group anger in front of her, she subconsciously went to look for her best friend, Big Wave, to testify for her. As a result, the latter had already seen the situation and slipped away. Okay, you guys are jealous of me, aren't you? Then I'll make you all convinced. Lucy laughed in exasperation and looked over at Song Sickness, confidently opening her arms and pouting with her eyes closed. Song Sickness, I want you to come over here and kiss me right now. Song Sickness, he's eating his melon? Suddenly a jolt of fear came from Lucy's words. Run, it's poisonous. This lady, you should lose some weight. Song Sickness politely leaves a suggestion and rushes to take advantage of the opportunity to bolt. It's too scary. Candy, who was still puffed up, saw this scene and with a wry look on her face, hurriedly followed suit. The crowd, on the other hand, managed to get caught up in Lucy's antics and laughed their asses off. Looking at Song Sickness leaving as if he had fled, Lucy stiffened in place. At this moment, she had undoubtedly become a real clown. All her confidence came from Song Sick's love for her. But now, Song Sickness is fleeing in fear? Did he not like himself? No, it can't be. Song Sickness didn't like her. And what was the point of having her own father come and confess to him? Lucy frantically denied it, clinging to a glimmer of hope as she yelled threats at Song Sick. Song Sick, if you step out of this building today, we're done for life. When Song Disease heard this, he got wind under his feet and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Surface determination with action. This little fat girl, let me give you a free mirror to look at. Before the two booby girls left, they didn't forget to leave a mirror to humiliate, and people left one after another. And to that point, Skidmore University has had an additional chubby little girl posing as Lucy Northwestern Nose. The whereabouts of the real Lucy Nose is still unknown. Song Sick, you'll regret this. The disgraced Lucy's fists clenched and cackled as her gaze became resentful. Staring in the direction Song Sickness had left, he followed suit. On the other hand, Song Sickness had arrived at the open-air parking lot. He was about to drive back when the familiar scent of warmth hit his nose behind him, accompanied by a pleasant young girl's voice. Song Sickness, long time no see. Song Sick turned around. Candy had already appeared behind him with her small hands behind her back and was looking at him with a dimpled smile. Moreover, the other party was still speaking Chinese, the standard kind, with no sense of incongruity at all. Princess Candy, what can I do for you? Song Sickness was a bit helpless. He didn't want to take care of it, but the other party had already come to say hello. What else could he do? Meanwhile, not far away, several pairs of staring eyes had appeared. Candy's beautiful eyes grumbled. She had just made a point of teasing in class, but the guy just ignored her. Now you're pretending you don't know me, right? Then it's not her fault. Her soulful eyes flashed with cunning. Candy blinked and pleaded. Teacher Song, I don't really understand the ergonomics you just taught me in class. Can you make it up to me in private? The voice was so soft to the bone that one's soul couldn't help but tremble. With Candy's innocent pleading little eyes, none of the men can hold up. Song Sickness also gabbled to a halt. Nice guy. So much for playing it right. Please please please, I'm genuinely interested in these. Taking advantage of Song Sick's inattention, Candy had already gotten on board, and her two small hands clutched Song Sick's hand. The soft, delicate touch came from a bone-on-bone sensation. From afar, the few people responsible for protecting Candy's comfort saw this scene and their faces changed slightly, rushed to take a picture and ask, this is a situation to make or not make a move. Ahem, Princess Candy, the anthropology poses will again next class. I'll just speak slower then. Looking at the bodyguards who were taking pictures, The corners of Song 6's mouth twitched slightly. Hurry up and peel away the woman's hand. But the other guy's handshake was real tight, and it took half a day to peel it off. Meanwhile, not far away in a car, Lucy, who had arrived, witnessed the scene. Looking at the flirting pair, her nails had sunk deep into her fat. At this moment, she also finally believed that Song Sickness really might not have liked her. It was all wishful thinking on her part, because the sultry young girl in front of her, who had caused a sensation in the class when she entered the classroom, was far too much prettier than her. And yet, at this moment, such a yukai was also pursuing Song Sickness. What is she then? So she's gone? Scanning himself in the rearview mirror again, the contrast was, well, just killer. In an instant, jealousy, resentment, envy, exasperation, all sorts of emotions surged through his heart. Dog boy and girl, die for me. Lucy gazed resentfully, fiercely kicked the gas. The limousine instantly rushed out and crashed straight towards Song Sickness and Candy. At this time, Candy was still trying her best to stick it out with Song Sickness, completely unaware of the unknown danger. Princess, be careful. The bodyguards guarding from afar reacted, but the car was too fast and it was already too late. Chapter 94 Advanced Diseases Unable to be Detected by the System. Look out! Just as Candy was still losing it over Song Sickness breaking free of herself, the large hand that had broken free of her grabbed her hand again. Without waiting for her to react, Song Sickness had already pulled her into his arms. The sudden happiness left Candy a little overwhelmed, but when feeling Song 6's familiar flavor and body temperature, it made Candy instantly excited, and in the process, she greedily pressed against Song 6's chest and took a deep breath. And at the moment, Song Sickness wasn't in the mood to pay attention to Candy's morbid behavior. Facing the speeding sports car, he quickly lunged sideways to avoid it. Actually, he might be able to block it with his bare hands, but in public, he'd surely be dragged off to study it. Lying on the ground, Candy was still hugging Song Sick one like a bird, completely unconcerned about the fact that she had just brushed shoulders with the god of death. Princess Candy, are you okay? At this time, the bodyguards also rushed over with pale faces. Lucy in the distance saw this scene. Her face changed slightly, and she hurriedly drove away. She didn't expect Song Sickness to react so quickly. It's okay, get her. I want her alive. Candy smiled sweetly as she looked at Lucy, who was driving away. After saying that, he continued to lie on top of Song Sickness. Yes, several bodyguards winced and hurriedly drove after them. How dare someone murder the princess in broad daylight? Hey, you're okay, is it time to get up? Looking at the yukai that had still been pressing on his body, Song Sickness reminded somewhat helplessly. This is luring him to commit a crime nah. Oh, Candy's pretty face flushed as she reluctantly climbed to her feet. But in the next second, she lightly bit her cherry lips and fell into Song 6's arms with a pained face again. Ah, my foot seems to be sprained. The two balls collided and the hold got tighter. Song Sickness, good lord, didn't you just say it was fine? Song Sickness had no choice but to get up by holding the other side, all the way to his car. The eyes then fell onto those snow-white, flawless feet. Unable to stop himself from frowning, he asked, which one is it? Candy lifted a leg in pain. Seeing his pain, Song Sick had to help him take off his shoes and socks, revealing the entire white and tender jade foot. The 5 crystal clear feet were slightly clenched, with red manicure painted on them. Of course, that's not the point. The point is that this perfect little foot is clearly uninjured. Song Sick looked at Candy breathlessly. Give a look to experience it for yourself. Wrong. It looks like this one. Candy innocently held out her other foot. Song Sickness, still, obediently, he took off his shoes and socks as well. The result was a real reddening of the insertion wound at the delicate ankle. Song Sick was slightly surprised and could only help soften it up. Candy found that familiar greedy feeling again, and suddenly her heart was like a deer in headlights, her feet unconsciously clenching. Why are you pestering me? At this time, Song Sickness suddenly raised his eyes and asked with icy cold eyes. Candy looked straight into Song 6's icy eyes, and instead of being afraid, she laughed demurely. Because, I like you. That's her reasoning. Song Sickness was not going to be able to get by with such a blunt and naive answer. You like him because you're curing him? This is outrageous. Unless there is a disease. Thinking of this, Song Sickness hurriedly took the opportunity to touch the other party's feet and carefully probed them again. He now seriously doubted that the woman could have any other strange diseases. But unfortunately, after some checking, the system didn't respond. Song Sickness couldn't help his mind from inquiring. System, are you sure this woman's appearance isn't considered sick? Theoretically, the system can't be wrong, but there's another scary possibility. The system's voice rang out, and its gravity said, when the level of a certain disease is greater than the system level by more than 2 levels, the system will not be able to detect the existence of the disease. Song Sickness' soul trembled as he sucked in a breath of cool air and said, "So, could this woman have a high-grade strange disease? Looking at this performance, maybe there really is." The system hesitated. "So if I use the omni-absorption method, can I absorb this high level of strange disease that cannot be detected?" Song Sickness couldn't help but follow up with a curious question. "Of course, just curious, haha. Warm tip, the level of the disease is too high, and if the host adopts the omnidirectional absorption method, the whale may be exhausted and the system will explode. Please think twice before you act." The system was nonchalant. "Song Sickness?" he also just asked. This guy, without any euphemisms. Looking at Candy's absolutely beautiful smile again, Song Six's attitude changed and he felt a chill underneath his body. If, in the last second, he'd had a single bad thought about the Yukai in front of him who lusted after him, it was because he was a normal man. But now that relentless thought was obliterated. Because the woman in front of her was most likely harboring a high-grade disease that the system couldn't even detect. "It's too scary, Jen. Untouchable. What's wrong with you? Am I not pretty enough?" Candy asked, a little lost. "No, Princess Candy, you're beautiful. It's just that we're not right for each other right now." Song Sickness stays high and helps him put his shoes and socks back on. "Candy, not now? What's that supposed to mean?" Just as Candy was wondering, several military vehicles approached at breakneck speed. Immediately afterward, from the military vehicle, a group of heavily armed war police came down. At the head of the group was a young man wearing a major general's uniform. "Princess Candy, it's getting late, so it's time to head back for your safety." The young major general came to Candy's side and said with a respectful gentleman's salute, but he was, in fact, nominally, Candy's fifth brother, from the royal family proper, named Jack. "Dr. Song, I will come back to you for a review." Candy's beautiful eyes flashed with reluctance, but she took the opportunity to give Song Sick a farewell hug. Not the slightest chance to stick it to Song Sickness. A final handful of satisfaction, which led to a joyful march to the military vehicle with little hands on his back and no pain in his feet. In her opinion, it was enough that she liked Song Sickness. Nothing else matters. Jack, who was on the side, witnessed this scene with indescribable envy in his eyes. Even if he was Candy's brother, he never got to touch Candy. Wait a minute, it seems like Song Sickness was the one who touched Candy to begin with. "Dr. Song, thank you for giving Candy a new life, but there are certain things I have to warn you about." Candy was an important crystallization of the royal family and the Campbells, and her life belonged only to the royal family and the Campbells. Don't you try to do anything to her, or you'll be an enemy of the entire Rikishi nation, even if your medical skills are superior. Jack stepped forward and came up to Song Six's ear, whispering a warning. Only after that did he leave. There was no way that the royal family and the first nobility of the Prophet Kingdom would let their princess marry an outsider. This outsider is still a yellow. Looking at the departing military vehicles, Song Sickness smiled bitterly. "Look at it, that's the trouble." Sighing and shaking his head, Song Sickness also got into his car and left. As a result, just after driving out of the school, Harukawa Takeshun sent a message. "Master, your friend in Ngui is here and wants to see you. The other party is called in Ruai." Song Sick froze slightly and increased the throttle to go. Chapter 95, The Terrible Princess Candy. N City. Inside a wooded castle, Lucy awoke from her stupor and realized with a jolt that she was in a clean white operating room. The cold, piercing temperature made her instantly awake, and she wanted to struggle to get up, but realized that her hands and feet had already been firmly bound. A terrible fear instantly surged through his mind. All she could remember was that she hadn't been running away in her sports car for long in the first place. And in her mind she was planning how to contact Carl and get back at Song Sickness and the demonic girl. Several black cars have come after them. They were horribly good drivers and surrounded her with ease, then clubbed her unconscious despite her yelling, "Wake up again and come here." "No, I'm a member of the Steve family, and my dad won't let you off the hook if you try to arrest me." Thinking back on it all, Lucy growled angrily and struggled. At that exact moment, the door to the operating room was opened. A sultry silhouette wearing a white medical uniform walked in. The young girl had her hands in her pockets, her absolutely beautiful features and unique temperament, just like a kind and lovely white angel. Behind her, there were two other cold-looking women in nurses' uniforms. Seeing Candy again, Lucy's soul inexplicably trembled, but soon returned to ferocity and threatened. "You let go of me. I am the miss of the Steve family. Dare to arrest me, no matter who you are, my father will destroy you." "Miss Steve's family?" A female nurse behind Candy couldn't stand Lucy's arrogant attitude and sneered. "Even if your father came, he'd have to kneel obediently in front of Princess Candy." However, in the face of Lucy's arrogance, Candy's stunning face was not half angry. Instead she smiled and spoke. "Carry her up." "Yes, Princess Candy." The two nurses nodded, and with that, approached Lucy. "No, don't you dare. I'm Steve's lady." Faced with Candy's blandness and the nurse's words, the arrogant Lucy finally panicked and struggled frantically. The two nurses, however, didn't care, and it took a lot of effort to lift Lucy up onto the operating table like a pig and tie her up on all fours. Then he pushed in a cart of knives needed for dissection, which he respectfully backed away from. It was then that Candy stepped forward, put on her surgical gloves, and picked up a sharp scalpel. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and her fragrant lips licked lightly, revealing a playful and bewitching light smile. However, the smile was like a sword that pierced deep into Lucy's heart, sending chills down her spine. Endless fear welled up. "Oh no. I was wrong. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I don't want to die." Candy's smile made Lucy instantly piss herself. And in this moment, she finally felt fear, with Candy's oppressive presence. "Don't worry. I'm not going to kill you. And I'd like to thank you for the assist so I can hold him and smell him more." Candy played with the scalpel with a happy smile. But then a sickly chill flashed across the violet-colored beauty. "But you dared to hurt him? And run him over with your car? That makes me very unhappy. So, I'm going to make you remember." As she spoke, the scalpel between Candy's slender fingers had gently cut across Lucy's cheek. Lucy's face went white as she cried out in panic. "No, I won't dare again. I promise I'll never pester him again. Spare me, ah." Soon, the entire operating room resounded with Lucy's murderous screams. Candy's slim, nimble hands kept switching freely and easily between those different kinds of scalpels. The blood stained her stunningly beautiful face, adding a bit more brightness and movement. Skillful movements, nothing out of place. If those experts and professors were here, they would have marveled. These delicate hands must have been kissed by God. The two nurses next to him only felt chills all over their bodies as they witnessed this scene. Fear of this dreaded princess is even greater. Meanwhile, Herbert was invited to the castle by two officers. As the person in charge of the third noble clan, he was trembling and pale at the moment, because he knew the reason for being invited. His doting little daughter was going to run over the legendary Princess Candy with her car? The moment he heard the news, his entire body exploded. The first thought was not whether Lucy lived or died, but that the whole Steve family was finished. Regarding Princess Kanthi's matter, being at the top all year round, he had naturally heard about it. That's the Campbells with the crown. Don't look at the Steve family ranked third, but truly compared to the first Campbell family, 10 Steve families tied up would not be enough. Not to mention, a royal family in power. These two great families, one in business and the other in politics, shared control of the Prophet Kingdom, and it was too easy to make either family disappear. How dare the damn good daughter of his? First he offended Song's sickness, sulked and ran away from home, and now he unexpectedly gave him such a big surprise again. It's really filial to him. Just as Herbert was wandering in despair for the umpteenth time, Candy came down from the second floor barefoot, but had changed into a clean white knee-length dress. Looking at the stunningly beautiful young woman who appeared, Herbert froze slightly, or the officer beside him whispered a reminder. "This is Princess Candy." Herbert was shocked, panicked and lowered his head. He actually took 2 steps forward in panic, plopped down and knelt at Candy's feet. "Princess Candy, I'm sorry. It's because I'm not disciplining her well. Letting the damned daughter offended you. I am willing to cut myself, but I ask you to spare the Steve family." Herbert is on the verge of tears. He had lost all hope, but still wanted to use his life to fight for a way out for the Steve family. Murder the princess? Herbert, do you think your Steve family is still alive? The officer on the sideline sneered nonchalantly. Herbert instantly fell limp and bloodless. The mind had already exploded Lucy to death countless times. Remorse for spoiling myself and raising such a time bomb. "Princess Candy, the military has taken control of the Steve family. You can ask for anything you want." The officer saluted Candy respectfully. "No, let them go." Who knew that Candy was smiling slightly? For a moment, not only did the officer freeze, but even Herbert, who was desperately waiting to die, froze. After reacting, he hurriedly kowtowed frantically in gratitude. "Thank you, Princess Kanthi, for not killing me. Thank you, Princess Kanthi, for not killing me. There's no need to thank me. If you want to thank me, you should thank you for bringing Dr. Song to Ligua. This credit saved your lives." Candy contained a smile and clapped her hands as the 2 nurses who had just walked in carrying a medical white sack. The white sack was stained with blood and squirmed weakly. Herbert's old torso shuddered, having guessed who was in the bag. But at the moment, he preferred to keep this pest away from him. "I hope you will leave him alone, especially this woman." Candy played with her blue hair and laughed mischievously. Good. Thank you, Princess Kanthi. We will definitely not bother Divine Dr. Song in the future." Herbert, with old tears in his eyes, dragged Lucy with him and left in a state of distress. It was as if he had instantly aged dozens of years. The heart is an endless source of bitterness and chagrin. He could have taken a flyer on Song's sickness, but hardened by his good daughter, who had plucked out her feathers. The two officers looked at each other, their eyes changing, but they could only retreat to report on this. Chapter 96. I'm a veterinarian, and if I say you're sick, you're sick. At night, Song's sickness returned to the hospital for sending sickness. Outside the door at the moment, several cars were parked. On the second floor of the medical center, inside the waiting room, and Ruoi's 4 people had long been waiting here. Learning that he is a friend of Song disease, Harukawa Take-shun entertains Ruoi and the others. However, as Xian surveyed the cherry blossom-style buildings around him, he laughed out loud. This guy really knows how to enjoy himself. He can be a 3-name slave. And Ruoi's face changed slightly. And Xian, pay attention to your identity. Wang Xiaoxiao and Yi Tian also looked at this guy unhappily. They had agreed to it when they came before. And Xian was also full of promise. And to say something like that right now? I'm just kidding. And Xian hurriedly rounded off the conversation. But his gaze flashed gloomily. At this time, Song's sickness also happened to come to the second floor. And unfortunately, what Xian had just said had been heard by Song's sickness. Song's sickness. Seeing Song's sickness again, and Ruoi got up and couldn't hide her amazement. She suddenly realized that Song's sickness had changed too much, both in temperament and appearance. When he first saw Song sick, Yi Tian was also surprised by Song's handsome and young appearance. However, as Marshal N's adjutant, he naturally wouldn't judge a book by its cover. He got up and politely extended his hand to Song's sickness. Your divine Dr. Song. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yi Tian, adjutant of the An Army. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hello, Lieutenant Yi. To this middle-aged man with an extraordinary and polite demeanor, Song's sickness returned the same politeness. He did not see a bullying attitude in Yi Tian's eyes. It's like this. I took the liberty of bothering you this time because I heard that divine Dr. Song has excellent medical skills, so I wanted to ask you to travel to Manhwa and cure a disease. Yi Tian politely and subtly stated his intentions, and Ruoi also stepped forward at this time. Looking at Song's sickness, her small face filled with apologies. Song's sickness, I'm sorry, we've investigated all of your matters clearly, and the people who framed you have all been arrested. I know it still won't be enough to offset the wrongs those people have done, but I will do my best to make it up to you. So, this time, we not only want to invite you to visit the doctor, but also sincerely invite you back. Ngui needs a talent like you, and the people of Ngui need you even more. And Ruoi's voice was sincere as she finished gesturing towards Xian. Bloom flashed in Xian's eyes, but he still smiled and stepped forward, extending his hand. However, Song's sickness just calmly looked at the guy and didn't extend his hand. Seeing that Song's sickness was actually not giving him face, and Xian's hand stiffened in midair, and the haze in his eyes intensified as he gritted his teeth and said, Divine Dr. Song, I apologize profusely for my poor eyesight in the first place, but it's still a good reminder that this time, not only me and Lieutenant Yi, but even Princess Ngua has personally come to invite you. It's already given you enough face. And Xian, don't say anything you shouldn't. And Ruoi's pretty face changed slightly. And Xian, watch your words. Yi Tian also chided. I didn't realize this guy was so vindictive. Am I not right? The fact that so many of us have traveled thousands of miles to invite him already gives him face. And we have to stoop so low? He's just a stinking doctor. What gives him the right? However, in the face of the 3 people's reminder, and Xian, who felt humiliated, was even more enraged and had no qualms about opening his mouth. He's always had high self-esteem, and as a member of the An family, who wouldn't nod their heads and bow when they see him? To have him apologize to this guy today and be treated with contempt by the other guy? This is the greatest humiliation for him. And Xian looked at Song disease and said smugly, Divine Dr. Song, a mountain is still higher than a mountain. There are many doctors who are better than you, so if you are given this opportunity today, take advantage of it. Don't think you can't do it without you. If you don't treat it, there are plenty of good doctors competing for it. Really? Song's sickness laughed, his eyes flashing with a strange aura as he kindly reminded. Then I have to tell you the unfortunate news that you are sick. Song's 6 sudden words not only froze Xian, even in Ruoi and the others froze. What are you babbling about again? Cursing me? Reacting? And Xian sneered, thinking that Song's sickness had broken his defense. I'm a veterinarian, and if I say you're sick, you're sick. And you can't be wrong. Song's sickness shook his head with a faint smile and looked at the 3 of Yi Tian and said seriously, you'd better hurry up and take him to what he thinks is a good doctor. Otherwise the consequences could be very serious. Yi Tian's trio. They didn't know what to say for a moment in the face of Song's sickness' serious eyes. Song disease, can you be more specific? What disease does he have? Wang Xiaoxia, who had personally investigated Song's sickness, suddenly asked. It seemed to believe Song's 6 words. Song Disease's gaze fell back onto Xian, his brows slightly furrowed, pretending to seriously survey him for a moment, and faintly said, bullying people, high-minded and arrogant, with no one in sight, a paralytic with no cure. Asshole, you dare to scold me? And Xian's gaze snapped and he was about to make a move. And Xian, stop fooling around. Yi Tian's 3 faces changed slightly, obviously not expecting this guy to be so hostile. However, in the face of Xian, who swung his fist and smashed it, Song Sickness just watched quietly and didn't dodge. In the next second, the moment its fist was just about to touch the bridge of Song Six's nose, Anchuan was sick and weak and slammed to the ground with a loud thud. The sudden scene not only made Xian confused, even the 3 of them, and Ruoi, were confused. It's really paralyzed? What's wrong with me? Why can't I move? And Xian's face changed, realizing that only his head was able to move, and the body below his head was gradually losing consciousness as if it was sealed. Yi Tian, who reacted to the situation, hurriedly went forward to assist, thinking about what Song Sickness had said the previous second, but inwardly he was shocked. Song Sickness, he, and Ruoi also covered her small mouth in disbelief. Wang Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes were however slightly narrowed. It's a strange disease. He's so hostile that his blood and qi attacked his heart, resulting in paralysis of the whole body. I told you so. Song Sickness blind Kiba messed up his explanation, then sighed and shook his head. Why don't you believe him? He's a veterinarian who specializes in treating animals. Would he lie? No. Your bull ting me. I'm not sick. I'm not sick. And Xian's growl rang out. He didn't understand why he was suddenly paralyzed, but he still didn't want to believe he was sick. He just got angry. Why is he paralyzed? At this moment, he was tempted to frame Song Sickness for his illness, but to the end Song Sickness never touched him. How do you frame it? Divine Dr. Song, please take action and save him. Yi Tian gazed at Song Sickness with a more respectful tone. What was in front of me was too fishy, yet it also reflected the frightening nature of the youth in front of him. A glance at Anchuan's illness. Let's see ha. Song Sickness pretended to mean it as he squatted down and took in Xian's pulse. At this moment, and Xian instantly quieted down as well, obediently accepting the diagnosis, not daring to be arrogant anymore. But in the next second, Song Sickness got up and decisively announced the death sentence. It's hopeless. That's about it for the rest of his life. The air stood still for an instant, and Xian's heart even collapsed on the spot, and he said spitefully, no, you're talking nonsense. You quack. Take me to a big hospital. I want a big expert to heal me. Song Sickness also nodded approvingly. Go now. A mountain is still higher than a mountain. Go find those good doctors who are crowding your head to heal you. Too late, I guess I'm going to die. And Xian was instantly shocked and didn't dare to gamble anymore. Breathing heavily, he said, Lieutenant Yi, quickly take me to be healed. I can't do it anymore. Ouch. I'm dizzy and want to vomit. It's all in his head. Of course, princess. I'll show him first. Yi Tian was also shocked and hurriedly carried the paralyzed Xian away. It's a problem if you really die. Chapter 97, We Can't Give Up. Song sick. I'm sorry, After Xian was taken away by Yi Tian, and Ruoi opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. She should never have listened to Xian's words of apology and agreed to bring this guy to apologize to Song Sickness. Princess Ruoi, I know what you want to say, but some are born in Rome, while others are born as cattle and horses. You were born in the light and you think the whole world is light and good. Unfortunately, I was born in darkness, without power, and have already tasted the coldness of the world. It's a blessing from heaven to have this medical skill today, and that's why you can see me. So, I just want to put up a good fight for myself. Nothing else, just simply want to live a good life. As for all that great dedication you speak of, I'm really not in the mood to think about it right now. Song Sickness looked at this princess in Guan calmly and seriously said, the other side is kind. It's just a shame that those who have been living in the light can empathize with those in the darkness. And Ruoi froze. Song's 6 words hit her straight in the heart, making the apologies and retentions that came to her mouth no longer able to be said. Wang Xiaoxiao on the side and secretly held in Ruoi's small hand to pacify her, while looking at Song Disease. Divine Dr. Song, we respect your quest, but we'd still like to invite you to cure an old hero. This old hero, who was a man of integrity and defied capital, and who fought against those capital vipers all his life, should not have passed away just like that. If he passes away, it will only make those capital junkies in the country more rampant. Song 6 eyes moved slightly, but he still calmly said, bring him here. As long as he's a human being, I'm a human doctor, and I can cure any disease. After Song's sickness finished speaking, he turned around and left. I'm sorry, Song sick. Looking at Song 6 back, and Ruoi ended up bowing deeply. Only then did he and Wang Xiaoxiao leave the medical center in a lost state. She knew that the admonition was a complete failure. Inside one of the fanciest Ligori hospitals, and Xian was sent to the best VIP ward here, spending huge sums of money and receiving several examinations and treatment from the best Western neurologists. But there was no doubt that all sighed and shook their heads and pronounced the death penalty. If Dr. Song says it's hopeless, then it must be hopeless. There's no doubt about that. And Xian on the hospital bed was ashen and bloodless. Hastily turning to the white Western doctor who was about to leave, he humbly begged, "Honorable doctor, please be sure to think of another way. As long as you cure me, I can pay you 10 times. No, 100 times. The white Western doctor's eyes flickered slightly, and when he saw that Xian and the others were all Asians, he stopped with a smile and said, "Sir, to be honest, I've already earned enough and I don't want to waste your banknotes anymore. But if you're really rich, give me $1 million and I can show you a famous path that's guaranteed to make you fit as a fiddle." And Xian's heart immediately rejoiced, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw from despair, and with complete trust, he shouted to Yi Tian at the side, "Lieutenant Yi, did you hear that? Quickly, use the balance in my cell phone to transfer 1 million liqin to this noble doctor alone." Yi Tian frowned slightly, but seeing in Xian's look of impatience, he still took out the other party's cell phone and fingerprinted it all the way to unlock it. It's not like it's his money anyway. However, upon seeing the balance in the other man's cell phone, he fell silent, but still, as promised, to the account number to the other side to transfer $1 million. "Tell me, honored doctor, what is the method? Or a certain powerful Western medical master. As long as I can be cured, any amount of honorarium will do." And Xian said with anticipation. The white Western doctor who received the money had a satisfied smile on his face and came to Xian's ear and whispered mysteriously, "In Times Square, there is a Chinese medicine center named Sen Disease Medical Center, which was opened by a divine doctor named Song. Rumor has it that Dr. Song's medical skills are unparalleled, and he's cured countless wealthy and high-ranking officials of strange diseases. A paralysis like yours is a medical death sentence, but in front of Dr. Song, I guess it's only worthy of being called a minor illness. Of course, if even divine Dr. Song can't cure you, then you don't have to hold out any more hope." The white Western doctor's voice was small, as if he was afraid that people would hear him and not come to their hospital then. At the same time, it was hard to hide the deep admiration for divine Dr. Song in his tone. However, his words were like steel nails, piercing hard into Xian's heart. The latter's originally expectant smiling face also instantly stiffened in place. He spent $1 million and got this zinger? The corner of Yi Tian's mouth twitched slightly. Just now he had made another guess in this regard. "I just didn't bother to say anything when I saw how anxious Anchuan was." But there was no doubt that his heart was complicated by seeing all of the top Western doctors in Ligua treating Song disease with such respect and high praise. By the way, Dr. Song is a very busy person. He only sees patients from 7 to 12 in the morning in a day, and he has to grab a number. You guys go early tomorrow. I guess you can grab next week's number. Also, remember to bring more money with you. Dr. Song's medical skills are superior and the consultation fee is expensive. Like you, bring enough 100 million to ensure a little more. And there's more. Dr. Song has a strange temper, so remember to show some respect. Rumor has it that even the richest and most senior officials have to lower their stance when they go there. Otherwise you won't cure it for any amount of money. And. Good luck. I'm sure Dr. Song will be able to get you on your feet now." The white Western doctor thought of something and didn't forget to give detailed instructions to Xian, fearing that Xian would make a mistake. And finally a polite blessing. It could be said that the $1 million will be well spent. However, these words were like a steel needle, crazily ravaging Xian's heart. He had not expected it at all. Much less would he have thought that the youth he had looked down on in the past would have such a terrifying position in the land of profit. Even those rich and powerful officials of the Rikoku are polite and courteous? Shock, incredulity, stagnation, and fear. All kinds of emotions filled Xian's heart. Yi Tian on the side also froze. Song's sickness's weight instantly skyrocketed inside him. At that moment, Lin Jiaxing, who had learned the news, also arrived. Seeing Lin Jiaxing, the dull and miserable Xian instantly grasped hope again, and hurriedly begged, "Dr. Lin, save me. I'm still young. I can't be paralyzed. I still have to contribute to the people. I'm sorry, young masterin. Forgive me for not being able to do anything." Lin Jiaxing's face was grim, and he had no problem breaking the illusion of this guy who was ruining the plan. "No, you're a national doctor. How could you not have a solution? Our Ngua has sound medical care. The people are well, and there are countless talents. There must be a way." Anchuan said incoherently. "That's right, under a death sentence over and over again." This proud young masterin grew fearful. The number one healer in the medical world right now is named Dr. Song, and it's not me you should be begging, it's him. Lin Jiaxing reminded. And Xian instantly mallet to stay. At that exact moment. And Ruoyi and Wang Xiaoxiao also lost their way and arrived. And Xian's eyes lit up. And he was surprisingly the first to ask with concern. Ruoyi, how is it going? Has Divine Dr. Song agreed to travel with us to An Kingdom? What do you say? And Ruoyi looked at Xian, her beautiful eyes cold. No, we can't give up. We must invite him back to China. No matter what the cost. A talent like Dr. Song can't be lost. And Xian immediately said righteously. There was silence. The crowd looked stricken. And Ruoyi, Wang Xiaoxia, Yi Tian and Lin Jiaxing, #Song sickness, I still like your untamed look. Recover. Chapter 98, In Xian of Enlightenment. Go back. He won't go back now. And Ruoyi sighed and said, having decided not to force Song sickness anymore. Why? Are the conditions not enough? Then increase the conditions for him. A talent like Divine Dr. Song is completely worthy. Also, I'm going to personally examine those who framed Divine Dr. Song and return justice to him. And Xian spoke in a panic. Several people had been speechless. Odd looked at the guy. If they remembered correctly, this guy's attitude wasn't like this before. Why the sudden realization? Lieutenant Yi, please go through the discharge procedures. And Ruoyi lazily ignored Xian and looked at Yi Tian Dao. Good. Yi Tian nodded and retreated there. No, we can't just go back like this. Marshallin, yes. Marshallin is still waiting for Divine Dr. Song to go back and save him. For the sake of Marshallin we must invite Song's sickness back. And Xian was sweating profusely and hastily found an excuse to dissuade him. Young Master Anchuan, it's already late. Something missed is truly missed. Wang Xiaoxiao took the initiative to go forward and push the hospital bed, smiling and comforting. No, there must be another way. There must be another way. That's right, take me to him. I want to apologize to him in person. It's my fault. I know it's wrong. It wouldn't be too late to let him heal me before we go back. At this moment, and Xian was completely flustered. It felt like he might have to lie in bed for the rest of his life. With all his status and position gone. You should have done this earlier. Think about what you just said. Do you think Song's sickness will cure you if we take you there now? And Ruoyi nonchalantly shattered his illusions. The group came in such secrecy. Instead, they ended up carrying Anchuan in regret. Anhwa. Inside a military medical ward. An old man with gray hair, but hardly concealing his majesty, was lying calmly on the hospital bed. In the face of all kinds of painful treatments, the old man only trembled slightly and stiffly did not utter a sound. Grim gunshot and knife wounds were everywhere among its exposed skin. After a long time, the 3 times a day treatment finally ended and the doctors retired one after another. Adjutant Yi Tian also walked in. Looking at the pain that Marshallin had to endure every day, he couldn't help but clench his fist as well. How's it going? As if he was off his feet, Marshallin lay weakly on the bed, but his voice was still resonant. I'm sorry, Marshall, I was useless. Yi Tian lowered his head in shame, and told the ins and outs of this trip to Ligua. There is no harboring or favoritism. However, listening to these events, the veteran general looked calm, without anger, and his cloudy old eyes did not only think of anything else. There was a moment of silence before Marshallin spoke. Prepare yourself in the next few days. I'll go myself. Marshall, your body cannot withstand such a journey. Yi Tian's face changed drastically and he hurriedly opened his mouth. But he was stopped by Marshallin raising his hand. An old bone. Death is death. But at least let such a talent know that the official attitude. Inside a certain luxurious manor in the country of Li, Brahmansi was carrying a shower and watering one of the plants in the garden. It's just that the plants are all uniquely horrifyingly shaped, like a new breed of cannibalistic flower. Father, Candy spared the Steves. At that moment, 2 youths came and reported. One of them is Jack, who warned Song about the disease in the past, and the other is named Durham. Both are the sons of Brahmansi. Oh, Van Vinci looked up in surprise. Father, I suspect that Candy has fallen in love with that fellow, Jack said with unconcealed jealousy. I really don't know what kind of soup that guy put in Candy's mouth. Durham was jealous too. However, in the face of his 2 sons' displeasure, Van Vinci didn't seem to be surprised and said lightly, it wasn't so much the Song disease as it was the particular choice of Candy's body and soul. I just didn't expect that she would choose him. Sister Candy is our Campbell family, and her fine genes should not be tarnished by an Asian. Jack immediately retorted, an unmistakable possessiveness in the depths of his eyes. Yes, in spite of the superior medical skills of that Song disease, Durham also objected strongly. Don't worry, Candy is a treasure given to our Campbell family by God, and no one can take her away from us. The corners of Brahman West's mouth curled into a smile. Father, let's secretly control that guy then. He's helpful to our plan anyway. Jack and Durham both breathed a sigh of relief and whirled around to Carol. Hasn't the lesson of the Black Skin Gang and the Howard family been enough? You guys don't think he's really just as simple as he seems? do you? Van Wensi glared at the two men, then narrowed his eyes. First send someone to test out his strengths and weaknesses, and if this son really has what we need, then ask the organization to make a move. Understood. Father, we'll get ready, the two men said indistinctly. Remember, do everything in secret, and don't let Candy find out what's going on. Van Vinci didn't forget to warn. Scornfully, she controls too many secrets of the Campbell family and the royal family. She could even easily start a world war if she wanted to. Yes, the two men instantly stared as well. There was no doubt about Brahmansi's words. It's just a shame that such a woman has her eye on a foreigner. After the two left, Van Wensi continued to carefully water the flowers, but the desire in his eyes was even stronger. All this time, he had not dared to show any horse's feet, simply because, against Candy, he really didn't feel confident that he could control the woman the organization needed most. Therefore, he really dared not act rashly until the day the organization gave the order. But now, he has a solution. Candy's particular mental illness covets on a person. That's her soft spot. So, all he had to do was find a way to take control of Song's sickness. Will it soon be easy to control this woman? But even so, he had to be careful. Take your time and try it out. Not a single sloppy step. This plan, which has been decades in the making, can't be half-assed. Sending the sick to the medical center. The next time, Song's sickness almost always stayed in the medical center. Every morning is all about sucking up disease to make money and accumulate merit. In his spare time, he continues to study medicine. He even researched and created an original set of stitches that could cure a number of terminal diseases from the medical book that Hua Sigua had given him. Song's sickness named it Sending Sickness Needle Technique. Of course, sending is sending away sending. Therefore, in the process of absorbing the disease, corresponding to the corresponding terminal illness, Song disease would secretly perform this set of stitches for the father and daughter of Haruka, who had been following him. To learn, the two fathers and daughters would sigh in surprise after having some realization, and were full of gratitude to Song's sickness. And as Dr. Song's reputation grew, the news that was closed by the upper class gradually moved towards the lower and middle classes. The people who came to see the doctor were no longer all rich and powerful officials, but also a lot of ordinary people. It's an inevitable trend. Early in the morning every day, there is a long line at the medical clinic where the sick are sent. It became the liveliest neighborhood in all of Times Square. The diseases and patients received by Song's sickness are also varied. For example, lost teenage girls versus schoolgirls, some famous big star beauty, some transgender more than beautiful woman. Chapter 99, Fancy Patient, Extra Money for Shots. Number 108, Demon. Inside the medical center, along with Haruka Wanel calling out the number of the crowd waiting for a diagnosis, an enchanting woman in a strapless dress stepped out, took lotus steps, and walked into the solo consultation room. And the woman's seductive appearance managed to attract a lot of side glances. Inside the solo clinic, Song's sickness was also stunned by the sultry woman. However, after seeing through the other party's disease through the forbidden pupil, Song's sick stick lived. In particular, caches of weapons were found underneath each other. Sasak Taika. Demon's slender hands were folded together and she politely bowed to Song's sickness, not forgetting to throw Song's sickness a flirtatious smile. Ahem, undress and lie down. Song's sickness laughed back, quickly calming down. Everyone has the right to choose how they want to live their lives, and others have no right to point fingers as long as it doesn't affect them. Besides, he is a doctor. He only has patience in his eyes. All people are the same. They will be treated equally and will not be treated differently. And you know what's wrong with me? Demon was a bit surprised. Androgenic. It can be cured. Song's sickness comforted. Oh, divine Dr. Song. You are truly amazing. To have seen my affliction at once. As long as you cure me and help me become a real woman, I will repay you well. No, and make my mother do the same. Demon was so excited that she hurriedly laid down flat in a row, not forgetting to reassure him. Song's sickness? What kind of oxymoron is that? Is payback always this easy? Ahem, no. Just pay. The corners of Song's sick's mouth twitched slightly as he proceeded to start the treatment. The first time he healed a demon. Song's sickness sort of understood the two sentences on the internet. If a man gets flirty, there's really nothing for a woman to do. On another note, this look, this body, this skin, it's like it doesn't matter so much if it's a guy or not. A few minutes later, Song's sickness ended the rare treatment. Obviously feeling the changes in her body, Demon was even more grateful to Song's sickness. Walk out of the solo clinic. A charming woman also walked out, and when she saw Demon's even more flushed and pretty face, she immediately revealed a smile. And not only did she pay for the consultation, but she also took out a gold Buddha necklace and gave it to Song's sickness. Divine Dr. Song. Thank you for your help. This is my business card. In the future when you come to Pretty Country to play, You can contact me. I'll definitely arrange something clear for you. Looking at the illustrious identity labeled on the business card, Song 6's face changed slightly. 109. While waiting, a veiled, long-legged beauty with high-heeled neat silk steps into the solo consulting room. Ms. Rose. When she took off her veil, Haruka Nell was the first to make a surprised sound. Because the woman in front of her is one of the hottest international stars of our time, Rose. A big, nine-headed beauty of 4 mixed nationalities. Divine Dr. Song. Can you treat me alone? Rose scrutinized Song Sickness and requested with a smile on her face. Song Sickness had long since seen the other party's ailment, so he nodded as well, letting the Haruka father and daughter go out first. Such a small request can still be met. After all, the other party was a big star, and the biggest fear was scandal. And in the past few days, there have been many celebrities who have come to him for treatment, and Song disease has long been commonplace. The other person has infertility. I guess it's because I want to be a mom that I've come to see Song Sickness for treatment. And for this kind of small disease, Song disease has long been a letter to the hand. 10 minutes to fix it. Alright, when you go back, follow this pair of medicinal meals and slowly nourish yourself. You'll be guaranteed to give birth to a big fat boy. Song Sickness took out a pair of medicinal meals to nourish the womb and said. Rose was dripping with fragrant sweat, feeling the warmth of her belly and couldn't hide her delight. With that, he raised his eyes to look at Song 6's handsome face that the mask couldn't even hide. And after a moment of entanglement, he slowly opened his legs, then lightly biting her red lips, she smiled seductively at Song disease and said, Divine Dr. Song, why don't I spend a little more money and you give me a shot by the way? That's right, after years of mixing and mingling, she's met people of all shapes and sizes. For some reason, suddenly, I like the doctor in front of me. Maybe with a bit of luck, in the future, they would be able to give birth to a child as good as Song Sickness. Song Sickness, ahem. Some other time, Ms. Meatlips. There are other patients. Song disease did not expect the other party to be so open, and casually found a reason to excuse it. Of course, the main thing is that it's working hours and there are other patients. This won't be a fight for a while. This is my business card. Divine Dr. Song can come to me when he has time. As long as he can fulfill my motherhood wish, the pay will definitely satisfy you. Meat Silk had no choice but to collect her legs and get up, stuffing a business card into Song 6's pocket, not forgetting to throw Song 6 a wink before leaving. Not bad for a big star. A smile that hits the heart. Song Sickness sighed helplessly. Ever since his reputation resounded, I've cured all kinds of demons and ghosts, except I've never cured a ghost. Different oddball patients with even more requests overwhelmed him. Last one. Number 110. Mr. Han. The time was approaching 12 o'clock, and Nell Haruka had called the last patient. The others who were waiting could only leave helplessly when they saw this. Knowing that we won't be able to call them today, we can only collect the number and come back tomorrow. The only person left on the scene soon was a young Asian man wearing a floral shirt, sunglasses, and a center parting with a few hints of gangliness. There were also 2 dainty, enviable Asian beauties on each left and right hand, and in the mouth of one of the women, dangling in her mouth, was none other than number 110, only to call to the youth, who remained seated with his legs crossed, constantly playing with the number plate the woman was holding in her mouth. This gentleman, it's your turn, please come in. Haruka Nell frowned slightly, but still politely shouted again. No, let me, Dr. Song, come out. It's not the people I want to heal. The corners of Duke Han's mouth hooked into a smile as he stood up with his arms around the 2 women. Song Sickness walked out at this time as well and looked the playboy up and down. As soon as I heard the accent, I knew it was from Obama's country. You are Divine Dr. Song. Nice to meet you. However, as soon as he saw Song Sick himself, Duke Han immediately let go of the 2 women and went forward, taking the initiative to shake Song Sick's hand with a big smile. Spinning around without forgetting to turn around, he immediately ferociously chided the 2 delicate women in Korean. ACI bar. The 2. Don't come and greet Divine Dr. Song yet. The 2 women shivered in fear and hurriedly stepped forward, bowing and saluting to Song Sick with restraint. Good day, Divine Dr. Song. Song Sickness frowned slightly and asked, you said you don't heal people, so what do you want to heal? The other side better not be looking for trouble. I've heard that Divine Dr. Song is a skilled healer and can treat both humans and animals, so I'd like to ask you to take a look at one of my beloved pets for me. Duke Han resumed his smile and backhanded the 2 women again as if they were in his arms. What's more, in front of the crowd, his 2 hands roamed around the 2 women's bodies with impunity, and the 2 women just silently endured, like playthings, not daring to resist even half a thought. Naturally, I don't know what pets Mr. Han wants to heal. Song Sickness laughed. It was like he knew who the other guy was. Rumor has it that the plutocrats of Oba are so powerful that they practically walk sideways in Oba. The guy in front of me fits in too well. Ha ha ha. Divine Doctor Song is really cool. If you cure my pet, you'll be my Han Heejun's friend in the future. Han Heejun grinned and patted the two women's faces with both hands. The next second, outside the medical center, a parked van was opened, revealing a large metal cage pulled inside, and what was being held in the iron cage turned out to be a male lion. Chapter 100, Open the Door Without Anesthesia. Tang Street, deep within the Westgate Manor. Siri wore her hair loose, a white shirt on top and monogrammed black silk slippers underneath, was crossing his legs, sitting in front of the table, flipping through the information, his eyebrows deeply wrinkled, and his cold and pretty face was also written with gravity. At that moment, a white silk girl dressed as a maid walked in with a bowl of fresh soup. Queen, you've been watching all day, eat something, the white silk girl whispered. However, Siri's cold eyes only glanced at it and continued to look at the information in thought. The white silk girl came behind Siri and lay down on her fragrant shoulder, pouting with her small mouth. Queen, since you went to surgery and came back, it's been a long time since you've paid attention to people. Siri's beautiful eyes moved slightly, but she just spoke faintly. I've been very busy lately. Then let someone relieve you of your fatigue. The corners of the white silk girl's mouth hooked slightly, and then she dug under the table. Despite Siri's objections, before long, Siri bit her lip, her jade hands clenched, and her cold, pretty face flushed. But it was the deal of that night that lingered in her mind. What's wrong with her, anyway? Knock, knock, Queen, the three eagles have sent someone. Just as Siri was gradually relaxing and enjoying herself, there was a sudden knock on the door of the room. Siri's mesmerized beauty instantly sobered, scrambling to her feet. Inside the West Gate Hall, many West Gate members converged. Standing alone in the center was a tall, lanky white man with arrogant disdain in his eyes. It wasn't long before Siri appeared, coldly sweeping the white man before crossing her legs and sitting at the head of the table. Rumor has it that Queen Shiman is cold and beautiful, and she really lives up to her name. The white man's gaze recklessly surveyed this Queen of Shiman, licked his lips, and flirted. Why don't you be the woman of our three bosses? Guarantee that you Shiman will have no worries in the prophet country in the future. How dare you insult our queen? The faces of the Shiman members at the scene were gloomy. The next second, Siri moved as well. The moment the light wind lifted the hem of her skirt, revealing a pair of stunningly slender legs. The butterfly dagger on the leg ring was exposed, cutting A to extreme cold light in the air. So fast. Ah! The white man's face changed slightly, and before he could strike, the butterfly dagger had already pierced into one of his eyes. Blood burst out. The white man tried to move, and the dagger was already drawn, resting against his throat out, deep into the flesh. It could cave in at any time. Still beautiful? Siri asked with a cold smile, like a rose with thorns. Spare me, queen. I've come to deliver a message. The white man plopped down on his knees, forcing himself to endure the severe pain of bursting his eyes, not daring to move the slightest bit more. Siri wiped the blood from the dagger on the man's shirt and reinserted it back into his leg ring as he spoke icily. Speak. This time the gang meeting will be held on Alcatraz instead. Our boss said that if you Westgate don't come and participate, even with the backing of the Howard family, not only will you take back the territory you seized from the Black Skin Gang, but also the territory that is rightfully yours. Westgate. The white man bowed his head and opened his mouth trembling, seemingly because he was blinded in one eye and no longer had the anger he just had. After saying that, he got up in a state of distress and wanted to leave. However, the moment he turned around, the butterfly dagger had already pierced through his head. Its stout figure fell straight to the ground just like that. The crowd of Shiman members on the scene witnessed. Their faces all changed slightly, and they bowed their heads, respecting this ruthless woman even more. At the same time, the words conveyed by the white man terrified them. What do you think? Siri asked calmly as he swept his eyes over the crowd and sat back in his seat. Didn't seem surprised by the news. Queen, this is obviously the Hongmen banquet. A strong dragon can't suppress a snake. I don't think we can go there. Yeah, now that we have the backing of the Howard family, even if we shed the Black Skin Gang's territory with our original territory. So what? The crowd murmured, but no doubt chose not to participate in all. At that, Siri just snorted. You guys didn't think that by hiding, those local gangs would leave us alone, did you? Backing down will only make them more arrogant. After more than 100 years, don't you understand this? The crowd was silent. This time we're not only going to participate, we're going to take first place. Siri rose, her beautiful eyes not hiding the ambition in her heart. And the source of all her ambition comes from song sickness. After that day, the Hogwarts did come, or Dyson himself, to hand over to her. What shocked her even more was that Dyson referred to song sickness as master. The controller of the second noble house was groveling to address an Asian as his master. You can imagine the golden shock of this. At that moment, she no longer had half a doubt about the guy who could give her a shock. Song Sickness, you will be the sharp sword for me to unify the Triad of Lee Kingdom. I hope you won't let me down. The corner of Siri's mouth curled into a cold smile. Losing her virginity as opposed to what she wanted? Humiliation? Being his woman? What was that? Sending the sick to the medical center. Looking at the male lion in the iron cage, both Haruka's father and daughter's faces changed. Although the plaque states that both humans and animals can be treated. But so far, no one has brought a pet to see it, much less bring such pets to a doctor's appointment. However, compared to the crowd's loss of color, Han Hee-jun pervertedly laughed, cursing and commanding, Axie bar, still not quick enough to carry my little yellow in to show divine doctor song. Yes, yes, a few bodyguards outside the door hurriedly carried the male lion in. A short distance away, sweating coldly and unable to hide their fear, Han Hee-jun, however, pulled a slice of meat from a woman's body, happily stepped forward, and reached right in to hand it in. TSK, 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 little yellow eat quickly. The male lion opened his eyes and moved up to sniff, and after smelling a milky scent, he too opened his fangs and took a mouthful. Han Hee-jun even took the opportunity to jerk off. The bodyguards on the side had long been scared out of their wits. If anything happens to Han Hee-jun, they'll die for sure. I'll roar. Sure enough, in the next second, the jacked-up lion roared out and clawed at Han Hee-jun's hand. ACI bar Han Hee-jun hurriedly retracted in fear, but still hung on. However, the latter looked at the hideous paw prints on his hand, but in the next second, he looked at Song Sik and revealed a smile. He, divine Dr. Song. Look, how well behaved and adorable it is. I don't suppose you'd say no to such a cute pet, would you? Open the door. Song Sickness swept his eyes at the guy and opened his mouth. He didn't understand what this plutocratic young master meant. Simply trying to cure the lion? Or are you trying to embarrass him? Or maybe they want to test him? To see if he could cure animals? But regardless, the lion is indeed sick, and very sick at that. It is also a rare secondary viral disease. He ruled. Ha, master, you don't anesthetize? Haruka Takeshun said with a slight change in his face. Han Hee-jun's smile also stopped. Mr. Han, let them open the door. I'll treat your pet here. Song Sickness looked at Han Hee-jun and smiled. Are you sure you want a direct cure? The corners of Han Hee-jun's mouth twitched. The reason he had just done that was to play it cool and scare Song Sickness and the others. After all, being the son of a plutocrat, he likes to toy with people like that. However, now Song Sickness is directly asking him to open the door without anesthesia? Of course, if you guys are scared, you can hide far away. Song Sickness laughed. Open the door. Han Hee-jun gritted his teeth. How can I lose face? Several bodyguards. Chapter 101, Healing the Lion. Ashy it, did I tell you to open the door and be deaf? Han Hee-jun stepped forward and punched and kicked a few of the bodyguards. Helplessly, the several bodyguards could only stiffly go forward and tremblingly open the iron cage a little bit. At the moment the iron cage was opened, the entire medical center, invariably, had been covered with a 10% chill. Under Song Disease's eye gesture, Haruka's father and daughter hurriedly exited the medical center. Several bodyguards tried to protect Han Hee-jun and back away, but the latter slapped him furiously, still deadpan and smiling strongly at Song Sickness. But the trembling between the latter's fingers had shown the fear within. Talent nah. Song Sickness shook his head helplessly and stepped forward. Why isn't he afraid? Because he has the strength to not be afraid. But this two-armed man is still here and holding on? If the caged lion really pounces, it's probably enough for a three-quarter full. Seeing Song Sickness still stepping forward without fear, the corners of Han Hee-jun's mouth twitched. Roar! At the same time, sensing someone approaching, the male lion in the iron cage also stood up, a pair of sharp-beast pupils staring at Song Sickness, glowing with an eerie green light and roaring. Then it even peeled open the iron door and stepped out, radiating a ferocity that surpassed that of the usual wild lion. Young master, hurry up! It seems like I haven't fed Little Yellow today. A few bodyguards turned pale with fear and warned. At the same time, he mustered up the courage to assist Han Hee-jun in retreating. This time, Han Hee-jun didn't scold Ashbar anymore. Acquiescing, he was helped out by a couple of bodyguards. However, his eyes were still dead set on Song Sickness, who had a calm demeanor. This guy is playing with fire. He was already looking forward to the image of Song Sick being torn apart and eaten by a male lion. Soon, inside the medical center, only Song Sickness and the male lion remained. The male lion also took a step toward Song Sickness, with sharp beast pupils, eerie green light, and a creepy low roar. It's soul-crushing. That's the feeling of oppression from a large carnivorous beast. However, Song Sickness stuck his hands in his pockets and looked on calmly, without a single ripple in his eyes. It was only when the male lion was only half a meter away from him that Song Sickness calmly spoke. Get down. Along with that, Song Disease's eyes flooded with foreign-colored oppressive pupil light. The moment the forbidden alien pupil activated, the originally imposing lion stopped in its tracks, and its stout figure began to tremble in awe. Song Sickness was like a powerful species that could tear it apart at any time, causing it to be unable to bring up the slightest thought of resistance or escape. Immediately afterward, outside the medical center, Han Hee-jun and the others looked on incredulously. The male lion obeyed Song Disease's order and crept down a little bit. Song Sickness, on the other hand, took the initiative to step forward and crouch down under the horrified gazes of the crowd, then jerked the male lion's brown hair. Ow ow ow. The lion roared low, but it was a roar of awe and submission. The lion at this moment had been as docile as a domesticated cat. This incredible scene caused the crowd to suck in a breath of cool air. This guy, how did he do it? It's not scientific? Is it possible that the lion has long since lost its wildness and will not bite? Han Hee-jun was even more embarrassed and felt disgraced. I should have known not to run away. Inside the medical center, Song Disease took out a silver needle and began to apply the needle to cure the disease. The male lion is infected with a terrible virus. It's still secondary. And looking at the state of the male lion, it looks more like it was artificially injected. But in any case, as far as he was concerned, it was ultimately an unexpected surprise. Ding successfully absorbed second-level genetic viral disease, merit plus 100. Along with the last needle falling, Song Disease also completely absorbed the viral disease in the male lion's body. Roar! The male lion let out a low roar, seemingly relieved, and the green light in his pupils dispersed with it. Song Sickness collected the needle and got up, still speaking calmly. Go back by yourself. Like a tame kitten, the male lion returned to the iron cage following Song Sickness instructions. Song Sick then volunteered to go up to the lock, though it didn't lock tight. Everything went as smoothly as a joke. Everyone outside was stunned. That's just a little bit of walking in. Everyone sized up Song Sickness. Seriously doubt Song Sickness was in the animal taming business before. Ha ha ha, Divine Dr. Song really lives up to his name. Gloom flashed in Han Hee-jun's eyes, but then he immediately stepped forward and enthusiastically shook Song Sick's hand in praise. You're welcome. The consultation fee is $300 million, Song Sickness said with an equally big smile. Han Hee-jun's smile faltered, but soon signaled a bodyguard aside to pay. There are 3 contraindications in sending a sick healer. First, if Dr. Song is unwilling, don't ask him to make a visit. Second, you can't float in front of Dr. Song, or you'll run into PPO. Third, Dr. Song's consultation fee can't be withheld. It'll be disastrous. These 3 taboos were summarized by the high-ranking and wealthy officials of the state of Li. Along with the fame of Song Disease, it spread to the ears of the upper-class people in other countries. Divine Dr. Song, this is my business card. I hope to cooperate more in the future. Han Hee-jun then smiled as he pulled out a business card and handed it to Song Sick. Any time. Song Sickness took it with a smile. Reach for the stars. It doesn't matter what the other guy's intentions are, but just don't screw him. Han Hee-jun just walked away, wrapping his arms around the 2 women, still looking like a dude with an arrogant demeanor. But the moment he left in the car, his smile disappeared. At the same time, after the little brother behind him answered a phone call, he respectfully said, Young master, after testing, the viruses in Little Yellow's body have indeed all been cured. At those words, Han Hee-jun's eyes narrowed slightly. I'm a bit sleepy. Give me a boost, said he pressed a girl's head underneath himself. At the same time, from the other girl's chest, she pulled out a cell phone and made a call. The call was answered, and Han Hee-jun took a cool breath. Tested it. This guy does have a couple of tricks up his sleeve. It can be used. Good. On the other end of the line was an icy female voice, but only a single word was returned. Inside the Sentry Medical Center, Haruka's father and daughter remained dumbfounded as they looked at Song Sickness. Master Gong, what exactly do you do that you can even cure lions? Haruka Nell couldn't help but ask curiously. Before I healed people, I was a veterinarian. Song Sickness smiled faintly, then looked at the time and said, It's getting late, time to go to class. Haruka Nell hurriedly followed, her admiration for Song Sickness having reached an immeasurable height. This Master Gong of hers is too strong. In the past few days, he had followed Song Disease in practicing medicine and playing understudy, and then returned to the school to listen to Song Disease's lectures. She felt that her knowledge and sense of Chinese medicine was much higher. Song Sickness returned to school and filled the role of Professor Song again. More and more people come to his classes every day. In addition to the students, there are professors who are experts in various fields of medicine. It's almost hard to get a seat. And the one layer that remains unchanged is the 3 positions in the first row that are closest to Sung sickness. Always save it for Candy. And Candy came to every class. Has become a loyal little fan of Professor Song. In the end, he even applied to become a student of Professor Song. Every time class is over, Candy softly begged Song sickness to give her extra lessons. All kinds of tricks were used. Song sickness had no choice but to give the other person another stove. Seeing that the other person was genuinely interested in medicine and was very talented. Mended. Don't get me wrong. It's a serious tonic. Though during the process, Candy was always looking for every opportunity to take advantage of Song sickness, wearing various seductive uniforms with the intention of seducing Song sickness. But Song sickness is still set in his ways. He doesn't want to die young. The system exploded. Chapter 102, Attack at Sea. Late at night, Song sick returned from tutoring Candy. From a distance, he saw a black car parked in front of the medical center. Song sick had just parked his car and came out when a cold and beautiful silhouette had already stepped out of the black car. She was wearing a long hip-hugging dress with black silk plus heels underneath. Compared to the past, this night Siri was dressed extraordinarily enchanting, full of imperial femininity. No doubt dressed like this just to please Song sickness. Started? Song sickness asked, her eyes glancing a few more times at the woman with quite a deep heart. It seemed the other had managed to be straightened out by her. The merit is immense. Aha, Siri nodded, a little cautiously. Then let's go. Song sickness nodded. Siri offered to open the door for Song sickness. The vehicle made its way to the west gate of Down Street. At this moment, throughout the west gate, hundreds of members were already heavily armed and lined up. Get ready for the fight tonight. Not long after, the vehicle pulled up and a junior rushed forward to open the door. Meet their queen. However, to everyone's surprise, from inside the car, there also came down a figure that they had all seen before. Isn't that the doctor from that medical center? The one who operated on the queen. A doctor? Is the queen afraid we'll get hurt and bring a doctor along? Rong Xian and the others had strange faces and speculated. But if there's a real firefight, what's the point of bringing a doctor if the guns are blind? Even this doctor is going to have a go if he's not careful. And just as the crowd was speculating and wondering, in the next second, Siri took the initiative to step forward and reached out her catkin to take Song sick's arm. Like a little birdie, she snuggled up next to Song sickness. The solemn scene was instantly quiet. The scene is shocking. One by one, the members of the Western sect stared in disbelief. It was like seeing a ghost. Their queen. What is she doing? Did you break your foot? His name is Song sick, my man. And from today, even more so, the sect master of the Western sect. From now on, his word is my word, see him as you see me. Under everyone's horrified gazes, Siri took Song sickness by the arm and announced in a cold and domineering manner. She was clear that in order to get Song sickness to make a move, she naturally had to show enough sincerity herself. Boom. However, Shi Li's words were like 5 thunderbolts, causing the souls of the people at the scene to tremble tremendously. What the hell? Their queen doesn't like men? How do you go for a surgery and fall in love with this doctor, and directly establish the other party as the sect master? The crowd was having a hard time taking it all in, deadly staring at Song disease. Envy and jealousy could no longer describe their feelings, because no matter how you look at it, this guy is a gigolo. Except for being handsome and knowing some medical skills, nothing else. But that's not what the mob is about. It's about who's got the hardest fist, not who carves hard. Are all deaf? Do I have to repeat myself a second time? Seeing the crowd's delayed response, Siri said with a slight frown on her brows, Queen, we are not convinced. He's just a doctor. What makes him our sect master and moreover your man? He's not worthy. A man who had always regarded Siri as a believer gritted his teeth and stared resentfully at Song sickness. Pull him down and cut his tongue out, Siri said in a cold voice, letting the other know what it meant to be reasonable. The man's face changed slightly. Queen, spare your life. Luo Ping was unintentional. The crowd's faces changed slightly, and they all knelt down to plead for mercy. Siri's beautiful eyes were cold and she wanted to say something, but Song sickness raised her hand to stop her. Let's set off first. Don't waste time. He really wasn't in the mood to perform stand-up here. Everything, put into the Alcatraz trip. After tonight, I'm sure these pricks will know if he's worthy or not. Departure. Siri's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. Still ordering. She had intended to use it to spur Song sickness into putting on a display. And look at the strength of Song sickness. Good for peace of mind. But I didn't expect the other side to be so composed. Hundreds of people from Westgate, as it were, set off in black cars to reach the docks. Leave several people behind to pick up the slack. A ship was chartered overnight, with several speedboats, and headed for Alcatraz Island in the center of the channel. At the same time, all the states and cities of Lee, several docks and harbors, and all the big and small gangs, set off by boat. But those who came to this Yakuza meeting were almost exclusively the local forces of Lee. Few other countries have chosen to give up. On the top deck of the ship, Song-sik looked at the Black Sea in front of him, blowing a cold wind, and had a different flavor. Siri walked up and handed Song-sik a copy of the information about this mob meeting. At the same time, he explained, the major forces that have come to participate in the mob meeting this time include gangs from other states in the country of Lee. And among them, the gang that is the most powerful and has been dominating the division of territory is called the Three Eagles faction. There are 3 leaders of the Three Eagles faction, and no one knows their real names, only that their code names are Widow, Viper, and Hyena. These are 3 ruthless men, brutal by nature, who have killed countless people in their lives. They have forces under their umbrella almost all over the Lee, and even have dealings with certain officers of the Lee. The members are even up to tens of thousands, and if they were to riot, it would almost be enough to fight against an armed force. Song-sickness flipped through the information detailing the power of each gang while listening to Siri's explanation. Rather admired the woman's business skills. Being a foreign power, it was hard to study these local powers so thoroughly, but all of that didn't matter to him, with or without. I learned through inquiries that the Hyena of the Three Eagles faction is Otto's brother. Therefore, I suspect that this time the Three Eagles faction set the mob meeting at Alcatraz because they intend to avenge the Black Skin Gang and want to target me. Shiman. Siri then stared. So you still have the guts to come? Is it because of the confidence I gave you? Song-sickness contained a smile and looked at the woman. Exactly. Siri locked eyes with Song-sickness and smiled back. So what if I say I'm not actually prepared for anything? Song-sickness hooked the other party's snow-white chin and asked. He had some real admiration for this brave woman. It's a rare woman who dares to bet her life. Siri's pretty face stiffened and flashed with panic. Just when she didn't know how to answer, Song-sickness's brows furrowed slightly, looking out into the darkness not far away. It was a couple of yacht ships that sailed by, but Song-sickness vision sees more than that. He also saw a ship on which several foreigners dressed as pirates were loading bombs, blasted straight at them. Song-disease's face changed slightly, and he bent down to carry Siri and ran. The sudden hug caused Siri's pretty face to change slightly, not realizing that this guy was so monkeyish, and so rude. But the next second, she didn't think so. The 3 bombs were the first to blast down to the very top. Rumble. At the last moment, Song-sickness leapt with a terrifying bounce, directly carrying Siri to the bottom. The entire upper 2 decks of the liner were instantly leveled and shook violently. Several members died tragically. Ow roar. Yellow pig, does Grandpa's cannonball smell good? Ha 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 ha. The ships in the distance burst into a chant, with endless provocation, celebrating the victory of the sneak attack. Spinning around, he stopped moving and accelerated away. It seems to be just a one-time fiddle. Chapter 103, A Perverted Disease. Corner of the stairs on the first level of the ship. Looking at the debris of the ruins that kept smashing down from above, Song-sik's eyes condensed slightly, and he decisively backhanded the yukai on his shoulder and pressed it under his body. A large amount of rubble and iron smashed relentlessly, but it was painless for Song-sickness. Once he was sure it was safe, Song-sickness' back muscles gave out and lifted the rubble off the ground with ease. As for Siri underneath Song-sickness, her pretty face was already pale. She didn't expect that those guys were so heartless that they dared to sneak attack them with heavy weapons so blatantly. You're not afraid of alerting the military? More so, how do you track their location? Get up. It's okay. Seeing that the other party was still lying down, Song-sickness easily wrapped one hand around her slender waist and hugged her up. Thanks. Are you okay? Looking towards Song-sickness, Siri opened his mouth with a somewhat complicated expression. If it weren't for Song-sickness, she'd probably be a corpse by now. That's the cruelty of the mob. You never know what you're facing next. It's okay. Song-sickness shook his head, looking at the distant darkness, the few arrogantly distant ships, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. As for the words of thanks, wait until you've finished solving these guys before you thank them properly. Siri froze slightly, then reacted. Her pretty face flashed a blush, but she nodded her head. I'll do whatever you want if I survive. Song-sickness looked back at the woman in surprise. Not to be outdone, the queen of the mob is the one who can draw the big picture. However, this kind of big, greasy cake is quite a treat for him. Queen, are you okay? At this time, a group of surviving Westgate members also rushed over. It was a relief to see that their queen was okay, but having just had a brush with death, one is terrified. Queen, why don't we just go back? These brutes have no intention of dividing the land properly, based on their native superiority. Yeah, seeing the rapid development of our Western sect, they obviously want to take advantage of this trip to Alcatraz Island to get rid of us and carve up our Western sect. With Rong Xian at the head, many of the Shiman members gritted their teeth and knelt down, pleading to Siri. But more than that, it was awe. From the moment we stepped in here, there was no turning back. Going back. What awaits us is still extinction. From now on, anyone who dares to say retreat again will be thrown overboard and fed to the fishes. Siri's beautiful eyes were cold, and as she spoke, she didn't forget to glance at Song Sickness. Those gangs wanted to annex Westgate. How could she not want to control those gangs? When the crowd heard this, they gritted their teeth and finally did not dare to say anything more. Several members of the crowd had twinkling eyes. These subtle little gestures of weakness naturally could not escape Song Disease's eyes. But Song Sickness didn't say much. The ship continued its voyage, and finally, after traveling all night and all day, landed on an island in the evening of the second day. As far as the eye could see, the entire island looked like a humanoid skeleton. This is Alcatraz, the devilish place where gangster forces and pirates alike like to trade. At the moment, all around the island, boats were parked. Countless forces boarded the island in droves, and together they headed towards the large manor in the center of the island. The moment they landed on the island, Siri and a group of West Sect members were alert and stayed. Each one is armed with a gun and a weapon. Several floating corpses can be seen everywhere along the shores surrounding the island. On this man-eating island, death is shark food. Just entered the manor. Then there were quite a number of forces composed of black and white people, casting teasingly unkind gazes at Shiman, the force of yellow people. Siri's marvelous body and perfect face had even made many gangsters salivate. Eyes roamed recklessly. In response, Siri's features were cold and calm, having been used to it for years. But this time, she was holding Song Sick's arm, giving up the main seat to Song Sickness. This scene not only made the members of Shiman hide their envy and jealousy. What's more, it made many of the gangsters who coveted Siri's face look astonished. Most of them knew Siri, knowing that this woman is a rose with thorns, and even more so that she only likes women and has no interest in men. That's one of the things that stirs their desires. After all, what man wouldn't want to conquer such a woman? But at this moment, this thorny lily, it has an owner? Or a wiry-looking yellow bimbo? Queen Siri, you've gotten prettier again after many days. You're really becoming more and more obsessed with me. I wonder if I'd have the honor of letting you step on it twice. At that moment, a pale, sickly white man approached with a smile. Surveying Siri's feet with his viper-like gaze, he licked his lips even more perversely. Your mouth stinks so bad. I'm afraid of dirtying my feet. Siri didn't hide his disgust and rejected it with a smirk. Jia. You'll say yes soon enough. The viper wasn't angry, and turned his spiteful gaze to fall on Song Sickness with a cruel smile. Kid, the queen tastes good, doesn't she? It is very nice. Very moist. Song Sickness nodded seriously. Reaching around Siri's waist, he pressed himself closer. Viper's maimed smile froze. The faces of many of the bigwigs on the scene who were salivating for Siri's body also changed slightly. Apparently I didn't realize this little white boy had so much guts. Jia. Kid, you have guts. But this kind of place is not for you. Viper resumed his crippling smile and continued to look at Siri and licked his lips. Queen Siri, we will meet again. After saying this, he turned to leave. He's Viper, the third in command of the Three Eagles faction. Siri's reminder rang in Song Sickness' ears. A perverted disease. Song Sickness looked at Viper's back and smiled slightly. At the same time, Song Sickness had vaguely become the center of attention for many people. Many tall and lanky gangsters sized up Song Sickness, or a disdainful sneer, or deliberately revealing a body of strapping muscles and scars, or make a neck-wiping gesture at Song Sickness, trying to use his power to intimidate Song Sickness. But there were also a number of NPCs who frowned slightly. They always thought something about Song Sickness looked familiar. However, for all of this, Song Sickness didn't care. With his powerful perception and forbidden pupils, the moment he entered this place, Song Sickness realized the large number of gunmen hiding around him. Looking around, Song Sick's eyes locked onto the window of a certain room. There, 3 figures stood. The same was looking down at them through the window with a snicker. How dare you come? I really don't know whether to praise this woman for being stupid or smart. Inside the window, the widow of the Three Eagles faction shook her head with a crippling smile. It was a horribly tattooed woman, with almost every inch of her skin covered in gruesome tattoos. It's unnerving. AI. Such an honorable and flawless queen has been polluted by a white boy. It really pisses me off. I'd like to stay to ravage me. The arriving Viper shook his head, full of heartache, and his viper-like gaze then landed on Song Sick, saying irritably, I'm going to make the kid's life worse than death. This woman is mine. She killed my brother and I'm going to gut her just to play her to death. A black hyena on the sidelines grimaced. He was only a one-eyed man, but he was dead set on Siri, his fists clicking. Don't forget the plan. This time it's not just for Simon. Our ultimate goal is to join forces with these powers and start a removal program against those foreign Asian powers. The widow swept the 2 men off their feet and warned, It's really time to clean up these alien parasites. The hyena licked his lips. Well, it's about time to get started. Since this Shimon dares to come, let's start with Shimon. Viper's gaze was resentful as he said and pressed a certain button on his bracelet. In the next second, a uniquely piercing alarm sounded throughout the entire estate. The many arriving forces, who seemed to be no strangers to the ringing bell, headed deeper into the manor. Chapter 104, like to Holokong? The black bell rings and the black boxing begins, Siri said softly, then followed the crowd all the way deeper into the estate. It soon followed an underground passage to a wide underground boxing ring. It's a scary and unique ring. All around were fences, and in front of them were numerous raised steel spikes, and surrounded by spikes was a giant raised boxing ring. It was so huge that it was like a soccer field. There are also just a few drawbridges leading to the ring. Soon, at the second floor lookout, the three widows came out one after the other. The entire room was instantly quiet, and the gazes of a group of mob bosses fell on the three. Welcome to this mob meeting. The rules remain the same. Each gang sends one person to step into the ring, ranked in order of falling out of the ring. The widow laughed and spoke, not loudly, but in a chilling way. As soon as the words left his mouth, the hyena beside him swept a grim glance at Siri and was the first to leap onto the drawbridge and step onto the huge ring. He was the fighter of the Three Eagles sect throughout the years, because in the entire Three Eagles sect, he ranked third in terms of strength. Every time there was a mob meeting, no less than 100 people had died under his fists. Hyena came up to the stage and stood there with his hands clasped over his chest. His lanky stature, coupled with his menacing appearance, causing the rest of the gang's fighters to shudder. However, the hyena's gaze always fell on Siri. The countdown has begun. As the widow's voice fell, many of the fighters mounted the ring one after the other. Almost all of them are clean-cut, tall black and white people. On Simon's side, a few of the fighters who had prepared beforehand cringed a bit. No one dared to come forward and ask for help, but in the next second, Song Sickness, whom they had always regarded as a white boy, calmly ascended the drawbridge. In an instant, it wasn't just the members of the Westgate congregation who froze, even the rest of the crowd of gangsters at the scene froze. This guy, what's going on? Being a boxer for Simon? Simon knows he can't beat them, so he's looking for a little white boy to send him to his death? Until Song Sickness steps into the ring. Compare that to a boxer who is so big that they all weigh 400 or 500 pounds. Song Sickness is simply skinny and pathetic. There is simply no comparison. The crowd reacted and couldn't help but snicker. Chop the drawbridge. Seeing this, Viper at the high platform was even more excited and ordered in a hurry. Rumble. At once, the suspension bridges connecting the ring were chopped off one after another, and the way to leave the ring became the only one. That's rolling over those spikes. Of course, there's another one, and that's the one that flies. But it was destined to be impossible. Game on. Viper teasingly looked at Song Sickness and couldn't wait to give the order. Already looking forward to the scene where Song Sick is surrounded by a bunch of cons playing dead. The crowd of Simian members looked at each other, looking at their queen's calm features. Do you also think Siri knew he was outmatched and couldn't bear for them to die? So he lured in this little white boy to die for them? Thinking about this, the members were moved and respected their queen even more. In the ring, nearly 3 dozen lanky, tall, muscular fighters and strongmen all looked over at the very different Song Sickness with crippling smiles. Some of the fighters who were still fearful, after seeing someone padding out, immediately saw themselves as strong and laughed as well. How about throwing this yellow bastard down first? It has been proposed. I hate the color yellow. I'm going to rip him apart. The 2 large black men instantly and ferociously lunged at Song Sickness. He's mine. The rest of the burly men, seeing this, were at odds with each other and joined in the fun with a sardonic smile. That's what happens to the weak. Whenever there's an Asian in a Yakuza boxing match, he's the first to be attacked. In their minds, Asians are pathetically weak and perfect for bullying. Song Sick looked at these strong men who rushed the boxers, each with a ferocious look in their eyes, holding out to abuse him. You think he's a bully? Then come on. The corners of Song Sick's mouth curled into a smile as he moved his arms and legs. It's been too long since I've exercised and boxed, so tonight was just the right time to work out. The 2 burly black men were the first to descend, their huge fists smashing towards Song Sick's head without a second thought. The speed and intensity are terrifying. The crowd of onlookers couldn't bear to look at it and shook their heads and closed their eyes. Only Siri clasped her hands to her chest and looked at the man with a stony expression on her pretty face. In his mind's eye, the terrible massacre resurfaced. It made her delicate body couldn't help but tremble again. Boom click aha. In the next second, the sound of broken bones and screams rang out. The crowd opened their eyes again, and their pupils shrank, the imagined image not appearing, only to see that the 2 big blacks that had originally killed ferociously had inexplicably knelt at the feet of Song Sickness, wailing miserably, and their hands, grasped by Song's sickness, had been pinched into mush. The fighters at the back hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter and were still mindlessly charging towards Song's sickness-disabled smile. The only one who watched the show was the hyena, whose gaze was slightly frozen. Row! Before the two big blacks could finish their last word, Song Sik had already flung them up, followed by 2 kicks, sending them to the spikes below. Zapped. Dead can't be dead. This time, the killing crowd of fighters finally stopped. The crippling smile on his face managed to transfer to Song Sik's face. Without the slightest bit of nonsense, the cement under Song Disease's feet ruptured, and his body suddenly shot out like a speeding wind. A few of the strongest men who screamed the loudest were instantly separated from their bones. Go to hell! A few people pulled out their hidden weapons and took the opportunity to attack Song Sickness, but the weapon ended up sticking in their heads. Some people take stimulants and fearlessly charge towards Song Disease, eventually collapsing to the ground from overexcitement. Aha! Oh baiga! Oh baiga! Ya buy the disc! Ya buy the disc! A different kind of underground black boxing was fought. Song Disease, who was treated as a little sheep by the crowd in the last second, had already transformed into a big grey wolf, just like a wolf entering a sheep pen. It's like a god of killing, punching a little kid. The crowd of fighters who had been scrambling to abuse Song Sickness were beaten and routed. Boom! The crowd of bigwigs on the sidelines stared in disbelief, witnessing an incredible boxing match. The pupils of Viper and Widow, who were ready to watch the show from the stands, suddenly shrunk. The members of the Westgate congregation all grew their mouths, looking at the figure in the ring that looked like a god of killing. Their bodies were trembling. At this moment, they finally understood their queen's choice. Siri's beautiful eyes looked at the scene calmly. Only she knew that compared to that bloody sadism, Song Sickness at this moment was really merciful. At least at this moment, Song Sickness looks like a human being. In the ring, Song Sik sent the last burly man who tried to kill him out of the ring with a punch. At that moment, the only remaining hyena suppressed its inner fear and showed a fierce face, taking the opportunity to sneak at Song Sik's back. Yellow pig, go to hell! A long, sharp knife suddenly appeared in the hyena's hand, driving it straight at Song Sik's ass. But in the next second, the sharp knife was grasped in Song Sik's hand, and he calmly said, "You're too weak." He had thought to test his strength by using these murderous guys, but these guys, who all look so stout, are pathetically weak. That so-called muscle hardness was like pinching tofu in his hands. It shatters at the slightest force. At this moment, Song Sik couldn't help but wonder again if he could catch a bomb with his bare hands. No! Go to hell! You lowly thing, how can you be so strong? Sensing the horrors of Song Disease up close, the hyena growled in disbelief and let out a resigned snarl. Like to hollow out Kong? Make you whole. Song Sickness smiled, snatched the long, sharp knife. Chapter 105, Conspiracy? Bastard! Stop it, yellow bastard! Don't you dare! The Widow and Viper's faces changed drastically, and they finally stood up, unable to maintain their composure. However, their threats didn't seem to have much effect on Song Sickness. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, the hyena is sent flying by a kick from Song Sik, and the long spiked blade is stuck upside down above the ring by Song Sik. Eat! The next second, the hyena fell from the sky and did a kanji. The sharp knife went through its mouth. White knives in, yellow knives out. Straight up zapped. The hyena's eyes were wide and his mouth open with a look of resentment and disbelief. He's been digging out steel all his life, and in the end, he's been pierced through the steel and died? Huang Huang, you will die. With his last ounce of strength, the hyena points at Song Sickness and delivers his final curse before sitting down unwillingly. Totally unexpected to taste my own death at the end of my days. Hiss. Pain. It hurts too much. The entire room sucked in cold air, and one gangster witnessed this painful scene. The corners of his mouth jerked, only to feel a chill underneath his body. Unable to resist clamping down a few points, all eyes fell on the handsome, harmless-looking Asian youth. At this moment, no one dared to show ridicule anymore, and even less dared to associate it with a white boy. Monster. This is a proper monster. How can a normal person defeat so many people? This guy is afraid he's on drugs. Gentlemen, according to the rules, did we, Simon, win? Song Disease raised his eyes, looked at the Widow and Viper at the lookout, patted the dust on his body, and asked with a kind smile. The words came out, but they managed to break the silence. The crowd shuddered. The crowd of Westgate members reacted to this as well. Yeah, they seem to have one. Or is it the first one? Which gets the right to distribute? This is all like a dream. Before this they did not dare to think. However, the Widow and Viper's faces were embarrassed. The rest of the bigwig's eyes flickered similarly. Lost, they lost? Still losing to a yellow. How can this be acceptable to them? The local forces? Widow, Viper, isn't it time for me, Simon, to divide up the territory this year? Siri also stood up at that moment, looking straight at the two of them, her beautiful eyes cold. Oh, distribute the land? You yellow pigs deserve it? The widow and the viper forced down their anger and revealed a cold smile. They had wanted to first take the first place in this black fist and obtain the distribution rights, and then use it to join forces. Eradicate those damn Asian forces. But the appearance of song sickness disrupts that. It didn't matter much though. The ending remains the same. Siri, this monster you found did surprise us. But to get the distribution rights, you Asian forces are not qualified in this lifetime. You are only worthy of being slaves. The widow looked towards Siri and sneered. Spinning around, he clapped his hands under the gaze of the crowd. Wow! In the next second, around the entire underground boxing ring, hundreds of prearranged snatchers appeared in unison, each holding an AK-47 with rifles. Surround the scene in an instant. Outside the ring, thousands of people had even surrounded it. It's tight and airtight. Not given half a chance. The faces of the bigwigs of the forces changed slightly, and they were instantly on guard, raising their guns to confront each other. There's no need for you all to be alarmed. We'll still keep the rules. But this time, the purpose of my Three Eagles sect is to eradicate these disgusting foreign forces. I believe you all don't want to let these outsiders divide up your own turf. Do you? So, I hope you all join in. It's time to clean up the Yakuza environment in Ligua. The widow smiled and explained. Yes, support the Three Eagles and eradicate these alien parasites. I'm in. At once, several forces hastily took a stand and pointed their guns at the Shiman crowd, obviously turned by the Triple Eagles beforehand. I'm in. And seeing the general situation, the eyes of the remaining bigwigs of the power flickered, and they also didn't hesitate to point their guns at Shiman. But anyone with a bit of a brain would choose that, just for a piece of the pie. When they say they are removing foreign forces, the real purpose is all about seeing these foreign purposes develop and mature and wanting to take them for themselves. Split this big cake. Everything, only benefits. The rest is just an excuse. At once, under the inspiration and lure of the widow, so the forces on the scene, all reached a united front, pointing at Simon. Today, it's going to take Simon. The faces of the crowd of Westgate members instantly turned white, and the guns in their hands trembled in the face of the many forces. Queen, I'm sorry, but people die for money. But at that moment, something to add insult to injury happened once again, as several members of the Western sect exchanged eye contact with Viper and immediately turned their guns to point at Siri. Lupin, what are you doing? Rong Xian and the others turned pale, completely not expecting to be betrayed by a core member at this juncture. When the forces saw this, they were even more thankful for the choice they had just made, and immediately began to drop stones. Queen Siri, it's not too late to tie your hands. Put down your guns and serve us comfortably. Maybe we can even give you a chance to live. Ha ha ha, jia jia jia. Queen Siri, today we will avenge those compatriots you brutalized. Several of the big men's eyes greedily surveyed Siri, the evil fire already burning beneath them. This exotic queen, who has caused many native forces to break, is finally folding today, and they get a piece of the action. It's chicken to think about. Siri, you lose. The widow pronounced the sentence from on high. Being the same woman, she thought for a moment that Siri could compete with her, but now she's wrong. This woman is stupid and pathetic. Siri didn't say anything. Her beautiful eyes remained cold in the face of all this, and she only looked at Song Sickness, who was ignored by everyone in the ring. The bigwigs followed Siri's gaze, and only then did they remember Song Sickness, who had just slayed in the ring again. Only at the moment, they had guns in their hands. Song Sickness then becomes a joke in their eyes. Can this guy's fist be tougher than a bullet? Queen Siri, by the looks of you, are you expecting this guy to save the day? Defeat us, and then get you out? Viper's face showed a cruel smile, his fingers fluttering his revolver as he teasingly looked at Song Sickness and laughed. This monster is so capable of fighting. I just don't know how many of them can be fought now. 10, 100, or 1,000? Ha ha ha, on what kung fu? What's the point of knowing how to fight? It's the age of the gun. Are you any faster than a bullet? The rest of the big men are also full of smiles, even holding guns that keep shooting the edge of the ring in an attempt to scare Song Sickness. However, in the face of all this, Song Sickness was flat. He'd wanted to see what Siri had in store for him, but the woman's mind was too good. It even drew the attention of the crowd to him. Then there's nothing to be done. Song Six raised his eyes and looked at the Viper and Widow, who had a grim smile on their faces, and laughed before he saluted. Are you guys sure you don't want to follow the rules to come? Rules? This one is the rule. The Widow shot a gun at Song's 6 feet and droned coldly. Lowly thing, kneel down for me. The bigwigs also shot and intimidated to take a stand. You deserve a share of the land? You yellows are only worthy of being our slaves. Kid, you killed the hyena. I'll pull your skin, whip your tendons, make leather shoes and toilet bowls, and bury the hyena for you. With a sickly grin, Viper raised his revolver, aimed for Song 6's head, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet shot out instantly, heading straight for Song 6's head. Chapter 106, Talking Things Over. The moment Viper pulled the trigger, Song 6's eyes had transformed into alien pupils. The bullet breaks out. Sparks and trajectory clearly visible in this moment. I don't know how many times it slowed down. Seeing this, Song Sickness also completely put down his heart. The corner of his mouth slightly raised, slightly sideways head, then brushed with the bullet. Final shot into the ring. The scene was quiet. A lot of people looked at Viper and just assumed it was a bad shot from the other side that missed. Only Siri, her beautiful eyes fluctuated and her delicate body trembled. Viper's brow was also slightly furrowed, suspecting only that he had missed his shot. Immediately, he once again fired several shots at Song Sickness. Bang! 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 Bullets broke into the air. Song's sick body like a ghost. This time, the magnitude of the dodge finally let a person clearly see. Boom! This anti-human scene was like thunder, bombarding everyone, and the crowd's bodies trembled straight away. He dodged the bullet? How is that possible? Shocker! Blow up! Fear! Countless unspeakable horrors appeared on everyone. Even Viper rushed to check his proud revolver. Could it be the wrong one? Song Sickness didn't pay any more attention to the horrified expressions of the crowd. What should be examined had already been examined, and he already had some knowledge of his own strength. 1 word, strong. 2 words, very strong. 3 words, very strong. 4 words, ridiculously strong. Next, there's no need to waste time. Song Sickness looked over at Siri, pointed to his eyes, and spat 2 lip syncs under his breath. Siri snapped out of his shock and spoke quickly. All close your eyes. Upon hearing this, a group of Shiman members were puzzled, but upon seeing Siri also closed her beautiful eyes, except for the few betrayed ones, who also followed suit and closed their eyes, waiting for the sentence of death to be pronounced. A host of bigwigs were also awakened by Siri's voice. When he looked at Song Sickness again, he was no longer smiling. Only fear hangs over it. You can even dodge bullets? What the hell kind of monster is this? It's a monster. Shoot, kill him together. The widow realized the seriousness of the matter, panicked and grabbed the AK in the hands of a sidekick and opened her mouth in panic. The crowd of bigwigs also raised their guns, all pointing them at Song Sickness. What greeted them, however, was the judgment from the Song veterinarian. Forbidden pupil, open. A voice that sounded like a death sentence came out of Song Sick's mouth, low and creepy. In order to avoid accidents, Song Sickness decided to completely open the forbidden pupil. The moment he opened his eyes, his pupils blossomed with dazzling colors, and 2 beams of strange light even burst out from Song Sick's eyes. In this moment, it's really like Superman's laser eyes. Boom! This anti-human scene went straight to everyone's brain. The bigwigs who had been ready to grimly pull the trigger the previous second instantly froze, as if their souls had been drained. Anyone who was swept by Song Disease's eyes and came into contact with Song Disease's pupils, the disease was planted directly as if it were a curse. Bang! 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 Aha! The next second, gunshots were accompanied by screams, and one by one, the emotional bigots fell to the ground. All they felt was paralyzed, their muscles so weak that even standing was a problem, let alone pulling the trigger. Song 6's body was like a ghost, constantly dodging incoming bullets while the forbidden pupil continued to send sick, like death pronouncing judgment. Mortals knelt as far as the eye could see. Aha, the devil. This is the devil. Run away. Run away. In just a few seconds, hundreds of people fell to the ground. All the defenses were not broken, and the heart defenses of the few survivors were directly crushed. Turn your head and rout. One eye muscle weakness. How do you fight? With what? Trying to run? Song Sickness sneered, naturally not letting go. Since he had exposed the secret of the forbidden pupil, how would he let these people go? Besides, having lost so much merit, he had to recoup it. Meanwhile, in the midst of this extreme delivery, Song Sickness discovers a secret. There were a few people wearing sunglasses who still didn't succeed in delivering the disease, even when they locked eyes with him. In other words, the forbidden pupil sends the disease, not only to make eye contact with the other party, but also not to have a similar light isolating sunglasses grill. But that doesn't matter. If you can't deliver it with your eyes, then you can deliver it with your ghostly hands. Bang! Song's 6 legs bent and catapulted out like arrows. The ring under his feet sunk in and chafed. Instantly it was like flying up, landing directly outside the spiked area. In a few breaths, the few surviving with the sunglasses were easily disposed of. But it doesn't end there. What was given away as a disease, Song disease naturally takes back. Merit cannot be wasted. The people who gave it to the Whole Wars in the first place didn't take it because those people needed a reason for their deaths. And these desperados before us who are able to need the lives of others at will are dead. So why do they need any reason? Aha! Thus, a healing massacre unfolds. Song Sickness took back all the sickness given to these people and sent them to God in the gentlest way possible. Of course, in killing these people, Song Sickness thoughtfully cured them of any illnesses they had. He naturally didn't need to show any mercy to these ones who had just crazily swept themselves with their guns. The miserable screams made Siri couldn't help but open her beautiful eyes, and the gruesomeness of the past reappeared before her eyes. The rest of the Western sect members also opened their eyes, and when they looked at the large swath of collapsed ground in front of them, as well as the youth who was constantly searching for lives, their faces instantly paled. What did he do? They had closed their eyes for but a few minutes, and were already waiting for the brutal abuse of these black and white people. But open your eyes and it's this situation today. Everything is like a dream, false impracticality, like being supposed to be judged at the guillotine, and then in the blink of an eye, you become the judge yourself? On the other side, Song Disease's hands and feet were quick and swift. Being a veterinarian, he cures the sick without half-assing it. In a few moments, he had arrived at the Widow and Viper's heels. The two men must be lying on the ground with muscle weakness at the moment, looking at the descending Song Disease, as if they had seen the god of death coming towards them. There's something to be said for us being willing to cede the rights to this split to Simon. No, we'll even give you the Three Eagles territory. Viper and Widow trembled as they opened their mouths. At this moment, even if they were the bosses of the Three Eagles faction, they only had fear in the face of Song Sickness. When I will reason with you, you want to get rough, and now you want to reason? Song Sickness contained a smile and was the first to come to the Viper, taking in generously the kind of strange disease that the other had itself. Go to hell. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Widow instantly grimaced. Her originally muscular hand surprisingly quickly pulled out a pistol and fired it at Song Sick's head. That's a shot that Song Sickness could have dodged. But after thinking about it, Song Sickness extended two fingers to clip it. The moment the bullet was clipped, a shock that made him feel hot came through. Song Sick's hand followed suit and flew out a distance. And in the end, it was actually clamped down. Even Song Sickness was incredulous. However, this scene was even more devastating to the Viper and the Widow, whose spirits were already about to break. Another lightning strike. No way. You're not human. Ha. You're not human. You must be sent by God to joke around. Ha. The Widow was mad and powerful. She no longer had the slightest desire to fight and laughed in a frenzy. The world is too absurd. Chapter 107 Rise of the Western Gate. Keep them alive. I'm useful. Siri came behind him at some point and spoke in a hurry. She needed to utilize these two in order to erode the Three Eagles, and even the other gangs, a little bit. Pa. Ding successfully delivered the psychopath. Merit -1. Pa. Ding successfully delivered the psychopath. Merit -1. Without a word, Song Sickness backhanded two big biker pockets and slapped them out, sending out Psycho in the process. The Widow and Viper then flew out like two dead dogs, smashing heavily on top of the wall and fainting on the spot. Since then, two of the most powerful gangsters in the land of Lee, under the weight of myasthenia and neurosis, have been completely reduced to the status of invalids. It's useless to have any more heart. The rest is up to you. After resolving everything, Song Sickness clapped his hands and got up. He wouldn't have killed those two without Siri saying so. What's the point of what we did tonight if we kill them all? Aha! Siri nodded and signaled for the two Simian members to grab Viper and Widow. Back on the first floor, the group of Shiman members saw Song Sickness again. It was still the same harmless face, but their bodies couldn't stop trembling and it was hard to hide their fear, afraid that Song Sickness would kill them off as well at the drop of a hat. They also finally understood why their queen had been so respectful to this youth, even willingly becoming each other's women. See the sect master. In fear, Rongxuan was the first to kneel down. See the sect master. Seeing this, the rest of the members looked like they had grabbed a life preserver and also hurriedly poofed down on their knees. At this moment, there was no longer anyone who was unconvinced of Song Disease's empire. You don't want to try one? All rise, Song Sickness spoke, not very used to this feeling. Thank you, Gate Master. Only then did the crowd dare to get up trembling. Still no one dared to look directly into Song Sickness' eyes. Sect Master, Queen, what should be done with these traitors? Rongxian opened his mouth, looking towards the traitors who had been brought under control. Queen, spare your life. Sect Master, spare your life. We were all forced. Led by Luo Ping, the 8 traitors kept begging for mercy. Remorseful and fearful of Siri. More fear of Song Disease. Siri was silent. Her beautiful eyes were cold, and she directly grabbed the gun from one of the men's hands and took care of the 8 traitors one by one, not with a half-hearted hand. Next, Siri thunders through the whole of Alcatraz. utilizing the Viper and the Widow to take control of the entire island with ease. Anyone who resisted in any way became the victim of this woman's gun in an instant. After leaving some of the Westgate members to hold down the fort, Siri immediately returned with Song Sickness on the Three Eagles faction's yacht. Next, her target was the Three Eagles faction, and those triad forces. As of this moment, a blackout storm is also about to sweep through the gangs of Lee. Inside the yacht's lavish living room, Siri poured Song Sick a glass of red wine. She had already showered and changed into a colorful red-fitted dress, paired with high heels to accentuate the S-shaped curves perfectly. The long, wet hair cascaded over her shoulders, adding to the charm. I'm curious, if I'm outmatched, what's your bottom card? Looking at this thunderous and ruthless woman, Song Sickness asked with a curious smile. Siri took a sip of her red wine and dropped the glass, and with it unzipped her red dress to reveal her secret weapon. Looking at the time bomb lurking between its proud peaks and snow-white thighs, Song Sick froze. These special bombs are powerful enough to destroy that estate. Time to activate in just 3 seconds. Those men tried to kill me, but they were more afraid of death than I was. If you're no match with me as a human bomb, they'll be just as afraid to make a move. At least, don't dare do it on Alcatraz. Siri's red lips were slightly hooked, but the perverted madness was all over her beautiful eyes. The mob. It's all about who's ruthless. Throw it away. It looks scary, Song Sickness said with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. This woman. What a lunatic. Seeing Song Sick show this expression for the first time made Siri, who loved conquests, suffer, but still obediently undid these life-preserving bombs and threw them into the sea. In this way, it was completely exposed to Song disease. With that, he walked barefoot toward Song Sickness. Naturally, she would not forget her previous promise. Now it's time to honor the promise. Another stunning battle was fought. Upon landing, Siri then hurriedly parted with Song Sickness, dragging her tired body and changing into a black dress, resuming her image as the Queen of Ruthlessness. Immediately take all the Westgate members to start the layout action. With the hostage role of the Widow and the Viper, Siri thundered his way into complete control of the largest gangster force in the Lee country in only 3 days. Subsequently, it is to blackmail the Emperor to command his vassals means, through the Three Eagles and the power of the Howard family, little by little to eat up other forces. A major reshuffle of the Ligwa Yakuza unfolds under Siri's ruthless and swift maneuvering. Any gangs that affected the speed of Westgate's development ended up dying at the feet of this horrible woman. The reputation of Queen Siri resounded through the Lee mob even faster, replacing Widow and becoming a taboo for many of the bigwigs of power. At the same time, a rumor was circulating amongst the Leaguer's underworld. The reason why Queen Siri was scary was because, behind this girl, there was an even scarier existence. No one has ever met the man, but all have given him the epithet Demon Vet. On the other hand, Song Sickness continued to be a two-timer every day. Set up store in the morning to heal the sick and accumulate merit. When you have classes in the afternoon, you go and hold a class as a professor and teach the students knowledge. When you don't have class, you study and research and enrich yourself. And with such a cozy life, Song Sickness' fame and income are skyrocketing. Song Sickness didn't even know how much money he was earning now. Anyway, counting the numbers singularly would take half a day. Money, in front of Song Sickness, had truly become a string of numbers at the moment. Until this day, there came a familiar, EP1. He got just the right number for the last sick man of the day. Number 200, last patient of the day. Along with the fall of Haruka Nell's voice, the crowd waiting in line had the sense to leave. The only 2 men left waiting on the benches of the medical center were in civilian clothes. Marshall, it's your turn. It's your turn. Seeing that he was finally lined up, the anxious Yetion was almost on the verge of tears, rushing to gently shake the white-haired old man beside him. And the old man was no one else but the veteran general that all the people of An Kingdom admired. Marshallin. On this trip to Ligwa, it was Marshallin who hid the trip from the officials and dragged his body, which might be sick at any time, to allow Yetion to accompany him. The purpose, too, was just to come to Song for a cure. How shocking it sounds to hear that a great general of the country has come to seek medical attention, despite dragging his illness for thousands of miles. If it was transmitted back to the country, it would definitely be enough to cause a sensation. However, after secretly arriving in the land of profit, Yetion had once wanted to come to see Song Sickness for a consultation, but was verbally rejected by Marshallin. Firmly adhering to the rules of Song disease, queue up for a number and come in person. It doesn't matter if you don't wait. You only realize how hard it is to get Dr. Song to see a doctor. I waited for almost a week in a row. During this period, Marshallin's condition flared up at one point, almost scaring Yetion to death. Many times he tried to come to Song Sickness to make a move, but he was still stopped by the veteran who stood firm on his principles. Now that they had finally arrived, one could imagine how excited Yetion's heart was. but at this moment, he shook Marshallin for half a day, but still received no response. This caused Yi Tian's originally happy mood to instantly fall back to the bottom. Chapter 108, A Joke by Song Disease. Marshall, are you alright? Discovering Marshallin's pale and colorless skin, Yi Tian was at 6s and 7s. Harukawa Nair realized the situation, hurriedly stepped forward to check his pulse. His pretty face similarly changed instantly. His pulse is too weak. Quickly, assist him to the solo clinic. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian was struck by lightning, but he also hurriedly accompanied Harukawa Nair to assist in Das Hai towards the Seoul consultation room. Divine Dr. Song, please, you must cure the Marshal, and Gui cannot live without him. Entering the solo diagnostic room to see Song disease, Yi Tian could no longer tense up and begged. At this point in time, only all hope is placed in this fellow youth. Song Sickness glanced at Yi Tian, and his gaze then landed on the old man whose vital signs were weak. A single glance provided insight into the other party's extraordinary nature. That uniquely awe-inspiring aura is not found in the average old man. At this moment, under this commotion, Marshallin also weakly opened his eyes, but the pale face had long been covered with false sweat, and his body was constantly twitching, so it was obvious how much pain he was suffering. But this old general didn't scream half a dozen times. His cloudy old eyes gazed at Song Sickness and even revealed a pleased smile. Your divine Dr. Song? It's me. Song Sickness nodded his head, his heart quite touched. Only he could see the pain the other party was enduring at the moment. Oh, a foreign country to spell out this greatness. Marvelous, worthy of being a good man of Manhwa. Marshallin was still sizing up Song Sickness, and it was hard to hide the relief and shame in his eyes. Let me heal you first, Song Sick said, signaling the two to assist Marshallin to the hospital bed. Any more delays and the legendary old man will probably really have to go. Divine Dr. Song, please, no matter what, you must cure the Marshal. Yi Tian was still uneasy and kept on humbly praying to Song Sickness. All get out. He's in a serious condition and I need absolute silence. Song Sickness spoke calmly without saying anything more. The father and daughter Haruka immediately understood and assisted Yi Tian out, and closed the door for Song Sickness. Song Sickness, let go of the cure. I've left orders, and no matter what the outcome is, no one will blame you. Marshallin lay on the hospital bed and opened his mouth weakly. He only came to see this failed junior, and did not have much hope that Song could be cured. He knows his body best. It's time to see those old friends who fought together. While speaking weakly, Marshallin had slowly closed his eyes, and the life of a military horse kept surfacing in his mind. After Song's sickness had been sterilized, he came to the old man's body and undid his clothes for him. Looking at its body full of stab wounds and bullet holes, it was equally touching. It's not known how many battles it took to leave it behind. Grand Marshallin, what a resounding title that is in Manhwa. He knew it naturally, and admired the veteran all the same. This was a great general of the country who truly gave everything for his people. Sighing, Song Sik's hand rested on top of the pale body. Nothing fancy, just turn on the disease-sucking treatment. There is no terminal illness on the other side. Rather, this old body had spent its life defending its family and country, and had experienced a great deal of war damage, leaving behind countless horrific aftereffects, including mental illness. There were even several pieces of shrapnel left in their fatal places that could not be removed. The mixture of these disabling conditions is what makes the other person suffer so much. Ding successfully absorbed rheumatism, merit +1. Ding successful absorption of intestinal disease, merit +1. Ding successfully absorbed Parkinson, merit +1. Song disease carefully cleared the veteran of all his torturous illnesses. Even the pieces of shrapnel were taken out with them. A total of 36 points of merit were gained. In other words, the other person's body has 36 diseases. That's all horrible to hear. At least touching the disease so far. Song Sickness had never seen anyone suffering from so many diseases at the same time. Except for Lu Xiangfeng. The removal was finished and Song Sickness bandaged it. At this moment, recalling a lifetime of memories, Marshallin also slowly opened his old eyes, as if he had dreamed a dream. I'm not dead? He shot a glance around and his gaze finally landed on Song Sickness with some incredulity. No one who is not a corpse can die under my command. Song Sickness spoke calmly and confidently. Marshallin slowly sat up, feeling the body today. The various illnesses and pains and torments of the past seemed to have disappeared out of thin air, and what was left was unprecedented comfort. It's like getting a new body. Don't worry about it. I've cured you of everything that's wrong with you. Song Sickness wrote down a prescription to nourish the body according to Chinese medicine diets, handed it to the other party, and said, in the future, by virtue of this medicinal diet regimen, there will be no major problems. How did you do that? Marshallin's old eyes shook as he looked at the youth in front of him, feeling unrealistic. He has been repeatedly cured of these post-war ailments by I don't know how many specialist doctors in the country. but all of them can only be stabilized with various high-end instruments. It was even concluded that a cure was impossible. And now, the youth in front of him, in less than 2 hours, made him feel like a new man. Such medical skills have never been seen before or since. Naturally, it's my medical skills. Song Sickness didn't care about the other party's shock and went forward to open the door to the room. Outside the door the anxious Yi Tian was pacing back and forth, and when he saw Song Sickness, he first froze, and his gaze then looked inside. Marshall. When he saw Marshallin who was sitting peacefully on the hospital bed, Yi Tian's body trembled and immediately rushed in with excitement. As an adjutant, he was undoubtedly the most aware of Marshallin's condition, especially since Marshallin had previously given him the conclusion that if Song disease couldn't cure him, there was no need to pursue the matter. Therefore, even after witnessing Song's 6 medical skills, he was still apprehensive. But at this moment, seeing Marshallin sitting calmly on the hospital bed, it was as if he was several years younger. He was nothing but shocked. Thanks to Dr. Song, I'm already fine. Marshallin contained a smile and even got up to move his muscles, something he hadn't even dared to think about before. Dr. Song, thank you. I thank you for the people of the country. Yi Tian no longer knew how to express his feelings. Marshallin's gaze also fell on Song Sickness, his eyes filled with complexity. He already knew more or less about Song Sickness. How many people in Manhwa? How many guarded veteran soldiers like him? All need such a divine doctor. And such a great talent is forced out by those black sheep. For their own selfish interests? No need for thanks. It's only right to collect money for healing. Song Sickness said with a calm smile. How much? Marshallin asked with a kind smile. 1 million, Song Sickness said. Yi Tian, pay the consultation fee for divine Dr. Song. Marshallin commanded. His heart moved. He understood Song Sickness' deeds and naturally knew that this was the cheapest charge Song Sickness had ever made since he had treated so many high-ranking officials and tycoons. In addition, please ask divine Dr. Song to accept another apology from my old husband. As soon as the words left his mouth, Marshallin suddenly knelt down on one knee towards Song Sickness. Marshall, Yi Tian, who was making payments, changed his face greatly and hurriedly wanted to step forward, but was stopped by Marshallin raising his hand. Song Disease's eyes shook, but he still went forward to assist the other party. This had, after all, been his greatest admirer. Don't worry, divine Dr. Song. This kneeling is only to apologize for what in kingdom owes you. Marshallin opened his mouth in shame. You don't owe me anything, and neither does Manhwa. It's the vermin that owe me. Song Sickness laughed with a grudge. He still remembers the words of Washiku, you can't hate the earth because of a few pests. Ha ha ha, well said. Those vermin deserve to die. Marshallin gritted his teeth, then held Song's 6 hands and smiled profoundly. I heard that you are also a veterinarian. I look forward to you returning to China someday to help the country cure those pests. Song Sickness froze slightly and looked into the other man's cloudy old eyes and smiled in the same way. Then perhaps an asylum needs to be built so that it can be shut down. Ha ha ha, that's great. When the time comes, as long as I'm not dead, I'll make sure you accomplish all of this. Marshallin smiled broadly and made a promise. However, he didn't know that this casual joke would really come true in the near future. Chapter 109, The Awfulness of Song's Disease. The King's Great Fear. H City. Inside the most luxurious white palace. King, you asked for me? Mike, dressed in a colonel's uniform, walked inside the presidential suite where Mashin was sitting at his desk. General Mike, there may be some bad news for you. Just now, I got the news that Grand Marshallin of Manhwa has secretly come to the country and visited Song Sickness. Mashin stopped what he was doing and stared. Boom. Mike, who had just sat down, also shuddered inwardly for a moment. At the mention of the 3 words Marshallin, the figure that had become his lifelong nightmare surfaced once again before his eyes. It was this rival, a contemporary of his, who crippled his legs and added one more defeat to his lifelong undefeated record. But at the moment, the obvious thing that concerned him more was Marshallin's visit to Song Sickness. What is its purpose? Song Sickness has not accepted our citizenship so far, and it is not known what his purpose for coming to our country is. This is a serious problem. Mashin's voice trailed off. King, do you mean that Song Sickness might be an undercover agent sent by in kingdom? Mike said with a sinking heart. Do you know how much money this son has amassed in my country of profit in these short 6 months? Instead of answering positively, Mashin asked rhetorically, narrowing his eyes. At the mention of this issue, even as a king, his eyes fluctuated violently. How much? Mike was also instantly intrigued by the question. According to estimates from covert investigations, the current assets in Son's name have far exceeded those of the world's richest man. Mashin stared into Mac's eyes and said, word for word. Boom, how is that possible? Mike jumped in shock, his eyes wide. Even if one's heart is prepared, it is difficult to accept the result. Who is the richest man in the world today? Brahmansi. bursting at the seams with various share assets has come close to that unit. But that's what the Campbells have inherited from how many generations of hard work? And even if Song Disease's medical skills are superior and his reputation is great, in just half a year, he surpassed the cumulative legacy of several generations of others? This is ridiculous. Oh, I didn't believe it at first, but when I investigated the data, there was no way I could not believe it. Not surprised by Mac's reaction, Mashim pushed the information on the table in front of Mac. Mike hurriedly turned over to check. The more he read, the more his heart jumped. Even if he experienced countless great storms, his body could not stop trembling. In the past 6 months, along with his fame resounding around the world, he has almost monopolized the entire upper-class rich and powerful circle, even though he only treats half a day every day. It even includes a number of foreign tycoons who come to the city and willingly befriend it. Just so you're clear, 90% of the world's assets are in the hands of these people. By monopolizing these tycoons, he is monopolizing 90% of these assets. Therefore, his fees for each consultation were frighteningly high, moving in hundreds of millions of dollars. And in this world, patients make the best money. Not to mention all these rich patients. And no rich man is going to skimp on that. Maxim paused and continued. Plus Dyson gifted the entire Hodwar family's assets to the son as well. And now, not to mention Van Wenzy, even the entire Campbell family is already inferior to him. Even if we follow this trend for a few years, 10 Campbell families tied together. And even though small and medium-sized countries can't compare to this son. Boom boom boom. Mashim's words, and the information recorded on the profile, were like a thunderbolt that blasted Mike 6 ways to the moon and spiked his blood pressure. Terrible. Shocker. Off the mark. All sorts of emotions filled his head. At first he felt that Song Disease had a great medical skill and a promising future. But neither did I think it would be so immense. It can't be described as infinite anymore. It has to be described as unbelievable. Of course, what's even more serious is that this person is near demonic and can cure almost any terminal illness. It has gradually affected the interests of healthcare in our country. Quite a few people in the department are already pressuring me. Mashim narrowed his eyes. At those words, Mike also forced down the shock in his heart and his eyes narrowed similarly. For the best talents from outside, they are very welcome in Ligua. Because this is the main reason why the likely country has been able to develop into today's world hegemony. However, song sickness is a showstopper. It already affects the majority of the population. The wealth accumulated in this short half a year, this overwhelming medical mystery, was even more eye-catching to them. And now, if we let such a bit of talent, wrapped in such a huge sum of money, return to Anguilla, one can only imagine the benefits that would accrue to Anguilla. This is despite the fact that this huge sum of money is Song Sickness's own. The World Bank is a supercomputer intelligent bank formed by all the countries in the world, with a very high reputation, and Song Sickness's assets exist in it, which is under Song Sickness's name. Wherever Song Sickness goes, this asset follows, and not even the Rikoku can interfere. At this point in time, whether or not this Song Sickness is conspiring with Ngui is no longer important. This man must be used for my likeness. Mashim looked at Mike and made his attitude clear straight away. What does the king intend to do? Mike asked, frowning. Keep him under constant surveillance and let him grow for a while longer so that more wealthy people in other countries will know about him. When the time is right, find a reason to control him by means of house arrest. At that time, not only all his assets will be mine in Ligua, we can also monopolize this great medical skill of his, specializing in the service of healing the upper class and continue to earn money from other countries. This will be a considerable income for our country of profit to monopolize other countries. This will also not affect the interests of our healthcare. With every word, Mashim displayed the decisive ruthlessness of a king of a country. Song Sickness had become a fortune hunter with a heavy treasure in his eyes. With such a huge sum of money, even he, the king, could hardly remain unmoved. Seeing the greed in Mashim's eyes, Mac frowned slightly, but still spoke. King, there is actually another way. What way? Mashim asked curiously. I see that Princess Kanthi seems to be very interested in Song Sickness. Instead of forcing control, why don't we ask Princess Kanthi about her wishes and let the two come together? To leave a Song Disease, Mike offered. Anymore, Song Sickness had saved him, so if he could, he really didn't want to make a move against the savior. At the mention of Candy, Mozum's heart trembled slightly, and the stunning face came to mind. It was because of Candy's help that he managed to get into this position. But after weighing the pros and cons for a moment, Mashim shook his head decisively and said, no. Why? With Song Sickness' current worth and status, he is already worthy of Princess Kanthi. Mike wondered. Candy is the bridge that unites the royal family with the Campbells, and her fine blood and genes cannot be tainted. Mashim shook his head firmly. In his mind, Kanthi is the gem that will keep him in this position. Can advise him. If he married Song Sickness, It would most likely threaten his position in the future. Moreover, he wants Song Sik's assets, as well as house arresting Song Sik to create more wealth for himself. If Song Sickness is allowed to marry Candy, what's the point of all this? It may even end up costing you money. Alright, I'll go down and make preparations at once. Knowing there was no way to change it, Mike had to take orders. As soon as he is found to have dared to leave the land of Lee, no instructions are needed, and he will be intercepted at all costs, even if nuclear bombs are used. Mashin got up and handed Mike a high-ranking token, with immense seriousness. Yes, sir. Mike took the military orders and saluted solemnly. But before that, he was going to meet Marshallin, an old rival he hadn't seen in years. At least we can't let the other side return to Manhwa so easily. Chapter 110, Candy's Gift. The sun is shining today. A long line had already formed outside the Sending Doctors Center, with wealthy people from every country, creating a unique sight. It was another plain and simple day for Song Sickness. I got lucky today and earned 100 small goals. Finishing work. The next few days were a rare break for Rikuo. Ligwa is very particular about rest, and must enjoy it when it's due. In response, Song Sik then plans to go to a massage parlor to enrich himself. It turned out that a blonde in professional attire approached her. Hello Mr. Son, I'm your housekeeper. My name is Iris. Once inside, the blonde introduced herself with a smile. The mannerisms and smiles are extraordinarily well placed. Iris? My butler? Song's sickness froze slightly. Mr. Song is like this. You are in the northern part of N State. There is a castle manor. Now it has been decorated and taken care of. I am here to ask you to go and check it out. Iris explained with a smile. Castle manor? Song's sickness was first stunned, then instantly dawned on him. He seemed to remember that when General Mac paid him for his consultation after he cured Candy, he did give him a 3,000-acre castle estate in passing. I've just been so busy making money afterward that I forgot about it. One moment, please. Song's sickness went upstairs and quickly found the gift contract. It's this one, isn't it? Yes, sir. Will you come with me now and check it out? After Aries confirmed it, he had a few more moments of respect for Song's sickness. Okay. After thinking about it, Song Disease still nodded his head and decided to put the massage on hold beforehand to see what that so-called 3,000 acres castle manor was like. Since coming to Ligwa until now, he's been so busy earning money that he doesn't even have a decent place to live. It is indeed time to think about it. Sir, please. Aries politely reached out in a gesture. Just like that, Song's sickness followed Iris to the car, and then even more to an airport, boarded the exclusive helicopter that the castle was equipped with, flying all the way out of N City and heading north. A skyscraper gradually diminishes, until a mountain range of snowy hills appeared ahead, and somewhere at the foot of a beautiful mountain range, a vast farm comes into view. It's like a paradise. The helicopter dropped straight down towards the estate in the middle of the farm until it landed in the exclusive parking lot. An ancient, towering white castle came into view. Solemn and solemn. The path to the castle is even more paved with unknown gems. The sides were planted with all kinds of expensive flowering trees. Deep inside, there was a sudden feeling of insignificance. Song's sickness was touched by the solemn atmosphere before him. The castle was the largest and grandest he had ever seen. The castle was left behind by an earl in the last century, and we've retrofitted it with all sorts of sound, modern intelligence systems while preserving its original historical beauty. While the two of them rode the sightseeing bus, Eris introduced Song's sickness in an extremely professional manner. Thank Mr. Van Vinci for me, Song's sickness said with some emotion. If he remembered correctly, what Mike said at first was that this castle was given to him in the name of the Campbell family. I just didn't realize that Van Wessie was so generous. A castle left over from the last century in a rare way, just to give it away? Also outsourced 3,000 acres of land. I'm afraid this is worth hundreds of millions again. Sir, to be exact, the castle was given to you by Princess Candy. Iris laughed. Song's sickness froze and looked at the other side incredulously. Yes, even including all the decoration designs of the castle. It was all from Princess Candy herself. Aries still kept her smile on her face as she explained. But Song's sickness didn't know what to say. The two of them walked for 10 minutes, and finally arrived inside the castle, and at the entrance hall was a scaled-down topographical map of the entire manor. Includes self-energizing screenshots. Aries picked up a touchscreen stick and then proceeded to patiently introduce Song's sickness to him. Mr. Song, in addition to the entire castle manor, the 3,000 acres in a radius are all your land, and Princess Candy has you covered. This is a woodland, specializing in a variety of vegetative fruit trees. This is the horse farm, which currently breeds 108 horses, all carefully selected by Princess Candy for you to roam around in during your usual boredom. Song's sickness, seeing that there are still a lot of fields, look at this situation will not be able to finish the introduction for a while. Song Disease is a little headache interrupted. Well, Well, these are left to be introduced later. Yes sir, the whole farm, with its vast territory, is yours. You can grow whatever you normally want to grow and keep. Another thing you may want to be aware of is the vastness of the mountains and forests of the Daxingxi range to the north, which are full of wildlife, especially brown bears or tigers. Even looking north over the mountains, a number of Indians live. You usually need to hunt to relax. It is best not to go deeper, or you can have some servants follow, Iris said at length. Servant? Song Sickness froze slightly. Candy even gave him a servant? Yes sir. The whole farm is so large that it naturally needs to be staffed with servants. Aries laughed, then clapped her hands. Come on out, all of you. In the next second, 2 lines of men and women, lined up and dressed in uniform servants' attire, walked out from the depths of the castle. At a glance, there were 10 of each sex, and the men are all lean and strong, and the women are all bright and beautiful. Totally looks like it was handpicked. Hello sir. The 2 women, 2 pairs, came to Song Sickness and then respectfully saluted. Seeing that the owner of this castle was actually an Asian, it was even harder to hide the surprise in his heart. These were chosen for you by Princess Candy, and each of them is professionally trained and absolutely obedient to your discipline, including me. Of course, sir, if you're not happy with someone, or if you feel understaffed, I can go and recruit or replace them for you, Aries explained with a smile. When these words came out, the 10 men and 10 women hurriedly bowed and became even more cautious. It seems to be afraid of being eliminated. They were selected from thousands of soldiers through layers of rigorous selection. 1,000,000 leagues a year and you get to live in a castle setting like this. Where can I find such a job? Song Sickness himself froze, surprised by Candy's broadside. It is said that poverty limits the imagination of the poor. He makes enough money now, yet he is still awed by the luxuries. As it turns out, he's rich now, but still needs to slowly unfold his eyes. The world of the rich is a world you can't believe in and can't adjust to for a while. All get to work. Aries dismissed the crowd and led Song Sickness to the parlor inside the castle. Luxurious accessories and a variety of expensive furniture make you feel like you are in a royal palace. However, what attracted Song Disease was a stunningly beautiful silhouette in the living room wearing a maid's uniform. Her pair of slender legs were straight and snow white, and her figure was even more exquisite. Even if she wore a mask, it was hard to hide that absolutely beautiful temperament. This is also my servant? Song Sickness asked with some skepticism. If he hadn't felt the other man's breath, he would have suspected that the other man was like a fine work of art, and it was hard to hide his amazement. Yes sir, Princess Candy gave you your very own maid, who is dedicated to staying close to your food and drink. Iris laughed. Master, please command the little servant as much as you like. At the same time, the young girl wearing a maid's uniform walked up to Song Sickness with a soft voice. Just the sound of it instantly sinks you. Song Sickness, wait, that's the wrong leg. Song Sick's gaze fell on the other party's exquisite and flawless jade feet. Extraordinarily familiar. Plus there was a familiar and intoxicating body scent mixed in with a whiff of perfume coming off of it. The mind surged to guess what was going on. Immediately, Song Sickness' eyes slightly condensed and activated his perspective. When he saw the stunningly stunning face under the mask, Song Sick stopped. Nice guy. So much for playing it right. Chapter 111 Candy. Who likes to roleplay? Master, you are tired. Why don't you let me bathe and dress you? The young girl blinked her large, fluttering eyes and her voice was soft. Any man faced with this scene is absolutely irresistible. However, the corners of Song Disease's mouth twitched violently. They say foreign girls are open. I didn't expect them to be so open. Of course, it was the other party's dress and acting that left him speechless. Even the voices can be switched. It simply blends into the character and is impeccably perfect. If it wasn't for the fact that he could see through, he would really just think that the young girl in front of him was an exclusive maid. Does Master not like people? Loss flashed between the young girl's beautiful eyes. That pathetic, delicate demeanor. It instantly fills one with protectiveness, and one cannot even think of rejecting it. It would just be a quick nod of the head. Good, good, good. Shower, shower. This acting skill, when put in the acting circle, is definitely quite a blow-up existence. Ahem, Princess Candy, this gift of yours is too expensive for me to ask for. Song Sickness hastily fixed his mind to reveal it. If we keep playing, we're really going to get carried away with each other. Ding dong. As expected, the moment Song Sickness said this, the young girl who was still deep in her role shivered in her delicate body. The bells between the delicate ankles all rang with it. Candy's beautiful eyes brightened a few points as she looked at Song Sick incredulously. Obviously didn't realize how the other guy saw through it. She has studied countless books on psychology, micro-expressions, and characterization. Love cosplay. I used to love playing as various characters when I was alone in the smart ecopod with nothing to do. Royalty, president, lowly, whether it's her demeanor, appearance, voice, or personality. Every role is perfectly cast. Even live in the form of these characters for a while. It was another way for her to unwind. It could also be considered another one of her gifts. But at this moment, her little talent that she was so proud of was seen through by song sickness at a glance. Candy's heart was first filled with incredulity. But soon, it was full of surprises. It's true that my favorite man is as smart as I am. So, did you like the gift? Despite the revelation, Candy continued to tease and laugh. Song sickness, playing princesses as maids? Is this the rhythm of playing him to death? He. Seeing this, Candy smiled sweetly and no longer disguised herself, playfully removing her mask and revealing that angelic, stunning face. Then came the contacts, wigs, neck rings, restored to its original, more stunning appearance. Princess Candy? Aries, who was on the sidelines, saw that it was really Candy, and her eyes instantly widened as her mind went blank for a moment. Reacting, he panicked and trembled as he knelt on the ground. See, Princess Kanthi, my subordinate deserves to die. It would never have occurred to her to death that the exclusive maid that Candy had been so emphatic about giving to Song Sik was Candy herself. At first, she was still puzzled by Song Sik's words. A princess of a country playing a maid to a young Asian man? This. Too good at this. What's wrong with that? She didn't even know what to say. You stand down. I'll entertain Mr. Song myself. Candy swept a glance at Aries and said, why, yes, Princess. Aries was greatly shaken, but obediently retreated. As soon as Aries left, Candy immediately resumed her playful girlish smile and couldn't wait to stick up to Song Sickness, full of curiosity as she asked, quickly tell me, how did you see it? Although she was happy to be seen through by Song Sickness, she still wondered where she had revealed herself. Uniforms? Acting? Sound? Song Sickness, I can see through. Of course, that's just mental talk. He had no doubt the woman would be even more excited if she knew. As a qualified doctor, I'm in the habit of noting down some of my patients' physical characteristics, such as Princess Candy's feet which I've treated, so I could tell at a glance. Song Sik made up a random excuse. Spending the last few days at the school as teacher and student had allowed him to get to know the princess somewhat. This is a great student who is gifted plus eager to learn. For all knowledge, love to get to the bottom. As expected, Candy's beautiful eyes swung slightly as she sniffed, instantly dawning on her. Hurriedly, she sat down on the sofa with her butt, then bent those long, white, beautiful feet and moved her crystal clear feet. First, he broke himself off and scrutinized it half a dozen times, and then finally he didn't even forget to sniff and lick it. It was only then that he excitedly stretched his foot towards Song Sickness and asked pleadingly, it's this mole between his left ankle, and the fact that his feet smell different. Song Sickness, brilliant. The corners of Song Sik's mouth twitched slightly. You tasted this out. I've never even tasted it, but still complimented it like he did in school. Teacher, you're amazing. Candy unconditionally believed Song Sik's words and instantly worshipped Song Sik even more. Up came Song Sik and gave him an adoring hug. The aroma of a beautiful woman in her arms was overwhelming. Don't call me teacher outside of school, Song Sickness said helplessly. Since Candy had become a student under his belt, Candy had one more title for him, teacher. No, I'm your student. That won't change. Doesn't your Manhwa have an old saying? What is it? Once a teacher, always a father. Candy spoke standard Chinese and suddenly had a bright idea. In that case, wouldn't that make you my dad, Walter? Song Sickness stared wide-eyed and hurriedly covered this girl's mouth, almost stumbling and dying in place. Nice guy. So understanding of the profound Chinese language is it? Dads all shouted out. Teacher, your heart is beating faster. And your instincts seem to like that title? Candy's small hand had touched Song Sik's chest at some point with a bad smile on her face. I was going to be scared to death by you. Song Sickness sheepishly slapped away the other's small hand. A princess of a country calling her father? He could already foresee Mashim's septuagenarian expression of anger. At that exact moment, Candy glanced at the information on the watch between her wrists and frowned slightly, but quickly returned to smiling. Come on, I'll show you around. Without giving Song Sik a chance to refuse, Candy had already grabbed Song Sik's hand, lifted her skirt and ran towards the outside. Soon arriving at the stable, Candy gallantly and easily mounted a white horse, lead the Song Sickness tour. Well, did you like it? It was obvious that Candy was happy. Song Sickness was also gradually infected by the stunningly beautiful environment, and the other party's happiness. Let's go on a wild goose chase. After an unknown amount of time, Candy swept a glance in the distance, then glanced back at Song Sickness. When the words fell, he steered his horse towards the snowy mountain jungle in the north, his blue hair flying, looking extraordinarily valiant. Song Sickness, #. Once again, I was bowled over by the other's talent for Chinese. Can you still use it like this in a field fight? But look back to the several armored military vehicles speeding outside the estate. Song Sickness then knew why his opponent was in such a hurry to go to the field. Apparently this time, Candy had snuck out to play with him again. Oi! What a pain in the ass! Shaking his head helplessly, Song Sik still spurred his horse and followed Candy. Aries had said that the forested mountains in the distance were full of wild beasts and even savages. He doesn't want anything to happen to this woman in front of him. Chapter 112, The Limits of the Body. At the foot of snow-capped mountains, flying waterfalls, gurgling streams and lush meadows, the crisp air is laced with the aroma of flowers and plants. As far as the eye can see, it looks like a beautiful view of the Tian Shan Mountains. Song Sickness rode his horse and enjoyed such a sight as if he was in a fairyland, with a different flavor, feeling more relaxed and free than ever before. And ahead of him, Candy had ridden into the hills, startled a mountain bird, sweeping his eyes behind him to the vehicles that were also coming after him. Not being able to enjoy the scenery too much, Song Sickness also rode his horse and rushed into the woods. Damn, Candy is really coming for this guy. Jack, who had come to look for them and the distant leader of the army wagon, with his binoculars had just seen the two men riding into the grove. He was green in the face. The grove? What are they going to do in the grove? Who was driving, was even more taken aback. How the hell should I know? Never mind that. Hurry up and speed up. Jack grimaced. I've already warned him. If the bastard really does anything to Candy, I don't need to try. I'll personally show him the power of my fists. 5 cross-country military vehicles then also rushed into the mountains and forests, all the way across. Unstoppable. On the other side, Song Sickness rode his horse and followed for some distance, but he still didn't see Candy's figure. Immediately activating the forbidden pupil, the range of several kilometers around was clearly reflected in his eyes. Trees that blocked the view were easily filtered out. Soon enough, Candy was found by a stream. However, Song Disease's face changed slightly and he abandoned his horse to rush over. For at the moment, Candy's horse was long gone, and not far ahead of her a huge brown bear was running towards her. The brown bear drooled, and the fish in his paws stopped smelling good when he saw the fine-skinned young girl in front of him. One step at a time, gasping for breath, he ran toward Candy. However, in the face of this scene, Candy just watched quietly, her violet-colored eyes rippling without a ripple. The corners of her pink cherry lips even curled into a light smile. Between its snow-white catkins, it held a scalpel. Hello, hello, hello? Ow, ow, ow. Panting heavily, the brown bear climbed faster and faster, and stood up no more than 2 meters away from Candy, 2 or 3 meters tall, slapping his chest and growling. The lanky figure with sharp fangs and claws was chilling. Even the world's #1 boxing champion can barely reach a 37 split when facing this guy. 3 minutes, 7 full. However, it was in the next second that the brown bear's lanky figure that lunged at him suddenly stopped. Suddenly awe appeared in his pupils and he fell back to the ground, backing up a little. Seeing this, a strange color flashed between Candy's beautiful eyes. Soon, however, she met an upright figure from the brown bear's pupils, walking towards her. With a sly smile, Candy hid the scalpel in her hand back in her sleeve. Then for a second, he got into the act, screamed, and fell backwards. As promised, she fell into the arms of her heart. In this moment, Candy no longer had a desire to dissect the brown bear, but smiled gratefully. Brown bear. Song Sickness didn't know that his arrival would be so coincidental. Just in time to come and this chick just happened to fall into her arms? But still, he continued to look at the big brown bear coldly, giving enough intimidation. Oh-hoo! Under Song Sik's intimidation and Candy's smile, the big brown bear's CPU dry burned, shook his big head, and ran away in a depressed manner. I'll give you a ride back. I'm probably going to be wanted worldwide if I keep playing. Only after scaring off the brown bear did Song Sik look down at Candido in his arms. The crime, kidnapping a princess to drill the grove. Oh, I can't seem to walk though. Candy flattened her little cherry lips, wanting to be a child who had done something wrong. She hadn't had all the fun yet, but she chose to be obedient when she saw that Song Sickness was not happy. She didn't want to see Song Sickness upset. I'll carry you. Song Sickness was helpless. Good. Candy was instantly excited. But before she could be happy for 3 seconds, Song Sickness raised her hand to set the rules. Don't touch, don't kiss, don't lick. These were the blood lessons he'd learned when he'd given the other man private tuition. These tend to draw him into sin. Promise. Candy smiled sweetly and agreed readily. But when Song Sickness carries her, it's another story. Song Sickness was sure that this woman definitely had a disease. It should be a mental disease, and the level of illness is definitely not low. It didn't take long to return the same way before Jack and Durham arrived with a heavily armed team. Seeing this, Candy sneaked one last lick on Song Sik's neck before reluctantly getting off of Song Sik. Princess Candy, Are you okay? Jack and Durham glanced at Candy before their eyes landed unkindly on Song-sik, and were about to say something when Candy was the first to interrupt. It was me who wanted to come hunting, and I just encountered a brown bear. Luckily it was Divine Dr. Song who sacrificed his life to save me. So don't be quick to thank Divine Dr. Song. Candy's voice instantly iced over with a commanding tone. Jack and Durham, who had been about to lash out, were dumbfounded, their anger doused mercilessly. However, the two seemed to be in awe of Candy, and under its smile, they could only grit their teeth and say to Song-sik, "Many thanks to Divine Dr. Song. Very well, let's go. Go back and transfer another $1 billion to Divine Dr. Song as payment." Only then did Candy reveal a joyful smile, and before leaving, she didn't forget to make a playful face at Song's sickness. Jack and Durham were like being hit by a violent attack, but they could only give Song-sik a hard stare as a warning with their eyes. Song's sickness, looking at the group of people obediently following this Kanthi away just like that. Song's sickness was equally dumbfounded. What's the game? $1 billion on your back? He suddenly wanted to memorize it a couple more times. Song's sickness didn't retract his gaze until the sound of vehicles outside the woods was far away, slowly feeling as if this princess of Ligua wasn't as simple as he thought. Looking up at the tallest peak in the distance, instead of returning to the castle, Song's sickness continued to head deeper into the mountains. On Alcatraz, those people couldn't inspire him either. Then try it here in the mountains. Swoosh. Soon, between the huge mountain forest, a figure like a spirit monkey shuttled extremely fast. Everywhere they passed, they were startled. Along with Song's sickness running faster and faster, the mutated physique was gradually being activated. It's like a sports car's gas pedal, gradually being pushed to the floor on a wide open road. A thrill like no other went straight to the brain. Song's sickness casually leapt a distance of more than 10 meters. This caused Song's sickness to feel an unprecedented sense of power. Soon enough, Song's sickness made his way through this jungle, and with a final leap, landed at the foot of the tallest mountain peak. Rumble. The next moment, the avalanche came crashing down from the mountaintop like a tsunami. There was no fear in Song-sik's eyes. Instead, he charged straight up against the avalanche. A few minutes later, underneath the raging avalanche, a figure broke through the ice and landed on top of the mountain. Cold wind mixed with snowflakes slapped at his face. Song, disease out of a big mouth, did not feel the slightest chill. From here you look down on this vast mountain forest. For the first time, I felt stronger than ever. He seems to be drifting away from normalcy. Chapter 113, The Power of a Pocket. It's getting cold. Isn't it almost New Year's? Reaching out to catch the raging wind and snow, feeling the coldness and loneliness of the summit, Song-sik froze slightly and spoke to himself. His initial idea was to come to Ligua to make some money, but accidentally, he became the richest man in the world. I was thinking that after being expelled from school, I could get a diploma as a foreign student and go back to make my parents happy, so that I wouldn't waste my 10 years of hard study. And yet, by accident, he became the highest honorary professor at the world's first institution. Nowadays, the reputation of Dr. Song is even more resounding all over the world, and he has made friends and acquaintances with rich and high-ranking officials from all over the world. The business has even expanded to the Yakuza in the land of Li. It's black and white, so to speak. And all of this, Song's sickness had thought that it would take a few years, but to his surprise, it only took a short half a year. Going up against an avalanche is fast. Going down with an avalanche is even faster. As it was getting late, Song-sik retrieved the 2 lost horses from the forest and made his way back to the castle. The servants in the castle had prepared a sumptuous candlelit dinner for him. It looks like it should have been arranged by Candy as well. I just didn't realize those guys were looking so hard and missed it. After eating, there was even a maid who had thoughtfully prepared a hot water bath for Song's sickness. Everything lived a life of clothes on the table and food on the table. The pretty maid even intended to rub Song-sik's bath for him, but Song-sik refused. He's not disabled. He's better off doing this sort of thing himself. Of course, the main fear is poking something that shouldn't be poked. The late night added a bit of stillness and peace to the estate. Dressed in his pajamas and sipping red wine, Song's sickness stood at the highest point of the castle, and was about to enjoy the night view when he frowned. Looked down at his feet. A dark figure of athletic stature had crept into the castle through the night, coming toward him with a clear purpose. The other party was as light as a swallow, and his movements were athletic and skillful. If it wasn't for the forbidden pupil, with the other party's stance, it would have been really hard to find out. The man in black quickly arrived at the top floor, holding a curved-bladed dagger in his left hand in reverse and a silenced pistol in his right. The eyes were fixed with precise professionalism at the reclining chair that held the bottle of light. But there, the Song's sickness was long gone. The black-clothed man's exposed eyes vibrated. He had obviously locked Song-sik's location beforehand. How come the person was suddenly gone? He hastened to look around quickly with his gunblade in hand to find it, but there was still no sign of anyone. You were looking for me? Just as the black-clothed man was puzzled, a cold voice rang out from behind him, who had clearly just inspected. Boom! The black-clothed man's body trembled, instantly raising his gun and turning back with great speed. Song Sickness was standing 7 paces away from him with his glass raised. The black-clothed man's face changed slightly, as if he had seen a ghost, but his professionalism still made him immediately pull the trigger on Song Sickness. Instead, it just hit Song 6's legs. Swoosh! Professional shots and accuracy, right up to Song 6's knees. But Song Sickness also moved in the next second. Like a ghostly shadow, he instantly dodged it. Who's faster in 7 paces? I'm sorry, how many steps is Song Sick fast? Swoosh! The man in black finally changed his face, seriously suspecting that he had encountered a ghost, but quickly calmed down and backed away while frantically shooting at Song Sickness. Each shot accurate, but each shot could only brush against Song Sickness. Soon, Song Sickness approached. The man in black decisively abandoned his gun and fought Song Sick with a reverse blade in hand, striking with extreme ferocity. Bang! A punch grazed the tip of Song Sick's nose, and the wall exploded, sending debris flying. Song Sick's eyes moved slightly. This person was not simple. Whether it was force, speed, reaction, all exceeded human limits. It's like a shot in the arm. You sure or something? The black-robed man's hoarse voice came out, and his eyes gradually turned scarlet. Who sent you? Someone from Manhwa? Or someone from Ligwa? Song Sickness narrowed his eyes. No comment. See you later. Instead, the man in black stopped fighting and retreated confidently. The purpose of his trip to test the waters had been achieved, and there was no need to engage in a battle. Afterward, did I let you go? Song Disease sneered. Also no longer nonsense. A forced pocket fan out. Snort. The sound of air tearing resounded from between Song 6 palms. This forced pocket, as if it contained 500 years of strength, was terrifying to the extreme. Pa! In the next second, the black-clothed man who had wanted to retreat was slapped away on the spot, smashed heavily against the wall, and instantly lost his resistance. In response, Song Sickness looked calm and unsurprised. The opponent is indeed strong, but that's about it. He just wanted to test the other side. Let's see who really wants to with him. But it gave the black man confidence. You. The black-clothed man who fell to the ground tried to climb up with difficulty, but he was still too old and dazed to come out of his dazed state. He stared at Song Sickness with a scarlet gaze. There was unbelief and fear in his eyes. Obviously didn't realize that this one forced pocket could do so much damage. 1 second he was even with his opponent. The next moment it was easily slapped away by a slap from his opponent. Then how strong is this person's true strength? Tell me who's behind it and I won't kill you. Song Sickness snubbed. Heh, bye. After the shock and fear had passed, the man in black no longer struggled, but instead smiled wryly. Song Disease frowned as his alien pupils opened. In the next second, a capsule-like electronic component was seen blinking inside its body. Drip drip drip. Just in the next second when it was about to explode, Song Sickness was already approaching. Under the black-clothed man's final horrified gaze, Song Sickness' kick sent him flying out of the manor like a leather ball. Boom! In the next second, there was an explosion, and the man in black was reduced to a brilliant firework. Song 6's gaze was icy cold. He had just seen through his alien pupil that the other party was a white man, and there's an extra unknown agent in his body. It must be this potion that gave the other party this terrifying strength that surpassed human limits. Of course, Song Sickness didn't care about these. What he cared about was who this person was sent by, and from the various strikes of the man in black just now, it was obvious that he was not aiming to kill him, more like trying to test him. Let's see if he's just a regular doctor residing here. Several suspects had already appeared in Song Disease's mind. Just as Song Sickness kept thinking, the cell phone rang at this time. Boom! Opened a look. Song Disease's originally calm and steady face instantly pale. The whole body is even more huge, trembling. This is the first time Song Sickness has behaved this way since he came to the land of profit. Mother is sick. Return quickly. Song Sickness stared dead at the 4-word Song had sent, and it took half a day for him to come back to his senses. It was too late to think. Song Sick immediately dialed Aries' number while walking quickly towards the stairs. A few minutes later, the sleepy Aries and Song Sick had arrived at the helicopter parking lot of the estate. Sir, it is not recommended to fly airplanes at night. Is it something important to you? Aries asked tentatively. I'll drive. Song Sick, who had changed his clothes, took the keys from Aries and boarded the cab. First, sir, you know how to fly a helicopter? Aries froze, but seeing that Song Sickness had already started, she hurriedly followed him anyway. Song Sickness maneuvered the helicopter in a cloudy manner and took off, answering the other's question with his actions. He hadn't driven one, but he'd seen Iris drive one, and that was enough. Seeing that Song Sickness had actually skillfully maneuvered the helicopter to take off and go, Aries couldn't hide his surprise. Book me a flight to Anguilla. The sooner the better. Song Sickness spoke up at this time. You're going back to Anguish overnight? Aries responded then. It's not your place to ask. Song Sickness accelerated the airplane while sweeping the other party with cold eyes. Hold, sorry sir. I'll get it ready for you right away. Aries was startled by Song's 6 eyes and hurriedly took out her cell phone to operate it. Another message was sent at the same time. Chapter 114 intercepted at the airport. Tearing the face off. Lee, inside a mysterious underground laboratory. Ali, who looked like a beggar, had his blindfold undone and was met by several men in lab coats and masks, surveying him. Who are you guys? Ali winced. Ali, as the most outstanding surgical genius Lee has recognized in 50 years, you were once the pride of Lee. And now, because of a few failures, he has degraded himself and is drinking and living on the streets. What a pity. Several of the experimenters stepped back of their own accord, and 2 men in suits approached with smiles. Mr. Van Wincey. Surprise flashed in Ali's eyes when he saw who was speaking. Immediately, he was as limp as mud and laughed to himself. Genius? How can a piece of trash like me deserve the word genius? Remember that program I invited you to join? Now we've made progress, and as long as you're on board, you have a chance to surpass Song Sickness. Brahmansi looked at Ali and laughed. Boom! These words instantly evoked Ali's memories, and as if he had thought of something, his disheveled gaze fluctuated violently. In the eyes, there was heart, shock, and even more fear. Ali, your talent shouldn't be buried like this. That Song Sickness might be beyond normal. This is the only chance you have to defeat him. Give your talent for the advancement of human civilization. Brahmansi continued to seduce. Ali's fists clenched, and in the next second his eyes blazed as he gritted his teeth. Okay, I'm in. For no other reason than to surpass Song Sickness. Very well, you will be proud of your great choice. Brahmansi showed his approval. Several of the surrounding experimenters also stepped forward at this moment to reapply the blindfold to Ali. Take him away on this, not knowing where to go. But up to this point, there was no more Ali in the likely country. Is this guy okay? The young man beside Brahmansi asked with a smile. Don't worry, Ali the genius hand didn't get his name for nothing. Brahmansi looked at the youth and laughed. If Song Sickness were here, he would be surprised. Because the youth was none other than the Oba Nation man who had spent $300 million to have him treat the lion not too long ago, Han Hee-jun. Father, 9 is dead. Just then, Jack and Durham rushed in, their faces pale. Number 9, the assassin they sent to test Song Sickness. They had wanted a test to see just how strong Song Sickness was, but what they never expected was that number 9, who had already been given a strong base drug, was dead. At those words, Van Wenceslas and Han Hee-jun's eyes narrowed slightly as well. So it seems that this guy is more powerful than you guys assessed. Brahmansi had some heart palpitations and was lucky he didn't take any chances. That's what makes it interesting. The stronger he is, the more helpful he is to us, isn't it? Han Hee-jun grinned, his eyes filled with interest in Song Sickness. I just got word that Song Sickness has been heading toward the airport all night, probably to leave Ligua. Should we go and intercept it now? Durham spoke up at this point. No, the crown will step in for us. Brahmansi interrupted with a raised hand. The fall of the ninth made him take Song Sickness more seriously and fearfully. It should not be easily exposed until it is absolutely necessary. Hey, in that case, I'll go first too. Han Hee-jun stretched and left on that note. He still has to go and tell the consortium the good news. Inside the luxurious presidential suite, Mashim had just fallen asleep when an urgent secret call came in. Displeasure flashed across Mashim's weary face, but he answered in a deep voice. Yes? Boom. What? Song Sickness is boarding a plane to Manhwa? In the next second, Mozum sat up from his bed, instantly sleepy, and shouted, with the fastest speed possible, cancel all flights to Manhwa, and immediately ordered General Mike to mobilize all the police forces at any cost to head to Laden Airport to intercept. At some cost, we can't let Song Sickness leave. Mashim was busy talking and getting up and dressing at the same time. He would have liked to have let the money tree grow for 2 more days so that it would be more valuable, but beating him to death. He didn't expect that the other party would suddenly have to return to Ngui in the middle of the night. How does that make him not anxious? On the other hand, as the day dawned, Song Sickness had arrived at the airport. Taking the ticket that Iris had checked in, he rushed to the gate. However, what awaited him when he arrived at the security checkpoint was a couple of heavily armed white war police. Song's 6 eyes narrowed slightly, but he still walked over. He had considered this day since the day he set foot in the land of Lee. That's the way the world is. It doesn't matter if it's good or bad. There are just interests and hearts. But today, he must go home, and no one can stop him. That old father of his doesn't usually bother him easily, unless things at home have bent him over. I wonder where Divine Dr. Song is going. The officer at the head of the group asked with a smile. Go home. Song Sickness spoke in a flat tone and allowed it to be examined. I'm sorry, but tonight's flight to Anguilla has been cancelled. The officer laughed. At that exact moment, the metal detector of one of the searching combat officers went off, and its hand spread out, producing a pistol. At once, several pre-prepared war police raised their guns and surrounded Song Sik. Excuse me, Dr. Song. You are suspected of illegally carrying a firearm for registration. Please come with us. Don't worry, we will return your innocence after the matter is cleared up, the officer said, already reaching out to grab at Song's Sickness. And the so-called guns were all just a self-induced charge by the other side. As for how long things will be investigated, it's all up to them. Ka-ching. However, before the officer could touch Song Sik, his entire hand had already been twisted off by Song Sik, and the gun at his waist had disappeared. The faces of the group of war police suddenly changed, and they were about to shoot at Song Sik's hands and feet. Bang! 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 Aha! But before they could react, their hands had already been pierced by bullets one after another and fell to the ground. Screaming, the registered crowd was instantly scattered in fear. Fark! Song Sik, you're provoking the likely military. You won't walk out of here. The officer who was tackled by Song Sickness with one hand paled, but grimly gritted his teeth. He had also sought treatment from Song disease, which cured his fertility. But what he didn't expect was that this harmless-looking doctor had such terrifying strength. I'm leaving and no one can stop me. Song Sickness spoke icily, holding a gun against his head to lead the way in front, all the way into the flight area. Wow! In the next second, all around the airport, more heavily armed war police showed up, instantly surrounding Song Sickness. Even over the airport, several helicopters appeared with machine guns set up and aimed. At a glance, there were nearly 10,000 people. For those who don't know, they think it's another country to attack. Song Sik, you are suspected of stealing our country's secrets, illegal money laundering, and multiple murders. We are arresting you in accordance with the law, and it's not too late to drop your weapon. In front, Mike in military uniform and several officers stepped out, their gazes coldly falling on Song Sickness. With one command, tens of thousands of soldiers would be enough to sweep Song Sickness into a hornet's nest. Song Sik's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew that with the status and position he was now displaying, the Li Kingdom's royal family would no longer let him leave easily. But what he didn't expect was that the royal family of the Kingdom of Li would send out such a police force to intercept him in order to prevent him from returning to the Kingdom of An. Not bothering to tear it up? Divine Dr. Song, my Ligua has always cherished talent. As long as you give up your resistance, I can plead with the king to allow you to redeem yourself with your medical skills. Mike spoke up at that point as well, seemingly looking out for Song Sickness. What if I don't? The coldness in Song Sickness' eyes increased. What a way to redeem himself with these trumped-up charges. But just trying to control him. Then I will not blame this general for not remembering old times. Mike's old eyes suddenly chilled, and all the generals on the scene raised their guns and pressed in. The sound is very oppressive. Song Disease's eyes were already glowing with a different color. Stop. And just as Song Sickness was planning to kill his way out, a familiar young girl's voice rang out.